Chapter 1. Maud, it is time to rise. Breakfast is ready. Maud Maris rubbed his sleepy eyes and extended his index finger, tracing a circle in the air. Suddenly, a white light emanated from his fingertip, conjuring a resplendent golden halo that materialized before him. Within the circle lay a profound darkness, akin to a portal to another realm. He reached inside and retrieved a set of casual attire. The golden halo faded away. Dressed in his new clothes, Maud picked up his glasses from the bedside and approached the mirror. Reflected in the glass was a slender boy with golden hair and fair skin, looking remarkably clean, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed spectacles, reminiscent of a young scholar. The year was 1991, the year he would once again apply to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, that if he were accepted, he would become a contemporary of the legendary boy who lived, Harry Potter. Indeed, this was a second application. He was the only student in Hogwarts history to receive an acceptance letter only to be rejected by the Sorting Hat, due to his lack of magical aptitude. But now, circumstances had shifted. Maud's room was situated on the second floor, with the living room below, flanked by the kitchen and dining table. He descended the staircase and spotted a gentleman with golden hair seated on the couch, engrossed in a newspaper. His father, Tummel. "Good morning, father." "Good morning, Maud." His mother, Dani, was at the dining table, partaking in breakfast. "Are you truly resolute about attending Hogwarts?" Dani inquired, her voice tinged with concern. She worried not only about the possibility of another rejection, but also about Maud facing life alone in the magical world should he gain admission. Maud seized a piece of bread from the table and took a hearty bite. "Yes, mother, but fret not. I am aware of what I am undertaking." Tummel, still focused on his newspaper, raised his gaze. "Your magical abilities have significantly improved over the past 2 years this time. It should be a smooth journey." He lamented on behalf of his child. "That Sorting Hat, how could it have been so blind during my own enrollment?" Tummel, too, had once been a student at Hogwarts and was a wizard in his own right. Maud chuckled softly. "Forgive it, it is merely a hat." Maud was acutely aware that the Sorting Hat had not erred. He had practiced a magical refinement technique imparted by his father, but had yet to sense the birth of magic within him. His current magical prowess was derived from an ancient method of wizardry known as the Source of Wizards, a sophisticated technique capable of bypassing innate talent to extract magical energy. After a brief conversation, his parents departed for work. Maud gazed out the window, greeted by the brilliance of the sun. The weather was delightful. In the coming days, it was likely that Hogwarts owls would soar through his window once more. After a brief respite, Maud returned to his chamber. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and envisioned a towering peak in his imagination. At the summit, blanketed in glistening white snow, one could almost feel the piercing chill just by gazing at it. This was the golden finger he had carried from his previous life, a connection to the ancient wisdom of sorcerers and scholars embodied by the sacred Kunlun mountain. With a deft motion of his index finger, he circled it once more and invoked the ancient space-stirring magic. This spell did not require a wand, yet it necessitated the aid of alchemical components, blending with potions to transform his finger into an alchemical product. From the luminous portal, he retrieved a tome titled The Pranks of Arkhamir. Within its pages lay a collection of whimsical spells left behind by the sorcerer, named Arkhamir, though devoid of lethality. They were delightfully amusing. In his former life, he had also relished reading, especially in such weather and leisurely moments, reclining under the sun, comfortably engrossed in a book. This particular book had only recently been procured at his father's behest, and he conceived an idea to learn the spells contained within and exchange that knowledge with Kunlun Mountain. The exchange of knowledge was indeed the sole means of acquiring wisdom from Kunlun. The Pranks of Arkhamir was written with great charm, intertwining stories with the learning of playful spells. It could be enjoyed as a narrative or serve as a guide to some mischievous magic at this juncture. He had completed the first chapter and had grasped the key elements and details for casting the spell of the resurrected Pumpkinhead. He meticulously recalled the incantation, ensuring he had fully assimilated this playful magic. His focus returned to the mental image of Kunlun Mountain as he gently touched the peak in his mind. A refreshing breath suddenly flowed from the summit into his consciousness, as if a passage had been opened that, in an instant, countless characters began to flow back and forth within this conduit. Among them, Maud discerned the phrase resurrected Pumpkinhead, as he employed this playful spell to barter for knowledge with Kunlun. The nature of the knowledge exchanged was somewhat contingent upon one's magical affinity, yet the value of such magic relied entirely on chance. Countless characters cascading from the pinnacle of Kunlun coalesced into a lengthy script within his mind that was a simple spell utilized by ancient sorcerers to celebrate a particular festival, known as Vampire's Disguise. "Ha!" Maud exhaled softly Quite pleased, he meticulously studied and internalized this spell before retrieving his wand. Edward's disguise, Edward's disguise. After several attempts, magical energy surged within him, casting a radiant glow upon Maud's form. He sensed a transformation within himself as he began to grow taller. A tailored black suit enveloped him, and he glanced at his reflection in the mirror at that moment. The visage reflected was not that of a golden-haired youth, but rather a handsome young gentleman, with raven hair and dark eyes. Wielding a cane and clad in a black suit, every movement exuded an air of nobility. Maud felt something in his mouth. He opened his mouth. In the mirror, the young gentleman clad in a black suit revealed elongated fangs. He was a vampire. Maud repeatedly attempted the spell that disguised him as a vampire. He confirmed that he merely appeared to be a noble vampire. The fangs were merely decorative. This magic resembled a complex elixir effect, differing in that it required no strands of hair or other items from anyone, only magic. What he transformed into was not the likeness of another, but an entirely conjured visage. The duration was contingent upon the amount of magic one possessed. Maud observed the fluctuations of his magic, determining that this spell could last a day or two. It was a most intriguing enchantment. Maud ceased the spell casting, glanced at the time 20 minutes past 11 and then looked out the window. He reverted to his original appearance, seated himself once more, and continued his reading. Not long after, a peculiar sound erupted from outside. Hoo hoo hoo. A snowy owl, its feathers a blend of white with speckled patterns, perched on the windowsill, emitting a clear call towards Maud. Was an owl from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Maud waved at the owl, which then flew from the sill to his desk. Tied to its foot was a somewhat yellowed piece of parchment. Maud took it, unfolded it, and read, Dear Mr. Maud Maris, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The books you need to bring include History of Magic, and the supplies required are 3 plain robes black, a wand, and a cauldron. Maud felt a wave of relief and joy at the arrival of this letter. He was grateful to have broken the curse that had barred him from learning magic, thanks to the ancient wizard's source of power. He was also elated at the prospect of entering a truly wondrous and fantastical world of magic. It had been 2 years since he had last been denied admission to Hogwarts. Maud carefully tucked away the letter and retrieved another piece of paper, composing a reply, which he secured to the owl's talon. Off you go. The owl soared out of the room. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized within the chamber. It was an elderly man, clad in a gray robe, with silver hair cascading to his waist and a silver beard reaching his chest, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles. He appeared entirely out of sync with modernity. It has been a long time, Mr. Maris. Maud smiled. Indeed, it has been a while, Professor Dumbledore. He endeavored to clear his mind, for this elderly gentleman was adept at understanding human nature and deciphering the thoughts of others. Albus Dumbledore cast a knowing glance at Emoda and blinked. I sincerely apologize for my abrupt entrance. I knocked, but upon receiving no response, I took the liberty of entering, he explained. You may harbor some misconceptions about me indeed. I'm a peculiar old man with a modicum of magical ability, yet I cannot fathom the depths of the human heart, Emoda replied with an awkward smile. Such insights should not be overlooked. It was evident that he needed to swiftly acquire the art of mental occlusion. He invited Dumbledore to take a seat in the living room on the first floor and poured him a cup of coffee. Professor Dumbledore, do you seek my counsel? Emoda inquired, taken aback by the unexpected visit, as he could hardly conceive of a matter substantial enough to warrant Dumbledore's presence. I recently visited a young boy, approximately your age, Dumbledore replied. He resides not far from here, so I decided to drop by. Harry Potter? It was likely only this boy who lived could compel Dumbledore to traverse from Hogwarts. Over the years, Harry had garnered a reputation within the magical community as the sole individual to have escaped the clutches of the perilous dark wizard, Voldemort. Emoda's thoughts were unmasked after all. Many were acquainted with Harry Potter. Indeed, Mr. Potter is renowned, albeit this notoriety is a double-edged sword. One must not utter the name of that dangerous dark wizard, for his minions can sense it, Dumbledore cautioned. Primarily, I have come to extend an apology for the rather rude behavior of the Sorting Hat during your last encounter. It is woefully inept at comprehending the sentiments of children, he continued. In the spirit of apology, Dumbledore glanced at the clock. I presume you have yet to partake of your lunch? Emily nodded. Then allow me to treat you to a sumptuous repast. Dumbledore produced his wand, and with a flick directed at the dining table. Without warning, An array of delectable dishes materialized: steak, mashed potatoes, roasted chicken wings, and lamb chops. "This is an exception. Wizards should refrain from casting spells in public," Dumbledore remarked. After they enjoyed a delightful lunch together, Dumbledore took his leave, uttering one final thought: "He's indeed a remarkable young boy." The following day, coincidentally a weekend, in celebration of Emota's acceptance in a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Timale and Danny decided to take him to an amusement park. Emota was not particularly enthusiastic about the amusement park and contemplated declining the invitation, but ultimately opted for a visit to the nearby zoo instead. His father was wholeheartedly supportive of his enrollment at Hogwarts, while his mother, Danny, felt a twinge of sympathy for him embarking on a journey into the magical realm. Yet, she was equally thrilled for him. The trio drove to the zoo, and as they arrived, Emota surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. "What troubles you, Ma?" His mother, Danny, observed his demeanor and inquired. Maud shook his head. "It's nothing. I thought I saw someone familiar, but perhaps I was mistaken." As he entered the zoo, Maud trailed behind his parents, observing the animals around him, such as tigers and bears, with a sense of disinterest. These creatures held little allure for him. He would rather be in his room, immersed in books and studying magic. Speaking of magic, the basic spellbook he had previously possessed was confiscated by his father, Tomel, after Maud was denied admission to Hogwarts due to his lack of talent. The intent was to encourage him to concentrate on refining his magical abilities. He resolved to request its return upon his return home. "Why is this snake not moving?" Maud instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged couple accompanied by two young boys. One boy was chubby and appeared overnourished, while the other was small and thin, sporting glasses and tousled black hair. Maud squinted at the forehead of the bespectacled boy, where a lightning-shaped scar was visible. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Naturally, the adults nearby were Harry's aunt and uncle, the Dursleys. "I'll go take a look over there. You don't need to worry about me. He'll wait for you by the entrance later," Maud informed his parents before walking away. Tomel chuckled. "It must be an old friend or classmate. Let them have a good catch-up." Meanwhile, the chubby boy, Dudley, began his complaints anew. "I am so bored. This snake isn't moving." "Move!" Dudley yelled. Maud approached and stood beside Harry, echoing Dudley's words. "Sometimes, being quiet is far better than being restless." Dudley, perplexed by this remark, sensed it was not a compliment and grew angry. "Who are you? Why are you butting in? Get away!" Indeed, Dudley's spoiled nature was evident, and Maud found some amusement in teasing the brat. "Which family do you belong to? How rude you are!" Dudley's parents turned their attention to Maud, their expressions reflecting irritation. Maud, fixated on the python behind the glass wall, chose to ignore them entirely. He had anticipated their behavior. Feeling embarrassed, the Dursleys decided to leave, taking Dudley with them, but of course, leaving Harry behind. "Hello, I'm Maud Maris. It's a pleasure to meet you." Harry was taken aback that someone was actually greeting him. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." "Well, I actually know you, so we'll just call you Harry." Maud observed him closely. Even at this tender age of 11, Harry possessed a distinct aura typical of wizards. Harry, puzzled about how Maud knew him, nodded in response. "May I inquire how you came to know me? Did we attend the same school previously?" "At this moment, I cannot disclose that information," Maud teased. "In a few days, you shall discover the truth." Maud envisioned the day when Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would burst through the door of the Dursleys' residence inn. The rain, his towering figure striking fear into the hearts of those present, prompting an involuntary chuckle. "That snake is truly enormous," Harry remarked, slightly bewildered by Maud's laughter, and he nodded in agreement. The two fell silent, gazing at the serpent. Suddenly, Harry spoke up. "I sincerely apologize for Dudley's rudeness earlier." He interrupted your rest. The python suddenly raised its head. "Can you understand me?" it asked. The python nodded in affirmation. Harry felt a surge of astonishment. It was his first encounter conversing with a serpent. He abruptly turned to glance at Emoda beside him, sensing that he might have just exhibited signs of insanity. He raked his fingers through his hair, apologizing. "I must confess, I tend to indulge in soliloquies." Maud gazed at him, contemplating that he would likely remain forever viewed as the lunatic who conversed with snakes. "Nonetheless," he mused, "I too delight in speaking with animals. Perhaps they truly comprehend us. Or perhaps we share this extraordinary gift." Harry nodded enthusiastically, expressing, "I share your sentiment. This snake could indeed be exceptional, possessing remarkable intelligence." Harry resumed his conversation with the serpent, which slithered closer, its head resting against the glass wall, as if intently listening to Harry's words. Suddenly, the snake stirred. The portly Dudley rushed over, forcefully shoving Harry aside. causing him to tumble to the ground. Harry, gazing up at Dudley's pudgy face, felt a surge of anger as he fixated on the glass wall. It seemed as though nothing had transpired, yet Maud clearly witnessed the wall vanish in an instant. Dudley, unsteady against the glass, stumbled into the snake's enclosure, landing in the small pool within. "Help! Mom, save me!" The python approached, causing Dudley to scramble backward in terror. Yet the serpent bypassed Dudley, scaling a small section of the barrier and emerging from the display. It approached Harry, flicking its tongue as if to communicate, and nodded. Harry stared in astonishment and uttered, "I am at your service." Maud stood by, unperturbed, for he understood that the serpent posed no threat to anyone within the confines of the park. It merely sought an escape. The words of the snake eluded his comprehension. To him, it was merely the sound of its flickering tongue. Indeed, the talent of the serpent charmer was nothing short of extraordinary. Maud contemplated that if Harry could master this power, raising several snakes and placing them within the confines of Hogwarts would provide additional vigilance, thereby enhancing security. He also reflected on Voldemort, who possessed the same gift and could command serpents, an unsettling thought. The commotion caused by Dudley quickly caught the attention of the Dursleys, who responded with palpable anxiety, shouting in alarm. Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, approached him, his gaze filled with fury and discontent. "Please do not misunderstand." Maud stepped forward, asserting, "This is my doing." Vernon, clearly incredulous, retorted, "Do not deceive me. This must surely be the work of that little rascal, correct?" "Mr. Dursley, then pray tell. What is this?" Vernon cast a glance at Maud, as two beams of light pierced through the air. Maud's pair of pupils suddenly transformed into shimmering white luminescence. The radiance emanated forth, illuminating Vernon's face. Owing to the angle, this scene was visible solely to Vernon. Maud's entire demeanor appeared somewhat eerie, accentuated by his piercing white eyes. Vernon was taken aback, retreating in haste while clutching his wife, Petunia Dursley. In her anxiety over their child's safety, Petunia, feeling a surge of impatience, abruptly shook off his grip and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Vernon pointed an accusing finger at Maud, declaring, "This person is one of them, one of their kind." Observing the escalating tension, Maud gently patted Harry's shoulder and reassured him, "I believe we shall meet again soon." Maud left. This magic, an ancient form of sorcery, was exchanged with Kunlun using a minor spell learned from his father. Its utility is primarily limited to frightening others and providing illumination. As for the prohibition against wizards performing magic in front of muggles, the Dursleys had long been aware of the existence of magic. There remained some time until September 1st. Maud sought out his father for the standard beginner's spells and began to immerse himself in their intricacies. He dedicated several weeks to mastering a few elementary enchantments, such as the unlocking charm, the illumination spell, and the marking incantation. These practical spells were relatively easy to grasp. However, more formidable magics, like the fire spell capable of conjuring fierce flames, posed a greater challenge for novices. While the fundamentals of magic may be easily acquired, achieving a profound mastery remains a formidable endeavor. Maud intends to exchange the well-mastered marking spells with Kunlun Mountain today. A refreshing aura descends from Kunlun Mountain, intertwining with Maud's mind. Soon, the exchange of knowledge is complete. In his mind, Maud observed the enchanting spell known as the Sorcerer's Special Identification. This incantation serves the purpose of discerning the essence of a particular object. As he contemplated its function, Maud glanced at his wand, crafted with a core of unicorn hair. This wand measures 12 inches and 3/4 in length, a gift bestowed upon him by his father, and it serves him adequately. Maud learned for a while and finally mastered this magic, the numerical realm of the identifier. In Maud's eyes, a faint blue shimmer seemed to flicker momentarily. He then gazed at the wand before him, lowering his gaze to examine himself, as a line of text materialized in his vision. Item: Wand. Compatibility level: 35. Effect: bestows upon you a magical power enhancement of 0. This wand may fulfill your basic casting requirements, but nothing beyond that. Maud was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not personally chosen the wand, it appeared to be rather subpar. It seemed he would need to venture to Diagon Alley once more to procure a new wand. Maud glanced around at his surroundings. The wooden bed, with a compatibility rating of 70, promised to provide a delightful sleeping experience. It was a bed that resonated deeply with his emotions. The water cup, however, bore a compatibility rating of 40, merely serving to quench his thirst. It was a new cup, and it was evident that he held little affection for it. Maud glanced around and found it quite intriguing. Maud rushed out of the room and glanced down the stairs at his father, Tamil. This time, The match he chose was not for himself, but for his mother, Dany. Their compatibility was rated at 95, promising emotional fulfillment. They were indeed well suited for each other and deeply in love. Indeed, one can discern the essence of human connections. Emode contemplated the matchmaking industry, realizing that it possessed a certain magic, akin to playfully finding partners for individuals. It seemed that for an ancient sorcerer, the pursuit of companionship was a remarkably simple endeavor. Maud returned to the room, having expended a considerable amount of magic in the process. This spell proved to be remarkably beneficial, regardless of the object. Whether it be a wand or any other artifact associated with sorcery, it must be suitably matched. Furthermore, this enchantment provided a visual and quantifiable dataset, which, aside from other applications, would greatly assist in the selection of a wand. He pondered the notion that Kunlun facilitated the exchange of magic and alchemy, essentially a trade of knowledge. What, then, might occur if other forms of knowledge were to be exchanged? Maud took up the book on the history of magic and spent an hour engrossed in its pages, completing a small chapter. This chapter discussed the evolution and transformation of modern magic, as well as various institutional reforms that have occurred within the magical realm. He perused it several times again, meticulously organizing his thoughts with a pen, committing a significant portion of the important details to memory. Maud returned once more to his mind, re-establishing the connection with Kunlun Mountain. In Emode's mind, the recently acquired knowledge of the history of magic began to flow once more, devoid of numerical symbols. It was indeed feasible. The amount of knowledge exchanged this time was surprisingly substantial. The Holy Prince of the God of Magic, having imparted the art of sorcery to the world, heralded the commencement of the Age of Wizards. In the 13th year of this epoch, the first wizard emerged, a prodigious talent among commoners, known as Hagrid. By the 30th year, a multitude of wizards had arisen. In the 115th year, the master of the wizard tower, Hagrid, revised the magical training system, significantly accelerating the advancement of wizards. The innate gifts of a wizard are underpinned by the strength of their soul and bloodline, the more potent these elements, the greater one's mastery and power over magic. Maud was somewhat taken aback. What exactly is the Wizarding Era? Contemporary magic, as is commonly believed, traces its origins back to 382 BC, when the Ollivander family began crafting wands, yet the term Wizarding Era has never been employed. He speculated that this might refer to an unfamiliar realm, or perhaps the Wizarding Era is concealed within even more ancient epochs. Observing that a wizard's innate talent primarily stems from their soul and bloodline, he was reminded of Voldemort, who is lauded as the most formidable dark wizard and has made significant contributions to the study of the soul in modern times. If the soul serves as the foundation of talent, then Voldemort's case undeniably supports this notion. His soul, fragmented into 7 parts and embedded within 7 Horcruxes, offers no explanation other than its immense power. His aptitude for mastering magic was evident during his time at Hogwarts. A robust soul may indeed be a pathway to unparalleled strength. Maud continued to observe. In the 130th year of the Wizarding Era, Hagrid transcended the shackles of his realm, attaining a remarkably extended lifespan. By the 565th year of the Wizarding Era, the first miraculous wizard emerged, Hagrid himself. This marked humanity's inaugural step toward the divine, granting them the unprecedented power to converse with deities on equal footing. A miraculous wizard, equal to the gods and able to engage in dialogue with them? Not only was this feat extraordinarily formidable, but this magical prodigy had achieved parity with the divine within a mere 600 years of existence. This lifespan did not daunt Maud. He was aware of Nicholas Flamel, the alchemical master, who lived to the venerable age of 665 years, if not longer. This comparison illustrated that while Flamel possessed considerable talent in alchemy, his aptitude as a wizard was rather mediocre. Subsequent ancient wizard history is rather eclectic, encompassing various facets such as the evolution of alchemy, the burgeoning population within the wizarding world, and advancements in magical scripts. Following Hagrid's ascension to miraculous wizardry, it seemed as though a chain had been broken. Countless magic-related industries flourished, and an increasing number of magical geniuses emerged. A millennium later, 3 additional miraculous wizards made their appearance. It was written thus: a wizard is a path. Those who tread this path have the opportunity to become beings as powerful as the gods. Indeed, they remain human, for wizards do not aspire to deification. They need only to become miraculous wizards. From this, one can discern that wizards no longer gaze upward in reverence to the divine. They have formed a proud community. And thus, the narrative concludes. Maud stroked his chin, immersed in contemplation. It seemed as though he had been granted access to a portal leading to a new realm. The existence of deities appeared to be a tangible reality, and beyond the realm of sorcerers lay the exalted domain of miracle wizards. His heart raced with fervor, yet it was merely a feverish excitement. The text offered no insights into the path of becoming a miracle wizard. Even if it did, the arduousness of such a journey would likely prove insurmountable, even for a prodigy like Dumbledore. Should he ever tread upon this path? It would surely be through a defiance of fate. Tomail escorted Maud to the Leaky Cauldron, a small and dilapidated tavern, marking Maud's second visit. Upon entering, he observed the bare walls, so rudimentary that it seemed they had never been graced by a coat of paint. Maud suspected that those wizards who preferred to linger here for extended periods might be somewhat peculiar. The bar was illuminated by a few flickering candles, casting a dim light over the establishment, which was surprisingly crowded with patrons clad in an array of eccentric garments. Here, one could encounter all manner of oddities. Perhaps the individual cloaked from head to toe, concealing their visage, was a fugitive sought by the enforcement agencies of the magical realm. At a glance, Maud discerned the peculiar and eccentric Quirinus Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell draped a heavy scarf around his neck, spoke with a stutter, and clasped his hands together as if in prayer. An odd scent emanated from him, and coupled with his mannerisms, it imparted to Maud a sense of discomfort and revulsion. Although he possessed a pleasing countenance, he utterly failed to inspire any sense of warmth or admiration. This Professor Quirrell seemed to deliberately diminish his own presence, transforming himself from an attractive man into someone profoundly unsettling. Maud had no interest in greeting Professor Chilo. He glanced around, failing to spot Harry. After all, it was unlikely that such coincidences would occur repeatedly. Tummel led him into an adjoining room, which appeared even more austere, its walls constructed entirely of red bricks. Tummel approached the wall and tapped several bricks with his hand. The bricks began to rotate and rearrange themselves, ultimately forming a passageway. He turned to Maud and remarked, "You must learn how to tap these bricks. In the future, you may find yourself traversing Diagon Alley on your own." Maud nodded. "I understand, Father." Outside the passage lay the renowned Diagon Alley. At a glance, throngs of people clad in wizarding robes and adorned with pointed hats meandered about, making the already narrow streets appear exceedingly congested. Here, one could procure all manner of magical trinkets, including items listed in the acceptance letter. Everything could be found within these bustling lanes. Should you desire a pet, one could even acquire an owl here. "Is there anything else we need to purchase?" Tummel inquired of Maud. Maud shook his head and replied, "No need. Those I purchased earlier are still almost as good as new. I only need to buy a wand. To acquire a wand, one must visit Ollivander's wand shop. This establishment offers nearly every wand imaginable. If a wand is not found here, it is likely unattainable elsewhere." As we passed by Gringotts, the bank of the magical world, it was overseen by goblins within its confines. Maud couldn't help but think of the items stored within the Vault 713. Had Hagrid come to retrieve them with Harry? Soon, the two arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. This is indeed the renowned establishment of Ollivander, where one could seek repairs or replacements for wands in the future, as Toomler explained to Maud. As they prepared to enter, Maud discreetly produced the wand he intended to discard, casting a subtle spell of magical identification behind Toomler. Concealing the wand, Maud stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Is anyone there?" Toomler called out loudly. Yes, came a response from behind the shelves laden with wands, as a wooden ladder slid into view. An emaciated old man stood atop the ladder, his hair a wild tangle of silver, and his eyes seemed to twinkle with a mysterious light. This was the eccentric wand connoisseur whom everyone referred to as Ollivander. Ollivander glanced at Toomler and then at Maud, standing beside him. "I remember you, Mr. Marys. How is your wand treating you?" Toomler replied, "Quite well, thank you. However, I work in the Muggle world now, so I seldom use it. This time, I am here to purchase a wand for my child, Maud." Ollivander turned his attention back to Maud. "Ah, so you are young Mr. Marys?" Maud nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander." He recalled that the elderly gentleman possessed an exceptional memory, seemingly able to remember the names of nearly every customer, and perhaps even the specific wands they had purchased. Ollivander, lost in his thoughts, ambled away to a shelf, where, with trembling hands, he retrieved a small box. He opened it to reveal a wand of a reddish-brown hue and handed it to Maud. "Here, give it a try." A series of numbers flickered in Maud's eyes. "The wand's compatibility with you, 30. This is even worse than having to replace that wand." Maud took the wand and waved it at the shelf. With a resounding bang, an invisible force suddenly surged forth, breaking through the cabinet and creating a gaping hole. Maud was somewhat perplexed by this performance. Why did an unsuitable wand appear to possess such formidable power? Could it be that the inability to harness magic renders it only capable of existing as a shockwave, thus making it unsuitable? It seems that is not the case. Ollivander returned to the shelf and drew forth another wand. Compatibility level, 60. Maud waved his wand once more, obliterating a corner of the shelf. Ollivander attempted to present several wands, yet none seemed quite suitable. In a stroke of determination, he retrieved a selection of potentially fitting wands and placed them upon the table. "Mr. Mellis, why don't you give them a try?" The compatibility rating, 25. 68. Maud discovered among these wands one that exhibited a notably high compatibility, rated at 93. However, he refrained from making any announcement and proceeded to test them one by one. At last, he arrived at this particular wand. Maud picked up the wand, and instantly a powerful gust of wind swept through the entire shop, illuminating it with a newfound brightness. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. "This is the one. The core of this wand is made from." Maud is quite pleased. "The sensation from the recent swing is delightful, and the feel is rather pleasant." Maud looked intently at the wand, deciding that this was indeed the one he desired. Raising his gaze, a sudden glimmer caught his attention. It was a wand placed on the shelf, yet to be wrapped. Match level, 100. Maud was taken aback. This was an immediate full score. Before Ollivander could finish his sentence, Maud interrupted him. "Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, may I exchange it for another? I believe that one might be more suited to me." Ollivander paused, glancing at the wand Maud indicated, one that had only recently been completed and not yet packaged. He said little more, simply retrieving the wand from its place. As soon as Maud received the wand, he felt the magic within him begin to flow gently, surging like the waves of the sea, growing ever stronger with each pulse. A powerful gust of wind, far more forceful than before, whipped through the room, tousling the hair of several individuals and sending numerous cabinets toppling in disarray. A light as intense as that produced by illumination spell suddenly illuminated the room as if it were broad daylight. Ollivander and Tummel stood in stunned silence. "Maud, how did you know that this wand was perfectly suited for you?" Tummel inquired in astonishment, while Ollivander gazed intently at him. Maud, with a sense of delight, gently caressed the wand, which bore a subtle crimson hue, and smiled with great joy. "I surmised that this wand, being quite aesthetically pleasing, piqued my curiosity to give it a try." Maud refused to disclose the truth, relishing the sensation of quietly amassing wealth. A glimmer seemed to flicker in Ollivander's eyes. He said nothing further, but instead began to introduce the wand. Crafted from willow, this wand measures 11 inches and 5/3 in length, with a core composed of the heartstring of a Swedish short snout. As Maud listened intently, he gazed at his wand. Compatibility, 100. Effect, bestows an enhancement of 50 to magical strength and a 10 increase in casting speed. This wand is a flawless match for you. It seems as if it was crafted solely for your essence. Upon completing the transaction, Maud exited Ollivander's wand shop alongside his father. His mind replayed the recent havoc, cabinets shattered, items soaring through the air, chaos reigning supreme. He speculated whether Ollivander was inside, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard." Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the nearby Gringotts, thick smoke billowing forth. A stream of crimson flame shot past Maud's feet. Maud sprang to his feet. "Merlin's beard! Quickly, come behind me." Tilmir reacted swiftly, pulling Maud behind him as he brandished his wand. Armor of protection. An invisible force materialized before them. Though imperceptible, Maud could feel its extraordinary presence. In no time, the spell took effect. Flames and fragments of stone hurtled towards them, yet all were thwarted by this unseen barrier. Maud looked into the distance. At the entrance of Gringotts, a multitude of diminutive creatures emerged incessantly. They appeared quite small, akin to the stature of children, with wrinkled skin and sparse hair, adorned with pointed ears, resembling peculiar old men. This was a congregation of intelligent beings from the magical realm. They were encircling an individual cloaked in a long black robe, rendering their features indiscernible, with only a pair of eyes visible. There was no dialogue exchanged. Instead, both parties engaged in a continuous display of magic. For the first time, Emoda witnessed the magical combat unleashed by the sorcerer. The figure cloaked in black brandished an ancient wand, and instantly, The open space outside Gringotts erupted with roaring flames, as if a multitude of grand bonfires had been ignited. This spectacle prompted many of the fairies to retreat, with a flick of his wand towards the heavens. A dazzling flame materialized at its tip, flickering gently in the breeze before hurtling towards the fairies like a soaring firebird. The fairies, endowed with unique talents, did not require wands to cast spells. A few of them extended their diminutive hands, merely waving them lightly. Bang! It was as though their palms made contact with the flames, and an invisible force extinguished the fire, leaving the air shimmering as if rippling with transparent water. They also took a step back, as if struck by a sudden impact. Maud could discern that the magic wielded by the figure in the black cloak was formidable, while the fairy strength seemed somewhat diminished. He surmised that this cloaked individual had come to pilfer the treasures housed within the Vault 713 of Gringotts. This indicated that Harry and Hagrid must have recently extracted the item, just missing the encounter. The identity of this person was likely either Professor Quirrell or another minion of Voldemort. The black-cloaked figure's wand flickered incessantly, emitting bursts of fire accompanied by a whistling wind, akin to projectiles. The intense flames blazed in the air, casting a dimmer light around them, as if the sky itself were raining fire. Transparent barriers materialized before the fairies, shielding them from the onslaught of flames. Although the inferno was extinguished, the fairies were still pushed back by the ensuing shockwaves. More and more fairies emerged, rallying to withstand the pressure and counterattack the dark figure. Streams of flames and silvery light wove through the air in a dazzling display. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. It was a dragoness cry. The cloaked figure paused abruptly, a fiery explosion erupting before him, reminiscent of a circus trick that obscured the view of onlookers. He ascended into the air like a bat, his form vanishing into the distance. The fairies, realizing they could not pursue, refrained from chasing after him and instead began to restore order amidst the chaos. Remarkably, they had sustained no significant losses. Soon, through the magic at their disposal, the shattered buildings and disordered streets transformed and rejuvenated, returning to their former glory. Maud's heart surged with excitement. He had never witnessed such a grand display of magic. At home, he had only occasionally seen his father, Tummer, perform a few minor spells. Were these flames truly ablaze? Maud felt that this was also a form of the fire spell, albeit a more advanced incantation. The scene of magical combat was already quite spectacular. However, within the realm of magic, the spells wielded by top wizards such as Dumbledore and Voldemort were truly magnificent and, of course, perilous. Let us proceed, he sighed, for he had not anticipated witnessing a duel in Diagon Alley. Such occurrences were more suited to the darker alleys, where dark wizards frequently roamed. Upon returning home, Maud hurried to his room, eager to discover the effects of this wand with a compatibility rating of 100. He closed the door and windows, drawing the curtains. He was prepared to experiment with some commonly used auxiliary spells. Maud shattered an old cup, one that had been replaced previously, with the rim cracked. The vessel was utterly destroyed, fragmented into countless shards of glass. With a mere flick of his wand, barely a motion, a glimmer of silver light flashed above it. The myriad tiny pieces of glass swiftly coalesced, returning to their original form. This wand, upon special assessment by the wizard, was found to enhance his magical potency by 50 and accelerate his casting speed by 10. The increase in casting speed was palpable. It was indeed swifter than when employing his previous wand. What transpired? Maud. Suddenly, Tomail rushed over, knocking on the door and calling out loudly. Having heard the sound of the cup breaking, the recent events in Diagon Alley had left a profound impression on him. He wondered if something had occurred with Maud, if he had sustained an injury. No, it's nothing, father. I merely broke a cup by accident. Maud hurriedly replied, That's good. Take care. Only then did Tomail feel reassured and walk away. Emoda contemplated that he could no longer afford to shatter any more cups. Glancing at the notebook on his desk, he tore out several pages, scattering the torn pieces across the floor. Everything returned to its original state. Maud felt a certain awkwardness, as if the angle of the wand's movement were slightly amiss. Consequently, he repeated the motion several times. He tore the paper apart and restored it repeatedly, and at last, the process began to feel much smoother. There is indeed a profound knowledge behind the act of wielding a wand. As for the intensity of the spell, it cannot be tested with a restoration charm. The only ordinary spell he could experiment with was a singular one. Lumos. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the wand, radiating with an intensity that seemed particularly glaring in the dimly lit room after the curtains were drawn. Maud contemplated the distinction between the spell cast with his previous wand and the new one. It should indeed be significantly brighter. However, he had no precise notion of how much so. Deciding to experiment, he retrieved the old wand. After today, it would find its place in his storage magic, serving merely as a backup wand, perhaps never to be employed again. Once more, he cast the spell of illumination. This time, the contrast was quite pronounced. The current glow could not fully illuminate the entire room and appeared somewhat dimmer in the limited areas it reached. Confirming the actual effects of the enhancement provided by the new wand, Maud traced a golden circle with his finger and tossed the old wand inside. This spatial storage magic was indeed remarkably convenient. Maud harbored a profound admiration for this spatial magic. Its visual spectacle far surpassed that of the shadow shift. He pondered when he might acquire a genuine form of spatial magic, one that would allow for traversing dimensions. This wand surely deserved a name of its own. Maud gently caressed the new wand. Since it is associated with the heart of a dragon, let us name it the Dragon Heart Wand. Before long, the 1st of September arrived. Maud, hurry up. Emodo was still tidying up his belongings inside the house, while his father, Tomayer, stood at the door impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. The train was scheduled to depart at 9 o'clock. They have arrived. They have arrived. Maud packed the last few essentials prepared by her mother, Danny, into her suitcase. Perhaps you should take some pastries as well, Maud, Danny suggested, handing over a few neatly wrapped treats. I just made them last night. Oh, I don't think so. Mo's suitcase had reached its limit, and he was utterly reluctant to stuff any more items inside. Ultimately, with no other options, he swiped his index finger. A portal of resplendent golden light materialized in the air, and Mo meticulously placed the pastries within. The spatial magic he wielded was truly vast. This was the first occasion that witnessed Mo performing this extraordinary magic, and he inquired, "What kind of magic is this? Where did you learn it?" Maud smiled, contemplating what kind of excuse he could conjure. Suddenly, the clock chimed. "My dear, let's discuss this later. It's a magical occurrence, for it is already 8 o'clock. Danny, unfamiliar with magic, observed the clock striking and urged the two to hasten. Fortunately, the roads were not heavily congested, and the pair rushed along without time for idle conversation. At last, they arrived at King's Cross Station in London. The two hurried to the platform. Before long, Maud spotted several individuals with red hair. Could they be members of the Weasley family? Red hair, blue eyes, and a pair of twins. Indeed, it was unmistakable. "George, stop fooling around. It's time to board," called a lady with red hair. "Ron? Where's Ron? Hurry up, move faster." Maud turned her gaze towards Ron, a boy with red hair and blue eyes, adorned with freckles and of similar stature. "Hello, are you also here to catch the train to Hogwarts School?" Mrs. Weasley noticed Maud and Tomail. Tomail approached her and extended his hand. "Greetings, you must belong to the Weasley family. I am Tomail Maris, a wizard working in the Muggle world." "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Molly Weasley. Is this your child?" "Oh, how adorable." Mrs. Weasley gently ruffled Maud's hair. Hearing the compliment, Maud felt a bit awkward and adjusted his glasses. At his age, he was indeed meant to be called cute, yet his mental age, or rather his actual age, seemed at odds with such a term. "Yes, ma'am." Maud introduced himself. "I am Maud Maris." Mrs. Weasley bent down to meet Maud's gaze. "Young Maris, are you starting school this year? My son Ron is just like you. Perhaps you two could become great friends." Ron, come here." The two adults continued their conversation, engrossed in their own world. Maud greeted Ron for the first time, once again introducing himself. Ron widened his eyes, gazing at Maud with curiosity. "I believe I just heard your name. I am Ron Weasley. Those two over there are my brothers. One is named George, the other Fred." "Oh, they're twins. Do you play wizard's chess?" "It is truly a delightful game. I must say, I excel at it. If you share this interest, we must engage in a couple of matches." Maud smiled awkwardly, clearly enchanted by the whimsical nature of wizard's chess, and was eager to share this passion upon their first encounter. Ron's affable demeanor was quite appealing. He was boisterous and often amusing, a trait that Maud found endearing. After engaging in conversation for a while, their mutual understanding of Ron's character facilitated a quick breakthrough in their chess game, solidifying their newfound friendship. Before long, Maud noticed a familiar figure approaching, pulling a suitcase with a sense of purpose. It was Harry. He raised his hand, gesturing for Harry to look over. "Harry, over here. Are you searching for platform 9 3/4? Harry, with a look of confusion, turned to him. He had just inquired with the staff about the elusive platform, only to be met with their bewilderment. "Are you Maud Maris?" he exclaimed suddenly, his surprise palpable. You're a wizard too? Maud laughed heartily. As Ron and Harry made each other's acquaintance, they engaged in a brief conversation. Maud then elaborated on how to locate and access platform 9 3/4. Before long, they were prepared to approach the platform. George and Fred dashed toward a pillar situated between platforms 9 and 10, and Maud couldn't help but maliciously ponder whether they would collide and suffer a painful bump on their heads. The moment they made contact with the pillar, they seamlessly merged into the wall, akin to a droplet of water dissolving into a pool. The realm of magic is indeed devoid of rationality. Ron and Harry followed suit, and Maud hurriedly pushed his luggage along. As he neared the pillar, his vision darkened, and upon colliding with the structure, he felt no resistance whatsoever. After a brief moment, his surroundings suddenly opened up before him. He found himself still at a train station, yet the train was no longer the same as before. A sign on the platform indicated 9 3/4. With the train about to depart, Maud swiftly boarded, waving goodbye to his father, Tummel. The space inside the train was rather cramped, filled with numerous passengers, and nearly every compartment was packed to capacity. Maud only recognized Ron and Harry, and thus it was only natural for him to follow them into a compartment. Wait a moment. Just as they settled down, Ron suddenly pointed at Harry. Are you Harry Potter? Yes, Harry replied, somewhat perplexed. What's the matter? Huh, Harry Potter. Ron's expression was rather peculiar. What wizard doesn't he know Harry Potter? Maud stood by, watching the performance, when suddenly Ron called out his name. Do you know? He is none other than the boy who lived. Maud nodded simply and replied blandly, I know. Ron, who was just about to enlighten Maud about Harry's legendary tale, was momentarily taken aback by such a response. You must have known all along, haven't you? Do you need to buy some snacks? A small cart rolled over, adorned with an array of snacks that Maud had never even seen before. Maud's father had a penchant for the mundane world, and thus had never purchased wizarding food. Harry glanced at both Maud and Ron, then retrieved a stack of coins from his pocket. I'll take it all. Indeed, what a fortunate individual. He was truly affluent. Maud was quite fascinated by the peculiar snacks of the wizarding world, and thus he joined the two in indulging in an array of bizarre treats. He held a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and popped one into his mouth. Fortune smiled upon him, as he was spared the peculiar flavors of earwax or booger. Instead, he savored the delightful tastes of peach and orange, reminiscent of fruit candies. By the way, Fred taught me a spell. Would you like to see it? Ron glanced at Maud and the other two with a sense of pride. Maud nodded and said, all right. However, before we proceed, let us indulge in some pastries. His mother had prepared an abundance of treats, far too many for him to consume alone. So he decided to invite a few others to join him. He had no intention of concealing his spatial storage magic, especially since it would inevitably require him to retrieve and store various items at Hogwarts. Although this spatial enchantment typically did not necessitate a wand. Maud pondered for a moment and deliberately drew his wand, waving it gracefully through the air. The space opened, and a golden ring of light materialized. Maud reached inside and retrieved an assortment of pastries. Oh, look, I also inadvertently brought along a jug of warm milk. Maud took out a steaming cup of hot milk, the vapor rising gracefully from the surface. Ron and Harry stared in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? Merlin's beard. The milk is still steaming. Such exclamations were music to Maud's ears. Regardless of age, he always had a penchant for such admiration. The vessel containing the milk was not insulated, and it had been several hours since breakfast. Logically, it should have cooled by now. Maud was somewhat astonished, for it was the first time he discovered that his storage magic possessed the ability to keep items warm. He waved his hand and said, Come, let us eat. I have brought several cups. Instantly, the chairs were adorned with an array of pastries, and 3 steaming cups of milk were poured. The 3 of them blew gently on the steam rising from their cups, sipping the milk while enjoying the pastries, creating a scene of delightful contentment. Suddenly, a red-haired girl burst in, taken aback by the sight before her. How do you have hot milk? She exclaimed, with large, expressive eyes and somewhat tousled hair. She exuded a strong scholarly aura. This was a girl with a profound passion for learning. Realizing that all 3 individuals were staring at her, she felt somewhat intrusive. I apologize, my name is Hermione Granger. I am looking for a toad. Have you seen one? Maud and a few others shook their heads. Perhaps they were in other compartments, but certainly not in this one. Miss Granger, said Maud, would you care for a glass of milk? The trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, had gathered, and their adventure was about to commence. Oh, and I seem to be an additional light bulb here. Is that permissible? Hermione gestured towards herself. You may simply call me Hermione. However, I do have a question. Where does your milk originate? I recall there being no such provisions available here. Before Maud could respond, Ron exclaimed loudly, magic. My brother, his magic is formidable. Ron wore a proud expression, as if he had just cast the spell himself. Brother? Maud felt a sense of amusement. Having only just met, he was already referred to as a brother by Ron. It was merely a simple spatial magic. Maud once again employed the storage magic, retrieving a pristine cup while remarking, this is a spell solely for storage, of little utility. He poured a glass of milk, intending to offer it to Hermione, only to discover that the young lady was intently gazing at the golden halo, her hand reaching in as she contemplated peering inside to discern its contents. Maud chuckled, for she was indeed a girl overflowing with curiosity. Hermione, he reminded gently. Oh. Hermione finally came to her senses, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, as if startled yet bashful. I have never encountered this spell. It is not included in the foundational incantations. Where did you learn this? Might you share the name of this enchantment with me? Maud smiled slightly, choosing not to divulge the information. It was a deliberate act, driven by a sudden whim of mischief. You. Hermione was indeed infuriated, revealing her petulance. She took a fierce gulp of milk, as if intending to consume Maud alongside it. Suddenly, she paused, realization dawning. I know you, don't I? Maud was somewhat perplexed. Ron and Harry glanced over, surprised to learn that Maud was so renowned. Hermione continued. You are the individual who was denied admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 2 years ago, and the only person in the annals of Hogwarts history to receive an acceptance letter only to be rejected thereafter, the reason being your lack of magical aptitude. Maud nodded, truly deserving of the title of the all-knowing sister. What? Ron and Harry exclaimed in unison. You were denied admission due to a lack of magical talent? What you just performed, was it not magic? Was it merely an illusion? That cannot be. Could it be that the professor's eyesight is failing? Moda had chuckled. Indeed. It was I who was referred to. However, I must say, this is hardly remarkable, for here lies the sole miracle of the magical realm. Maud looked at Harry, and Hermione immediately realized. You are the boy who lived, Harry Potter. I have read your story. Harry nodded in bewilderment. Can you tell me about that magic? Really? Hermione still did not give up, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Maud. Maud shook his head. It was indeed a simple spell, learned from others. Really? Yet I have not encountered anyone in the annals of magical history who has either created or utilized such a spell. By the way, Hermione, do you know who our professors are? Maud shifted the topic, successfully diverting Hermione's attention. The four of them settled down to continue sipping their milk, and Ron introduced himself as well. Your milk is quite delightful, Hermione remarked, raising her wand to point at Harry's somewhat shattered glasses. Restoration complete. A wondrous force infused Harry's glasses, and the formerly broken lenses instantly became smooth and pristine. As the train came to a halt, Maud disembarked. Approaching him was an enormous figure, a half-giant standing over 3 meters tall, clad in a coat of moleskin, with a face adorned by a thick beard and long, slightly curled hair, resembling a majestic lion. He was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This was not Maud's first encounter with Hagrid. They had met here 2 years prior. Maud approached Hagrid, feeling an intangible pressure emanating from his towering height. Hagrid noticed Maud, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Have you been here before? Maud nodded, affirming, indeed, I visited this place 2 years ago, Hagrid. Harry recognized Hagrid and greeted him warmly. First years, follow me and take a seat in the boat. Under Hagrid's guidance, Maud and his companions swiftly arrived at a magnificent castle. This, indeed, was the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Maud was somewhat moved, for the castle was indeed immense, with countless staircases. The castle exuded an ancient charm, and upon entering, one could truly sense the aura of the magical realm. The staircases seemed to extend into the unknown, and Maud followed the crowd, ascending until they finally arrived before a grand door. Beyond the door lay the school's auditorium, where a professor stood awaiting them. She wore square glasses and a deep green robe, topped with a pointed wizard hat, her age apparent. This was Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as the professor of transfiguration. Welcome to Hogwarts. Soon, your sorting ceremony will commence, Professor McGonagall proclaimed. Her expression stern, a habit of hers. She introduced the forthcoming sorting ceremony, elaborating on the school's various rules, including the meritocratic system where the house with the highest scores at the end of the year would be awarded the House Cup. Please wait here as the sorting ceremony is about to begin. With that, Professor McGonagall entered the auditorium and closed the door behind her, leaving a group of new students outside to engage in lively discussions. New environments always incite chatter. It seemed the rumors from the train were indeed true. Harry Potter had arrived. "I am Draco Malfoy." A boy with golden hair suddenly approached Harry, speaking haughtily. Observing his slicked-back hairstyle, Maud noted his height, which appeared increasingly incongruous, prompting an involuntary laugh. Ron, too, chuckled for reasons unknown. The previously jovial Malfoy's expression darkened suddenly. "I know you, with your red hair and tattered robes. You are a member of the Weasley family." He glared at Ron before shifting his gaze to Maud. "As for you, a student expelled from the school 2 years ago." Maud was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that this matter had spread quite far, and even Malfoy was aware of it. "Harry Potter, soon you shall realize that certain wizarding families hold superiority over others. You would not wish to befriend the wrong sort." Ron's expression revealed a hint of indignation. Modus, however, remained indifferent, even smiling and nodding slightly, which did little to provoke his ire. Malfoy felt as though he had struck a punch into thin air, leaving him somewhat unsettled. "Umph," he scoffed derisively. "Someone like you, lacking any magical aptitude, is merely here to seek attention. You were eliminated 2 years ago, and today will yield no different a fate." The onlookers exchanged glances, having never heard of Modus, yet questioning how someone devoid of magical talent could possibly gain admission to Hogwarts. Maud applauded, exclaiming, "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy is most certainly well-mannered." He suddenly resolved to provoke Malfoy a bit. Such words had not graced my ears in a long while. They were indeed thought-provoking. Truly, Mr. Malfoy is deserving of admiration. As Malfoy listened to Maud's remarks, with the repeated titles of Mr. and praises, it seemed as if he was not being spoken of disparagingly. "So, you are acquainted with me," he declared, lifting his chin, believing that Maud was aware of his lineage and thus refrained from opposing him, choosing instead to speak kindly to atone for his previous misstep. "Of course, I know you." Maud smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, a mouth full of pure blood lineage. A person who could only cower beneath the shadows of his family's legacy. Stripped of that lineage, he would amount to nothing. "Oh, but I stand corrected. You possess a noble pompadour as well." Malfoy's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, and were there a vent for his fury, steam would surely escape. Ron erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "How utterly true." His mirth was infectious, and soon, the surrounding freshmen could no longer contain themselves, joining in with muffled chuckles. Malfoy had clenched his fists tightly. Maud understood that a confrontation was unlikely, for Professor McGonagall would soon emerge. His previous impression of this troublesome boy was already unfavorable, and upon their meeting, it seemed to deteriorate further. "Come in," Professor McGonagall suddenly said, patting Malfoy's shoulder as she addressed all the new students. The first-year students formed a queue and entered the hall, and at last, Maud beheld the scene within. The ceiling of the hall was a night sky, resplendent with stars. Yet it was not open to the elements, it was an enchantment. Beneath this celestial canopy floated rows of candles, their flames illuminating the entire hall. Students filled the space in orderly lines. Many were upperclassmen, alongside a few from 2 years prior. One figure appeared somewhat familiar. "Yes, I have seen that individual. They traveled on the same train with me 2 years ago, but they were later denied admission." "How curious." The upperclassmen began to whisper among themselves. Harry glanced over, and Ron nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to ignore the murmurs of the others. Maud also heard it. He shrugged, unperturbed. When someone pricks at your wounds, it is only when the pain intensifies that one truly becomes vexed. However, he now possessed magic. Studying the arcane arts was no longer an issue, and even his wounds had healed. Silence. Professor McGonagall stood before the first-year students, gesturing for all to quiet down. Next, Professor Dumbledore had words to impart. The venerable yet sprightly Professor Dumbledore, still donning his crescent-shaped spectacles, squinted as he addressed the assembly. "Dear students, before we embark upon this new term, I have several important announcements to make. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the school caretaker, wishes to remind everyone that if you wish to avoid untold torment and peril, refrain from venturing into the corridor to the right on the 4th floor." Maud looked at Professor Dumbledore's serious demeanor, wishing to roll his eyes. Telling a group of young wizards not to venture to a certain place was undoubtedly an invitation to pique their curiosity, a blatant act of baiting. Once Professor Dumbledore concluded his remarks, Professor McGonagall took over. She referenced the peculiar, black sorting hat, stating, "Those whose names I call, please step forward. Hermione Granger." Maud observed Hermione as she took deep breaths, uttering words of encouragement to herself. "You can do it, Hermione." At this moment, Miss Granger appeared somewhat youthful. Gryffindor. Upon her acceptance into Gryffindor House, Hermione beamed with joy. The new students in the audience also began to applaud. Next, Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. Harry Potter. As Harry's name was called, Maud attentively scrutinized the expressions of Dumbledore and another professor. Dumbledore, seated, suddenly straightened up, adopting a more attentive posture. Meanwhile, Professor Snape fixed his somewhat indifferent gaze intently upon Harry. Soon Maud Maris. With his name announced, Maud stepped forward, once again observing the crooked hat that faintly revealed a face. The Sorting Hat, as it was placed atop Maud's head, exclaimed loudly, "I remember you, Maud Maris. The one expelled from Hogwarts 2 years ago. You possess no magical talent." The students below erupted in hushed conversations. What is happening? Does he truly lack magical ability? How then did he receive an acceptance letter? I recall Maud Maris. I greeted him on the same train 2 years ago. Indeed, he was expelled by the Sorting Hat for his lack of talent. The professors at the head table exchanged peculiar glances. They too had witnessed Maud during the sorting ceremony 2 years prior, recognizing his lack of aptitude. Now, how had he returned to the school? Some professors glanced at Dumbledore, who merely squinted and offered a knowing smile. Maud did not heed the words of the Sorting Hat. Instead, he was lost in contemplation, pondering which house he might be placed in. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or perhaps Gryffindor. He felt that Gryffindor might be the most suitable choice, so he, emulating Harry, silently repeated Gryffindor in his mind. How could this be? How could he possibly possess magic? How had he suddenly acquired magical abilities and a talent for sorcery? The Sorting Hat was somewhat disoriented. It was reluctant to accept that it had erred 2 years prior, for it had never misjudged anyone before. Sorting Hat, proceed. Do not waste everyone's time, Professor Dumbledore interjected from behind. How could this be? How could this be? Professor Dumbledore withdrew his wand and, with a sudden incantation, awakened the Sorting Hat. Oh, my apologies, Professor. This individual, Maud Maris, shall be placed in Gryffindor. This time, its voice was not particularly resounding. Maud nodded with satisfaction. Though he was the subject of scrutiny from a multitude, the outcome was indeed favorable. He had finally ventured into the realm of magic. Applause resonated from the crowd. Yet the genuine enthusiasm came solely from 3 individuals, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the acquaintances he recognized. The path of the strong is invariably a solitary one. Emma was lost in self-adoration. Cool, Ron exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your reputation now might even surpass Harry's. Maud rolled his eyes. If you desire this reputation, I shall bestow it upon you. The dormitory has already been assigned. Maud and the other newcomers followed the upperclassmen as they made their way to the Gryffindor dormitory. Soon, he beheld the renowned moving staircase that this place is famous for. Maud raised his gaze, observing that the ancient edifice was adorned with portraits, and the staircase sporadically twisted and turned. If one did not keep track of the direction, one might easily find oneself lost if the wrong staircase was taken on any given day. He looked upward, reaching the 4th floor, the area that was deemed off-limits by Dumbledore. He had no intention of venturing inside. His curiosity merely compelled him to glance. Hey, Hermione approached. Surely you do not intend to take risks in the forbidden area? It is far too perilous. The consequences could be more dire than death. You might even face expulsion. Maud looked at Hermione with amusement. To her, the worst possible fate was expulsion. Rest assured, I am not the type to court trouble. Moreover, it is Hermione who should be deemed the troublemaker. Those 3 little ones will soon venture inside for their own adventure. Subsequently, a group of individuals gathered before a painting depicting a fat lady, whose name indeed was Fat Lady. Suddenly, the portrait came to life. The password. The fat lady in the painting uttered those 2 words. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, responded, Dragon Dome. A passageway opened behind the portrait, leading to the Gryffindor common room. The fire in the hearth crackled warmly, surrounded by a few chairs and a comfortable sofa. 2 staircases flanked the room, leading to the boys' dormitory on one side and the girls' dormitory on the other. Maud entered the dormitory and surveyed the surroundings. The accommodation was quite spacious, devoid of bunk beds, with each individual enjoying a large bed to themselves. Maud gently touched the blanket, feeling its comfort. Indeed, the accommodation was quite splendid. He then strolled to the window. peering through the glass to behold an expansive ocean beyond. It must be the sea. Hey, Maud, you are here too. Ron and Harry approached, their faces alight with surprise as they gazed at Maud. Maud felt it quite serendipitous to be assigned to the same room. After organizing his belongings, he climbed into bed. Maud, how did you manage it? I mean, how did you learn magic? Ron inquired, with Harry turning to look at him as well. Magic? Isn't it simply a matter of wielding a wand? The following day, shortly after dawn, Maud rose. After freshening up, he retrieved a beginner's guide to standard spells. If memory served him correctly, the first class of the day was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson. The more intricate the transfiguration, the greater the magical energy required. Conversely, simpler transformations demanded less power. Similarly, the complexity of an object being transfigured increased the difficulty of the task. To master this art, one must not only possess a vivid imagination, but also engage in relentless practice. Maud had previously encountered this transfiguration spell. He had grasped the incantations and wand techniques to a certain extent, yet he was not a prodigy in this domain. True mastery could only be achieved through persistent practice. Maud contemplated whether the knowledge he had yet to fully grasp could be exchanged for some new insights with Kunlun. Surely, there must be some commonality in the related magic. Perhaps he could begin his studies of transformation spells from this point. With this thought, Maud delved deep into his mind. The snow-capped Kunlun Mountains loomed majestically within the vast expanse of his imagination. Maud organized his understanding of the transfiguration spell within his mind and transmitted it through a conduit to Kunlun. Kunlun received the information, yet this transfer of knowledge was peculiar, fragmented and intermittent. Was it a success or not? Maud observed intently, and at last, the exchange of knowledge concluded smoothly. This time, the knowledge was indeed incomplete, and within his mind, fragments of grand incantations began to take shape. Maud meticulously perused the words within his mind. The fantasy spell, a magical invention of fools, allows one to transmute their imagination into illusions. As long as your creativity and magical prowess are sufficient, the distinction between these illusions and reality becomes indistinguishable. This enchantment possesses the characteristics of instant casting and accessibility for novices. Should the day arrive when your strength is adequate, you may even conjure an entire world of illusions. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang, signifying that there were merely 20 minutes left until the commencement of classes. He turned his head to glance at Harry and Ron, who were still soundly asleep. Emoda descended from the bed and playfully delivered 2 light slaps, of course, upon the arm. Harry stirred awake and inquired, "What is the matter?" Maud was speechless. No wonder he could be late on the first day. Soon, Harry became alert and hurried to freshen up, while Ron remained asleep. Maud's 2 slaps merely elicited a grunt from him before he turned over. Maud tapped his head twice, causing a buzzing sensation that finally roused him from his stupor. "Ah, what a dreadful morning," Ron murmured as he rubbed his head. The 3 of them hurriedly made their way to the classroom. Maud pushed open the door and stepped inside first, glancing at the time. He had arrived precisely on the dot. As for the 2 who had arrived just a moment too late, a smile crept onto Maud's face. There was no saving them now. In the classroom, students were diligently wielding quills, engrossed in their writing. At the front, Maud spotted McGonagall, currently in the form of a cat. He noticed Hermione turning around and waved to greet her. "Oh, Harry, Maud, I'm glad you made it. Just imagine if Professor McGonagall found out." Maud slapped him on the head. Ron was instantly bewildered, unable to comprehend why he had been struck without cause. Moore gestured towards the podium. The cat perched upon it had transformed into the visage of Professor McGonagall, who approached with an air of authority. Ron, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly. "You 3, Professor McGonagall began. I arrived at 6:59, precisely on time." Her stern expression abruptly faltered. Even if one is not late, it is imperative to allow others to finish speaking. Interrupting is a most unbecoming habit. She was about to impart a lesson on the importance of courtesy to Moore. Maud raised a hand and politely remarked, "Professor McGonagall, I acknowledge my mistake and assure you that I will refrain from entering the classroom at the last moment in the future." Sighing, Professor McGonagall nodded in response, and Maud proceeded to his seat. "And what are the 2 of you? Do you lack a sense of time? Should I transform you into timepieces so you may grasp the concept of punctuality?" The class commenced in earnest. Standing at the lectern, Professor McGonagall articulated her perspectives on the transfiguration spell along with various techniques. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts, and I expect you to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Any student who disrupts my class will be expelled and forever barred from returning. As she elaborated on the textbook material, Professor McGonagall interspersed her own profound insights, which proved invaluable to Maud. Maud listened attentively, diligently jotting down notes on paper. Now, we have reached the experimental phase. Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each individual. The task at hand is to transform this matchstick into a needle. Maud turned his head, intending to observe the performance of the academic prodigy, Hermione. Upon noticing his gaze, Hermione's expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. She felt compelled to demonstrate to this fellow that she, Hermione, was also a little genius. After several attempts, she successfully transformed a matchstick into a needle. With a sense of pride, Hermione cast a triumphant glance at Maud. Maud turned back and glanced at Harry. Ah, it seems he has nearly succeeded. Is this the prowess of a scholar and a genius? Maud began his maiden attempt in the classroom. He fervently waved his wand, reciting incantations. Yet the matchstick remained merely a matchstick, and nothing transpired. Time and again, he concentrated intently. Maud followed the notes step by step, yet despite numerous attempts, he saw no results. Ron patted his shoulder, remarking, "We truly are a pair of unfortunate brothers." Professor McGonagall approached, letting out a sigh. This child possesses talent, yet it appears to be rather lacking. Just then, Malfoy caught sight of the scene. He raised a silver needle and mockingly whispered to Maud, "Someone like you. A complete failure, ought to remain in the broom cupboard, spending a lifetime with brooms." Maud's impression of the situation deteriorated once again, contemplating when he might bestow upon this mischievous child a complete childhood. As the class drew to a close, he had nearly become the center of attention. He mused, recalling the fragmented incantations of the transfiguration spell. Silently reciting the spell, he waved his wand with a delicate flick, igniting a match. Under the influence of this magical force, the match gradually transformed into a silver needle. This was merely an illusion, yet the simplicity of a silver needle required little imagination, rendering it sufficiently realistic. Malfoy gasped, freezing in place. He turned his head, suspecting that Maud had just been toying with him. Clearly capable, yet he feigned ignorance. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly at Maud. Harry gave a thumbs up, while Ron exclaimed, "Hey, Maud, you tricked even me." Ron believed Maud had deliberately feigned ineptitude with the transfiguration spell to annoy Malfoy, all the while pretending not to grasp the incantation. Mastering the transfiguration spell either required genius, achieving success after only a few attempts, or necessitated a humble journey from a matchstick to something resembling a silver needle. Hermione shot Maud a disapproving glare. Maud smiled, finding the sensation rather pleasant. Although he had yet to master the art of transformation, he was determined to restore his dignity. As for the transfiguration spell, he could afford to learn it gradually. If all else failed, he still possessed the illusion spell, a magic that could turn the fictitious into the real. The moment class concluded, Maud contemplated heading to the library. On one hand, he relished the act of reading. On the other, his extraordinary ability, Kunlun, necessitated his study. However, the path to the library eluded him. Maud glanced and immediately spotted a wild mane of red hair amidst the crowd. He pursued it without hesitation. If there was anyone among the students who undoubtedly knew the whereabouts of the library, it was Hermione. "What are you following me for?" she asked, regarding him with curiosity. "I'm going to read," he replied. "Then why are you trailing behind me?" Maud turned to me with a peculiar gaze, expressing that he did not recognize the way. However, he inquired if I were not headed to the library. I reassured him that I could simply follow. My dear Hermione's face flushed a shade of crimson as I reminded him that I was, in fact, en route to the ladies' room. Maud gently ran his fingers through his hair, offering an awkward smile. "I assumed you were either in the library or en route to it." Maud asked Hermione for directions to the library and made his way there alone. The Hogwarts library, indeed, was extraordinary, spanning an area comparable to that of a Quidditch pitch. The library was filled with densely packed shelves, each adorned with books whose covers bore an antique charm. Just one shelf contained an overwhelming number of volumes that Maud struggled to count. Here, one could find a wealth of literature covering various subjects, from the celestial history of the magical world to its cultural geography, and the collection was remarkably abundant. Most importantly, it housed nearly every spell known in the magical realm, a comprehensive series of standard incantations, theories of magic, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 wondrous herbs, and texts on potion crafting and brewing. Maud raised the standard spells, level 2, glancing over the densely packed descriptions of magic. However, every spell differed from those he had encountered in the standard spells, level 1. Here, there were also standard spells of levels 3, 4, and 5. Maud sighed, contemplating whether he would ever master these spells given his magical aptitude. He picked up a tome on magical theory, hoping to uncover any techniques that might enhance his learning abilities. Suddenly, a playful voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, you actually came over to read." Hermione's figure materialized, her whimsical energy startling Maud. Maud cast a sidelong glance at her. "What else would I come to the library for if not to read?" Hermione picked up a book, seated herself opposite Maud, and began to immerse herself in her reading. Maud immersed himself in the content of the book. The sound of rapid flipping echoed softly, yet its frequency was particularly swift, eventually capturing Maud's attention. He lifted his gaze to behold the scene before him. Hermione Granger was turning the pages, each one scarcely lingering for more than 2 or 3 seconds, the act of reading resembling the mere flipping of a book. In the span of this fleeting moment, she had already consumed nearly half of the volume. Maud looked at the book he had just perused, having turned through pages 1, 2, and 3. It was no wonder that Hermione was dubbed the know-it-all. Her memory was akin to that of a camera. In stark contrast, his own reading pace felt akin to that of a tortoise. Truly, the comparison to others was disheartening. Maud coughed lightly. "Miss Granger, it is not correct to read in such a manner. When we engage with a text, we must scrutinize it meticulously, delving into every single phrase, rather than merely skimming through it. Such an approach yields little in the way of true learning." "But I have memorized it all," Hermione replied, her expression one of bewilderment as she lifted her gaze. "Memorized? Yes, but do you truly comprehend? Magic is a subject that demands exploration and understanding. It cannot simply be learned through rote memorization. If memorization sufficed, imagine how much magic one could master in a single day." Maud's comments were merely a reflection of his mischievous sense of humor. Hermione was only slightly disturbed and did not alter her reading habits, which had become deeply ingrained and difficult to change. Of course, there was no need for alteration, as Maud was merely jesting. After the afternoon, the two remained in the library, having settled for a light lunch and continued their studies without interruption. Maud was able to endure it, as he had experienced solitary reading numerous times. Given his actual age, it was quite normal for him to do so. However, Hermione, that young girl, truly defied logic. "Maud, Hermione, Harry, and Ron approached them. We've been searching for both of you for quite some time. So, you've been here studying all along?" The sight of so many books left them somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend that the two had spent the entire afternoon poring over such dry texts. "Isn't playing wizard chess more enjoyable? Why put yourselves through this torment? Are you two at odds with yourselves?" "My goodness." Ron scratched his head. "Do you think they're both insane, Harry?" Harry, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, "Why don't you both learn from us and take a proper look at the books? It could aid us in becoming great wizards." Hermione began to expound on her philosophical musings, leaving Maud in a state of astonishment. This girl was quite the chatterbox, wasn't she? Enough with the great wizard aspirations. "Ahem, great wizard." Ron mimicked Hermione's tone. "I reckon you're destined to become a great snot-nosed brat instead." Hermione's cheeks flushed with indignation. Harry swiftly covered Ron's mouth to prevent him from continuing. "You two carry on. Don't mind Ron and me," he said, as he dragged Ron away. Maud found it amusing. "Calm down, little scholar. Ron is merely teasing you. His temperament is somewhat mischievous. Do not hold a grudge against him." Hermione was about to voice her dissent, but his words rendered her momentarily speechless. Ron. That evening, Maud reflected upon the knowledge he had acquired that day and diligently transcribed it into his notebook. "Why don't you learn a spell to assist you in taking notes?" Harry suddenly suggested to him. Over the past few days, he had encountered various forms of magic, and noticing Maud's penchant for note-taking, he offered this recommendation. What thoughts crossed Maud's mind? "Thank you, Harry." Maud feels somewhat rigid. In the magical realm, who needs to take notes or compose articles? Isn't that the domain of magic itself? Magic is the foremost productive force in the world of enchantment. Indeed, Harry is truly everlasting. Imoda noted this necessity and contemplated heading to the library tomorrow to master this magic. Naturally, he would assess its difficulty. If it proved challenging, he would initially commit the incantation and some intricate details of the spell to memory, gradually immersing himself in the learning process. Maud settled his thoughts and resumed his note-taking, meticulously organizing the material. Although he had encountered various theoretical concepts and observed certain wand techniques, It was now time for slumber, rendering practice inappropriate. Emoda imparted this knowledge into Kunlun, from which he acquired more practical techniques for casting spells, as well as a magical art known as the construction of spellbooks. Maud was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy upon realization. The enchanting spell for note-taking that had just crossed his mind had indeed materialized. It was evident that Harry possessed an extraordinary fortune. This spell could conjure a magical tome of energy. Every word he saw, every lecture he listened to, and every thought that crossed his mind would automatically arrange itself within the pages of this book, provided he willed it so. It was a spell particularly suited for the academically gifted. However, it is important to note that the contents inscribed in the magical book did not equate to true comprehension or mastery. The primary function of this spell was to assist in note-taking, yet Maud was thoroughly satisfied. The requirements for magical aptitude were not particularly demanding, at least for Maud. This spell proved significantly less challenging than the Transfiguration Charm. Initially, he had considered not disturbing others' slumber late at night. However, upon recalling the description of this spell in his mind, he realized it was too enticing to resist. He resolved to study it, even if it meant sacrificing sleep. Mord lay beneath the covers, clutching his wand, contemplating the intricacies of his spell while occasionally waving it with a flourish. Though the white blanket was quite thick, it still emitted flashes of brilliant light. Just as Ron and Harry had settled down for the night, they meticulously pulled their blankets over their heads. Mord had dedicated a full 2 days to mastering this spell, studying during the day and practicing wand movements as he walked, occasionally rehearsing the incantation. The others remained indifferent. Such behavior was commonplace in the magical realm. There were indeed many diligent students like Mord, akin to that boy in his year who took delight in transforming water into wine. At long last, Mord successfully cast the spell, and in his hand appeared a book with slightly yellowed pages, its cover devoid of any inscription. Maud contemplated for a moment and decided to name the book The Diary of Magic. The cover naturally bore the prominent title. The enchantment exerted an almost negligible drain on his magical energy. In fact, Maud felt he could comfortably hold it throughout the entire day. When the time came to relinquish its use, the spell could be dispelled, allowing it to revert to nothingness. Nevertheless, the contents recorded within remained intact, which is precisely what rendered this magic so extraordinary. Maud tucked away his wand, securing the spellbook under his arm as he entered the library. Within the library, Hermione's presence was particularly striking. Hermione inquired, gazing at him. "Where is your wand? Why have you ceased your magical studies?" Over the past few days, Hermione and her companions had observed him practicing spells while walking, so the absence of his wand now seemed rather peculiar. Having completed his tasks, Maud gestured triumphantly and settled down with a book in hand. This time, he was delving into the fundamentals of potion making, the properties of daffodil bulbs, the method for brewing age potion, and the unique effects of bubble roots. Maud's reading speed had not significantly improved. However, his ability to note key points and formulate questions had accelerated considerably. On the table lay a spell book, seemingly dormant, yet beneath its unassuming cover, words began to emerge in rapid succession. These inscriptions captured all the essential elements he encountered. In the realm of writing, length is often sacrificed for clarity. By distilling these key segments, Maud would be able to revisit them in the future, thereby enhancing both his learning and inquiry speeds remarkably. Beneath each highlighted section, questions arose concerning aspects he did not comprehend, such as how to better integrate the various effects of age-enhancing potions. Maud suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette entering the library. Looking up, he recognized Professor Snape. Maud turned the pages of the spellbook, glancing at the plethora of questions he had accumulated, filling an entire page to the brim. Yet, the answers to these inquiries lay right before him. "Professor Snape." Mord waved his hand, greeting Snape with evident delight. "Ah, it is Mr. Maris," he remarked. Professor Snape, however, maintained his usual cold demeanor, his hawkish nose lending him an aura of darkness. To put it plainly, he did not appear to be a benevolent figure. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Maris?" he inquired. "Of course, Professor Snape. May I pose a few questions to you?" Snape regarded him with a hint of confusion before nodding. Apart from the Slytherin students, few dared to approach him, and even among Slytherin, those who truly sought his guidance were exceedingly rare. Maud opened the page of the spellbook filled with inquiries and began to seek answers. "Professor Snape, the foundational text on potion making mentions the properties of gillyweed, but does not elucidate whether this herb can be brewed into a potion. The book discusses the properties of bubble juice, yet fails to provide its preparation method. Could you enlighten me on its creation? It was evident that he was earnest in his questioning, diligently taking notes. Snape nodded, his expression remaining unchanged, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction within. This was the demeanor befitting a student. He reflected on the illustrious Harry Potter and wondered where he might be idling away his time now. Indeed, gillyweed can be transformed into a potion, enhancing its efficacy and extending the duration one can breathe underwater from 1 hour to 2. Snape provided an extensive explanation regarding these inquiries, detailing the information thoroughly. Maud pretended to take notes, while in reality, the spellbook was inscribing words on its own. Are there any further inquiries? Snape inquired. Certainly. Maud continued to pose inquiries. Snape, once again, launched into a lengthy discourse. Is there anything else? He inquired. Indeed, there is. Snape remarked, perplexed by the multitude of questions from this student. This time, he provided more concise answers, yet still conveyed the necessary clarity. Maud began to consult the foundational text of potion making, simultaneously reviewing its contents while instructing the magical tome to take notes. He posed inquiries to Professor Snape, who in turn provided responses for the book to document. And what of this question, Professor Snape? Once more, Maud posed a question. Snape appeared somewhat restless. Mr. Maris, how many questions do you have left? There are 5 remaining. Oh, now it seems there are 6, Maris replied. Excuse me? Snape glanced at his notes, which were filled with inquiries. Having just addressed several, there were only 6 questions remaining, quite manageable. Thus, Snape resumed his patient responses. At last, having answered the 6 questions, Snape rose to his feet. Until next time, Mr. Maris. Maud grasped his clothing and said, Wait, Professor Snape, I have 3 more questions. Why does this student's inquiries seem to multiply? Snape revealed a somewhat strained smile. Mr. Maris, you truly possess an insatiable curiosity. As Snape's impatience became palpable, Maud dared not pose further questions. Regretfully, he tucked away his potion book and returned to sit across from Hermione. His efforts bore fruit. Throughout the morning, he had managed to read an entire chapter of the foundational text on potion making, while the entire book comprised merely 5 chapters. This single chapter encompassed nearly all the fundamental potion knowledge expected of first-year students. The remainder would be devoted to practical application. Where did you just run off to? Hermione inquired upon his return. To ask questions. Of whom? Professor Snape. Oh, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. You mean the one who appears rather formidable, Professor Snape? Moore nodded slightly. Though he appeared intimidating, he was quite an admirable professor. He even praised my curiosity, though it is likely that Hermione might not fully appreciate such a compliment. Professor Snape will probably continue to bear the brunt of the blame. What book is that? Hermione inquired, noticing the antiquated tome he held. This young lady possesses remarkable observational skills. It's my notebook, Moore replied. A notebook? May I take a look? Maud casually handed her the spellbook. Well, Hermione exclaimed. Did you just ask so many questions? She pointed at the dense array of inquiries and their corresponding answers, her eyes seemingly sparkling with curiosity. How did you manage to take so many notes? Observing Miss Granger's fervent curiosity, Maud took the opportunity to elucidate the nature of the spellbook. It is a spell for recording notes. Just like this. As Hermione held the spellbook, a line of large letters suddenly appeared on the open page. Greetings, Hermione Granger. In an instant, the text vanished. My goodness. Hermione gasped, attracting the attention of several onlookers. And she quickly covered her mouth. Is this the magic you have been practicing all along? Indeed, Maud replied, taking a sip of water. It is the very spell I have been enthusiastically honing during my travels. What kind of magic is this? Maud glanced at her expression, which resembled that of one who had stumbled upon a treasure. Hermione was truly unwavering in her obsession with such knowledge. This magic, a closely guarded secret of mine, may very well be something I alone am studying in this world. Motun paused for a moment, as if about to embark on a lengthy discourse. Hermione also focused her attention. This was a wondrous form of magic, one that was exceedingly convenient. However, the specifics of this magic remained a closely guarded secret. Hermione listened intently, but upon hearing the word secret, she rolled her eyes and scoffed. You really are quite the miser. Maud did not continue reading further, but instead turned to his notes. These notes were merely inscribed in the spell book, necessitating his own study. He spent a considerable amount of time solidifying this knowledge at a preliminary level. He then designated this knowledge as Chapter 1 of the Fundamentals of Potionology. Maud pondered what knowledge of potion making could be exchanged for in Kunlun. Ancient potion knowledge? Or perhaps the techniques for concocting potions? Emoda closed his eyes, transmitting the organized knowledge all at once to Kunlun. The snow-capped summit of Kunlun appeared to emanate a faint golden glow. Maud is perplexed. What is this golden radiance? In the past 2 years, he has never encountered such a phenomenon. Upon inputting knowledge, Kunlun would directly exchange wisdom with him. He has also never witnessed any color other than white atop Kunlun Mountain. Maud concentrated his mind, gradually amplifying the golden radiance emanating from Kunlun Mountain. At last, he beheld it, a golden orb, nestled within the snow of Kunlun. It appeared translucent, yet the golden glow imbued it with vibrant hues. The mountain conveyed the essence of this luminous sphere, a legacy from the first elven king and master alchemist of the Age of Wizards, Gudges. This orb was the result of an unforeseen alchemical experiment during the Age of Wizards, which inadvertently birthed an alternative potion. The potion was named Elven Bloodline. Those who possessed this bloodline would transform into elves, beings born of magic. Elves? Maud recalled the house elves of the contemporary magical realm. Were they akin to these beings? Kunlun Mountain provided him with clarity. These magical entities bore dual facets. Their original countenance was ethereal, yet they possessed the ability to assume forms reminiscent of humanity. Maud saw the visage of the elves, a collective of beings with pointed ears, possessing human-like faces and physiques. Some of their eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light, while others were enveloped in flames, showcasing a remarkable diversity. It appeared that there existed more than one kind of elf. However, regardless of the perspective, they bore no resemblance to the domesticated house elves. The elven lineage comprises 4 distinct tiers, culminating in the Elven King, with the sage elves at the pinnacle. All elves possess an extraordinary capacity for the study and mastery of magic, far surpassing the imagination of wizards. The first tier of elven bloodline, the sage elves, are innate scholars, endowed with a profound talent for the study of magic, particularly excelling in the arts of memory and divination. Maud carefully examined the introduction of the sage spirit. He couldn't help but reflect upon himself, as well as Hermione and Harry. In this comparison, his own performance appeared rather disheartening. Reading at a glacial pace, struggling to master magic? At present, his transfiguration skills were still in their infancy. The golden sphere was a legacy of the elven bloodline left by Godric, which could be inherited with the aid of certain potions. One could inherit the bloodline directly? Maud reviewed it once more and confirmed that it could be directly inherited. The elven bloodline is a product of potion concoction. Yet the method of its creation is exceedingly intricate. Merely the materials for crafting, which Maud had just perused, spanned several densely packed pages. However, the ancient elven king, Gudges, had already made arrangements for those who would come after. Maud gazed at the potion ingredients, the unicorn horn, before him. These were some of the potions he had encountered during his studies the previous day, potions that were now commonplace in the magical realm. Did this not imply that he could ascend to the status of an elf? The prospect of becoming an elf held profound significance for him, as his magical aptitude was rather lackluster. The memory retention and magical learning capabilities of the sage elf struck at the very core of his aspirations. Lost in thought, Maud tightened his grip on the spell book, contorting it in his hands. "What are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed, unable to tolerate his treatment of the book. Books are the very ladder of human progress. How could one treat them with such disregard? With a swift motion, she smacked his hand away. Maud woke up with a start. "Oh, my apologies, I got a bit carried away." Hermione let out a cold laugh, unconvinced by his claim of being engrossed. Who could truly be captivated by their own notes to such an extent? Maud returned to his mind, continuing to absorb this information. From another perspective, the elf was no longer human. No longer human? Maud glanced at the introduction of the sage elf, possessing a remarkable memory and an innate talent for learning magic. What sort of being could this be? Does one truly have the fragrance of an elf? Maud decided to abandon his humanity. The second tier of elven bloodline, the flames, came to an abrupt halt. Maud felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that the potion knowledge he had acquired was limited to this exchange. The remaining knowledge would require continued diligence in his studies. Maud documented the necessary auxiliary potion for inheriting the bloodline of the sage elf in his spellbook. Subsequently, the text on that page vanished, leaving it blank, a remarkable feature of the spellbook that allows it to conceal written words. Now, it is imperative to prioritize the gathering of these materials, for there are several avenues to acquire them: Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and Professor Snape's office. Snape remarked, however, there exists a particularly elusive item, Unicorn horn. How shall we procure it? Maud knew that soon, Harry and the others would undoubtedly encounter a deceased unicorn. The path to obtaining it was fraught with peril. Yet, in pursuit of their future, one must sacrifice the safety of the present. Maud laid down the tome of magic and picked up the foundational text on potion making, continuing his studies with the second chapter. This chapter delves deeper into an array of herbs, additional materials, and a greater variety of potions. The reading posed even more challenges, as the arcane terminology and unfamiliar potions rendered the content perplexing. Unbeknownst to him, Maud filled an entire page with questions. Professor Snape. Maud raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, wondering if Snape was still present. It had only been a few hours since their last encounter, yet he found himself missing the professor. Unfortunately, it seemed that Professor Snape had returned to his office, for he was certainly not here now. After finishing his reading, Maud followed Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the dining hall for a sumptuous feast. The spread was lavish, featuring steak, lamb chops, bread, and corn. As they dined, their conversation flowed. Maud, why on earth are you reading at the table? Ron exclaimed dramatically. Oh, you must have been influenced by Hermione. She has a penchant for toting around books taller than herself wherever she goes. Hermione appeared somewhat displeased. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, she retorted. Harry gave Ron's shoulder a friendly pat. Hermione, don't pay him any mind. He can be quite the incessant chatterbox at times. Maud nodded in agreement. This statement was utterly accurate. He seized a chicken wing and bit into it. Ron was merely a chatterbox, but he possessed a genuinely kind nature. Upon sensing Maud's impending compliment, Ron nodded appreciatively. His only shortcomings lay in his academic performance and his penchant for provoking others, apart from which he bore no significant flaws. Ron remarked, "Is this a compliment?" Harry and Hermione erupted into laughter. "I know where Hagrid resides. Shall we visit him together?" Harry suggested suddenly. Hagrid? Isn't he the towering figure who welcomed the new students at the train station? Ron pondered, gesturing emphatically to illustrate Hagrid's stature. He truly was monumental, akin to a majestic lion. Hagrid served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and I have heard he is a rather amiable fellow. Hermione interjected, well versed in matters of the school. The trio unanimously agreed to embark on this visit, turning their attention toward Maud. Maud nodded. Very well, let us embark together. Maud pondered for a moment, then dashed outside, returning shortly thereafter. After finishing their meal, the group exited the school, jogging briskly until they arrived at Hagrid's modest cottage. It was a simple stone structure, topped with a chimney that was gently releasing wisps of smoke. Maud knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the tall Hagrid opened the door, holding a crossbow, aimed at them outside. Harry approached from behind, observing Hagrid's stance. What was this all about? Oh, it's you, Harry. Hagrid lowered the crossbow. I was just on guard against some ill-intentioned individuals. Come in, please. As Maud stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by the sight of a large black dog. The creature's head was twice the size of the heads belonging to the group of young wizards. Though its stature was imposing, it was far from intimidating, for the dog's face appeared both plump and endearing. Oh, this is my beloved pet, Yaya. Fear not. It does not bite. Consequently, the group gathered around, encircling Yaya and occasionally reaching out to stroke its fur. Yaya responded with a somewhat goofy bark. Maud felt the texture of Yaya's hand and promptly found a chair to settle down. He took out his spellbook and turned to the later pages, where the intriguing creatures captured his attention. He had briefly excused himself from dinner to retrieve this book, but instead of bringing it along, he had transcribed dozens of pages of original text into his spellbook. This was one of the spellbook's functionalities, to transfer observed text into its pages, akin to a photographic capability. Hagrid, possessing profound knowledge of magical creatures, would eventually become the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. Today, being in Hagrid's presence was an opportunity not to be squandered. Seeing Maud's enthusiasm ignited Hermione's own desire to strive, prompting her to extract a book of her own and immerse herself in its contents. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having finished examining Yaya, turned to witness this scene, momentarily speechless. Do you think, Ron, that we might be neglecting our studies? Harry pondered, contemplating whether they were the only students in the school who felt this way. Perhaps it was they who were the true anomalies? No, we are quite normal. They must be the ones who have lost their minds. Indeed, utterly mad. Ron gaped, his mouth hanging open as he absent-mindedly retrieved a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from his pocket, only to grimace at the foul taste of earwax. Hagrid, too, appeared taken aback. Mr. Mold and Miss Granger, truly dedicated to their studies, I see. Harry, you ought to take a page from their book. Hagrid hoped that this boy, with whom he shared a special bond from an early age, would thrive. Education was indeed a means to assist Harry in his journey. Of course, Hagrid, I will. Harry stammered. Like Ron, he was not particularly fond of reading. To them, the experience was more unpleasant than consuming a Bertie Bott's bean flavored with earwax. Mr. Mold, what are you reading? Hagrid inquired upon noticing the bold title on Mold's page about magical creatures, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh, so you share my fondness for magical creatures? That is splendid. Just call me Hagrid. Mold looked up from his book and addressed Hagrid. Hagrid approached Mold's side to examine the contents of his book. Oh, this hippogriff. I have one myself. It's an adorable little creature. Maud nodded quietly. Given Hagrid's keen interest in magical creatures, it is likely that he enjoys being asked questions about them. It seems that the upcoming question and answer session will be quite heartwarming. Hagrid stood beside Maud, engaging in conversation about the contents of the book while they both examined information on common magical creatures. The three of them, Maud, along with Hermione, immersed themselves in the book for quite some time. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had been preoccupied with the dogs for a while, wandering about in search of new and intriguing sights. At this moment, the two of them, feeling fatigued, rested their heads on the table, counting the patterns of the wood grain. In the absence of Hagrid's awareness, Emma took the liberty of recording numerous inquiries regarding magical creatures in the spellbook. With Hagrid conveniently present to elucidate matters, the questions remained relatively fewer. Maud turned the pages of the spellbook and came across the section that documented these inquiries. Hagrid, I'm aware of your extensive knowledge regarding magical creatures. Hagrid, somewhat bashful, waved his hand dismissively. No, I merely happen to have a passing interest in this subject. May I pose a few questions to you? Maud raised his gaze to meet Hagrid's eyes. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. His heart swelled with joy, for someone acknowledged him and recognized his profound knowledge of magical creatures. Of course, come along. Maud began by posing his first question. Hagrid, this book merely illustrates the appearance of unicorns, yet it does not delve into their behaviors. Is the owl a common messenger in the magical realm, also classified as a magical creature? What extraordinary characteristics does it possess? Hagrid chuckled warmly as he addressed Maud's inquiries. To him, these questions were well within his realm of expertise. During his school days, although his performance in other subjects may have faltered, his knowledge of magical creatures would undoubtedly have earned him top marks. This was not a matter of innate talent, but rather a profound passion. Hagrid's affection for magical beings led him to regard Maud as a rather splendid boy. Are there any further questions? After responding to several of Maud's queries, Hagrid felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. He relished the experience of teaching and the opportunity to interact with children. Certainly, it brought him immense joy. Maud flipped the page and proceeded to inquire about the contents of the next. Subsequently, he resumed his exploration of the book on common magical creatures, further accumulating questions. Hagrid's response indicated that the magical tome would assist him in organizing his thoughts, inscribing them within its pages. Coughing slightly from dryness, he took a sip of water and continued. Maud nodded. Hagrid finished his drink and resumed addressing Maud's inquiries. Time seemed to pass swiftly for Maud. The sky outside had grown dim. Hagrid's voice had become somewhat hoarse, and his smile appeared somewhat strained. He finally sensed something amiss. It seemed as though the questions were multiplying. Were there truly just a few inquiries? Maud, ahem, do you have any more questions? He asked, coughing slightly. Maud glanced at Hagrid's condition, clearly in need of a respite for his throat. Checking the time, he realized it was getting late. Perhaps next time, Hagrid nodded, suddenly feeling a surge of joy and breaking into a smile. If I have time tomorrow, I shall come by. Maud, listen to me. The area outside the school is rather unsafe. The group returned to the Gryffindor common room, where darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Hey, Maud, Hermione said, holding a book and flipping through its pages. She pinched a handful of pages, much like a victor from a Quidditch match. I have read so many books already. As for the rest, I shall not concede in my pursuit of knowledge. Maud admires Hermione's competitive spirit, yet finds it inexplicably amusing. This young girl possesses an exceptionally strong sense of rivalry in her studies. Maud gave her a thumbs up. Hermione, feeling pleased, lifted her head in satisfaction, preparing to return to her dormitory for some well-deserved rest. Oh, when it comes to studying, I certainly cannot compete. Ron began to imitate Hermione's tone. But before he could finish, Harry swiftly covered his mouth. Fortunately, Hermione walked briskly, thus escaping the unwelcome words. Imoda and Holly returned to their dormitory. What classes do they have tomorrow? Suddenly, Imoda recalled that tomorrow was presumably Professor Snape's potions class. He found this course rather enjoyable, as it offered an opportunity to acquire further knowledge in the art of potion making. However, Maud looked over at Harry, who was laughing and chatting merrily with Ron. Should he take some action? Maud pondered for a moment before addressing Harry. Harry, what is it, Maud? Harry turned to him. Are you interested in acquiring some knowledge about potions? Tomorrow marks Professor Snape's potions class. I think not, Harry replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile as he declined. I plan to retire for the night. Maud is at a loss for words. The mere mention of studying evokes a desire for slumber. This appears to be a characteristic of a certain group within the Muggle world. Maud took up his pen and inscribed a few words onto the paper. The Deathwater Goat's stomach contains aconite. Upon finishing, he tore off the sheet and tossed it to Harry. Harry, remember the answers to these 3 questions. They will prove useful tomorrow. What? Harry exclaimed, bewildered by the cryptic message. Though he could not comprehend why Maud insisted he memorize this, he nonetheless picked up the paper and committed it to memory. In truth, the text comprised no more than 20 words, making it quite easy to recall. The following day, Maud rose early, rousing Harry and Ron from their slumber. The trio hastened to the classroom, arriving punctually this time. Hey, Maud, you actually made it on time today, Hermione remarked from her seat. I thought you would. You ought not to say that. Maud interrupted Hermione's words. Indeed, Miss Know-it-all. Ron echoed Maud's sentiment. You are overly concerned. I have never been late, Miss Granger. Only 2 individuals are tardy. Maud pointed at Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Shortly after the 3 of them settled down, the classroom door swung open once more. Professor Snape strode into the room, draped in a flowing black robe. His sinister visage, hawkish nose, and detached gaze, complemented by his dark attire, exuded an oppressive aura, reminiscent of an evil dark wizard. In my class, you are neither required to wield your wands nor to utter incantations. In truth, I do not anticipate that you will grasp the intricate science and meticulous art of potion making. However, for those of exceptional talent, I shall impart the secrets of enchanting the heart and bewildering the mind. Professor Snape suddenly paused, fixing his gaze on a particular individual in the classroom. Some students, feeling exceptionally gifted and brimming with confidence, deemed themselves above the necessity of paying attention. Maud glanced at Harry to his left, who was currently inscribing something on the parchment. Mr. Potter, Maud called. It was only then that Harry, momentarily bewildered, lifted his gaze and rose to his feet. Pray tell, what would one obtain by adding daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort? Harry swiftly turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at Maud. He recalled that Maud had already provided the answer the previous day. The elixir of life, Harry replied. Snape narrowed his cold, indifferent eyes. Very well, Mr. Potter. Could you enlighten me as to where you might procure a piece of dragon liver? Furthermore, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? The subsequent 2 inquiries once again ignited a sense of astonishment within Harry. Maud's 3 answers correspond exactly in order to Snape's questions. Does Maud possess the ability to divine from the entrails of a goat? These 2 varieties belong to the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Harry, scarcely pausing to contemplate, provided an immediate response. Beside him, Maud nodded in satisfaction. This time, it seems Harry has evaded scrutiny. Excellent. Maud could already foresee Snape's forthcoming words. 5 points to Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, Snape paused, and then continued. Can you tell me which potion is commonly brewed using wolfsbane? Maud raised his head abruptly. How could there still be an extension of the issue? Harry stole a glance at him, displaying a look of confusion. Why had Maud not provided me with an answer to this question? Subsequently, his expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment. He truly did not know. I do not know, sir. So, Mr. Potter, could you enlighten me on the side effects of the elixir of life? Harry lowered his gaze, casting another furtive glance at Maud. Maud reluctantly shrugged his shoulders. He could see that Snape had made up his mind today. He was determined to teach Harry a lesson. What is the use of bezoar? Harry shook his head once more. It was truly a pity. It seemed that fame did not equate to capability. Snape displayed a look of regret. Yet the rigidity and coldness of his expression failed to fully convey that sentiment. Maud could not help but roll his eyes in secret. He surmised that Snape must excel at wizard's chess, for he did not adhere to conventional strategies. No, it was chess he played. Snape, with great satisfaction, deducted 5 points from Gryffindor under the pretext of certain individuals being quite disrespectful to their teacher. This provoked a sly glance from Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. who silently smiled at Maud. The practical session then commenced. Maud cautiously brewed the elixir of life and death. This lesson focused on the preparation of such a potent sleeping potion. He added powdered daffodil root to the soaking liquid of mugwort, and as the temperature rose, the powder began to dissolve into the liquid. Soon, the crucible began to bubble and froth. Was success at hand? Maud stared intently, having successfully concocted the potion without a hitch. This success, however, was not attributed to mere luck, but rather to the vital techniques he had previously mastered in brewing the elusive elixir of life. It was a triumph achieved in a single attempt. "Oh," Ron exclaimed, "Harry, look at Maud." He succeeded at once. Harry gazed at the charred remnants before him, nodding in resignation. This particular potions class had proven rather unkind to him. Hermione soon completed her own task, having also succeeded. She raised her cauldron, signaling to Maud. "Foolish girl, put down your potion." Professor Snape approached Hermione, addressing her with a hint of reproach. "Professor Snape, I have some questions I would like to ask." Maud raised his hand suddenly. Having successfully brewed the potion, he could now continue to pose his inquiries. Maud had not finished speaking when Snape hastened past. He shouted loudly, his voice drowning out the whispers of all the students. "Oh, Mr. Potter, your potion brewing is quite the antithesis of your reputation." Bang! The new infusion of mugwort that Harry had just prepared was suddenly knocked over, the liquid cascading down the table. He was startled by Snape's bellowing. "Good heavens!" Ron exclaimed with a mournful expression. "This is truly the worst of the worst." Ron's trousers were soaked, drenched by the spilled mugwort infusion. Harry's clothes were also damp, his face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't intended for this to happen. Who could predict what had provoked Snape's outburst? Just moments before, he had been intently pouring the infusion, only for Snape to come rushing in with an explosive shout. When one is focused, who wouldn't be startled by such a sudden outcry? Maud looked on at the scene, unable to suppress a smile. He had never anticipated that Snape would so resolutely dismiss his inquiry. "Potter, I never imagined that your hand could also possess such a distinct intent." Professor Snape did not linger, striding directly to the podium. "Another 5 points deducted from Gryffindor." "Harry." Hermione immediately cast a look of reproach at Harry. At last, the class had concluded. Ron and Harry hurriedly exited the classroom, eager to change their attire. Hermione, while gathering her books, turned to Maud and inquired, "Why are you still here?" Maud pointed towards Professor Snape. Hermione immediately understood. Just as Snape was about to descend from the podium, Maud intercepted him. "Professor Snape, might you indulge me with answers to a few trivial inquiries? I have been unable to find any answers in my books." Professor Snape's indifferent demeanor shifted slightly, finally settling into a more neutral expression. "Very well, a few questions?" This time, he was more seasoned in his approach. Surely, this Marys could not squander too much of his time. Maud turned the pages of the spellbook in his hands, counting the number of inquiries inscribed within. "Oh, there are 45 questions. Professor, there are a total of 45 questions." Professor Snape's voice was somewhat hurried, but soon transformed into a cold and deliberate tone. "That is far too many, Mr. Maris. I shall answer no more than 15 of your questions." Maud nodded in satisfaction. He did not intend to resolve so many issues in one go. He was acutely aware of the distinction between a long-term arrangement for meals and indulging in a single grand feast. "Professor, after consistently taking this compound tincture at the prescribed dosage, will its efficacy diminish? Does the expansion potion act upon humans, magical creatures, or both? Are there particular techniques in the concoction of the shrinking potion? How can one discern whether the potion has been successful?" Severus Snape addressed some of the inquiries, but abruptly halted at the segment concerning the shrinking potion. "This is a third-year course. Mastering the shrinking potion is not a necessity for you at present. However," Maud explained, "Professor, you know I aspire to become a master of potions like yourself." He envisioned such a future, brewing glory and preserving immortality, a phrase borrowed from Professor Snape's teachings in class. Maud had no desire to be hindered here. He yearned to acquire further knowledge of potions, hoping to fully unlock the legacy of the elven bloodline. Professor Snape exhaled a cloud of frustration, urging him to continue. After completing the 15 questions, Maud emerged with several pages brimming with notes. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Maud was about to depart when Snape abruptly obstructed his path. "Is there an issue regarding your studies in defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell? I just observed him in his office." He paused momentarily. He must be anticipating inquiries from eager students such as yourself. Maud realized at once. Professor Snape intended to divert blame. "Oh, that is not quite right. It would be more accurate to say he sought to recommend himself to Professor Quirrell." Maud contemplated the identity of Professor Quirrell, feeling a sense of unease. Snape discerned Maud's concerns regarding the authenticity of Quirrell's knowledge, fearing that Quirrell might inadvertently lead him astray. After all, Quirrell appeared to be nothing more than a stuttering fool. He scoffed, asserting that Quirrell's intellect was not inferior to his own, though he made an exception for the field of potions. Professor Snape added, "There is no need for concern. He is unlikely to deceive you young wizards with falsehoods. Should you remain apprehensive, do not hesitate to consult me." Maud felt reassured as Professor Snape gestured towards the path. Subsequently, Professor Snape took his leave. Since Professor Snape had advised him to pay frequent visits to Professor Quirrell, Maud contemplated that he should indeed cherish such opportunities. After all, Professor Quirrell could not remain in his office indefinitely. It was quite possible that he would have to attend to matters outside in a few days' time. Maud arrived at the library and discovered a tome on the fundamental theories of defense against the dark arts. He meticulously examined its contents. A boggart is a perilous creature capable of transforming into whatever object instills fear within you. When confronted by it, the sole recourse is to envision it in a comical and absurd form, confronting it with hearty laughter. Indeed, we ought to learn to face our fears more directly. Maud possesses a profound memory of boggart, capable of transforming into any creature, even into a Dementor. This is a being that can see into the depths of one's soul. Thus, if Voldemort were to encounter a boggart, what form would it assume? Perhaps that of Professor Dumbledore? Maud thought of this scene and nearly burst into laughter. Of course, such an event was utterly impossible. Even without his eyes, Voldemort would still be beyond the reach of a boggart. Maud continued to read on. Werewolves were once human, yet they undergo a transformation during the full moon, during which they lose their rationality. One might liken them to animagi who can only shift form under the light of the full moon, in the face of various dark magics and perilous creatures. It is imperative to master some fundamental defensive spells, such as the disarming charm, the obstacle charm, and the binding spell. This tome also elucidates the incantations for these spells, along with their practical applications in real combat scenarios. Such knowledge proved invaluable to Maud. Before long, he had added another category to his magical compendium, defense against the dark arts. Notes on this page accumulated swiftly, and inquiries began to arise one after another. His proficiency with the spellbook grew increasingly fluid, and his reading speed improved as well. "Hey, is that not Maud Maris?" Malfoy approached, his golden hair slicked back in a flamboyant style, a habitual smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Studying so diligently, are we?" His tone was particularly flippant. "But is it truly of any use? A muggle and a failure, no matter how hard one tries. They remain nothing more than a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with an earwax flavor." Upon hearing this, Imoda lifted his head, nearly bursting into laughter. The hairstyle atop the little wizard's head was indeed rather peculiar. "Yes, indeed." Imoda nodded in agreement. Although the earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans might originate from an ancient pureblood family, their taste remained exceedingly unpalatable. It appears that Imo is providing further elucidation on Malfoy's words. "You, Malfoy, are once again rendered speechless. Very well, being from a pureblood family. The flavor of earwax jelly beans is indeed quite common. Please, if you would, step aside." Maud waved his hand. How could he possibly hinder someone else's learning? As he observed Malfoy storming away in a huff, Maud contemplated the fact that perhaps the project of completing Malfoy's childhood should be prioritized. Maud did not even know how long he had been engrossed in his reading. He leafed through his tome of magic, realizing that he had not delved deeply into the foundational theories of dark arts defense, and as a result, a plethora of questions had begun to accumulate. Perhaps it was the novelty of encountering dark arts defense for the first time, coupled with the infusion of some unfamiliar and extraordinary spells, that expedited the accumulation of his inquiries. He resolved to pose these questions today. Maud stepped out of the library and made his way directly to the door of Professor Quirrell's office. He knocked gently. "Professor Quirrell? Are you there?" "Who is it?" Professor Quirrell stammered, each word seeming to require immense effort. "Professor, I am Maud Maris, a first-year student. I have a few inquiries regarding the defense against the dark arts that I would like to discuss with you." The door opened, revealing Professor Quirrell, clad in a plain brown robe and still wearing his turban, with his hands clasped tightly against his chest. "Ah, Mr. Maris, what questions do you have?" Maud pointed towards the interior of the office and inquired, "Professor, may we enter?" Chilo's eyes darted around as if he were deep in thought. After a moment, he responded, "Of course." The two then stepped into the office. Chilo's workspace was modestly furnished, featuring only a bookshelf, a desk, a few chairs, and a wardrobe. Maud glanced at his wardrobe, finding nothing but a brown robe. He surmised that Chilo must possess a black robe as well. Chilo was already seated in his office chair, observing Maud, when he suddenly broke into a smile. The smile appeared somewhat awkward, as if his face had become frozen. "Mr. Maris, do you have any questions? Please, speak your mind." Maud felt a twinge of discomfort. He suddenly found himself admiring Professor Chilo. How had Chilo endured this past year? Maud took out the Tome of Magic. "Professor, I came across an introduction to the Boggart in the Foundational Theories of Dark Arts Defense. However, the book does not depict its appearance. Is it truly the case that no one has ever beheld its true visage? Furthermore, is there no method, apart from combat, that can invoke reason in a werewolf?" Professor Quirrell, still speaking in his characteristic stammer, responded to Maud's inquiries. He harbored a dislike for the young wizard before him. After much effort, he had managed to set aside his external facade and allow himself a moment of respite. Yet, at that moment, this young wizard dared to intrude upon his solitude. The Boggart, the magic tome, recorded Professor Quirrell's reply. Maud gazed intently at Chilo, as if he were earnestly listening to his words. Maud noticed that Professor Chilo's scarf seemed to stir slightly. However, he refrained from making any noise or exhibiting any reaction, for he was acutely aware of what lay beneath the scarf. Chilo forced an unsightly smile as he spoke to Maud. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" He suddenly paused. Maud's actions while flipping through the book were somewhat exaggerated. Professor Quirrell looked down and happened to catch sight of Maud's notes. Beneath the prominent words "Defense Against the Dark Arts," there were two slightly smaller words, "Questions." Further down, the page was densely filled with text, entirely covered. Professor Quirrell smacked his lips. "Oh, I say, Mr. Maris, you have yet to partake in lunch, have you?" Maud nodded and replied, "Of course, Professor Chilo. But it is of no concern. I am not hungry at the moment." Professor Chilo seemed to smile at Maud, revealing that peculiar grin once more. "Maris," he continued, "there should be no conflict between dining and learning. Questions can be posed at any time. I happen to be hungry as well." Medina presented several pastries. "Come, Professor Chilo. Do not be shy." He arranged the pastries upon the table. Although they were confections of the Muggle world, their flavor was quite delightful. Maud stuffed a piece into his mouth, then forcefully handed another to Professor Chilo. "Professor, regarding the part about werewolves that you just mentioned, I find myself somewhat perplexed." Maud flipped through the pages of the spellbook, revisiting the answers he had just noted, and inquired once more. It was precisely noon, and the day still stretched ahead with ample time. After Maud asked a series of theoretical questions, he proceeded to inquire about the techniques and intricacies of the defensive spells. Magic relies on practice, yet the acquisition of skills remains indispensable. Maud inquired about these theoretical concepts with the intention of enhancing his understanding of magic. Having finally resolved the issue concerning the defense against dark arts, he emerged from Professor Quirrell's office, stretched lazily, and felt invigorated. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it empty. Maud seated himself upon the bed, unfolding the notes from the Tome of Magic, and gazed upon them with great scrutiny. This knowledge, having been comprehended and subsequently interpreted by his mentor, had become remarkably easy to assimilate. In a short span of time, Maud had meticulously organized a portion of the knowledge pertaining to the defense against dark arts. Maud concentrated his thoughts, and once more, the majestic Kunlun mountain emerged in his mind. He transmitted the recently organized knowledge of dark magic defenses to Kunlun. Clearly, this knowledge appeared to be insufficient. As Kunlun exhibited no response, Maud contemplated once more and infused his mind with the knowledge of mystical creatures. A new ancient spell surged into his consciousness. The lightning magic, conceived by the illustrious Jinbei wizard, marked the inaugural emergence of a spell-wielding dominion over thunder and lightning since the Age of Wizards. While the methods of its cultivation are not particularly arduous, attaining true mastery necessitates enduring certain corporeal trials. The Jinbei wizard once stood atop the mountain, enduring the azure baptism bestowed by nature itself. Maud looked down. This lightning magic was simple to learn, yet to truly wield its lethal power, one must personally experience the might of thunder. It is said that this spell assists in absorbing electricity, enabling one to genuinely master the force of lightning. Maud turned back to glance. The blue baptism? Is that not akin to the great lightning on a rainy day? This golden shell is indeed more formidable than a dragon. Additionally, the knowledge presented elucidated the technique of wand waving for this magic, rendered in an exceedingly comprehensible manner. Maud learned to wield the wand, as the knowledge from Kunlun suggested. attuning himself to the wand's frequency. Once, twice, thrice, he grew increasingly adept. What is the incantation? Maud looked down and seemed not to have noticed the spell until he reached the conclusion. Lightning strikes? Zila. A flash of lightning flickered from Maud's wand, only to vanish in an instant. Although the introduction mentioned that it was easy to learn, achieving success on the first attempt, Maud glanced around, noticing that nothing had been damaged. The lightning spell at the entrance indeed possessed little destructive power. His stomach let out a low growl. Maud tucked away his wand, having hastily resolved his lunch, and now he truly felt a pang of hunger. He stepped out of the dormitory. In the Gryffindor common room, two little wizards had joined the scene. Ron and Harry were seated on the sofa, indulging in chocolate frogs, a delightful treat from the magical realm. Maud. Harry waved at him. What was that answer you gave me? Confusion was etched across his face. Can you really perform divination? Maud smiled knowingly, and Harry recalled the incident. He replied with an air of mystery. I cannot truly predict, yet I cannot claim to be entirely inept at it. Harry was left even more perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Harry, you and Maud are engaging in riddles with me. Ron, oblivious to the unfolding situation, urged, do tell me, Harry. Harry proceeded to elucidate the matter of the preemptive guessing, and Ron's expression shifted to one of realization. Maud, you must possess the gift of divination, correct? Ron exclaimed excitedly. Oh, diviners form an enigmatic circle, though many among them tend to be rather eccentric. Maud shook his head, then nodded in affirmation. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Don't dangle a piece of licorice candy in front of us, Ron said, his face contorting in habitual annoyance. Just tell us already. Maud smiled again. But then his expression shifted, becoming quite earnest. This is my secret. You mustn't share it. Harry and Ron nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, Harry replied. I am a person who revels in dreams. One day, I discovered something remarkable about my dreams. The events that transpired within them often manifested in reality a few days later. Maud, drawing inspiration from Harry's dream concept, narrated a fanciful tale. After concluding, he paused. Though I am not a seer, I occasionally experience peculiar dreams. Harry reflected on his own frequent encounters with strange dreams. Do share, Maud, what other prophetic dreams have you had? Ron exclaimed eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Have you ever dreamed of me? Maud nodded. Is it true? Ron exclaimed with astonishment. Did you dream that I became the head of Gryffindor? I've always aspired to be the head of Gryffindor. Harry gazed at Maud with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his response. Indeed, I did have that dream. Maud spoke slowly. Ron, you have become the head of Gryffindor House. Really? That's wonderful, said Ron, who was just an ordinary Gryffindor student. In the flying class, Madame Hooch stood before the first-year students. She donned her customary loose black robe, reminiscent of an academic gown, and her short silver hair framed her face. Most striking were her yellow eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a certain creature. Next, we shall commence your inaugural flying lesson. In this class, I shall instruct you on the proper technique for flying with a broomstick. Maud is not particularly interested in this flying lesson. He attempted it yesterday, but it appears that his magical aptitude does not favor his ability to fly. Maud remembered that even students with the most meager talents could indeed make a broomstick stir. However, this fundamental truth seemed to elude him. Now, all of you, stand to the left of your broomsticks, Mrs. Hooch instructed. Place your hands above the broom and command it to rise. All the students adhered to Mrs. Hooch's directive. Rise. Harry was the first to attempt it. For him, it was remarkably effortless. The broom, which lay on the ground, soared into the air and was swiftly grasped by Harry. Hermione cast him a look of astonishment. Maud marveled inwardly at Harry's prodigious talent. The gift of the Savior was indeed remarkable. Hermione's aptitude for flying, however, appeared to be lacking. After a few attempts, her broomstick merely spun in circles on the ground. Yet, this was still acceptable. Get up. Maud made another attempt. But the broom lay motionless on the ground. Get up, get up, get up. Everyone was trying, and Maud felt embarrassed to be idle, so he could only follow suit. The difference was that the other young wizards gradually managed to make their brooms start moving. Maud speculated that this art of flight might indeed be intricately linked to one's magical aptitude. After all, he had previously been unable to harness any magical energy. Slytherin's Malfoy observed his actions and let out a derisive laugh. It appears that Mr. Maris possesses rather poor magical talent, Malfoy declared, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Up, up, he commanded, and with just 2 attempts, the broom obediently soared into his hands. He then turned to Maud, proclaiming, This is the gift of a noble wizard. one of pure blood. And you are merely a fortunate muggle. Maud turned up his eyes in exasperation. Oh, you noble wizard, why must you inquire about everything as if you were a house elf? Malfoy fell silent once more. Enough, little Malfoy, you need not ask any further. Maud continued his endeavors. Soon, the young wizards in the class gradually took hold of their brooms. Even Ron and Neville, typically a bit clumsy, succeeded. The Quidditch pitch was filled with sparse sounds. Only Maud, along with two unfamiliar young wizards, remained, though it was evident that their talents were lacking as well. Oh! Malfoy exclaimed loudly once more. Isn't that Mr. Mellis, who successfully brewed the draft of Living Death and Potions class last time? It seems he's just now acknowledging Maud's performance. Surely, flying is a talent not bestowed upon every wizard, even the less gifted among them. Mellis, you don't mean to say. He deliberately paused. Are you truly a magical dud? A genuine muggle, perhaps? His words swiftly drew the attention of other students, igniting a flurry of discussion. No way. Didn't Mellis successfully cast a transfiguration spell last time? That's debatable. Perhaps he merely got lucky. Malfoy seemed to have caught wind of this chatter and pressed on. Mellis, you didn't actually employ some muggle trick last time, did you? You deceived Professor McGonagall, didn't you? He fixed his gaze intently on Maud, scrutinizing him as if he were an inmate from Azkaban. Maud smiled softly, contemplating that the insufferable Malfoy might have been driven to madness by him recently, thus orchestrating this little spectacle at this moment. Maud chose to disregard whatever he had to say. Hermione approached Maud's side, while Harry positioned himself protectively in front of Maud. Malfoy, you have gone too far. His voice carried a hint of indignation. Ron, with an expression of outrage, fixed his gaze upon Malfoy. Maud glanced reassuringly and turned to say, Mr. Malfoy, your appearance is truly reminiscent of a toad I once observed, which delighted in gaping its mouth and croaking loudly. Maud was certainly not one to passively endure. The quarrel did not last long. Silence. Madame Hooch approached, casting a stern glare at Malfoy. Every student who graced the halls of Hogwarts was a wizard. Madame Hooch then turned her attention to Maud. Noticing his demeanor, she smiled and said, Mr. Maris, fret not. It is possible that you simply lack an aptitude for flying. Her words were delivered with thoughtful pauses. Maud could discern that Mrs. H's words lacked conviction. She was attempting to reassure him, yet there lingered a tinge of skepticism regarding his true aptitude for magic. Maud nodded and replied with a smile, Mrs. Hua, I am quite well, so there is no need for concern. Upon observing his condition, Mrs. Hua finally felt reassured. The class resumed. Maud stood by, merely listening and not participating in the flying lesson. The plump Neville Longbottom was once again sent soaring into the air by his broomstick, only to fall and be taken away for treatment by Madame Hooch. Oh, did you see that foolish expression on his face? Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball, a remarkable artifact from the magical realm. He provocatively glanced at Harry and his friends, tilting his head towards Maud with a sneer. I shall conceal this memory ball and let Longbottom search for it himself. What do you think? Is the rooftop a suitable hiding place? He mounted his broom, intending to fly to a nearby rooftop, casting a bright smile back at Harry and his companions. Suddenly, a sharp tug on his broom left him unsteady, and with a thud, he landed face first on the grass. Raising his head, Malfoy was met with a smile that made him quite uncomfortable. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, you really ought to be more careful. You should heed Madame Hooch's advice. Flying solo can be perilous. The flying lesson had concluded. Maud is preparing to head to the library. Harry and Ron have already departed from this place. Hermione follows Maud, as the library is a daily necessity for this young lady. Are you all right? Hermione ponders the events that transpired in class moments ago. She harbors some concern for Maud's well-being. Maud smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, my heart embraces the entirety of the magical realm. He was indeed undeterred by the recent events. The inability to fly was not of great consequence. Moreover, it was entirely possible that the magical world harbored other forms of enchantment capable of flight. They arrived at the library. Maud raised his wand, preparing to summon the grimoire. He gazed at the wand, momentarily taken aback. This wand had been procured through the specialized discernment of a sorcerer. If the wand could reveal compatibility, could magic do the same? He lifted the wand. Entering the realm of the discerning mage, Maud cast the special identification spell of a wizard. He gazed at the books on the shelf and discovered the beginner's standard spellbook. As he examined the entire volume, the compatibility level with you appeared as a line of question marks, failing to reveal a specific degree of alignment. Maud pondered that it must be due to the abundance of content within. Indeed, with a single tome encompassing various forms of magic, how could one possibly attain a precise degree of correspondence? Maud opened the tome and discovered the spell of blazing flames within its pages. He persisted in his attempts, and soon, a line of text materialized once more. Flame spell, compatibility level, 37. Upon seeing these 3 words, Maud had already surmised the implications. The identification of spells also applies to magic itself. He continued to read on. Effect. No discernible effect. This is a spell ill-suited to you. You may need to invest additional time to master it. Maud continued to flip through the pages, examining other spells. Illumination charm, compatibility level, 86. Repairing charm, compatibility level, 83. Maud examined many spells and discovered the reasons behind his inability to master transfiguration and the fire spell. With compatibility scores of merely 30 and 35, they were far too low. In contrast, spells with high compatibility, such as illumination charms, often exceeded 80, allowing him to learn them within a day or 2. In summary, Maud came to a realization: he must focus on specialized subjects. Although the lack of significant enhancement may stem from insufficient compatibility, the spells that resonate with him can be learned swiftly. This understanding is sufficient for his progress. Maud flipped through the pages and conducted a cursory review, subsequently seeking out several more books. He discovered 4 spells with the highest compatibility: weapon exclusion at 97, mind cloaking at 100, levitation at 98, and shrinking at 99. While the spells rated at 90 did not showcase any effects, the one rated at 100 did. Mind cloaking, with a compatibility level of 100, boasts an enhancement of 20 in its cloaking capacity. It can be cast without a wand, and when mastered to its fullest extent, it can be performed without incantation. You are undeniably a natural-born practitioner of mind cloaking, and mastering this magic comes effortlessly to you. The enhancement of 20 in cloaking capacity leaves Maud uncertain of its actual implications. However, the ability to cast without a wand or incantation certainly merits diligent practice. Maud is aware that within Hogwarts, there are seemingly only 2 individuals capable of performing the mind-blocking spell without a wand or incantation: Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Maud recorded all texts related to these 3 spells in the magic book. Aside from your weapon, the levitation charm, and the shrinking charm, it is unlikely to cultivate any further. Should the book be damaged, the consequences remain unknown. However, the effects of the mind-cloaking spell are not as overt. He took a seat opposite Hermione and scrutinized the magic book intently. The mind-cloaking spell is a magical art that can resist external magical mental intrusions. Its most pronounced effect is encountering the soul-sucking charm. It has the ability to entirely purge thoughts and emotions from the mind, and when mastered to a higher degree, one can completely contain their thoughts and feelings without the need for such purging. This is a rather straightforward spell, primarily aimed at counteracting the soul-sucking charm. With this, Professor Dumbledore's soul-sucking may be effectively thwarted, though he remains unaware of the extent to which Dumbledore has mastered the art. After thorough examination, Maud gained a certain understanding of this magic. He closed his eyes and began to attempt to empty his mind, following the steps outlined in the book meticulously. Chanting the incantation, he raised his wand. A beam of white light flickered and entered Maud's mind. Hermione glanced over. "What are you doing?" She looked around, finding no traces of magic. Studying magic. Maud was still with his eyes closed. Young Hermione, ever curious, occasionally looked up at him. What kind of magic was he practicing? Maud felt as though his thoughts and emotions had been meticulously cleansed within his mind. At this moment, he resembled a desireless monk, resulting in a complete absence of excitement. He succeeded in executing it flawlessly in a single attempt. Maud waved his wand once more, diligently practicing to master this spell. A brilliant flash of white light erupted again, drawing the attention of Miss Granger, who cast curious glances in his direction. It was uncertain how much time had passed. Maud felt that the moment had arrived. He set down his wand. Even his palms remained still, as he merely intoned the incantation. A brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings once more. At this moment, he was casting magic without the aid of his wand. This marked Maud's inaugural attempt at performing the world's magic without a wand. Ordinarily, one would be filled with excitement. Yet the emotions he had just experienced were once again swept away. Maud opened his eyes. Opposite him, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Maud raised a quiet hand. As many gazes turned in his direction, he certainly did not wish to be the center of attention. Hermione glanced around and immediately flushed with embarrassment. She then spoke softly. "You just cast a spell without a wand, did you not?" Maud nodded. With excitement, she exclaimed, Is your level of magic truly this high? Not at all. Maud shook his head, stating that he simply learned at a quicker pace. This was the truth. However, Hermione was unconvinced. She rolled her eyes. Maud turned his attention back to this magic, perhaps due to the perfect match of 100%. His casting speed was remarkably swift, with radiant white light flickering incessantly, eventually converging into a singular beam. His proficiency had significantly improved, and the manifestation of the mind-closing spell became increasingly imperceptible. However, there was an undesirable aspect to learning this magic. It necessitated the continual purging of one's recent emotions. Maud oscillates repeatedly between reason and emotion. At last, this enchantment has been invoked, allowing him to contain his thoughts and feelings without the need for eradication. The traces of the spell are nearly imperceptible. He merely intones the incantation, his lips moving silently. In an instant, all his thoughts and emotions are drawn back within. Maud could distinctly sense that his emotions and thoughts were shielded by a powerful force. He speculated that if proficiency in magical practice were to be displayed, it would now exceed 70, nearing 80. The astonishing speed at which he was mastering magic was nothing short of terrifying. Mind SI, soul S whisper. Maud pondered that since the compatibility of his brain closure technique was so remarkably high, it stood to reason that a skill akin to it, known as the ability to read thoughts and emotions, might be similarly effective. This ability, which allows one to perceive the feelings and memories of others, is essentially a form of telepathy. As long as someone harbors malice, one can generally sense it, though it may appear to have limited utility. This magic is a fundamental discipline that every eminent wizard in the magical realm, including figures such as Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, has mastered. However, this particular magic is prohibited for young wizards at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, classified as a forbidden spell, and is currently housed in the restricted section of the library, making it inaccessible in the short term. Maud put aside his previous thoughts and reopened the Tome of Magic. He intended to organize the ancient sorcery he had studied, when suddenly, a line of text emerged from a page of the spellbook. Lightning magic. Mastery over the forces of thunder and lightning. Construction of magical tomes. The creation of a book infused with magical energy. Fragments of illusionary incantations, transforming fantasy into reality. Maud meticulously documented all the spells, methods, and intricacies of magical cultivation. He sought to discover which of these spells truly resonated with his practice. The process of discerning magic was reinitiated. Lightning magic, compatibility level, 83. Grimoire, compatibility level, 95. Fantasy incantations, compatibility level, 75. Luminous eye magic, compatibility level, 60. Upon thorough examination, the highest compatibility was found to be with the grimoire. Maud was not entirely satisfied. He lacked truly lethal magic. In the days that followed, Maud devoted himself to two primary pursuits. One was the study of ancient texts. He was fervently eager to acquire more ancient knowledge and discover additional high-matching spells. The other was to cultivate the high-matching spells he currently possessed, such as the disarmament charm and levitation spell. Although these spells boasted a matching rate exceeding 95, their practice did not ascend with the same extraordinary speed as the brain-locking technique. Nonetheless, it was far from slow. Within a couple of hours, he had grasped the fundamentals, and over the following days, his proficiency soared, making the execution of spells increasingly effortless. The spells he had learned previously suddenly paled in comparison. While those spells had matching rates around 80, only through the practice of spells rated above 95 did he truly grasp the essence of genius. "Hey, Maud, have you heard?" Ron exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Maud's shoulder with palpable excitement. Heard what? Maud follows a monotonous routine, remaining oblivious to the happenings beyond his immediate world. Nevertheless, he has managed to surmise certain truths. Ron elucidated to Maud that Harry had become the seeker for Gryffindor, then turned to Harry and exclaimed, "Harry, you must be the youngest Quidditch seeker ever." Maud nodded. Although the incident with Neville's memory ball had disrupted Maud, Harry's remarkable talent for flying had still been recognized. "I doubt I can do it." Harry felt no thrill at the prospect of becoming the youngest seeker. Instead, a sense of apprehension overwhelmed him. Having never participated in a Quidditch match, he wondered what would happen if he made a fool of himself. Maud glanced at Hermione, noticing that she was lost in thought and remained silent. He turned to Ron and inquired, "Ron, what is your dream?" This question opened the floodgates for Ron once more. "Oh, Maud, as I have told you before, my dream is to become the head boy of Gryffindor." He vividly painted the enchanting image of what it would be like to hold such a position, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Maud smiled and remarked to Harry, "You see, even a student like Ron, who is incapable of casting a single spell, frequently arrives late to class, and never studies, can envision himself as the head of the class." "Ron?" Harry was momentarily taken aback. Maud continued, "Then why, as a marvel of the magical realm, with your extraordinary talent for flight, can you not envision yourself hoisting the Quidditch trophy? Harry, you are a genius." Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet gradually found some solace. "If you do not believe in your own gifts, there exists another piece of evidence." Maud turned his gaze towards Hermione. "Miss Granger, it is your moment to shine." Hermione cast a puzzled glance at Maud. "Indeed, I am aware of Harry's innate talent for flying. It is substantiated by lineage." The group arrived at the trophy room of Hogwarts, where Hermione pointed to one of the trophies. Moody also glanced back. On a resplendent golden trophy, the inscription read, "Seeker, James Potter." "Oh, Harry, you never mentioned that your father was also a seeker," Ron exclaimed. Harry touched his head and chuckled. "I was unaware of it as well." Maud nodded, acknowledging that not only had your aerial prowess been inherited from your father, but your magical talents as well. Harry, lost in a delightful reverie, also nodded in agreement. Maud gazed out of the window. The sky had grown quite dark. He would have to return alone from here on. Maud had a clear understanding of what was about to transpire. What follows? Disarming a three-headed hound, removing its claws. Such a venture would be far too perilous. It was time to depart. Harry and the others prepared to leave. "Oh, you may go ahead," Maud remarked, casting a glance at the other trophies. "I find myself quite intrigued by this place. I shall linger a while longer." Maud did not offer any reminders. It remains uncertain whether this is part of Dumbledore's scheme, and he dared not involve himself. Furthermore, Harry and his companions were merely startled and would not suffer any loss. After Harry and the others had walked for some time, Maud finally decided to return to the dormitory. The staircase at the entrance of the trophy room had already turned back, no longer leading towards the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Maud looked at the door to the forbidden area, where a solitary lamp flickered at the entrance. How delightful the adventure must be, dear little wizards. In the distance, he spotted Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, approaching. With a pair of piercing eyes and a somewhat menacing expression, he was merely adhering to his usual demeanor. Maud quietly departed and returned to the dormitory. Maud tidied himself up and settled onto the bed. He once again imparted the knowledge he had acquired to Kunlun. The snow-capped Kunlun exchanged wisdom with him once more. The silent spell, a minor enchantment capable of sealing another's lips, emerged within his mind, accompanied by a plethora of new insights. This marked the 6th exchange of magic over the past few days, and this time, he had acquired 3 new spells. Maud recorded these findings in the spell book and commenced the evaluation. Silence Magic, your compatibility level, 45. Flame Bird, your compatibility level, 67. Frost Witch's Magic, your compatibility level, 100. A perfect match of 100? Maud was somewhat astonished as he scrutinized the nature of this magical identification. The enchantment of the Frost Witch, your compatibility level, 100. Effects. Amplification of Frost Aura by 20, accompanied by a locking effect within a certain radius. It can be cast without a wand, and when mastered to its fullest extent, can be performed without incantations. This is a formidable and exceptionally suitable magic for you. It shall elevate you to the Frost Throne. Maud watched in his mind the introduction to this enchantment. The magic of the Frost Witch was conceived by Lady Gunera, the Frost Witch herself. This spell could conjure sharp arrows of frost, each imbued with a realm of ice. Upon entering a certain vicinity, this icy domain would unleash a breath of frost, initiating the freezing of all that lay within. Maud looked down and confirmed that the frost arrows released by this magic possess 2 primary characteristics, freezing and locking. The freezing effect is inherent to the magic itself, while the locking feature arises from a perfect match. In the dormitory, no one had returned yet. Harry and his companions were likely still immersed in their exhilarating adventures. Maud touched his chin, contemplating that this magic was likely in its nascent stages of cultivation. Thus its destructive power would be minimal. The creation of a frost arrow did not necessarily require an elaborate release. Therefore, practicing it should pose no significant challenge. With this in mind, Maud devoted himself earnestly to mastering this second spell, which boasted a perfect compatibility of 100. Having only a rudimentary understanding of the incantation, he drew forth his wand and began to recite the spell, initiating the first casting of this magic. A frosty brilliance emanated from the tip of his wand. where a delicate frost arrow materialized, shimmering with a blue luminescence. Maud examined the frost arrow, which measured approximately 30 centimeters in length. Its entire form was enveloped in a cerulean hue, intertwined with wisps of white smoke, exuding an aura of chilling cold. The arrowhead shimmered with a metallic luster, appearing exceedingly sharp. Maud curiously reached out to touch the shaft of the frost arrow. A chilling sensation coursed through him, a frigidness that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, white shards of ice materialized upon the arrow's surface, swiftly enveloping his entire palm in a frozen grasp. The icy tendrils rapidly ascended towards his arm and shoulder. In that moment, Maud had no time to react, his hand firmly ensnared and unable to escape. Maud was taken aback himself, sensing the retraction of his magic. As the frost arrow vanished, the ice encasing his hand began to melt and evaporate. This is the essence of freezing. Maud regained his senses, feeling a surge of astonishment. This magic was indeed remarkably potent. Maud continued to practice his magic, repeatedly casting, releasing, and retracting it. Within the confines of the Gryffindor dormitory, a shimmering blue light constantly flickered. As his proficiency grew, Maud discovered something wondrous. The frost arrows he conjured were steadily increasing in size. What began as 30 centimeters had now expanded to 40 centimeters and continued to grow. Gradually, Maud began to set aside his wand. Although the absence of the wand diminished the power amplification by 20, the frost arrows shrank slightly. Nonetheless, casting without a wand proved more effective for enhancing his magical abilities. With a mere gesture of his finger, a blue-glowing frost arrow materialized before him. Throughout this entire process, Maud relished the experience. This was the second time he experienced the exhilarating acceleration of magical training. It transcended mere progress and could be described as soaring to new heights. Subsequently, he lowered his hand, relying solely on the incantation. The icy brilliance of the frost arrow manifested in accordance with his gaze. Maud also sensed another effect brought by the perfect alignment, fixation. He felt that as long as he focused his gaze upon someone, regardless of the direction of the arrow or whether it veered off course, he would ultimately strike the target. Curiosity enveloped Maud as he tossed his pillow into the air. A frost-laden arrow streaked past, trailing a shimmering blue light. It struck the pillow directly. Yet Maud deliberately slowed its speed, allowing the frost arrow to merely freeze the pillow into a solid block of ice upon impact. Before the pillow could descend to the ground, he retracted his magic, and it reverted to its original form, albeit slightly dampened. The Maud conjecture ponders whether a person, once frozen and subsequently shattered, would cease to exist. He glanced at the clock. It was already past 9 in the evening. He surmised that after a bit more practice, Harry and the others would return. Thus, he resumed his training. A blue radiance flickered once more within the room. "Oh, Harry," Ron whispered to him. That three-headed dog was utterly terrifying. "Do you think it's true, as Hermione suggested, that it is guarding something?" As Ron and Harry conversed, they entered the dormitory. Inside, Maud was still seated on his bed, diligently practicing his magic. Before him, a frosty blue arrow of ice was coalescing. "Oh, Maud," Ron exclaimed, "what are you doing?" The ice arrow, now manifesting from thin air, had already reached a length of about half a meter. Maud was entirely absorbed in his thoughts and did not notice anyone entering the room. At that moment, when Ron called out, he momentarily froze. This moment of distraction caused the frost arrow to lose its magical restraint, suddenly swelling to about 1.5 meters before wobbling slightly. It then plummeted to the ground. Bang! The frost arrow struck the floor, unleashing a cascade of azure light. Layers of ice began to crystallize upon the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire dormitory. The ice continued to spread, climbing up the walls, freezing the ceiling, and rushing towards the doorway. "Ah!" Ron shouted in alarm, and Harry sprang up abruptly. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The two were soon encased in ice at the entrance, transformed into statues of frost. Maud, seated on his bed, stared in bewilderment at the state of the dormitory, feeling as though he were trapped in an icy cavern, overwhelmed by the chill. Regaining his composure, he quickly retracted his magic. The frost arrow vanished, and all the ice melted away as if everything had merely been a dream. The only remnant left behind was a damp stain on Ron's trousers. Maud suddenly felt a profound weakness, as if his very essence had been drained of its magical vitality. The recent casting of that frost arrow had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of magic. What on earth had transpired? Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor, hurried over. He observed the alarmed expressions on Harry's and Ron's faces, then glanced at Maud lying on the bed. He had heard Ron's anguished cry. No. Before Harry and the others could utter a word, Maud began to explain. Just moments ago, Ron might have glimpsed something peculiar. Maud's words remained unspoken as Percy noticed a stain of moisture on Ron's trousers. Oh, I assumed something had occurred. But it turned out that young Ron had merely wet himself. Percy Weasley chose not to utter another word and turned to depart. Moody glanced at Ron and Harry's trousers. Only Ron's trousers were wet. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ron, realizing the situation, shouted in the direction Percy had departed. Hey, Percy, that's not how it is. Harry patted him on the shoulder and, equally amused, said to Ron, there's no need to call out, Ron. Percy has already gone quite far. Maud shrugged and expressed his regret. You startled me, Ron. I apologize if you need it. Ron wore a mournful expression. Maud, what was the magic from yesterday? Harry inquired with a hint of curiosity. It was merely a trivial spell. Maud has grown accustomed to using minor spells to elucidate all his magic. What an intriguing term. Minor spells, Ron exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Yet you have turned us both into blocks of ice. What are you two discussing, Maud, Harry? Hermione perked up at the mention of magic. Turned into blocks of ice? I have never witnessed such a spell before. She turned to Maud. Is this yet another new magic? Maud shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. My curiosity piqued. I inquired about what transpired last night. At the mention of this, a proud expression washed over Ron's face. Let me tell you, we encountered the legendary creature. His voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. The three-headed dog. It was colossal. Its mouth far larger than our entire bodies combined. As Ron recounted the events of the previous night, he cast a triumphant glance at Maud, declaring, You missed quite the spectacle. Maud smiled. You missed the splendid moment of the three-headed dog kissing your lips. Ron replied. All right. The charms class is about to start. Let us hurry. They entered the classroom. Maud glanced and immediately spotted the diminutive figure of Professor Flitwick. Clad in a vibrant green wizard's robe, with a mane of silver hair and a face lined with what appeared to be countless wrinkles. Maud even fancied that he might be even older than Professor Dumbledore. Observing this small man, he recalled that he had once been the champion of the dueling club at Hogwarts in his youth. Good morning, students. Today, we shall be learning the levitation charm. This spell is one of the foundational incantations for wizards, allowing objects to float effortlessly. You see the feather before you? In this lesson, we shall endeavor to make it levitate. Professor Flitwick elaborated on the intricacies of the levitation charm, imparting various techniques for wand movement. Maud had taken some notes, feeling that he had made further progress in the practice of the levitation charm. In recent days, he had diligently devoted himself to mastering this spell. Now, everyone should commence the task of making their objects float. Perhaps there were few diligent students among them, for as Maud surveyed the room, he noticed that no one had succeeded in levitating the feather. However, Harry, in his first attempt, managed to make the feather stir. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's voice resounded beside Maud. Maud realized the issue as well. It was evident that the lack of focus in class had led to improper pronunciation, possibly tainted by a hint of his regional accent. Hermione could no longer contain herself, exclaiming that one could not wield a wand in such a manner, nor could one mispronounce the incantation. She informed him that he had misread the spell, yet Ron gazed at her with annoyance, retorting, If you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Maud turned his head, choosing not to continue observing, as he prepared to practice his levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. However, before he could finish the incantation, he heard a mocking laugh. He lifted his gaze, only to find that mischievous child, Malfoy. Mr. Meredith. Surely you are not about to perform another trick. Maud smiled. Indeed, I do plan to do so. Malfoy immediately slapped the table, drawing the attention of the nearby young Slytherins. Mr. Maris is about to perform some tricks. Everyone, pay close attention. Instantly, laughter erupted from the Slytherin's side. A clear mockery directed at Maud, the one deemed devoid of talent. Maud nodded with satisfaction. Since the esteemed members of Slytherin were so supportive, he decided to present his humble performance. He turned towards the feather on his table and glanced at Malfoy across from him. Mr. Malfoy, should I fail to control this trick, you might want to step back, he suggested. Malfoy chuckled. What? Do you intend to make me float? Maud shook his head. How could I entertain such thoughts? It is merely a matter of safety. If you believe you can accomplish it, then by all means, proceed. Malfoy laughed with disdain. Maud expressed that such a request was truly unprecedented. He raised his wand, feeling the amplified power of his wand 20, and began to chant the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. An inexplicable force caused the feather to levitate, albeit at a low altitude. Malfoy, positioned at a distance, could scarcely perceive any change in the feather. The laughter from the Slytherin side echoed loudly. Maud looked at Malfoy, pulling his wand upwards as though he had summoned something. A feather soared high, reaching the ceiling of the classroom. Suddenly, Malfoy across from him also began to float into the air, flailing his arms in a panic as if he were drowning. Maud's wand dipped slightly. A feather floated down again, and on the opposite side, Malfoy perched himself upon the table. Professor Flitwick, who had just stepped away for a moment, witnessed this spectacle and gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, what remarkable talent! The surrounding students turned their attention to the scene. Maud, how did he master the levitation charm so swiftly? Did Malfoy not claim he was devoid of talent? He could barely manage to fly during the last flying lesson. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. She could merely cause a feather to rise. Yet Maud was now able to levitate a person. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick proclaimed loudly. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers. However, Mr. Maris's actions were rather perilous. One should not cast spells upon a fellow student, Professor Flitwick continued. Maud smiled and nodded. Professor Flitwick, this is my first attempt, and I am somewhat inexperienced. I failed to properly control my wand, which led to this unfortunate incident. I will take greater care in the future. Maud indeed felt that he was still not sufficiently skilled. Making Malfoy levitate had proven quite arduous. He turned to Malfoy once more and said, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy, for subjecting you to such a perilous situation while you were merely observing a trick. Mord continued to smile, his radiance even more pronounced. Malfoy, having recovered from his earlier panic, clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Mord. He silently vowed to ensure that this audacious Marys would pay dearly. After class, Mord followed Harry as they exited the classroom. Hermione, burdened with her numerous books, took a bit longer to pack up and had yet to emerge. Harry and Ron were conversing animatedly about Mord's recent exploits. Mord, your levitation spell is truly remarkable, Harry remarked. Ron nodded in agreement. Visibly pleased, Malfoy's haughty visage had turned a deep shade of red in his fury. Maud smiled as he observed the two individuals engaged in conversation, refraining from interjecting. Ron began to recount his recent experiences in class, exclaiming, It should be Leviosa, not Leviosa. Goodness, you have no idea. Hermione was simply. Bam! Maud's head collided sharply with his, interrupting his words. What are you doing? Maud pointed behind him. Do you not know that speaking ill of others behind their backs could lead to being captured by the Dark Wizard? Ron glanced over his shoulder and replied, Where is this Dark Wizard? Hermione stepped forward, her expression far from pleasant. Maud reluctantly shook his head. Hermione, go ahead, Ron exclaimed, bewildered. In the end, Hermione stormed off in a huff. Maud began to gather the materials required for the evolution of spirits. Currently, he found himself unable to leave Hogwarts and thus had to enlist the help of his father, Timmel, to search for certain herbs. He resolved to forego the idea of visiting Snape's office, as it would be rather difficult to explain should he be confronted later. Maud had penned a letter, dispatching the school's messenger owl on a brief errand. The letter itself lacked a specific purpose, merely detailing the items he required from within the school. Among these materials were predominantly commonplace herbs, easily obtainable in Diagon Alley. However, there was one item that proved elusive, the horn of a unicorn. Maud, while munching on a chicken leg, murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hagrid frequently interacted with these magical creatures. Might he possess a unicorn's horn? The possibility was indeed high. Unable to contain his excitement, he snatched up 2 more chicken legs and resolved to depart the dining hall in search of Hagrid's hut. Maud, where are you headed? Harry inquired as he observed Maud rising to leave, suspecting something urgent had arisen. I have a matter to discuss with Hagrid, Maud replied. Already at the entrance of the hall, Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Before long, they arrived at Hagrid's cozy abode. Maud knocked on the door. Hagrid, are you there? After a brief moment, Hagrid opened the door, his towering figure filling the entrance. It's you, Maud. What brings you here? Modest as ever, he got straight to the point. Hagrid, have you ever encountered a unicorn? He pondered that, despite the unicorn's legendary longevity, there must come a time for aging. Hagrid paused, taking a moment before nodding. Indeed, such wondrous creatures dwell within the Forbidden Forest. My apologies. I misspoke. The Forbidden Forest is perilous. You must not venture there, Maud nodded. Hagrid remained as loquacious as ever, and it was no surprise that he occasionally let slip some crucial information. Hagrid, do you possess a unicorn horn? It is of great significance to me. Hagrid looked somewhat puzzled. Oh, what do you need that for? I can't recall any potion that requires a unicorn horn, though my grades in potions are rather lackluster. Noticing Maud's eager gaze, he continued, I do indeed have one, but it was not found in the Forbidden Forest. I discovered it in Nocturne Alley. I suspect it was left behind by some dark wizards who went hunting for unicorns. They are truly despicable. Unicorns are such pure creatures. Is that so? Maud blinked in surprise as a wave of joy surged within him. It truly exists. Hagrid, may I purchase this from you? Alternatively, if there is something you desire, I would be willing to trade. Hagrid shook his head, and Maud assumed he was declining. However, Hagrid continued, stating that the item held no value for him, and since Maud needed it, he would gift it to Maris. Hagrid then entered the house, rummaging through his belongings. At last, from a small cabinet, he extracted a long horn. Take this, Maud, Hagrid said as he handed it over. Maud took the horn into his hands. Feeling its smooth texture, he examined the unicorn horn, which displayed a spiral pattern and emitted a faint white glow, resembling a reflection. After scrutinizing it repeatedly, he confirmed that this was indeed the unicorn's horn. Success! He had acquired the rarest ingredient for the potion to evolve ancient sprites. Gratefully, he looked at Hagrid and exclaimed, Hagrid, this is of utmost importance to me. I cannot thank you enough. I shall treat you to a feast of muggle delicacies sometime. Hagrid nodded with a smile, appearing somewhat endearing. In the afternoon, Tomail made a personal visit, bringing with him some materials he had procured from Diagon Alley. Maud nodded at the herbs, confirming that all the ingredients were gathered. However, he had not anticipated that Tomail would personally make the journey. Had it been delivered by owl, it might have required several trips, with the earliest arrival likely not until the following day. He looked up at Tomail and inquired, Father, what brings you here today? Tomail chuckled, I have a day off, and with nothing pressing on my agenda, I thought I would make a trip to Diagon Alley. I brought this along for you. The two engaged in some casual conversation before Tomail took his leave. With renewed enthusiasm, Maud prepared to concoct the potion for the evolution of magical creatures. He meticulously recorded the pertinent knowledge of potion making, along with the techniques and intricacies involved, in his spellbook. Subsequently, he outlined the key points and studied them diligently. Having procured an ample supply of ingredients, including powdered unicorn horn, which he ground at the last moment to add to the potion, Maud began his attempt at brewing. The materials he had were sufficient for 2 or 3 trials. With utmost seriousness, he measured out the absinthe and bezoar, ignited the crucible, and commenced the heating process. Upon reaching a predetermined temperature, he began to incorporate the remaining herbs. Alas, the magical realm lacked thermometers. Had they been available, he could have achieved a greater level of precision in his endeavor. Maud gazed intently at the potion within the cauldron, now transformed into a viscous liquid, emitting a bubbling sound. The aroma gradually wafted forth, a pungent scent that was somewhat nauseating. Modu was deep in contemplation, pondering whether this endeavor could truly be deemed a success. Would this concoction, once ingested, induce a violent expulsion of gastric juices? Its appearance left much to be desired. Cloaked in an unappealing shade of dark purple, which certainly did little to awaken the appetite. With a resounding thud, it became evident that the potion had failed in its creation. The liquid began to take on a charred hue, reminiscent of something burnt to a crisp. Maud has also confirmed that he is not a one-time success in the art of potion making. He must discard his attempts and start anew, with 2 more chances remaining. Maud was increasingly engrossed, attentively studying the key points in the spellbook, progressing step by step at a leisurely pace. It was difficult to discern how much time had passed. A completely violet-hued elixir materialized within the crucible. This time, it seemed the potion had been successfully concocted. A delightful fragrance wafted from the solution within the crucible. Maud inhaled deeply. It resembled the fragrance of blossoms. Regardless, it was far more pleasant than the acrid scent from before. Once the purple solution ceased to bubble, Maud introduced the powdered unicorn horn into the mix. The solution began to simmer anew, and its hue gradually transformed. Maud gazed at the solution as it transitioned from a deep violet to a pristine white, and then to a vibrant red. It appeared as if the hues of a rainbow had gracefully flowed through the mixture before settling into a tranquil state. Ultimately, the liquid within the crucible shimmered with a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of the currency known as galleons from the enchanting realm of magic. Maud looked again at the depiction of the successful manifestation of this potion in the spellbook, meticulously comparing it once more. At last, he was certain that he had succeeded. Maud raised the crucible and poured the solution into the cup. He lifted the cup to his lips and inhaled its aroma once more. The fragrance remained as delightful as before. He set the cup down and turned his focus inward, concentrating his thoughts. On the summit of Kunlun Mountain, a glimmer of golden light emerged amidst the white snow. Maud envisioned drawing closer, and thus the golden orb began to expand. It seemed as though he could almost touch this radiant sphere of golden light. He consumed the elixir in his cup, savoring its sweetness. A delicate floral aroma greeted his palate, followed by a sugary essence reminiscent of fruit candies. As the potion flowed within him, the golden orb appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, tilting ever so slightly. It was at this moment that Maud noticed an unexpected fissure had formed upon the orb's surface. The crack began to slope downwards, from which a liquid, mirroring the golden hue of the elixir, began to surge forth. In this manner, a cascade of golden nectar poured down from the summit of Kunlun Mountain into an unknown void. Maud felt a sudden warmth enveloping his body, his heart racing faster and faster. He understood that a mysterious force was transforming him from within. A peculiar sense of comfort enveloped me. A radiant white light emanated from Maud's being, transforming him into a beacon of illumination. Gradually, the light intensified and coalesced into a sphere of brilliance. From an external perspective, Maud resembled an egg, cradled by some extraordinary creature. In that moment, Imoda lost his grasp on reality, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Time became an elusive concept, and he could not ascertain how long he had lingered in this state. Suddenly, the white eggshell shattered, and Imoda's figure re-emerged. His elongated ears unfurled like wings, and he swiftly opened his eyes. A dazzling light emanated from his gaze, his pupils shimmering with a radiant golden hue. His entire being seemed to elevate slightly, imbued with an ethereal presence. Maud found a mirror and gazed into it. Not bad. Reflected within was a handsome young elf, with elongated ears, a pronounced nose, and a cascade of golden hair that shimmered with a softer hue. His golden eyes emitted a faint glow, while his hands and feet had become slender yet strong. Maud opened his arms, a faint white light emanating from him. Maud felt as though the magic within him had suddenly surged to a new height, granting him a profound mastery over it. He raised his hand and, with a mere gesture directed at a cup resting on the table, summoned it effortlessly. The cup levitated gracefully into the air, soaring towards him. With steady precision, Maud's hand clasped it firmly. This displayed an extraordinary control over magic, which indeed required a considerable reservoir of power. Maud remembered that such a scene typically occurs with highly skilled adult wizards. This implies that his mastery over magical power, as well as the totality of his magical energy, had at least reached the level of an adult wizard, if not beyond. Maud's heart fluttered with excitement as he settled onto the bed, immersing himself in the recollections of the sage spirits that danced within his mind. The sage spirits, born scholars endowed with extraordinary magical prowess, particularly excelled in the arts of memory and divination. Their mastery of knowledge surpassed that of humans by leaps and bounds. Their magical abilities significantly eclipsed those of their contemporaneous human counterparts, wielding a more formidable and precise control over their powers. The evolution from humans to sage spirits represented a monumental opportunity. Maud gently touched his elongated ears, a testament to his innate talent for the arcane arts. He opened the tome of magic, snapped his fingers, and began to recite an incantation. The enchantment of identification was set in motion. Your weapon, compatibility level, 110 levitation spell. Compatibility level, 120 grimoire. Compatibility level, 130 frost witch's magic. Compatibility level, 130. Maud blinked in astonishment, convinced that his eyes had not deceived him. The compatibility had surged forth. The frost witch's enchantment, in conjunction with your compatibility level, stood at an impressive 130. Effect: no wand, no incantation required. A 50 amplification of frost energy, capable of precisely targeting all visible objects or adversaries. With a sharpness enhancement of 30, your frost arrows could nearly pierce through any flesh. This was an unparalleled magic, now endowed with an additional characteristic, sharpness. Maud looked once more at the other spells, particularly those he had previously failed to master. Flame, he noted, with a compatibility rating of 100. Effects: no wand, no incantation required, and an increase in burn duration by 20. This is a spell you can effortlessly learn, and it is particularly suited to you. Transmutation, he continued, also boasts a compatibility rating of 100. Effects: no wand, no incantation required, with an increase in transformation duration by 20. Almost all of the spells he had documented approached a compatibility rating of 100, with only a few lingering around 90. Those spells rated at 100 possessed 1 or 2 unique effects, while he had only encountered 2 spells rated at 130, the Spellbook and the Frost Witch's Magic. The Spellbook's effects were as follows. You could, in an instant, replicate the entirety of its contents. You could reproduce all the images contained within the Spellbook. Furthermore, your Spellbook could archive one spell, enhancing its potency by 20, with the ability to cast it once per day. These 3 attributes, replication, image reproduction, and spell archiving, epitomized the magical prowess of the Sage Elf. Beyond the Sage Elf, there existed 3 higher tiers of elves. What extraordinary magical talents and abilities might the highest tier, the Elf King, possess? Maud suppressed the surging joy within him as he glanced at the description of his divination magical aptitude. The Sage Elf was particularly adept at divination, however. He had yet to study any divination magic. Lost in thought, Maud felt as though something was about to burst forth from his eyes. He covered his pulsating eyes. Suddenly, in the golden pupils of Maud, a familiar scene flickered to life. A hulking green-skinned giant was raising its massive wooden club, violently smashing it against a restroom. Inside, a young witch was frantically seeking refuge. Maud suddenly experienced an unsettling sensation. In this instance of the giant incident, Hermione ought to be rescued by Harry and Ron, and all 3 should emerge unscathed. What could be the source of this feeling? The magic within his body was surging, and Maud's eyes continued to flicker. Maud's heart began to ache. A sense of inexplicable foreboding washed over him. It felt as though this time, Hermione might perish. Or perhaps it would be Harry or Ron who would encounter misfortune. Maud rushed to his feet and dashed towards the ladies' restroom. As he ran, his ears abruptly shrank to a normal size. His elongated ears were too conspicuous and would be difficult to explain if noticed. Unfortunately, his other features, golden pupils and slightly increased height, seemed irretrievable. "Help!" cried the young witch Hermione, her face a mask of panic as she was pursued by a green-skinned giant. How could such a creature appear so suddenly at Hogwarts? With a thunderous crash, the giant laughed grotesquely, revealing its hideous teeth, and swung down its club, obliterating a toilet stall with ease. Its strength was tremendous. To the giant, these walls appeared as flimsy as paper. Hermione was knocked to the ground by the debris of fallen dirt and splintered wood from the stall. She had sought refuge here, upset by Ron's words earlier that day, and had forgotten her wand, leaving her utterly defenseless. Desperately, she crouched down and shouted, "Help! Help!" But no one responded. At that moment, Harry and Ron, who should have arrived by now, were delayed by Draco Malfoy from Slytherin and were hastening to her aid. Hermione hid beneath the sink, hoping it would shield her from the giant's downward gaze. Alas, it did not. The giant smashed down towards the sink once more. The basin shattered with a resounding crash, and the wooden club hit the ground with a thunderous roar beside Hermione. She barely managed to evade that blow. Yet soon, another strike came, the club descending from above once more. The giant emitted a disgusting, slurping sound. "Hermione, run!" At last, Harry and Ron arrived, picking up stones from the floor and hurling them at the giant. Finally, they captured its attention. The giant turned, grinning foolishly. Another swing of its club came crashing down. Harry and Ron jumped aside in terror. The giant missed them, its club smashing into the floor, enough to unbalance both boys and send them sprawling. It turned its gaze back to Hermione. Outside, it seemed to be raining, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the room through the windows. The thunder rumbled ominously. At that moment, the giant raised its massive club, thicker than a human head, and swung it down with a whoosh. Ron and Harry had just managed to get back on their feet and were powerless to do anything. They exchanged a determined glance, resolving to embrace the giant in an attempt to halt its relentless assault. Maud finally arrived at the corridor outside the restroom, having sprinted all the way there. If only he had mastered the art of apparition, but alas, he had yet to learn it. At last, he approached the restroom, where he could already hear the sounds of startled cries, including those of Hermione, as well as Harry and Ron. Maud's gaze penetrated the corridor, revealing a scene 100 meters away. Hermione was crouched beside a shattered sink, leaning against the wall. Her eyes closed as she shouted something at the top of her lungs. Towering before her, a gigantic troll nearly grazed the ceiling, brandishing an enormous wooden club, its shadow looming ominously over Hermione's head. Beside her, Harry and Ron were not, as he had imagined, One perched atop the troll's head while the other cast a levitation spell to counter the club. Instead, the two were advancing towards the troll, and thus towards the impending strike of the club. With such a blow, it was likely that all three would meet their demise. What to do? As Maud realized he could not reach in time, he resorted to magic. But which spell could bridge such a vast distance? In his hurried state, the only enchantments that came to mind were the Frost Witch's incantation and the levitation charm. Doubts lingered in his heart. If it were the former version of himself, he would surely have failed. However, after evolving into an arcane spirit, he had little time for further contemplation. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a luminous blue light erupted in the corridor, akin to the flash of lightning. Within this radiant glow, a frost arrow, over 2 meters in length, shimmered with an aura of chilling sharpness. The moment the frost arrow materialized, it locked onto the green figure of the giant 100 meters away. It surged forth with a fierce howl, as if conjuring a gust of wind. To Maud's perception, the speed of this colossal arrow rivaled that of the golden snitch, perhaps even surpassing it. In the blink of an eye, the azure frost arrow traversed several dozen meters, swiftly approaching the giant. And the wooden club? Hermione was perilously close to the giant, likely to be struck by its club or caught in the path of Maud's frost arrow. Maud raised his finger and cast the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Although he silently recited the incantation in his mind, he did not utter it aloud. A beam of white light suddenly illuminated from the tip of his finger, directed towards Hermione. An inexplicable force suddenly surged through Maud's hand, and he felt a palpable pressure. With a swift motion, he yanked her towards himself. Under the shadow of the giant, Hermione, who had been screaming, suddenly sensed an invisible grip pulling her. In the next instant, her figure was abruptly lifted into the air. She felt the rush of wind whistling past her ears, as if she were soaring. With her eyes wide open, Hermione realized she had darted through the narrow space between Harry and Ron, hurtling down the corridor towards the restroom, akin to riding a broomstick. No, perhaps even faster. At the end of the corridor, she spotted a golden-haired figure sprinting, one hand raised in the air, as if grasping something. Maud. Although Maud's appearance had undergone some changes, Hermione instantly recognized him. It was indeed Maud. Maud, Hermione finally exclaimed, her voice slightly faltering due to her shock. Maud nodded, lowering his hand to allow Hermione to land safely. At the end, the frost arrow shimmered with a cerulean light, having pierced the towering body of the giant. In the instant, blood gushed forth. The frigid air had already encased both it and the blood into a colossal block of ice, tumbling to the ground. At last, it was over. Maud turned and exhaled deeply. Harry and Ron gazed in astonishment at the sudden transformation before them. The girls' restroom they now occupied had been encased in ice. It felt as though they had once again been transported to an icy cavern. Everything was cold, yet eerily familiar. Maud observed the colossal creature, now transformed into an ice sculpture, and confirmed its demise. He retracted his magic. The enormous frost arrow that had pierced the creature's body suddenly dissipated into a blue light, vanishing without a trace. The ice fragments upon the ground also receded, restoring everything to its original state. The thawed corpse of the giant crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Maud contemplated for a moment and unleashed a blazing inferno, attempting to obscure the gaping wounds inflicted by the frost arrows upon the giant's body. As the flames erupted, they engulfed the entire form of the colossal creature, startling Harry and his companions once more. Professor McGonagall and the other professors were nearing their arrival. Maud was reluctant to reveal the frost magic. Soon, the figure of Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald wizarding robes, appeared. "Oh dear, you must explain this to me at once," she exclaimed, hurrying to the scene, accompanied by Professors Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall surveyed the fallen giant and then looked at the trembling young wizards before her, clearly shaken. A creature of such magnitude was certainly beyond the capabilities of first-year students. In her eyes, the actions of these young wizards reflected a complete disregard for their own safety. She regarded Maud and the others sternly, awaiting an explanation. It was Harry, covered in dirt, who spoke first. "This is my fault, Professor McGonagall." Hermione finally snapped out of her daze. "I was trying to take the blame for everything, Professor McGonagall. There's something amiss here." Maud abruptly interjected, interrupting Hermione's discourse. He too wore a grave expression as he regarded Professor McGonagall. The entire sequence of events commenced when Hermione excused herself momentarily to wash her hands, unaware of the troubling situation involving the troll. On her return, She was startled by a tremendous noise emanating from the restroom, initially attributing it to someone in the corridor. However, upon investigation, she encountered a colossal green-skinned creature. Concerned for Hermione, Harry, Ron, and I hastened to find her, culminating in the scene that now unfolded. Moton paused for a moment before continuing. I suspect that someone has deliberately injured the giant and lured it to the school. This is a conspiracy. This assertion, while largely factual, was undoubtedly tinged with Moditon's own musings. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared wide-eyed at Moton. Isn't this wound of yours self-inflicted? Then this charred injury, was that our doing, Professor McGonagall? I just happen to have learned the fire-making spell, which I can manage to use, albeit with some difficulty. Mord retrieved his wand from behind and pointed it towards the colossal creature. Professor McGonagall sighed, acknowledging that Miss Granger's actions were unintentional, thus deciding not to deduct points this time. As for the three of you, I hope you remember that very few first-year students survive an encounter with a troll. Each of you shall receive 5 points. Harry and his companions exchanged knowing smiles. Mord stood nearby, smiling, yet his gaze was fixed upon Snape, more precisely upon the wound on his foot. He merely cast a glance before turning away. Harry, noticing this, wore a look of perplexity as he exchanged a brief glance with Snape. Professor McGonagall took the lead, with Snape following closely behind. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell intermittently twitched his mouth, as though something within was writhing. His expression was decidedly peculiar. Just before departing, Mord turned back to cast another look towards the restroom, where he beheld a familiar figure. A pair of deep blue eyes were gazing back at him. It was Professor Dumbledore. The bizarre occurrences had reached a temporary conclusion. Maude asked Harry and Ron about their situation before rushing to save Hermione. He felt it was peculiar that Harry and Ron had not arrived in time this time. The two explained that they had been obstructed by Malfoy. Maude can only attribute the answer to the butterfly effect. Perhaps his presence has already altered something. Maude, what is the situation? Harry gazed at his face. Maude's visage appears somewhat altered. The previous features are faintly discernible, yet they have transformed into a more gentle and spirited countenance. His pupils, once a deep black, have now morphed into a striking golden hue. The essence of his entire being exudes an aura that is starkly distinct from that of his former self. A subtle enchantment. Maude explained. This phrase is indeed remarkably useful. TCH. The young witch Hermione rolled her eyes. Why is it still this phrase? Your magic is far beyond what mere spells can elucidate. She appeared vibrant and lively, casting spells without a wand, and such immense power that even a giant could not withstand it. Maude could discern her passion for magic. He elaborated further, perhaps my previous statement was inaccurate. So allow me to clarify. At that moment, Hermione and the others turned their gazes towards him. Maude paused. My transformation is entirely due to the fact that I am currently in my adolescent years. It is quite natural for such changes to occur. Harry, along with his companions, expressed his suspicion that the troll was a result of Professor Snape's actions. In a hushed tone, Harry remarked, I noticed a wound on his foot while we were in the restroom. He glanced back at Moditon. Maude, you saw it too, didn't you? Moody nodded thoughtfully. Ultimately, Snape could not escape his fate. If he were in that position, his first suspicion would likely fall upon Professor Quirrell. The man's behavior was exceedingly peculiar, entirely unbefitting of a professor. Moreover, Professor Quirrell was a graduate of Ravenclaw, a house renowned for its wise and learned individuals. It was perplexing that someone like Quirrell, who appeared rather foolish, could emerge from such an esteemed institution. Both Hermione and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Snape had circumvented the three-headed dog, presumably to reach what it was guarding. Harry then interjected, It is the highly confidential object we retrieved from Gringotts. Maude quietly listened to his reasoning, remaining silent. After a while, an owl swooped down, clutching a sizable letter in its talons. It landed gracefully before Harry and dropped the message. The delivery seems rather early, Hermione remarked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. She had never received a letter delivered at such an hour. Harry caught the letter and placed it on the table. I've never received a letter before, he exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and bewilderment evident in his voice. Maude knew precisely who had sent the email. He chuckled and remarked to Harry, Perhaps you have some relatives after all. Of course, I am not referring to the Dursleys. Harry adjusted his glasses, pondering whether he truly had any remaining kin. Regrettably, his knowledge of his heritage was rather limited. Nevertheless, this did not dampen his joy. After Harry and Ron eagerly unwrapped the package, Maude too beheld its contents. A magnificent broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. This broom was exquisitely crafted, its handle even exhibiting a gleam. It was said to soar at remarkable speeds, though its price was certainly not modest. Maud glanced for a while, but could not discern the distinction between the Nimbus 2000 and other brooms, aside from its aesthetic differences. He speculated that this enchanted broom was likely a product of alchemical mastery. Suddenly, Maud felt a peculiar twitching in his eyes once more. He cupped one hand over them, and through the narrow crevice of his fingers, glimpses of light and shadow seeped through. For the second time, his eyes experienced an enigmatic sensation. What could it be? A premonition? What was this occurrence anew? In Maud's mind, a series of elusive thoughts emerged, evoking a sense of discomfort, as if his innermost secrets were being scrutinized. Who could it be? Gradually, the images within his golden eyes began to clarify. Two familiar figures materialized before him, situated in what appeared to be a study. Numerous bookshelves lined the walls, some cloaked in dust, adorned with an array of ancient tomes bound in time-worn covers. Professor Dumbledore's fate was suddenly shrouded in a veil of mystery. What an extraordinary boy he is! Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor, had a glimmer in her eyes. Sporting round black spectacles and a mane of tousled, hay-like golden hair, she did not resemble her colleagues, dressed instead in a tattered green-spotted robe. Her entire demeanor exuded an inexplicable eccentricity. Dumbledore nodded, his long silver hair still strikingly prominent. The last time I encountered him, I sensed something. Professor Trelawney, what did you just perceive in his destiny? I saw a peculiar figure, Trelawney described, tall as a giant, perhaps even more so. Its form was engulfed in flames and crackling with lightning, resembling a creature of unimaginable magic. Dumbledore lowered his spectacles, revealing piercing blue eyes. Ah, I see now. His magical transformations are considerable. However, as long as we ascertain that he is unrelated to that being, all shall be well. The vision faded away. Maud was somewhat taken aback. Professor Dumbledore had indeed divined his fate. He surmised that Dumbledore must have perceived the scars left by his magic during the encounter with the troll, hence the earlier scene. However, it made sense. As Voldemort's presence is ever elusive, and being the most formidable dark wizard, he could indeed bestow upon an individual transient powers that do not rightfully belong to them. Upon returning to his dormitory, Maud resolved to hone his magical abilities. He harbored a profound interest in mastering new spells or delving into more intricate and potent forms of magic. For him, this was a source of genuine delight. Maud snapped his fingers, invoking the art of discernment. As for your weapon, compatibility level, 110. Effect: each time you cast a spell, there is a 30 chance to stun your adversary. It allows for spell casting without a wand or incantation. Your weapon has gained a stunning attribute. Illumination spell, compatibility level, 115. Effect: your illumination incantation can unleash a blinding flash, causing discomfort to the eyes, inducing tears, and even rendering one unable to open their eyes. It allows for spell casting without a wand or incantation. The illumination spell has acquired a dazzling characteristic. Armor of protection, compatibility level, 120. Effect: the intangible armor you conjured dissipates 20 of the energy from magical attacks directed at it, while also enhancing its strength by 20. It allows for spell casting without a wand or incantation. The armor of protection has gained 2 attributes, one for dissipation and another for strength. These are the 3 spells Maud has chosen to study today. You have already practiced the weapon and illumination spell, and now it is time to master them with greater proficiency. However, the armor of protection is entirely unfamiliar, having been previously documented but never practiced. Nevertheless, this spell holds immense utility, capable of defending against nearly all forms of magic, save for the peculiar Avada Kedavra, a curse that defies defense and can only be evaded. Maud pondered whether this property of diffusion would prove effective against the Avada Kedavra curse. Alas, there is no answer to this question at present. Maud has embarked on the pursuit of magic. As his affinity for various spells has significantly heightened, his practice has become effortless and intuitive. The once daunting experience of learning intricate transformations has vanished entirely. With a snap of his fingers, radiant white light pulsates from his palm, striking the void repeatedly. For there is no one available to allow him to attempt the casting of any weaponry other than this. Maud pondered whether he should take the time to locate the House of Requests. If he were to find it, he could better witness the effects of magic. No longer feeling hesitant as he did now, he recalled that it was on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle where he might discover it. Maud cast aside his previous thoughts and immersed himself once more in the realm of magic. He could sense the rapid acceleration of his proficiency with the spellcasting weapon. his incantation speed increasing and the potency of his spells growing ever stronger. Upon reaching a profound depth of understanding, he transitioned to an illumination charm. The resulting commotion was particularly pronounced as brilliant flashes erupted within the room, creating a stark contrast between the dormitory's interior and the brightness of the day outside. Despite the sunlight still streaming in, Maud also attempted the illumination spell, producing a flickering orb of light. As the dazzling sphere emerged, its blinding brightness struck him with the intensity of gazing directly at the sun, compelling him to squint and ultimately close his eyes. After a brief moment, tears welled up, prompting him to hastily dispel the magic. Maud was equally astonished by such effects. This had transcended mere auxiliary magic. The protective armor spell exhibited no visible signs of its presence. This enchantment conjured an invisible, ethereal armor, or perhaps one might describe it as a transparent barrier. Maud contemplated casting a fiery spell to test its effects, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. If the dormitory were to catch fire, he might find himself without a place to stay for the night. The duration of his training remained uncertain. Noticing the sky darkening, Maud finally chose to cease his endeavors. Maud retrieved the grimoire once more, casually flipping through its pages. There remained a considerable number of spells yet to be inscribed within. What could this be? Maud paused upon encountering the remnants of the illusory spells he had studied previously. His discerning magic revealed some peculiar elements. The illusory spells, when intertwined with his elven lineage, could evolve into a form of conjuration magic, enabling the creation of fantastical creatures. Compatibility, 150. Effect, related to the generated fantastical beings, currently unknown. This is a truly wondrous form of magic. What is happening? Maud was somewhat perplexed. Could this illusionary spell truly merge with the essence of elven blood to forge an entirely new form of magic? And what, pray tell, are these fantastical creatures? Suddenly, fragments of knowledge surfaced in his mind, remnants of ancient elven lore. The blood of elves could bestow life upon these mythical beings, endowing them with a measure of magical prowess and unique talents. Those fantastical creatures that obtained elven blood had the potential to evolve into formidable magical entities, gaining a lifespan far beyond ordinary comprehension. Furthermore, elves could share their longevity with these beings. Longevity? This notion reminded Maud of Nicholas Flamel, the renowned alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. Flamel's survival hinged upon the philosopher's stone, although he had never laid eyes upon the man. It was said that his visage bore the marks of profound age. Maud speculates that the philosopher's stone may sustain longevity, perhaps even immortality. Yet it does not preserve youthful appearance. Is it conceivable that the method by which fantastical creatures share their longevity could transcend this limitation and allow one to retain a youthful visage? Maud continued to observe. The fantastical creatures were born of a unique magic intertwined with the essence of elven blood. They may have originally been non-existent in the world, manifesting solely through the conjurer's imagination. Each vivid conception bestows upon these ethereal beings extraordinary power and innate talents, a notion that aligns closely with the findings of the analysis of illusionary spells. Moore suddenly found himself captivated by this fantastical creature. It promised longevity, and its very essence was bestowed by the power of imagination. Yet, the notion of talent is not merely about envisioning something and it coming to fruition. Nevertheless, the mere act of conjuring a new life form instills a unique sense of accomplishment. Maud contemplated the fragmented remnants of the illusionary spell once more. How could it be intertwined with the essence of the elven bloodline? Was it merely a matter of conjuring an illusion and then bestowing upon it a single drop of blood? The introduction was rather ambiguous, and Maud pondered whether the information was indeed lacking, considering that this magic was but a mere fragment. Maud contemplated the complete exchange of knowledge regarding the transfiguration spell with Kunlun. Previously, he had failed to grasp it, but now, with an elevated proficiency in the spell, mastering it seemed a trivial endeavor. Kunlun transmitted the knowledge back to him. The entirety of the illusion spell unfolded in his mind, as if a chemical reaction had occurred. The original text gradually transformed. The illusory creature's magic, crafted by the second-generation elven king, Geralgo, possesses the ability to conjure companions akin to elves, allowing them to share their talents and lifespan. The illusory creature of the second-generation elven king, the Hellfire Dragon, is renowned throughout the wizarding era for its formidable power. The method of cultivation is as follows. Maud's essence has been transferred to the spellbook, and once again, the identification magic reveals its secrets. The magic of fantastical creatures exhibits a compatibility level of 180. Effect. The fantastical beings you conjure will possess a minimum of 50 of your own magical aptitude. You will be able to share at least 80 of their unique talents. The remaining effects are related to the generated fantastical creatures and are currently unknown. This is an unparalleled creation magic. It provides an additional enhancement in the ability to share talents. Furthermore, the compatibility level has reached an impressive 180, marking the highest degree of affinity with magic that Maud has encountered thus far. Maud revisited the method of cultivation. It was rather simple. After mastering magic, one would conjure an imaginary creature and meticulously contemplate the talents it might possess within a reasonable scope. The essence of creating this fantastical being lay in 3 drops of elven blood. Wasn't that quite straightforward? With a compatibility rate of 180, he could directly enter the realm of creation. Placing his palm forward, an obscure creature materialized in the void, its form indistinct and hazy. However, he pressed on with his cultivation. Soon, the imaginary creature he had conjured became increasingly vivid. It took the shape of an elderly man with silver hair cascading to his chest, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles, and his striking blue eyes sparkled with profound wisdom. Maud carefully scrutinized it. Indeed, the details were exquisite. He couldn't help but chuckle. With a swift gesture, he dissipated the illusion. This was merely an experiment in magic. How could his fantastical creature possibly appear in such a manner? The magic had reached maturity. What remained now were the 3 drops of blood. Maud sought a needle within the confines of the dormitory, but being surrounded by the quarters of several boys, he found no thread in sight. Regrettably, he resorted to unzipping Ron's trousers. After a hasty repair, it was barely sufficient to prick his finger. He found a small container and squeezed 3 drops of blood into it. Transformed into an elf, his blood shimmered with a vibrant crimson hue, laced with a hint of golden radiance. Maud gazed intently, a sense of astonishment washing over him as he confirmed his transformation into something beyond human. He once again invoked his magic, and a magnificent white light erupted forth. Within this radiant glow, a wondrous creature began to take shape. In Maud's imagination, this fantastical being resembled a celestial dragon, unlike the Swedish short-nosed dragon with its wings. Instead, it embodied the essence of an Eastern dragon, its colossal form coiling through the sky, shrouding the sun. Existing in the liminal space between the ethereal and the tangible, it possessed the ability to alter its state, rendering itself a mere wisp of nothingness, invisible to all. Maud named his creation the Dragon of Reality and Illusion. This was also its first innate ability, which could be described as invisibility. However, unlike typical invisibility, this void could penetrate anything. Maud conceived this talent primarily for self-preservation, as the lifespan of the fantastical creature could be shared with him. Soon, the fantastical being took shape, adorned with the head of a horse, the tail of a serpent, antlers like a deer, and the claws of an eagle. The amalgamation appeared imposing, swirling within the confines of the dormitory, its form nearly too vast to contain. Yet, Maud felt no tangible essence emanating from it, for it was intangible to the touch. Maud speculated that the magic had not yet concluded. Subsequently, the radiance began to converge, and the fantastical creatures diminished in size, shrinking ever smaller. Eventually, the brilliance coalesced into the shape of an eggshell, while the dragon transformed into a diminutive serpent, burrowing within. Thus, it became an unhatched egg. This was the first time Maud had attempted such a feat. Was he truly expected to incubate the egg himself? He meticulously scoured the recesses of his mind, and at last, he uncovered the solution. When a fantastical creature is born, it manifests as an unhatched magical egg. The method of hatching it entails imbuing it with a sufficient amount of magical energy. Maud stepped forward and gently caressed the egg. Its surface felt remarkably smooth to the touch. The shell was adorned with an intricate tapestry of mysterious patterns, resplendent in golden hues, which contrasted strikingly against the lustrous white of the shell. As Maud infused his magical energy, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force. He could sense that his magic was being devoured by an unseen entity. The consumption was rapid. In no time, a tenth of his immense power, now that he had transformed into an elf, was siphoned away. Soon, 20%, then 30%, and then 40% followed suit. Sweat began to beat on Maud's forehead as his magical energy suddenly waned drastically, leaving him with a sense of profound weakness. At last, it reached 80% and came to a halt. He exhaled deeply. Maud gently tapped the egg, nearly overwhelmed by its latent power even before its birth. He began to anticipate the appearance of the creature once it hatched. Magical energy shimmered within the shell, radiating a brilliant blue light before gradually fading away. Soon after, the shell began to crack. With a series of sharp sounds, the fantastical being extended a claw, tearing through the shell and emerging. It was a seemingly ordinary little snake. Yet it possessed 4 diminutive claws. A snake? Maud sensed that this fantastical creature, upon hatching, must be quite diminutive. Yet, why does it appear so utterly ordinary? Its black scales are smooth and tightly arranged, almost resembling a layer of snake skin rather than true scales. The 4 tiny claws are roughly the size of Maud's pinky nail. From a distance, does it not resemble a black serpent? In Maud's imagination, it was meant to possess a majestic azure-hued form. How has its color transformed so drastically? This dragon, straddling the line between reality and fantasy, seems to have noticed him. Slowly inching closer, it brushed against Maud's hand, and he could sense its excitement. How is it that he could comprehend the emotions of such a wondrous being? Or is this connection somehow tied to his act of creation? Maud gazed through the lens of discerning magic. The compatibility with fantastical creatures, both real and mythical dragons, is rated at 200. It possesses magical talents akin to yours, coupled with immense magical power. Its existence has been acknowledged by the world. Transforming from a mere magic into a living being, it no longer drains your magical energy, sharing the same extraordinary talents and boundless power as you. Maud continues to observe. It possesses a long lifespan, capable of sharing its essence with you. It bestows upon you 3 formidable abilities, which are as follows. 1. The true illusionary form. This allows you to seamlessly switch and alter your state of existence. When you assume the illusionary form, you become imperceptible, your presence akin to that of a phantom, rendering you invulnerable to any obstruction. 2. The domain of thunder. The bearer masters the art of wielding lightning, commanding the majestic and formidable force of thunder. The arcane art of lightning magic is at your fingertips, effortlessly conjured. 3. The heart of lava. Breathing forth flames that resemble molten magma, the wielder's fire magic can transmute flames into a semi-molten state, amplifying their potency by 150. Maud envisioned not merely these 3 talents. He gazed upon the diminutive dragon, and once more, information flowed forth. The ethereal mist grants its possessor the ability to soar and traverse realms, rendering the void as solid ground. The reverse scales, enveloping the entire body in formidable armor, would require even a dragon considerable time to breach. In total, there are 5 talents, yet only the first 3 can be bestowed upon him for use. His imagination extended beyond these confines, but alas, they remained unrealized. Perhaps he had ventured too far into exaggeration, losing both logic and reason. Or perhaps he had reached the pinnacle of fantastical abilities. The effects, however, were not yet fully revealed. It possesses the capacity to forge a seamless connection with your mind, comprehending your every utterance, allowing for a profound exchange of thoughts. Its gaze mirrors your own, granting you the perspective through which it perceives the world. It shall be your unparalleled companion in the future. This is the entirety of it. In summary, the essence lies in 4 effects: the endowment of talent, the sharing of lifespan, the connection of minds, and the acquisition of perspective. Indeed, he nodded in satisfaction. This dragon, nay, it should be referred to as the Black Serpent. Its new name aptly reflects its current form. Maud pondered whether he might find the time to encounter Voldemort's serpent. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such an idea was fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be wiser to engage with Ron's pet rat instead. Imodo extended his hand, and the black serpent suddenly coiled around it. Then, his body transformed into nothingness and vanished. This is the effect of the true illusionary form. Maud felt a surge of curiosity and decided to manifest this talent. Gradually, his body disintegrated into nothingness, rendering him unable to perceive his own form. However, the awareness of his physical being remained intact. He attempted to touch the table, only to find himself grasping at emptiness. Maud walked to the center of the table, suddenly stepping into the solid surface of the table. It felt remarkably surreal. Subsequently, a peculiar wave of energy coursed through his body. Imoda felt as if his body was under some immense pressure, as if a powerful force was bearing down upon him. He quickly withdrew, dispelling his ethereal form. What was happening? Maud examined his body thoroughly and found no abnormalities. After several attempts, he finally grasped the situation. This ethereal form could maintain invisibility for an extended duration. Yet the ability to remain untouchable required certain conditions to be met. Otherwise, it would last only a few minutes. These conditions might involve possessing a formidable physique or other factors. As for the realm of thunder and the heart of lava, Maud raised his hands, a powerful current swirling around them. This was not exactly magic, yet it did draw upon magical energy. The true efficacy of the domain of thunder lay in enhancing his innate talent for lightning magic. Once this spell dissipated, Maud cautiously conjured a small, blazing flame. The fierce fire danced in the void as he snapped his fingers. The fiery red flames transformed into a deep crimson, and a wave of rising heat rushed towards him. Although the portion that was transformed was not substantial, the temperature surged significantly. Drip. 1 or 2 drops of molten lava were about to fall to the ground. Maud raised his hand again, snapping his fingers to dismiss the magic. A black serpent? Maud silently called out to the black serpent. The black serpent re-emerged upon Maud's arm. He felt a tinge of curiosity. The serpent should now be in its juvenile dragon state. What powers might it possess in this form? Maud conveyed his thoughts directly to the black serpent. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed out of the window. Beyond lay a vast expanse of water. It seemed fitting to cast a spell here, and there should be no issue in doing so. He would simply direct his magic towards that direction. Maud pointed towards the sky above the vast expanse of water. The black serpent cast a glance back at him. Goo goo, was the sound that escaped the serpent's lips. Maud was somewhat taken aback. Was this the sound the dragon made in its infancy? The black serpent conveyed its response to him. Although small, it was remarkably intelligent. The commotion might have been a bit loud, which was the implication Maud discerned from its cries. It was indeed astonishing that he could comprehend the calls of such extraordinary creatures. Fear not, for there is no one upon the sea. Feel free to unleash your abilities. Maud leaned out of the window to take a glance, and continued conversing with the black serpent. Suddenly, the serpent's body radiated a dazzling blue light. Maud could sense the surging magic that resonated with him. The once clear sky darkened ominously. Though it was a sunny day, ominous clouds began to gather. A low growl emanated from the black serpent, its voice still youthful. Suddenly, clusters of purple lightning burst forth, coursing through the heavens and flickering with a mesmerizing brilliance. Occasionally, bolts would strike down from the sky, resembling a sword of thunder piercing the sea. Shortly thereafter, the lightning seemed to boil and coalesce, as if brewing something potent. In the next moment, a radiant purple light illuminated the vast expanse of the sky. A tree of lightning unfurled, revealing countless branches. The purple thunder instantly enveloped the surroundings, shattering the darkness. Hiss! More exclaimed in astonishment. On one hand, it was due to the formidable power of the black serpent. On the other hand, he beheld a bat-like silhouette emerging amidst the lightning, seemingly struck down, as if its wings had been shattered and it was plummeting to the ground. If he were not mistaken, it was Snape. Maud's first instinct was that it was him, but upon reflection, it seemed that Chilo also possessed a similar robe. Due to the considerable distance, Maud had little time to react and did not catch a glimpse of the individual's face. Just as Maud pondered whether the person had sunk into the depths of the sea, a shadowy figure staggered back to the surface. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was not Snape. The figure did not reveal their visage, and their form bore a closer resemblance to the dark-robed figure from the day of the Gringotts heist. In an instant, Maud discerned his identity, Professor Quirrell. The professor's attire still bore a hint of the dark wizard aesthetic. One wondered what mischief he had ventured forth to engage in. Observing Quirrell's somewhat singed turban and dark robes, Maud mused whether he had suffered a blow to the back of his head. A chuckle escaped him. If it had been Professor Snape, he would have felt a twinge of anxiety, for human lives were at stake. Yet, with Quirrell, he thought it best to let matters unfold. Professor Quirrell? Before long, Hogwarts issued an urgent announcement, declaring a state of alert throughout the school. This situation was markedly different from the time of the troll, Professor McGonagall remarked. The current intrusion into Hogwarts could potentially involve some magical creature. However, it could also be the work of dark wizards. The true terror lay in the unknown. If it were merely a magical creature, that would be manageable. But if it were a dark wizard capable of vanquishing Professor Quirrell, the atmosphere among the professors grew markedly somber. Their words indicated that even they were uncertain about the current safety of Hogwarts. What about Professor Dumbledore? Queried the diminutive Professor Flitwick. He has stepped out. He may return by tomorrow, Professor McGonagall replied. For this evening's safety, the responsibility falls upon us. In the dining hall, all students were instructed not to leave their dormitories after nightfall, as Professor McGonagall, maintaining her customary stern demeanor, announced this decree to all present. Maud looked around at the murmuring students, as well as the few solemn-faced professors on the stage. Professor Snape maintained his characteristic expression of indifference. Maud felt that he was perhaps the only one playing a serious role in this situation. He speculated that in the days to come, the professor would likely inspect every corner of the school until they uncovered the truth. What exactly had transpired? Harry was somewhat taken aback. I heard that Professor Quirrell has been injured, Hermione continued. He is currently resting on Madame Pomfrey's sickbed, reportedly with his back scorched, as if it had been burned by fire, and he remains in a state of unconsciousness. I suspect that a dark wizard has infiltrated the school. Hermione's expression was grave as she uttered these words. Maud was almost unable to contain his laughter. In this school, the most formidable dark wizard was none other than Professor Quirrell. The other pretender of darkness was merely a newly hatched serpent. Oh no, a hatchling dragon. Ron was also surprisingly attentive to Hermione's analysis. Does this mean that Hogwarts is no longer safe? He inquired. Maud waved his hand dismissively. How could it be? The true danger now lies with the dark sorcerer. After all, he is currently lying in bed, still in a state of unconsciousness. Maud speculated that Professor Chilo may have fallen into a coma after being struck. Subsequently, the professor, who took to the skies, was likely being controlled by that individual. This also served to conceal Chilo's true identity. As for the secret behind the treatment, it is plausible that there exists a method to prevent its discovery. Maud continued. With Professor Dumbledore present, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the safest haven. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. Once again, the night enveloped Hogwarts in a profound silence. Maud glanced out at the scenery beyond the window. The moonlight was radiant, illuminating the water's surface where two crescent moons mirrored each other. Occasionally, gentle ripples danced across the sea, while the ocean breeze wafted into the dormitory. Outside, one could faintly hear the solitary footsteps of the professor, presumably patrolling for that dark sorcerer. Soon, he drifted into slumber, having been drained of a substantial amount of magical energy by the dark serpent for the first time. He returned to the dormitory that night and replenished it with further energy. He truly felt an overwhelming fatigue in his body. The following day, Maud arrived at the library early. Inside, Hermione, the young witch, was already seated in her familiar spot, with a towering stack of books before her. Truly, she is Miss Know-It-All. Hey, Maud. Maud nodded and greeted her in return. He selected several books and placed them on the table, including Standard Spells Level 2, Standard Spells Level 3, and Ancient Potionology, among others. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, and so is the realm of magic. He would not allow himself to become complacent due to a few advancements. Opposite him, Hermione continued to turn the pages with remarkable speed, flipping to a new one within mere seconds. Noticing Maud's gaze upon her, Hermione inquired with curiosity, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Maud nodded. "Indeed, there is something. What is it?" "It is somewhat slow." Maud continued, "When it comes to learning, one should adopt a more proactive approach. Your reading speed is rather sluggish and requires improvement." Hermione retorted, "Weren't you the one who advised me last time that reading should be done slowly and with careful contemplation?" Maud. Hermione. Just then, Ron and Harry entered. Maud turned his head, looking at them with curiosity. "What brings you two here?" Harry chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I'm searching for some books related to Quidditch. I am about to participate in the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin." Maud nodded slightly. The preparations for the Quidditch match were indeed approaching swiftly. At this moment, Harry was likely engaged in learning a few things from the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood. Both had taken a book in hand and began to read, albeit with a sense of reluctance. Their pace of reading was even slower than that of Maud's earlier efforts. Maud speculated that it involved reading a line, forgetting a line, and then glancing back at the previous line. He also devoted himself earnestly to his studies. The extraordinary speed of knowledge acquisition introduced by the wise elf piqued Maud's interest. After all, he should not be slower than Hermione, should he? Maud opened the book of Standard Spells Level 2. Instantly, he was enveloped in a sense of wonder. At a glance, the densely packed text transformed into a vivid tapestry, instantly imprinted in his mind. Maud reflected upon the text inscribed on the recently examined page, every word distinctly visible. He was even able to undertake a preliminary organization and comprehension of the knowledge contained within. Remarkably, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Maud was somewhat exhilarated as he gazed outward. He hastened his pace of turning the pages, eager to sense the limits of the sage's spirit. Initially, a few individuals were gathered together, with only Hermione's sparse, yet brisk page-turning breaking the silence. However, with Maud's addition, the sound of pages flipping quickened, each motion becoming slightly more pronounced. Hermione and the others lifted their heads to observe. In Maud's hands, the pages were turned somewhat roughly, as if in search of something concealed within the book. A slight breeze was even stirred up by the motion. Hermione felt that while she managed to read one page, Maud could flip through 10 or even more. Just as the others stood in astonishment, a familiar and aged voice echoed, "Mr. Maris. One cannot treat a book with such brutality." Maud raised his head, locking eyes with a pair of azure orbs. "Please come to my office, Mr. Maris," Professor Dumbledore said, lowering his spectacles and smiling at him. "Professor Dumbledore?" Maud looked somewhat awkwardly at Professor Dumbledore. As for the matter of reading, that could be overlooked. The primary issue at hand was the unfortunate situation at Hogwarts, which he had single-handedly brought about. Maud silently employed the technique of mental concealment, safeguarding his emotions and thoughts. "Follow me, Mr. Maris," he said. Under the curious gazes of Harry and his companions, Maud followed Professor Dumbledore. Before the door of Dumbledore's office stood a colossal stone beast, blocking their path. It opened its stone mouth. "Password. Cockroach cluster," Professor Dumbledore uttered, casting a smile at Maud. Indeed, the cockroach cluster made for quite a delightful treat. "Maud, Dumbledore has a penchant for sweet delicacies. However, when it comes to something as peculiar as cockroach clusters, he might be the sole individual at Hogwarts capable of indulging in such a treat." The stone beast ascended, revealing a staircase that spiraled upward. The two entered, leading to Dumbledore's office. The room was structured in a cylindrical form, with a row of bookshelves lining the walls, filled with tomes, some of which bore yellowed covers, suggesting a certain antiquity. Portraits of past headmasters adorned the walls, and now and then, the figures within the frames would blink their eyes. Beside the bookshelves, a bird with vibrant red feathers, its long tail shimmering with golden hues, perched gracefully. This magnificent creature, known as Fawkes, was a true phoenix. As Maud observed Fawkes with keen interest, Professor Dumbledore had already taken his seat in the office chair. Mr. Maris appeared quite fascinated by the phoenix. Dumbledore gestured towards a chair beside him. "Please, take a seat, Maris." Maud sat down. In contrast to conversing with the mind-reading Dumbledore, he preferred the company of the phoenix. Of course, Dumbledore ought not to perceive his thoughts now. Quite commendably, Professor Dumbledore nodded. "Is it the art of mental occlusion? Mr. Maris, your talent is truly remarkable." How did Professor Dumbledore discern his proficiency in mental occlusion? "Professor Dumbledore, surely you must be mistaken." Maud did not acknowledge it, gently stroking his head. "Is that so?" Dumbledore blinked. "I am quite familiar with this enchantment as well. Perhaps I truly misjudged." He picked up a pile of candy resembling cockroaches from the table and placed it into his mouth. "Mr. Maris, would you care for some?" Maud shook his head. "No, Professor Dumbledore. I cannot bring myself to taste this, even knowing it is merely a confection." Professor Dumbledore placed his hands upon the table, his fingers interlaced. "Mr. Maris, I have heard about the matters concerning the school. What is your perspective on this?" Maud felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore had uncovered something? Was it regarding Professor Chilo's situation within the school? Maud turned with the same earnest expression as Ron had displayed the previous night. "I believe that under the protection of Hogwarts, we shall all remain secure." Dumbledore smiled lightly. "Maris, I have encountered few wizards as brilliant and astute as you. Today, I wish to impart a single piece of wisdom." Professor Dumbledore paused. "It is a person's choices, rather than their abilities or talents, that determine their destiny. I hope that you, in Gryffindor, will find this advice beneficial. Oh, and one more thing. Your current demeanor reflects a certain maturity, or rather, a growth of sorts." Maud blinked his golden eyes and gently caressed his own visage. Maud stepped out of the headmaster's office, having gleaned two significant insights. Firstly, he realized that Professor Dumbledore had developed a certain understanding of him, encompassing his talents and magical abilities, as well as his connection to Professor Quirrell. Secondly, it became evident that Professor Dumbledore wished for him to truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor, steering clear of the misguided path taken by that individual. Indeed, it was unmistakably Professor Dumbledore. Maud sighed softly, "Truly remarkable." This was also an expression of admiration. Upon returning to the library, Maud continued his reading. His movement slowed somewhat, yet his pace remained swift. "Is there something Professor Dumbledore seeks you for?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. Harry and Ron had already left the library. They could hardly remain. "Professor Dumbledore, indeed." Maud said, "It's nothing much." Hermione rolled her eyes. "You certainly have a knack for deceiving people. It was the same last time." Maud looked at her with a peculiar expression. Have I not always responded to your inquiries with utmost seriousness? Never mind. Maud shook his head. Since you wish to know? Hermione nodded and replied, I am curious. Please go ahead. Professor Dumbledore has invited me over for some sweets. Maud continued, as you know. Professor Dumbledore has a penchant for such matters. After several days of heightened vigilance, Hogwarts finally announced the lifting of its alert status, for Professor Quirrell had awakened. However, he merely claimed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning, conveniently omitting the fact that he had ventured outside clad in a dark robe to engage in activities befitting a dark wizard. During this period, Maud refrained from casting any spells, for the professors were conducting their rounds with great scrutiny. Instead, he seized the opportunity to delve into his studies, amassing a wealth of knowledge and undertaking thorough organization and learning. Immodus sat upon the bed, once again immersing himself in the depths of his thoughts. On the Kunlun mountains, amidst the white snow, a glimmer of golden light intermingled. Maud categorized knowledge and delivered it multiple times, acquiring some elementary spells, the cleansing charm of the gob, the mischief of the flame, and the farsight spell. Maud glanced down. These were rather commonplace daily spells. Next came the input of knowledge regarding potion making. He acquired the invaluable experiences of the esteemed Master Vander, foundational techniques of ancient sorcerers in potion craft, and a comprehensive guide to the tools utilized in this art. These resources provided him with theoretical insights and practical knowledge that would aid him in advancing further in the realm of potion making. What truly concerned Immodus was whether he could successfully unlock the second tier of knowledge regarding the elven bloodline inheritance and the accompanying potions today. He had devoted considerable time to the study of potion making in recent days for this very purpose. An abundance of potion-related knowledge flowed into Kunlun. As Immodus awaited with eager anticipation, at last, a faint golden light flickered. A message penetrated his consciousness. Elven bloodline second tier, howling moon elf. A magical being that dances beneath the moonlight and drinks the dew of the moon. The transmission was intermittent, abruptly ceasing, revealing only these few words. Maud let out a resigned sigh. The journey of knowledge is a long and arduous one. However, some novel insights piqued his interest. The soul fundamental magic, crafted by the Master Weil, allows one to truly engage with the essence of the soul. Soul magic? Maud carefully observed. The foundational magic of the soul can assist you in entering the dreams of others, extracting their thoughts, and crafting cursed dolls. Its power can penetrate the netherworld, granting you the ability to summon the souls of the deceased. However, it does not possess the capability to resurrect the dead. Maud looked somewhat astonished. The ability to summon the souls of the deceased? This was already enough to astonish anyone. Moreover, it was noted at the conclusion, Master Weil once proclaimed that the pinnacle of soul magic could wield control over life and death, offering the chance to resurrect the departed. Of course, this pertains to those who have met with untimely demise, rather than those who are nearing the end of their natural lifespan. All power resides in the depths of the netherworld. This is the allure of soul magic. The ability to command life and death is one of the reasons why many wizards are drawn to it. Even the most formidable sorcerers are not immune to the lingering regrets of a person they wished they could have saved in their lifetime. In that moment, Maud thought of Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard of our time, was unable to save his own mother, who perished due to the chaotic surge of magic unleashed by his sister. He could not rescue his sister either, that timid young girl, who ultimately succumbed to her uncontrollable powers. This anguish would forever haunt him. Then there was the master of soul manipulation, Weiler, who had already intervened in the realm of life and death through his magic. What an impressive individual he was. Maud discovered another title bestowed upon Weiler, the Miracle Wizard. Suddenly, everything seemed quite reasonable. If Weiler stood on par with the divine, then creating a spell capable of resurrecting the deceased should not pose much of a challenge. Maud's interest in this soul magic was piqued. With a snap of his fingers, he cast a discernment spell. The analysis revealed, soul fundamental magic, compatibility with you, 120. Effect, dream traversal time amplification, 20. To a certain extent, you can manipulate the actions of the cursed subject, provided that your magical power surpasses theirs. Summoning the souls of the deceased, time amplification, 20. This is a spell that transcends the boundaries of life and death. An additional characteristic has emerged, manipulation. He diligently devoted himself to mastering this spell. In the afternoon, there was a class with Professor Snape, the potions lesson. Another session with Snape. Ron sighed. I do not fancy him at all, nor the unpleasant aroma of potions. Harry nodded in agreement. Throughout these past few days, He had come to realize one thing. Professor Snape possessed a particular penchant for targeting him, whether through questions or unleashing trolls. Although not directly aimed at him, it nearly endangered his friends. Hermione, too, had grown disenchanted with Professor Snape due to this incident. Maud shook his head. Ron, what you see is not necessarily the truth. Harry and the others looked over in perplexity. Maud, do you believe in Professor Snape? Harry inquired. Maud, do you think that Professor Snape is not that kind of person? Maud nodded. Indeed, how could someone like Professor Snape possibly engage in the act of tormenting you and Harry during potions class? However, have you not also observed that in the previous few lessons, Harry was frequently posed with peculiar and perplexing questions, resulting in a significant loss of points for Gryffindor? Ron countered. Maud nodded once more. Indeed, I have seen him. However, the Professor Snape you speak of. Maud paused for a moment before continuing. He must prefer to confine you within the pitch-black library, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. After all, dark wizards never resort to mere words when dealing with others. Ron? Upon entering the classroom, the young wizards were engrossed in conversation. Indeed, there had been quite a number of strange occurrences lately. First, Professor Quirrell fainted in the dining hall, proclaiming that a troll had invaded. Subsequently, the troll inexplicably vanished. Recently, Professor Quirrell was struck by lightning and fell into a coma for several days. Although these experiences were terrifying at the time, once recounted, they transform into vivid tales. I heard that Professor Quirrell has awakened. Yes, I went to visit him, and oh, the sight. What happened? His back was terribly burned, and he has lost considerable weight compared to before. It is said that he occasionally appears to be somewhat delirious. Last time the troll appeared, Professor Quirrell also fainted due to his injuries. By the way, do you think the troll was captured or killed? Maud touched his nose and followed behind Harry and the others as they entered. Although these matters were indeed pertinent to him, he was reluctant to discuss them. That said, Professor Quirrell was quite the pitiable figure. Silence. This classroom is not a place for your idle chatter. Professor Snape entered, his expression as impassive as ever, draped in his long black robes that billowed slightly with each step. Turn to page 57 of Basic Potion Making. Today, we shall delve into the utilization of potion-making tools, a crucial aspect in our endeavor to brew a successful potion. Maud found Professor Snape's explanations to be quite clear and comprehensible. Modus compared the comprehensive compendium of potion tools acquired from Kunlun in his mind. Professor Snape truly lives up to his reputation as a master of potion making. This tome has been a cherished reference throughout the Age of Wizards, collaboratively authored by numerous ancient sorcerers well-versed in the art of potions. Its enduring legacy attests to its practicality and precision. Moreover, some of the concepts articulated by Snape, which diverged from the standard curriculum, resonated harmoniously with the contents of this compendium. As he spoke, Snape abruptly paused, casting a glance at Harry. Although Harry appeared diligently engrossed in taking notes, an astute observer could sense that his thoughts were elsewhere. Mr. Potter, have you become entranced once more by your own fame from bravely battling trolls? Harry looked bewildered. Meanwhile, the other students turned their attention towards him. Harry Potter in combat with a troll? Could it be that this boy, who has miraculously survived numerous perils, has once again accomplished the extraordinary by vanquishing a troll? Maud sighed. Harry had evidently taken a turn for the worse, following in Ron's footsteps, neglecting to pay attention in class. Once again, the familiar scene unfolded as Professor Snape posed several questions, to which Harry merely shook his head. Consequently, Gryffindor lost another 5 points. Fortunately, Miss Granger occasionally raised her hand to answer questions, ultimately managing to recover some of the lost points. Following this, they proceeded to the practical segment, which involved the brewing of the infamous draught of living death. Maud completed the task with remarkable ease. He also assisted Hermione by elucidating several crucial points, enabling her to successfully concoct the potion. As for Ron and Harry, the two of them were once again tidying up the table. In the realm of potion making, Harry's talent was conspicuously absent. Maud looked at Snape on the stage, who was also brewing a potion. It was evident that the ingredients were not those of the elixir of life. He observed Professor Snape adding a certain substance into the cauldron, instinctively comparing it with the knowledge stored in his mind. Professor Snape, your method of brewing is incorrect. Maud couldn't hold back and spoke up. Professor Snape turned his head, casting a cold glance at Maud. Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Maris? Suddenly, Maud realized that he had been rather ostentatious and was uncertain whether he should respond. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to speak. Professor Snape, This wormwood must be a supplementary herb for this potion, correct? It is best added within the final 2 minutes. That way, the potion's efficacy should be enhanced. Snape did not reply. Instead, he continued to regard him with a frigid stare. After a while, he finally spoke. Mr. Maris, one ought to engage with scholarly texts. Those trivial books procured from Diagon Alley or elsewhere are merely the detritus of certain wizards. Maud, speechless. It seems that Professor Snape believes he is merely speaking nonsense. Return to your seat now, Maris. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Maud nodded and was about to take a seat when a gust of wind swept into the classroom. Maud glanced at the herbs that had been carelessly left aside by Professor Snape, now swept by the wind to rest beside his palm, mingling with another plant. However, Professor Snape remained oblivious, engrossed in his own thoughts. He lifted his hand with practiced ease, reaching for the herbs beside the cauldron, intent on adding them to its contents. Professor, but alas, a resounding bang echoed as smoke billowed from the cauldron before Snape, the herbs within having been reduced to charred remnants. An explosion ensued. Maud turned to utter his final words. He gazed upon Snape's face, now shrouded in a dark hue, tainted by the swirling black smoke. Below, the young wizards could no longer contain their laughter. Maud had already anticipated the subsequent events. Gryffindor lost 5 points due to some young wizards disturbing others while brewing potions. As Professor Snape sternly announced, Ron was delighted by Snape's predicament and felt a sense of camaraderie with Maud, who now shared in his plight. As soon as class ended, he pulled Harry over. See, he whispered, Professor Snape is not only targeting Harry but all of Harry's friends as well. Imode spread his hands. Perhaps it was true that he did not take the matter to heart. Snape's mishap in potion brewing was indeed caused by his interruption. A mistake is a mistake, and there is no need to conceal it. However, when it came to Ron and Harry, they were unable to grasp it. Nevertheless, the advice he offered to Professor Snape was rooted in authentic ancient knowledge, extracted from the finest teachings of the foremost potion masters of the wizarding era. Concerning the enhancement of the success rate and efficacy of potion brewing, knowledge cannot be flawed. Mo did not visit the library. Instead, he returned to his dormitory to continue his practice of fundamental soul magic. This form of magic possesses a remarkably high compatibility, yet its cultivation progresses at a slower pace compared to the previous spells, as it necessitates a greater emphasis on practical application. Maud sought to traverse the realm of dreams. It was still early, and he was uncertain if anyone had succumbed to slumber. He recalled the essential knowledge of soul-based magic and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, his vision faded away. The form resting on the bed had closed its eyes, as if entering a state of sleep. A wisp of grayish light surged forth from his being, darting about with remarkable speed and a faint hue, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the ordinary wizard's eye. It was in search of a sleeper. Once this ethereal light entered the body of an individual, Maud would be able to navigate through their dreamscape. After scanning the Gryffindor dormitory without discovering any sleeping souls, the light ventured towards the Slytherin quarters. It slipped into the mind of a blond boy, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, Maud felt a surge of brightness before his eyes. He opened them to witness his own form, nearly transparent. He glanced around and found himself in a grand estate. Before him stood a pale-faced, gaunt boy with golden hair slicked back, facing a similarly golden-haired middle-aged man. Ah, Malfoy. It appeared he had entered the dream of Draco Malfoy. He then scrutinized the middle-aged man. Was this Lucius? Maud surveyed Lucius Malfoy, a quintessential Death Eater and one of Voldemort's henchmen. With his light golden hair and pallid, pointed visage, he was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of a gentleman. Yet, his icy, slate-blue eyes conveyed an aura of arrogance and cunning. Draco Malfoy listened intently to his father, far more earnestly than he ever did in class. We pureblood wizards are far nobler than other wizards, Lucius proclaimed, leaving Maud perplexed about the context of the conversation. It seemed evident to him that Lucius was indoctrinating his son yet again. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, having failed in potion-making, was in somewhat of a foul mood as he exited the classroom. He had not anticipated that the once inquisitive student would turn rogue. Mischief, perhaps? Surely he had learned it from Potter. After splashing cold water on his face in his office, he proceeded to Professor Dumbledore's chamber. Oh, Professor Snape appears rather displeased. Dumbledore noted, adjusting his crescent-shaped spectacles. Has something unpleasant occurred with the young wizards? Mr. Potter? Snape offered no reply, instead diverting the conversation to Quirrell's situation. He had been tasked by Dumbledore to monitor Quirrell, who, after being struck by lightning, had only recently regained consciousness and remained in a weakened state. ensuring a quieter period ahead. Dumbledore smiled at Snape, inquiring, "Is it not Mr. Potter? Or is it Mr. Maris?" Snape finally responded, coldly nodding in affirmation. His demeanor, a natural instinct, remained aloof. "Maris interrupted me while I was brewing the Veritaserum," Snape remarked. Dumbledore nodded. "I believe Mr. Maris is not one to indulge in pranks." "I thought so too," Snape continued, "until he informed me that wormwood should be added in the last 2 minutes." Dumbledore pondered this, acknowledging his expertise in potion making. He had never heard of adding an ingredient at such a late stage. Yet he shifted his perspective, however. "I believe that sometimes deviation from the norm can yield unexpected results." Dumbledore winked, for no wizard ever created or refined a potion without first venturing to experiment. Snape neither opposed nor nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, he maintained a profound confidence in his own expertise, particularly in the realm of potion making. He was, after all, a true master of the craft. In the realm of dreams, Maud followed Lucius and Decora as the two engaged in prolonged conversation. Within the mind of 11-year-old Draco, the dialogue within the dream bore no hint of secrecy. It was predominantly filled with mundane chatter and the notions of pure-blood wizardry and the accompanying sense of honor imparted by his father, Lucius. Maud shook his head, no longer inclined to devote his thoughts to their conversation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the entirety of the dreamlike realm before him. It appeared remarkably authentic. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, even the most subtle textures were strikingly vivid. Within Malfoy Manor, Maud found no traces of dark wizards. Any such artifacts were likely concealed by Lucius. He lifted his gaze and beheld a vast expanse of azure sky, adorned only by a few drifting white clouds. That was... Suddenly, Maud beheld a black dot in the sky. As he gazed, the dot magnified before his very eyes. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before this enigmatic spot. Oh no, it was not he who had moved, but rather the dot that had descended to his presence. Now resting upon the ground, astonishingly large. Maud speculated that it must be several times larger than the Quidditch pitch. It was shrouded in darkness, as if a new world were concealed within the shadows. This was truly enchanting. He felt a burgeoning curiosity for this obsidian realm. Maud reached out his hand to touch, and the front half of his hand abruptly vanished into the shroud of darkness. What do human dreams connect to? Maud had a conjecture. As he stepped inside, darkness enveloped him. It was as though he had entered a dimly lit compartment of a flying broom. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the space ahead. Beneath this radiance, silhouettes began to materialize. As Maud looked over, he discerned that these individuals all bore the visage of Draco Malfoy. Within the recesses of his mind, he unearthed fragments of information. The foundational magic of the soul would enable one to traverse the dreams of others. Subsequently, it became imperative to locate the subconscious realm intertwined with the dreamscape. In this domain, one would encounter the desires and thoughts of individuals, which served as the very essence for crafting cursed puppets. Thus, were these beings merely thoughts? I yearned to vanquish Harry Potter. I longed to bask in the adulation of the masses. The Draco-like figures, appearing as if in a state of automaton, uttered these sentiments in a state of oblivion. Maud observed with great interest. Soon, he noticed some peculiar figures amidst the crowd. Remarkably, one of the Draco had not styled his hair into a slick back. Indeed, Maud nodded slightly. Styling such a slicked-back hairstyle in this manner is rather unappealing. Maud halted his steps, gently patting Draco's head. With a satisfying sound, he realized that the sensation was rather pleasant. He decided to take away a thought, and this was the one he chose. Maud snapped his fingers. A hazy gray light emanated from his being, instantly enveloping Draco before him. In the blink of an eye, under the illumination of the subconscious realm, a figure had vanished. In reality, within the confines of the dormitory, Maud opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He raised his hand, from which a sphere of gray light hovered, seemingly containing a shadowy figure within. Upon closer inspection, albeit somewhat indistinct, the likeness of Draco Malfoy could still be discerned. By aligning your thoughts with the doll you have prepared, and finally casting a spell of soul magic, you shall acquire a cursed puppet. Maud glanced around. Puppets? Such things were absent from the bedroom. With no other options, Maud tore several sheets of paper into strips, crumpling them into balls and binding them together with thin strings. With limbs and a head, it could be considered a complete humanoid puppet. No, rather, a paper effigy. Maud cast aside the gray orb, which promptly began to hover above the paper effigy. With another snap of his fingers, the orb swiftly penetrated the effigy, emanating beams of light from within. He lifted the luminous figure, examining it closely. It felt as though the material of the effigy had transformed, no longer rough to the touch. It now possessed a delicate coating, rendering it less susceptible to tearing. Is this all there is to it? Maud extended his hand towards the table opposite the bed. The quill pen on the table floated gracefully into his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed a nearly imperceptible message on the forehead of the doll. My father is Lucius. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, a faint glow appeared on Draco Malfoy's forehead in the Slytherin dormitory. The radiance gradually subsided, and eventually, a few delicate characters slowly emerged. In Professor Snape's office, he was reconstituting the Veritaserum. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he engaged in the art of potion making. Even the most familiar brews were subjects of his relentless practice, a testament to one of the reasons he had become a master in his field. He adeptly added ingredients such as bezoar and asphodel to the cauldron, followed by a splash of water. Professor Snape's movements were remarkably proficient, devoid of the frantic demeanor of a novice wizard, instead exhibiting an ineffable fluidity and comfort. As the temperature rose slightly, he introduced dried nettles and bubblewort into the mixture. His hand grasped the wormwood. Recalling Professor Dumbledore's words, no wizard could create or refine a potion without first attempting it. After some contemplation, he set the wormwood down, deciding to follow Maud Maris's suggestion to add it in the final 2 minutes. He would observe the results, and if it proved unsatisfactory, he could easily recreate it. Crafting potions was not a challenge for him. At last, the potion was nearing completion. Professor Snape added the wormwood, harboring an inexplicable hope. Dumbledore's words were rarely without merit. Would it succeed? In Snape's cold gaze, the potion within the cauldron gradually darkened to a charred hue. An acrid scent beginning to waft through the air. His expression grew colder. How could he have been swayed by the jest of a young wizard? Disposing of the flawed potion, Snape set about remaking it entirely based on his own expertise. This time, it proceeded smoothly, and soon the potion within the cauldron swirled into a deep, lustrous purple. He nodded in approval and decanted it into a small vial, raising it to his nose for a whiff. The aroma was reminiscent of the previous concoction, yet possessed a distinctly fragrant quality. Puzzlement creased Professor Snape's brow. How could the Veritaserum exude such a pleasant scent? He inhaled deeply, the fragrance seemingly not emanating from the vial in his hand. Scanning his surroundings, he finally pinpointed the source of the aroma. The charred potion he had cast aside, now cooled and viscous like glue. A crack had formed along its blackened surface, revealing a glimmer of golden light within. What was this? Professor Snape picked up the dish used for concocting potion remnants. The charred potion had begun to seep a thread of golden liquid from its crevices, accompanied by an even more pronounced and fragrant aroma. Snape leaned closer to inhale the scent. In a brief moment, he experienced a wave of dizziness, his mind becoming somewhat clouded. It felt akin to the effects of consuming a truth serum. A flicker of intrigue illuminated Snape's usually indifferent gaze. Few things could pique his interest, yet potions were undoubtedly one of them. He sensed that this potion had undergone a remarkable transformation. Otherwise, how could a truth serum induce such mental disarray merely by scent? Professor Snape conducted a series of tests, occasionally extracting a drop of the golden liquid to apply a reagent. He inhaled again, attuning himself to the changes in the potion's properties while observing the shifts in the liquid's color. Ultimately, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion. This golden solution possessed efficacy at least 3 to 4 times stronger than his own concoction of truth serum. Furthermore, it exhibited a degree of volatility, emanating an aroma capable of inducing a truth-telling state. A mere drop, or even half a drop, could propel an individual into this truth condition, whereas the original truth serum required a minimum of 3 drops and necessitated a maturation period of at least half a month. Snape reflected on his findings. The ability of this potion to infiltrate the body through respiration shattered the previous notion that truth serum could easily fail due to human interference. This represented a monumental discovery. Since the advent of potion making within the magical realm, each potion's formulation followed a fixed methodology and a predetermined sequence of ingredients. No one would be foolish enough to alter the established process or the order of ingredients, for each potion was believed to arise from these seemingly simple yet intricate methods. Any modification would either yield a bizarre concoction or render it utterly worthless. Now, This nearly universal truth within the field of potion making had been challenged by a young wizard named Mellis. Fourfold efficacy. Fourfold efficacy. Professor Snape paced his office, eventually stepping out with the intention of seeking Mellis to inquire how he had come to this knowledge. What are you up to, Maud? Harry and Ron returned to their dormitory. At that moment, Maud had just finished tinkering with a Draco figurine and was adeptly practicing the fundamental magic of summoning the deceased. He was learning to summon spirits. Spirits? Like Sir Nicholas? Ron inquired. Harry, too, recalled the decapitated knight he had encountered at the beginning of term. Maud shook his head. A curious mix of sameness and difference. The commonality lay in the fact that they were all specters. Yet the distinction was that the summoned spirits could only linger in the mortal realm for a limited duration. TCH. Ron voiced his dissatisfaction. Maud maintained his peculiar demeanor. Harry, let us depart. Do not concern yourself with the summoning of which spirits. A thought struck Harry, his eyes glimmering with an indefinable emotion. He recalled his parents, James Potter and Lily Potter, and in that dark, cluttered utility room, they were ever present in his mind. Maud could perceive Harry's emotional fluctuations simply by gazing into his eyes. Maud nodded solemnly and declared, one day, I shall be able to accomplish this. In truth, Maud was already capable of it. However, Harry easily succumbed to the depths of his emotions, particularly when it came to his parents. This immersion would erode his will and lead him astray in life. Subsequently, the mirror of Ariste would bear witness to this reality. Thus, until Maud mastered the highest form of soul magic, he had no intention of revealing the truth, for it would only harm Harry. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice echoed, addressing Mr. Maris. Maud turned to look. Professor Snape stood at the entrance of their dormitory, his indifferent visage appearing somewhat menacing in the shadows. Harry and Ron also noticed him, falling into an uneasy silence, a mix of disdain and trepidation washing over them. Professor Snape, do you require my attention? It is indeed peculiar that Moody would go so far as to seek out individuals in the student dormitories. Harry has certainly not been afforded such attention. Is there something urgent? Follow me. Snape did not explain the reason and turned away. Maud was utterly perplexed as he arrived at the office. The seriousness in Snape's gaze hinted at a fourfold potency. What do you mean by fourfold potency? Maud touched his golden hair thoughtfully. What does it mean? In class, you mentioned that Snape said, the moment when wormwood is added to the potion, it quadruples its efficacy. Professor Snape maintained his usual impassive demeanor, even though this was quite an astonishing revelation. Maud was taken aback by this revelation. It was knowledge he had only recently acquired and had yet to experiment with. Could it be that the ancient science of potion making was indeed so formidable? How did you come to know this? Snape's gaze was fixed intently upon him. Maud pondered. I might just be guessing, but clearly, such a statement would not deceive Snape. He continued, I previously attempted to concoct a potion but inadvertently omitted the wormwood, only recalling it later by chance, which led to my discovery. Yet, a glimmer of skepticism lingered in Professor Snape's eyes. Do you realize what this implies? Maud shook his head. This alteration to the existing potion theory could very well lead you to attain the prestigious third order of the Merlin medal. Maud shook his head once more, this time signifying a resolute refusal. He remarked, I harbor no fondness for such notoriety. This accolade bears no significance for me. Moreover, excessive fame is not a boon for a humble wizard. I shall confer with Professor Dumbledore and the others. Professor Snape regarded him silently, refraining from commenting on his words. We shall determine what manner of reward is fitting for you. Maud pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to dissuade Snape from this notion. Rather than seeking fame, Maud preferred to toil quietly, amassing wealth in silence. Oh no, it should be in silence to become a great wizard. Professor Snape, Maud inquired, gazing at him. Is there someone you wish to meet? Maud contemplated the magic he was poised to practice. I possess a spell that allows one to converse with the deceased. He paused. In exchange, you must keep this a secret, both the potion knowledge just shared and this spell. Professor Snape furrowed his brow. Mr. Maris, do refrain from uttering such peculiar statements. Maud paused for a moment before continuing. I am serious. Professor Snape, if you wish to meet Lily Potter. Suddenly, Professor Snape grasped Maud's shoulders, inadvertently toppling the bottle of golden liquid from the table. Are you certain you can resurrect Lily? Professor Snape completely lost his usual air of indifference. His mouth agape, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Calm down, Professor Snape. Asimodus spoke. He curiously observed a rare expression on Snape's face, one seldom seen in his lifetime. After a considerable pause, Professor Snape regained his composure and resumed his seat. This is not a resurrection. It is beyond my current capabilities. Emodo elucidated. I merely summoned the spirit of Lily Potter to return in the form of a ghost. She is capable of communicating with others, yet remains unable to physically interact with anyone until she is truly resurrected. Motun paused for a moment. Though only an hour had elapsed, Snape fixed his gaze upon him. Tell me, how did you acquire such magic? His voice gradually regained its usual calmness and indifference. Did you inherit the legacy of a dark wizard? Moreover, how do you know about Lily Potter? Maud shook his head. You may interpret it as inheriting the legacy of a certain white wizard, or perhaps as the magic I have conjured myself, much like Professor Snape's invention of the Sectum Sempra. Maud organized his thoughts and then said, As for Lily Potter, many are aware of the matter. I merely sought their counsel. He cleverly evaded directly revealing the source of his knowledge. After all, this information requires verification, tracing back to his past life. Snape furrowed his brow, filled with numerous questions. If Maris is indeed a dark wizard, it would be wise to reconsider sooner rather than later, for he is not a force to be trifled with. Maud smiled and replied, Rest assured, Professor Snape, I am not one to linger in the shadows. Professor Snape then inquired about the matter of bringing Lily's soul back. Tell me, Mr. Maris, how can we restore Lily's spirit? First, we must return to the place where she drew her last breath. Very well. The two hurriedly made their way outside Hogwarts. Professor Snape grasped Maud's hand with one hand while raising his wand with the other. Apparate. In an instant, they seemed to be engulfed by a vortex of space, vanishing from their original location. For the first time, Emoda experienced this magic. It felt akin to being tossed about in a washing machine. In an instant, a different scene unfolded before Emoda's eyes. Maud had to stifle a few dry heaves. Once he composed himself, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. This was a charmingly decorated house, though it had been uninhabited for far too long, resulting in a thick layer of dust accumulating on the floor and the furniture. The air was also permeated with a musty odor. Follow me, Professor Snape instructed as he stepped into a room. As the door swung open, warm yellow curtains came into view, and framed photographs adorned the walls, depicting a joyful family. Near the wall stood a wooden crib. Maud touched the crib, which was covered in a thick layer of dust. This was the birthplace of the fame of Harry, the boy who lived. It was also the site of Lily Potter's tragic demise. This was the home of Lily, a place that filled Professor Snape's eyes with nostalgia. A decade ago, it was here that he last laid eyes on Lily. Alas, he did not even witness her final moments. He could only behold a lifeless body. Maris. He suddenly turned to Maud, his gaze icy. I hope you are not deceiving me. Oh, certainly, Professor Snape. Maud solemnly responded. Are you ready, Professor Snape? I am about to begin. Professor Snape nodded in affirmation. Maud extracted his wand, uttering an incantation. He was determined not to reveal that he possessed the ability to cast spells without a wand or incantation. Too much had already been exposed. A blinding light materialized within the house, illuminating the exterior even in the daylight. Professor Snape, unaware, tightened his grip on his wand, filled with anticipation. The souls were returning. The brilliant radiance flared once more, as if a miracle were about to unfold. Suddenly, the light vanished, leaving nothing before him. Maud was momentarily taken aback. Failed. This soul magic was indeed more intricate to cultivate than other forms of magic. A piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon him. My apologies, Professor Snape. Maud looked somewhat awkward. A smile creeping onto his face, as he was not particularly adept at this intricate spell. I prepared to cast it once more. Modus reflected anew on the essence of casting spells. When summoning the deceased, one must eternally remember the name or visage of that individual. A fervent desire must reside within, accompanied by an unwavering belief in the ability to transcend the boundaries of life and death, casting aside all extraneous thoughts. He raised his wand once more. Return, O spirit. This time, an intense green radiance emerged, as if illuminated from the depths of the underworld. History unfolded, and nebulous shadows manifested within the room, replaying the final moments of Lily Potter's demise. Gradually, the specter of Lily Potter grew more distinct, until she floated forth from the shadows. In that moment, her emerald gaze regained clarity, no longer ensnared by the grip of death. Severus? She murmured, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. Lily? Snape responded, his disbelief palpable, his voice quivering. I thought I was already dead. As memories surged, Lily Potter lifted her hand to touch herself, and indeed, it met nothingness. She chuckled softly. It seems fortune smiles upon me. I can still return to visit old friends. But tell me, Severus, how have you changed so much? She scrutinized Professor Snape's face, noting the increased lines and the newfound coldness. Lily Potter smiled at him. Do not be so agitated, Severus. This is not like you. She patiently awaited his composure. I am Lily, and a decade has passed. He finally managed, still grappling with the weight of the moment. A full 10 years. Even Harry, your son, has entered Hogwarts, hasn't he? Really? Lily Potter exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. It seems Harry must be faring well. What is he like now? Has he grown? Who is this? Lily Potter suddenly noticed the golden-haired youth before her. Ahem. Modus cleared his throat. Hello, Mrs. Lily Potter. I am Modus Maris, a classmate of Harry S. And the wizard who summoned you back from the beyond. A friend of Harry S? Lily Potter inquired, her uniquely verdant eyes glimmering with curiosity. Are you well acquainted with him? Indeed, we share the same Gryffindor dormitory. Maud glanced at Lily, noting that he possessed eyes strikingly similar to hers. Lily Potter nodded in acknowledgement. Is he well? He is doing all right, though he occasionally finds himself missing you both. Lily Potter then turned her gaze towards Professor Snape. Severus. And how have you fared over the years? Professor Snape's tone softened. I am managing. He suddenly realized that he awaited Lily's spirit, yet found himself at a loss for words. And what of you? Me? Lily chuckled, her eyes narrowing with delight. I am well. Her laughter was reminiscent of a gentle slumber, as though she had just awakened from a restful nap. I can sense that I shall soon need to return to my slumber. Maud nodded. You have but 1 hour, after which the soul shall return to its rightful place. Lily Potter, however, exhibited no particular reaction. For her, the mere opportunity to return once was already a profound satisfaction. Naturally, it would be even more delightful to see Harry. Is there truly no way? Professor Snape widened his cold eyes. I mean, is there no means of resurrection? I recall that during our time at Hogwarts. You mentioned it was not feasible at that moment, implying that perhaps in the future. Well, yes, Professor Snape. Maud nodded. My current limitations do not signify an inability in the future. Although I have yet to acquire the pinnacle of soul magic, it is conceivable that, in due time, I may exchange my extensive knowledge for it, perhaps even sooner than anticipated. Professor Snape's expression shifted, ultimately regaining his customary composure. Do you require any assistance, Mr. Maris? Maud shook his head. I require only the knowledge within Hogwarts. All knowledge serves as nourishment for my magic. Of course, if I need assistance in the future, I shall seek you out. What a studious child you are. Lily Potter interjected. She knelt down, attempting to stroke the top of Maud's head. My child should be just as endearing as you. Maud smiled awkwardly. A charming remark, once more. Severus, he bears a resemblance to you. That magic. It is likely beyond the grasp of ordinary young wizards, is it not? A genius, much like yourself. Maud observed a fleeting moment of abnormality in Professor Snape's expression. However, that statement was misguided. Even if Professor Snape is the half-blood prince, he should undoubtedly be less gifted than Nicholas Maud Maris, the philosopher's elf. Is Harry here? May I have the privilege of seeing him? Lily Potter implored as she glanced at Maud and then at Snape. Just as Professor Snape was about to speak, he interjected. I regret to inform you, Mrs. Potter, that Harry is not present. Even if he were, it would be inadvisable for you to meet him. Maud responded thoughtfully. I am particularly fond of a phrase. Granting a person a fleeting sense of freedom is far worse than never providing it at all. Lily paused in contemplation, realizing that indeed, it was a lack of foresight on her part. Maud continued, there will be opportunities in the future because I am a genius, much like Professor Snape. Lily pondered for a moment, seemingly envisioning a scene of their future encounters, her eyes curving into a smile. Thank you, Maud. May I call you that? Maud nodded. Maud. I shall trouble you from now on. For the remainder of the time, Maud refrained from interrupting the two. He stepped outside the room, seated himself on a chair, and observed everything within. After a while, feeling idle, he opted to close his eyes and organize the knowledge swirling in his mind. He vividly recalled the 2 instances of summoning the deceased he had just performed, transforming those experiences into wisdom stored in his brain. His foundational mastery of soul magic had indeed borne fruit. Lily had been summoned, and the Draco doll had also been created. He thought of the words inscribed on Draco's forehead and couldn't help but chuckle. Inside the room, the conversation between the two was drawing to a close. Take care of yourself, Severus, Lily said to her friend before her. Perhaps you should consider starting a family. Snape shook his head. Lily, we shall meet again. His tone revealed a hint of reluctance. Lily smiled and nodded. Then, her translucent form shattered, transforming into specks of light that scattered throughout the room. The final smile lingered in Snape's eyes. He gazed calmly until the last trace of Lily's existence vanished entirely from the room. He lingered for a considerable time. For Severus Snape, Lily Potter was a beacon of light in his otherwise shadowy existence. Thus, he had come to cherish her, even if they could never be together. But witnessing her vitality was enough for him. Professor Snape? Maud gauged the time and entered. It was time to leave, lest Professor McGonagall grow anxious. How often can this spell be cast? Professor Snape inquired. He surmised that such a wondrous magic must come with numerous limitations, much like the enchanting blood of unicorns, which can prolong life yet also curse the individual. Once a month, Professor Snape. Maud responded. Perhaps soon, his magic would reach new heights, or its frequency would increase. Oh. Snape seized his hand. Apparition. In an instant, the two vanished from the room. The entire space was rendered empty once more. Back in the dormitory, Harry and Ron ventured out again. Maud sat alone on the bed, contemplating the encounter between Severus Snape and Lily Potter, believing that this meeting would alter the course of Snape's destiny. In Maud's eyes, Professor Snape was a figure deserving of profound respect. He infiltrated the Death Eaters, maintaining his true essence even amidst the darkest corners of the wizarding world. As Harry would later articulate, he was the bravest person I have ever known. At the same time, he was also a figure of great sorrow. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Voldemort, gazing into Harry's emerald eyes. Reminiscing about Lily in his final moments, Maud gently patted his face, feeling a twinge of hunger. He snapped his fingers, and a spatial storage spell was cast. A golden halo materialized within the dormitory. Emoda reached in, hoping to retrieve some pastries. However, his hand met only emptiness. Have they all been consumed? Maud remembered that he hadn't consumed much before. There should still be plenty left. He leaned forward to take a look. A blinding light made him squint. As he raised his head, his mouth fell open in astonishment. This was no longer the previously dark void, but rather a vibrant landscape filled with life. Lush trees, verdant grass, and radiant sunlight surrounded him. Amidst this greenery stood a magnificent palace. The plaque on the palace bore the words in resplendent gold, "The sole sanctuary of the Elven King." How could this place have transformed into such a marvel? Maud gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. He rose onto his toes, akin to scaling a wall to enter a school, and adeptly crawled through the golden halo. He then brushed off the earthy remnants of grass and soil from his hands. As Maud stepped into this realm, he was surprised to discover how unexpectedly small this world was. In the sky, a few white clouds floated amidst the azure expanse, while a radiant sun cast its blinding rays. It appeared strikingly similar to reality. On the ground, Maud could even see the horizon with his naked eye. It resembled a vast expanse of land that had been divided. This realization left Maud somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated the benefits of a Traverser-esque spatial ring, or perhaps the enchanting magic of interdimensional connection. Emoda surveyed his surroundings. Here, apart from the flora, it appeared that no other beings existed. He crouched down to examine the flowers and grasses, failing to recognize the species present. There was a myriad of varieties, predominantly in shades of green, yet others displayed a spectrum of colors. These differed significantly from the herbs he had encountered in the magical realm. He reached out to touch the towering trees, which exhibited an array of forms. Most strikingly, in this landscape, stood the palace inscribed with the words "The sole sanctuary of the Elven King." Maud approached, standing before the palace, which occupied nearly 1/5 of the entire expanse. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of magnificence. The doors were crafted from a certain metal, exuding a classical elegance while radiating a captivating luster. Maud pushed the door, and with a creak, it swung open. Maud stood at the entrance, surveying the scene before him. Within the palace, resplendent with golden hues, the floor was adorned with glazed tiles, and in the center of the grand hall, an ancient cauldron exuded the fragrance of sandalwood, enveloped in a veil of smoke. As he gazed around, he observed numerous oil paintings gracing the walls, depicting noble ladies, elderly gentlemen with silver hair, and impeccably dressed gentlemen. The entire palace emanated an indescribable visual impact. Was this the realm of the Elven King's soul? Given its association with the Elven King, it must indeed pertain to him. Yet, was not the lineage of elven blood supposed to reside within the depths of his mind in Kunlun? When had a realm of souls emerged, unbeknownst to him? Maud was deep in thought. At that moment, before Maud, a line of crimson text materialized out of thin air. "Greetings, young successor. I am Nicholas Gaff, the third-generation Elf King. Nicholas? The words gradually faded, only to be replaced by new ones. This is a trinket I have conjured through a certain form of magic, entrusted to a unique entity for safekeeping. It will drift through the void alongside that entity until its master arrives. Do you desire to acquire my knowledge and riches? Go forth. I have placed everything there. Maud looked at the words with a sense of familiarity. The text began to inscribe itself in the air. Have you seen the golden eggs on the stone platform at the center of the hall? Shatter them, and you shall be rewarded abundantly. Maud turned to look. In the center of the hall, a stone platform had mysteriously appeared, upon which rested 7 golden eggs. Beside it lay a wooden mallet. Maud began to harbor some suspicions. He blinked, a peculiar expression on his face as he approached the stone platform. He raised the wooden hammer, scrutinizing it closely. The hammer was a deep crimson hue, adorned with carvings of feather-like patterns, and as he held it, a refreshing scent of greenery wafted into his senses. Maud stared at the several golden eggs before him, nearly identical in appearance. After a moment's contemplation, he brought down his hammer with conviction. Bang! It seemed as though a transparent protective layer enveloped the golden egg. The wooden hammer struck the surface, causing ripples to emerge in the air. Yet the golden egg remained utterly unscathed. Was it truly unbreakable? Maud changed to a golden egg and continued to strike it. Yet, it proved futile. He decided to switch it again. Crack! The golden egg shattered effortlessly. Maud unearthed the fragments and beheld the objects within. It was a delicate quill, stained with crimson pigment. A line of blood-red text materialized before his eyes once more. Each quill was accompanied by a unique hue of paint, and the background colors of the portraits adorning the walls varied, corresponding to the pigments upon the quills. Upon locating the corresponding portrait, he touched the center of the depicted figure's brow with the quill, causing the text to vanish. Maud looked at several paintings within the hall. Only one of them featured a red background. It depicted an elderly man with silver hair, adorned with a wizard's hat. Maud approached the portrait. He raised the quill in his hand and dotted the red pigment onto the old man's brow. Instantly, the portrait radiated a crimson glow. Maud felt an overwhelming pull, as if he were being drawn into a vortex, unable to resist. In an instant, he was engulfed within the painting, succumbing to a state of bewilderment. The aged voice of a child echoed before him. Maud was taken aback. As he looked up, he beheld a tall and imposing elder before him, clad in a flowing black robe and adorned with a sharply pointed wizard's hat. In his hands, he held a hefty tome bound in a metallic cover. Maud was entirely shrouded in shadow. He paused for a moment. Who are you? He inquired. The old man chuckled softly. I am Haggis, a wizard. Maud suddenly recalled this name. It was mentioned in the annals of the Age of Wizards. The Lord of the Tower of Wizards. The first miracle wizard of the Age of Wizards, Haggis. This is a figure of divinity. Haggis bent down slightly, gazing at him with a benevolent expression, resembling an ordinary old man. Indeed, I am the miracle wizard, but I am not a deity. Furthermore, I can perceive your thoughts. Maud understood instantly that, like Dumbledore, he possessed the ability to read minds. He employed the technique of mental shielding and directed his gaze once more toward Haggis. However, he felt utterly unprepared. For this individual was indeed a miraculous wizard. This spell was quite remarkable, allowing one to suppress their emotions and thoughts. Haggis cast an appreciative glance at him, only to shake his head in response. Yet, for a miraculous wizard, such a defense proved ineffective. Do you have something to discuss? Maud expressed his concerns, for the disparity in strength was quite pronounced. I have come to assist an old friend, he stated. His name is Nicholas Gaff. The third heir to the elven throne, Haggis remarked, observing Maud as if appraising a piece of art. The essence of 2 worlds resonated within him, reminiscent of Nicholas. Your magical potential is commendable, yet its quality leaves much to be desired. He paused before continuing. You lack the foundational principles of magic. Your power is merely an accumulation. You are missing a fundamental method to establish a solid base. He extended a finger, gently touching the motionless Maud. A blue light emanated from his fingertip, enveloping Maud entirely in an instant. A torrent of potent magic, imbued with vast knowledge, surged into Maud's mind and body. Upon closer examination of the knowledge within your mind, this magic will aid you in constructing a true foundation of sorcery. Maud felt a sudden pressure in his mind. The wizarding realms are categorized into candlelight, daylight, nebula, legend, and miracle. The candlelight realm marks the inception of the foundation of magic. Here, we shall construct a multi-layered magical edifice known as the Tower of Magic. Each layer symbolizes a distinct realm. Following candlelight, one must learn to harness extensive knowledge to forge a magical array within each level of the tower. This magical array represents a gifted spell and serves to stabilize and refine the magical essence within oneself. The specific methods are as follows. Maud gazed at the intricate methods of magical manipulation and the construction techniques of arcane edifices, becoming deeply immersed within himself. Mana began to coalesce into a sphere within his being, gradually taking shape within his mind's eye as the image of a towering spire. As Maud sensed the tower of mana becoming somewhat tenuous, a robust surge of magical energy flooded in. This was the essence of Hogwarts, enveloping the entire magical tower. This energy molded it with precision, akin to shaping clay, solidifying the structure before ultimately merging seamlessly into the tower itself. Maud observed the magical tower within himself. It was an octagonal edifice, comprising 5 levels, radiating a translucent blue hue that shimmered with brilliance. At each of the 8 corners of every tier, it appeared as though a flame flickered, imbuing the towering structure with an enchanting aura. The body of the tower was intricately adorned with enigmatic carvings, suggesting a profound significance. Within the tower, on the first level, a continuous flow of new magical energy began to manifest. This magical essence, once akin to formless water, now possessed a source. In Maud's perception, the magic had become not only purer but also more substantial. Maud opened his eyes, sensing a peculiar transformation within his body. The most pronounced change was his newfound strength. He clenched his fist, feeling as though a single blow could extinguish Ron's life. Ron. Hyggus gazed at him with a sly smile. How does it feel? Maud nodded, a smile gracing his features. Remarkably well, unprecedentedly so. Your visage has undergone quite the transformation. Hyggus remarked. Indeed, you appear even more handsome than during my own youth. Maud gently touched his face, and with no mirrors in sight, he could hardly discern his appearance. Hyggus appeared to be in a state of ethereal contemplation. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, and the air seemed to unfurl like an exquisite tapestry. Before Maud, a full-length mirror materialized. Within its reflective depths, he beheld a youthful visage, once transformed by elven blood, now undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. His golden eyes elongated, the luminous pupils sparkling with an otherworldly essence, while his nose stood proudly like a mountain peak, and his skin resembled the finest alabaster. If he could have previously masqueraded as an ordinary individual, that pretense was now utterly implausible. This, indeed, posed a dilemma for the discreet Maud. Hyggus, my esteemed predecessor. You mentioned that the creation of that magical circle necessitates a process of investigation. Is that what you refer to? Hyggus was enveloped once again in a surge of azure magic. This energy, akin to a slender straw, connected to the crown of Maud's head, imparting a wealth of new knowledge into his mind. Truly wondrous. Maud suddenly found himself particularly intrigued by the formidable powers of the miracle sorcerer. Would it be the case that a single blaze would obliterate the entire magical realm? Such a notion is hardly commendable, Hyggus chuckled softly. When you reach this level in the future, you may witness it for yourself. However, destruction is not a pursuit befitting us sorcerers. Do you have any further inquiries? He inquired. Maud pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Thus, this is where it ends. Hyggus waved his hand at Maud, as if bidding farewell. Suddenly, Maud felt the surroundings being drawn back by an unseen force. The very fabric of space shifting in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once more before the portrait in the grand hall. The elderly figure within the painting remained as he had previously observed, as if everything that had just transpired was naught but an illusion. Remarkable, Maud contemplated with a sigh. He summoned forth the grimoire and inscribed the recently discovered spell within its pages. Next, he cast the identification spell, eager to unveil the true nature of this incantation. The results materialized before his eyes. Wizardry advancement spell, compatibility with your essence, 150. Effects, bestows upon you a finesse of magical manipulation rated at 150, and a purity of magic also rated at 150. It enhances your magical potency by 150. Furthermore, it has the capacity to refine your elven bloodline, facilitating a more harmonious and accelerated integration of your heritage. It augments your physical attributes by 150. Additionally, it grants you a casting speed of 120, encompassing both wandless and wand-assisted spellcasting. While you are engaged in casting, it bestows a movement speed enhancement of 50. This is the supreme tome of wizardly legacy. and it signifies your fortuitous opportunity. Maud looked on in astonishment. He had never witnessed a spell with such an abundance of enhancements, even those with a matching degree of 150. Truly, the gifts bestowed by a miracle mage are remarkable. He felt a tinge of curiosity. If this advancement method provided by Hagrid yielded such bountiful rewards, what might the others entail? What realms of knowledge would they encompass? Would they perhaps bestow upon him some arcane artifact of magical significance? And which miracle mage would be the next to cross paths with him? Maud returned to the stone platform, attempting to break the remaining golden eggs with a wooden mallet, yet he met with failure each time. He pondered whether he was perhaps lacking something essential, or if his own strength was insufficient. Maud has once again struck the golden egg. Today's limit has been reached. Thank you for your patronage. A line of crimson text abruptly emerged. Immediately thereafter, something resembling petals rained down from above, and a red banner materialized, inscribed with the words, "Congratulations on winning the miraculous inheritance of the wizard Hagrid." Maud's expression darkened. The 3 generations of elven kings possess an exceedingly morbid sense of humor. Maud stepped out of the palace. Bang! The grand door slammed shut, startling him once more. Meanwhile, within Professor Snape's office, a golden liquid spilled onto the floor, evaporating into the air. An intangible gas lingered in the room for a moment before seeping through the cracks of the door and the windows. In the corridor, several young wizards seemed to have caught a whiff of something intriguing. What could that scent be? They were uncertain, yet it was rather pleasant. One young wizard took a deep sniff. It must be a potion concocted by Professor Snape, he mused. The aroma was quite captivating. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, a group of dazed young wizards soon filled the corridor. Some lay on the ground, uttering incoherent words, while others slumped against the walls. Quite marvelous indeed. Maud stretched languidly, feeling an unprecedented vigor coursing through both his magical essence and physical form. Alas, he had yet to decipher the intricate rules of the soul's secret realm, leaving him utterly clueless on how to procure the next reward. Professor Snape had stirred trouble. What? Is it true? Voices echoed from outside the dormitory. Maud touched his golden hair, feeling somewhat perplexed. Had Professor Snape caused some trouble? Maud stepped out of the dormitory. In the Gryffindor common room, several upperclassmen were engaged in conversation. I heard that Professor Snape's potions class went awry. Indeed, at his office door, those students passing by were rendered unable to rise. I witnessed it myself. I paid no heed to such matters. I have never been fond of Professor Snape, as he exhibits a certain favoritism towards Slytherin. Potions? Upon hearing the mention of potions, Emodo was instantly reminded of the words spoken to him by Professor Snape. Could it be that the potion he concocted was a result of the advice I provided to Snape? Maud intended to go over and take a look. Hey, a rather tall senior raised his head and spotted Maud. Would you like to come and sit for a while? Maud was momentarily taken aback, and he replied, No. Thank you. Come on. The senior gave Maud a gentlemanly wink. Motun suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He waved his hand and hurriedly exited the common room. There was something amiss with that individual. Little did he expect that the Gryffindor common room was teeming with hidden talents. Along the way, numerous young wizards were engaged in discussions about Professor Snape. It seemed that the situation had escalated considerably. Maud was somewhat apprehensive. If that truly was the vial of potion, could he still conceal it? Perhaps it would be better to let Professor Snape take the blame. As Emo strolled along, he suddenly felt the weight of numerous gazes fixed upon him. Curiously, he glanced around, recalling the recent events in Gryffindor, and it dawned on him what was amiss. He touched his face, realizing that the transformation in his appearance had indeed been quite drastic this time. A sense of melancholy washed over him. It seemed that in the days to come, even a simple walk would be impossible to accomplish discreetly. Hey, Emo, Hermione called out from a distance, her voice ringing out clearly. Harry and Ron stood beside her, likely having just arrived as well. Maud waved and greeted her. As Maud approached, the 3 of them were taken aback. What happened to your face? Maud shook his head and remarked, This is simply a change brought on by puberty. Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes. That excuse is utterly pathetic. Maud laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. What is the current situation? Maud looked around. A number of young wizards had gathered nearby. At the entrance of Snape's office, it appeared that someone had collapsed inside. It smells like a potion, Hermione explained. I've caught a whiff of it, and it makes me feel a bit disoriented. It could very well be the effect of Veritaserum. She suddenly scratched her head. However, I recall from my readings that only 3 drops of Veritaserum would yield such an effect. The scent is not quite right. Maud contemplated the scene from the last class. Was it possible that Professor Snape had indeed concocted a veritable truth serum? Maud stepped onto his tiptoes, finally glimpsing the scene within. Inside, 7 or 8 young wizards lay sprawled on the ground. They were not unconscious but appeared to be in a daze, murmuring indistinctly. The surrounding chatter was quite loud, making it difficult for him to discern any clarity. Oh, that is Malfoy. Ron pointed towards a figure in the corner. The individual had his back to them, concealing his face. Yet, his hairstyle was unmistakably conspicuous. The group curiously circled around. Malfoy squinted, caught in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Ron chuckled heartily. How could this noble wizard be found dozing at someone else's doorstep? Hush. Hermione gestured for silence. Let us listen to what he is saying. Miss Granger, ever inquisitive, was eager to ascertain whether this was indeed the effect of a truth serum. Maud listened intently as Malfoy's voice gradually became clearer. Kiki, Mom, that Firebolt 2000 broomstick is truly magnificent. Can Daddy buy it for me, please? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. How could a seemingly aloof young master ever indulge in such displays of affection? It appears that Mr. Malfoy's persona is faltering. Ha ha. Harry and his friends could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into joyous mirth at the sight of Malfoy. Maud began to ponder the situation anew. The truth serum ought to elicit responses based on the questions posed, yet these young wizards seemed to be engaged in soliloquy. Could this truly be a truth serum? I suspect it is highly likely that Professor Snape has enhanced a particular potion, Hermione remarked. Alternatively, it could be the invention of a novel potion. Hermione paused momentarily, her eyes seemingly twinkling with a certain brilliance. Only a master of potions, possessing extensive knowledge, could achieve such a feat despite his irksome demeanor. His expertise is undeniably profound. Hermione commenced to elaborate on the challenges of inventing or refining a potion, her gaze growing increasingly luminous. Maud harbored suspicions that Hermione had begun to idolize Professor Snape. Silence. A stern voice suddenly resonated. All the young wizards ceased their discussions. Professor McGonagall navigated through the crowd and made her way to the center. She crouched down to assess the condition of the young wizards. Shortly thereafter, Professor Snape arrived. He surveyed the appearance of the young witches and wizards, inhaling the lingering scents in the air. A realization struck him, and he hastily opened the door to his office. Soon, he stood beside his desk, discovering the shattered vial labeled Veritaserum. Inside, only a trace of golden liquid remained. Had Professor Snape uncovered the cause? Professor McGonagall followed him in, noticing the fragments of the potion bottle in his grasp. Snape hesitated. He must have found the answer. He recalled the moment the vial had shattered, and subtle expressions flickered across his typically impassive face. This may have been caused by me, McGonagall acknowledged gravely. As professors, we must ensure the safety of our students. She glanced outside, listening to the murmurs of the young wizards beyond the door. What potion could have caused this? Is this a new potion, Professor Snape? She had never encountered such a concoction before. Veritaserum, Snape replied as he exited the office. Maud turned to look. In an instant, their gazes converged. Maud understood instantly. Indeed, it was related to him. Although the potion that transformed these young wizards into their current state was not concocted by him, the suggestions for its enhancement originated from his own mind. Coupled with his previous conversation with Professor Snape, a sense of dread washed over him. The third-tier medal from the Order of Merlin seemed inevitable. Just then, Professor Dumbledore arrived. His striking blue eyes blinked as he gazed at Professor Snape. Was it caused by the potion? Professor Snape nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it has been modified. Professor Dumbledore smiled and turned his gaze towards Maud. Quite impressive indeed. Maud. He speculated that Dumbledore was aware of his connection to the matter. Truly, it is no surprise that Professor Dumbledore discerned the truth so swiftly. A truth serum, perhaps? Professor Dumbledore observed the young wizard's demeanor. The effects of this were unlike any standard truth serum I have ever encountered. He listened intently as the young wizard spoke. I have never witnessed a truth serum with such potency. Professor Dumbledore detected the scent in the air and continued, stating that even the mere aroma could elicit profound effects. Quite remarkable. Dumbledore instructed a few matters before departing. Meanwhile, the incapacitated young wizard was taken to Madame Pomfrey. Maud remained. He entered Professor Snape's office. Mr. Modi. This matter cannot be concealed any longer, Professor Snape intoned in his usual emotionless voice. No, Professor Snape. Modi shook his head. This has nothing to do with me. Snape. Maud continued. This vial of potion is your creation, thus it is your invention. I shall not usurp another's renown. Professor Snape declined. Mr. Maris. You are far more cognizant of reputation than Potter. You are entirely capable of bearing this honor. Maud shook his head once more. When a person is blinded by fame, they can no longer discern the path ahead. Listen to me, Professor Snape. You are far more suited than I am. Ultimately, Maud departed with a sense of satisfaction. The allure of temptation proves to be remarkably effective. Indeed, Lily Potter was quite formidable. In the office, Snape, torn by inner conflict, wore a stern expression, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were diligently working on their assignments, while Hermione sat beside them, engrossed in her reading. Maud is immersed in contemplation. The sorcerer of the Candlelight Realm must construct a magical array on the first level of the tower. The finalized magical array possesses two remarkable abilities. The first is to purify magical energy, and the second is to bestow upon you a unique spell of your own. A spell that is truly yours? The creation of magic by oneself? Maud continues to delve into the knowledge acquired from Hygus. Each spell can indeed be represented by a magic circle. The methods of crafting each layer of the magic circle vary. Yet all necessitate the pursuit of principles to uncover the foundational knowledge of the magic circle. Each individual's magic circle is distinct and unparalleled. One must engage in personal observation to forge their own unique magic circle. Maud understood the method for crafting the first layer of the magical array, a requisite foundation of magical knowledge, the study of nature, and auxiliary potions. It appears that wizards are invariably dependent on knowledge and potions. The study of nature involves employing a magic known as the eye of observation to perceive all things. This enchantment enables one to discern a wondrous structure that eludes the human eye. Such structures are replete with the wisdom necessary for constructing magical arrays. The more formidable the race, the more suitable its inherent magical structures serve as references. By extracting the essence of each mystical structure and utilizing one's own knowledge, one can create a unique magical array and forge original innate spells. When the notion of power arises, Maud's thoughts drifted to Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore is but a single individual, not an entire race. In the realm of magic, the truly powerful races must be those magical creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest. Maud contemplated that in search of magical creatures, he would likely venture into the Forbidden Forest, where the abundance of such beings is unparalleled. The Forbidden Forest? Hermione murmured upon hearing his words. You wish to go there? Have you lost your mind? It is perilous, and the school forbids entry. Harry and Ron, intrigued, laid down their quills and leaned closer. What on earth are those professors thinking, assigning so much homework? Do they truly believe anyone can complete it all? Their enthusiasm for the task had long since waned. Maud, that place is not suitable, Harry interjected. Indeed, remember the three-headed dog we encountered? I've heard there are similar creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest, Ron remarked, a hint of pride in his voice as he recalled their previous adventure. Maud nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was far too perilous for an ordinary young wizard. Hermione, satisfied, nodded as well. Those who are willing to heed advice are the wisest. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary individual. Hermione exclaimed, if you must go, we shall accompany you. Maud shook his head, saying, that is out of the question. How could you ever compare yourselves to me? Harry faces an even greater risk. Maud does not wish to be constantly scrutinized by Chilo and Voldemort. Come, allow you to witness the magic of an academic achiever. Maud glanced around, noting the absence of others nearby. He then surveyed the entrance, ensuring that no professors were patrolling the area. Once he confirmed the coast was clear, he extended his hand. A flash of crimson light emanating from it. A fire butterfly, about the size of a thumb, materialized before him. Its delicately crafted wings, adorned with intricate patterns of flame, fluttered gracefully around his fingertips. Despite its diminutive size, the creature radiated an intense heat, its surface shimmering with flickering flames. The essence of the butterfly was pure fire. However, its creation required a mastery of both magical precision and potency. This was a skill Maud could only wield after mastering the advanced techniques of a wizard. Ouch! Ron exclaimed foolishly, reaching out to touch it, but he recoiled in shock before making contact, for the air surrounding the butterfly was already scalding. Harry quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Be quiet, Ron. How is this even possible?" Hermione, momentarily taken aback, mused that such a feat demanded a strong command of magic, one that only a professor could likely achieve. She cast a skeptical glance at Maud. Could this be yet another new spell? Maud shook his head. No, this is the flame spell. What? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. You can cast it without a wand and incantation now. Maud shrugged, offering no denial. Thus, It can be said that true learning is the righteous path. Maud gazed regretfully at Harry and Ron. It is solely due to your lack of enthusiasm for study that your assignments are completed at such a sluggish pace, resulting in your inadequate magical prowess. Huh. Ron scoffed in retort, recalling the image of Maud in the library during their last visit. The speed at which Maud turned the pages resembled the flutter of a golden snitch's wings, a sight even Professor Dumbledore had acknowledged. Ron continued, with your extraordinary reading speed, who could rival you? Even Miss Know-It-All would concede defeat. Harry nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. Hermione. Maud shook his head. Such a thing is unfounded. I am merely a tad swifter. I must hasten to write, lest I find myself laboring under the dim glow of a lamp in my bed come nightfall. Maud continued to contemplate the matters concerning the Forbidden Forest. He believed it prudent to undertake further preparations, such as honing his proficiency in more offensive spells. Maud thought of the lightning magic, a spell that was quite simple to learn yet utterly devoid of potency. He had previously refrained from further practice because this particular magic required him to undergo the blue baptism, an experience he dared not approach lightly. However, at this moment, he found himself equipped with the necessary resources. Maud lightly caressed the invisible black serpent coiled around his hand. This serpent possessed the ability to unleash lightning, akin to a controllable power bank. No, rather a discharge device. He glanced up at Hermione, Harry, and Ron, and an idea sparked in his mind. Would you care to experience the sensation of being struck by lightning? Ahem, would you like to attempt mastering a wondrous form of magic? Maud pondered that the experience of the blue baptism should be shared among all. Magical sorcery? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in curiosity as she gazed at him. Harry and Ron turned their attention with keen interest. Is it akin to the spell used to vanquish the troll last time? Harry inquired, recalling the moment when Maud had saved them with the frost arrow. That spectacle had been truly magnificent. Indeed, that spell was remarkable. Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was as exhilarating as a Quidditch match. The three of them looked on with anticipation. Maud shook his head, eliciting a sense of disappointment among a few. However, it was likely to be more formidable than that particular magic. Maud smiled gently and extended his hand. Upon his palm, delicate bolts of lightning flickered with a mesmerizing blue-violet glow, crackling with energy. The lightning materialized from thin air, using his palm as the earth, darting back and forth incessantly. This spectacle resembled a tempest of thunder and rain unfolding in the realm of nature, orchestrated by the synergy of lightning magic and the domain of thunder bestowed upon him by the Black Serpent. A few onlookers gasped in awe, whispering in astonishment. Modesty urged them to lower their voices, lest they attract the attention of others. What kind of magic is this? Hermione gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This enchantment is known as the lightning spell. Its origins need not be questioned. Maud blocked Hermione's further inquiries. He had no desire to fabricate a tale. Mastering this magic entails enduring suffering, the extent of which remains beyond my comprehension. Maud cast a serious gaze upon them. Do you still intend to study? The three nodded in unison. Of course, what does this signify? I have endured many agonizing experiences. Ron recounted tales from his childhood. The mischievous twins, Fred and George, wickedly transformed his beloved teddy bear into a spider. From that moment forth, he developed an intense fear of spiders. I assert, no matter how painful, it cannot possibly compare to the terror of spiders. Maud looked at him, narrowing his eyes with a smile. A few individuals found a secluded spot free from disturbances. Harry and the others gathered around his spellbook, intently studying the techniques for mastering lightning magic. Mord summoned the Black Serpent, which materialized from his hand. It nuzzled against Mord's palm, exuding an affectionate demeanor. What is this? Harry observed the serpent with a sense of reassurance rather than fear. It felt oddly familiar. Moreover, its size was a far cry from the pythons he had encountered at the zoo. Hermione and Ron, however, remained hesitant to approach. After all, in their minds, snakes were not typically regarded as docile companions. There was no need to worry, for this serpent was remarkably obedient. Maud continued, Are you all prepared? The text on lightning magic is quite brief, and the fundamentals are rather simple. The three nodded in agreement. Then let us begin. Maud turned to Ron. You go first. Ron pointed to himself. Me? Yes. Ron, with his rugged exterior, seemed impervious. A mere jolt of electricity would likely pose no challenge for him. All right then. Maud called out to the black snake in his mind, urging caution, as the current would commence at its minimal potency. He meticulously explained the intricacies of releasing the electric charge to the serpent. He then encouraged it to attempt a demonstration in the air. With a soft hiss, the black snake lifted its head, channeling its magical energy. Suddenly, a small bolt of lightning materialized in the atmosphere, striking the ground and dispersing into delicate tendrils of electricity that danced across the earth. Indeed, the power was modest, seemingly just right. Can this serpent wield magic? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it also be a remarkable creature? Maud nodded. Thus it began. The black serpent turned its gaze toward Ron. In an instant, a bolt of purple lightning struck down upon him. With a hiss, Ron's body trembled uncontrollably, his hair standing on end. Maud was quite satisfied. Ron did not shout aloud, indicating that the power of the lightning was entirely acceptable. Do not forget to practice magic, Maud reminded Ron. He then turned to Harry and Hermione, who stood there in a daze. You both should get ready as well. The two swallowed hard. Ron's expression appeared anything but at ease. Maud began as well. Thus, the four individuals trembled amidst the flickering purple electric sparks. The dark serpent's magic was skillfully controlled, eliciting merely a tingling sensation. Occasionally, Harry and his companions would grasp their wands, reciting incantations. Maud felt a peculiar energy within him surging forth, not of magical origin, but rather an indefinable essence. This energy could be harnessed to amplify the potency of his lightning magic. When a sorcerer absorbs lightning through this arcane art, the essence of the storm becomes stored within one's being. It does not dissipate. Instead, it transforms into an intangible substance akin to a natural talent. The more abundant this substance is, the more formidable one's lightning magic becomes. Naturally, the consumption of magical energy will also escalate. This is the narrative woven into the fabric of lightning magic. Maud pondered for a moment, requesting that the black serpent amplify the power of the lightning spell directed at him. It was not painful. Indeed, due to his innate affinity for the realm of thunder, he possessed significant resistance to lightning. Thus, he instructed the black serpent to gradually increase its potency. Only when his body was enveloped in fine strands of violet electricity did he begin to feel a twinge of discomfort. Before long, Harry's magical aptitude enabled him to become the first among the trio to master lightning magic. Not merely a novice, he wielded a spell imbued with a certain lethality. He cast the lightning spell, Lightning Surge. A small, graceful arc of electricity flickered in the air. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the enchanted broomstick within the room, scorching its handle to a charred black and igniting a few flames. Fortunately, as Harry had only just learned the spell, its power was limited. He hurriedly extinguished the fire. This was the broomstick compartment, and he certainly did not wish to cause a calamity by setting it ablaze. Hermione gazed over in astonishment, still languishing in the realm of basic magic. Harry, Ron exclaimed, trembling slightly from the residual energy of the lightning. You're learning far too quickly. The initiation into lightning magic and the subsequent mastery presented vastly different challenges. The text on lightning magic indicated, this spell is easily grasped at its inception, yet the subsequent training escalates in difficulty considerably. The ability to absorb the essence of thunder varies due to individual talent. Harry scratched his head, a bashful smile adorning his face. Undeterred, Hermione continued her pursuit of this arcane art. Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge. Maud. Harry wished to share his elation with Maud. I succeeded. Yet, he found no sign of Maud. Where could he be? Harry sensed a radiant glow shining behind him and turned to look. There stood Maud, his entire being enveloped in violet lightning. As if swathed in a purple shroud, Harry could only vaguely discern Maud's face, aglow with a silvery hue. Meanwhile, only wisps of violet electricity danced around Harry himself. Maud is as fierce as the legendary dragon, which explains his remarkable performance during the recent incident with the giant. It is no surprise that one who strives so diligently in their studies would be regarded as an academic prodigy. Harry shook his head and continued his training. Before long, a joyous voice from Hermione echoed, as she had amassed sufficient ethereal energy within her to cast the spell. She glanced at Harry, determined not to fall behind in her pride as Miss Granger. Turning her gaze towards Ron, she noted that he had yet to fully acclimatize to the intensity of the lightning, thus hindering his magical training. Furthermore, his innate magical talent was rather limited, and his lack of enthusiasm for studying did not help matters. Hermione let out a deep sigh of disappointment. Ron, perplexed, responded with confusion. The lightning above Maud's head gradually intensified in power. His innate talent allowed him to adapt to the tempestuous energies with remarkable swiftness. What had once felt like a twinge of pain now transformed into a delightful tingling sensation. Bolts of lightning continued to strike relentlessly above him. The magical energy emanating from the black serpent surged significantly. Maud could distinctly sense that the accumulation of that enigmatic substance within him was accelerating at an extraordinary pace. He recalled the founder of lightning magic, Wizard Jinbemo, who had undergone a baptism of azure energy bestowed by nature itself. If one were to directly endure such formidable forces, how swiftly might the mastery of lightning magic be achieved? Of course, Maud merely entertained the thought. He dared not emulate such feats. Who could ascertain whether Wizard Jinbemo had already ascended to the ranks of miraculous sorcerers during that era? After a passage of time, Maud has ceased his practice of lightning magic. The lightning above his head has become sufficiently dense and powerful. However, such lightning is inadequate to sustain his forthcoming training. Regardless of its intensity, Maud looked around this small room, or rather, this cramped cubicle. It was so diminutive that he feared the lightning from the dark serpent might obliterate it in an instant. He had no idea how many galleons those flying broomsticks were worth. Unlike Harry, he was not someone with a modest fortune to his name. Maud looked again at Harry and his companions. Indeed, Harry and Hermione were making remarkable progress in their training. Mr. Weasley, however, appeared to be lagging slightly, his development somewhat slower. Following this, Maud contemplated his fiery butterfly at his fingertips. If his mastery of magic could manifest flames in such a manner, then surely he could command the power of lightning as well. He extended his hands, commencing the incantation of the lightning spell. The rampant purple bolts of electricity danced incessantly between his palms, occasionally releasing tendrils of electric sparks that crackled with a sizzling sound. Modin could perceive that the power contained within was far more potent than the lightning he could conjure alone through the domain of thunder. He also began to grasp that the manipulation of lightning appeared to be more challenging than that of fire. As time passed, the erratic speed of the restless lightning finally subsided. The violet bolts flowed between his palms like a gentle stream. Maud nodded with satisfaction. He then instructed the lightning to morph into the shapes he envisioned. First, it transformed into a sphere, then a cube, and finally a rectangular prism. Initially, the movements were somewhat clumsy, but gradually, he began to feel increasingly adept. At that moment, Harry and his companions ceased their practice of the lightning magic, as they did not possess the elfin physique and innate talent for lightning that Maud had. After a while, they felt their bodies growing weary, and it became apparent that continuing was not advisable. "This magic is truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed with excitement, eager to share his experiences. However, he was interrupted. "What is this?" Hermione gasped, noticing small spherical bolts of lightning swirling around each of Maud's fingers. The lightning crackled ominously, exuding an aura of danger. Ron, displaying his dissatisfaction, remarked, "What's the fuss about, Miss Know-It-All? You're overreacting. He can even conjure fire butterflies." Hermione shot a glare at Ron. "This lightning magic is entirely different from the fire spell. Can't you feel it? The energy of lightning magic is tumultuous and unruly, something most wizards cannot control." "Ahem. Hermione, it seems you might be the only one who has mastered the fire spell," Harry interjected. Meanwhile, immersed in his manipulation of magic, Maud's lightning transformed once more. With his palm facing upward, a lightning sphere the size of his hand coalesced, radiating countless arcs of electricity that flickered with a dazzling violet glow. The crackling sound of the lightning resembled the harmonious chorus of 1,000 birds. Maud felt somewhat juvenile. With a flick of his wrist, the ball of lightning transformed into a thunderbird. The bird's plumage, a striking purple, was vividly detailed, with even the intricate patterns of its feathers clearly visible. Its expansive wings displayed a spiral design at their center, continuously radiating bolts of lightning. It appeared remarkably extraordinary. Indeed, quite splendid. Maud is quite pleased with this lightning mimicry. Just as he continues to gaze at the thunderbird, the avian figure formed by lightning suddenly opens a pair of golden eyes, sparkling with a vibrant gleam. P.S. Maud. Who is Naruto? Why does that name sound so familiar? Maud blinked in disbelief, convinced he had misperceived the scene before him. However, it did not take long for him to discern the uniqueness of the thunder sparrow, a magical creature of enchanting origin. The sparrow emitted a series of chirps, resonating through the air. "Maud, whose magic produces such a sound?" Rachel leaned in, nuzzling Maud's arm. An arc of electricity crackled across Maud's arm. Maud felt a jolt as if struck by electricity. However, he was accustomed to being struck by lightning, rendering the sensation neither painful nor bothersome. He gazed once more into the lively eyes of the thunderbird, listening to its melodious call. It was confirmed. This Thunderbird had indeed come back to life. Hermione approached alongside her companions. "Is this a new form of magic?" she inquired, having noticed the peculiar nature of Imoda's enchantment. She could scarcely fathom that it might be the result of the lightning magic she had just practiced. How wondrous! Harry observed the Thunderbird, marveling at its vibrant presence, akin to a living messenger. Meanwhile, Ron had rushed to the Thunderbird, locking eyes with it in a curious exchange. It was a fascinating display of new magic, indeed. Maud nodded slightly. In truth, he himself had yet to comprehend the intricacies of the magic that had transpired. However, a thought crossed his mind. Maud snapped his fingers and cast a spell of discernment. The degree of compatibility for your lightning magic stands at 150. Effect: it bestows a chain reaction. When your magical energy is sufficient and your proficiency in this spell is adequate, there exists a chance to trigger chain lightning. Your lightning magic has activated the ability of the magical spirit, a being born of magic itself, embodying the essence of sorcery, thus animating your spells with life. With their presence, your magic will attain an unprecedented level of agility. The magical spirits are immortal. When the magic dissipates, they return to you, reappearing when you cast your next spell. Currently, you possess 2 magical spirits, endowed with 2 attributes, chain reaction and the essence of the magical spirit. Maud gazed into the golden eyes of the Thunder Sparrow. A magical spirit. This was the very reason for the revival of this creature. An immortal being born from magic. Furthermore, he possessed another such magical spirit. Maud stretched out his other hand, and in an instant, lightning coalesced into a magnificent thunder phoenix. Its proud head, resplendent purple feathers, and a long tail shimmering with arcs of electricity were a sight to behold. At that moment, he shaped it after Professor Dumbledore's fire phoenix, Fawkes. The thunder phoenix opened its eyes, displaying an extraordinary vitality, and soon emitted a melodious and soaring cry. Harry had yet to encounter Fawkes. It was the appearance of a phoenix, Maud replied. Maud pondered deeply, faintly sensing 2 lives intertwined with his own being. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead contemplating the ascent of 2 magical spirits. With a chirp, a thunder sparrow and a thunder phoenix unfurled their wings, gracefully soaring within the confines of the small chamber. The 3 little ones gazed in awe at the thunder sparrow and thunder phoenix above, captivated by their agile forms and the vibrant arcs of purple lightning that enveloped them. Perceiving them as truly magnificent creatures, Maud gazed intently at the 2 magical spirits, feeling a sense of monotony. How delightful it would be to wield magic himself. At that moment, he sensed the stirring of magic within him. He promptly restrained his magical energy and looked up. The thunder sparrow opened its beak wide, unleashing a bolt of lightning that dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, the thunder phoenix manifested a radiant orb of electricity upon its claws, shimmering brilliantly. It was reminiscent of a thunder phoenix version of Sass. Quite splendid. After all, they were magical spirits. What harm could there be in casting a spell of his own? Was this reasonable? Absolutely. With a wave of his hand, Maud summoned the Thunderbird and Thunder Phoenix, which then dissipated into arcs of electricity in the air. It felt as though something had awakened within him. Let us depart. All that needed to be learned has been acquired. In an instant, the black serpent vanished, coiling around his hand. He was the first to leave the confines of the flying broom closet, leaving Harry and his companions in astonishment. Did you witness that? His magic can even unleash additional spells. In the days that followed, Maud set aside the Forbidden Forest, dedicating himself to the mastery of various forms of magic. Thus, he and the trio led a clandestine existence within Hogwarts, evading both students and professors while diligently honing their craft. What have you all been up to lately? Why are you avoiding me? Professor McGonagall scrutinized Maud and the trio with suspicion. These young wizards had been consistently evading her, seemingly avoiding other professors as well. Professor McGonagall, we are engaged in something rather clandestine. Harry hastily covered Ron's mouth. Recently, the term clandestine had become a frequent topic of conversation among them, and Ron's tongue had a tendency to run wild. Maud coughed twice. It is as follows, Professor McGonagall. Recently, a few of us have formed a study group. We prefer to find a place where we can study undisturbed, as it greatly enhances our efficiency. Maud looked at Professor McGonagall with a serious expression. As for avoiding you, that is certainly not the case. We merely sought a less crowded area in search of tranquility. Professor McGonagall regarded them with a hint of skepticism before nodding. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Once she departed, Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare. Are you really that foolish? You informed the professor that we were engaged in clandestine activities, and now we are destined for detention together? Ron sheepishly scratched his head. Let us explore a new location today, one that is more conducive to practicing our magic. Maud pondered for a moment before addressing Harry and the others. Where's the new place? Hermione inquired. It is the Room of Requirement. Maud led them to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. They stood before a portrait of a troll, and oh, there was someone within it. Is this the troll? Upon seeing the portrait, Hermione felt a wave of revulsion. She had nearly perished beneath the troll's club. Well, this painting actually tells a story. Maud replied, this individual is quite foolish, attempting to teach a troll to dance ballet. And as you can see, he is now being pursued and struck by the very creature. Goodness, this person is utterly ridiculous, Ron chuckled. In the illustration, the troll abruptly raised its head and gazed in their direction, startling Ron. Are you suggesting that the room you speak of, which grants every wish, is located within? Harry inquired. Maud shook his head, standing before the portrait. Maud pointed to the wall opposite the portrait. He began to envision the scene of learning magic. Walking past the wall thrice, a luminous portal materialized upon the wall. This was the entrance. The group marveled and stepped inside. Within the Room of Requirement, transformed by Maud's desires, lay an expansive open space. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Here was indeed a splendid place for the cultivation of magic. After a brief moment of curiosity, Harry and his companions resumed their practice of lightning spells. Maud recalled another spell, the Eye of Observation, pertaining to his ascension in the realm of wizardry. The Eye of Observation was a collaborative creation of esteemed ancient sorcerers. It possesses the ability to perceive a wondrous structure inherent in all things. This mystical structure serves as the fundamental material source for magical arrays. The specific methods for its cultivation are as follows, Maud carefully observed, sensing no difficulty. He snapped his fingers, and a semblance of magic seemed to surge within his eyes. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Harry and his companions. Behind each of them, a complex pattern of radiant blue light materialized out of thin air. The intricate lines appeared to harbor a wealth of information. This was indeed the wondrous structure. Maud felt a peculiar sensation emanating from the magical structure behind Harry. The colors appeared to be somewhat amiss. As he approached for a closer inspection, the truth unveiled itself. Behind Harry, two patterns were nearly superimposed upon one another. One pattern radiated a serene blue hue, exuding an aura of purity. In stark contrast, the other pattern was a somber gray, its lines seemingly swirling with the essence of death. Maud glanced once more at the remarkable formation of Ron and Hermione. They bore only a single pattern, strikingly similar. What could it mean? Voldemort's influence? Maud gazed at the gray, magical structure that was emitting a swirling plume of gray smoke. It appeared to be anything but a benign entity. Maud pondered for a moment before casting the identification spell. The lingering soul concealed within the body revealed a compatibility level of 100. Effect: to become a vessel for the lingering soul. Evaluation: your union with it is nothing short of perfect harmony. Maud, upon glancing at the initial words, Maud swiftly deduced that this extraordinary structure was the remnant soul of Voldemort affixed to Harry. However, this peculiar configuration was vastly dissimilar to those associated with Hermione and Ron, as well as starkly contrasting with Harry's own azure magical structure. It thus appears that Voldemort is no longer human. He has transcended into another species, establishing his own distinct realm. Maud pondered about himself once more, lifting his gaze. Behind him flickered a wondrous structure, radiant red like blazing flames. The lines within it did not resemble those of a human. Startled from his stupor, he exclaimed, Maud, why do you gaze at me? Harry raised his head amidst the electric light, locking eyes with Maud. Maud shook his head. I am observing the air, he remarked. Harry, visibly irritated, chose to disregard Maud and resumed his practice of lightning magic. It must be said that Harry was making remarkable progress with his lightning magic. With considerable magical talent and a natural affinity for this particular discipline, he once again found himself ahead of Hermione and Ron. Maud continued to gaze intently at these wondrous structures. The magical formations of the same species were largely similar, with only subtle differences. He intended to commence his studies with the magical structures of humans, accumulating experience before seeking out more formidable magical creatures. How does one learn about these extraordinary structures? The knowledge imparted to him by the miraculous sorcerer Hagrid advised. Extend your hand to attempt to touch the magical structure, envisioning that you have indeed made contact. Infuse your palm with your magical energy, and you shall behold a new realm. Imodo extended his hand, initially approaching Ron's magical structure. He envisioned it as a tangible object, believing he had already made contact with it. The magical energy converged in his palm, which instantly radiated a luminous glow. Maud suddenly felt as though the world had turned upside down. The images of reality danced and spun around him. When he finally regained his bearings, he found himself in an entirely different scene. A blue ethereal glow permeated the entirety of this realm. Before him lay a labyrinth of intricate lines, resembling the threads of a spider's web. These lines crisscrossed and intertwined, taking root in the void, only to return to it once more. It was as if he had entered a spider's lair, a den of silken threads. Madra extended his hand once more, gently tapping a line before him. A myriad of information flashed before his eyes, overwhelming in its abundance. These were all insights pertaining to wondrous structures and arcane formations. Maud could only offer such an assessment of the wondrous structure. Although the information was abundant, much of it was redundant. For others, processing this information proved to be a formidable challenge. However, he was different. The innate gift of knowledge mastery bestowed upon him by the sage elf manifested itself. A vast expanse of information instantaneously flooded his mind, allowing him to perform some fundamental processing in that fleeting moment. Maud discarded all redundant knowledge, leaving only what remained in his mind. Maud felt that processing information in such a manner was excessively slow. Seizing a handful of threads, he found himself inundated with a considerably greater volume of information. After dedicating a substantial amount of time, Maud finally organized the knowledge pertaining to Ron's extraordinary structure. Although fatigued, he felt a profound sense of achievement. Had a system panel appeared at that moment, it would have displayed proficiency in basic magical structure knowledge. 3. Upon exiting Ron's realm of magical structures, Maud realized he had not moved an inch from his original position. "What are you doing?" Hermione and Ron gazed at him with puzzled expressions, and Harry turned his head as well. This represented a novel approach to the art of learning magic. Disregarding the peculiar glances of his companions, Maud re-entered the enchanting blue structure alongside Hermione and Harry. With the foundation laid by Ron's prior knowledge of magical structures, coupled with the inherent similarities among structures of the same kind, their progress was notably swifter this time. In no time, the knowledge pertaining to these two magical structures was meticulously documented. Next, Maud looked at the gray, magical structure atop Harry's head, a remnant of Voldemort's shattered soul. He exhaled a deep, heavy breath. The atmosphere was indeed unfriendly. Entering this mystical edifice, Maud gazed upon the dim, overcast world before him. Merely standing within it, he could sense an oppressive aura. A house? Maud gazed into the distance, where he discerned a similarly gray edifice. Oh no. It would be more apt to describe it as a small castle. Yet, how could such a structure exist within a realm of enchantment? He rifled through the knowledge of Haggis. Within these magical constructs, there are instances where manifestations of souls, known as desire entities, penetrate their confines, resulting in alterations to the worlds contained therein. Once, a sorcerer ventured into an expansive and boundless world of magical structures. Emoda comprehended the situation. This must be the reason for the presence of anomalies within the magical structure attributed to the remnants of Voldemort's soul. However, what precisely is the embodiment of desire? Could it inflict harm, or perhaps divulge his secrets? The embodiment of desire is a product of the soul, its inception necessitating an intricate amalgamation of factors. It possesses a human semblance, reminiscent of a human spirit. He scrutinized the relevant knowledge once more and, at last, felt a sense of relief. Maud approached, intending to observe the small castle of this gray world up close. In the magical realm of Dumbledore and Harry Potter, it ought to belong to dark wizards, to me. As he drew nearer, Maud heard the sounds emanating from within, a raspy voice. Before Maud, there was a window. He leaned out and beheld the scene within. A figure clad in black robes stood there, his head tilted back, revealing a face as pale as wax, with eyes marred by blood. Insanity was inscribed upon his visage. It seemed as though he was hoarsely and incessantly repeating his recent utterances. Although there were some differences from the resurrected visage of Voldemort that Maud was familiar with, he nonetheless recognized him. This was the corporeal manifestation of Voldemort's desires. Maud gazed intently at the figure of Voldemort before him, as if he were a living being. It seemed that Voldemort had noticed Maud's presence. He abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixating on him, catching a glimpse of the upper half of Maud's face. "Who are you, little wizard?" he inquired in a hoarse voice. Maud was taken aback. The visage appeared even more terrifying from the front. The contorted face, with indistinct features, resembled one scorched by flames. A sudden visitor had arrived. Maud was utterly reluctant to divulge his name to Voldemort, despite being nothing more than a mere shadow of desire. Incapable of even uttering a remnant of a soul, Voldemort opened his peculiar mouth and chuckled softly. Is that so? I am not particularly fond of such guests. He raised his wand, and an emerald light immediately flooded Mog's vision, bursting forth in an explosion. The green radiance, imbued with the essence of death, inadvertently penetrated Mog's very being. However, Mod stood motionless, remaining in place. He blinked, as if sensing something. A radiant light pierced through him, traversing the gray void, ultimately transforming into scattered green motes of light that vanished without a trace. What is this? Voldemort furrowed his brow, gazing at his form, then casting his eyes toward the direction of the killing curse's impact. Mod smiled. Mr. Riddle, this is hardly the way to host a guest. Mod's heart was far from at ease. To be candid, the aura of this magic instilled in him a profound sense of discomfort. This Voldemort was indeed lacking in decorum, or rather, wizardly etiquette. The reason he remained immobile was due to the knowledge imparted by Hygus, which documented matters concerning the embodiment of desire and the arcane structure. Within this mystical framework, all spells associated with death or malevolence proved ineffective. Even if a wizard were to dissipate within this structure, only their spirit would be harmed, allowing for recovery after a few days of rest. The embodiment of desire was incapable of engaging in communication with the external world. While its magical prowess mirrored that of its original form, the potency of its spells would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Consequently, the current state of Voldemort's embodiment of desire was quite dire. Before Maud's words were fully articulated, he snapped his fingers. A surge of orange flames erupted forth, their tongues dancing wildly, filling the room with an intense heat. In an instant, the flames transformed into a fiery lion, baring its fangs and lunging towards Voldemort. This was the first combat technique he had recently acquired, to speak only halfway, leaving an opponent in disbelief. Just as the fiery lion was about to leap upon Voldemort, a soft sound was heard, and Voldemort had vanished without a trace. Moments later, a figure materialized behind Maud, outside the window, as Voldemort waved his wand. A searing tongue of fire shot forth, aimed directly at Maud. A shimmering blue light arose before Maud, as a frost-laden arrow, imbued with a piercing chill, shot forth with deadly precision. The clash of ice and fire sent a frosty aura spiraling into the air. Blossoms of blue light erupted upon the ground, while ice crystals formed and spread around, scaling the walls of the small castle like a gecko. With a swift breath, Voldemort vanished from sight once more. Indeed, he had returned to the confines of the castle. He gazed out at Maud, pacing back and forth. You are remarkably akin to my younger self, possessing great talent. Your magic is quite fascinating. It amuses me. He cast his eyes upon the charred earth, blackened by the flames of the fire lion, and smiled. The killing curse is ineffective here, yet other spells, such as the fire incantation, seem capable of inflicting harm, even to the point of ending your life. Voldemort's crimson eyes gleamed with intensity. He flicked his wand repeatedly, conjuring forth waves of flames that illuminated the entire castle in an instant. With a snap of his fingers, Maud summoned a transparent force that enveloped him. Subsequently, a myriad of frost arrows floated in the air, releasing a chilling aura that permeated the surroundings. Blue and red lights dominated the sky, each claiming its territory. The sounds of crashing, the shattering of walls, and the crystallization of ice resonated incessantly. The castle had been dismantled beyond recognition, and the wall that once stood between the two had vanished. Maud's frost arrows ultimately surpassed the blazing desires of Voldemort's fiery embodiment. Occasionally, the frost arrows pierced through the flames, seeking to penetrate Voldemort. He sensed that Voldemort's magic had likely diminished to a level similar to his own. However, Voldemort's prowess in combat far exceeded his own. Bang! The frost arrow shattered the floor, unleashing a radiant blue light, coalescing into a sheet of ice. Yet, Voldemort's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had skillfully evaded with apparition. In that moment, Maud recognized his own shortcomings. He lacked even a basic maneuvering spell. No wonder he was being outmaneuvered by Voldemort. Fortunately, Voldemort seemed intent on battling a certain indomitable wizard. With a snap of his fingers, 2 thunder phoenixes materialized, their lively eyes sparkling. Their long tails shimmered with brilliance, leaping with arcs of purple electricity, emitting a resounding cry. A phoenix? Voldemort gazed up at them, his wand in motion, flames shooting forth like cannon fire. Indeed, Mr. Riddle, they seem to be quite fond of you. Maud smiled. The 2 magical spirits he summoned were intended to disrupt Voldemort's use of apparition. Another frost arrow soared through the air, With a whoosh, Voldemort vanished from his position. As he reappeared, ready to wield his wand, the Thunder Phoenix unleashed a stream of miniature lightning. Zing! The lightning flickered with a purple hue, arriving in an instant. However, it was intercepted in midair by an invisible force. An armor of protection? Maud looked at Voldemort. He had not anticipated resolving the matter with Voldemort so effortlessly. Indeed, no individual who ascends to the pinnacle of a realm does so without considerable complexity. This magic is quite remarkable, Voldemort mused as he observed the two phoenixes. To be candid, you ought to serve me, young wizard. Share power with me, and together we shall concoct immortality. Maud shook his head. I do not harbor such grand thoughts. Being an ordinary little wizard is quite satisfactory. Diligent study and continuous improvement, is it not? Voldemort responded with a peculiar smile. He raised his wand high, and from above, a surging inferno erupted, resembling tumultuous waves. A colossal fire serpent was born, exhaling flames. Maud raised his head, gazing at the exaggerated physique before him. It was truly formidable. Releasing this magic appeared to be quite taxing for the current Voldemort. His wand continuously emitted flames, seemingly replenishing the energy of the fiery serpent. Upon witnessing this, Emode seized the opportunity as the azure frost arrows were simultaneously unleashed towards Voldemort. Bang! The colossal body of the fire serpent swayed, intercepting all the frost arrows. Even the nascent ice surface was transformed into billowing vapor. How formidable! This marks Maud's inaugural encounter with the art of magical combat, and it is set against the formidable prowess of a dark sorcerer. Although it exudes an aura of peril, it undeniably offers a thrilling experience. What follows is a juxtaposition of countless frost arrows against a colossal serpent of flames. The immense serpent lashes through the void, its fiery form radiating a blinding luminescence in the air. The azure streaks traverse the battlefield, only to vanish into the crimson blaze. The fire serpent stands as a sentinel for Voldemort, momentarily unable to shift its position. Maud looked up at the two elusive thunder phoenixes in the sky. Under his gaze, the two phoenixes merged into one. Amidst the violet radiance, a colossal phoenix gradually took shape. A substantial amount of magic energy was drawn from within him. The gigantic thunder phoenix opened its piercing eyes, sweeping its long tail, as thunderclaps resonated sharply through the void. The two magical spirits jointly commanded this immense phoenix to soar towards the giant serpent. A brilliant light blotted out the sun. The thunder phoenix's lightning claws collided with the fiery body of the giant serpent. Thunder and flame met in a spectacular clash. Purple lightning pierced the void. Dazzling arcs of electricity danced about, while flames surged like tidal waves, crashing against the emptiness. Clang! The thunder phoenix emitted a resounding cry. Unfurling its wings forged from lightning and soaring upward, the giant serpent unleashed a stream of fiery breath towards the phoenix. In response, the thunder phoenix swept its wings, causing the fiery stream to diverge instantly. Crack! It seemed that Voldemort had regained his composure. He clapped his hands, while the fire serpent continued its fierce struggle against the thunder phoenix. Hogwarts students, are they? Such attire truly brings back memories, Voldemort mused, lifting his wand once more. In his eyes, the magic wielded by this young wizard was brimming with creativity. He was indeed gifted. Yet, regrettably, his power seemed a hindrance rather than an asset. His wand pointed towards the fire serpent. The immense serpent coiled upward, its form overshadowing the descending thunder phoenix. The fire serpent began to constrict, intent on incinerating the thunder phoenix completely. Maud saw this scene as well. He turned to look at Voldemort again, but the figure had already vanished. Another use of apparition. Are you prepared? Prepared for death? A hoarse voice echoed behind him. Indeed. Maud turned around and smiled, gazing behind Voldemort, as if someone was locking eyes with him from the shadows. Professor Dumbledore, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, he remarked. Voldemort did not glance back. His extensive history of battles and profound experience were unparalleled. Yet, he hesitated for a brief moment. Clap! Maud snapped his fingers in the direction of the Sky Thunder Phoenix. By the time Voldemort realized what was happening, it was already too late. On Maud's finger, a flickering orb of light had manifested. The illuminating charm, enhanced by its remarkable compatibility, elicited an even more potent effect once he stepped into the realm of candlelight. Voldemort could no longer keep his eyes open, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Yet, he remained composed. He raised his wand, and flames danced around him, consuming everything in their vicinity. Meanwhile, with his eyes closed, Maud communicated with two magical spirits within his mind. Transparent walls emerged around him, encasing him in protective armor. The flames encircled Maud, but could not breach the protective barrier. As the fiery serpent ensnared the Thunder Phoenix, it transformed into a sharp, violet longsword. The blade shimmered with electric energy, resembling a purple jewel, radiating a captivating brilliance. Under the control of the magical spirits, this colossal thunder sword emitted a sound as it sliced through the air, swiftly cleaving the fiery serpent in two. The tempestuous energy surged downward, relentlessly dissolving the out-of-control serpent. The longsword ascended once more, as if endowed with sentience, directing its blade towards Voldemort, who was engulfed in flames below. In that moment, the thunder sword descended from the heavens. The lightning pierced through the gray void, rushing forth with a deafening roar, as though it shattered the fabric of existence and penetrated the flames, striking Voldemort directly. With a thunderous crash, Voldemort, this embodiment of desire, did not even have the chance to scream in agony. His form disintegrated into light and dust, vanishing amidst the electric brilliance. Victory! Coughing, Maud, now with his eyes open, watched as Voldemort dissipated, feeling a rush of exhilaration akin to defeating a formidable boss. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Voldemort. While others may perish once, he seemed to endure at least 5 or 6 deaths, and now, he had added yet another to his count. Maud tapped the dust from his clothing, his appearance equally disheveled. What is this? The sight of Voldemort's demise, where a faint, shadowy glow hovered, resembling a worm undulating through the air. Maud, having invoked the art of discernment, cast the spell of the Light of Annihilation, revealing a compatibility rating of 120. This spell, when unleashed upon adversaries, possesses the potential to inflict a soul wound, an injury that defies healing unless the soul itself is mended. Otherwise, one must endure a protracted period, awaiting the soul's natural restoration. This is an exceedingly rare and extraordinary energy. It is formidable, directly assaulting the essence of the soul. Although the effect is probabilistic, its potency is undeniably significant. This signifies that each magical assault may leave behind an enduring wound, akin to a critical strike. Maud approached the strand of gray light. Yet before he could reach out to touch it, the gray illumination had already drifted towards him, penetrating his very being. However, Maud sensed that within his body, there resided an energy distinct from that of magic. With a mere thought, the light of oblivion began to swirl around him. Ultimately, it gradually merged with the magical essence. Akin to honey dissolving in water, the two entities intertwining harmoniously. Maud nodded with satisfaction. Experience points in dueling increased by 1, and equipment also rose by 1. He glanced at the threads of emptiness in the distance. Having defeated the boss, it was time to learn. However, before that, he intended to observe the nature of the gray light magic following its fusion. He extended his palm, and flames erupted forth. In the real world, Hermione and Harry were engrossed in learning lightning magic, while Ron had already begun to slack off. What, then, was Maud truly engaged in? Maud maintained a hand extended, seemingly reaching out to touch the air. Ron waved his hand before him, yet Maud, with his eyes wide open, appeared utterly oblivious. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted in Maud's hand, startling Ron. "You nearly gave me a heart attack," exclaimed Ron. Maud responded, remaining in his usual demeanor, seemingly unaware of Ron's words. Ron turned his gaze towards the flame in Maud's hand. It was undeniably fire, radiating a palpable heat, yet its hue was peculiar. Intermingled with the vibrant red were streaks of black. What could this be? Maud, enveloped in the enigma of his powers, scrutinized the flame curiously. The magical energy within him had just merged with a flicker of gray light. As he attempted to wield magic, his control over the energy wavered slightly, as if even the magic of reality stirred in response. He did not dwell on this, but continued to observe the flame in his hand. The black fire, nestled at the core, resembled a wick, while the outer tongues of flame blazed in shades of orange and red. Black fire? What could it signify? Maud felt that he was straying further along the path of cosplay. Thunderous. What was that sound? Maud turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The once dilapidated castle collapsed with a thunderous roar, gradually vanishing amidst the swirling dust. In its place emerged a long, golden thread, seemingly woven from the very fabric of the void itself. The radiant glow of gold illuminated the surroundings. What could this be? In Imoda's perspective, the identification of magic reveals, a product of a unique and wondrous structure, with a compatibility rating of 130. Effect: upon consumption, one shall acquire extraordinary abilities. Consume it? Maud gazed at the lengthy golden rope, lost in contemplation. This remarkable object shimmered with a radiant light, adorned with enigmatic patterns that resembled a binding rope of celestial origin. It was undeniably extraordinary. However, coiled up, it appeared quite substantial, leaving Maud somewhat skeptical about his capacity to consume it. Maud could not help but reminisce about the digestive tablets. As for now, be brave, Maud, fear not. Maud approached the golden cord, his fingers brushing against its surface. The intricate patterns rendered the texture of the golden strand uneven and tactile. He leaned in closer, noticing what appeared to be minuscule inscriptions etched upon it. Regrettably, Maud found himself unable to decipher their meaning. Maud stretched out his hand, and the rope in the void effortlessly descended, which he coiled into a bundle and held in his grasp. Maud took one end of the rope and attempted to bite into it. To his surprise, it was rather palatable. The moment it touched his tongue, it melted away like jelly. The flavor resembled that of beef broth, infused with a delightful sweetness. However, the rope remained rather lengthy. Maud had been eating for quite a while before finally consuming it entirely. He gently patted his belly, feeling somewhat full. What extraordinary abilities would he acquire? Maud expresses a profound anticipation for this non-human creation known as Voldemort. After all, he is a harbinger of fate. The golden thread that enters his stomach transforms into radiant light, dispersing throughout Maud's being. In Maud's perception, it feels as if his body is giving birth to a new kind of tissue. A warmth and an unusual sensation of transformation persist, alternating between comfort and discomfort. After a considerable time, the sensations finally settle down. What is this feeling? Maud felt a genuine awareness of an additional entity within his body. He extended his hand. An azure smoke began to swirl around it. Eventually, it coalesced into a singular orb of an eye. The entire sphere, exhibiting a captivating blue hue, was merely the size of a fingertip, crystalline and translucent, resembling a sapphire. It occasionally rotated its central pupil, imbued with an extraordinary vitality. Maud's perspective began to spiral into confusion. It was as if he possessed two vantage points. One revealed the scene before him, while the other unveiled his own self. This disorienting sensation of spatial disarray was far from pleasant. Maud closed his eyes, leaving only a singular perspective. He regarded his own body with a peculiar scrutiny. Soon, he made a connection with the blue orb before him. It seemed as if it were directly linked to his mind, and Maud merely contemplated the act of closing it. The blue eye emitted a radiant azure light, completely obscuring the pupil. Darkness enveloped him entirely. Maud opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. The identification spell was cast. The enchanted blue eye orb, with a compatibility level of 150, grants you an expansive perspective, allowing you to perceive vistas previously hidden from view. The blue eye possesses exceptional vision, capturing all within a radius of several hundred meters. It will bestow upon you a panoramic view devoid of blind spots. When vanquished by a certain force, it will incubate anew within your being. This is its fundamental ability, while the subsequent attribute, a gift of the 150 compatibility, is its capability of invisibility, enabling you to surveil your enemies unbeknownst to them, except for formidable sorcerers. It can establish a fixed point of vision, remaining steadfast and impervious to disturbance. Maud suddenly recalled something. Welcome to the realm of summoners. Ahem. The specific method for placing wards is as follows. The process is quite straightforward. It simply involves placing the ward, in its literal sense. Emoda blinked. Was it truly an eye piercing? He extended his index finger and abruptly jabbed at the azure orb. The blue sphere dissolved into a mist, enveloping his finger in a swirling haze of cerulean. Maud gazed into the distance, lifting his hand to point towards the ground far away. The azure mist transformed into delicate, sharp spikes, swiftly shooting forth. They pierced the earth, reverting to sapphire orbs, which extended slender azure tendrils, reminiscent of plant roots. Shortly thereafter, the sapphire orb vanished before Maud's eyes. Emoda has once again gained a new perspective. Maud thought of something again. He raised his hand, and the blue orb returned to him from afar. He placed the blue orb at the back of his head. Now, Voldemort's ambush from behind would be rendered futile. In light of Mr. Maris's exceptional response, Gryffindor earned additional points. Professor McGonagall, with a rare smile gracing her typically serious visage, acknowledged the moment. Maud Maris has mastered transfiguration exceptionally well, displaying remarkable diligence during class. In her eyes, Maris embodies the three essential virtues of an exemplary student. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class has finally come to a close. Maud has garnered a wealth of insights and knowledge regarding the art of transformation from various perspectives. He picked up his meticulously noted spellbook and joyfully exited the classroom. Maud, shall we head to the cafeteria together? Harry approached. No. I intend to visit Hagrid's hut and treat him to some delights from the Muggle world. Maud replied, what is there to eat? Ron leaned closer to Maud. Maud stood impassively as he pushed his head aside. Some pastries, of course, could not compare to the culinary delights of the cafeteria. However, a wizard would likely find their flavors quite distinctive. Were those the same pastries from the train last time? May we go together? Ron inquired, recalling that he found the pastries from their last encounter rather enjoyable. Maud shook his head. Hermione cast him a glance, seemingly aware of his intentions. She, too, said nothing. Maud parted ways with the trio and made his solitary journey towards Hagrid's hut. Along the way, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if someone were trailing him. In response, he spread his hands and summoned the blue eye, affixing it to the back of his head. He then employed his observational skills, honing his counter-tracking techniques. This was the essence of practical knowledge in action. Maud thought that Harry and his friends were following him. However, to his dismay, he beheld a pale-faced boy with light golden hair in his blue eyes. Oh, and behind him were two tall, plump little wizards. What could Malfoy be up to? The first thought that crossed Mod's mind was to report his whereabouts, ensuring that Gryffindor would lose points. A more ruthless approach would be to confront him outside of school, where the three could teach him a lesson. Maud smiled gently. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a doll. On the doll's forehead, it read, "My father is Lucius." The letters were somewhat blurred, likely because Malfoy had noticed the inscription on his face and attempted to erase it. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once outside the Hogwarts castle, Maud raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the doll's rear. Ouch! Malfoy rubbed his backside, casting a glance at Crabbe and Goyle behind him. A hint of dissatisfaction mingled with an odd expression crossed his face. What on earth are you two imbeciles doing? Crabbe and Goyle stared at Malfoy in confusion. Their already narrow eyes nearly slitted shut. We haven't done anything. Humph. Malfoy shot them a disdainful look and chose not to elaborate further. He turned back to observe that detestable mold Maris. This time, I will not let you off easily. Yet, shortly thereafter, he felt another slap. Crabbe, Goyle. He glared furiously at the two behind him. Enough already, you fools. I am engaged in something of utmost importance. Maud, with considerable enthusiasm, tapped on the doll while observing the theatrical performance of the trio behind him through the blue eyes on the back of his head. He mused internally about the inadequacies of the dark wizard's education, which was marked by a perpetual sternness and an array of negative emotions. Such an atmosphere was evidently detrimental to both mental and physical well-being. Thus, Maud decided to maneuver the doll's arm and vigorously scratched its armpit. The result was immediately apparent. Draco's laughter resonated from behind. Perhaps for the first time since his birth, he laughed so heartily. Quite delightful indeed. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the results still fell short of perfection. He did not possess the dolls of Crabbe and Goyle. Thus, under Malfoy's orders, Crabbe and Goyle continued to follow Maud, physically restraining him. Maud did not wish to continue being followed by the trio of Malfoy. The flame spell? Invisibility? Maud pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. Lightning danced around his hand, and in an instant, several tiny purple butterflies, no larger than his fingertips, materialized upon his palm, adorned with intricate violet-blue patterns. Their delicate wings shimmered with a faint purple glow, while arcs of electricity occasionally coursed around their forms. Maud released these electric butterflies, which danced gracefully in the air. Maud used the perspective of the blue-eyed orbs to encircle them, flying behind the trio of Malfoy. Several butterflies alighted behind them, closely adhering to the fabric of their garments. Perfectly concealed within the blind spot of the three, Maud snapped his fingers once more. This time, the effect should be remarkable. Maud walked slightly faster. Behind him, the trio of Malfoy hurried along. Suddenly, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through his entire body, causing him to collapse to the ground. After a brief moment, the tingling subsided. The three of them attempted to rise again, eager to pursue Maud. A faint, ethereal purple light flickered behind them. Once more, they found themselves on the ground. What was happening? Malfoy suspected that Crabbe and Goyle were merely playing a prank. You too. In Malfoy's eyes, the hair of Crabbe and Goyle had inexplicably curled upwards. Young master, your hair. Crabbe and Goyle pointed at the top of his head. His slick-back hair had become voluminous and curly, making him appear considerably taller. My hair? Malfoy pondered, turning back to look. Maud, who had been a short distance away, had vanished. He narrowed his eyes. Maris. Meanwhile, Maud, having arrived at Hagrid's hut, retrieved some remaining pastries and other food. He invited Hagrid to enjoy a delightful and unique muggle meal. The two engaged in conversation for a while. Maud questioned him about his experiences in the Forbidden Forest, primarily inquiring about the perilous magical creatures and any potential visitors. He was reluctant to confront these unknown dangers directly. Hagrid, on the other hand, selectively answered the questions, wary of inciting Sirius's curiosity and leading him to such a treacherous place. Remarkably, Hagrid's words were quite reliable. Maud understood these matters, feeling well-fed and ready to depart. I am leaving now, Hagrid. Until we meet again. Maud stepped out of Hagrid's hut and waved farewell, saying, Very well, Maris. Oh no, Maud. I truly enjoyed today's pastries. Hagrid also waved in return, gently closing the door with a creak. As the enchanting creatures of the Forbidden Forest awaited, Maud is indeed quite expectant. He surveyed his surroundings and, feeling the black serpent in his hand, activated his ethereal form. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The vegetation in the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly lush, with some tree roots sprawling across the ground, occasionally causing one to stumble. The atmosphere here is also rather uncomfortable. Maud could sense a peculiar energy lingering in the air, reminiscent of Voldemort's dark magic. What a coincidence! Was it merely his first visit that led him to encounter such phenomena? Dark wizards? Or perhaps Quirrell? Maud pondered for a moment, observing the emptiness that surrounded him. The innate ability of the black serpent to assume a phantasmal form allowed him to remain well concealed, even in the face of imminent danger. He could activate the intangible effect of his ethereal guise, enabling a timely escape. With this thought in mind, Maud deemed it prudent to exercise a degree of caution. He continued his journey deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Before long, a flash of green captured his attention. He raised his gaze to behold a towering, corpulent figure, its green skin glistening, wielding a massive wooden club. It was, in fact, a green-skinned giant. A giant, indeed. Maud cautiously approached, positioning himself behind the green-skinned giant. A flicker of purple lightning crackled in his hand, sizzling with energy. Maud's form was revealed due to the casting of magic. This is the current flaw of invisibility. Once magic is invoked, the state of invisibility cannot be sustained. However, time is sufficient. With a swift motion of his hand, Maud's lightning sphere shot towards the giant's head with incredible speed. The violet radiance arrived in an instant. Crack! Maud snapped his fingers, and the brilliant sphere of lightning transformed into arcs of electricity that dispersed in all directions. In an instant, a delicate web of lightning materialized out of thin air, pulsating with a mesmerizing brilliance, enveloping the colossal creature's head. The beast let out a guttural roar, yet before it could swing its wooden club, its entire form was ensnared by the lightning web. A surge of powerful current erupted from the net, casting a dazzling purple glow that spread across its entire body. Crackle and pop. The electric arcs flickered incessantly, flowing with relentless energy, while the giant remained motionless. Maud snapped his fingers, invoking the eye of observation. He beheld the top of the colossal creature, adorned with an immense and arcane pattern. The sickly green sheen was somewhat repulsive. As Emodo was about to reach out, he suddenly heard the distant sound of footsteps crunching on twigs and leaves. In an instant, his body vanished. He had rendered himself invisible. Maud turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It was a group of colossal eight-eyed spiders, their bodies thickly covered in dense black fur, producing a series of clicking noises. Maud's gaze was filled with an unsettling dread. These carnivorous, ferocious spiders must have caught sight of the lifeless giant lying before them. Maud was reluctant to let the giant beast be taken away so easily. After pondering for a moment, he moved behind a nearby colossal tree and summoned the blue orb. Tossing it outward, the vision of the blue orb clearly revealed the distant figures of several eight-legged giant spiders. Maud snapped his fingers once more, and before him materialized a series of luminous orbs of lightning. Behind the trees, a brilliant purple radiance erupted, and the sound of thunder reverberated through the air. Suddenly, Emodo recalled a phrase. Do you know where I am? I am watching you, yet you remain oblivious to my location. With a cough, I summoned forth spheres of thunderous light, pulsating with a violet glow. The surrounding electric sparks danced, emitting a sharp, crackling sound. In an instant, the thunderbolts surged forth like bullets, piercing through the air. As these blinding orbs of electric energy traversed the sky, they left behind elongated trails of purple luminescence. When the distant eight-eyed giant spider perceived the violet gleam, the thunderbolts were already perilously close. Maud could sense that this lightning magic felt somewhat different. As he contemplated, a realization dawned upon him. The lightning orb gently descended upon several eight-eyed giant spiders. In an instant, a dazzling purple radiance erupted across their ebony bodies, enveloping them entirely. Crackle! But this was merely the beginning. The purple light intensified, as if harboring an immense power. As it became increasingly blinding, a formidable bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air. It surged like a ravenous purple-golden dragon, swiftly traversing the bodies of the giant spiders. The lightning branched out, resembling countless tendrils, seemingly piercing through the arachnids. Thunderous roars echoed. Before Maud could even blink, several colossal spiders lay sprawled upon the ground within his cerulean gaze. Their bodies, charred and grotesque, emitted wisps of smoke, and Maud seemed to detect an odd scent of something charred. The characteristic of chain lightning had been unleashed. Remarkable indeed. Maud feels splendid in itself, yet it lacks something. At this moment, if there were a legion ahead, and I were to ride upon a grand steed, retrieving a tome of magic and boldly exclaiming, "Chain lightning," it would be utterly complete. Maud cast his observant gaze upon several colossal eight-eyed spiders. Above them hovered several magnificent structures, their hues mirroring that of the creatures below, a deep and somber black. Maud contemplated for a moment, and then snapped his fingers. A diminutive purple thunderbird materialized out of thin air. Chirp! The thunderbird's golden eyes sparkled with vibrant energy as it gazed at Maud. Maud retrieved the blue-eye orb and placed it upon the thunder sparrow. Subsequently, he released the thunder sparrow into the air. The creature soared above Maud, flitting back and forth, while he beheld the surrounding scenery from a vantage point above. This phenomenon, commonly referred to as the God's Eye view, significantly enhanced his sense of security. Even if he momentarily overlooked the perspective provided by the blue orb, the magical thunder sparrow would serve as a vigilant reminder. Maud touched the colossal creature's verdant, magical form. In an instant, he was transported into a realm of emerald splendor. Maud looked up at the verdant void above, feeling a sense of discomfort. However, it was far more pleasant than the oppressive world of magical structures governed by Voldemort. He quickly immersed himself in a state of learning. As a wealth of knowledge regarding magical structures flowed through the threads in his hands, Maud was meticulously organizing this knowledge in his mind and realized that it bore a striking resemblance to Ron's understanding of magical structures. Clearly, the troll could hardly be deemed a formidable magical creature. Following this, he delved into the intricate magical architecture of several eight-eyed giant spiders. The darkness enveloped him, rendering the light nearly imperceptible within. However, the knowledge contained within appeared to be considerably more profound. If one were to categorize the troll as a rudimentary magical structure, then this would undoubtedly approach an intermediate level. After a thorough engagement with the material, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Maud has gained a deeper understanding of the wondrous structures. He has also discovered that his grasp of knowledge regarding these extraordinary structures has become increasingly fluent and rapid. Maud gazed upon the vast expanse of the forbidden forest before him, as if a multitude of wondrous structural knowledge beckoned to him. Mouse spirit grass? Maud looked before him and beheld a sprig of mouse spirit herb. His demand for herbs was substantial, as both the enhancement of his elven lineage and the ascension of his wizardly prowess necessitated the concoction of supportive potions. Thus, he embarked on a journey to harvest herbs along the way. The forbidden forest was teeming with wondrous creatures, and an abundance of herbs flourished therein. Maud has encountered a myriad of herbs, in hues of red, yellow, and purple, artemisia, daffodil, and wormwood. Maud stepped forward to collect his harvest, effortlessly dispatching a giant eye spider in the process. He placed the herbs into the spatial magic, specifically within the soul realm of the Elven King. Alongside the previously stored items, such as a spare wand, some snacks, and a few garments, he organized and packed them together. Following the mutation of the spatial magic, the storage capacity had significantly increased compared to before, a fact that greatly satisfied Maud. Maud contemplated the spell of undetectable extension. This enchantment was subsequently employed by Hermione to create a spacious small bag, which housed a multitude of miscellaneous items, such as tints and clothing. Perhaps it could be utilized for trade with Kunlun. Maud felt that this spell could potentially yield something remarkable. Although this magic is strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, The fact that Hermione was able to discover it indicates that there are indeed avenues for learning it. Could it possibly reside in the restricted section of the library? Maud cautiously concealed his thoughts, continuing to remain hidden within the forbidden forest in search of extraordinary structures and potions. What is this? Maud raised his gaze to behold a wondrous silvery structure, shimmering with a pure white light. Merely observing it brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. At the heart of this enchanting formation stood a unicorn. The unicorn, with its head held high and its long silvery mane cascading gracefully down its neck, possessed deep, expressive eyes reminiscent of a woodland sprite. Its entire being radiated brilliance, standing in stark contrast to the eerie and peculiar ambience of the forbidden forest. Through the synergy of magical discernment and the eye of observation, the essence of the magnificent structure was unveiled. The pristine magical formation revealed a compatibility score of 150 with you. Effect, it will bestow upon you the most exquisite magical framework. The magical array constructed with this structure will possess an extraordinarily potent capability for magic purification. Other effects remain unknown. Upon merely glimpsing the words top tier, Emode felt his eyes gleam with excitement. This unicorn, a descendant of my lineage, oh no, a continuation of the elven legacy, is mine to claim. He resolved to seek an opportunity to befriend the unicorn. If that proved impossible, he would resort to rendering it unconscious. As Mode prepared to approach, the unicorn cast a fleeting glance in his direction before swiftly darting away like a bolt of lightning. Modin was momentarily taken aback. He hastily pursued, urging the Thunderbird above to keep pace with the unicorn. The unicorn did not flee with great speed, occasionally casting a glance back at him. Was it waiting for him? Maud's gaze flickered momentarily. He urged the Thunderbird to soar higher, its azure eyes scanning the distance. Indeed, he spotted several figures. A sorcerer cloaked entirely in black, a colossal centaur, and behind the centaur, a wounded golden unicorn lay. Chilo, Voldemort, the Dark Wizard. Maud realized the significance of the unicorn. However, he remained uncertain about the true identity of the wizard. Nevertheless, the green glow emanating from the wand, combined with the appearance of the diminutive unicorn, strongly indicated that he was indeed the dark sorcerer. Maud came to a halt several hundred meters away from that place. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately made a decision. He would save the little unicorn. Was not the friendship of the unicorn worth it? However, there were ways to execute the rescue. And an idea flickered in Maud's mind, prompting a smile. Ahead of him, the dark wizard bellowed in a suppressed voice, brandishing his wand menacingly at the towering centaur before him. Surrender, dark wizard. You cannot continue to harm this unicorn under the protection of the centaurs. The centaur lowered his gaze upon the dark wizard, his face adorned with a thick beard, his voice resonant and resolute. The dark wizard fell silent, his wand glowing once more with an ominous green light. Maud, esteemed readers, a new day has dawned, and once again, I humbly implore you for your encouragement and 5-star reviews. With your support, the Dark Wizard shall be rendered powerless. Within the gaze of the azure orb, a faint green luminescence weaves through the forest, accompanied by a chilling aura of death. At intervals, fierce flames surge forth, resembling a ravenous beast poised to devour its prey. The fire ignites numerous trees within the forbidden forest, engulfing the surroundings in a blaze and thick smoke. The dark wizard nimbly evades the centaurs that attempt to approach him with hostile intent, even finding time to mock one of them, exclaiming, "How could a lowly creature like you impede my progress?" It becomes evident that this dark wizard possesses greater prowess than the centaur before him. Though the centaur is robust and towering, his true strength lies in archery. Without his bow, his vulnerabilities become apparent. The relentless green light continues to pursue him, and his imposing stature inadvertently transforms him into a moving target. Maud observed intently, refraining from hastily engaging. Instead, he sought the opportune moment for a decisive strike that would determine the outcome. Although he was not entirely adept at recognizing such moments, he understood the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary, for it is said that knowledge leads to invincibility. The centaur's body soon bore numerous scars, primarily from burns. While they were proficient in healing magic, now was not the time for such endeavors. "My kin will arrive shortly," the centaur declared in a resonant voice. "Dark wizard, if you do not depart, you shall find escape impossible." He hoped to intimidate the dark sorcerer before him, though the effect was minimal. "Soon, Dumbledore of Hogwarts will take notice of this place," he continued. "Huh." The dark wizard scoffed coldly. Perhaps the reputation of Dumbledore had indeed instilled fear in his heart, for he became bolder, advancing closer with the intent to eliminate him swiftly. Yet the centaur displayed agility, proving not so easily vanquished. As time unfolded, impatience brewed within the dark wizard. He glanced at the scarred centaur and then at the small unicorn. Do you wish to save this unicorn? His voice dripped with discomfort for the centaur. Sensing the impending peril, the centaur realized the gravity of the situation. However, the dark wizard had already waved his wand, casting the killing curse once more. This time, the target was no longer the centaur, but the defenseless unicorn behind him. A green light, imbued with a sense of danger, shot forth. The centaur regarded this harbinger of death, hesitating for but a moment before deciding to intervene. Yet, it was evident that he could not outpace the oncoming spell. Helplessly, he watched as the killing curse approached the little unicorn. Suddenly, a silver-hued adult unicorn charged forward, positioning itself in front of the young unicorn. Prepared to absorb the blow, it emitted a sorrowful whinny, as if bidding farewell. It was a truly poignant scene, yet the dark wizard was intent on striking again. His wand aimed at the oblivious centaur's back. Crack! It was not the sound of something shattering, but rather the sound of ice freezing. The dark sorcerer gazed in astonishment as a haunting blue light suddenly invaded his vision. Frost arrows descended from the heavens, their massive shafts colliding with the emerald glow of the Avada Kedavra curse. Although the arrows fractured, the green light dissipated, transforming into scattered stardust that danced away in the breeze. The shattered frost arrow then flickered with a dazzling blue light, resembling a blooming garden of flowers. As an icy aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the ice had extended to the sorcerer's feet. He hastily retreated, but more surprises awaited him. A series of piercing sounds echoed above. He looked up to see a barrage of frost arrows hurtling toward him, all aimed directly at his form. Yet, he could not discern from whence they emerged. With obstacles looming, he shouted the incantation. His reaction was swift, but alas, it was not a single frost arrow approaching, but many. The blue light darted forth. Bang, bang, bang. Several frost arrows struck a transparent barrier simultaneously. The barrier was instantly breached. The frost arrows, devoid of momentum, fell to the ground, once again blooming with blue light. Countless ice shards surged forth, enveloping the dark sorcerer. They crawled up his feet, his calves, and his thighs. He realized he could not break free. This transpired in an instant, and then he lost consciousness. The subsequent frost arrows descended, penetrating the immobilized sorcerer, and in an instant, transformed into blue light that obscured the view of the centaur and unicorns nearby. Finally, the blue light dissipated, leaving behind a sculpture of ice, akin to a work of art. What is this? The centaur stood momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed or heard of such magic. What kind of sorcery emanates such a frigid aura? He exhaled a breath of relief. Regardless, he and the unicorn were saved. The centaur glanced at the large and small unicorns, the golden young unicorn affectionately nuzzling the silvery adult unicorn. Meanwhile, the adult unicorn's gaze remained fixed in the distance. The centaur instinctively followed its line of sight. A handsome gentleman, with black hair and black eyes, dressed impeccably in a formal black suit, approached slowly. Who is he? The centaur regarded the young gentleman with caution. Greetings, spoke Maud, disguised as a vampire gentleman using a transformation spell, offering a friendly smile. I am Nicholas Zhao's. You may call me Nicholas. He almost forgot to mention. He pointed to the ice sculpture, which is my creation. Oh, it appears rather unsightly. I sincerely apologize. With a wave of his hand, Emoda caused the surrounding ice to dissolve into shimmering specks of light. The deceased dark sorcerer lay motionless upon the ground. Mord cast a glance at the face partially revealed beneath the black robe of the dark sorcerer, a visage he did not recognize. He approached the centaur, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Centaur. Though the centaur's countenance was adorned with a profusion of whiskers, it surprisingly bore an air of youthful vitality. Appearing somewhat flustered as though it were his first handshake, he hesitated for a moment before finally extending his hand, his enormous palm enveloping Mord's with a firm grasp. Mode sensed a strength beyond that of mere mortals. However, he too was not entirely human. Greetings, I am Felbin, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He ran his fingers through his hair. Mr. Nicholas Zhao's, your name is truly splendid. Maud nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. Your name is quite lovely as well. He then gazed at the unicorn that had guided him here. With a gentle whinny, the silver unicorn approached, leaning in close as if to convey its appreciation. Maud extended his hand with curiosity, attempting to caress the unicorn. The unicorn did not shy away. Instead, it welcomed his touch. The sensation was akin to petting a cat, pleasurable, He then turned his gaze towards the golden little unicorn, whose bright blue eyes instantly met his. I intend to bring it back to the tribe for healing. This place is perilous, the centaur, Fair Ben, informed Maud, expressing uncertainty about the presence of dark wizards in the vicinity. Maud nodded. Would you like to visit our clan, Mr. Nicholas? The centaur continued. Is it convenient for you? Maud contemplated the magical healing prowess and archery skills that the centaurs excelled in, feeling a strong desire for both. Consequently, he harbored great anticipation for this centaur tribe. Indeed, Failben nodded vigorously. You have saved my life. You are a friend of my kind. Maud glanced once more at the two unicorns beside him, as well as the magnificent and pristine structure towering behind them, nodding thoughtfully. Uncle Forenza, this is my friend who just rescued me from the clutches of the dark wizard. The centaur Felben remarked, adding, Oh, and he also saved this little unicorn, gesturing towards the golden unicorn behind him. Forenza? That name indeed resonated with familiarity. Maud observed the centaur named Forenza beside him, contrasting him with his prior impression of a centaur possessing a face reminiscent of a horse. He was instantly taken aback. This was no mere centaur. This was the epitome of a true Prince Charming. Oh, greetings. I am immensely grateful for your bravery in saving Fairbairn. Forenza examined the wounds on Fairbairn and the appearance of the diminutive unicorn, and realization dawned upon him. His eyes sparkled with gratitude as he extended his hand. Sir Nicholas Joss, but feel free to call me Nicholas, he introduced himself, addressing Forenza with respect. Maud extended his hand, once again feeling the formidable grip of the horseman. Mr. Nicholas, Fireends gestured invitingly, hoping to welcome him into the tribe. However, before he could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted. Fireends, we do not welcome human sorcerers here. Maud turned to look. Before him stood a formidable centaur with a mane of dark hair and a face adorned with a thick beard, his expression brimming with wildness and pride. Bane, please do not be so impolite, Ferlens remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Is it not sufficient for us to express our gratitude towards Mr. Nicholas for saving Felben? Unfortunately, the centaur named Bane had inherited all the pride of his kin and was not one to yield. Ferlens winked at Maud, signaling him to bring Felben inside. I shall keep these two unicorns here for now. I will tend to the little unicorn's needs. Maud followed closely behind Felben as they entered the centaur tribe. This seemingly rudimentary settlement, constructed from stone and timber, appeared quite humble. The vampire form that Maud had assumed now resembled that of an adult. However, in this land teeming with centaurs, he was once again diminutive in stature. Mr. Nicholas, do not pay heed to Bane's words. He harbors significant misconceptions about human wizards. Fairbairn elucidated to Maud regarding the recent events. Maud smiled knowingly. He understood that Fairbairn was not speaking the truth. The disdain for human wizards was not confined solely to Bane, the centaur. This aversion seemed to be etched in the very essence of their lineage. Similarly, the Ministry of Magic on the wizarding side categorized centaurs among the beasts. Just as the words left his lips, Maud looked upon the increasing number of centaurs who had begun to take notice of him. They gradually gathered around, as if to observe a jester. Fairbenton's face flushed with embarrassment, as he seemed to feel a sense of discomfort. This wizard has just rescued me, he attempted to explain to the surrounding centaurs. Yet very few truly comprehended his words. Maud gazed upon the scene, realizing that the prospect of visiting the horseman tribe had likely evaporated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of hope seemed to emerge. In the distance, he noticed a horseman with an imposing countenance approaching. He exchanged unknown words with his fellow horsemen, after which they dispersed. Subsequently, this horseman turned to depart, but not before casting a curious and incredulous glance in Maud's direction. Maud gently touched his head, momentarily perplexed by the situation. That was our esteemed elder, Fierben, who informed Maud. He often engaged in conversations with our clan's venerable elder. The elder? Maud, filled with curiosity, inquired about the recent events, suspecting that they were connected to the elder of the clan. Indeed, Fire exhibited a proud demeanor. The elder is the most skilled in divination and healing within our tribe, and in his youth, he displayed remarkable talent in archery. He is a very amiable centaur. However, he refrained from expressing that the elder harbors a certain disdain for humans. Divination and archery. Maud pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before turning his gaze towards Fairbairn. You're injured, but it's nothing to worry about. Such a minor wound is inconsequential. Fairbairn patted his chest, only to inadvertently strike a tender spot. Ouch, he exclaimed, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Maud seemed to glimpse a simpleton. Perhaps a visit to the healer would be prudent? Yet, Fairbairn insisted that it was unnecessary. shall we take a look at our centaur archery practice grounds? He deftly shifted the topic. If it weren't for the fact that I had left my bow behind today, how could that dark sorcerer have possibly harmed me? Fairbairn spoke with a hint of bravado, scratching his head afterward. Of course, there are many in our clan who are far more skilled in archery than I. Maud nodded slightly. Initially, he contemplated allowing him to experience the emotional journey of Ron. But after further reflection, he decided against it, as it did not align with his aloof demeanor. The two arrived at the archery practice range described by Fairbairn. A vast expanse of open land, punctuated by several targets standing at a distance, where a group of centaurs were honing their archery skills. Among them, a notably youthful centaur drew back an enormous bow, his veins prominently displayed as the bowstring was pulled taut, resembling a full moon. With narrowed eyes, he focused on the distant target, his face radiating confidence. Releasing his grip, the arrow surged forth with remarkable speed. It seemed to disturb the surrounding air currents, causing the fallen leaves to dance along its path toward the target. Thwack! The arrow struck true, embedding itself firmly at the center of the target, nearly penetrating the thick material. On the wooden target, the arrow's fletching quivered slightly. Bravo! Truly, Glinton is a prodigious archer among the younger generation of our centaur kin. The surrounding centaurs erupted in cheers for the young Glinton. Fairbairn, too, displayed a look of envy, clearly recognizing that his own archery skills paled in comparison to those of Glinton. Glinton surveyed his audience, reveling in their admiration. In that moment, Maud perceived a centaur version of the illustrious Draco Malfoy. Glinton's gaze fell upon Maud, who stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Oh no, among the humans. He unabashedly expressed his disdain on his face. Human wizard? The nearby centaurs turned their attention as well, and the spectacle of curiosity unfolded once more. Who are you? What brings you here? Glinton lowered his head, regarding Maud with arrogance. To him, Maud appeared merely a frail, diminutive, foolish wizard. Nicholas is my savior, Fairbairn interposed, shielding Maud from the crowd's scrutiny. He has come here at my invitation, with no ill intent, Fairbairn insisted. Maud smiled, attempting to pull Fairbairn. Unable to budge? Maud felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the towering figure of Fairbairn, having momentarily mistaken him for the diminutive Ron. He circled around to emerge from behind Fairbairn, stating his purpose. He had come to observe the distant targets, intending to practice archery. Indeed, it was a notion he entertained. It seemed quite reasonable for an elf to engage in archery, did it not? Archery? Ha! The centaurs around him erupted in laughter. Archery? With your frail and feeble frame? Glinton remarked with a hint of derision. Maud, however, merely smiled while eyeing the bow and arrows in Glinton's possession. Would you be so kind as to lend me your bow for a moment? Glinton, holding the bow, gestured towards Maud's height. You are quite the comedian. You are nearly as tall as this bow, he exaggeratedly declared. But if you wish to make a fool of yourself, I suppose I could lend it to you. With that, he carelessly tossed the massive bow and the quiver of arrows onto the ground, as though bestowing alms upon a beggar. Maud did not utter a word. He extended his hands, and an enchanting surge of magic instantaneously enveloped the air. The colossal bow gracefully ascended, settling into Maud's grasp. This spectacle momentarily halted Glinton's smile. Maud effortlessly held the colossal bow, appreciating its weight and the substantial grip it offered. The physique and strength of an elf should not be underestimated. As for archery, he was utterly inexperienced. A novel thought crossed his mind. Indeed, he mused, yet he did not knock an arrow. He simply drew the bowstring back. You foolish wizard. Without even an arrow, he paused. Before him, the massive bow was drawn taut, a shimmering frost arrow glimmering ethereally upon the string. In Maud's grasp lay a colossal bow, upon which rested an equally immense frost arrow. A smile graced his lips. Archery? Is there anyone who comprehends the art of my frost arrow better than I? The automatic targeting system is engaged, and the lock is set. Maud dared not fully grasp the frost-laden arrow, merely pinching it tentatively. He feared that a mere touch might encase him in ice. Maud suddenly felt the blood within his veins boiling, as if stirred by an exhilarating sensation. It appeared that his blood yearned to convey a message to him. Yet the moment did not seem ripe for revelation. He shook his head, momentarily setting aside this thought. Maud's gaze returned to the distant center of the target. He activated the Frost Witch's magic, enhancing his abilities with the trait of Lock-On. The arrowhead of the frost arrow wavered as it fixated on the tiny black dot in the distance. Subsequently, Maud released the bowstring. With a resounding thrum, the frost arrow, propelled by his arcane energy, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. It transformed into a radiant stream of azure light, covering the hundreds of meters in an instant. The ethereal frost arrow pierced through the entire wooden target, and in that moment, a brilliant blue radiance erupted. Ice crystallized. The icy surface spread forth. In the instant the wooden target shattered, it had already morphed into an exquisite ice sculpture, reflecting dazzling brilliance upon its surface. What do you think, Mr. Glinton? Maud turned his gaze towards Glinton. How does this bow perform? Glinton and the surrounding centaurs were only just recovering from the shock of that arrow. They had never encountered such an unusual projectile, nor one that flew with such remarkable swiftness. Wow! Exclaimed a somewhat naive young centaur, his mouth agape in astonishment. Lingering in that state for far too long. Shut your mouth. Glinton shot him a glare, prompting the centaur to finally compose himself. Glinton's expression shifted slightly as he regained his composure. He continued with a tone laced with mockery. Who knows if you're employing magic? Archery is an art. Something you human wizards can never comprehend. He added, if you can replicate this feat with the arrows on the ground. Oh no, simply surpass me, and I shall apologize. Otherwise, you are to leave our tribe. Glinton, you cannot be so confrontational. Fairbairn exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Although he admired and even idolized Glinton's archery skills, such prowess did not justify Glinton's disrespect towards Nicholas, his own benefactor. Maud did not immediately respond to Glinton's words. He glanced at the arrows scattered on the ground. Deep in thought, once more, he made a swift motion with his hand, and a long arrow fell into his grasp. Indeed, Maud once again felt his blood surging with fervor. This time, he directed his focus solely on the Kunlun within his mind. Atop the Kunlun mountains, strands of golden light converged, ultimately forming a radiant golden card. In an instant, the golden card seamlessly merged into Maud's being. Maud's expression became somewhat peculiar as a series of revelations unfolded in his mind. Congratulations, young apprentice. You have drawn the golden card bloodline magic arrow of the elves. We welcome you once more to Nicholas Galv's Emporium. The description of the bloodline magic arrow of the elves is as follows. This extraordinary magical arrow was crafted by the third-generation elven king, Nicholas Galv. It embodies a wondrous elven bloodline magic that is intricately woven into archery. This enchantment grants you the precision of an archer's aim, along with elemental and diverse modes of attack. It is said that this magic was conceived during the youthful days of Nicholas Galv when he competed against the summoner wizard Wubianhai in archery contests. With the power of this magic, Nicholas Galv triumphed over the legendary archer summoned by the wizard Wubianhai. M.O., feeling a subtle change within his own form, glanced back at Glinton. Of course, there is no issue, he remarked, adding, this time, I shall refrain from employing magic, implying that those who understood would grasp the underlying meaning. Glinton appeared somewhat astonished. In his imagination, he believed this Nicholas would have discreetly departed from their centaur tribe by now. How could he possibly dare to compare his archery skills with a prodigious archer of the centaur lineage? Maud did not pay him any heed. He was focused on the distant wooden target, drawing back his bowstring and knocking an arrow. Maud felt the surging blood within him. A profound sense of familiarity with the bow and arrow naturally welled up in his heart. This time, his stance appeared remarkably poised, as if he had dedicated himself to rigorous practice. Moreover, visions of the elven bloodline's magical arrows emerged in his mind. Within your veins flows the essence of a prodigious archer. Your bow and arrows shall be bestowed with the blessing of magic. Maud tightened the bowstring with great intensity. He closed one eye, seemingly aiming at his target. At the point where his hand met the bow and arrow, a concealed energy began to flow into the projectile. This energy was a fusion of the bloodline magic wind speed arrow and the sharp arrow. It constituted a subtle magical force, potent enough to elude the notice of the sorcerer from the Witch's Edge and his legendary marksman. Moderson released the bowstring, and the long arrow soared forth. With a swift motion, he grasped another bow, knocking yet another arrow with remarkable speed. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The two arrows, one following the other, seemed to embody tremendous force. A sharp conical airflow manifested at the arrowheads, forming a diminutive whirlwind that swept up the leaves surrounding the shafts, spiraling away at an astonishing velocity. Whoosh! The second arrow, with greater momentum, quickly overtook the first. A gentle nudge from the rear arrow against the tail of the leading arrow sent it veering off course, hurtling at an angle towards a different target. In an instant, the sound of impact echoed, thud. The second arrow pierced through the target that Moderson had aimed for, while the first arrow struck the distant target with precision. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Both arrows continued to whistle through the air towards the forbidding forest. The spiraling leaves cascaded like celestial blossoms. The air was filled with a cacophony of slicing sounds. Most of the fallen leaves, sharp as blades, embedded themselves effortlessly into the surrounding trees, while others grazed past, leaving deep scars in their wake. At this moment, even Gryffindor was left speechless. How could this be possible? The centaurs gasped in astonishment, witnessing a scene that seemed to defy reality. Yet Gryffindor could assert with certainty that he saw no signs of magic or sorcery at play. Maud looked over with a grin. Gryffindor, it is time for your apology. In a state of shock, Fairburn also called out loudly to Gryffindor. He turned to Maud, his eyes seemingly aglow with admiration. As the proud centaur, Gryffindor appeared unwilling to refuse the obligation he had undertaken. I apologize. I underestimated you, he stammered. Yet, the determination in his gaze revealed an indomitable spirit. He vowed to catch up with the diminutive wizard before him, aspiring to surpass his prowess with the bow. Fairburn. A voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Maud looked back and saw a middle-aged centaur. The clan elder instructed you to escort Mr. Nicholas over. Maud was momentarily taken aback. He had originally intended to continue his studies on archery magic. What business could the elder of the centaur clan have with him? The elder centaur, Fairburn, addressed the venerable centaur standing before him. Maud gazed intently at the elder among the centaurs. He appeared frail and decrepit, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and his chestnut-hued equine body seemed both aged and emaciated. A cascade of silver hair fell gracefully, partially concealing a prominent scar that traversed his forehead. Maud's attention was captivated by his pair of pitch-black eyes, which appeared to be unfathomably deep. Greetings, Mr. Nicholas. The voice of the elderly centaur resonated with unwavering strength. He squinted in Maud's direction, as if struggling to discern clarity in his vision. Hello. Maud greeted him politely. I am truly sorry for your experiences within our tribe. He paced back and forth in front of Maud. Oh, by the way, I am Theodos, the eldest elder of this tribe. Maud shook his head. It matters not. I'm not overly concerned. Anger may arise, yet one must maintain composure. He inquired, Did you summon me for a particular purpose? He found it hard to believe that such a distinguished centaur elder would seek his presence merely to extend an apology. Theodorus appeared oblivious to his words and continued. Our kind, the centaurs, do not easily coexist with human sorcerers. However, you are different. You are not Mr. Nicholas. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon his lips as he regarded Maud, his profound eyes seemingly conveying a silent message. I can tell at a glance, you are not human. Maud paused momentarily. His initial thought was that the current transformation resembled that of a vampire. Could it be that Theodos has had extensive dealings with vampires? Did you discern this? Or merely speculate? This is certainly not a favorable notion. He is aware that centaurs harbor an even greater disdain for vampires. However, Theodos's subsequent remark refuted this assumption. I have never encountered a race such as this, possessing long ears akin to those of house elves and goblins from Gringotts, yet bearing a visage much closer to that of humans. Maud closed his eyes slightly, realizing that Theodorus had discerned his true nature. Mr. Theodorus, how did you come to this realization? Theodorus waved his wrinkled hands dismissively. Do not be wary, Mr. Nicholas. We harbor no intentions of hostility towards you. I merely glimpsed this encounter in the starlit sky, as well as a vague semblance of the future. Maud contemplated the divination skills possessed by the centaur tribe. Theodorus nodded in acknowledgement. I have summoned you today for two matters. The first is to express my apologies regarding your experiences among the centaur clan. The second is to foster a cordial relationship between you and Mr. Nicholas. Maud smiled. What do I possess that is worthy of fostering goodwill with the horsemen? There are numerous reasons. Oh, such as, for instance, you will supplant Dumbledore and ascend as the most formidable white wizard. That claim is hardly credible. Dumbledore has been the most extraordinary genius of the past 2 centuries and remains the greatest white wizard of our time. Maud waved his hand instinctively. He was merely an inconspicuous little wizard. There was no need to absurdly place a lofty title upon him. Theodorus nodded, seemingly in agreement with his statement. Indeed, Dumbledore was the most distinguished among human wizards. However, he is not like you. The remaining words were left unspoken, yet Maud discerned the implication. Dumbledore was the most exceptional wizard among humans, but what connection did that have with you, an elf? Felbin, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered. This conversation was rather unkind to him, a robust centaur. You may leave, Felbin, Theodorus instructed. Felbin had no choice but to exit the room obediently. Indeed, he preferred the archery range over this discourse. Roger, Theodorus then addressed the middle-aged centaur beside him. Roger? Maud was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged centaur produced an ancient, yellowed scroll and a massive bow from seemingly nowhere. He cradled them in his hands and presented them to Theodes. This scroll contains the archery and healing magic that we centaurs take great pride in, Theodes remarked as he picked it up. Moreover, I have heard that Mr. Nicholas has displayed remarkable prowess at the practice range, so I shall bestow these gifts upon you as well. He handed both the bow and the scroll to Maud. Maud gazed into Theodos's eyes, then glanced at the items in his hand. It's time, Mr. Nicholas, he said. Theodos discerned his hesitation. Do not fret. I have but one request. Once you ascend to the status of a great sorcerer, should my centaur kin find themselves in peril, I implore you to extend your hand in aid. Maud pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. After Maud departed, the elder of the clan pondered. Why do you place such significance upon him? The middle-aged horseman gazed in the direction where Maud had vanished, perplexed as to why the elder treated this individual with greater seriousness than even Dumbledore. Ziadus spoke slowly, because his future remains shrouded in mystery. I can barely glimpse a corner of his timeline. I perceive a colossal figure, brimming with destructive energy, standing amidst the fabric of time and space. A solitary seeker of boundless knowledge. Moreover, his lifespan appears to be remarkably prolonged. He blinked and turned his gaze towards the middle-aged horseman. You must understand. Investing in him is far more crucial than cultivating a rapport with Dumbledore. The final words he uttered carried substantial weight. Time was indeed of the essence. Maud visited the 2 unicorns that remained in Florence. Do not worry. During this time, I shall take good care of them. Florence smiled, believing that Maud was genuinely concerned for these 2 creatures. If you have time in the near future, feel free to come and see them. Maud glanced at the 2 magnificent, pristine structures behind the unicorn, nodding with a sense of reluctance. Of course, I will, he replied. During the journey back to Hogwarts Castle, the path was remarkably clear. The invisible Maud made his way directly to the Gryffindor dormitory. Before entering, he removed his cloak of invisibility. Oh, Maud, Ron exclaimed upon seeing him enter. Where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. Harry looked at him with a puzzled expression. Indeed. We went to Hagrid's and did not catch a glimpse of you. Were you searching for me? Maud blinked. Harry and Ron nodded. I haven't gone fishing, you know. I was fishing in the Black Lake. Lying in bed, Maud, covered with a blanket, retrieved a scroll from the realm of spatial magic. He employed a discerning spell, the centaur's healing magic, compatibility with you, 120. Effect, it can heal nearly all external wounds, although severe injuries require a certain amount of time. Perhaps even multiple treatments. It has the ability to attach the healing magic to candy. Candy? Maud thought of Dumbledore's pile of cockroaches. He also recalled the moment when the dark wizard charged at him, and he pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, placing it gently in his mouth. Maud opened his bleary eyes and gazed out at the shimmering surface of the water beyond the window. The day had already dawned. He then turned to observe Harry and Ron, who were sound asleep. With a slight chuckle, he noted that things remained unchanged. Time to rise. Maud lightly tapped the 2 individuals. Yet, it was evident that they had grown accustomed to such gentle prodding, remaining blissfully asleep. In fact, Ron had even pulled the blankets over himself, enveloping his entire being in warmth. Maud tugged at his cup, sensing that Ron had pressed down the edges of the blanket. A seal upon the coverlet? Maud tugged at the blanket with all his might. Just as he managed to pull it slightly away, Ron yanked it back. Moddedon's expression darkened. He stroked his chin, pondering. Have you ever experienced the chill of a winter cough? Autumn has now arrived, gradually bringing with it a sense of coolness. Maud smiled as he reached into the cozy bed, his hand brushing against Ron's warm neck. Ah, Ron exclaimed, startled. Who is it? Harry. As if awakened from a nightmare, jolted awake. What happened? He asked, gazing blearily at Ron and Maud. Maud waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Ron had a nightmare. Ron exclaimed, what? It's already morning. If we wait any longer, we'll be late. The morning class was Professor Flitwick's charms lesson. Compared to the other professors, Flitwick's class felt considerably more relaxed and liberating. Hence, the young wizards concluded the lesson in a jovial atmosphere. Maud, what did you do yesterday? Hermione inquired seriously, her gaze fixed upon him. She was well aware of Maud's whereabouts. Even if your magic skills are commendable, you must still prioritize safety. Maud nodded reassuringly. Seeing his reluctance to divulge any information, Hermione rolled her eyes. She continued speaking. By the way, it seems that someone at our school has been awarded the 3rd class order of Sir Merlin, though it is currently unclear who that might be. Maud glanced with narrowed eyes, his thoughts drifting to Professor Snape and that improved potion. The Sir Merlin orders third-class medal? Harry inquired, his confusion evident, as he was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the magical realm. It is a prestigious honor, Hermione elaborated passionately, relishing the opportunity to impart her knowledge. Harry, you are far too negligent in your studies. With a final glare at Ron, Hermione emphasized her point. Ron, feeling aggrieved, protested. What does Harry's lack of diligence have to do with me? Oh, you were simply too careless in your studies, Ron mimicked Hermione's tone. Hastily, Harry covered Ron's mouth, exclaiming, "Mm." Maud let out a sigh and gazed at the fuming Miss Granger. Do not hold it against him. After all, he had a nightmare this morning. A nightmare? Hermione paused, taken aback. He dreamt that he was lying in an icy cavern. After listening to Maud's intriguing tale, Hermione felt her spirits lift somewhat. Are you planning to go to the library later? Me? Maud looked at the spell book in his hands, which was once again brimming with accumulated questions. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to seek out Professor Snape to address his inquiries, parting ways with several companions. Maud approached Professor Snape's office with determination. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the professor's icy voice. It is I, Maud Maris. Enter. Maud pushed open the door. Professor Snape wore an expression of utter indifference, clad in his flowing black robes, resembling a bat. Do you require my assistance? Snape inquired. Maud nodded slightly. He took out the tome of spells. Professor Snape, I have several inquiries to pose to you. Professor Snape cast a glance at his spellbook. As anticipated, the page Maud had opened displayed the last question numbered 98. The corners of his impassive face twitched involuntarily. Is that not rather excessive, Maris? Not at all, Maud replied, glancing at the questions on potions, then turning to the inquiries on defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell's questions on dark arts should be somewhat more numerous, yet they only total 165. To determine whether the number is excessive or not, one must make a comparison. You see, Professor Snape appears considerably more pleased now. Does he not? Maud nodded in satisfaction. Professor Snape, regarding the preparation of the potion, are there specific nuances that require attention? For instance, how can one enhance the success rate of its creation? Does the efficacy of the potion have its limits? Could a wound be too deep to fully harness its effects? Maud has accumulated several pages of notes. He glanced at these notes and felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This is indeed the daily life of a diligent young wizard. Sir Merlin's third-class medal, Professor Snape, are you aware of it? Maud asked. Professor Snape cast a glance at him. Of course, this is your medal, Maris. Maud shook his head. Professor Snape, you are mistaken once again. The medal belongs to that potion, which you concocted. I merely offered a trivial suggestion. Professor Snape fixed his gaze upon him, saying nothing. The icy stare was disconcerting for Maud, prompting him to hastily break the tension. Ahem, when will the medal be awarded? Professor Snape? In a few days, after the Quidditch match. It was then that Maud realized that Quidditch was merely a few days away. Just envisioning Harry and his companions soaring through the skies on their enchanted brooms, perspiring as they vied for glory, filled him with a sense of urgency. Yet here he was, Nicholas Jaws, the sage elf Maud Maris, unable to fly. Was it not customary for elves to possess wings? Alas, it seemed that his predecessor, Nicholas, lacked the imaginative prowess to conceive of a spell for flight. Maud contemplated for a moment before an idea struck him. Professor Snape, may I have the honor of learning apparition from you? He was acutely aware of the awkwardness stemming from his lack of a displacement spell. Apparition could remedy the shortcoming. Furthermore, Maud eagerly anticipated what other magical abilities might accompany this art. Could it possibly be his second spatial magic? This spell cannot be mastered until you turn 17, Maris. It is quite perilous, Professor Snape replied, shaking his head. Professor Snape, top students and geniuses are fundamentally different. Modus elucidated. Moreover, it is only by furthering my studies in magic and enhancing my proficiency that I can more swiftly resurrect Mrs. Lily Potter, is it not? Suddenly, Maud felt an overwhelming sense of rudeness, once again invoking the name of Madame Lily Potter. My sincerest apologies, dear Lily, for the umpteenth time. Snape appeared to be lost in thought, recalling Lily's emerald green eyes and the last encounter with her spirit. His gaze betrayed a hint of nostalgia. It seemed as though he momentarily drifted away, involuntarily directing his attention toward the books upon his shelf. Maud thought to himself that Professor Snape also had the habit of taking notes. Might he have recorded his experiences with apparition in his notes? No, as a professor, I must adhere to the rules and, more importantly, be responsible for my students. Professor Snape once again declined him. Maud did not say much more. He cast a glance at the books and smiled. After Professor Snape left the office, Maud returned invisibly. He pondered over the silent indication from Professor Snape. Was it not akin to a monkey, having been tapped thrice on the head, finally grasping the meaning of "come find me at the third watch"? Although Professor Snape was reluctant, his body was nonetheless quite sincere. He picked up a book. Standard Spells? The edges of this book were slightly curled, suggesting it had been perused frequently. Maud opened it, and indeed found it densely filled with various notes. Professor Snape truly lived up to his reputation as a former academic prodigy of Slytherin. Maud looked through the materials and discovered that beneath nearly every spell, Professor Snape had inscribed his unique insights and specialized techniques for casting. This transformed the spells, which initially appeared rigid and cumbersome, into something far more accessible and easier to execute. Maud nodded slightly. He set the book aside and gazed at the remaining volumes before him. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the grimoire into existence. Maud activated the spellbook's characteristic, the ability to instantaneously duplicate the entirety of its contents. Soon, the spellbook appeared to have grown significantly thicker. Maud opened the spellbook. The pages revealed the contents of the standard incantations he had just perused. Maud merely contemplated replacing his current tome. The first page of the spellbook transformed into an elegant selection of incantations from the 18th century, adorned with grand lettering. Maud nodded in satisfaction before returning to the dormitory. Maud began to search for any pertinent records regarding the spell of phantasmic transformation. Utilizing his sage elf talent, he swiftly discovered the text pertaining to the phantasmic transformation within the tome. The intricate details of casting the spell and the process of learning it were revealed. It was a perilous yet exceedingly convenient form of magic. Maud nodded and continued to read. The essence of the disillusionment charm lies in three pivotal elements: focus, determination, and composure. In my understanding, Professor Snape elucidated this magic remarkably well, even meticulously documenting his daily practice experiences and the insights he gleaned from them. Maud pondered deeply to truly comprehend. As for attempts, the casting of this magic is prohibited within Hogwarts. Maud could sense that he was no exception. However, this would not hinder the sage spirit's quest for knowledge. With a certain level of understanding attained, Maud directed his focus inward. He engaged in a profound exchange of wisdom with Kunlun Mountain. Countless symbols traversed the realms of his mind. A spatial portal? This was evidently a manifestation of spatial magic. Maud suppressed a flicker of excitement within as he scrutinized the details. The spatial portal was crafted by the esteemed Master Eudaimoning, capable of opening a gateway through which one could traverse to the very place their heart desires. Where the heart envisions, the body shall follow. The specific cultivation method is as follows. Maud immersed himself once more in the depths of study, unaware of how much time had elapsed. Maud opened his eyes. Having inscribed the essence of spatial magic into his grimoire, he cast the spell of discernment. Spatial portal, compatibility with you, 130. Effect: bestows upon you the ability to traverse dimensions. As long as your magical energy is sufficient, you shall reach every corner of the world. Your spatial gateway may accommodate multiple users and be utilized repeatedly. In truth, as long as you are adept in this magic and possess ample magical energy, the size of the portal will be determined by your will. The invocation of your inaugural spatial portal will be shielded by temporal energy, impervious to any magical interruption. With a time for energy reaccumulation, 3 hours. You may freely alter the color of the portal until it achieves the desired effect. In total, there are 3 characteristics: size manipulation, invulnerability to interruption, and color alteration. Maud gazed at the final characteristic that changed color, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. It was none other than the skin. Cough, cough. Maud snapped his fingers before him. In the dimly lit dormitory, a brilliant golden light materialized. Subsequently, the golden radiance unfurled like a canvas, revealing what appeared to be a dog door. Maud lowered his head, contemplating the circular aperture measuring merely 50 centimeters in diameter on the ground, lost in thought. Is this truly what one refers to as a door? Maud lay helplessly on the ground, peering ahead. The scene before him shifted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely different locale. Towering trees loomed above, their robust roots sprawling across the earth, and in the distance, a quaint little cottage could be discerned. As Maud lay prostrate, he inhaled the mingled scent of soil and vegetation. This sight was strikingly familiar. He was within the forbidden forest, not far from Hagrid's hut. This indicated that the magic at play utterly disregarded the constraints of Hogwarts. From this day forth, Maud had become the second individual at Hogwarts capable of traversing space with such ease. Oh no, he could now move freely within the school, akin to Professor Dumbledore. Maud retracted his magic, pacing back and forth within the confines of his dormitory. He pondered the reason behind the diminutive size of the recently conjured portal. Was it a limitation of his magical prowess? No, he sensed that the issue lay elsewhere. He delved into the knowledge he had just acquired, revisiting it once more. This arcane wisdom was vastly more extensive than any magical principles he had previously studied, and it was also far more obscure and convoluted. Maud repeatedly revisited the knowledge contained within, step by step. The golden canvas unfurled in the air time and again. Ultimately, it culminated in a luminous halo, towering to the height of a single person. The edges of the halo shimmered with a brilliance akin to that of sparks, resplendent and striking. Yet, Maud shook his head. It was far too ostentatious. With a snap of his fingers, he experimented with a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each iteration altering the hue of the halo. In the end, Maud made his choice, a transparent white. At this moment, the edges of the portal radiated a gentle white light, reminiscent of a soft night lamp-esque glow. Maud traversed around the spatial gateway, observing it intently. He realized that this particular state of the spatial portal was remarkably difficult to discern, unless veiled by the cloak of night. Maud gazed into the heart of the spatial portal, where a haze enveloped the area like a delicate mist. Beyond this layer of obscurity lay the passage to another realm. Maud walked over. In an instant, he stepped into a puddle. Water? As Maud strolled into the corridor before him, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of curiosity. He found himself within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as he turned around, observing the smooth tiles. A glimpse of a partition and the pristine white sink. Maud was taken aback momentarily. Had he just been contemplating the giant? A familiar voice echoed beside him. Maud, what brings you here? Hermione approached, regarding him with a look of suspicion. Weren't you supposed to be searching for Professor Snape? Maud nodded earnestly, his fingers snapping behind him. The luminous portal of space vanished in an instant. Of course, Professor Snape had just mentioned taking a trip to the restroom while discussing matters as they walked. Hermione glanced at the restroom sign, momentarily taken aback. The Quidditch match was approaching, and there was a plea for updates and 5-star reviews from all the esteemed readers. Wow. The Quidditch pitch was alive with excitement. The massive arena echoed with cheers as the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin soared through the azure sky on their flying broomsticks. Welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts. Today, Gryffindor faces Slytherin, announced the enthusiastic commentator with a booming voice, heralding the commencement of the match. Go, Harry. Go, Gryffindor. Ron shouted first, prompting a chorus of cheers from all the young wizards. Go, Slytherin. Go, Gryffindor. Even the proud Draco Malfoy was flushed with excitement as he joined in the cheers. Hey, Maud, do you think Harry will win? Ron suddenly expressed a hint of concern on his face. Emoda could not help but roll his eyes. Wasn't it you who had just shouted the loudest? Maud shook his head, lamenting Ron's capricious moods. Do you not hold faith in Harry either? I mentioned that it is Harry's inaugural participation in Quidditch. Maud looked at Ron and asked, do you believe you can become the head of Gryffindor House? Absolutely. Ron replied without a moment's hesitation. Maud nodded. And that was the answer. Ron appeared to be delighted by Maud's affirmation. Maud continued, with your lack of skill and your penchant for play, how could Harry possibly lose? Ron responded with a puzzled expression. Hermione let out a soft laugh. The group engaged in lively conversation while watching the Quidditch match unfold. The first goal by Gryffindor was executed with remarkable ease and fluidity. Angelina Johnson scored. Gryffindor earned a point. The young wizards of Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers. The performance of the Slytherins was utterly dismal. It seemed that this time, victory was assured for Gryffindor. Observing the display from both teams, Ron felt a surge of clarity and his spirits lifted considerably. Hermione, holding her peculiar telescope with eyes, joined in the celebration with delight. Maud clapped his hands enthusiastically. It was his inaugural experience watching Quidditch, and he found it rather intriguing. However, what were Professors Quirrell and Snape engaged in at that moment? Were they preparing to cast a spell? He curiously glanced towards the opposite stands. Professors Quirrell and Snape were seated there, albeit at a considerable distance, rendering their figures somewhat indistinct. Maud snapped his fingers, casting a spell of distant vision. A faint golden light shimmered in his golden eyes. This was a magic that bestowed upon its wielder a clearer and more expansive view of the world. The golden gleam in his eyes served a function akin to that of a telescope, yet the effect was profound. Maud looked once more at the opposite stance. A pair of enormous, upward-turned eyes captured his gaze. Maud was taken aback. Goodness, is it that clear? He adjusted the intensity of the magic, and the scene in the stands materialized before him. Professor Quirrell sat in the second-to-last row on the right, his hands clasped as if in prayer, constantly rubbing together. His eyes somewhat vacant, seemingly awaiting something. Professor Snape occupied a seat just 2 places in front of Quirrell, his expression cold as he scrutinized the entire arena, occasionally casting glances in Harry's direction. He appeared particularly concerned about the boy, who possessed the same vivid green eyes as Lily. Indeed, what if Harry were to become a girl? Maud turned his attention away from the strange thoughts that plagued his mind and redirected his gaze to the match. A cheer erupted once more from the Gryffindor supporters. Gryffindor had triumphed once again. Maud did not particularly concern himself with victory or defeat. He listened to Hermione and Ron's discussion while watching the match unfold before him. It was a rare moment of relaxation. How delightful it would be to indulge in some popcorn and a fizzy drink at this moment. The match continued with fervent intensity. Time seemed to blur. Eventually, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, found himself knocked to the ground once again, having been struck by the elusive bludger for what felt like the umpteenth time in his life. Maud believed this might be the essence of dedicating oneself to art. Without the guidance and protection of their captain, Wood, Gryffindor suffered consecutive defeats. High above, Harry displayed a look of concern. At that moment, a tiny golden snitch suddenly darted through the air, soaring upwards. Spotting the fleeting glimmer of the golden snitch before him, Harry swiftly mounted his broomstick in pursuit. The moment seemed ripe for action. Maud looked instinctively towards the stands opposite him. Professor Quirrell was staring unwaveringly at Harry, showing no signs of movement. Above, Harry's broom began to sway wildly, akin to a stallion unbridled, and he struggled to maintain control over it. Professor Snape also began to utter an incantation, his gestures markedly more pronounced than those of Quirrell. It is no wonder that Professor Snape bore the brunt of the blame. Maud knew that this situation would soon be resolved with Harry's safe capture of the golden snitch. Therefore, he remained quietly observant. However, it was not long before something felt amiss. Through his distant viewing magic, he noticed Harry's feet gradually drawing together, as if they had become rigid. Such a subtle movement. Were his legs frozen in place? Maud turned back to glance at Chilo once more. He noticed that Chilo's fingers seemed to be moving subtly, yet no one around them appeared to take notice. Professor Snape continued to recite a counter-curse, rendering it difficult to discern the shift in Chilo's incantation. Was this yet another manifestation of the butterfly effect? What unforeseen consequences might arise from the uncontrollable legs upon the broom that had yet to regain stability? One of Maud's palms shielded the light, while the other began to manifest a small orb of lightning, no larger than a jelly bean. In an instant, the orb burrowed into the ground, transforming into a streak of purple light under the command of the magical spirit. Its destination was none other than Professor Chilo. As the orb approached, it metamorphosed into a miniature butterfly. With delicate flutters, it gracefully landed on Professor Chilo's leg in the last row, beginning to shimmer with radiant brilliance. Maud looked on as Professor Quirrell suddenly twitched, the incantation interrupted, and Harry returned to his normal state. However, to their dismay, Professor Quirrell's lips began to move, as if engaged in conversation with someone. Following this, a message from the magical spirit emerged, hindered by an invisible barrier. Maud squinted his eyes, sensing something amiss. The magic within him was being siphoned by the distant magical spirit. The lightning butterfly, under the spirit's control, gradually enlarged. Suddenly, the butterfly emitted a dazzling purple light, casting a subtle glow around. What is this? The surrounding onlookers were quickly captivated, their gazes drawn to the back of Chilo. It seemed as if they were conversing with him. Chilo, momentarily taken aback, paused his incantation once more. Meanwhile, the lightning butterfly had quietly vanished after Maud snapped his fingers. No one had noticed a thing. As the spectators refocused on the competition, Professor Chilo turned his attention back to Harry once again. Here it comes. Maud touched his chin thoughtfully. He retrieved his spellbook. What is the matter with Harry? Why does his broom appear to be functioning erratically? Professor Snape is the culprit. Hermione hastily set aside the telescope before thrusting it into Ron's hands, her tone laced with urgency. He is casting a spell. Allow me to handle this. Maud held her back. Let me, Hermione said, momentarily taken aback. Maud stepped forward with purpose. His spellbook had already turned to the page on the dark arts defense. revealing a plethora of intricate problems and a sequence of numbers that extended all the way to 165. Professor Quirrell gazed intently at Harry high above, seemingly concerned for his safety, his hands tightening in apprehension. Instinctively, Professor Quirrell turned his head to find a golden-haired young wizard, politely greeting him while holding a weathered tome. Though significantly transformed, he recognized him immediately. "Mr. Maris?" he stammered, his eyes narrowing for a fleeting moment as if deep in thought. Maud nodded. "Indeed, Professor Chilo. I seek your assistance." "Assistance? What is the matter?" "It is as such. I have recently perused numerous texts concerning the defense against dark arts, yet my understanding remains superficial, leaving me with several queries that I find perplexing." As Maud spoke, he opened the grimoire before him. "These are indeed the questions," Chilo thought as he glanced at Maud's tome. There were indeed dozens, if not hundreds, of inquiries inscribed upon its pages. This Mellus seems rather peculiar, his lips, as usual, involuntarily twisted into an expression of discomfort. "Is that so? How unfortunate, indeed. The competition is still ongoing. By the way, Professor, would you care for a bite?" Maud took out a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The allure of this confectionery lies in its element of surprise. Maud pushed the colorful bean into Quirrell's mouth. Professor Quirrell, the moment of joy commenced. With Quirrell's annex subdued, normalcy returned to Harry's side. The competition to chase the golden snitch continued with fervor. Hermione, meanwhile, was observing Maud's performance through her binoculars. In her mind, she could not fathom why Maud sought out Professor Quirrell, nor why Professor Snape had halted his incantations at that moment. Did she sense something amiss? However, her thoughts were swiftly interrupted by Ron. "Hermione, look, Harry has returned to normal," he exclaimed with excitement. "I hope Harry can seize the golden snitch." Look at Harry's performance. The golden snitch flew low. To continue the chase, one had to fly close to the ground, where the challenges were substantial. Thus, Slytherin glanced begrudgingly at the golden snitch, hovering high above. Yet, Harry gritted his teeth and pursued it. He did not falter, but rather rode his broom with steady resolve, closely following the snitch. It must be said that Harry, much like his father, possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. He stood upon his broom as if wielding a sword, oh no, more like commanding his broom through the skies. He swayed slightly, extending his hand to grasp the golden snitch, which was tantalizingly close. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid, who stood on the platform, held their breaths in suspense. It was indeed a perilous endeavor. Maud also witnessed this moment. He was aware that a classic scene was about to unfold. Harry, unsteady on his feet, tumbled from his broomstick. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he managed to swallow the golden snitch whole. Although he failed to grasp it with his hands, he succeeded in consuming it. Gryffindor emerged victorious in this match. Professor Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the Gryffindor side erupted in jubilation. Maud gazed at the spellbook in his hands, contemplating the questions inscribed within. He shook his head, aware that joyful moments are often fleeting. "Hey, Maud," Hermione called out to him as he exited the Quidditch pitch. "What just happened?" she inquired, her large eyes wide with curiosity. "I mean, Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell." Maud pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "What do you think?" he inquired. Hermione hesitated. "I suspect that Professor Snape cast the spell, but you are pointing fingers at Professor Quirrell. Yet, the outcome is that Harry has returned to normal." Ron interjected. "It goes without saying that Professor Quirrell must have targeted Professor Snape. Naturally, Snape would be deterred from continuing." Harry, intrigued, cast a curious glance in their direction, as he too harbored suspicions regarding Professor Snape's involvement. Maud regarded Ron with a discerning gaze, akin to that of a sagacious observer. He then turned to Hermione and remarked, "Within this scenario, one is casting a curse while another recites a counter-curse." Ron interjected, "If I were to assert that Quirrell is the one casting the curse, how could that possibly be? Professor Quirrell has no reason to target Harry." "I share your sentiment, Maud," Harry concurred. Meanwhile, Hermione appeared to be deep in contemplation. Maud shook his head. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. He chose not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Emode made his way to a secluded corner of Hogwarts. With a snap of his fingers, a brilliant white light materialized, as if a canvas were unfolding before him. A portal to another realm emerged in Emode's sight. With a snap of his fingers, Mode's form shifted dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a tall and handsome gentleman. Adjusting the black tailcoat that adorned his frame and tipping his black hat, he strolled gracefully inside. "Mr. Nicholas?" The silver-white steed, Firenze took note of Maud approaching from afar. Maud waved his hand and approached Mr. Firenze. It has been several days since we last met. I have come today to visit the two unicorns. I hope this is a convenient time. Firenze blinked his azure eyes and replied, of course. He then led Maud to the two unicorns before excusing himself, as he had other matters to attend to, neighing with delight. The large and small unicorns seemed pleased to see Maud, their eyes sparkling with a certain brilliance. They approached him, affectionately nuzzling his palm, and even extended their tongues, eager to lick his face. Fortunately, Maud managed to evade their playful advance just in time. Maud gently caressed the bodies of the two unicorns. Savoring the comforting texture beneath his fingertips, he simultaneously activated his observational eye. Rather than indulging in the mere act of petting the unicorns, he preferred to assume the role of a relentless learning machine. A shimmering radiance emerged, revealing two seemingly divine and wondrous structures materializing behind the unicorns. Maud reached out to touch the enchanting form of the little unicorn. In an instant, he was transported into a realm of pure white. It felt truly delightful. In this world, Maud experiences an overwhelming sense of physical and mental comfort. The radiant white light seems to possess a peculiar effect. Maud gazed at the luminous white thread before him and reached out to grasp it. Instantly, a multitude of characters began to flicker within his eyes. Maud meticulously organized this knowledge. After a while, Maud discovered some extraordinary structural knowledge that diverged from the ordinary. The Radiant Convergence Array is a magical formation capable of binding an object to oneself. It endows the item with the ability to illuminate and transform. Maud, where can I find the urging for updates and 5-star reviews? I must secure them. Esteemed individuals, please lend me your urging for updates and 5-star reviews. Transformation and illumination? Maud contemplated a form of energy. After a flicker, a magnificent steed galloped forth onto the road. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as the manifestation of fighting spirit. Maud continued to observe. This item, engraved with the Radiant Array, possesses the ability to respond to the whispers of your heart. No matter the distance, you can sense its presence and summon it to return in a blaze of light. The Radiant Array can bind only one item, and each sorcerer may utilize it solely once to bind a particular object. Maud looked at the items he possessed and recalled the miscellaneous objects associated with spatial magic. The only item of any significance was the Dragon Heart Wand, which matched him remarkably well. It seemed rather impressive, didn't it? Maud had not wielded this wand for quite some time. Yet it remained an invaluable treasure in moments of peril. Its attributes included a 50 increase in magical strength and a 10 enhancement in casting speed. While such characteristics may appear trivial in the hands of a novice sorcerer, they could yield entirely different outcomes when wielded by a powerful wizard. Thus, how might one engrave this radiant magic circle? The conditions for inscribing the luminous contract circle were exceedingly stringent. It required the acquisition of a feather of light, which could only be gathered from a unicorn that had attained a certain level of maturity. Maud was momentarily taken aback. The luminous feathers of a unicorn? Does such a phenomenon truly exist in the realm of magic? Do not attempt to slay a unicorn to obtain its radiant feathers, for as you acquire the knowledge of the Covenant of Radiance Array, your thoughts have already reached the slumbering king of unicorns in the boundless void. This array is intricately linked to him. Thunderous roars. In the wondrous realm of structures, it felt as if the very earth were quaking. Even the void trembled. What is happening? Maud had yet to comprehend the situation when an ethereal and elusive voice abruptly invaded his mind. This presence, Nicholas, is that you? The voice was profoundly resonant, akin to a bronze bell reverberating within the confines of Maud's consciousness. Maud was momentarily taken aback. Oh. It turned out to be a diminutive sprite imbued with the essence of Nicholas. Countless dazzling beams of platinum radiance suddenly materialized within the enchanted realm, continuously converging inward. A magnificent light, vast enough to obscure the sun, gradually took shape. The enormous luminescence began to undulate, transforming into the form of a colossal beast with 4 limbs. And a massive horn emerged from its visage. As Maud lifted his gaze, amidst the swirling mists, a magnificent creature emerged, its head adorned with a shimmering golden light, resembling a unicorn crowned in gold. Its form loomed like a towering mountain, breathtaking in its grandeur. This majestic beast radiated an aura of auspicious light, illuminating the entire enchanted realm, as if its brilliance transcended the boundaries of this world. Maud stood still for a long while, utterly at a loss for words. The voice of Nicholas cascaded down from above, akin to a celestial echo. How nostalgic it is for the successors of Nicholas. Where did you encounter Nicholas? Maud finally came to his senses. Nicholas? Maud contemplated the soul sanctuary within his spatial magic. Elven King? Are you in search of the third Elven King, Nicholas Gaff? Maud felt a current of air swirling above. A voice gradually emerged. Maud endeavored to compose himself. He pondered his words. I have not encountered King Nicholas the Elven. Yet within me resides the ethereal realm he has left behind. Suddenly, a gaze descended from the heavens, a magnificent golden light illuminating Maud. Modton felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Soon after, the colossal unicorn emitted a sound that seemed to resonate with joy, as if it had discovered something. Within Imoda's body, it seemed as though something had been stirred. A blinding white light emanated continuously from within, and countless specks of light appeared above him. A magnificent canvas unfurled in the air, shimmering with golden hues, as if ink were dancing across it, depicting something wondrous. The voice of Nicholas, the unicorn behemoth, resonated with a nostalgic longing for old friends. Ha ha! A grand and resounding voice suddenly reverberated throughout the void. Atabil, it is you. Long time no see, ha ha. The voice of the unicorn behemoth appeared to waver slightly. Nicholas, where have you wandered all these years? The sonorous voice rang out once more. Atabil, I have embarked on a quest for boundless knowledge. That is my pursuit. Then why not join me? Ha ha ha. The path is fraught with peril. I cannot endanger you. My dear Atabil, whom I have nurtured since childhood. I do not mind. The two resounding voices exchanged words in the celestial expanse. Maud stood below, momentarily taken aback. He had come to a realization. Nicholas had left something within him, or rather, within the depths of his soul, enabling him to traverse the void and converse with the majestic unicorn king before him. This regal unicorn had been nurtured by Nicholas himself. He dared not dwell on it further, for it was highly improbable that these ethereal beings, the spirit and the colossal creature, were incapable of perceiving his innermost thoughts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. What is this child to you? Echoed the haunting voice of the unicorn beast. He is my descendant, whether in this life or the next, replied Nicholas, his voice imbued with an indescribable grandeur. Moddergang felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. This individual, whom I consider a junior, deserves a token of my esteem. A beam of white light suddenly manifested within Moddergang, gradually dimming thereafter. Nicholas conveyed your location to me. Ha ha ha. Very well, I am at ease now. Yet, the sound was soon drowned out by a tremendous roar. Boom. A brilliant, colossal beam of light, its origin unknown, instantaneously pierced the void and descended upon the towering unicorn beast. Subsequently, it let out a deafening roar, causing the very ground of this wondrous world to tremble incessantly. Before Moddergang's astonished gaze, the unicorn beast stood upon the void, resembling a divine entity, radiating a terrifying and resplendent platinum glow. Ascending into the ether, a vast black hole emerged within the misty expanse of this magical realm, exuding an unmatched gravitational pull. The unicorn beast gracefully stepped into it. As it departed, a voice echoed, Young Junior, may we meet again by fate. Ha ha. The scene abruptly dissipated, the black hole vanished, and tranquility returned, as if awakening from a dream. Yet this was no dream. Moddergang understood that something new resided within him. The guardian light feathers of the radiant physique, a Tobler. P.S. How did you find this cameo of the Elven King? Ha ha. This was merely a cameo and will not intervene in this world. To all esteemed readers, I humbly request your encouragement for updates and 5-star reviews. The radiant physique, a unique trait of the Unicorn King Tobler, was conjured through the magic of the Elven King Nicholas Galth. It grants the ability to summon phantoms of light, allowing you to swap places with an apparition. In moments of dire peril, the radiant physique will emit a life-giving light, safeguarding the last vestiges of your vitality, transforming your body into light, and transporting you to a previously marked location. The guardian of a Tobler is described as follows. It embodies the soul's power of a Tobler and will protect your spirit from annihilation twice. As long as this force does not surpass a Tobler, it remains unbreakable. In summary, this gift from the Unicorn King Tobler equates to bestowing upon him 2 magical safeguards for his life. Maud has already glimpsed the illustrious title that awaits him, the Undying Sage Elf, Nicholas Jow's Maud Maris. The conditions for triggering the radiant physique are as follows. Imoda meticulously examined the contents. The method of triggering was remarkably simple. Maud settled his thoughts, sensing within him a warm surge of energy. This energy felt as though it was nurturing something, yearning to break free from its confines. Maud imagined piercing it open. Pop! A faint sound of rupture seemed to resonate within. A warm current radiated from the center of the stomach, akin to the sensation of sipping a bowl of hot milk on a frigid winter's day. Maud felt the subtle transformations within his body. He was being imbued with a certain power. Something within his mouth was striving to escape. It was becoming increasingly constricted. A glimmer of white emerged from Maud's mouth. He attempted to open his mouth wider. At last, a peculiar object fell from his lips. An egg? Maud blinked his eyes. Isn't this precisely the sort of thing that a green-skinned Namekian would do? Maud grasped the egg, its shell radiating a soft, ethereal glow of pristine white. The surface was marred by several fissures, hinting that something was on the verge of hatching. This sight evoked memories of the black serpent's birth and the appearance of his evolutionary spirit. Before long, the shell shattered completely, and a swirling mist of white light materialized before Maud. In an instant, the luminescent mist surged into his very being. Maud's skin emanated a faint luminescence. As if shrouded in a delicate mist, Maud understood that the radiant physique had been unlocked. He also sensed the powers bestowed upon him. The illusion of light, a genuine illusionary magic, allows you to summon a veil of luminous mist that can transform into the likeness of any creature. If it suffers an attack, it will disperse, only to return to your being, gradually gestating anew. The gestation period will accelerate with your increasing proficiency and magical prowess. The creature formed from the luminous mist is capable of executing a spatial exchange with your corporeal form. Its application is somewhat challenging, requiring adaptation and mastery. This is the illusion of light. As for the other ability, the radiance of life, this spell bears the blessings of the King of Unicorns and the Elven King. When you are struck by a fatal blow, it can safeguard the last vestige of vitality within your body. However, it does not offer protection against soul magic. When you find yourself on the brink of death, your corporeal form will transmute into radiance, transporting you to a location you have previously marked. This is an uncontrollable magic, triggered solely at the moment of your demise. These two abilities serve distinct purposes. One is practical, while the other is a means of preservation. Maud nodded. It must be said that Nicholas's successors truly enjoy exceptional benefits. With a swift gesture, Maud raised his hand, conjuring a nebulous white mist that materialized in midair, seamlessly blending with the ethereal structure of the White Realm. Gradually, this mist began to take form within Maud's imagination, akin to a game of sculpting faces. It transformed into a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, resembling a colossus of steel. The body exhibited a striking triad of colors, red, purple, and white, while a diamond-shaped gem was embedded in its chest. Atop its head, a sharp horn glimmered with a metallic sheen, and its eyes shone like 2 radiant lanterns, exuding a platinum hue. The figure appeared immensely robust. Merely standing there, it seemed as though an ominous background score emerged. A new storm had arisen, and stagnation was not an option. Maud surveyed this creation with great satisfaction, as it perfectly replicated the image residing in his mind. He could even feel the warmth emanating from this form, as if he were in proximity to a living being. This is the authentic effect of the illusion of light. Maud snapped his fingers habitually. The diminutive giant of light, towering over 2 meters, dissipated into a mist. It began to coalesce once more, assuming another form. This time, Maud envisioned his own likeness. In the gaze of Maud's eager anticipation, a golden-haired young boy emerged, possessing elongated, spirited golden eyes, a nose as proud as a peak, and skin as flawless as jade. Everything appeared splendid, save for one flaw. He lay upon the ground, his eyes rolling back in a lifeless stare, his body convulsing intermittently. Maud was momentarily taken aback, running his fingers through his golden hair. It was only then that he comprehended why the information regarding the illusion of light stated. Its usage entails a certain degree of difficulty, necessitating adaptation and proficiency. It became clear that a lack of familiarity would result in its inconsistent efficacy. Nonetheless, he resolved to persevere. Consequently, a swirling mist began to take shape before Maud, continuously forming and dissipating. Maud did not know how much time had passed. It was rather monotonous. However, there were indeed results. His light phantom finally stood upright and was able to perform simple movements, such as raising a hand to touch its head, walking, and squatting. Maud contemplated the future of this ability, a strategic shift, as long as the illusion of light appeared convincing and his imagination kept pace. His light-based phantasm could engage the enemy. It would continuously maneuver to evade attacks, occasionally revealing a semblance of fear. If he could buy enough time, his true self would be able to retreat safely nearby. Maud sensed the presence of the luminous apparition, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, walking a short distance away. He could feel its existence even with his eyes closed. This limit extended to 100 meters. Upon sensing it, Maud concentrated his mind, as if a tether had appeared, binding him to the radiant specter. Then, he envisioned their bodies instantly exchanging places, without a whisper of sound. The scene before Imode transformed abruptly, akin to a rapidly rewinding image. He turned his head and beheld a shimmering apparition of light, mirroring his stance, standing precisely where he had just been. Maud observed the ethereal apparition of light, contemplating how to prompt it into motion. The luminescent figure rotated its eyes, locking gazes with Maud. A peculiar sensation of self-reflection surged within him. The apparition endeavored to convey emotions, smiling, weeping, and displaying a comically perplexed expression. Ultimately, it emulated Professor Snape's characteristic indifference. The resemblance was striking. Despite the rigidity of its expression, the cold demeanor evoked the essence of Professor Snape's signature smirk, one that appeared to rarely reveal genuine joy. Maud extracted the tome of magic, meticulously documenting the practices and shortcomings of the illusion of light within its pages. Just as he closed the book, a stream of informational light surged forth from Kunlun, cascading into his mind. 3 years of brilliance, 5 years of application, authored by Nicholas. As Maud pondered this name, a realization struck him. The 3 years of Gaokao, 5 coughs. His expression became somewhat nuanced. The 3 years of brilliance, 5 years of application. Also known as the expansion and application of brilliance, exclusively published by the elven king Nicholas Gaff. Moore observed the content before him, noting its scarcity. Rather than resembling a complete book, it felt more akin to a mere chapter. The radiant physique possessed the ability to harmonize with certain light-related enchantments, which might yield unforeseen effects. Among the spells already tested were Luminous Cascade, Infinite Lightstaff, and Holy Radiance. A multitude of incantations was enumerated. Yet Moore found himself unfamiliar with them all until he stumbled upon the Light Eye spell. This particular enchantment was one he had learned long ago. It was a commonplace illumination spell, albeit with a distinct manifestation of light. Maud snapped his fingers, invoking the art of discernment. He opened the spellbook, from which the contents of the luminous eye magic began to manifest. Indeed, a transformation occurred. The luminous eye magic could conjure a new magical illusion of light. The illusory eye of light. Compatibility with you. 135. Effect. The pupils of your illusory eye of light shall gain an enchanting effect. Anyone who meets your gaze, provided their soul's strength is inferior to yours or does not oppose you, will subsequently lose their sense of direction. They will misjudge their orientation regarding up, down, left, and right. Caution. Such misjudgment may prove ineffective if the adversary possesses a high degree of rationality or if the spell is cast repeatedly in a short span. For they may correct their sense of direction in such circumstances and swiftly discern the true orientation. This magic bestows upon you the effect of invisible casting traces. During the incantation, the eyeball of the illusory light shall not exhibit any unusual luminescence. It amplifies your casting efficacy, extending the duration of your illusion from 1 second to 3 seconds. The characteristics are twofold: imperceptibility and temporal extension. Maud contemplated the essence of the light eye magic and snapped his fingers. Maud felt his magical energy being siphoned away by the distant apparition of light. Subsequently, the luminous specter retained its form and cast its gaze upon him. Imode made no effort to resist and was momentarily lost in a daze. He experienced a disorienting sensation, as if his sense of direction had been inverted, rendering him unable to distinguish between his left and right hands. This discomposure was further accompanied by a subtle feeling of weightlessness. After 3 seconds, Maud shook his head and regained his composure. This spell, when unleashed upon the unsuspecting, can yield remarkable results. However, within 3 seconds, if a misjudgment in direction occurs, the magic loses its precision. In the context of life and death, this can prove to be exceedingly fatal. Imode practiced the techniques of the Eye of Light and the illusion of light for a while longer before dispersing the illusion. There were still matters he needed to attend to. The light feather. Maud felt the lingering warmth within his body. A pure, pristine feather floated gracefully through the air, descending gently onto Maud's hand. This luminous plume resembled a quill, intermittently radiating a radiant platinum glow. Its touch evoked the softness of cotton fluff. The purpose of this ethereal feather, formed from the essence of a unicorn, was singular: to create the radiant covenant array. It possessed the extraordinary ability to imbue one's ink with magical potency, transforming a mere design into a genuine magical formation. The knowledge of the radiant covenant array within Maud's mind remains incomplete. His understanding of this wondrous structure of the world is but a fragment. Thus, he retracted the luminous feather, allowing it to transform into brilliance and return to his being. Once again, he immersed himself in the intricate threads of the magical structure, submerging himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. At last, he had achieved mastery. Maud exhaled a breath of murky air. The intricate structure of the unicorn's magical essence was far more complex than any he had previously encountered. The volume of knowledge was overwhelming. For a moment, he struggled to adapt, feeling a slight pressure in his mind. Nevertheless, he had successfully gathered all the information regarding the Radiant Covenant array. He meticulously organized it as follows. The engraving method for the Radiant Covenant array entails infusing magical energy into the surface of an object using luminous feathers to delineate the array's form. The energy of the luminous feathers intertwines with the magical essence, resulting in a unique manifestation of the words and patterns crafted by your hand. During the drawing process, one must not allow distractions. It is imperative to cultivate a tranquil state of mind. Maud returned to reality, drawing forth his Dragonheart wand. From this day forth, it would be known as the glorious Dragonheart wand. The place where Firenze had settled 2 unicorns was tranquil and serene. He had assured Maud that this location was exceptionally safe and would seldom be disturbed. Thus, after surveying his surroundings and confirming their security, Maud located a wooden stump and seated himself upon it, intending to complete the creation of the glorious Covenant array in this very spot. Radiance shimmered as light feathers materialized in his hand. He concentrated intently, recalling the intricate pathways of the glorious Covenant array etched in his mind. With a stroke, the light feathers began to trace the lines, and in an instant, luminous patterns emerged upon the wand. Yet, this moment of creation was abruptly interrupted by a powerful repulsive force surging at the tip of the light feathers. Maud did not pay attention. The Radiant array had recorded this situation. When inscribing the array, one can perceive the repulsion emanating from knowledge. This intricacy tests your proficiency and patience in the art of array drawing. As Maud was about to put pen to paper, an indescribable sensation surged within him. His left eye twitched incessantly. A vivid image suddenly invaded his mind. A male sorcerer, bearing a deep scar across his left cheek, soaring through the skyscrapers of the Muggle world atop a broomstick. His robe appeared distinct from those of the wizard's Maud had previously encountered. Madness was etched upon his face. As his wand erupted with flames, the fire plummeted from the heights, igniting numerous skyscrapers and consuming many unsuspecting individuals in the Muggle realm. Maud's vision suddenly plummeted from the heights, crashing into a room within a towering building. There, clad in a suit, his father Tumail was engrossed in the documents before him. Lost in contemplation, a surge of flames shattered the glass window, pouring into the room. Inside, the clock ticked steadily. Time, 5:53 p.m. In Imoda's mind, a myriad of thoughts surged forth. The final scene lingered at the threshold of a room ablaze with countless flames. The fire crackled fiercely, and the acrid scent of charred remnants filled the air. Outside, voices rose in frantic cries and anguished screams. Maud eagerly anticipated something. Yet, in the room, no one emerged. Maud, it's time to rise. Breakfast is already prepared. Maud thought of his father's daily calls for breakfast, recalled the slightly wrinkled smile of Tumail, and envisioned him reading the newspaper. A surge of immense fury ignited in Maud's heart, akin to a sudden blaze. He found it nearly impossible to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Calm down, he urged himself. Imoda compelled himself to attain tranquility. He needed to ponder certain matters. This vision was a manifestation of the sage spirit's foresight. In other words, this event had yet to transpire. Time Mode sheathed his wand and feather of light, snapping his fingers. In an instant, a portal of light unfurled before him. He stepped through it. London, Surrey, Little Whinging. Maud's room. Maud stepped out of the portal. His proficiency with the spatial gateway was insufficient to transport him directly to his father's company. Anxiously, he glanced at the clock on the wall. The time read 5:40 p.m. There were still 13 minutes left until 5:53 p.m. There was time to intervene. Maud took a slight breath. He was afraid, fearful of encountering a situation reminiscent of Hermione's last ordeal. The distance between what was foreseen and what transpired was merely a matter of minutes, or even less. Maud snapped his fingers once more, and a radiant white halo materialized. Maud envisioned the rooftop of his father Tumail's company, a place seldom frequented by anyone. At that moment, a scarred-faced wizard named Star Reguff was traversing the Muggle world, clad in a gray cloak that concealed his visage. He had come to settle a score, yet his quest for vengeance was abruptly interrupted by the Muggle authorities, causing his adversary to escape. As a pure-blood wizard from America, how could he possibly endure such indignity? Retribution. He must exact a severe reckoning upon these muggles. The dark wizard genes coursing through his veins began to stir. Star Reguff, in a frenzy, soared through the high-rise, exultantly riding his broomstick. His wand ignited with fiery sparks, unleashing torrents of flames into the sky, cascading downwards with ferocity. The inferno ravaged both buildings and streets alike, sending the populace into a chaotic frenzy, shrieking in terror. Yet, Star Reguff continued to ignite bonfires, as if hosting a raucous celebration of his own, laughing maniacally. Before long, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors appeared, attempting to manage the chaotic scene. Cease this at once. A middle-aged Auror called out from atop a high building, glaring at Star Reguff and admonishing his reckless actions. Star Reguff responded with a harsh, guttural laugh. Do not attempt to stop me, or you shall perish. His exceptional flying skills rendered him unafraid of interception. If worse came to worst, his family would ensure his safety. To him, no problem was insurmountable when profit was at stake. The middle-aged Auror's expression soured as he seemed to recognize the wizard before him, a flicker of apprehension regarding his magic evident, for he was not adept at casting spells in midair. In that moment of hesitation, Star Reguff took flight on his broomstick, swiftly departing in the direction of Tomail's company. With incredible speed, he soon outpaced the bumbling Aurors trailing behind him. He raised his wand, intent on continuing his pyrotechnic revelry. Suddenly, a deafening crack of purple lightning struck the clear blue sky without warning. Countless arcs of electricity danced through the air. Star Reguff frantically maneuvered on his broomstick to evade the onslaught, but soon, the radiant purple light surged forth again. Who? He bellowed. Show yourself. He had surmised that someone was orchestrating this chaos. After all, how could thunder possibly erupt on a clear day? A thunderous boom echoed in response. Once again, several bolts of lightning struck down. Ultimately, the scarred-faced sorcerer was compelled to descend ever lower. He turned and fled into the distance, seeking to evade this infernal phenomenon. Maud stood atop a lofty building, gently caressing the black serpent in his hand. His golden eyes shimmered with a faint luminescence. This was the magic of distant foresight. Maud is guiding the black serpent, striving to enhance the precision of the lightning strikes. However, the distance remains a formidable challenge. The black serpent emits soft calls, its inner magic surging with vigor. In the distance, bolts of lightning descend in succession, while the thunder reverberates continuously across the clear sky. Maud gazed intently at the distant figure, awkwardly attempting to evade detection, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. A sudden smile graced his lips. If only he could draw nearer. The elusive prey would undoubtedly fall victim to the wrath of the black serpent's lightning. Such an outcome would be most gratifying. The regulations of the Ministry of Magic held no sway over him, for they dictated that wizards must refrain from casting spells in the Muggle world. What relevance did this bear to the black serpent? It was merely a diminutive snake, or rather, a little dragon. However, fate had other plans. He turned away. In the distance, an Auror had taken notice of the celestial phenomena. Was it yet another wizard? The middle-aged Auror squinted, uncertainty clouding his thoughts, for he had never witnessed such magic before. A few Aurors busied themselves with erasing the memories of Muggles who had glimpsed Star Regulus before they commenced their pursuit in the direction of Star Regulus. Before long, Maud's keen sight discerned several Aurors arriving belatedly. Among them, one Auror appeared to sense his gaze and turned to look in his direction. Maud snapped his fingers and instantly vanished from sight. The lightning abruptly ceased. Maud continued to gaze at the distant figure of the wizard, observing as he gradually receded, descending lower and lower. It seemed as if he were about to touch the ground in that very spot. Maud remembered a desolate factory, where the scar-faced sorcerer was unlikely to escape. Maud stepped out of the Auror's line of sight as the portal to another realm unfolded before him. He stepped through once more, his figure and the gateway vanishing in an instant. The Sunlight Immortal Steel Factory appeared to be a forsaken establishment, stripped bare of all its contents, leaving only dust and an expanse of emptiness. Star Reguff descended, breathless, his heart racing as if it were about to burst. He nearly believed he was on the brink of death. Damn it, he exclaimed vehemently. Let me know which wizard did this. I will make him pay. Oh. And what will you do to him? A youthful voice interrupted Star Reguff's tirade. Before him, a luminous circle, radiant with brilliant white light, materialized from thin air. A figure emerged, clad in a black suit, with ebony hair and dark eyes. Who are you? Star Reguff queried, a mixture of wariness and anger lacing his tone, as he brandished his wand. Me? Maud adjusted his black top hat and let out a chuckle. He appeared remarkably composed, yet his laughter concealed an ineffable fury. For before him stood a sorcerer who was not only grotesque in appearance, but harbored intentions to harm his family. Had he not foreseen this threat and arrived just in time, I am merely a humble individual seeking to encounter the divine. He paused momentarily. Starry Guff observed Maud's demeanor and noted that he bore no wand. What, then, was the source of that recent lightning? I am a member of the Reguff family of North America, closely associated with your Ministry of Magic, am I not? Yet, I have no desire to delve into this matter. Maud derived some information from his statement. The individual before him was not a British wizard, but rather belonged to North America. He was part of a family known as the Reguff. Although he was unfamiliar with this lineage, the clues were sufficient for him to investigate and prepare himself. The starry wand began to emit sparks of fire, and fierce flames were about to erupt. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Esti, a Reguff, as he hurriedly turned to evade the impending danger. A purple beam shot past him, narrowly grazing his body, leaving his hand scorched. He looked again in Maud's direction, only to find the person had vanished. Where could he have gone? He waved his wand, invoking a protective charm. A transparent barrier enveloped him, shielding him from harm. He scanned his surroundings warily, but there was no sign of anyone in any direction. Show yourself, Sta Reguff bellowed, hoping to draw out his adversary and reveal their location. A stiff voice echoed from a distance, prompting Sta Reguff to swiftly turn around. The figure of Maud materialized before him. Star Regus, in a moment of fervent rage, unleashed a blazing inferno. No, it was the Fiendfire curse. He intended to inflict excruciating agony upon this bewildering adversary before him, leading to his demise. The golden-orange flames instantaneously transformed into a ferocious beast of fire, lunging towards Maud with an insatiable hunger. The roar of the seething flames reverberated within the empty factory. Echoing ominously, the searing heat permeated the surroundings. Star Regus appeared to envision Maud being consumed, a peculiar chuckle escaping his lips, reminiscent of a mindless, cold-blooded predator. Yet, the figure of Maud disappeared abruptly. In the fleeting moment before contact with the flames, he transformed into a radiant beam of light. Star Reguff was momentarily taken aback. A rigid voice echoed in the air once more. Star Reguff turned to glance behind him, where the dark silhouette had already positioned itself at his back, seemingly still smirking. Unforgivable, not a spell. Star Reguff once again unleashed the fiery spell. Flames erupted from his wand, coalescing into a curtain of fire that surged toward Maud's figure once more. Alas, it was a lamentable fate. The figure of Maud has once again vanished. Here. The figure of Maud appeared and vanished repeatedly around him, accompanied by that rigid voice which intermittently echoed. Star Reguff finally sensed that something was amiss. This is not you, is it, young wizard? He squinted, seemingly regaining his composure. Yet, within him, anxiety and fear began to swell. Such magic was unlike anything he had ever encountered. And the unknown is the most terrifying of all, is it not? The voice resonated from behind him. Are you not going to glance over your shoulder? Do you believe that mere armor can protect you? Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air. Star Reguff turned in panic. A flurry of frost arrows, shimmering with a blue luminescence, hurtled towards him. He hastily mounted his broomstick, soaring into the sky to evade the onslaught of arrows. Alas, the frost arrows had locked onto him. Even with the swift velocity of his enchanted broom, he could not escape their relentless pursuit. This was the work of Maud, conjuring illusions of light to disorient him while summoning the frost arrows to thwart his escape. Armor, shield me, he cried out. An invisible, translucent barrier materialized, intercepting the foremost frost arrows. A brilliant blue light erupted. The chilling aura permeated the air, sending a shiver down Star Reguff's spine. Moisture in the atmosphere coalesced into crystalline ice shards, cascading downwards. At that moment, he spotted Maud's figure behind the factory. Elation surged within him as he hastily urged his broom to race towards it. Maud raised his head, gazing up at him as he approached, and offered him a smile. A chill crept over Star Reguff's back. He understood that yet another surprise awaited him. However, he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to seize this elusive sorcerer, who had proven remarkably adept at evasion. Maud snapped his fingers. He had already exchanged places with the Phantom of Light. The Phantom of Light remained locked in a gaze with Star Reguff. A wave of weightlessness surged through Star Reguff's heart. The powers of the Phantom of Light were at play. Star Reguff lost his sense of direction. His broom momentarily spiraled out of control, descending toward the ground. His legs scraped incessantly against the surface. He emitted a terrified scream. The frost arrows from the sky are hurtling down in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The blue light blossomed continuously. The icy surface crystallized and spread forth, beginning to creep up Star Reguff's legs. Soon, he found himself unable to soar, paralyzed in place. His feet had been completely frozen. Before he could utter another word, he was already dead, pierced through by several frost arrows. His body became an ice sculpture, refracting light in a dazzling display. Maud waved his hand once more, conjuring a fire lion enveloped in flames, its body shimmering in deep crimson and golden orange hues. Occasionally, it dripped molten lava, creating small craters upon the ground. This was the lava heart talent bestowed upon him by the Black Serpent. The lava fire lion leapt gracefully, landing atop the ice sculpture. The icy surface dissolved into a cascade of blue light. Flames and semi-molten lava gradually consumed the form before it, leaving nothing but silence in their wake. Maud finally felt the immense weight upon his heart lift. He gazed up at the sky, then turned his gaze towards his father, Tamale. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a sense of tranquility and comfort. The weather was delightful. With a wave of his hand, a blue orb shot forth from a distance, entering his being. The ethereal light transformed into a mist and vanished. The fiery lion dissipated as well. A portal of space unfurled in the air like a canvas coming to life. Maud pressed down his black hat and stepped inside. After a while, several figures materialized in place, the very Aurors from before. The leading middle-aged Auror surveyed the scorched marks and the numerous craters on the ground. He vaguely surmised that the deranged wizard might have already met his demise. The Regulus family. He shook his head, sighing. Alas, it seems that only those above can take care of this. Maud, are we stirring things up? Just raise it high. Hey, everyone, take a look at this, Ron exclaimed, pointing at the newspaper in his hand. This newspaper had just arrived via owl post. Maud sat opposite him, catching a glimpse of a corner of the newspaper. Shocked. A wizard in North America has been brutally murdered in the Muggle world. What a shocking revelation. What a brutal murder. Maud squinted his eyes, contemplating the events he had encountered. He surmised that this newspaper was indeed discussing that very matter. What is it? Harry inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Could this be a monumental incident akin to the previous theft at Gringotts? I assure you, you will be utterly astonished. Ron tantalizingly withheld details, prompting Hermione to roll her eyes. Spit it out, stop rambling, she urged. Oh, Hermione, you're such a killjoy, Ron retorted, finally relaying the newspaper's content. A direct descendant of the Lestrange family from North America, Stas Lestrange, has reportedly fallen victim to an assault by dark wizards in the Muggle world, with the motive for his murder currently unknown. Stas Lestrange's visit to the British wizarding community was intended as a diplomatic mission representing the Lestrange family in cordial engagement with the Ministry of Magic. Minister Cornelius Fudge has pledged to pursue the truth with utmost diligence, ensuring that the Lestrange family receives an appropriate explanation. The newspaper featured a moving image depicting the confrontation between Mold and Stas Lestrange, alongside footage of Cornelius Fudge during an interview. Maud's brow furrowed in contemplation. The newspaper offered no coverage of Star Reguff's actions. Instead, it meticulously portrayed the various individuals expressing sorrow and condolences for his fate. Within this narrative, he had been transformed into a quintessentially malevolent dark wizard, while Star Reguff was merely depicted as an innocent visitor to the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. His emotions swayed, yet he found acceptance in it. For the Ministry had indeed succumbed to corruption wrought by power. Moreover, this incident was orchestrated by Nicholas Flamel. What concern was it of Maud Maris? What on earth? Did this imply that a dark wizard had infiltrated the Muggle world, and that Star Reguff was already deceased? In that fleeting moment, Harry reflected on the fate of his own parents, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Dark wizard? Hermione cradled her face in her hands. Her eyes darted around, seemingly engaged in profound thought. She chanced upon Maud's smile. Maud, do you know something? The others turned their gazes toward him. To find amusement in such disheartening news, was it ignorance of the truth, or a sign of madness? Certainly, Maud smiled as he spoke. Really? How do you know? He asked eagerly, gazing into the expectant eyes of the three little ones. He could only continue, I don't know. With a dismissive tone, he added. But the answer is quite apparent. What do you mean? Hermione fixed her gaze upon him, awaiting some profound insight. Distant yet near, Maud asserted with unwavering confidence, leaving Hermione momentarily taken aback. Did this imply he was referring to himself? But how could that possibly be? Maud is merely a little sorceress with a slight understanding of magic. She cast aside her thoughts. The true culprit lies within. Maud pointed to a knowledge dissemination column in the newspaper. Here, A few individuals initially believed that Mode was about to reveal some valuable information. Upon closer inspection, they could not help but roll their eyes. They had anticipated something significant, only to find that the culprit lay upon a map of Britain. "Let us not dwell on this," Harry interjected. "We are still investigating the identity of Nicholas Flamel." However, as of now, there had been no progress. Hagrid mentioned that the three-headed dog guarded something of immense value. This matter was between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, and they were advised not to interfere. Yet, how could the curiosity of young wizards be so easily quelled by a mere statement? Ron sighed as he listened. "Please, don't bring it up again. I'm on the verge of nausea after spending the entire day buried in the library." Hermione also shook her head, indicating that she had found no leads. "Oh, Mode, you might not be aware." Ron intended to enlighten Mode about the unfolding narrative. Maud smiled at them. "Hermione, you truly do not know Nicholas Flamel? You are the Miss Know-It-All." Hermione paused, bewildered. "Me?" She pointed to herself, trying to recall any information but could not remember anything about the name. "Ah, you see. Your reading habits are both slow and careless. This is something you must rectify." Hermione's expression darkened. "First, you said I read slowly. Then, you mentioned I was careless. Now, it seems they have combined, haven't they?" "Indeed, Hermione, as the Miss Know-It-All, how could you be unaware of such a fact?" Ron chimed in, unwilling to revisit the tedious books that were as dull as earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione took several deep breaths, seemingly on the verge of losing her temper. She truly could not tolerate Ron's foolishness. "Oh, look at you, harboring such a petty grudge." "Wah wah wah." Harry timely covered Ron's mouth. Maud nodded. Harry's movements became increasingly swift and proficient. "Ron, you're mistaken." Maud began to instruct Ron on the ways of life. "Although you are handsome." Motun paused for a moment. It was rather ordinary, yet one cannot so bluntly articulate the shortcomings of others, for one is not without flaws oneself. As he spoke, he keenly observed the expressions of several individuals. With a nod of satisfaction, he thought to himself, has not the atmosphere improved? A cold voice interjected, addressing Mr. Maris. Mord instinctively turned around. Professor Snape? Clad in his flowing black robes, Professor Snape silently approached the group from behind. "I have a matter to discuss with you." He gestured for Mord to follow, taking the lead. "Oh, I truly sympathize with you, Mord," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. "He might be planning to use you as fodder for the three-headed dog, just to retrieve something for himself." Mord chuckled softly. "You clever little mind. You've thought quite well. No more contemplation from now on." He followed Professor Snape, and together they made their way to the professor's office. "There are two matters," Professor Snape began. "I require your assistance with two tasks, Mr. Maris." Maud nodded. "The first task is to appoint you as my potions assistant." Professor Snape remained astounded by the potion-making suggestions that Maud had previously presented. He wished to ascertain whether Maud Maris truly possessed a remarkable talent in this domain. If so, such a gift ought not to be squandered. Maud looked utterly perplexed. "The second matter concerns the arrival of Mrs. Lily Potter." Maud suddenly realized that the time had come. The tools were set to be activated. "Maud, is the tool person online?" "Professor Snape, could you perhaps offer a little motivation for updates and a 5-star review?" "Then let us begin." Professor Snape's expression remains as impassive as ever. Maud looked at Professor Snape, a thought brewing in his mind. Where should he begin? "Professor Snape?" he inquired. "I believe the second matter holds greater significance for you, especially considering it concerns Lady Lily Potter." Suddenly, a twitch flickered at the corner of Professor Snape's mouth. "Mary's." Maud scrutinized Professor Snape's expression. Maintaining a perpetually cold demeanor was hardly effective. Has he allowed for a hint of emotion? Professor Snape's eyes grew increasingly frigid. He called out Maud's name once more, Maud Maris. "Oh, here I am. Professor Snape, shall we first pay a visit to Madame Potter? I find myself quite longing for her company as well." Maud stepped forward boldly. The prohibition of apparition within Hogwarts has its pros and cons. The drawbacks are particularly evident here. Once again, they dashed out of Hogwarts and arrived at the entrance of Hogsmeade Village. Professor Snape executed the spell of apparition, and in an instant, the two vanished from their original location, seemingly swept away by a vortex of space. In truth, Maud's perception of this magic was akin to that. Apparition equates to a washing machine, a swirling vortex of space. They arrived at the familiar cottage, under the slightly aloof yet expectant gaze of Professor Snape. Maud manifested the fundamental magic of the soul. He drew forth his dragon heart wand, half-etched with a radiant array. "Return, O souls." A green luminescence flickered incessantly within the chamber, heralding the resurgence of a spirit from a decade past. Lily Potter appeared as she had before, as if roused from a tranquil slumber by a gentle call. She opened her misty emerald eyes, blinking slowly. After a brief moment, she uttered, "Severus, it is a pleasure to see you again. And you, dear little M.O., oh, how you have become even more charming." Maud wore a somewhat awkward expression. "I did not intend to, but the elven bloodline compels me," he replied with a smile. "It's a phase of development. Young wizards tend to behave this way, don't they?" Lily Potter teased him with a playful glance. "Indeed," he affirmed. Maud nodded slightly. Lily turned to observe Professor Snape, scrutinizing his appearance. "Severus, you have not changed at all." Her tone quivered, tinged with a hint of irritation. "You ought to heed my previous advice and embrace the sunlight of this world. You cannot follow in Professor Dumbledore's footsteps, remaining solitary for a lifetime." "Ahem." Professor Snape coughed, interrupting Lily's words. He directed his gaze towards Maud. "Lily, I need to speak with Maris for a moment." The two approached the doorway. "Maris, please wait outside for a while. In an hour, we will return to Hogwarts to commence our potion brewing." Bang. The door shut. Maud blinked his eyes. It is widely acknowledged that a while equates to an hour. He shook his head. Professor Snape, indeed, exemplified the notion of ingratitude. The path ahead had become quite constricted. Nevertheless, the topic at hand was rather sensational. "Professor Dumbledore, you have set a poor example. Take care of yourself." He then recalled the image of Professor Snape, radiant and laughing heartily. Was it a smile that blossomed like a flower or a mere smirk? Maud nodded with satisfaction. If Professor Snape were to take on such an appearance, then the greatest merit would undoubtedly belong to me, the sage spirit, Maud Maris. "Farewell, Lily." Once more, Severus bid farewell to Lily, his cold tone and terse words scarcely concealing the tumult within his heart. "Severus, once again you have disregarded my counsel. I shall speak again next time." Lily Potter remarked with a raised brow, smiling as she waved goodbye to Professor Snape. Her figure dissolved into shimmering dust. Professor Snape continued to watch as the luminescent particles vanished completely. The thoughts within his heart had undergone considerable transformation, a change he could feel deeply. The reason? Merely the possibility of Lily's resurrection. Maud had left the door ajar for some time, yet he refrained from disturbing Professor Snape. The profound emotions of parting and reunion were sacred, and he was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere. It was not until the green light dissipated that Maud gently tapped on the door. "Knock, knock." Professor Snape turned his attention. "Come in, Maris. I am concocting the polyjuice potion. Observe closely. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to ask." Snape placed 12 lacewings, which had been simmering for 21 days, along with 1 ounce of coarse antimony, leeches, and fluxweed into the cauldron. He continued, "Do not overlook any detail, nor assume that the contents of the book are infallible. No master potion maker would foolishly replicate the text verbatim." Maud nodded thoughtfully. He recalled Professor Snape's notes from the Half-Blood Prince. Indeed, Snape often endeavored to transcend conventional boundaries, rendering the processes of potion-making appear more straightforward and efficient. Maud gazed intently at Professor Snape as he meticulously stirred the potion's intermediate mixture. It was evident that he regarded the concoction as a masterpiece in need of refinement. "You may take notes on this potion and document the operations you find perplexing. Once I have completed the brewing, I shall review your notes." Maud nodded. "Taking notes is my forte." He retrieved his spell book and, with a quill in hand, seemed to be inscribing something. However, the notes had already accumulated significantly. A greater portion of the content was swiftly formatted within the spell book at an astonishing pace. Maud has, in fact, been taking notes from the very beginning. Maud looked intently at Professor Snape's meticulous brewing process, contemplating the ingredients of the potion. Suddenly, he recalled the recent knowledge he had acquired about potion making. The addition of an additional 14 ounces of fluxweed would undoubtedly enhance the potion's efficacy and expedite its results. As he organized these thoughts in his mind, he continued to observe Professor Snape diligently crafting the potion. "Professor Snape," he interjected, "adding 14 more ounces of fluxweed would yield even more remarkable effects." Maud could not shake off his habit of pointing fingers. Sighing inwardly, he acknowledged that this flaw must be rectified. Professor Snape cast a glance at him, his eyes flickering as if in contemplation. He listened to Maud's suggestion and poured another 14 ounces of fluxweed into the cauldron. The liquid within began to transform once more. Finally, he added a strand of hair, completing the concoction. A cup of violet gold solution emerged, a resounding success. The aroma of malt wafted through the air, the most delightful potion Snape had encountered in years. What extraordinary effects might this brew yield? Snape found himself feeling a twinge of anticipation. Maud looked at the appearance of the solution, yet his attention was elsewhere. In his mind, he envisioned something intriguing. A transformation potion. Oh no, a gender-altering elixir? Maud, would you care for a peculiar potion of uncertain effects, dear? Maud blinked his eyes. Transformation? A splendid idea. Marys, why don't you give it a try? Professor Snape said as he held the vial of the potion. He gently shook the bottle, and instantly, the liquid within began to ripple, shimmering with an enigmatic blend of purple and gold. Me? Maud pointed at himself. Do you mean to suggest that I must play the guinea pig? Isn't that somewhat excessive? Professor Snape, I advise you to reconsider. Indeed. Professor Snape replied coldly. Rest assured. Based on the materials and the resultant solution, they are entirely harmless. The effects possess a temporal nature, and I have also conducted toxicity tests. Maud touched his golden hair thoughtfully. Why not let Malfoy have a go? I've heard he has quite an affinity for potions. Professor Snape shook his head. That would not be appropriate if you wish to keep this under wraps. This remark left Maud momentarily speechless. Very well. Maud took the purple gold potion. Professor. Whose hair is this? Harry inquired. Maud took a whiff of the concoction in the bottle. A rich aroma of malt wafted towards him. He took a small sip. The taste was reminiscent of milk, imbued with the essence of malt, and carried a hint of delightful sweetness. The flavor was indeed quite exquisite. Maud gulped it down in one go, savoring the taste for a moment. It was simply more exquisite than the pure milk of 82. Please refill my cup, ahem. Within Maud's body, an unusual sensation gradually emerged. His muscles transformed, his bones shifted, and both his skin and hair underwent notable changes. Yet, this experience was not unpleasant. Soon, he bore the likeness of Harry Potter, with striking emerald eyes. Snape observed Maud's transformation, his gaze inadvertently growing colder. He began to document the process with his quill, murmuring, the flavor should be quite delightful. No adverse reactions during the transformation. Duration, 30 seconds. Excellent. What sensations do you currently experience? I mean, how does it compare to the polyjuice potion described in the text? Emoda did not respond directly. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be attuned to something within himself. After a moment, he replied, I believe I can revert to my original form in an instant. Maud simply pondered for a moment. His entire being underwent a transformation once more, reverting to that of the golden-haired youth. Professor Snape gazed at him with his piercing, indifferent eyes. Incredible, he declared emphatically. In that fleeting instant, Maud morphed once again into the likeness of Harry. Maud concluded, I can sense the depletion of the potion within me, which indicates the duration of my transformation. This potion should last for an hour and a half. Moreover, it appears to grant only 3 opportunities for transformation. First, from myself to Harry, then back to myself, and finally once again to Harry. After that, I must wait for the effect to wear off. Excellent, Professor Snape nodded. This is vastly superior to the ordinary polyjuice potion. The standard version possesses only a single function, allowing an individual to assume another's appearance for 1 hour. In contrast, this enhanced polyjuice potion extends its effectiveness to an hour and a half. Do not underestimate that additional half hour. It represents a significant increase of 50 in potency. Furthermore, it enables the wizard to perceive the remaining duration of their transformation, greatly mitigating the potential embarrassment of losing track of time due to distractions and perhaps averting a perilous situation. Its transformative capabilities have also become more versatile, allowing for 3 transformations in total. An hour and a half passed. Maud has indeed reverted to his original form. Professor Snape fixed a penetrating gaze upon him, his expression more grave than ever before. Mr. Maris, regardless of whether you have acquired knowledge from others or possess innate talent, it has now become your distinct advantage in potion making. I implore you to seize this opportunity and not squander it. After a brief pause, Professor Snape continued. It could potentially revolutionize the entire field of potionology. At the utterance of these words, a glimmer seemed to ignite in Professor Snape's eyes. Maud sat cheerfully within the confines of the enchanted room, clutching a potion borrowed from Professor Snape. He was diligently preparing to brew a potion known as the Transfiguration Elixir. This remarkable elixir, crafted by the renowned potion master, Filth, possesses the extraordinary ability to transform an individual's appearance into that of the opposite sex within the span of 1 hour. Importantly, this transformation does not result in becoming another person, but rather an alternate version of oneself. Moreover, the elixir boasts an alluring quality. Its brewing process, though somewhat intricate, offers immense benefits to novice potion makers. The creation of such a potion accelerates the mastery of fundamental potion-making techniques and the adept use of tools, enhancing the potion maker's sensitivity to herbs and other materials. This, in turn, aids in discovering optimal proportions, showcasing a truly magical effect. Additionally, when combined with another potion, the enchantment elixir, it provides certain advantages in the study of magic. This potion is indeed a boon for both the creator and the user. On one hand, the brewing of this elixir will expedite Maud's journey toward becoming a potion master, greatly benefiting his subsequent magical studies. Whether it be the auxiliary potions derived from his elven heritage or those that facilitate ascension to higher wizarding realms, they all carry a similar warning. Future auxiliary potions will demand increasingly rigorous knowledge and precision in execution, as even the slightest error could lead to failure in potion brewing. On the other hand, this elixir is perfectly suited for Harry. Alas, I, Maud Maris, find that this is the only passion I have left. Maud chuckled softly once more. He prepared the pot and cauldron, igniting the flame, with a blend of grass leaf powder, licorice powder, ancient wood flowers, and snake skin. Maud was interrupted by the entrance of Harry and his companions. Ron's greeting caused Maud's hand to tremble slightly. Maud instinctively hurled the crucible away. Bang! As expected, it exploded. Cough, cough. Harry and his companions, their faces smeared with soot, coughed incessantly. What on earth have you done? They exclaimed, coughing. The stench is truly unbearable. Mort, Hermione shouted. Are you there? Maud touched his nose, and, upon observing the woeful state of the three little ones, could not help but chuckle. However, under Hermione's murderous glare, he quickly shut his mouth. This is not my fault, Ron, alas. Maud shook his head. You are speaking too loudly. It is disrupting my potion brewing. This is a remarkable concoction I am preparing for you. A remarkable concoction? Harry inquired, bewildered. Maud nodded. Indeed, this will aid you in swiftly mastering the arcane arts. However, there are minor side effects to consider. Maud, Harry, I am doing this for your own good. A potion to master magic more swiftly? Hermione blinked in surprise. Does such a potion exist? Maud nodded slightly. A minor potion. Hermione rolled her eyes. Maud's peculiarities have always been attributed to whimsical enchantments or minor potions. She truly yearned to peer into Maud's mind and uncover what resided within. Oh, is it truly possible? Can this indeed elevate my somewhat lacking magical prowess? Ron felt a surge of excitement. He too perceived the potential in this elixir. With such a potion, wouldn't he need to imbibe several vials to swiftly ascend to the esteemed position of Gryffindor's prefect? Indeed, splendid. Maud smiled and nodded gently. Ron's understanding of himself grew increasingly profound. Hermione once again scrutinized Maud's face. Why do I feel as though your intentions are not entirely benevolent? Am I mistaken? You are misjudging, he replied. What are the side effects of this potion? At present, it remains unknown. We shall only discern its effects through experience. Is that so? He said, disregarding the skeptical gaze that Hermione directed toward him. Maud gazed at Harry as if appraising a work of art, leaving Harry feeling somewhat unnerved. Enough. You all step aside and do not disturb me, he commanded. Maud spoke as he picked up the crucible, resuming his seated position on the ground to continue the concoction of the transformation potion. Harry and Ron displayed little interest in potion making. It was, after all, synonymous with the notorious old bat, Snape. Merely witnessing it was quite distressing. However, Hermione crouched down, her gaze fixed on Maud. May I observe? She inquired. For Miss Granger's insatiable curiosity had never waned. After a moment of contemplation, Immode acquiesced. It was not something that required confidentiality. At worst, he could attribute the credit to Professor Snape. Maud reintroduced the powdered grass leaves, licorice, ancient wood flowers, and serpent skin into the heated crucible, embarking on the preparation of the first layer of the potion. The concoction of this elixir is a meticulous process, comprising 4 distinct layers, necessitating the brewing of 4 foundational solutions. These solutions are subsequently amalgamated and subjected to further refinement, ultimately culminating in the creation of a transformative potion. Maud could not comprehend why the refinement process of such a practical potion was so intricate. The solution within the crucible began to bubble vigorously. After a while, signs of solidification started to emerge. Moody poured the ingredients into the beaker, embarking on the creation of the second layer of the potion. Hermione understood that brewing potions required unwavering focus and should not be disturbed. Thus, she sat quietly to the side, observing intently. The fundamentals of potion brewing seemed to have surpassed her once again. Despite her recent dedication to studying potions, she still finds herself unable to keep pace with Mo. Has Professor Snape provided him with special instruction, or is it merely the mark of genius? How infuriating. For the first time, Hermione's identity as an academic overachiever is called into question. During the process of concoction, Maud inadvertently scorched the crucible once more, resulting in the ruin of 4 to 5 batches of fundamental potions. At long last, he arrived at the final step. With meticulous care, he poured 4 cups of the basic solution along the inner wall of the crucible in succession. The dark red liquid, upon stirring, gradually transformed into a pale red and then further lightened until it became a transparent solution interwoven with delicate strands of green. Maud surveyed the vial of solution with satisfaction. It was merely a passable transmutation elixir. The hue was less than ideal, as he had not refined the concoction to its utmost perfection. Nevertheless, it possessed a certain degree of transformative efficacy. As for the other enchanting potion, that would have to wait for another occasion to be crafted. It was quite taxing. Maud reflected on his experiences during the potion brewing process. He became acquainted with most of the tools necessary for potion making, gaining a deeper familiarity with their usage. Moreover, his understanding of herbs has significantly improved. It is a peculiar sensation, as if he is beginning to communicate with the herbs and various materials, enabling him to better control the proportions of each ingredient. Excellent, Hermione observed Maud as he swirled the cup of solution, catching a whiff of the aromatic scent of licorice wafting from it. Indeed, it smelled distinctly of licorice. Have you completed the brewing? She inquired. Maud nodded. Harry. He turned his gaze towards Harry and Ron. Harry was being struck by dark lightning, while Ron had just finished his ordeal and was resting. The dark serpent ceased its lightning. Harry raised his head and looked at Maud, who was holding a potion. What is it, Maud? Nothing. I just want you to try this potion. Me? Why not let me do it? Ron exclaimed eagerly, unable to contain his excitement to try the potion. You? Maud shot him a disdainful glance. This cup is meant for Harry. Indeed, this solution can only be considered a semi-finished product. There is another potion that must be paired with it. Only when taken together will it assist in the study of magic. However, I wish to see if this one is successful. Harry tilted his head, perplexed as to how this related to him consuming the potion, but he nodded nonetheless. Then I shall give it a try. He took the vial and drank it in one gulp. The flavor of licorice was not as overpowering as that of the licorice wand, and it was quite pleasant. Ron, watching, felt an impulse to lick the bottle cap, to lick the cup. He had a fondness for licorice snacks. But soon, that envious gaze shifted dramatically. Oh! Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison. They watched as Harry's body began to transform, shifting towards that of a girl. Maud looked on quietly, yet within, he incessantly compared the visages of Harry and Lily Potter. How utterly fascinating! Meanwhile, Harry acutely sensed the transformations occurring within his own body. His hair lengthened, his features softened, his limbs grew more delicate, and his skin became fairer. By Merlin's beard, Harry, you have changed. Ron observed in amazement, pulling out a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket and began to indulge in them. This was akin to a thrilling Quidditch match, simply splendid. How adorable! Hermione exclaimed as she stepped forward to pinch Harry's cherubic cheeks. Oh no, Harry's cherubic cheeks. His almond-shaped emerald eyes, petite nose, and gentle black hair. The contours of his face began to resemble those of Lily Potter. Maud seemed to have caught sight of a miniature version of black-haired Lily Potter. 3 individuals were astonished, while Harry remained in a state of bewilderment. When Hermione presented him with the small mirror, he finally exclaimed in surprise, "How have I transformed into this?" Even his voice had taken on a somewhat endearing, childlike quality. Maud blinked his eyes. He could already envision Snape's eager demeanor. Harry gazed at Maud with his emerald green eyes. Ahem, I'm uncertain as well. However, this should be a side effect of the potion. Maud looked at Harry's adorable little face and shook his head. A bite can eliminate the side effects. It is certainly not an effect. What is the name of this potion? This is potion number 1, also known as the enchantment elixir. When used in conjunction with potion number 2, it will facilitate the learning of magic. Harry nodded, somewhat bewildered. He was still in a state of confusion. How long will the side effects of this potion last? Hermione finally set aside her little hands that had been pinching her cheeks and focused her gaze. It should last less than an hour. This side effect is rather peculiar, isn't it? Hermione remarked. Who knows? Maud shrugged. Ron approached as well, scrutinizing Harry's appearance once more. I asked, Maud, does drinking the potion truly result in such a transformation? Ron pondered the effects of the potion. To abstain seemed a pity. Yet to partake would lead to such a visage. Wouldn't that diminish his future stature as a formidable Gryffindor prefect? Maud nodded. Good and bad coexist. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If you cannot accept it, that is perfectly fine. At worst, one can simply embrace the role of an underachiever. Ron scratched his head, momentarily lost in contemplation. Maud glanced at Harry once more. The effects had manifested. Should Professor Snape not have the opportunity to assess them? To provide his critique on the efficacy of the potion? Then, Hermione also turned her gaze towards Harry, suddenly struck by a thought. Wasn't there a potions class with Professor Snape scheduled for the afternoon? Harry's expression immediately soured. What am I to do? I cannot simply go over there like this. Can I? Maud's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a coincidence. It was undoubtedly mere happenstance. He certainly had not perused the course schedule. No matter, cough cough. Maud gently patted Harry's shoulder. Your height hasn't changed much. Just wear a simple long robe that slightly obscures your face. Maud and his companions walked ahead, concealing Harry's figure. The group returned to the Gryffindor common room. Harry donned a slightly oversized robe, complemented by a hat reminiscent of a wizard's cap. The brim was broader, capable of shielding him from light. If one did not look closely, only a vague outline of his face could be discerned. Maud nodded slightly, observing Harry's anxious expression. Hermione spoke to reassure him. It's all right, Harry. From this angle, I can hardly make out your features. Maud also spoke, even if he had seen it. He would merely assert that he accidentally consumed the compound tonic I brought. As for its origin, Professor Snape Harry finally felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. The distance from the Gryffindor common room to the classroom was not particularly far. Harry's attire was somewhat peculiar, but it only elicited a few curious glances. With relative ease, the group arrived at the potions classroom. What if Professor Snape calls on me to answer a question? Harry whispered in a rather high-pitched voice. This tone of his was decidedly unusual. Wouldn't he that reveal everything? No worries, Harry. Just pitch your voice higher and claim you're unwell, Hermione advised. Soon after, Professor Snape entered the room, his black cloak swirling as he strode in with a stern expression. Turn to page 45 of Introduction to Potions. Today, we shall study. Professor Snape paused, his gaze landing on Harry's strange attire. Mr. Potter, what on earth are you doing? He remarked coldly. Have you engaged in some forbidden activity to warrant such a costume? Harry, momentarily flustered, was rendered speechless. Professor Snape approached, grasping Harry's head, and leaned down to gradually raise Harry's face. Maud's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had beheld something astonishing. Maud knew that he had already glimpsed Harry's face. On the other side, in the Slytherin seats, Malfoy was also fixated on the scene before him, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. He could easily envision the moment when Harry would embarrass himself. Oh, Harry Potter. Subsequently, under Malfoy's watchful gaze, Professor Snape gently adjusted Harry's hat and softly patted the back of his head. Malfoy, is this truly the behavior expected from an irate professor? Mr. Potter, if you are feeling unwell, do remember to rest adequately, Professor Snape remarked before turning back to the podium. Harry was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the peculiar state he was in. Did Snape not see how odd he appeared? Had Snape lost his mind? Hermione and Ron shared the same look of confusion. Maud was nearly overcome with laughter. Professor Snape appeared to be in a rather peculiar state. Such was the formidable nature of Lady Lily Potter. Subsequently, we proceeded to discuss the utilization of tools and potions, particularly the methods of employing the cauldron and the precautions that must be observed. During this lesson, Maud noticed an apparent shift in Professor Snape's tone, which seemed less indifferent than usual. Maud observed that Professor Snape was lost in reminiscence, transported back to the moment of his childhood encounter with Lily beneath the trees. The sight of Harry, indeed, wielded a profound emotional impact on Professor Snape. Subsequently, I posed several inquiries. In the previous lesson, I noted that it was remarkably unusual for Professor Snape to refrain from questioning Harry. Instead, he directed his inquiries towards Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, you may answer this question. Malfoy, adept in his potions studies, responded effortlessly, casting a triumphant glance in Maud's direction. Well done, Snape remarked, surveying the room, though his gaze seemed fixated on a particular point. He coldly declared, have you all heard, yet remain unnoted? Is it only Mr. Potter who takes notes? 10 points to Gryffindor. Ron gaped in astonishment as he observed Harry, quill in hand, scribbling unrelated musings upon his parchment. Good heavens, he murmured, has Professor Snape lost his mind? After class, Professor Snape summoned Maud. Marys, did you do this? I mean, the appearance of Potter. Snape quickly surmised that this matter was connected to Maud. Maud knew that concealment was futile and nodded. An unexpectedly created potion elicited a bemused expression from Snape. What are the effects of the potion? He began, but his words trailed off. I have heard that the Ministry of Magic has sent representatives to our school. Oh, why is that? It is rumored to be in connection with the matter reported in the newspaper regarding Stas Reguff. The young wizards engaged in discussion. Maud lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Who had arrived? The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge? Modest pondered the possibility of his exposure. The deed had been done, and he felt no regret whatsoever. After all, Star Reguff was no ordinary individual. He recalled the sequence of his actions, convinced that he had remained undetected. At that time, he had still appeared as Nicholas Jowls. Even if he were to be discovered, it would be a matter concerning Nicholas Jowls alone. Maud speculated once more. The Ministry of Magic likely had not uncovered any leads, but rather had deliberately allowed this matter to escalate to Hogwarts. The underlying reasons, after all, could not stray far from the realms of power and profit. Professor Snape's lips twitched slightly as he murmured to himself. Concerning the potions, I shall consult you another time. He did not finish listening to Maud's exposition on the potions and hurried away, presumably to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Maud looked at the receding figure of Professor Snape. Shaking his head, a new storm had already arisen. At that moment, at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, Lucius Malfoy made his entrance. With his pale face and light blonde hair, a haughty glimmer shone in his gray-blue eyes. He glanced at Professor McGonagall, who seemed to be there to greet him, and at the small wizards gathered around, watching with keen interest. A cold smile crept across his lips, as if mocking something. What brings you here, Lucius? Professor McGonagall inquired, fully aware that the Ministry of Magic's arrival bore no benevolent intentions. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I am here, of course, on official business for the Ministry, Lucius replied, surveying his surroundings. I am here to investigate the clues regarding the Sturgis Podmore incident. Hogwarts has no leads you seek, does it? McGonagall retorted. Yet, I must conduct my routine inspection of this school. Disregarding McGonagall's furious gaze, he sauntered into the castle. Soon, a figure with silver hair cascading to his chest approached. Lucius. Professor Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, revealing his wise blue eyes. What brings you here this time? Oh, Dumbledore, Lucius feigned surprise, smiling. I am here, of course, to clear Hogwarts of any suspicion, as I am an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Is that so? Then let us discuss this in my office. At this point, if it were to be discovered that the Sturgis Podmore incident was linked to Hogwarts, Dumbledore, your position as headmaster may very well be in jeopardy. Lucius said, erupting into laughter, as if he had just recalled an amusing thought. Perhaps you'll even find yourself spending your final days in Azkaban. His last remark carried a heavy certainty, as if he had already concluded that this matter was indeed the work of someone from Hogwarts. Oh, Professor Dumbledore raised his gaze to him, narrowing his eyes, but chose to say nothing further. He was already aware that Lucius's visit was primarily to cast aspersions. As long as I deem Hogwarts responsible, regardless of the truth, that will ultimately be the verdict. This encapsulated Lucius's and the Ministry's stance. The reasoning behind it could stem from his own notorious reputation or formidable magic. Who could say? That evening in the Great Hall, whispers circulated. Have you heard? The Ministry has sent representatives to investigate the Sturgis Podmore incident, Hermione remarked, speaking with Maud and another. What does this have to do with Hogwarts? Harry, in a peculiar manner, inquired whether the Ministry of Magic had lost its senses and become foolish. Ron appeared to have forgotten that there was also a member of the Ministry within his own family. Maud continued to savor the chicken leg in silence. The leg was fried to perfection, both crispy and fragrant. Hermione then spoke again. This time, we are dealing with a man named Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy? Indeed. He is the father of Draco Malfoy, also a graduate of Slytherin House. Then he surely cannot be a man of good character. Lucius? So it is he. Maud savored yet another chicken leg, contemplating the changes that Lucius's arrival might bring. He too was a Death Eater. Would Chilo conspire with Lucius to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Or, more straightforwardly, would they eliminate Harry Potter, the prophesied nemesis of Voldemort? Maud involuntarily narrowed his eyes. He sensed that these occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. Suddenly, a russet figure darted past. Maud raised his head. It was Chilo. Maud. Hermione waved in front of Maud. What is it? Maud regained his senses and picked up a chicken wing. Your voice, Hermione, suddenly diminished. When will the potion of enchantment number 2 be brewed? Are you interested? Maud glanced at her askance. Certainly. Hermione nodded. However, it is merely a slight side effect. Indeed, the The desire to learn magic surpasses fear. This embodies the essence of academic excellence. I, too, harbor a modicum of interest, Harry stammered, appearing somewhat bashful. Although he was not particularly fond of studying, the allure of becoming a master of magic was one he could not resist. Maud nodded. Ultimately, it was Harry who fell for the girl. What did he fall for? I cannot say. I have no desire to become like that. Ron has made up his mind. The idea of becoming a girl is utterly absurd and could tarnish one's reputation. It is resolutely inadvisable. Oh, is that so? Maud smiled. He turned to Hermione and Harry. The potion, Demonis No. 2, should be ready in a few days. Soon, you shall experience its effects. It was developed just as the moment of Harry Potter's resurgence arrived. As for its efficacy, Maud was uncertain, yet it seemed unlikely to be too dismal. Speaking of which, what was the matter with Professor Snape today? Harry finally voiced his curiosity. He had clearly seen my expression, yet chose to remain silent. Instead, it was Maud who filled in the blanks. Oddly enough, he affectionately stroked the back of your head. The very thought of that scene nearly made Maud chuckle. I sensed that his gaze upon you was reminiscent of how one might look at an old acquaintance. Hermione noted the peculiar glint in Snape's eyes at that moment, an intimacy akin to the way my father gazes at my mother. Upon uttering this, she herself seemed incredulous. Harry involuntarily shivered at the recollection of Professor Snape. Snape, something is amiss with you, in my opinion. It is likely that Snape has spent too long in Slytherin and is beginning to lose his sanity, Ron remarked with a shake of his head, as if he believed it to be true. The familiar voice of Mr. Maris echoed through the air. Maud turned instinctively to look back. Professor Dumbledore? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Dumbledore blinked his striking blue eyes. Maud contemplated the reason behind Dumbledore's visit. Silently, he cast a shielding charm and stepped outside. Professor Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings before saying, "Let us proceed to my office." As they strolled under the moonlight, they engaged in light conversation. Mr. Maris, are you aware of the matter for which I sought you? What matter? Maud first thought of the Philosopher's Stone and Lucius. Maud followed Professor Dumbledore directly to his office. Professor Dumbledore remained seated in his chair, resting his hands and gazing at Maud in silence. His piercing azure eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of Maud's soul. Was he attempting to read his thoughts? A faint chuckle escaped Maud's lips. Having mastered the art of the mind-closing spell, he now fully grasped the essence of this magical craft. Maud blinked. A myriad of chaotic thoughts emerged in his mind. Professor Dumbledore's desk was truly exquisite. The Phoenix grew increasingly charming with each glance. It was rumored that Ron had developed a fondness for Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore still appeared remarkably vibrant. He chuckled heartily. Your mental occlusion skills are improving splendidly. Oh, my apologies, it was unintentional. Maud nodded subtly. Yet he harbored a deep-seated skepticism towards the elderly Dumbledore before him. The incessant intrusion into one's privacy was utterly despicable. Naturally, this notion was safeguarded by the enchantment of mental concealment. As the saying goes, one may wear a cheerful fade. Professor Dumbledore retracted his smile. Mr. Maris, I am aware of the extraordinary and formidable nature of your magic, certainly far surpassing that of any of your contemporaries. Professor, you must be mistaken. How could Maud dare to acknowledge it? Professor Dumbledore lowered his head, allowing his spectacles to slide down his nose, revealing a pair of blinking blue eyes beneath. It is of no consequence, but I would like to ask you for a favor, Professor Dumbledore, he said. I cannot guarantee my ability to fulfill it. Dumbledore nodded, continuing. I wish for you to assist me in safeguarding Mr. Potter. The current situation has undergone a significant transformation. Mr. Potter is likely in peril. His expression turned gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon Maud, locking onto his eyes. Can you aid me, Mr. Maris, without jeopardizing your own safety? Indeed. It pertains to this matter. When Maud entered, he was already filled with apprehension. He shook his head. Professor, it is not that I am unwilling to comply. Rather, I fear that my commitment may lead to failure. He paused before continuing. I am merely a novice wizard. How can I possibly safeguard Harry? If something were to go awry. Dumbledore did not contest this, yet he maintained his gaze upon Maud's eyes. It matters not. If this is indeed the case, then it is my own oversight. Can you acquiesce to my request, Maris, for the sake of an elderly man over a century old? Furthermore, I shall personally remunerate you for your efforts. Sighing, Maud exited the headmaster's office. Truly, Professor Dumbledore was quite formidable. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept the task at hand. He had not ventured far. Maud beheld Professor Snape approaching him, silhouetted against the night like a bat. Mr. Maris, his uniquely chilling voice resonated. Professor Snape. Maud had already discerned that Snape had come specifically to seek him out. Coincidentally, Maud also wished to find him. Maud returned to Professor Snape's office. Maris, I would like to ask you for a favor. I can sense that your magical abilities are quite impressive. Goodness, even the opening line is the same. Moody was aware that his thoughts likely aligned with those of Professor Dumbledore. Maud spoke first. Protect Harry? Professor Snape suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze on Maud. You know, Professor Dumbledore. Snape also reacted. Maud continued, Professor Snape, I mean, if Harry were to encounter peril, I believe that your timely arrival would greatly enhance his safety. Professor Snape shook his head. However, I cannot guarantee that I would arrive in time. No, you and Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly prioritize reaching him. Maud shook his head. Professor Dumbledore had the ability to lift the restrictions on apparition within Hogwarts. The phoenix he nurtured possessed a similar capability to apparate. Therefore, as long as someone could intercept and delay their pursuers, they would undoubtedly catch up. The fear of the unknown fundamentally stems from a lack of power. Hence, Professor Snape, you must firmly hold the position of second-in-command at Hogwarts. The solution, I believe, lies in the exploration of wands. Professor Snape, to be candid, I have conducted some research on wands. Could you please present yours for my examination? Snape's cold gaze flickered momentarily as he contemplated something. He retrieved his wand and handed it to Maud. Maud cast the identification spell with remarkable proficiency, having employed it frequently. Being merely an auxiliary magic, he executed it almost silently. Nevertheless, it still attracted Professor Snape's scrutinizing gaze, as if he had sensed the incantation being performed. Maud looked at the wand in his hand, then glanced at Professor Snape. A line of text materialized before his eyes. Wand compatibility, 90. Effect, enables seamless use of magic, with no additional effects. This wand was indeed quite suitable for him. As expected, its compatibility was not particularly high. If Professor Snape were to wield a wand with a compatibility of 100, it would grant him a 50 increase in magical power and a 10 enhancement in spellcasting speed. For someone as formidable as him, what would that signify? While it may not rival Professor Dumbledore, his strength would undoubtedly be sufficient to firmly outmatch Lucius or Quirrell. Professor Snape, I would like to present you with a new wand. The one you currently possess can be kept as a cherished memento. Professor Snape's cold voice resonated once more. Why? Because this wand limits your magic. Maud blinked. Trust me, Professor Snape, selecting a wand is a family heirloom skill. Professor Snape, recalling the peculiarities surrounding Maud, nodded in acknowledgement. Momentarily convinced. Now, do enlighten me about what transpired with Harry today. Oh, Professor Snape, it is a matter of potions that contribute to the physical and mental well-being of young wizards are indeed beneficial. They also assist in establishing a more robust foundation in magic. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate a bottle for myself, as I am quite interested in it as well. Maud returned to the Gryffindor dormitory. Reflecting on recent events, he had undertaken a mission to protect Harry, which he subsequently shared with Professor Snape. Once Professor Snape grew stronger, Maud could pursue his studies in magic without concern. He felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered if, after being ambushed by Voldemort's serpent, Professor Snape would unleash a spell that could shatter its fangs. Maud blinked her golden eyes. It is advisable to retire early. For tomorrow she must select a wand for Professor Snape. The following day, Maud sat upon the bed in his dormitory, one hand grasping the Dragonheart wand while the other held the Feather of Light, meticulously inscribing the Radiant Covenant array. His hands grew increasingly steady, no longer easily repelled by the sculpting repulsion that had once hindered him. His speed of carving quickened as well. He harbored great anticipation for the emergence of the Radiant Dragonheart wand. The intricate patterns upon the wand gradually multiplied, and at last, they interconnected seamlessly. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, the wand levitated into the air, its wooden shaft enveloped entirely in a blinding white light. Then, in an ethereal transformation, the wand disintegrated into luminous particles, scattering into the ether. Maud felt a stirring within. He extended his hand, silently invoking the wand. A flurry of white light converged. Returning to Maud's grasp, it transformed into the original dark red wand. Indeed, Maud thought of something and cast his wand aside, seemingly unafraid of its potential damage. Just as the wand was about to collide with the nearby wall, he exclaimed, "Sword, come forth." Maud blinked, raising his hand. In an instant, the wand transformed into countless white specks of light, suspended in the void. At that moment, it bestowed a sensation of time standing still. Then, the luminous particles surged forth, coalescing into a radiant beam that swiftly traversed the space. Maud only caught a glimpse of a fleeting white light before his hand deftly grasped the dark crimson wand once more. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him as the wand transformed into a swirling orb of radiance. Subsequently, the light dissipated, revealing a lengthy ebony staff. Moderna leaned on his cane, tapping it against the ground. Thud, thud. Ah, this ability is rather impressive. With a wave of his hand, Maud transformed his staff into a radiant glow, akin to a droplet cascading into a tranquil pool. It seamlessly merged with his being, vanishing from sight. Henceforth, Maud's wand would be known as the Luminous Dragonheart Wand, bearing the same illustrious name as his esteemed self, the sage elf Nicholas Jow's Maud Maris. Thus, it began to embody a certain grandeur. Harry? Not long after Maud exited the dormitory, he encountered a young wizard clad in a loose-fitting, black robe. The wide-brimmed black hat atop his head seemed to obscure the young wizard's face entirely. Wasn't this the very attire that had been donned by Harry just the day before? Maud gently patted the little wizard on the shoulder. "Ah," exclaimed the little wizard in a sweet, innocent voice. "I truly feel a pang of guilt for such an adjective." Turning his head, he beheld Maud's face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Why did you frighten me?" Maud looked at Harry's almond-shaped emerald eyes with a peculiar gaze. "What curious thoughts have taken hold of you, Harry?" Maud asked. "Oh, this is truly not a pleasant tale." Harry commenced recounting his experiences. Maud listened intently to Harry's words, grasping the unfolding narrative. Indeed, it was Hermione who had concocted the polyjuice potion. During dinner in the dining hall the previous evening, Hermione had inquired whether she could brew the transformative elixir and had sought his counsel on various intricacies of its preparation. Maud pondered that the transformation potion was of little significance. Its dissemination among the trio was inconsequential, thus he acquiesced. Consequently, Hermione concocted 2 vials, requesting Ron and me to assist in testing them. Ron's potion failed to yield the desired effect, yet mine appeared to be successful. The reason for my hesitation in declaring it a triumph was due to the potion's effects being delayed by a full half-hour. Fortunately, Harry and Ron prudently donned loose-fitting robes and wide-brimmed hats beforehand. This time, Harry exhibited a much more natural demeanor. As he walked alone along the way, the potion's effects began to take hold, and as he donned the hat, he found himself momentarily speechless. Harry was en route to the Gryffindor dormitory when he unexpectedly encountered Maud, who had just emerged from the dormitory. Thus, the situation unfolded. Maud gently stroked his chin, observing the sorrow that once again clouded Harry's face. He offered comfort, stating that the effects of the potion should be of shorter duration, urging him not to worry as relief would come swiftly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure rounded the corner, colliding with Harry, who was engaged in conversation with Maud. Both Harry and the stranger tumbled to the ground, and in the chaos, Harry's hat fell off, revealing his long, dark hair cascading down his shoulders. It was truly vexing. The infuriating Draco Malfoy, with his light golden slicked-back hair, turned to scold the little wizard who had nearly caused him to fall. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was met with an adorable visage, emerald green eyes, a delicate nose, and fair skin. He was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Maud stared at the scene, his eyes involuntarily blinking. A serendipitous encounter. Oh, how delightful. Just then, Harry lifted his gaze and was met with the loathsome visage of Malfoy, which incited an immediate urge to retort. However, he soon realized that Malfoy was fixated on his face. Wait a moment. Harry touched the top of his head and panicked as he discovered his hat had fallen off. He hurriedly glanced at the ground, retrieved his hat, and placed it back atop his head, finally concealing his face and hair once more. Beside him, Goyle noticed Malfoy lost in thought and warily scrutinized Maud, nudging Malfoy. Oh, Malfoy snapped back to reality, his expression once again imbued with arrogance. My lord, it was she who collided with you, Goyle exclaimed, pointing at Harry on the ground. Although he was unaware of Harry's identity, being in Maud's company made him the sworn enemy of his lord. Just as Goyle anticipated, Malfoy would unleash a torrent of vitriol upon the young wizard sprawled on the ground and chastise the nearby Maris. Lord Malfoy instead extended a hand to help the fallen wizard to his feet, brushing the dust off his robe. I apologize, I truly am sorry. I didn't see you while turning the corner, it was my fault. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Malfoy? Did he actually look like this? Harry realized that Malfoy likely did not recognize him. Given his current condition, he was not inclined to engage in conversation, so he merely responded in a soft, endearing tone. It's all right. Malfoy's gaze, however, made him feel somewhat uneasy. Harry, feeling a sense of urgency, turned, and walked away. Maud looked at Malfoy, who was still in a daze, and at Harry, who had walked away. He nearly burst into laughter. "Young Master Malfoy, you have taken a wrong turn." Maud shook his head and continued toward Professor Snape's office, leaving Malfoy to gaze silently at Harry's retreating figure. Who was this little witch? How infuriating. Knock, knock. Enter. Professor Snape's indifferent voice resonated from within the office. Maud pushed the door open and entered. "Professor Snape, we can proceed now." To Diagon Alley. Within the narrow street of Diagon Alley, the throngs of people continued to bustle about. The lively sounds of commerce resonated in the air around them. "Do you require anything, Maris?" Professor Snape flicked his black robes as he walked alongside Maud. "As a matter of fact, I do have a few items to purchase." Maud contemplated the ingredients for the auxiliary potion. "Let us proceed." Maud looked upon Professor Snape's countenance. "This implies, are you intending to purchase for me?" The two arrived at Slughorn's apothecary. "Greetings. I wish to acquire some herbs. 4 ounces of wormwood, 5 ounces of asphodel, and 5 ounces of 4-leaf ginseng." "Oh. Is there more?" "I would also like some wolfsbane, Cuban yam, and daffodil moonlight." Maud's lips felt somewhat parched as he belatedly raised his gaze towards Professor Snape. "Professor Snape, may I still purchase some?" The corners of Professor Snape's mouth appeared to twitch slightly. With a stern expression, he replied, "Yes, do take some more." Professor Snape turned his head, unconsciously reaching into his pocket. P.S. This chapter merely depicts some amusing daily occurrences. Please do not overthink it. It is purely for comedic effect. I kindly request encouragement for updates and a 5-star review. Esteemed readers. Mr. Mudd emerged from the apothecary with a sense of satisfaction. Professor Snape once again felt his pocket, appearing equally pleased. "Let us proceed, Professor Snape." Directly to Ollivanders. Maud spoke to Professor Snape, revealing that he had been unable to procure all the necessary potion ingredients. Some of the items appeared not to belong to the realm of white wizards, and the rare herbs were not available at Slughorn's apothecary. He could only hope to find an opportunity to explore Knockturn Alley and examine Professor Snape's office in the future. Snape nodded slightly and, in a cold tone, remarked, "Mr. Maris, does your knowledge of wands derive from the same source as your potion expertise?" "Ah, what?" Maud gently caressed his golden locks. "Are you probing into my depths again?" "Professor Snape, knowledge of wands is merely a family legacy, just a trivial piece of information." "I assent it." Snape's eyes flickered, as if he grasped something profound. Ollivander's wand shop. Maud raised his gaze. The entrance still bore the faded golden sign inscribed with Ollivander, indicating the exquisite craftsmanship of wands since the year 382 B.C. Professor Snape pushed the door open. Ollivander was busy dusting the shelves while meticulously arranging the wands. Upon hearing the creak of the door, he turned to look. "Is this not Professor Snape from Hogwarts?" "Indeed, Ollivander. I have come to purchase a wand," came Snape's indifferent voice. "Oh, for Mr. Maris, I presume?" "I recall he made a purchase not long ago," Ollivander remarked, observing Maud, who he recognized as the young wizard. "He certainly surprised me last time," he added, winking with a glint of something extraordinary in his eyes. Maud nodded at him in acknowledgement of his greeting. "I shall procure a new wand for myself." "A new wand?" "Indeed, the previous one has become significantly worn. It is the perfect time to acquire a new one." Ollivander assessed Snape with a discerning gaze before turning to the shelves, meticulously selecting a wand. Taking advantage of the moment, Maud cast a spell of discernment. Soon, Ollivander fetched several wands for Professor Snape to try one by one. However, his gaze suddenly shifted, fixating on Maud. This startled Maud, for he was well aware of Ollivander's obsession with all things related to wands. Was he attempting to glean knowledge? Maud knew that he could discern nothing. Thus, he began to match wands for Professor Snape. The wand with a core of serpent nerve had a compatibility rating of 86. The wand with a core of Vela hair rated 70. The wand with a core of dragon nerve received a rating of 65. And the wand with a core of unicorn feather boasted a remarkable compatibility of 95. Professor Snape tested each wand in turn. The unicorn feather wand appeared exceptionally radiant in his grasp. He weighed the wand thoughtfully and cast a glance at Maud. Maud shook his head and turned to gaze at the other shelves adorned with neatly packaged wands. "Ollivander, I must apologize, but I do not feel this one is quite suitable. May I have the opportunity to examine some other wands?" Snape inquired of Ollivander. Ollivander narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a smile. He then retrieved several more wands. Maud looked again and shook his head once more. Ollivander, undeterred, appeared to relish the moment. He understood that this young wizard must possess some extraordinary insight into wands. What if he could learn from it? Mr. Snape, Ollivander said as he extracted a brand new wand from its packaging and placed it upon the table. Maud looked again through the discerning magic. The compatibility of the Serpent's Nerve Core wand with his own was 77. The Serpent's Nerve Core wand matched at 97. The Dragon's Nerve Core wand showed a compatibility of 89, and the Unicorn Feather Core wand achieved a perfect match of 100. Eureka! Professor Snape nodded thoughtfully. The wand, featuring a core of unicorn hair, rested conveniently near him. As he grasped the wand, an unexpected sensation surged within him, a remarkable sense of familiarity. It felt as if the wand's length and material had been meticulously crafted to suit him alone. Raising the wand, Snape prepared to test it. Mr. Ollivander observed the silent exchange of glances and gestures between them, recognizing that this wand would hold particular significance for Snape. The professor nodded, and in that moment, the usually aloof man experienced an inexplicable anticipation, a feeling he had not encountered in quite some time. He aimed the wand at a wall within the shop. A powerful surge of magic coursed through Snape's being, erupting from the tip of the wand and transforming into a gale. The wind ascended from the ground, lifting shelves at the edges of the room as if they were being hoisted by a giant. The force of the wind intensified until, suddenly, the dim shop was illuminated as brightly as day. The wand in Professor Snape's hand radiated an almost blinding brilliance. As the wind ceased and the light faded, everything returned to its original state. Snape's gaze remained fixed on the wand as he absorbed its essence. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I shall take this one. Ollivander nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention to Mort. Mr. Maris, you possess an extraordinary understanding of wands, should you be inclined. Maud did not wait for him to finish speaking and shook his head. He understood what Ollivander was about to say. Regrettably, upon exiting the wand shop, the two did not linger. Professor Snape performed apparition and returned to the entrance of Hogsmeade. The wand, imbued with a unicorn hair core, was a flawless match for him, compatibility at 100, enhancing spell power by 48 and spell speed by 12. This individual and this wand were indeed a match made in perfection. Maud looked at this information, noting a slight divergence from the enhancement of his wand. The amplification of spell power had diminished by 2, yet the enhancement of casting speed had increased by 2. Nonetheless, the overall difference was negligible. Professor Snape truly seemed to be a perfect match with this wand. It was as if it were destined for him. How did Professor Snape feel about it? Mort inquired. Professor Snape caressed the grayish-white wand in his hand. Your own wand is similar, isn't it? I can sense that it possesses a unique power that could alter my abilities. Maris. Professor Snape cast a meaningful glance. He had already begun to grasp the profound effect this wand had on him. Its use was incredibly smooth, surpassing even that of his previous wand made from serpent nerve. Moreover, this wand appeared to amplify his magical prowess. Maud suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently upon the distance. Elves possess superior eyesight compared to ordinary humans. He discerned some peculiar objects in the far-off scenery. In Maud's eyes, a faint golden light began to emanate. From a distance, the spell had already been cast. Within the Forbidden Forest, a figure cloaked entirely in black, wielding a wand that radiated a ghostly green light, stood in stark contrast. Opposite his wand was a silver unicorn, glowing with a pure white luminescence. Professor, will you not attempt the wand? Once again, the scene of hunting unicorns unfolded. Could it be Quirrell this time? Mort squinted slightly. Was Snape acting independently, or was it Snape possessed by Voldemort in the guise of Quirrell? What? Professor Snape observed Mort's serious demeanor. He looked up but saw nothing. There is something in the Forbidden Forest, isn't there? Indeed, Professor Snape, a figure resembling a dark wizard, along with a unicorn on the brink of death beneath his wand. Professor Snape's eyes flickered, and he hurried away. Professor, Modius tossed a vial of potion towards him. This was something he had pilfered from Snape's office, alongside some herbs. Polyjuice potion, the hair of a certain wizard. Snape instinctively caught it. The vial bore the name Helgus, a wayward wizard he had once encountered, now deceased. After a moment of contemplation, he uncorked the polyjuice potion and consumed its contents. Professor Snape endured the turmoil in his stomach as he continued his sprint towards the Forbidden Forest. His visage swiftly morphed into that of an unfamiliar wizard. Professor Snape brandished his black unicorn feather wand. A torrent of searing flames erupted from it. Fire spell. This inferno was at least 50% grander than those he had conjured previously. If the earlier flames resembled a slender doe, then now they mirrored a majestic lion. In an instant, the flames transformed into a ferocious beast, soaring through the void with tremendous speed. The dazzling blaze illuminated the surroundings, while the scorching heat surged forth. The dark wizard looked up, and the green light of his wand extinguished in an instant. In its place arose a transparent wall. The surging flames were thwarted by this barrier, dispersing into a scattered flow of fire. Crackling sounds echoed as the flames ignited the surrounding flora, nearly setting ablaze the dark wizard hidden beyond the transparent wall, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Professor Snape, bearing an unfamiliar countenance, approached. Both were engulfed in flames. Snape could only discern a pair of eyes peering through the heat, yet the brow and gaze felt eerily familiar. He regarded the robed wizard with indifference. "Who are you? Why are you here to slay unicorns?" The dark wizard let out a chilling laugh. "Hee. Do you wish to die as well?" He raised his wand, and a faint green light began to shimmer. "Huh." Professor Snape scoffed coldly. In an explosive moment, a colossal flame erupted like a cannonball. The fire instantly filled the dark wizard's vision. The dark wizard's eyes widened in alarm. He was unable to cast the killing curse in time. This wizard's speed in spell casting was a fraction faster than his. He could not afford to confront this directly. With a leap, he evaded the attack. The flames embraced a towering tree behind him, igniting it in a fierce blaze of orange. Professor Snape narrowed his indifferent eyes, feeling a twinge of surprise at the wand's efficacy. The speed of the spell casting, though not quite matching Dumbledore's, was remarkably close. The power of the magic had also significantly intensified. The cloaked dark wizard, evading the flames, did not pause for a moment. He turned and pointed at Professor Snape. A faint green light flickered. Avada Kedavra! The green light shot forth like an arrow in flight. Yet, Professor Snape was swifter. A sizable stone on the ground swelled as if inflated, its surface twisting before transforming into a ferocious hound. The hound bared its teeth, leaping towards the green light to tear it apart. Upon contact, a resounding boom erupted. The green light dissipated, and the hound crumbled into stone, scattering into fragments and dust. Amidst the swirling smoke, the dark wizard's figure was obscured. Another green flash erupted. The dark wizard laughed, seemingly envisioning Professor Snape's grim fate on the ground. However, he failed to notice that the recently scattered debris had not yet touched the ground. The tip of Snape's wand glimmered softly. A volley of projectiles unleashed. The fragments hovered in the air, hurtling forth like bullets, converging upon the dark wizard and the recently cast Avada Kedavra. Bang, bang, bang. The green light was instantaneously countered by several shards. In his panic, the dark wizard cast the protective spell, Armored Protection. Yet, it could not withstand all the debris. Irregularly shaped, but sharp stones rained down with ferocity. Once more, the dust clouded the air, but the dark wizard's screams pierced through. As the dust quickly settled, the dark wizard appeared in tattered robes, blood streaming from his body, looking utterly wretched. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fixated on Professor Snape. Flames flickered from his wand. During the moment obscured by the dust, he had conjured the fiery curse. Golden-orange flames surged continuously from his wand, enveloping and shielding his figure. Professor Snape still maintained an inscrutable demeanor. He raised his wand, aiming it at the dark wizard, sensing that the wand would now achieve what he desired with ease. An increasing number of fiery serpentine heads materialized. The fiery heads opened wide, exhaling a searing breath of flame. They lunged downwards, their massive jaws dripping with embers, poised to engulf Professor Snape. But alas, Professor Snape's wand was raised high, emanating a tremendous pull, as if harboring a miniature black hole. The flames seemed to be drawn into a syringe, continuously extracted. The fiery serpent heads arched back, as if in agony, retreating in haste. A slender line of flame, reminiscent of a tenuous connection, tightly bound the serpentine head of fire to Professor Snape's wand. The fiery serpent writhed incessantly, its pull growing ever stronger. Gradually, the filament transformed into a miniature fire tornado at the tip of Snape's wand. In a matter of moments, Professor Snape deftly flicked his wand, wholly absorbing the final tendril of flame, akin to the act of drawing in a noodle. Upon witnessing this, the dark wizard retreated while once again casting the killing curse. As the green light ignited, a series of explosions erupted. Professor Snape's wand struck the void repeatedly, unleashing immense bursts of red-orange flames. The dark wizard was interrupted mid-spell as the first wave of fire approached him. However, his expression shifted abruptly, and an eerie laughter echoed forth. In an instant, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the air like an arrow shot into the sky. Professor Snape did not pursue him. Instead, he gazed contemplatively at the spectacle. From a distance, watching the entire confrontation, Mold blinked his luminous golden eyes and stroked his chin, pondering. It must be Quirrell. As for the transformation that occurred, those who understand know the truth. It appears that in this duel, Quirrell was effortlessly overwhelmed by Professor Snape. Maud nodded in satisfaction. He had made the right choice in purchasing the wand. Once Professor Snape became accustomed to it, there would surely be an enhancement in his abilities. Marys, you have lost the potion, Professor Snape remarked as he observed Maud approaching. Ahem, Professor, it is easier to avoid retaliation from dark wizards by changing one's appearance, he responded. A chill was approaching. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts began donning thicker and more numerous layers of clothing. Maud stepped out of the Gryffindor common room, gazing up at the sky outside. It's rather chilly, he remarked, exhaling a puff of white mist. Maud wrapped his cloak tightly around himself and made his way directly to the room of requirement at Hogwarts, intending to continue his studies on the brewing of potion No. 2, the charm essence. This potion was even more intricate than the transfiguration potion, unlike the latter, which novice potion makers could concoct with some effort. The success rate of this potion was alarmingly low. So far, Maud had yet to achieve a successful brew. Nevertheless, this potion could be regarded as a sequel to the transfiguration potion, equally effective in enhancing one's potion-making skills. Soon, Maud arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle and opened the luminous door to the room of requirement, stepping inside. Within the room of requirement, Hermione sat with a furrowed brow, deeply engrossed in potion-making. Recently, she seemed utterly captivated by the art of potion brewing. Maud. Hermione beckoned with a wave of her hand. Maud nodded slightly, seated beside a set of potion brewing equipment. What is this potion about? Hermione inquired curiously. I feel as though I am becoming increasingly familiar with the ingredients of potions. Maud nodded. This is the inherent effect of the transformation serum. Hermione would undoubtedly experience such sensations. I do as well. Do you wish to know the reason? I am curious, Hermione replied. Since you desire to know, I shall divulge it. Well, this is because, Motun, it possesses special effects unknown to us. Hermione? It seems to provide an explanation. Yet it also appears to be incomplete. Maud disregarded Hermione's disdainful glance. He meticulously organized his tools, preparing to resume the creation of potion number 2, with the hope of fulfilling Harry's dreams sooner rather than later. His aim was to bring a touch of joy to Snape and to present a more cheerful and vibrant Severus to Mrs. Potter. A commendable objective indeed. Onward and upward. Maud has just ignited the crucible. I lost, Harry remarked, as he engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron. My words were articulated quite normally. Yet somehow they transformed into a childish lisp. Maud glanced back in time. Indeed, Harry had transformed once more into the guise of a young girl. Harry too became aware of this, covering her small mouth in astonishment. Her almond-shaped azure eyes blinked, and a faint blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. Maud looked startled. I haven't perfected my potion, Hermione suddenly explained. Maud's expression shifted to realization. It turns out that Harry was merely a guinea pig. Harry's transformation is entirely your responsibility. Maud shook his head. If Madame Lily Potter were to emerge, she would surely treat Harry to several servings of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Maud contemplated whether there might exist a potion capable of enhancing masculinity. A vial of siren elixir number 1, combined with a concoction of virility, could serve to balance Harry's essence. Thereafter, it shall be referred to as siren elixir No. 1. Maud embarked on dispelling these peculiar thoughts and began to concentrate on the art of potion brewing. The charm demon No. 2 potion similarly required the preparation of a foundational solution as the subsequent ingredient. Unlike its predecessor, charm demon number 1, it necessitated 5 distinct foundational solutions. Furthermore, these solutions appeared to possess conflicting attributes. If the proportions were not harmonized, they would immediately coalesce into a charred residue or even explode upon mingling. He added scallions, ginger, garlic, cough, along with serpent tail powder, flowing liquid grass, and shriveled figure. Maud was soon immersed in his work. Harry, do you believe Maud will succeed in concocting it this time? Ron, having concluded a game of wizard's chess, inquired. I think he should be able to, Harry replied, observing Maud's noticeably improved technique. He was so close to success last time. However, weren't you planning to refrain from using that potion again? Ron nodded. Of course. I have no desire to use it at all. Last time, Hermione forced it upon me, and thankfully the potion wore off. Goodness. I certainly do not wish to experience that again. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the cauldron. Such an occurrence typically signaled failure. Yet, Maud detected a sweet aroma reminiscent of honey amidst the haze. This was not the scent of potion residue. Had he succeeded or failed? As the smoke billowed, Maud patiently awaited its dissipation. At last, beneath the dark cloud, The solution within the cauldron became faintly visible. A pale yellow liquid shimmered delicately on the surface. Maud's spell of discernment revealed. Inferior version of Charm Demon Potion number 2, compatibility with you, 80. Note: this potion must be used concurrently with Charm Demon Potion number 1. Bestows a state of alertness. Within 30 minutes, you will attain a clear and focused mind, rendering you more adept for study. Grants enhanced magical learning. For the next 30 minutes, your aptitude for learning each spell will be elevated to the highest average level typically achieved, and additionally, your magical talent seems to have increased by 8, facilitating your mastery of spells. Side effect: the duration of the transformation effect will extend from 1 hour to 3 hours. This is indeed a remarkable potion, albeit of inferior quality. Has it succeeded? The aroma is quite delightful. Hermione inquired. Harry and Ron also approached. Maud nodded. It was a success. The potion was satisfactory, merely adequate. However, it did possess side effects, as it would amplify the effects of the first potion, cough cough, extending its repercussions to 3 hours. Who among you would care to give it a try? Maud looked at the three of them. Ron shrugged, declining the offer. I certainly do not wish to touch that. Allow me, Harry responded, still exhibiting a rather girlish demeanor. He bit his lip and acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, 2 rosy blushes had appeared on his cheeks in the chilly weather. In any case, I am already in this state, and there are no classes left for today. Maud was suppressing a smile, nodding solemnly. This expression truly elicited laughter each time it was witnessed. Harry was on the verge of despair. Very well. Maud poured the solution into a cup and handed it to Harry. The taste should be quite pleasant. Harry accepted it, taking a moment to inhale its aroma. It bore a resemblance to honey with a hint of char. He gulped it down in one go. The texture was exquisitely smooth, and the flavor was refreshingly sweet. How do you feel, Harry? Hermione inquired with genuine concern, gently stroking Harry's long hair, which was also remarkably silky. Oh no, Harry's hair is truly magnificent. Harry lifted his head, his eyes seemingly alight with wonder. I feel as if the entire world has become clearer, and my mind is exceptionally sharp. Give magic a try, Hermione suggested. Enhancing one's magical learning capacity is the true allure of this potion. Embrace this opportunity. Maud threw his spellbook to Harry. The book opened to the incantation of Flame Burst. He was aware that Harry had yet to master this particular spell. Harry's emerald eyes blinked as he picked up the book and gazed inside. He grasped his wand. Flame burst, flame burst, flame burst. On the third attempt, it seemed as though a flicker of fire ignited from the wand. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. How is it, Harry? Is it beneficial for your magical studies? Harry's face flushed with exhilaration. It's useful. I have a feeling that I will be able to learn this fire spell in no time. Perhaps in just an hour or 2. Maud nodded in satisfaction. He was aware that Harry's magical aptitude was not entirely comprehensive. He swiftly mastered spells related to dark magic defense, such as Disarming Charm, Obscuring Charm, and Patronus Charm. However, his proficiency in other forms of magic appeared rather average. Although he later practiced the Fiend Fire, the results were far from satisfactory. He also could not rival Hermione in the Levitation Charm. Nevertheless, this potion elevated Harry's capacity for learning various spells to the highest average level, rendering his magical talent significantly more well-rounded. This potion could prove immensely beneficial for both Harry and Hermione. As for Ron, well, he could simply focus on being a good son to Hermione. Maud returned, preparing to review the process of concocting the potion he had just created, intending to jot down some notes. Hermione held him back. Maud, could you possibly brew another vial for me to try? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Maud shook his head. It may have been a stroke of luck. I shall endeavor to give it a try. Hermione nodded in agreement. By the way, with Christmas approaching, are you all planning to return home? I probably want tea. Maud replied. I might, but it remains uncertain, Ron said, suddenly recalling something. Harry, did you forget something today? What? T would supposed to meet you for Quidditch practice? Time is running out. Oh my goodness. Harry paused, letting out a cute squeal. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his emerald eyes expressed dismay. Is that happening too? Maud blinked in astonishment. Women's Quidditch? What a coincidence. Indeed, it is sheer happenstance. This has absolutely nothing to do with me, Maud Maris. P.S. I strive to make my daily accounts entertaining, so they may occasionally take on a whimsical tone, but my moral compass remains impeccable, devoid of any absurdity. If you catch my drift. Remember, the principles of this narrative are undeniably sound. And so am I. I humbly request your encouragement for updates and your 5-star reviews. Jingle. Jingle, the bells ring merrily. Maud sat upon his bed, humming a tune while perusing the myriad notes within his spellbook. There were potions, wondrous structures, and incantations. He meticulously reorganized the notes according to his own logic and terminology, gradually constructing a unique and cohesive magical knowledge system. Of course, it was not yet complete. This was his habitual approach to learning. Maud laid down the spellbook and stretched languidly. Suddenly, he recalled the vial of essence of the siren that Professor Snape had requested from him. Had any discoveries been made regarding it? Maud blinked his eyes. If Professor Snape were to use it for something, a peculiar thought darted through Mo's mind. Delang, cough. Harry, come, it's time for your medicine. Hiss. Maud glanced away from the haunting image that lingered in his mind, redirecting his focus to the arcane tome that detailed the new spells procured from Kunlun today. One was known as the Vortex Magic, and the other, the Haunted House of Lodi. The description for Vortex Magic read, Compatibility, 120. Effect, you can summon a whirlpool on the ground that ensnares the lower half of your enemy for a duration of 1 to 3 seconds. If disrupted by magic, it will dissipate. By enhancing the transformative capabilities of the whirlpool, through practice, you can evolve it into a high-pressure water column, capable of propelling your adversaries if your magical energy is sufficient. Indeed, this should be his first spell capable of binding and obstructing foes. The latter, however, was considerably simpler. The Haunted House of Lodi, Compatibility, 110. Effect, summons an intangible haunted house that instills a degree of psychological intimidation upon the target, with a chance to induce a paralysis lasting from 0 to 1 second. You may manipulate the actions of one spectral entity within. Note, this haunted house is intangible and lacks offensive capabilities. Those with strong mental fortitude can discern reality from illusion, effectively disregarding the haunted house. It is merely a trickster's spell of limited utility. Mode blinked his golden eyes, descended from the bed, and snapped his fingers. With a rush, transparent blue water swiftly gathered at his feet, swirling rapidly to form a funnel-shaped vortex, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. A powerful suction emanated from his feet. Mode felt as though his feet were firmly anchored in the distance. He attempted to lift his legs, yet found it exceedingly difficult to move, as if each foot were bound by a colossal stone. This was merely the rudimentary phase of vortex magic. The Maud scattered the flowing water, leaving only a dampened ground, while the haunted house of Lodi exuded its enchantment. Maud snapped his fingers. Oh, Harry. This is an invisibility cloak, Ron exclaimed, munching on snacks as he gazed in astonishment at the black garment draped over Harry. Who sent it to you? I have no idea, Harry replied, shaking his head. The note merely instructed me to use it wisely. This is an exceptionally rare piece. My goodness. I've never seen one in person before. This is incredible. Suddenly, the room darkened noticeably. The light filtering through the windows and the flickering flames of the fireplace were obscured, transformed into a dim and eerie green glow, reminiscent of ghostly fire. What is happening? Harry? I don't know, Ron stammered, a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he clutched Harry's hand tightly. Could it be that a dark wizard has entered? Or worse, have a few large spiders come rushing in? Harry shook his head, maintaining a sense of calm. After all, he had spent countless nights in narrow, shadowy staircases. That is not possible. By the way, where is Maud? Ron suddenly recalled, right? Right. With Maud's powerful magic. He can surely assist us. My goodness, this is truly bizarre. Maud. Ron called out loudly. Harry, don't grip my shoulder. I'm not. What? Ron instinctively turned to look. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with black hair stood there. Who are you? He asked cautiously, reaching for his wand. In the next moment, the man's body and head abruptly separated. The head floated in midair, hair dripping wet, its tongue elongated and oozing, while blood tears streamed from its eyes. Suddenly, the light returned. Maud stood awkwardly on the staircase, snapping his fingers. This magic was somewhat challenging to wield. It activated, yet the range was difficult to control. And it posed a bit of a challenge. Oh, Maud. Harry covered his ears, as he saw nothing. Maud waved his hand and descended. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. After a moment, Ron finally lifted his head, patted his chest, and took a deep breath. Merlin's beard. Maud. It was you who banished that. He struggled to find the right words. Person? Or perhaps a creature? Ahem. Maud nodded earnestly and handed Ron a package of pastries as a form of compensation. Indeed, I am but a mere specter, easily dismissed with a mere snap of the fingers. I truly owe you, Maud. Ron quickly forgot the earlier incident, and began devouring the pastries with great enthusiasm. These are delightful. What are you all up to? Maud inquired, glancing at Harry. Oh, I have received an invisibility cloak, Harry replied, presenting the black, cloak-like garment to Maud. However, Maud merely touched the cloak without reaching out to take it. It felt no different from ordinary fabric. Harry continued, I intend to don this invisibility cloak and search for information on Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section. Moody nodded. This was to witness an unexpected interaction between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. However, Harry, felt a twinge of concern. Would it not be improper to contravene the school regulations? Maud looked at Harry with a peculiar expression. Had Harry actually lost his nerve? Perhaps he had been in women's clothing for too long? Everyone has a role in advancing the plot. He replied, how could that be? Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the restricted section is off-limits. Maud shook his head. The school regulations do not state it that way. Harry looked at him in confusion. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that if a young wizard is caught by Filch in the restricted section, the consequences would be dire. Do you understand what that implies? As long as one is not apprehended by Filch, it essentially becomes a game of hide and seek. Professor Dumbledore? Motun paused for a moment. Naturally. If the cross-dressing were to be executed, the effect would be even more splendid. What? P.S. Inspiration is waned. I have revised it numerous times. I seek encouragement for further updates and a 5-star rating. Harry gently touched his little head. What does cross-dressing mean? Why engage in cross-dressing? Ahem. Maud turned to explain. You see, Harry possesses an invisibility cloak, ensuring your safe return. However, there exists another peril. It is best to venture into the restricted section when it is devoid of visitors. The restricted section at night is shrouded in complete darkness. Therefore, should you wish to peruse the tomes, you must carry a lantern and lift the invisibility cloak, thereby augmenting the risk of exposure. Harry, somewhat bewildered, nodded in comprehension. At this moment, if you were to consume the glamour potion number 1, you would transform into Harry, becoming another individual. What would it matter if you were seen? Even Filch, scouring the entirety of Hogwarts, would be unable to identify that person. In Professor Snape's office, clad in a flowing black robe, he held the ebony wand crafted from unicorn hair. He traced the intricate patterns on the wand, sweeping it towards the wall. Wingardium Leviosa. A large glass jar positioned against the wall suddenly levitated. Snape narrowed his cold eyes, deftly raising the wand. Once again, he felt the dormant magic within him stir. As if awakened by an unseen force. Like the ebb and flow of the tide, it oscillated continuously. This signified a resurgence of magical vitality, suggesting the possibility of breaking free from the shackles that had bound his magical prowess for years, allowing him to ascend to greater heights of sorcery. This was the 7th or 8th sensation he had experienced in recent days. He persistently cast and then retracted the levitation charm, the sensation of magical fluctuation becoming increasingly pronounced. Before long, Professor Snape ceased his magical endeavors. However, this time, a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. The magic within him did not simply subside upon halting the use of his wand as it had before. Although the magic coursing through his body was not as vibrantly active as moments ago, it continued to flow and pulse subtly. This marked the initial step towards the activation of his inner magic. His perception of magic seemed to transcend his previous limitations. Snape sensed that he could now perceive the magical essence of others, provided they were in proximity. This ability appeared to have only manifested previously in Dumbledore. This ability is purely conjectural on my part. Please refrain from criticism. On Christmas Eve, within the dormitory, Harry donned a loose-fitting wizarding robe. Glug, glug. He consumed the glamour potion number 1 in one swift motion. A transformation ensued. Almond-shaped azure eyes, long lashes, and a delicate nose. Harry Potter had successfully evolved. Habitually, Harry blinked his large eyes, his tiny lashes quivering gently. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Be careful on the way, Harry. Harry always found this form of address somewhat peculiar. Was the pronunciation not quite right? He tilted his head in confusion. Donning the invisibility cloak, he set off on his journey. Maud gazed at Harry's departing figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What a splendid opportunity to witness the spectacle, while also exploring the forbidden section under the veil of night. The more it is prohibited, the more it tantalizingly beckons, as if inviting one to indulge in a forbidden extravagance. Knowledge, I, Nicholas Flamel, the wise and illustrious Maud Maris, have arrived. Maud snapped his fingers, and as if donning an invisible cloak, his figure vanished in an instant. He stealthily followed suit. As for how he managed to do so, he had cast a blue eye upon Harry's hat. The invisibility cloak did not obstruct his vision, and the blue eye could also perceive the scenes reflected in Harry's eyes. Furthermore, Maud was able to sense the location of the blue eye. The night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet, with most young wizards having returned home to celebrate Christmas. Harry made his way to the second-floor library of Hogwarts Castle. The restricted section, a unique area within the library, was off-limits to young wizards. So, this is the restricted section? Like the ordinary open areas, it was filled with bookshelves and hefty tomes. Harry curiously stepped inside. The 15th century specters. Renowned for the fire-eating beast, Harry gazed at the book covers lining the shelves. Where is Nicholas Flamel? He wondered. Maud entered and stood at the doorway, leaning against the wall, poised to witness the unfolding drama. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed through the desolate and tranquil second floor of the castle. A peculiar book in Harry's hands suddenly opened, revealing a visage that seemed trapped within its pages. The face desperately sought to break free from the confines of the paper, emitting a dreadful wail. The voice of the caretaker, Filch, rang out. In a flurry, Harry hastily grabbed the invisibility cloak resting on the table. In his haste, he inadvertently knocked over the lantern he had brought with him. Crash! Glass shattered across the floor. The light extinguished. A person and a cat entered the scene. I know you're there. You cannot hide, Filch declared, holding up the lantern, the dim flicker illuminating his somewhat menacing features. Maud blinked his eyes. He recalled another phrase. Do not hide in there in silence. I am aware of your cough. However, it was evident that Filch's words were merely intended to intimidate the young wizard. He could not perceive Harry beneath the invisibility cloak. Anxiously, Harry edged along the wall, his large emerald eyes shimmering with apprehension. He was exceedingly nervous. Maud followed closely behind. As Maud contemplated, the next scene would indeed be one of camaraderie. It concerned the umpteenth night of Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. Harry turned the corner, hearing a commotion. Severus! Professor Quirrell's voice resonated with tension and fear. You certainly do not wish to become my adversary, Quirrell, came Snape's voice, still icy in demeanor. Harry observed the unfolding drama with a hint of innocence. Professor Snape had Quirrell by the collar, pinning him firmly against the wall. Indeed, Professor Snape did not appear to be a benevolent figure, Harry mused. Suddenly, Snape seemed to detect something. His acute sense of smell, a distinct advantage befitting a master of potions, alerted him to an odd scent lingering behind him. Snape's thoughts drifted to the days of James Potter. Instinctively, he reached out, only to grasp at nothingness. Harry recoiled in fright, his small face turning pale. Snape narrowed his eyes, concentrating deeply as he employed his newly acquired, heightened magical sensitivity to scan his surroundings. This was the first occasion he harnessed this remarkable ability. Indeed, he could distinctly sense a faint magical presence nearby, in that invisible expanse. However, the magic felt weak. Perhaps a young wizard? He furrowed his brow and turned to regard Quirrell. We shall discuss this further at a later time. At that moment, Filch came rushing over, having spotted the two professors. Oh, professors, I discovered this in the restricted section, he exclaimed, holding up the shattered lamp. It indicated that a certain young wizard had not remained in bed as he ought, but had ventured out. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Quirrell discreetly slipped away, evading Professor Snape's watchful gaze. Filch, too, turned to continue his search for the missing young wizard. Meanwhile, Professor Snape remained, turning to gaze into the void behind him. Maud stood at a distance, observing their reactions. This time, the narrative seemed to have shifted. Professor Snape appeared to have noticed Harry behind him, though Maud could not fathom the reason for this. He had not anticipated that the new wand would propel Professor Snape further in his magical prowess. Nevertheless, Maud found a peculiar amusement in the situation, for Snape and Harry were destined to meet again. Come forth, Professor Snape spoke to the emptiness before him. His indifferent voice echoed through the darkness. Shall I take matters into my own hands? A disobedient young wizard. Such words, within this atmosphere, took on an especially chilling resonance. Influenced by the surroundings, Harry covered his mouth, retreating in panic. He could hardly imagine the actions of a wizard, reminiscent of a bat, intent on committing heinous acts and seeking to pilfer something of great significance from Hogwarts. Upon realizing that he was threatening another professor, Harry's emerald eyes darted around, hoping that someone he knew would witness this scene. Even the return of Professor Quirrell would suffice. Yet, regrettably, there was no one, nor any means to aid his escape. Contemplating whether he could simply turn and run, he realized that footsteps would sound alarmingly loud in the silence of the castle. This would only serve to further infuriate Snape. He could foresee two possible outcomes, either expulsion from Hogwarts, which would be the preferable scenario, or succumbing to magic. Do not make me repeat myself. Professor Snape's colorless eyes remained fixed on Harry's position with unsettling precision. He stepped forward, extending his hand. In a moment of panic, Harry attempted to flee. But a corner of his invisibility cloak was seized by Professor Snape. In his fluster, Harry collided with the adjacent wall, falling to the ground. Ouch! A small, plaintive voice echoed down the corridor. The pain in his nose caused Harry's tears to flow uncontrollably. Let me see which foolish little wizard this is. Professor Snape suddenly froze, his gaze falling upon the face of the young wizard before him. The emerald eyes, long lashes, and delicate nose were achingly familiar. Lily. Within the cold indifference of Snape's eyes, a strange hue emerged. Harry instinctively covered his nose and eyes, thinking that he could no longer escape. What awaited him next, magic or threat? Get up. A voice, simultaneously cold and gentle, resonated. Harry blinked his green eyes, wondering if he had become so tense that he was imagining things. At that moment, a pair of large hands grasped his shoulders, lifting him upright. Had someone come to his rescue? The fear that had gripped his heart was suddenly overshadowed by a wave of confusion. Harry raised his head, tilting his small face upward. His emerald eyes were filled with bewilderment, his nose flushed, and traces of tears adorned his cheeks. Before him was still that indifferent visage, still Professor Snape. However, the glint in Professor Snape's eyes was unlike any he had witnessed before. For a moment, he was taken aback. Professor Snape's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he scrutinized the child before him. It was strikingly reminiscent, too reminiscent. He was transported back to the image of Lily beneath the tree that year, bearing the same expression. Lily's child, unable to restrain himself. He reached out and gently patted Harry's long hair. Harry was uncertain whether he should move at all. This scenario was far too surreal. Two conflicting thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps Professor Snape was not the villain he had presumed. The other thought was that this Professor Snape was merely a fade conjured by a potion, akin to how he had transformed into this guise. Yet the former notion starkly contradicted the multitude of events that had transpired. Such a plethora of coincidences left Harry's mind in a state of turmoil. Who is there? Filch's voice echoed nearby. He had heard Harry's earlier call. Snape tilted his head, listening intently to the approaching footsteps, and in an instant, he unfurled his cloak, enveloping Harry within its folds. In a daze, Harry vanished from sight. Let us hurry back to the dormitory. It's not safe out here. Harry glanced at the distant dim lights, too preoccupied to ponder further. Instinctively, he took off running. Oh, Professor Snape. Filch panted as he inquired. Did you hear any sounds just now? Have you seen the little wizard? Professor Snape, who had just moments ago displayed a hint of nostalgia, turned to face him, and in an instant, his expression morphed into one of cold indifference. The art of Snape's mood swings. He shook his head and replied icily, I just ran over here, and I did not see anyone. Maud concealed himself in the shadows, his mouth agape, barely restraining his laughter. How splendid, truly splendid. After the performance concluded, Maud intended to return to the restricted section. Locking the door? Isn't that quite fortuitous? Maud has activated the ethereal form's intangible effect. He walked steadily forward, effortlessly passing through the wall and entering the restricted area of forbidden tomes. Outside, Fierce was clamoring, determined to uncover the identity of the detestable young sorcerer who dared to trespass into the forbidden zone. Within the confines of the restricted area, Maud leisurely wandered about. The cover of this book is rather unattractive. Oh, this cover is much better. It seems to be adorned with gold. The Encyclopedia of Black Magic? It lacks any cultivation methods. And what about this one? Maud was firmly pressed against the ground. It was you, wasn't it? Making all that noise. The faces in the book contorted under Maud's pressure, yet they remained silent. At ease, undisturbed. Tonight, Melis reigns as the sovereign of the Forbidden Book Zone. The following day, the cafeteria. During the Christmas season, the cafeteria was eerily desolate. Only a handful of young wizards were dining. I suspect there might be 2 Professor Snapes in the school, Harry remarked as he took a bite of bread. Last night, I encountered another one. He pondered, continuing, a much gentler Professor Snape. Impossible. Ron shook his head, asserting that he had fallen asleep early the previous night. Harry, you must have been lost in a dream. Maud did not utter a word. He understood that Harry would likely find it impossible to elucidate the previous coincidences, whether it pertained to the scrutiny in class or Snape's injury during the encounter with the troll. Moreover, once an individual has made a judgment, it is exceedingly challenging to overturn that conviction, for he has already convinced himself, I am indeed correct. This is a common psychological phenomenon. Harry touched his small head. Yet, how could one possibly possess two faces? The truth will inevitably reveal itself in due course. Maud said, do not jump to conclusions too hastily. Instead of dwelling on this, it would be wiser to devote more time to the study of magic. As he spoke, Harry nodded, recalling the delightful experience he had last time while learning the fire charm with the second version of the Banshee. A smile graced his youthful face. Maud gazed at his smiling face, momentarily reminded of Lily Potter. Trouble loomed. What would Mrs. Potter think upon her resurrection, seeing her son in such a state? This has nothing to do with me. It bears no relation to me, Lord Maris. Well said. Maris, Professor Snape, clad in his flowing black robes, approached with a stern expression. Mr. Potter, you truly ought to devote more time to the study of magic. His countenance betrayed no signs of the previous night's events, as if nothing had transpired at all. Truly a master of emotional control. Harry and Ron quickly diverted their gazes to their plates, opting for silence. Maris. Professor Snape raised his black wand. I have a matter to discuss with you, and in the process, we shall delve into the subject of potions. The matter of wands and potions? Maud thought of Professor Snape's performance from last night and seemed to grasp something. As for the potions, what was there to discuss? The enchanting succubus? Ahem. Maud looked intently at the wand. Had Snape sensed Harry last night using this very wand? Snape twirled the wand thoughtfully before placing it upon the table. Can you discern any changes within him? Maud shook his head. Professor Snape pondered for a moment and then spoke. This wand has revitalized the magic within me. In other words, the long-standing bottleneck in my magical abilities has finally begun to loosen. Maud blinked his golden eyes. Does this wand possess such a function? Maud raised the black wand, and a surge of magic pulsed forth. The identification spell was instantly cast. Have you cast a spell? Professor Snape sensed Maud's magical energy. Oh, Maud touched his golden hair. Professor Snape, could it be that you are mistaken? He deftly shifted the subject. Snape regarded him with a penetrating gaze, sensing a faint aura of adult wizardry emanating from this young sorcerer. Was it during your spell casting the day after your return from Diagon Alley? Maud's gaze was fixed upon the wand. The wand, with a core crafted from mutated unicorn feathers, boasted a compatibility rating of 100. Effects included an enhancement of spell-casting power by 48 and an increase in casting speed by 12. Its extraordinary feature, triggered by the perfect synchronization of the wand's owner's magical essence, unexpectedly activated a vitality characteristic. When the wand's bearer wielded this instrument to cast spells, it would invigorate the latent magical energy within their being, infusing it with vitality. When this vitality reached a sufficient level, coupled with a certain innate talent, one could transcend the majority of magical barriers. Naturally, the accumulation of such vitality demands time. Furthermore, this unique vitality would bestow upon the individual a heightened sensitivity to magical resonance. Each breakthrough of magical barriers would require increasingly greater vitality. This person and this wand were indeed a flawless match. What of the special effects? Maud was momentarily taken aback. This ability to sense magic must be the reason Professor Snape could see Harry beneath the cloak of invisibility. Furthermore, just moments ago, Professor Snape seemed quite certain that he had cast a spell, which likely stemmed from this very ability. This is merely an ancillary power. The true strength lies in this trait, which will enable Professor Snape to transcend the constraints of magical energy. Maud knows that after Dumbledore's demise, Snape would ascend to the position of the new headmaster of Hogwarts. This role demands not only capability and knowledge, but also strength. Although Snape's power may not rival that of Dumbledore, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, he stands as the most formidable wizard after Dumbledore. Should he transcend his current limitations, would he not be in pursuit of Dumbledore's legacy? Maud pondered. One day, Professor Snape would supplant the title of the most formidable white wizard previously held by old Dumbledore. And from that moment forth, in the realms of both light and darkness, it would be I, the Batman of this realm, who dictates the terms. Ahem. Perhaps I am thinking too far ahead. What say you, Maris? Professor Snape observed Maud's dazed expression, surmising that he had discerned something significant. Moton paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Professor Snape, this wand, having been imbued with your magical essence, possesses a unique ability that is exclusively yours. It is named Vitality. Maud conveyed the effects of vitality to Professor Snape, who narrowed his cold, indifferent eyes in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, he nodded in understanding. So it is. He mused. Initially, he had believed that the wand merely restored his magical potency to its former vigor. He thought that once this threshold was surpassed, The vitality would inevitably wane, marking the conclusion of his magical prowess. However, the truth revealed itself. This wand possesses the remarkable ability to continually enhance his vitality, enabling him to transcend further magical barriers. A delightful surprise. And what of your wand, Melis? Does it share such capabilities? Maud shook his head. His own wand was fragrant, yet others' wands seemed even more alluring. Could it be that Professor Snape was the true child of fortune? Oh, splendid dragon heartstring wand, you must be more discerning. You have matured and must learn to cultivate your own power and transcend your limitations. Such occurrences are indeed quite rare. Professor Snape nodded. The ability you just mentioned is solely mine. Indeed, Professor Snape, the wand has acknowledged you. In your hands, it manifests extraordinary effects. In the hands of others, it remains merely an ordinary wand. Regarding the potion number 2 for the alluring siren, what is your current success rate? Me? Approximately 1/3. That is quite similar to my own. The House of Requests. Maud has completed his magical training, focusing primarily on the following spells: lightning magic, the frost witch's enchantments, spatial portals, the illusory eye of light paired with the phantoms of light, and the flame spell imbued with the power of molten lava. Additionally, he has recently acquired the vortex magic and revisited the elven bloodline magic arrow. The true value of the elven bloodline magic arrow, upon Maud's examination, revealed its capability to enhance the speed of the frost arrow by 10-fold. Furthermore, it appears to harmonize the inherent conflict between the frost arrow and lightning magic, thus unveiling the potential for magical combinations. Currently, these spells represent the most extensively applied, practical, and lethal forms of magic within his repertoire. He has also dabbled in other spells, yet he perceives his magical system as somewhat cumbersome, lacking clarity on how to streamline it due to insufficient magical knowledge. Presently, Maud has categorized his magical system into primary and secondary segments to facilitate the allocation of his training time. He adheres to the Pareto principle in time management, devoting 80% of his training to significant spells while relegating the remaining 20% to less critical ones. The Pareto principle, everlasting wisdom. Maud stretched lazily, noticing that Harry, who was also practicing magic nearby, seemed somewhat distracted. Had Harry already encountered the mirror of Erist? Maud blinked his eyes. He stepped forward and gently patted Harry's shoulder. His hand brushed against Harry's luxurious hair, which, due to his magical training, had been imbued with the essence of a mesmerizing potion. The hair cascaded like a black waterfall, flowing smoothly. If it were to be sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Harry blinked his vibrant emerald eyes and looked over. What are you thinking about? Harry? I encountered a peculiar mirror, and within it, I beheld my parents, Harry said, absent-mindedly touching his small head. I miss them, he murmured, his voice dwindling to a whisper. He was lost in a wave of emotion. Harry, there is something I must share with you. Maud spoke in a somewhat enigmatic manner, inquiring, would you like to know about the prophetic dreams I have had concerning your parents? Harry's mind was abuzz with questions, his bright azure eyes sparkling with a hint of golden light, his tone tinged with excitement. Is that truly the case, Maud? Emoda nodded. Very well. Would you like to hear it, Harry? Harry eagerly nodded in response. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple. Harry interjected. A long time ago? But I am only 11 this year, and isn't this a prophetic dream? Oh, my apologies. I seem to have mixed things up. As Emoda interjected, Harry's expression turned dark, overshadowing even his feelings of bewilderment. Maud recounted a prophetic dream. It was a realm suffused with a verdant glow, yet imbued with an eerie darkness. I beheld 2 individuals, a man and a woman, confined within its depths. This place was exceedingly concealed, as if no soul was aware of its existence. Their captor was a formidable dark sorcerer, well versed in the arcane arts of malevolent magic. You must surely recognize who it is. Maud felt that his words were both reasonable and well-founded. When casting the soul magic to bring Madame Lily Potter back to the realm of the living, the result was a radiant green light. Rounded off, this green light emanates from the netherworld. Thus, the netherworld is a place brimming with verdant affection. Harry nodded, yet he remained enveloped in confusion. Imprisoned? But I heard Hagrid say they perished at the hands of that individual, that mysterious figure. Maud shook his head. Have you forgotten what I told you? What the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Moreover, the only true witnesses are you, your parents, and the enigmatic figure. In summary, they are all speaking nonsense. Harry furrowed his brow, touching his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Maud continued. They are imprisoned by a mysterious figure. Thus, The greatest obstacle to their rescue, as you are aware, is this enigmatic individual. In my prophetic dream, I beheld someone emerging from that shadowy green realm, liberating them. However, I could only glimpse the person's profile, indistinct yet striking. Modton paused, astonished by the brilliance before him. As Harry perceived the final words, he noticed a peculiar expression on Maud's face. He scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that Maud merely seeks solace for himself? He spoke the truth of his heart. Is this truly a prophetic dream? Maud gazed intently into Harry's eyes, slowly nodding in affirmation. Harry, you must understand that in the realm of magic, anything is possible. Based on my extensive experience with dreams over the years, I can assure you that this dream is indeed a prophetic one. As Harry listened to Maud's earnest words and observed his solemn expression, he sensed a profound sincerity that dispelled any notion of deceit. In that moment, the world around him seemed to crystallize with newfound clarity. He reminisced about the day he reunited with his parents, yearning once more to feel the warmth of their embrace. As he exhaled, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Maud nodded in satisfaction. At such a tender age, he was already burdened with so much sentimentality, which is detrimental to one's health. I am much better now, thank you, Maud. Maud shook his head. I merely recounted a prophetic dream. Harry, you must not emulate Ron, who spends each day engrossed in his studies. Alas, Maud sighed. Ron, how does this involve me? Harry, your task is to diligently study magic and strive to vanquish the faceless, enigmatic Voldemort as soon as possible. Me? Can I do it? Of course. The night had grown late. Gryffindor, common room. Ah, Harry suddenly awoke. He seemed to have had a nightmare. He glanced at the snowflakes drifting outside, momentarily lost in thought. Maud was awakened by him and sat up. Observing Harry's somewhat dazed expression, he inquired, What troubles you? Oh, Maud, I had a rather strange dream, Harry replied. Maud appeared contemplative. Do tell, he urged. Harry pondered his words carefully. I dreamt of two figures cloaked in black robes, searching for something within Hogwarts. They seemed poised to unleash several trolls at the castle entrance, as if they were about to enter. Then, they conferred about seeking the three-headed dog. Moody narrowed his eyes. This must be a memory of Voldemort. Two individuals were present. One was Quirrell, and the other was likely Lucius. I have a foreboding that something significant may transpire tonight, particularly concerning that important matter Hagrid mentioned. Harry rubbed his hands over his face, striving to calm his racing thoughts. I must venture out to investigate. Just as he was about to retrieve the invisibility cloak, Maud grabbed it. You little brat, it's late at night. Hurry up and go to bed. Harry replied. I'll go take a look. At least my magic is stronger than yours. However, Maud donned an invisibility cloak and vanished from sight. Do not follow me, for it may bring harm upon me, he cautioned. Understanding Harry's nature, he was certain that Harry would pursue him regardless. Thus, he felt compelled to speak sternly. As anticipated, Harry hesitated, retracting his foot and standing in place, lost in thought. Worry glimmered in his emerald eyes. Upon exiting the dormitory, Maud took off the invisibility cloak and stored it within his spatial magic. He then raised his gaze towards the distant entrance of Hogwarts Castle, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. Enacting a distant vision spell, he indeed discerned flickering lights in the distance. It appeared that something was amiss. The professors still present at the school had likely rushed to the scene. At this moment, if one could lure the three-headed dog while another slipped past, it might be possible to safely access the passage beneath the creature's feet. As for retrieving the philosopher's stone and overcoming the challenge posed by the Mirror of Ariste, one could not dismiss the possibility that Voldemort possessed knowledge of some method. Maud has assigned himself a mission to create chaos. Should Voldemort truly acquire the philosopher's stone, he would subsequently forfeit a stable environment for the study of magic. Maud placed the blue eye outside the Gryffindor common room to thwart Voldemort from infiltrating. This fellow has lost all semblance of honor. Do you truly expect him to adhere to any rules? Is Professor Snape still keeping a watchful eye on Quirrell? Maud pondered for a moment. He snapped his fingers, and a portal shimmering with a faint gray light materialized before him. Maud's figure transformed into Nicholas Zaz as he adjusted the black top hat perched on his head and stepped inside. To avoid an encounter with Chilo and the others, he took precautions. Maud arrived at the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle. As soon as he arrived, he heard the voice of Professor Snape echoing through the chilly corridor. What are you doing, Lucius? The indifferent tone of Professor Snape reverberated in the cold hallway. Lucius? If Lucius was here to obstruct Snape, then who was distracting the three-headed dog, and who would retrieve the philosopher's stone? Maud glanced with narrowed eyes. This chapter's logic is somewhat convoluted. I have rewritten it several times. I implore you for updates and favorable reviews. Hogwarts Castle, 4th floor. Professor Snape, something strange has transpired tonight. Surely someone is up to mischief within Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy remarked, his icy gray-blue eyes shimmering with a smile. As a member of the Ministry of Magic and a former student of Hogwarts, I feel it is my duty to assist you in uncovering the truth. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, you are our Draco's favorite professor, are you not? Professor Snape regarded him with an indifferent gaze, surveying him from a height and subtly glancing towards the room where the three-headed dog resided. Chiron must have entered, he pondered. So, is it possible that Lucius is truly unaware of the situation? Snape contemplated for a moment. If you wish to follow, then do so, he said, striding towards the 3rd floor. However, Lucius interposed his hand to halt him. Professor Snape, did you observe any suspicious individuals? Could you share your insights with me? I wish to contribute in any way I can. In a secluded corner, Mort observed their conversation, his golden eyes blinking thoughtfully. The performance had yet to commence. At present, Lucius seemed intent on merely stalling for time. Thus, it was only fitting for Chilo to entice the three-headed beast. Indeed, it was not long before a thunderous roar erupted, followed by the resounding clank of chains being pulled from a room on the 3rd floor. Professor Snape's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to rush towards the source of the commotion. Lucius made no effort to impede him this time. Instead, he coldly watched Snape retreat into the distance. With a hint of arrogance, he smirked slightly before pivoting to depart in another direction, his destination also being the room on the 3rd floor. This scene did not escape the notice of Mort, who had just rendered himself invisible and now stood a short distance from Lucius. Maud speculated that Lucius was likely the one responsible for retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. This was a rather straightforward and practical scheme. There was insufficient time for Quirrell and Lucius to divert the three-headed dog, so Lucius would utilize his identity as a Ministry of Magic employee to delay Snape. Consequently, while Snape pursued Quirrell, distracted and unable to focus, Lucius could unobstructedly seize the Philosopher's Stone. However, a question lingered. Were they not concerned about encountering Professor Dumbledore? An alternative possibility emerged. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore had left for an engagement that evening. The reason for his departure might very well be connected to the Ministry of Magic. A faint hissing sound emanated from Lucius's direction. Emoda squinted his eyes. A serpent? A mysterious figure. He pondered for a moment before following. However, having learned from the previous experience with Professor Snape and his sensitivity to magical power, he did not approach too closely. Before long, with a resounding explosion, a large hole burst open in a room on the 4th floor. Roar! A massive, jet-black, three-headed hellhound emerged from the opening, furiously howling and battering against the walls as it forcefully squeezed itself out of the relatively confined cavity. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a disheveled figure darted away into the distance. Clad in a voluminous black robe that concealed his entire body, he clutched a flying broomstick in his hand. Maud looked keenly at his intentions. Chilo intended to take the dog for a walk, riding a flying broomstick with a three-headed dog. Not far away, a loud bang erupted. A blaze of crimson light surged forth, resembling a lion pouncing on its prey, soaring through the void with fierce speed. The target was none other than the enigmatic Professor Chilo, cloaked in black and suspended in the air. However, the broomstick proved too agile. The flames missed their mark. Chaos ensued in an instant. Chilo, astride the flying broom, sped through the skies, aiming to lure the three-headed dog away. The creature, observing the erratic movements of Professor Chilo darting about like a fly, leapt in fury, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, with an air of indifference, fixated on Chilo's figure, occasionally casting spells to disrupt him while scanning the surroundings, searching for someone. Lucius, concealed within Snape's blind spot, wore a cold smirk. He observed the shifting dynamics of the scene as he made his way towards the shattered room on the 3rd floor. Maud observed everything with keen interest and blinked. In that moment, he felt as though he was suspended in the atmosphere. Professor Snape seemed to sense something amiss. He was concerned that someone, perhaps Lucius or another, might seize the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell was also acting quite out of character. Although he was flitting about to evade the three-headed dog, it was evident that his trajectory consistently led him toward the Gryffindor common room. Snape noticed this as well, his brow furrowing in concern. If Quirrell were not stopped, Harry would likely be in peril. Weighing his options with a flickering gaze, he ultimately decided to pursue Quirrell. Observing this, Lucius ceased to conceal himself and strode purposefully toward the room on the 4th floor. Maud contemplated, stroking his chin. Should he venture inside? Or remain here to stir up trouble? Modus contemplated deeply, remaining stationary as he observed Lucius retreating into the distance. Subsequently, he advanced toward the corner. Reflecting upon the locations of the restricted section on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle and the chamber of the three-headed dog. It was from the restricted section that Harry had entered a classroom, ultimately discovering the mirror of Ariste. The intersection of these two sites ought to reside there. With a snap of his fingers, Mord summoned a shimmering gray portal before him and stepped inside. He found himself in a classroom on the 2nd floor, one that resembled a long-abandoned space. A multitude of desks and chairs lay haphazardly piled against the wall, casting a sprawling, chaotic shadow upon the floor under the faint glow of the night. Opposite the cluttered furniture stood a grand mirror, its imposing presence unmistakable. Could this be the mirror of Eris? Maud was curiously gazing at the object before him. It was his inaugural encounter with the Elysian mirror. This striking mirror soared to the ceiling, its golden frame gleaming radiantly, supported by 2 claw-like feet. The upper border of the mirror bore an inscription that resembled an elongated, peculiar name. However, when viewed upside down, the inscription transformed into, "What I reflect is not your visage, but the desires that dwell within your heart." This enchanting mirror possesses the extraordinary ability to unveil the images of your innermost yearnings. It was, indeed, somewhat large. Emoda stood before the mirror, gazing upon a tall and slender silhouette, indistinct yet resolute, standing amidst the void. Could this be a vision of his future self? Maud snapped his fingers once more, summoning a portal anew. This time, he expanded the spatial gateway to its utmost dimensions. The Eris mirror, standing upright, would certainly not fit, yet when laid horizontally, it would. Maud carefully laid the enchanted mirror down, gradually and gently sliding it into the portal on the floor. After completing the task, he gazed at the now empty classroom. Maud felt a sense of monotony. Lucius and Voldemort had traveled a great distance, overcoming numerous obstacles along the way, only to find that the destination was an abandoned classroom? Was this truly all? It was exceedingly disrespectful. Maud retrieved a feather quill and parchment from the realm of spatial magic. With his left hand, he inscribed several slightly crooked characters upon the wall. "Congratulations on becoming the foremost challenger of this year's game." Alas, Maud nodded. Even in the absence of prizes, it is only fitting to extend congratulations. Are you ready? The challenger, Lucius, is here, and perhaps there is a snake as well? Maud, are you ready? The adventure is about to begin. Maud turned and stepped into the portal, the grayish-white ring vanishing in an instant. The House of Wishes. The Eris mirror lay horizontally upon the ground. Maud stood to the side, his eyes closed, his vision connected to the azure orb outside the Gryffindor common room corridor. He could perceive the corridor, devoid of any presence. The spatial portal opened once more. Moody approached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, sensing that significant events were unfolding outside. Indeed, the castle's entrance was ablaze, accompanied by the unsettling cries of some monstrous creature. Regardless of the tumult beyond, given the extraordinary circumstances, it was imperative that no one ventured outside. The young witches and wizards who remained at school for Christmas were engaged in animated discussions about the night's occurrences, likely roused by the commotion outside. From the sounds, it appeared that the Weasley twins, George and Fred, were among them. Oh, and I could also discern the voice of Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor. Maud stood here, the furious growls of the three-headed hound echoing in his ears. The three-headed beast and Chilo must be drawing near. Maud stood at a corner of the Gryffindor Tower, where the view afforded a glimpse of the library in the distance. The magic of the night unfurled once more. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the darkened sky, while the colossal, three-headed dog frantically pursued the shadowy figures above. They traversed a passage linking the library to the Gryffindor Tower. Maud looked in another direction. Professor Snape understood that he could never catch up with the flying Quirrell, hence he did not pursue him, but instead made his way directly to the Gryffindor Tower. Moreover, Quirrell appeared to be deliberately waiting for Professor Snape. The distance between the two was not great. Maud touched his hair, which danced in the wind, and adjusted his black hat with a casual gesture. It was time to get to work. He understood that summoning the Cerberus and Chilo was far from a trivial matter. While damaging flowers and plants was of little consequence, the thought of inadvertently harming a few young wizards was a source of genuine concern. Professor Dumbledore's task narrative had commenced. Little did they know, Nicholas Flamel, the sage elf, Maud Maris, am the true guardian of the night at Hogwarts. Maud snapped his fingers. In the snowy expanse, ethereal frost arrows of varying lengths coalesced in the air, their tips swaying as they collectively targeted the figure of Professor Quirrell. Cloaked in black high above, in an instant, the frost arrows surged forth. Beneath the night sky, the delicate frost arrows mingled with the falling snowflakes, their ghostly blue luminescence weaving through the void, becoming the sole beacon of light amid the darkness, a sight both enchanting and surreal from afar. Professor Snape, having witnessed this spectacle, shifted his gaze towards a distant silhouette atop a tower, a figure adorned with a black top hat. A realization struck him. This is, meanwhile, Professor Quirrell. Concealed beneath his dark robes, felt an inexplicable sense of peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended to a greater height, abandoning his struggle with the three-headed dog. His focus intensely trained on the dreamlike blue light darting across the distance. What could this possibly be? Professor Quirrell traversed the night sky at breakneck speed, the biting cold wind piercing through him, casting a glance at Snape below. The three-headed dog, Snape, and some hidden wizard lurking in the shadows. His countenance darkened beneath his cloak. Had Lucius acquired the item? If not, his retreat now would render today's efforts futile. Yet soon, Quirrell's expression grew even more grim. He realized that no matter how he altered his course, those blue lights relentlessly pursued him. It was as though they possessed sentience, utterly outrageous. Which sorcery grants such capabilities? Seizing a moment while turning, Quirrell glimpsed the true nature of the blue light. An arrow? A frost arrow radiating a shimmering blue glow, resembling a work of art. Such a diminutive object provoked an unsettling premonition within him. It seemed that should he make contact with it, he would surely plummet from his broom. Huh. Maud looked at Professor Chilo, who was running aimlessly like the three-headed dog below, pursued by the frost arrow, and couldn't help but laugh. Although Professor Chilo's speed in flight could not match that of the frost arrow, he was remarkably agile in turning corners, making it seem for a moment that the frost arrow could not catch up. Yet, that was just fine. Maud took out the longbow acquired from the centaur tribe, firmly grasping its sturdy limbs. It was the perfect opportunity to test the velocity enhancement bestowed upon the frost arrow by the elven bloodline magic. As he drew the bowstring, it arched into a crescent shape. With arms outstretched, a slender frost arrow materialized on the string, originally measuring around 2 meters in length. The brilliance of the arrow was too conspicuous. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of all the professors at once. The dimensions and luminosity were just right. Maud felt the boiling of his blood. Where his palm met the bow, a surge of energy flowed from within, enveloping the entire bow and arrow. The phrase drawing the exquisite bow like a full moon was truly fitting. Bang! The bowstring twanged, and in an instant, a slender arrow of frost transformed into a streak of blue light, racing forth like a flash. The azure brilliance pierced the night, akin to a radiant rainbow. In the blink of an eye, a piercing shriek rang in Chilo's ears. Whoosh! He turned his head to behold a solitary arrow, swift as a lone swan, hurtling towards him with lethal precision. This speed had surpassed his limits. There was no evading it. Chilo's eyes narrowed in alarm. At that moment, he wished fervently to transform into a golden snitch, soaring away on his broomstick. In an instant, the arrow was upon him. The blue light surged like a roiling tide. Professor Chilo executed the most skillful aerial drift of his life. However, his feet and the tail of the broom were still caught by the blue light. The icy surface rapidly solidified. Against the backdrop of the winter night as chill, Chilo felt a bone-deep cold. As the blue light dissipated, his feet, from his calves to his soles, along with the handle of the broom, were encased in ice. The professor hastily descended, hastening towards the nearby forbidden forest. From Maud's perspective, this descent, given its force, would likely result in a rather humiliating tumble. Maud turned his head and met Professor Snape's gaze. Professor Snape nodded slightly. Maud's eyes narrowed. Professor Snape might have deduced his identity. Soon, Professor Snape turned and strode towards the rampaging three-headed dog. The crisis had been averted. The thief of the crystal, Quirrell, was reduced to a pitiful state by our ADC, the Frost Archer. Victory. Has Lucius completed his challenge? Lucius stroked his chin, glancing towards the library, where it appeared there was no significant commotion. Given Lucius's prowess and Voldemort's keen perception, one would expect the challenges to be surmounted swiftly. What would Lucius's reaction be upon seeing the congratulatory message for overcoming the obstacles? And what of the serpent? Would it be elated? The old curmudgeons like Dumbledore, who devised these trials, truly waste time. Lucius brushed off his black robe, sending a cloud of dust into the air. His gaze still reflected the arrogance of days gone by. "Lucius, hurry and retrieve the item," rasped a voice from within his robe, laden with a chilling aura, accompanied by a faint hiss. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Lucius nodded and strode purposefully to this final checkpoint. Here lay the place where the Mirror of Erised was kept. Did those foolish Hogwarts professors truly believe that a few games could deter the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters? Such naivety was almost endearing. As Lucius pushed the door open, the creaking sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. He was finally about to behold the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Surveying the room, it was evident that this was merely an abandoned classroom. The piles of desks and chairs along the walls, coated in dust, served as testament to its neglect. The Philosopher's Stone was supposed to be hidden here, yet Lucius's smile faltered as he took in the emptiness surrounding him. Where was it? This was not consistent with what he had been led to believe. The end of the challenge was supposed to reveal the stone. Yet here lay only a desolate room, filled with debris and refuse. Were several magical trials erected merely to guard an abandoned classroom? Had Dumbledore lost his sanity? A small, brownish-black patterned serpent slithered out from Lucius's robe sleeve, exploring the vacant classroom. It soon approached the wall where the Mirror of Erised had once stood. The raspy voice echoed once more. "I discern various scents. One in particular is quite potent, carrying the aroma of herbs, suggesting recent departure." The concealed Voldemort within the serpent spoke. The serpent continued to glide, as if searching for something, until it reached the spot where the portal had opened. The scent abruptly vanished, which was peculiar. The serpent's head swayed, as if in contemplation. They may have temporarily relocated. Or perhaps this place was always meant to be a trap. Regardless of the circumstances, our plans have been shattered. Here, the traces of the magical stone have vanished. Beneath the calm exterior, a chilling atmosphere intensifies. Dumbledore, with a furrowed brow, appears to be enduring something. He lifts his gaze and notices inscriptions on the wall. Raising his wand, its tip illuminates as if it were a beacon. "Congratulations on becoming this year's first contender in the challenge game." A game. Dumbledore must have anticipated their arrival here, perceiving them as mere jesters. The flicker of emotions ignites within Lucius's steely gray-blue eyes. Were several obstacles deliberately contrived? And under whose perverse suggestion were those crooked letters left at the end of the challenge, mocking their futile endeavors? Ha ha ha. Lucius scoffed coldly. The decaying figures of Hogwarts should have long since vanished. Oh no, it would be best if all of Hogwarts were to be obliterated. With a fierce toss of his robes, he turned back, accompanied by the serpent. Maud remained on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, cloaked in invisibility. He gazed down towards the 3rd floor. Indeed, it was not long before he beheld Lucius, joyfully swaying as he emerged from the room of the three-headed dog, his robes billowing behind him. Even the serpent accompanied him with a hissing melody. Quite splendid, indeed. Maud blinked his eyes. Professor Dumbledore still failed to grasp the allure of the game. In such an adventure, the essence lies in a sense of glory. You see, Lucius's gaming experience has not surged to the forefront all at once. Lucius gradually stepped out of Maud's line of sight. Maud waited for a while longer, certain that they would not return. With a snap of his fingers, Maud summoned a spatial portal and returned once more to the abandoned classroom. Maud surveyed the entire classroom, noting that Lucius had not, in a fit of rage, destroyed the place. Perhaps he considered that such an act would only exacerbate their predicament. Maud utilized his magic to obliterate the inscriptions upon the wall. Subsequently, he huffed and puffed as he once again summoned the Mirror of Erised through a portal, returning it to its rightful place. The imposing mirror, adorned with a golden frame, resumed its position beside the wall, restoring everything to its former state. Untouched by the passage of time, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. The incident at the castle entrance should be resolved as well. Mere trolls could hardly pose a challenge to the esteemed professors of Hogwarts. Moreover, the guardians of the students within Hogwarts extend beyond just the professors. Maud had departed. Soon, several professors from Hogwarts hastily arrived at the scene. They discovered that the preceding obstacles bore the marks of magical destruction. Most notably, the towering wizard chess pieces exhibited varying degrees of damage. What of the Mirror of Erised? Had the Philosopher's Stone been taken? Upon opening the door to the abandoned classroom, the professors observed the Mirror of Erised, remarkably intact. They paused in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, the weary Professor Dumbledore returned. He blinked his azure eyes, surveying the Mirror of Erised for a moment, and noted that the Philosopher's Stone remained safely nestled within the reflection. "Rest assured, it is quite safe," Professor Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully, as he examined the dust strewn across the floor. The professors exchanged glances, perplexed. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Maud? When Maud entered, Harry immediately took notice. He hurried over, scrutinizing Maud closely. Thank heavens, you are unharmed. Maud waved his hand dismissively. What could possibly be the matter? Harry appeared startled. While Ron remained composed amidst such a momentous event, he continued to snore as if nothing were amiss. What is happening outside? It's quite satisfactory, peaceful even. Harry rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Peaceful? Is that a new term to describe an emergency? Those two wizards in black robes. Are you saying my dream truly came to pass? Maud nodded. Would you like to know? This is indeed a significant matter. Harry nodded in agreement. Then I shall share it. Maud's deep voice set the tone for the narrative. What you dreamt of were, in fact, two malevolent wizards harboring a dangerous intention, planning to arrive at Hogwarts while we all lay in slumber. Moton paused, stealthily playing the obstacle game. I dreamt they introduced more giants. I am weary. Oh well. P.S. A plea for updates. A request for 5-star reviews. The Hogwarts dining hall. Oh no. What has happened? I heard some unfortunate events transpired last night. I also heard noises from outside. Professor Quirrell has broken his leg. Why is it Professor Quirrell again? Maud had just taken a bite of the beef and potato stew when he nearly spat it out upon hearing the news. Upon reflection, Professor Quirrell truly had a streak of misfortune. Alas, struck by lightning last time, and now he had broken his leg. Failing to consult the almanac before venturing out. What a stroke of bad luck. Maud, what transpired last night? Ron mumbled, gnawing on a meat pie. Early this morning, he overheard George and Fred, the twin brothers, discussing the matter. He had been so groggy last night that he was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. I heard Harry mention that you might know the truth. Me? Maud shook his head, stating that he was merely speculating. The professors would undoubtedly provide clarity on the specific circumstances. Given the considerable noise from last night, Hogwarts would certainly offer an explanation. However, Maud remained uncertain about how the explanation would unfold. Should it conflict with the professor's accounts, he chose to remain silent. Maud eagerly indulged in a grilled sausage, taking a hearty bite as it sizzled and oozed with delectable juices, truly an exquisite delight. The cuisine of Hogwarts is indeed timeless. As Maud savored his meal, his mind began to ponder the forthcoming developments of the narrative. It was evident that the events of the previous night would undoubtedly influence what was to transpire next. Would Hogwarts relocate the Mirror of Ariste, or might Professor Dumbledore preemptively destroy the Philosopher's Stone? Maud is uncertain. Professor Dumbledore harbors a multitude of calculations within his heart. His little abacus functions splendidly. Even the matter of the Philosopher's Stone may well be one of his fishing expeditions. However, this remains mere speculation. If it is indeed true that Professor Dumbledore is engaged in fishing, then the subsequent events might just as well return to their original course. Maud reflected upon his apparent oversight from the previous night. With Voldemort having transformed into a serpent, he pondered whether he would possess the acute sense of smell characteristic of snakes, whose tongues are adept at collecting chemical particles from the air. Ideally, such a trait would not exist. However, if it did, it might unveil his scent. Consequently, he contemplated concealing his aroma or fervently hoping that Voldemort had not metamorphosed into any creature. A solution was imperative. Before long, Professor McGonagall entered with a grave demeanor, clad in her deep green robes and square spectacles. Students of Hogwarts, please settle down. I have an important announcement to make. The few young wizards below ceased their chatter, raising their gazes towards Professor McGonagall. She continued, what I wish to address pertains to the events of last night. I trust many of you heard the unusual disturbances. They indeed stemmed from a conflict that occurred within Hogwarts. However, there is no cause for alarm, as all the trolls that inadvertently wandered in last night have been removed. In the days to come, the professors will meticulously patrol every nook and cranny of the school, eliminating all potential hazards. Maud listened intently to Professor McGonagall, narrowing his eyes. The source of all the events from the previous night pointed unequivocally to the Philosopher's Stone. The root cause had been identified. But had Professor McGonagall and her colleagues discerned who was responsible for the actions? Professor Quirrell would remain under the watchful eye of Professor Snape. As long as there were no external influences, Snape could certainly fulfill this task. Yet, the matter of Lucius remained uncertain. Had Hogwarts deemed him a suspect? And could he be effectively monitored? This was indeed a question shrouded in ambiguity. When Professor McGonagall mentioned that Hogwarts would collaborate with the Ministry of Magic, Maud understood immediately. Hogwarts had likely included Lucius among their suspects. using the pretext of cooperation to discreetly observe his forthcoming actions. What strategies would Professor Dumbledore employ in this new arrangement? And how would Voldemort and his followers navigate this intricate web? Within the confines of Snape's office, the potions master was engrossed in the meticulous preparation of the potion of Banshee No. 2, his demeanor reflecting the concentration of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. Moody stood nearby, attentively observing the intricate details of his potion brewing. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had mastered the preparation of this potion, set with far greater finesse. Truly, he was the youngest master of potions. Professor Severus Snape, while stirring the concoction within the cauldron, spoke in a tone of indifference. Is there something you need, Professor Snape? You are aware of the significance of this potion recipe to a potion master, are you not? Maud nodded in understanding. He was aware that Professor Snape was referring to the remarkable effects of this potion in enhancing one's familiarity with herbal materials. This elixir must remain confidential, otherwise, one's subsequent days would become quite troublesome. Indeed, Professor, Maud nodded, for he grasped this principle well. The more extraordinary and precious an object, the more likely it is to attract a pack of ravenous hounds. Take, for instance, the Philosopher's Stone, which drew the attention of that celestial figure drifting in the sky. And let us not forget the two players attempting to breach the challenges. Professor Snape pondered for a moment before opening the cabinet of his desk and retrieving the potions contained within. Potions? Maud walked over and opened the cabinet. It was filled with an array of potions. Goodness, are these not the Siren Elixirs No. 1 and No. 2? Truly, you never cease to amaze me, Snape. I find myself lacking a testing area. Perhaps you could assist me in sampling them. Ahem. Moody interrupted Professor Snape's discourse. He blinked and assured, rest assured, Professor, I shall take care of this matter. A dead comrade is better than a living one for me. Harry, you have endured much. Oh no, you have been fortunate. Professor Snape cast a glance in his direction but refrained from further comment, likely already aware of his intentions. Maud also scrutinized Professor Snape's reaction. He surmised that Professor Snape was likely outwardly indifferent yet fervently passionate within. After all, how could one resist such an adorable presence as Harry, so reminiscent of Lily? Surely, a hug and a lift were in order. Might I procure the Moondew herb? Moondew herb? Maud looked at Professor Snape with a sense of bewilderment. This was certainly not the ingredient required for the Amortentia potion. Had Professor Snape's innovative spirit suddenly manifested itself? Maud still handed the moonlit herb to Snape. Professor Snape, have you improved this potion? No. Oh, then what is it? A first attempt. Maud instinctively shielded his head, retreating slightly. Had the master of potions truly become so formidable, even without employing any safety measures? Indeed, scarcely had he uttered those words when a blinding light emanated from the cauldron. Professor Snape promptly cast it aside. Bang! The door to Snape's office was utterly obliterated. The power of this explosion far exceeded that of ordinary potions. The door shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Debris whizzed past Professor Snape's ears, yet he remained composed, observing the chaotic spectacle of the cauldron's explosion with an expression as indifferent as ever. He resembled a certain figure, nonchalantly smoking a cigar amidst a hail of gunfire and explosions. Oh, I must say, Professor Snape, you embody that very image. Maud raised his thumb once more, correcting his earlier mistake. Professor Snape said nothing, instead lifting his black wand. The tip of the wand radiated light, and in an instant, as if time had reversed, the shattered fragments of the wooden door scattered throughout the room were drawn back by an unseen force, reassembling in midair. The shards of the cauldron also converged in an instant. Moments later, a pristine wooden door was reinstalled at the entrance, and the cauldron was neatly placed on the ground. Everything returned to its original state. This scene conjured a striking magical visual effect. Truly marvelous. Professor Snape resumed his meticulous arrangement of potion-making tools, continuing his work. Under Maud's astonished gaze, Professor Snape prepared to add another herb. Are you ready? Maud inquired. Of course, this is an inevitable aspect of refining potions. Professor Snape replied as he introduced the herb into the mixture. Another brilliant flash of light erupted. Snape skillfully cast the cauldron aside and continued. I intend to find an herb that can harmonize the conflicting base solution of the Siren Potion No. 2, thus enhancing the success rate of potion brewing. However, it may not be achievable. After all, the individual who devised this potion formula must be a master of potions, surpassing me by tenfold or even 100-fold. Bang! The door splintered once more, this time accompanied by billowing black smoke. Maud held a deep admiration for this spirit of trial and error. To improve a potion, one must rely on relentless experimentation, coupled with a profound reservoir of knowledge. However, might it be possible to consider the sentiments of an observer such as myself? Maud touched his ear and pressed it gently, feeling the persistent buzzing in his head from the intense explosion, which was quite unfriendly for him. An elf whose hearing surpassed that of ordinary beings. Professor Snape once again employed a mending charm. He sensed that the vitality of his internal magical energy was gradually increasing. Not only could this enhance his magical potency, but it also improved his proficiency in potion brewing. A dual benefit. He then prepared the cauldron, ignited the flame, and continued the creation of the Charmed Demon Potion number 2. This time, Professor Snape intended to introduce a herb with mild effects before the foundational solution was combined. Professor, why not directly concoct a foundational solution for the purpose of harmonization? Let me try that in a moment. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke billowed once more within the room. Professor Snape poured the remaining solution from the cauldron onto the ground into a cup. He inhaled the aroma and proceeded to test various reagents. He took notes diligently. In this potion-making session, the addition of the ancient serpent herb indeed mitigated the conflicts between the foundational solutions, yet it significantly diluted the potion's efficacy. He continued to write while explaining this to Maud. The spell book in Maud's possession began to meticulously document the outcomes of these experiments. This, too, constitutes a form of knowledge. Subsequently, within Professor Snape's office, the door would occasionally burst open, with beams of light occasionally piercing through the room and illuminating the outdoors. For the safety of his students, Professor Snape instructed Maud to compose a warning to deter students from approaching his office. Thus, Maud blinked and inscribed, "Areas prone to incidents ahead. Please take an alternate route." Conjuration magic. Maud meticulously organized the knowledge of the elven bloodline's magical arrows within his mind, contemplating the potential of combining spells. His ambition extended beyond merely enhancing the velocity of the frost arrow. He sought to amalgamate the formidable power of lightning magic with the foundational essence of the frost arrow. Previously, Maud had endeavored to harmonize the energy conflicts between lightning magic and the spells of the frost which threw the elven bloodline's magical arrows. Although the results were not overly pronounced, it was indeed a viable path to pursue. However, this journey was fraught with the inevitability of explosions. Yet, having endured the explosive trials under Professor Snape, how could I, Nicholas Jowls, the sage elven Maud Maris, possibly be deterred? Maud had envisioned this combination spell and bestowed upon it the name, Lightning Release, Dark Flash Frost Wind Ice Arrow, abbreviated as Ice Thunder Arrow. Upon its manifestation, the frosty arrow entwined with countless spiraling lightning patterns surged forth, imbued with both electric and freezing effects. The precise magical outcome remained uncertain to Maud, as its true nature would only be revealed upon its completion. Nevertheless, this marked the inaugural attempt at a combination spell, holding significant importance. Thus, regardless of whether the final magical potency faltered, it mattered little. Maud thought to himself as he drew back the bowstring, which tautened into a perfect crescent. He gazed at the lifelike target within the Room of Wishes, where a slender arrow of azure frost hovered delicately upon the string. Subsequently, he infused the bow with the potent essence of the elven bloodline magic arrow. Finally, as he gripped the bow's arm, violet lightning crackled to life. Arcs of electricity dancing wildly, instantly enveloping the entire bow in a shimmering display. In that moment, an ordinary bow transformed into a magnificent thunderous bow adorned with violet patterns. Fortunately, the elven bloodline magic arrow's energy tempered the ferocity of the lightning. Maud concentrated intently, drawing the thunderbolt towards the frost arrow. Gradually, the lightning enveloped the arrow 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, 5 millimeters. Suddenly, blue and purple hues converged, creating an indescribable halo of beauty. Yet, before Maud could revel in this moment, an ominous feeling surged within him. From the frost arrow, a violent aura erupted. The lightning surged forth, and the blue light burst forth. It was chaos. Bang! Maud swiftly unleashed a frost arrow, channeling his magical energy as he leapt backward. With a snap of his fingers, his armor enveloped him in a protective embrace. Indeed, the violet-blue frost arrow, enveloped in crackling lightning, detonated instantaneously. Bang! 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 The dazzling white radiance transformed the surroundings into a blindingly white expanse. Countless arcs of electricity flickered and danced throughout the wish-granting chamber, crackling with energy. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos, yet the chamber remained secure. Maud sat on the ground and clapped his hands. Fortunately, he cleverly retrieved the magic of frost arrow and lightning spell at the last moment. Otherwise, the destruction would have been substantial. Oh dear. What just happened? Maud, you have overwhelmed me. Ron's voice came from beneath him. Oh, my apologies. Maud rose hastily. Harry stared in bewilderment at the purple arc obstructed by a transparent wall, nearly blinded just moments ago. What kind of magic is this, Maud? Harry inquired. His voice a sweet, innocent lilt. Maud could only shake his head in response. Oh, dear Mrs. Potter. It seems your child's gender may have been misassigned at birth in the netherworld. Such a delightful voice should not go to waste. Oh, this is merely a minor spell. Maud looked around the scene, surveying his surroundings. The violet arcs of electricity still lingered in the air, while a chilling white mist rose from the spot where the frost arrow had recently detonated. Ice fragments continuously formed in the atmosphere, plummeting to the ground as if a localized hailstorm had just occurred. Fortunately, the Wish Granteo had only sustained minor damage to its flooring. The explosion had been remarkably well controlled, executed with precision. Oh, my face. Ron rubbed the reddened half of his visage, resembling a monkey's backside. Harry, gazing at his friend's face with his emerald green eyes, could not contain himself and burst into laughter. At last, the magical effects had completely dissipated. Maud took out the spell book, meticulously documenting the recent casting process. He noted the amount of magical energy involved, the effects produced, and the extent to which the frost arrow and lightning had fused to create the resulting explosion. Such records would aid him in mastering his magic more effectively in the future, minimizing explosive outcomes, accumulating experience, and acquiring a broader knowledge of combinatory spells. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Harry. Harry, have you had the chance to visit that mirror these past few days? Harry's cheeks flushed slightly as he bashfully replied, I still miss them dearly, so I went to see it once more. Maud blinked his eyes. Harry returned to gaze into the magic mirror, and he was not surprised. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old boy, lacking in formidable self-control. What captivated his attention was that, following Christmas, the Mirror of Erised remained in its original place. Had the narrative reverted to its former course? I also encountered Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore had restored everything to its rightful path. The old fisherman. Oh, and I had also taken a look, Ron chimed in. I saw myself becoming the head of Gryffindor. His tone was brimming with excitement. Although it had not yet come to pass, at least I had a glimpse of it. I am destined to be the head of Gryffindor. What a pity, such an extraordinary mirror, and yet Professor Dumbledore claimed he only beheld a pair of woolen socks. Ron lamented. How could that be? Maud shook his head. This mirror ought to reflect the deepest desires of your hearts. How could the illustrious Professor Dumbledore, such a magnificent white wizard, possibly place any significance on a pair of woolen socks? Harry and Ron glanced over with curiosity. Maud, do you know what Professor Dumbledore truly beheld? Maud nodded. Of course. What is it? After all, what Professor Dumbledore beheld was, in truth, Modton paused for a moment. For pairs of woolen socks. The two had mastered Miss Granger's eye-rolling technique, particularly Harry, who had perfected it quite well. Maud laughed heartily. The woolen socks symbolize familial affection. However, what Professor Dumbledore holds dear in his heart are actually 4 cherished relatives, his parents, who passed away during his youth, his sister Ariana, and the brother who shuns the acknowledgement of their kinship, Aberforth Dumbledore. The Christmas holiday has come to a close. The grand Christmas tree in the Great Hall has been removed by the towering half-giant Hagrid, likely to be replanted near his cottage for the convenience of the next festive season. In the evening, within the hall, Maud was leafing through a book. Indeed, he was merely flipping through the pages, for his actions could not be accurately described as reading or studying. Harry was in search of some information, while Hermione perused a thick tome, seemingly to stave off boredom. Meanwhile, Ron was fervently racing against time to complete his homework. There was no avoiding it. He had neglected his assignments throughout the Christmas break, leaving him with a solitary night, a pen, a lamp, and his own company. Of course, Ron was not one to place much faith in miracles. After 10 minutes of writing, he initiated a conversation with Hermione about the incident that had transpired during Christmas. Hermione, you missed something monumental. He cleared his throat, building suspense. This elicited an eye roll from Hermione. What monumental event? Do tell. Your reaction leaves much to be desired. Ron began to narrate the tale regarding the noises he had heard while sleeping that night, intertwining it with Professor McGonagall's later remarks. That night, a tremendous uproar had erupted outside. Beasts were bellowing as giants surged into Hogwarts Castle. The professors were swift to assess the situation and responded accordingly. Thus, the professors vanquished all the invading giants. Hermione seemed to be pondering something. Then she remarked, "I believe the origins of this incident are likely linked to that which is guarded by the three-headed dog." Maud, who had been flipping through pages, lifted his head and cast a glance at Hermione, nodding in admiration. Miss Granger's intellect is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, she strikes right at the heart of the matter. Truly the epitome of a know-it-all. Reflecting on this incident, Maud was reminded of the trials guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Maud touched his chin, reflecting on the recent affair involving Star Regus. Retribution would inevitably arrive. It was merely a matter of time. Eventually, the Regus family or the Ministry of Magic would uncover the clues. Maud believed that he might require something akin to a colossal wizard's chess, or perhaps an alchemical product capable of storing magical energy. The purpose, naturally, would be to safeguard his family. Thus, it seemed prudent to acquire some knowledge of alchemy. Indeed, that would be quite beneficial. Maud has no belief that acquiring knowledge of alchemy would render his magical system more chaotic or cumbersome. Alchemy may be regarded as a profound comprehension and application of magic, an intricate practice that delves deeply into its principles and methodologies. When wielded effectively, alchemy can broaden the horizons of magical applications and enhance its potency. Moreover, the invention of a new alchemical product is indeed a delightful prospect. In summary, this knowledge is equally splendid. "Oh, I've finally found it," Harry exclaimed with delight. "Nicholas Flamel, I have discovered his introduction." He handed a card filled with text to Ron. Curiously, Ron accepted it and began to read aloud. Dumbledore's greatest achievement was defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and his contributions to alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. He pronounced the last sentence with great emphasis. After flipping through countless books to uncover the name of Nicholas Flamel, he felt a peculiar fondness for it. "Oh, I knew this name sounded familiar," Hermione exclaimed, a spark of realization lighting up her eyes. "I have seen it on the train." She began to gather her books from the table, urging, "Follow me." Harry and Ron hastily trailed behind, abandoning their homework. Maud blinked and followed suit, intending to seek out books on alchemy. He aspired to acquire more knowledge in hopes of discovering some magical alchemical creation on his own. Naturally, this endeavor would require a considerable amount of time. In the library, Harry and Ron sat on chairs, each engrossed in a book. They were passing the time while waiting for Hermione to locate the book she had seen on the train, which contained information about Nicholas Flamel, the origins of ancient alchemy and the development of modern alchemical studies. Maud was also in search of tomes related to alchemy, his fingers gliding over the spines of the volumes upon the shelves as he scrutinized the titles, occasionally withdrawing one or two to peruse the table of contents. As a prominent category within the realm of magic, Maud envisioned that the literature on alchemy would require at least an entire bookshelf. However, upon inspection, he found merely around half a shelf's worth. A considerable number of the texts merely chronicled the historical development of alchemy, while the volumes pertaining to the methodologies of alchemical study constituted but a small fraction. He gathered several richly informative alchemical books and settled down opposite Harry and Ron. Thud. Harry and Ron jolted in surprise, looking up to see a formidable stack of books casting a considerable shadow under the light. 1, 2, 7, 12 books? Maud, are you truly intending to complete all of these tonight? Ron, with his blue eyes wide open, gazed at the hefty collection, feeling a twinge of fatigue as drowsiness began to creep in. He expressed his incredulity, pondering if it were even feasible to read through so many volumes in a lifetime. Maud shook his head and retrieved 3 relatively thin volumes, each about half an inch thick. He decided to peruse these 3 books tonight to pass the time. Rather than merely reading, he aimed to memorize their contents. His current approach to reading involved flipping through the pages from beginning to end, committing the material to memory. The primary purpose of memorization, after all, was to achieve perfect scores on examinations. However, some knowledge requires more than mere retention to truly harness its potential. One must contemplate and comprehend it thoroughly. Passing the time with a storybook, is it? Ron understood. He too was engaged in the same pastime. He was engrossed in a tale about a wizard transformed into a mouse, experiencing a delightful and intriguing life while residing with ordinary people. This was what adults referred to as a children's book, entertaining indeed. Having read the story, he felt as though he had embraced a new narrative. After all, when it came to passing time, an engaging story sufficed. As for studying, that could wait until the eve of the examination. Harry blinked. sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. "Maud, may I take a look at one of the books?" Maud nodded slightly. Harry casually picked up a book from Maud's stack and scrutinized its cover. The title of the book was On the Principles and Practices of Alchemy, adorned with the image of a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an academic aura, who occasionally winked at him as if greeting him. Intrigued, Harry opened the first page. A dense array of scholarly terminology and various symbols related to alchemy flooded his vision, causing his mind to momentarily freeze. Snap! Harry quickly closed the book and returned it to the stack. Goodness, is this something a mere elementary school student can comprehend? He raised his head and saw Maud flipping through the pages at an astonishing pace. His face lit up with enthusiasm, reciting words as if he had stumbled upon something truly fascinating. Indeed, Maud seemed far from ordinary. This book was rather captivating. Maud nodded in satisfaction at the content of the book in his hands. This volume explored the intricate relationship between alchemy and magic, while also delineating accessible methods for integrating magic into alchemical products. It served as an introductory textbook presented in a clear and comprehensible manner, enriched with intriguing experimental examples that resembled captivating tales. The examples within evoked memories of Maud's life at Hogwarts, where he encountered a variety of commonplace alchemical creations, animated illustrations, books that could scream, and self-stirring frying pans. Maud blinked, a contemplative expression gracing his face. He resolved to begin with the simpler tasks, learning to create an entire set of magically powered automated furniture, thereby honing his skills and accumulating experience. Subsequently, he intended to examine the peculiar horcruxes within Hogwarts, such as a certain diary and an old man's pot, for further inspiration. Building upon this foundation, he aspired to craft a sophisticated and personal masterpiece. I recall having seen the name Nicholas Flamel before. Hermione's voice interrupted Maud's thoughts as she approached, cradling an enormous tome, which she thudded onto the table with a resounding noise, startling both Harry and Ron. The book was twice the size of her head, its pages slightly yellowed and creased, suggesting it was quite an ancient volume. Hermione opened the book. "Look here," she indicated a passage, reading softly, "Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a powerful substance that can transform any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it." As she read, she glanced up at Harry and Ron, her eyes seemingly sparkling with enthusiasm. Miss Granger relished this sensation of sharing knowledge. Immortality? Ron furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face, as this concept perhaps surpassed his lexical repertoire. "Precisely, it refers to eternal life," Hermione explained, casting him a glance. "I know what it means," Ron quickly retorted, not wishing to feel like an illiterate. "Shoo," Harry admonished, placing a finger to his lips and glancing around. Indeed, several people turned to look at them due to Ron's outburst. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare and continued, "Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. This renowned alchemist celebrated his 665th birthday last year." The mention of the number 665 caused both Harry and Ron to widen their eyes in astonishment, while Maud, who had been quietly observing, remained unfazed. "Do you understand what this is about, Maud?" Hermione inquired, noticing the absence of any surprise on his face. Maud smiled gently. "Is it not merely 665? He caressed the invisible black serpent coiling around his arm, savoring its smoothness akin to metal. With the black serpent at his disposal, he believed he could not only surpass 665, but also outpace 997. Hermione continued to scrutinize his face, shaking her head. "From your eyes, I can tell you must have known about Nicholas Flamel long ago. Oh, and last time, you mentioned I should be familiar with that name." A peculiar expression emerged on Hermione's somewhat freckled face. "Maud, have you employed some special magic again?" "Nonsense, I have not," Maud interrupted Hermione, asserting that he harbored no penchant for invading others' privacy, whether through mundane means or magical ones. As he gazed into Hermione's brown eyes, he earnestly remarked, "Logical reasoning is not solely your forte. There are numerous individuals proficient in this arena. Take, for instance, a certain bespectacled elementary student, often referred to as the washing machine due to the incessant reflection from his glasses, myself included." He continued, recalling that Nicholas Flamel, as Harry had previously mentioned, was a partner of Professor Dumbledore. Thus, it stands to reason that, as the companion of the greatest white wizard, Flamel would possess the ability to achieve feats beyond the reach of others, which is why I find it entirely unsurprising. "Is that so?" Hermione blinked, contemplating for a moment. And recognizing the merit in his words, she ceased her inquiries into Maud's assertions, clearing her throat and organizing her thoughts. She began to share her speculations regarding Nicholas Flamel and the three-headed dog, Fluffy, who guarded the very door beneath its paws, the entrance to the Philosopher's Stone. Maud couldn't help but nod. Oh, what a delightful name Mau Mau is. It truly suits the adorable three-headed dog. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly revealing their thoughts. The evenings at Hogwarts were indeed perfect for a leisurely stroll in the gentle breeze, especially in the Forbidden Forest, where the scenery was quite enchanting. The trio stealthily approached Hagrid's hut. As Maud stood behind them like a diminutive bulb, he found their waddling gait rather amusing. He lifted his gaze to survey Hagrid's cottage, from which a plume of smoke lazily ascended from the chimney. The quaint little wooden house appeared somewhat incongruous beside the towering figure of the half-giant. Harry rapped on the door, and Hagrid, brandishing a crossbow, opened it with a wary expression that mirrored their last encounter. Upon recognizing young Harry and his companions, the tension in his demeanor dissipated. "Ah, I apologize, but there are no festivities this evening," Hagrid stated, grasping the doorknob as if to close the door once more. It was not safe for young wizards to be wandering outside Hogwarts Castle at this hour. However, the door did not shut, for Harry held it firmly, declaring earnestly, "I am aware of the situation regarding the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid appeared taken aback. He released the doorknob and welcomed the four young wizards inside. "We believe someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and it must be Professor Snape." Harry and Ron echoed their agreement, convinced of Snape's intentions. Although Harry had previously entertained similar thoughts, his recent experience in the restricted section had shown him a rather peculiar side of Professor Snape. Was he truly the culprit? Doubts began to cloud his mind. "Perhaps I mean to say, have we overlooked something?" Ron exaggeratedly gaped. "Harry, don't forget about the injury on Snape's leg and his penchant for targeting you." Among all the current clues, Professor Snape appeared the most suspicious. Hermione nodded in agreement and turned to Maud. "What do you think, Maud?" Maud gently stroked his chin, directing his gaze towards Harry, their emerald eyes locking in a moment of connection. "Harry," he began, "I do not wish to impose my opinions upon you. Rather, I offer you this piece of advice. Learn to think independently and resist the influence of others." Maud understood that Harry, at this moment, likely could not comprehend or absorb such wisdom. Nevertheless, maintaining the narrative served to his advantage. Indeed, under the persistent influence of Hermione and Ron, Harry ultimately regarded Professor Snape as the prime suspect. Maud blinked. Professor Snape, cloaked in his voluminous bat-like robe, ultimately bore the brunt of blame. Henceforth, Batman's moniker may require a revision. How about Bat Blackpot? Hagrid, having just set a kettle to boil, shook his head as he listened to their exchange. "Are you still doubting Professor Snape?" he inquired. "Indeed, we suspect he is the very one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Ron replied. "But he is one of the professors tasked with protecting the stone. How could he possibly be a thief?" At Hagrid's words, Hermione furrowed her brow, a look of contemplation gracing her features. Maud shook his head, leaning against the back of the chair, and retrieved a spell book, perusing a tome he had just copied. Next, he awaited the arrival of young Master Malfoy, who was monitoring their activities. Before long, a faint sound emerged from a metal bucket roasting over the fire. Hagrid extracted a steaming, human head-sized golden egg from within, instantly capturing the attention of Harry and his companions. "What is this?" Harry inquired, gazing curiously at the golden egg. "Oh, I might know," Ron said, peering intently at the egg. "This is a dragon's egg. But Hagrid, how did you come by it?" He turned his gaze toward Hagrid. "Well, I won it in a bet with a stranger at the pub," Hagrid replied. Suddenly, the dragon egg erupted, its shell shattering and nearly striking the trio. A fragment of a golden eggshell also fell from the spellbook in Maud's hand. Maud gently grasped the eggshell, its texture reminiscent of a sheet of tin, smooth to the touch, while a faint scent of fish wafted from its surface. Chirp! The newly hatched dragonet emitted a sound, marking its arrival into the world. Maud, intrigued by the legendary Western dragon, moved a chair to the table and scrutinized the Norwegian ridgeback. This diminutive dragon was enveloped in a shadowy hue, its triangular head crowned with bat-like wings, and its claws, long and dark, exceeded even the size of its head. This charming creature, no larger than the palm of Maud's hand, would eventually grow into a majestic and formidable Norwegian ridgeback. The little dragon seemed to let out a couple of burps before unleashing a plume of fire towards Hagrid, singeing his fine black beard. Hagrid chuckled, unfazed, as he waved his hand to extinguish the flames on his beard. However, his smile abruptly froze as he turned to the narrow glass window of the small room. There stood a person with light golden hair, observing Maud, Harry, and the little dragon within. A smile crept across Emoda's face. At long last, the young master had arrived. The intriguing events were about to unfold. Maud took out the enchanting potion number 1 and leaned towards Harry, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. Harry, whether we lose points from here on depends entirely on you. Harry, bewildered, looked back with his emerald eyes filled with confusion. Are you saying? Maud blinked at him. It was a brilliant plan. After consuming this substance, engage in conversation with Malfoy and inform him that should he choose to betray us, you too would face repercussions. Trust me, as long as the performance is executed flawlessly, we shall remain unscathed. Maud named this plan the magical technique of Naruto XX. As for its success, Maud was indifferent. If successful, Gryffindor would not lose points. If it failed, Harry and his companions could witness Voldemort feasting on unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest at night, gaining a deeper understanding of the truth. Ultimately, it would depend on the serendipitous encounter between Harry and young Malfoy. In the stillness of the night, a figure with pale golden hair was sprinting into the distance. Young Malfoy recalled Maud and the grotesque expressions of Harry, a cold smile creeping upon his lips as he murmured, "This time, I shall not be thwarted by you, Maris. And certainly not by the ever-resilient Harry Potter." He had awaited this opportunity for a long time. Both Maud and Harry seemed eager to oppose him, particularly Maris. In every confrontation with Maris, he had found himself at a disadvantage. The last time he pursued Maris, he had inexplicably collapsed, only to be struck by the deluded Goyle and Crabbe. Truly infuriating. This time, with Maud and Harry, it was a twofold victory. Gryffindor's points were surely to be deducted. The cold night breeze brushed against his face, making his nose feel uncomfortably chilly, but it did not hinder his pace. As he ran, Malfoy glanced back, curious if anyone was in pursuit. To his astonishment, he beheld a slender figure shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, with long black hair billowing in the night air. Had he misjudged? Malfoy momentarily faltered, his speed unwittingly slackening as a spark of anticipation ignited within him. Should he halt? Was it worth turning back to see if it was the same individual he had encountered before? "Hey, wait for me." The sweet, innocent voice floated through the quiet dirt path, a proclamation that brought Malfoy to a complete stop. He turned to face the diminutive figure, who also raised their head, revealing a familiar face beneath the broad brim of a hat, with striking emerald eyes. "It's you." Malfoy suppressed his inner joy, though his tone betrayed a hint of excitement. He held a favorable impression of the little witch he had met around the corner, a sentiment difficult to articulate, perhaps akin to a child's innocent admiration for a peer and the yearning for friendship. "Look at that, Potter. She possesses the same emerald eyes as you. But her eyes and lashes are so exquisitely delicate." A smile involuntarily graced Malfoy's face, only to be swiftly concealed. The figure with the green eyes and black hair approached and stood before him. Just as Maud said, he has come to a halt. Harry was somewhat astonished by Malfoy's predictions. He felt an inner resistance towards the forthcoming conversation. He was not adept at pretense, especially in the presence of someone he loathed. A rigid expression crossed his face, attempting to smile, yet the smile froze before fully manifesting. "Hello." Oh, you cough. "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy." Malfoy stammered, striving to regain his prior aloof demeanor, but at that moment, he found himself faltering. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Due to the awkward atmosphere, Harry's voice came out as a mere whisper. "Oh, it seems you noticed Maud and his friends in Hagrid's hut. They are my companions. I followed them out." Malfoy pretended to cough a couple of times, attempting to sound more assertive, yet his confidence seemed to deflate. "Yes, they are insufferable. You might not know, but they particularly enjoy opposing me. For such vile individuals, we must deliver a stern lesson. I intend to file a complaint against them. However, I might face repercussions as well, perhaps even detention." Harry forced himself to maintain a somewhat awkward expression, pondering if his words sounded like a plea for sympathy. How could that be? Cough. That's not the case. A challenge. Malfoy's palms glistened with sweat as he gently rubbed his Slytherin robe. "I could never resort to such measures. I have always confronted such despicable opponents head-on. Yes, directly." Malfoy gazed into Harry's eyes as he spoke with unwavering conviction, as if he were persuading himself. Observing Harry's delicate features, he felt compelled to befriend the young wizard before him. He glanced at Harry's oversized black robe, but noticed no insignia of any house on the sleeves. He furrowed his brow, stuttering, "See, could you tell me which house you belong to? Is it the illustrious Slytherin? Or could you share your name with me?" Harry's charming face momentarily lost its composure. How should he respond? Maud had not instructed him on this. He instinctively looked up at Malfoy and realized that the loathsome Slytherin's gray eyes were fixed intently upon his face. Malfoy, something is amiss, he suddenly thought, feeling a peculiar notion that this pure-blood wizard was rather peculiar. Malfoy, observing Harry's silence, scratched his light golden hair, lowering his gaze in embarrassment, contemplating whether he had misspoken. "Oh, pardon the interruption, but now is not the time for such discussions." A voice emerged that Malfoy detested from the depths of his being. Maud extended his hand, positioning himself between the two, a smile gracing his lips. His golden eyes sparkled with vitality beneath the moonlight. "I shall speak with Mr. Malfoy," he declared, turning to Harry. "You should reunite with Ron and the others." Harry exhaled softly, his expression finally relaxing. What a dreadful conversation this had been. He pivoted and dashed towards Hagrid's hut, where Hermione and Ron awaited him outside. Wait. Malfoy suddenly realized his plans had been thwarted once more. Discontent brewed within him, and he glared fiercely at Maud. "What are you doing?" Now, Malfoy," Maud replied, suppressing a chuckle, though he felt amusement bubbling inside. He had mastered the art of dramatic expression, akin to a renowned face-changing artist. He gazed at Malfoy with a smile. "I understand your curiosity about his name, but—" The expression on Maud's face suddenly turned serious. "You may not be aware, but he is currently in peril." Malfoy appeared momentarily taken aback. To reveal his name would be to place him in jeopardy. How could this be? Malfoy furrowed his brow tightly, his inner concerns stubbornly concealed, not revealing even a hint of his trepidation. "Are you deceiving me?" Maud looked intently into his eyes and shook his head. His pupils momentarily shifted, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and he continued, "He, like you, was born into a pure-blood family. His father incessantly instilled the notion of pure-blood supremacy in him. And over time, the weight of familial lineage and honor became suffocating." Malfoy's gaze suddenly became fixed. He realized that this statement could equally describe his own experience. Could it be that the young would share a similar past? A sense of inexplicable delight stirred within him. Maud looked at his reaction, nodding in satisfaction. Today, he was determined to initiate a profound transformation in Malfoy's mindset. He continued, expressing that he felt ensnared, his innermost emotions confined within a dim, narrow chamber. Afraid to forge friendships, surrounded instead by half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. He experienced profound loneliness, with no one to share his inner turmoil, and the atmosphere around him made him yearn to weep in the night. Yet, he still cherished his home and loved his family. Until one fateful day, his father, enamored with power and wealth, provoked a formidable dark wizard. In a desperate attempt to protect her only child, his mother sent him to a place that you surely know, leaving behind a letter. The letter read, "Do not reveal your name, nor bear the burden of pure blood. As an ordinary wizard, you can escape danger. What truly matters is your health and well-being. Pure blood should not be your burden, even emotionally. If it has become a weight, cast it aside completely." Maud's voice resonated with a somber tone, enhancing the poignant atmosphere of the tale. Indeed, his mother had observed the emotional strain he had endured in the past. In that moment, Malfoy recognized that he too might bear such burdens. A sudden wave of sympathy and compassion washed over him for the unnamed young witch. She must be suffering greatly. He and she, I realize I can no longer use those terms. This little sorceress was indeed wretched. Wait. Malfoy abruptly lifted his gaze to the handsome face before him, one he felt an urge to strike. As a proud pure-blood wizard, it seemed rather ill-fated. Cough. How could the illustrious heir of Slytherin reveal such vulnerabilities in the presence of his adversaries? Humph. Malfoy tossed his hair back, gleaming in the moonlight, his voice imbued with masculinity and resolve. "This time, in consideration of her, I shall not hold it against you little wizards. If there is a next time, humph." He mimicked the Slytherin headmaster's flourish of his black robes and turned to depart. Alas! Malfoy stumbled over a protruding clod of earth, bracing himself with his hands to avoid a close encounter with the ground, seamlessly executing 2 standard push-ups in the process. Humph! With a final disdainful snort, young Master Malfoy departed with undeniable flair. Maud looked at Malfoy's receding figure, his shoulders trembling slightly, nearly bursting into laughter. What a truly exasperating push-up. In the evening, within the Gryffindor common room, Maud and the 3 little ones sat beside the crackling fireplace, banishing the chill brought by winter. Maud leaned back on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a book as he continued his study of alchemical knowledge. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione pondered the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. It is well known that these three are the most inquisitive and just little wizards at Hogwarts. I still cannot fathom what Professor Snape desires with a Philosopher's Stone. Harry mused, pacing back and forth before the fireplace, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ah, immortality, Ron remarked, gazing at the flickering flames. Suddenly feeling like a wise sage who has discerned the truth. As a sage, how could one refrain from employing some obscure terminology? Immortality, yes, is that reason not sufficient? Harry? Hermione nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, the ability to transmute any metal into gold would certainly attract many. However, Harry contemplated Professor Snape's situation as a master of potions. He surely lacked for galleons. Moreover, compared to Professor Dumbledore, he seemed far too youthful. Even Voldemort, prior to his demise, had not sought the Philosopher's Stone. Maud, engrossed in his reading, looked up and regarded Harry with an increasingly appreciative gaze. Harry's mind had returned. There were times when he clearly forgot to engage his intellect. Appearing somewhat naive, yet at that moment, his logical reasoning was impeccable. Tonight, the four of them were supposed to be confined. Having encountered the noseless man in the woods, I hope I haven't tea this time. The absence of clues from that event had evidently stalled the narrative. Thus, the heir of prophetic dreams, Maud Maris, volunteered to take action. Harry, have you ever considered that an individual might see something not solely for their own use? Maud spoke slowly, causing Harry and the others to find his words profoundly resonant. I had a strange dream. A dream? Another prophetic dream? Harry exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Do share your dream with us, Maud, Ron and Hermione urged, their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Maud. Maud nodded, beginning to recall the events that were destined to unfold within the Forbidden Forest. In a shadowy grove, there stood a willow tree capable of striking. The trio of Harry exchanged glances. On a certain moonlit night, a black wizard, whose features remained obscured, arrived at this place. As if he had emerged from the realm of the dead, enveloped in an aura of mortality. He crouched low, bent over, gnawing at a creature adorned with a single horn, its pristine whiteness reminiscent of a woodland sprite. After finishing the tale, Maud lowered his head in contemplation. I have researched and discovered that this extraordinary creature, known as the unicorn, possesses blood that can bestow life upon those on the brink of death. However, its blood carries a curse, transforming the consumer into a being caught between life and death. In Hermione's eyes, a glimmer of illumination sparkled as her mind raced with thoughts. Maud continued, saying, as for that dark sorcerer, I could not find much information. However, in my dreams, someone referred to him as the Noseless Man, and others called him by another title, which I only caught the pronunciation of the first two syllables, Vold. Considering both names, I suspect. The trio listened intently. That mysterious figure must have had his nose forcibly removed. The trio responded with confusion. Are you implying that Hermione rolled her eyes at Maud? Exasperated by his whimsical nature? Is the Philosopher's Stone truly a gift that Professor Snape intends to present to this enigmatic figure? Maud nodded. This is not my assertion. Professor Snape, you must acknowledge it yourself. Hermione remarked thoughtfully. In that case, the events surrounding Christmas begin to make sense. Harry adjusted his glasses, which gleamed with a sudden reflection. It appears that Voldemort's former minions have infiltrated Hogwarts, attempting to seize the elusive Philosopher's Stone directly. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Among the three little ones, only the rather unremarkable Ron remained. As the night deepened, the stillness was pierced by the incessant rustling sounds emanating from a certain dormitory in Gryffindor. What could that sound be? Maud reclined on his bed, cradling a white pillow in his arms, savoring the warmth radiating from his chest. He set aside a tome on alchemy, having reached its conclusion. He focused his thoughts, envisioning a snow-capped Kunlun mountain, shimmering with a golden brilliance. He intended to exchange the alchemical knowledge he had acquired for further enlightenment, ideally seeking an advanced understanding of the art. A refreshing aura descended from the summit of Kunlun, penetrating the depths of Maud's mind. Countless symbols danced within, dazzling him with their complexity. Numerous pieces of knowledge, foreign to him, began to manifest in his consciousness. Among them was the magical beast trap, crafted by the renowned trapper-sorcerer, Gryffindor. This enchantment was designed for hunting magical elemental creatures, capable of conjuring a trap woven from pure magic. It could ensnare and consume raw magical energy, once derisively referred to as a trinket that leaves wizards exhausted. In truth, it was also a remarkable creation of alchemy. Maud examined the contents of the magical beast trap with great interest. From the bedside behind him, he retrieved an ancient spellbook, its pages tinged with a yellowing hue. As he opened it to the first page, a flurry of densely packed, dim yellow specks began to dance upon the blank paper, swiftly coalescing into luminous characters. In an instant, the radiance faded, leaving behind a tapestry of black ink upon the page. Maud snapped his fingers, and within his golden-hued eyes, streams of data surged incessantly. This marked the initiation of the magic's discerning influence. Maud gazed intently at the tome filled with knowledge regarding the magical beast trap. The magical beast trap. Your compatibility score, 115. Effect. Upon casting the spell, it conjures a trap that devours magical energy, ideally placed in concealed locations to set a snare. Effective range, within 5 meters. When the magical beast trap is triggered, it grants a brief period of invisibility lasting 3 seconds, once the prey is ensnared. The invisibility dissipates automatically. It inflicts no physical harm upon the wizard, yet it siphons the magical energy coursing through their veins, resulting in a significant reduction of their magical potency, diminishing the power of spells cast. This siphoning effect endures for 5 seconds, after which the trap vanishes of its own accord. However, if subjected to precise magical focus, the duration of the siphoning effect may be curtailed to 2 seconds, and the trap will disappear immediately after enduring 2 magical assaults. Theoretically, if one's magical strength is sufficiently formidable, it is possible to drain a wizard to the brink of exhaustion. This has been experimentally demonstrated by the wizard Goffin. Characteristic: instills a magical lock-on for 3 seconds. Once the prey is ensnared by the trap, it leaves a magical marker, allowing you to perceive the direction of the prey's movement within 3 seconds, enabling your subsequent spell to strike with greater precision. Furthermore, should you wish to create an alchemical product, a one-time use magical beast trap triangular core, carrying it while casting the magical beast trap will add a 3-second burning effect upon striking the enemy. This degree of pain may impair the adversary's combat judgment, though those with formidable willpower may resist its effects. Maud has engaged in an extensive examination of the alchemy of the magical beast trap's triangular core. Unfortunately, the core's brilliance lies in its unique magical amalgamation, and its alchemical methodology does not transcend the existing frameworks of alchemy. Nevertheless, as a magical artifact, its functionality is commendable. Under the shimmering moonlight of the late night, Imoda stifled a yawn, rubbing his tense temples to invigorate his weary mind. He then grasped the blue-patterned blanket beside him and draped it over his head. A flickering white light danced within the confines of the blanket. "Oh, I have heard that the final exams at school are notoriously challenging," Ron lamented, gazing despondently at the weathered cobblestones beneath his feet. "I wonder how my results will turn out." "I think it will be fine," Hermione remarked breezily, smoothing her tousled brown hair that the wind had tousled. The ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger wished to express her sentiments regarding the final examinations with a simple phrase: "As long as one has hands, that suffices." "That's just you," Ron instinctively retorted, "not everyone else." As soon as he uttered those words, he seemed to grasp something and turned to observe Imoda, who was walking while perusing a spellbook in his hands. He paused, astonished. "Look at that speed of reading. Is this even reasonable?" "This is more formidable than Hermione, a true academic powerhouse." Maud raised his head and cast a glance at the dazed Ron, shaking his head. It seemed he needed to instill a measure of confidence in Ron, to help him realize that the differences among young wizards were indeed minimal. He remarked, "Ron, what do you see in me? I am merely an ordinary little wizard. I usually just happen to score full marks. It is nothing extraordinary." "That knowledge," Maud paused, "is simply the most basic understanding for a wizard. Any average person could achieve full marks." Ron, with a puzzled frown, turned his gaze towards Harry, finally breaking into a smile. Only in Harry's presence did he feel anchored in a semblance of normalcy. "Harry, what do you think?" "Huh?" Harry looked at Ron, appearing somewhat bewildered, as he seemed to have misheard Ron's words. Furrowing his brow, he lifted a hand to gently rub the lightning-shaped scar above his emerald eyes. "A testament to his survival against grave peril," he said. "I feel as though my scar has been burning." At this, Hermione cast a concerned glance his way. "Have you experienced this before?" "Yes, but this time feels different." "You might want to see the hospital," Hermione suggested. "I believe it is a warning, indicating that a crisis is imminent," Harry replied, his expression still betraying discomfort. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the scene outside the castle. where a quaint wooden cottage rested upon the verdant lawn. Hagrid sat on the second step of the cottage, holding a reddish-brown flute, playing a melody that was somewhat refreshing and melodious, albeit lacking in finesse. Harry blinked, a spark of contemplation flickering in his green eyes. From a side perspective, Emoda couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, from this angle, Harry's glasses gleamed under the evening sun. The magical world version of a washing machine was about to proclaim, "There is but one truth." How do you say Conan in Chinese? Why hadn't I thought of this before? Harry, feeling a sense of urgency, strode purposefully towards Hagrid in the distance. Continuing to express, what Hagrid desires most is a dragon, and coincidentally, that person possesses a dragon egg. I mean, how could someone casually carry a dragon egg in their pocket? There is a significant issue here. As he uttered these words, he quickened his pace, breathless upon reaching Hagrid. Hagrid, who gave you the dragon egg? What did that person look like? The melody drifting across the grass came to an abrupt halt as Hagrid, raising his rugged visage, regarded Harry with a puzzled expression for posing such a query. Nevertheless, he patiently elaborated, "I do not know. He wore a hood, so I could not see his face. However, he was curious about the magical creatures I kept. I informed him that I cared for a three-headed dog, and raising a dragon would be utterly effortless for me. I also shared that the key to nurturing a magical creature lies in understanding how to soothe it. For instance, with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. As long as you play music, he drifts off to sleep. I shouldn't be telling you all this." Hagrid hastily covered his mouth. Maud could hardly contain his applause. "Truly, you are remarkable, Hagrid. With the plethora of magical creatures you tend to, your own eloquence has evolved." The impenetrable Rubius Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore's ever-reliable warm embrace. As a side note, after disembarking from the high-speed train around 10 o'clock, I purchased a few items to satiate my hunger and hurriedly completed this chapter. For the esteemed readers, there is no need to stay up late for Chapter 2. If the words flow freely tonight, it shall be written. Should I encounter any obstacles, I promise to rectify it either tomorrow or the day after. I humbly request your encouragement and 5-star reviews. Harry and his companions hurriedly set off in search of Professor Dumbledore, eager to inform him of the dire news regarding the impending theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Maud did not follow. He stood on the grass, imbued with the fragrance of earth, watching their retreating figures, gently brushing his fingertip back and forth against the tip of his nose. Harry, who had yet to surpass Miss Hermione in height, resembled a young girl as he ran, his black robe swaying in the wind, as if dancing to an unseen melody. Was it a dance of the reeds? Maud contemplated for a moment and then proceeded towards Hogwarts Castle, but his intention was not to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Rather, he aimed to find Professor Snape. Upon entering the castle, Maud made his way directly to the door of Professor Snape's office. The atmosphere here remained somewhat somber, with the sign on the door twisted and peculiar, reminiscent of gnarled branches striking in the night. Maud speculated that perhaps the chill emanating from Professor Snape had seeped out, poisoning the very entrance. "Ah, come in." Professor Snape's voice emerged, akin to the grating sound of an old, rusted axle, devoid of any emotional resonance. The door creaked open. Maud pushed open the slightly damp wooden door, which, despite having endured numerous mishaps, remained steadfast. Maud stepped inside, retrieving an ancient tome of magic from behind him. As he approached Professor Snape's desk, he flipped to the page addressing the inquiries pertaining to potions, revealing a plethora of densely packed serial numbers inscribed on the yellowed parchment. "Professor, I have a few questions I would like to ask you." Maud contemplated, having arrived at this point, how familiar these words sounded. Was it too much to pose a question? Professor Snape's piercing gaze cut through the air, landing squarely on the final numeral in the spellbook, 98. He nodded, a smile breaking across his countenance. "Has Maris finished?" "Not yet, Professor. There remain 21 questions." After a pause, he inquired again, "How many questions are left, Maris?" "Only 23 questions remain, Professor. It won't take long." Snape, perplexed, observed the unfolding scene. As time passed and Maud turned to a blank page, a nearly imperceptible smile flickered across Professor Snape's typically stern visage. His lips parted slightly, as though exhaling a heavy sigh. This Maris, while possessing many admirable qualities, certainly posed an overwhelming number of inquiries. Aware that the hour was growing late, Professor Snape turned his attention to Maud and inquired, "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" "Indeed, Professor," Maud replied, his expression shifting from one of joyful enlightenment to solemnity. "I have heard from Harry and the others that they intend to safeguard something of great significance to Hogwarts. I fear this endeavor may prove perilous. Maud made a direct report. Alas, it has been many years since I last did this, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Of course, in truth, Maud intended to extract information from Snape regarding what he knew, particularly concerning the current state of the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Snape lifted his eyelids, seemingly stirred, yet the muscles of his face appeared reluctant to move. Only a glimmer of light reflected in his dark eyes suggested his understanding. I comprehend, but it matters not. Hogwarts is well prepared. Whether it be mischievous young wizards or nefarious dark sorcerers, surprises await them in that old place. He spoke slowly, occasionally glancing down with a sidelong look at the golden-haired Maud. Indeed, Maud gleaned the desired information from his words, discerning 3 key insights. First, the challenges safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone have undergone modifications, though the exact nature of these changes remains unknown. It is certain, however, that these barriers can now effectively thwart ordinary dark wizards. Second, these challenges appear to be adjustable in difficulty, serving not only to protect the Philosopher's Stone, but also to test a certain bespectacled young wizard, honing his will and abilities. Third, Professor Snape subtly indicated his awareness of Maud's identity as the archer from the previous night's escapade, and he harbored a measure of trust for the young wizard who facilitated his reunion with Lily. Maud inadvertently narrowed his eyes and nodded. Professor Snape slowly shifted his gaze, directing it towards his ebony desk, and continued, "Within this, I have prepared a surprise for an impending malevolent wizard, utilizing the new wand you procured for me." Maud blinked under the dim light, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue. He recalled that the challenges set by Professor Snape were supposed to involve potion reasoning, yet now, this task seemed to have taken on a more intriguing dimension. Surely, Professor Snape had not prepared an enhanced version of the disarming charm for some unknown limping dark wizard? He felt a twinge of anticipation. Professor Snape, gazing at a book with a black cover devoid of a title, issued a dismissal to Maud, stating that it was quite late and he should return to his dormitory, Maris. Maud rose to his feet, stretching his back as he picked up the spellbook from the table. "Very well, Professor." Just as he was about to step out, Professor Snape's voice echoed once more. "Just in case, I must ask you to look after Hallie." Snape did not refer to Potter. For the first time, he had altered his address. When uttering those 2 syllables, his tone was imbued with a gentleness that was unmistakable. In that moment, Maud felt certain he had not misheard. He had indeed spoken the name Hallie, which, when transliterated, confirmed it was indeed Hallie. Maud made an okay gesture, causing Professor Snape to pause momentarily. Then Maud spoke. "I have lent a hand in this matter, and of course, it is for the benefit bestowed by Professor Dumbledore. Surely, the allure of golden galleons is irresistible." Suddenly, Maud recalled something and leaned out from behind the wooden door, inquiring, "Professor, where is Professor Dumbledore?" "He has gone to London. There are matters at the Ministry of Magic." "Naturally, Lucius, the head of the ministry, is accompanying him," came the reply. "Ah, I see," Maud acknowledged as he exited Snape's office. As he traversed the dimly lit stone pathway of Hogwarts, Maud gazed at the sparse stars scattered across the sky. This evening, those few stars appeared particularly radiant. Motor contemplated that tonight's tale would undoubtedly be captivating. He quickened his pace towards the Gryffindor dormitory, knowing that Harry and the others must be preparing to embark on their journey to the forbidden area where the 3-headed dog was confined. What of that unknown? Limping dark wizard? Was he already on his way, or had he succumbed to unexpected delights? The night was dark and stormy, an ideal time for mischief. As for how to avoid disturbing Harry's training while joining in on the escapades, that would require a certain finesse. As Maud stepped into the Gryffindor common room, he immediately noticed a plump figure clad in blue-patterned pajamas, Neville, lying rigidly on the floor. His limbs were tightly curled, and his skin exhibited a subtle, stony texture. Opposite Neville stood Hermione, wand raised, apologizing profusely. She had cast the petrification spell on him. "Who?" Harry exclaimed instinctively upon perceiving a shadowy silhouette emerging from the corridor in the dim light, but upon looking up, he exhaled in relief. "Maud, you startled me," he said, thinking their mission for the night was destined to end in failure. Maud cast a discerning glance at the trio, his golden eyes shimmering with mischief as he remarked, "How could I possibly be excluded from such an adventurous escapade? After all, I can certainly offer a modicum of assistance." Hermione, resembling a triumphant swordsman who had just reclaimed her weapon, withdrew her wand and tucked it away into her cloak. This evening, the trio opted for casual attire rather than the traditional Gryffindor robes emblazoned with their house emblem. She regarded Maud, feeling reassured that with his magical prowess, their safety would be considerably enhanced. However, she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their undertaking. She wished to convey the gravity of the situation to Mord, but he waved his hand dismissively before she could finish her thought. Speaking of which, you all ought to be particularly cautious, especially you, Ron. His finger pointed at the three, swaying back and forth before settling on Ron. Tonight, your chances of sacrifice are rather high. Ron? This is not a good start. Mord has just jinxed me. What should I do? I'm anxiously awaiting assistance. Maud did not pay heed to Ron's despondent expression. He glanced at the knight outside the common room and turned to Harry and the others. Let us go, for this evening promises to be unforgettable. Not only for Harry and his companions, but also for a certain dark wizard. Indeed, the latter must find this day particularly memorable, as it marks his final hours among the living. Maud stepped out of the common room first, and Harry exchanged glances with his companions before following suit. Upon exiting Gryffindor Tower, Maud changed his position, walking behind the trio. Seizing an opportune moment, he concealed himself behind a corner and silently conjured a phantasmal version of Maud Maris, allowing it to follow while he rendered himself invisible, accompanying it closely. This was the most effective method he could devise to ensure that neither the trial's outcome nor his own enjoyment would be compromised. The moonlight, like liquid silver, illuminated their figures, casting elongated shadows upon the slightly illuminated ground. Subsequently, the three of them, along with the phantasm, squeezed beneath a single invisibility cloak and ascended to the third floor of Hogwarts Castle. As they beheld the particularly dim, forbidden area devoid of light, Harry unconsciously swallowed hard and pushed the door open. This time, they proceeded with utmost caution, opening the door just a crack and tiptoeing silently, careful not to attract the attention of the ever-watchful Argus Filch and his tawny feline companion. Moving deeper inside, they turned right and encountered an old wooden door, firmly secured with a bolt. Maud listened intently, his elven sensitivity allowing him to perceive the faint strains of music emanating from within the door. The melody was soft and soothing, indeed befitting a lullaby. It seemed that Chilo had arrived ahead of schedule. Allahu! Hermione exclaimed, raising her wooden wand and lightly tapping the air. A delicate glow ignited the dimly lit room, revealing the tightly shut door before them. The group slowly slipped through the slightly ajar wooden entrance. A soft snore echoed. A fetid breeze wafted from the gaping maw of the enormous three-headed dog, dislodging the invisibility cloak from above their heads. Maud, who stood concealed nearby, quickly stifled his breath, detecting the putrid odor of rotting fish and meat. How long had Fong gone without a dental care routine? Before them stood a harp, a rustic wooden instrument leaning against the wall, seemingly played by invisible hands, with melodious tones drifting from its strings. Harry gazed at the harp, furrowing his brow, though his short eyelashes could not emulate the expression favored by Snape. Someone had cast a spell upon the harp, he remarked, as he approached the massive, furry paws of the three-headed beast, indicating the passage obscured by a wooden board with handles beneath the creature's feet. We need to move its paw, he stated. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement. With the stench-laden snores of the three-headed dog surrounding them, the group began to cautiously yet forcefully shift the furry leg. The illusion of light accompanied their efforts, but sadly, it was merely a specter. How could one expect it to assist in moving anything? Maud remained in the corner, observing a blood-stained black cloth lying almost invisibly on the rough floor, shrouded in darkness. Maud felt that this was not merely a strip of fabric that had fallen from a robe, for its texture and weave bore no resemblance to the coarse English linen of a wizard's cloak. Rather, it was more akin to the fabric of the trousers typically worn beneath the robe. Could it be that a certain wizard now found his trousers in tatters? Has he not changed his attire? Surely, it cannot be that a hole has emerged in the back? Maud suddenly felt that the scene before him was somewhat disconcerting. Professor Chilo, if you haven't changed your trousers, you are undoubtedly lowering the aesthetic standards of the magical realm. Alas, you should perhaps reconsider your choices. This strip of fabric also hinted to Maud that the three-headed canine, Momo, must have undergone some transformation, perhaps acquiring a certain training, as it strikes, oh no. Its claws seemed to target vital points. Or perhaps it was something amiss with its ears. Upon contemplating this, Mo2 approached the side and glanced at the formidable ear of the three-headed dog, involuntarily blinking his eyes. Good heavens! A wooden earplug fashioned in the likeness of a three-headed dog. Truly, it is a treasure worthy of possession. The professors at Hogwarts demonstrate remarkable adaptability, do they not? Thus, It stands to reason that the current three-headed dog has not succumbed to the enchantment of music. Maud looked into the eyes of the three-headed dog while Harry and his companions lowered their heads to move its paws. A narrow gap appeared, glimmering with faint light. Subsequently, it closed its left eye, opened its right eye, and subtly twitched its nose, as if attempting to discern the scent of the young wizards before it. "I can go down. You wait for me up here," Harry said, his small face scrunched up as he gazed seriously at Ron, Hermione, and the expressionless apparition of light. However, before Hermione could respond, the three-headed dog blinked its mouth, unable to restrain the saliva that dripped forth. Although the little wizards were not particularly meaty and had been warned against consuming anything, surely, a mere sniff would not be forbidden. Suddenly, Ron felt a viscous liquid trickling down his neck, spreading across his entire body, accompanied by a foul, fishy odor that made him quite uncomfortable. He grimaced as he wiped the substance from his face and brought his hand to his nose for a sniff. A massive shadow loomed over them, prompting Harry and Hermione to instinctively look up. They saw the three-headed dog staring down at them with one eye open and the other closed, tears streaming from its mouth in an almost poignant manner. "Ah!" Harry exclaimed, seizing the iron handle on the ground and pulling open the wooden panel, revealing a dark passage beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted to the others, "Jump!" He was the first to leap into the passage, followed closely by the other two, who also plunged into the depths. The invisible Maud found this scene amusing, but as he looked up, he noticed that the three-headed dog seemed to gaze in his direction, saliva still dripping. He then realized that while he was cloaked in invisibility, the scent he carried had not been dispelled. Maud smiled as he retrieved a vial of his secret potion for eliminating unpleasant odors from his pocket, spritzing himself before gracefully stepping into the passageway. Beneath the passage lay a foreboding sight. Tendrils, resembling serpentine forms in the darkness, coiled around each other, spreading across the surroundings, climbing up the walls. In the dim light, the shadows entwined with the vines seemed to quiver slightly, akin to venomous snakes poised to strike. Concealed among the vines, Maud inhaled the damp scent of foliage. He felt the vines beneath him, reminiscent of soft, bloated dough, providing an adequate cushion. He gently rubbed his chin, surveying his surroundings. What transformations awaited in this level of challenges? Suddenly, Ron, placing a hand on his chest, sensed his racing heartbeat, nearly believing he was on the brink of collapse. As he relaxed and stretched, a smile crept onto his face, grateful for the presence of these plants. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt the vines beneath him stir, and alarm washed over him as he attempted to rise. In an instant, all the vines seemed to awaken like venomous serpents, writhing frantically around the small wizards, binding their bodies in a tight grip. Harry and Ron realized with dread that they were immobilized. At that moment, it felt as though they were ensnared within the gaping maw of a dark beast, eager to devour them whole. Harry and Ron struggled anxiously, but the vines only tightened their hold, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. "This is a devil's snare. You must remain still." Hermione, her brown eyes devoid of panic, calmly advised them. "You need to relax, otherwise you will perish more swiftly." As Hermione spoke these words, the vines entwining around Mord gradually receded, and he silently liberated himself from these plants, landing firmly on the ground. The Phantom of Light followed suit, descending gracefully. This spectacle left Ron and Harry momentarily astounded. They could not fathom how Mord had so suddenly extricated himself from the vines. "This is the method to escape the devil's snare." Hermione observed the direction of the light phantom, realizing that as long as they remained still, the devil's snare would loosen the vines binding them, ensuring their safety. However, how could one possibly relax in such a predicament? Ron grasped the vines around his shoulders, his body ensnared like a dumpling, his complexion far from favorable. "I simply cannot relax." Maud leaned against the corner of the wall, gazing upward at the struggling Harry and Ron. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. He turned his head to see a bottle of golden liquid with an uncorked stopper resting by the wall. The polyjuice potion? Maud blinked, suddenly realizing that this was the improved Veritaserum concocted by Professor Snape after he had made his suggestion. This potion exuded a fragrant aroma, quite pleasant. Yet it clouded the mind. It was akin to the haughty young master who had pouted at Professor Snape's door last time. Under such a state, if one were to venture into the next challenge, they would likely be swiftly reduced to a mere target by the winged key, hidden from view. Maud sensed the subtle shifts in his cognition and understood that he could not afford to delay. He raised his hand and, seizing the moment while Hermione had yet to descend, cast a Lumos spell. His fingertips ignited with a brilliant light that instantly pierced the darkness. It radiated through the gaps of the devil's snare, dispersing into the upper space, and in an instant, the oppressive gloom was banished, transforming the entire enclosed underground passage into a scene akin to daylight. In such a sinister environment, this illumination appeared particularly grand and magnificent. Stimulated by the radiance, the devil's snare began to retract, and the trio lost the support of the entangling vines, tumbling down together. "Ah, my face!" Ron exclaimed as he fell face first, kissing the ground, and when he lifted his head, the uneven texture of the stone floor was imprinted upon his visage. "Are you all right, Ron?" Harry hurriedly helped him up. Hermione, gazing at Maud's shimmering illusion of light, puffed out her cheeks in discontent. She realized that her status as a top student seemed utterly ineffective in the presence of the show-off. "What is going on, Maud?" Harry blinked with his emerald eyes, looking towards the luminous illusion. "Why did these plants suddenly release us?" Maud, manipulating the phantoms of light, gestured towards Hermione and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion reminiscent of Professor Snape. "You might inquire with Miss Granger. I am certain she would be eager to enlighten you." It was not that he was reluctant to speak, but rather that excessive chatter in this peculiar manner would reveal to Hermione and the others that he was an impostor. Hermione cast a curious glance at the counterfeit Maud, brushing her slightly disheveled hair aside as she explained, "This is due to the fact that the devil's snare is particularly averse to light, as discussed in Professor Sprout's herbology class." "Ah, I see," Harry nodded, supporting Ron as the group proceeded towards the next challenge. The third trial, devised by Professor Flitwick, involved the flying keys. In this round, Harry, relying on his remarkable flying prowess, navigated through with minimal peril. The only alteration in this challenge was the position of the flying broomstick. It did not occupy the center of the dimly lit expansive room as before, but rather emerged from a mechanism within a wall, triggered by Harry's touch on a door that required a uniquely shaped key to unlock. As Harry gasped for breath, the group ventured into the darkness. Maud observed the towering stone statues looming in the darkness, featuring grand steeds and sword-wielding soldiers. The atmosphere was rather uninviting. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into a rather opulent tomb adorned with sculptures. "Is this a grave?" Harry blinked his emerald eyes, scanning the statues with vigilance. The shadows cast by the faint light filtering in from unknown sources created an oppressive ambience. He had an unsettling sense that these statues might spring to life. "This is not a tomb," Ron remarked, scrutinizing one statue with great care. He then hurried towards his companions and declared confidently, "This is a wizard's chessboard." Suddenly, the lights flared to life. The blue and white checkered floor, reminiscent of marble, sparkled, revealing the true forms of all the statues. A unique glimmer danced in Ron's eyes. He was well acquainted with this particular construct. "There's the door." Harry pointed to the entrance illuminated by the flickering glow of candles, which led to the next challenge guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Unbeknownst to them, Maud had narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Within this wizard's chess, there seemed to lurk an ominous essence. Harry and his friends prepared to advance. The illusion of light retreated, hiding in a corner away from prying eyes, while Maud's true form materialized seamlessly from the air. Wait, boom. The statue of the sword-wielding knight twisted and morphed into a towering stone serpent, its enormous eyes glowing like lanterns with a sinister red light. Its massive jaws opened wide, descending upon them with ferocious intent. P.S. Halfway through writing, I realized the plot was too cliché, so I deleted it and revised the outline several times. Please urge for updates. 5-star reviews are greatly appreciated. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione beheld the statue suddenly transform into a fearsome giant serpent, the blood-red eyes seemed to harbor a mysterious magic, reflected in their gaze as it morphed into a pool of blood moon. The trio felt their bodies momentarily slip beyond their control. Harry's green eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, he seemed to catch a whiff of a non-existent foul stench emanating from the serpent's mouth, accompanied by the late arrival of a decade's worth of deathly aura. Yet, his thoughts strayed more towards his two friends, Ron and Hermione, fearing that their adventurous endeavors might cost them their lives today. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed through the chamber, and a cool spring surged beneath the trio's feet, its powerful pull causing them to collapse. Sharp stone fangs skimmed perilously close above them. In an instant, they regained control of their bodies, feeling the immense pressure from the serpent overhead. The colossal serpent coiled, its tail sweeping through the air, unleashing a formidable wave that sent two massive stone statues flying, as if venting its fury. Run back. Don't linger there. Having executed the vortex magic, Maud rushed towards the trio, his right hand aglow with a haunting blue light reminiscent of a full moon. A massive and exquisitely crafted frost arrow began to take shape. In an instant, the arrow surged forth, colliding with the gigantic stone serpent, producing a resounding boom. However, the creature, forged from stone, proved remarkably resilient. It merely swayed slightly, shedding a few insignificant stones. Soon after, the blue light surged like a relentless tide, emanating a chilling aura as ice spread across the serpent's body, solidifying into thick, heavy blocks of frost. This granted Harry and his companions a precious moment to escape. "Quick!" Harry shouted, rousing the still-dazed Hermione and Ron. Grasping one of them with urgency, he dashed towards Maud's side. Roaring, the chessboard trembled violently as the giant serpent writhed, violently shaking off the encasing ice. Witnessing Harry and his friends temporarily evade danger, Maud exhaled deeply, flames beginning to swirl behind him. A blood-red fire lion materialized, treading upon the void, flames dancing upon its form, occasionally shedding drops of molten lava that corroded the chessboard beneath. With his golden eyes gleaming under the light, he surveyed the extraordinary stone serpent before him. The wizarding chessboard malfunctioned, transforming the statues into a formidable serpent. Its eerie eyes and unyielding body suggested a significant shift in this challenge, likely due to Voldemort's premature intervention, a consequence of Quirrell suffering considerable setbacks in the previous trial. The fiery lion leapt into the fray, its hooves encircled by flames, entwining with the advancing giant serpent. Mord turned to assess Harry's condition, snapped his fingers, and in an instant, his perspective shifted, swapping places with the luminous phantasm lurking in the darkness behind. The colossal serpent writhed, attempting to free itself from the intangible fire line. It rolled violently, shattering the chessboard into disarray. Mord observed it closely, seemingly perceiving a pattern of black lines. Could this be a new form of dark magic, or perhaps something related to alchemy? Mode cast the azure orb directly, and a thunderbird swooped in to catch the blue sphere, soaring and spiraling above the colossal serpent. An omniscient perspective unfurled before Mode's eyes. In that instant, the dark patterns behind the giant serpent were indelibly etched into his vision, resembling the grotesquely twisted branches of a willow tree in the night, entwining upon the pale gray stones to create a tableau of a black serpent devouring its prey. The strokes appeared to dance under the illumination, while dark smoke languidly billowed above. Merely gazing upon it evoked a profound sense of nausea within Mode. Maud glanced around the chamber. This room, a level within the game, was not particularly spacious for the colossal serpent. If it continued to wreak havoc, the very structure might collapse. The flaming lion gradually dissipated into the air, and the last remnants vanished under the serpent's strikes, yet it left behind numerous charred, carbon-like marks upon the serpent's form. A multitude of azure frost arrows gathered around Imoda, soaring into the air as if a tempest of blue had erupted within the confines of the room. The thunderous roars reverberated endlessly, as more frost arrows coalesced and surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the colossal serpent. The cerulean light crashed upon the serpent like relentless ocean waves, layers of ice cascading and entwining around its massive form, binding its tail firmly to the ground. Above, the serpent's head, under the continuous bombardment of blue radiance, shed great chunks of stone, revealing numerous sizable craters. At last, the serpent's eyes extinguished their crimson glow, the dark patterns along its body faded, and its head shattered, crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. As the tempest subsided, the dust and smoke gradually dissipated. In the brilliance of the light, a headless serpent sculpture of ice gleamed resplendently. Maud confirmed the safety of this level through the azure orb of the thunderbird above. He then turned to Harry and the others, who were pressed against the stone wall behind them, anxiously observing the unfolding scene on the chessboard. Maud emerged from the shadows of the corner, deftly retracting the illusion of light. Maud. Harry and the others hurriedly approached, their eyes glimmering with concern as they scrutinized him. "Are you all right?" Harry's voice wavered, tinged with guilt. Hermione remained silent, offering Maud a firm embrace. Meanwhile, Ron gently stroked Maud's back, seemingly assessing for any injuries, sending a shiver down Maud's spine. Maud gently released Ron's hand, fixing a serious gaze upon Harry's eyes. "Harry, the events that will unfold next are beyond our control." This colossal serpent compelled him to reassess Voldemort's formidable power. If this serpent was indeed crafted by Voldemort in his fragmented soul state, regardless of the knowledge he wielded, it merely indicated that his magical prowess surpassed what one could ever anticipate. In comparison to the desire-driven Voldemort encountered within the enigmatic structure, this version should be significantly stronger. The desire-driven Voldemort was said to be considerably weakened. The extent of that diminishment, however, remains to be seen. Maud's understanding of ordinary wizards in the magical realm has confined his perspective, leading him to peculiar judgments. How could Voldemort, who stands as one of the most perilous dark wizards in history, capable of opposing the entire magical world, be merely slightly more powerful than an average adult wizard? He speculated that if he were to encounter Voldemort possessing Quirrell, a confrontation would ensue. Calmly, Hermione, with her brown eyes fixed on Maud, recalled the recent magical duel. The swirling frost arrows that danced in the air shattered her perception of Maud's magical prowess once again. However, before she could finish her thought, a thunderous sound akin to a blade slicing through stone echoed from the door ahead. Almost immediately, Maud was met with an unpleasant shriek. "What is that noise?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione drew their wands in unison, bracing themselves for an imminent threat. Maud furrowed his brow, his golden eyes fixated on the grand door. He heard the rising sound of the wind. Something was swiftly approaching from outside, likely Voldemort. Harry's trials could only extend thus far. What lay ahead was not a matter for a mere young wizard to engage in. Maud opened the wooden door that served as the key to the previous level. With one hand, while snapping his fingers with the other, suddenly, a soft gray light illuminated the area outside the door, revealing a concealed spatial portal that lay beyond. "What is this?" Ron inquired, astonished by the changes he observed beyond the threshold. "Hurry," came the urgent reply, accompanied by an exclamation of surprise. Maud kicked Ron, who was blocking the way, squarely in the backside, causing him to emit a shrill scream as he vanished through the door. He then seized Harry and Hermione, eager to follow suit. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from the opposite side, and the great door swung ajar, allowing a billow of black smoke to seep forth. An unsettling aura began to permeate the air, seemingly affecting the portal. The grayish portal flickered ominously, reminiscent of a bulb on the verge of failing. And in the blink of an eye, it vanished entirely. The magical structure sustaining the portal was disrupted by this familiar surge of magical energy. Maud had come to understand the drawbacks of the portal for the first time. His eyes flickered with awareness that an imminent confrontation was unavoidable. However, he was reluctant to reveal his true form. A young sorcerer endowed with formidable magical prowess was akin to honey, irresistibly attracting the attention of bees. He released Harry and Hermione, reaching into his robes to retrieve a vial of polyjuice potion, its exterior adorned with a white label inscribed with the name Foul. A long-forgotten wandering wizard lost to history. He downed it in one swift motion. The taste of herbal ash surged from his stomach, and almost instantaneously, his physique began to ascend rapidly, muscles twisting as he gradually transformed into a strange red-haired adult male, his ample robe now stretched to his calves. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open, and billowing black smoke erupted like a sharp arrow from beyond, swiftly enveloping the group. Following closely was a torrent of fiery crimson flames, seemingly in pursuit of the black smoke, anticipating its trajectory. Yet, as the smoke merely pivoted in place, the flames surged forward, igniting a stone wall and illuminating half of Maud's face with a flickering glow. The black smoke surged once more, now resembling an adult wizard. Maud raised a hand to conjure a transparent barrier before him. However, the black smoke, akin to water diverging around a stone, flowed around the barrier, coalescing once more behind it. Maud was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly impossible to intercept Voldemort in this state? A faint purple glow flickered and, in an instant, a lightning bolt, akin to a long sword, descended from the heavens. Thunder roared. The lightning, without a doubt, struck the black smoke that Voldemort had transformed into. Yet the smoke merely dissipated in wisps, pausing momentarily in the air before surging forth once more with great velocity. Flames surged around Voldemort, as if something was stirring within him, yet time was of the essence. He had drawn perilously close, his intent unmistakable. Harry was his sole target. A hoarse, unpleasant laugh escaped him, reminiscent of a bat's screech. He intended to seize a young wizard to procure the philosopher's stone from the mirror of Erist, and now, this so-called nemesis who had eluded him a decade prior stood before him, an opportunity too exquisite to resist. In a moment of desperation, Hermione acted without hesitation, shoving Harry aside and plunging into the swirling black smoke. Voldemort's smoky form hesitated momentarily, seemingly taken aback by her audacity. But he swiftly ensnared Hermione and resumed his relentless pursuit of the philosopher's stone. For him, the extraction of the stone remained paramount. Maud glanced with narrowed eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. He refrained from rushing forward immediately, fully aware of Voldemort's motives for abducting Hermione. For the time being, she was not in imminent danger. Hastily charging in would only jeopardize not just his own safety, but also thwart any chance of rescue. A figure clad in a long, flowing black robe dashed into the chamber of the wizard's chessboard, narrowly weaving through the swirling shadows. His gaze fixated on Hermione's brown hair amidst the dark haze. And with a flick of his wand, he conjured a flame that shot forth with renewed vigor. Mr. Mell's cold yet familiar voice resonated within the half-lit room, where fire and darkness intertwined. Maud recognized the visage before him. It belonged to a certain wandering wizard named Helgas. This individual was none other than Professor Snape, who had consumed the polyjuice potion. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards Snape, who evidently recognized him as well. "Take Mr. Potter away," Professor Snape commanded, his gaze fixed upon Harry, who had just been knocked to the ground by Hermione and was now momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. "That foolish girl. I shall ensure her safe rescue," he thought silently, before turning sharply and hastening back. "Hermione!" Harry exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. He anxiously scrambled to his feet, only to trip over a stone and tumble back down. "Stay calm, Harry," he reminded himself. Maud gently lifted him, patting his shoulder in an attempt to soothe his frayed nerves, for at that moment, anxiety would serve no purpose. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to escort Harry back. However, Harry vehemently refused, shaking his head with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the next challenge. "Hermione was captured to save me. How could I possibly flee alone? Are you truly certain? Staying behind could very well cost you your life." Indeed, Maud had resolved to honor his counsel, for he possessed a unique strength that might indeed prove invaluable. He conjured a spell to access the confines of space, retrieving a voluminous robe and a vial of charm pixie elixir number 1. He had brought only one bottle of the polyjuice potion. After all, Professor Snape's office was hardly a dispensary for such brews. With a change of appearance, surely Voldemort would not be so fervently intent on eliminating an ordinary witch named Harry. After consuming the potion and donning the robe, it was imperative to conceal oneself. Hermione must be rescued, and the Philosopher's Stone must not fall into Voldemort's grasp. Maud summoned the azure orb and placed it upon Leju's form, prompting a melodious chirp as Leju ventured forth into the doorway. As the perspective shifted, Maud beheld the interior of the potion chamber, where vials of elixirs lay toppled upon the wooden table, resembling a canvas splashed with a myriad of hues. A lengthy and profound gouge marred the wall, nearly breaching its entirety, while opposite this scar stood 2 fiery gates, one radiant with violet and the other ablaze in crimson. Maud blinked, pondering whether this was the legendary killing curse of Professor Snape. The immense sound of a blade slicing through the air that he had just heard must have originated from this very place. Voldemort, utilizing his knowledge, evaded the traps of this chamber and arrived before the Mirror of Erist, only to encounter Professor Snape. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation that likely brought Voldemort face to face with the perilous curse. Once again, the lightning bolt ventured deeper into the recesses, revealing a long staircase descending into what appeared to be an underground chamber. Following the winding path downwards, he soon found himself before the Mirror of Erist. During his previous visit, he had been oblivious to this hidden route. Indeed, Hogwarts Castle harbored numerous secret passages and mechanisms. The abandoned classroom, once shrouded in darkness, was now ablaze with light. A small girl with fluffy brown hair lay unconscious on the ground before a transformed Professor Snape, whose black robes appeared somewhat tattered. Hermione seemed to be unharmed for the moment. It was merely a matter of finding an opportunity to rescue her. Maud nodded and turned his gaze towards Voldemort, or rather, Voldemort possessed by Quirrell. The latter had removed his headscarf, revealing 2 grotesque faces on his head, an unsettling sight indeed. A significant wound marred his body, extending from his left shoulder down to his abdomen, oozing bright red blood. His back, along with his robe, bore a substantial charred hole, a stark testament to the searing heat he had endured. Suddenly, Voldemort lifted his head, contorting Quirrell's visage into an unappealing grin. This ghastly smile was etched into the blue orb of the Thunderbird and imprinted in Maud's eyes as well. With a flick of his hand, a flash of green light darted forth. The green light struck the Thunderbird in an instant, even under the control of the magical spirit. It had no time to evade. The Thunderbird disintegrated into arcs of electricity, and beneath the veil of these arcs, The blue orb flickered with a faint glow before plummeting to the ground, once again entering a state of invisibility. Motor's gaze returned to the present, his golden-hued eyes blinking with contemplation. He pondered the enigma of Voldemort in his shadowy form. The heavy armor had proven ineffective against him. And though the lightning spell had been cast in haste, its potency was not to be underestimated. Yet, the damage inflicted by the lightning strike seemed negligible. He contemplated the enchantments residing within Harry. Had Hermione not intervened to push Harry aside, would Voldemort have been scorched by the magic enveloping Harry? It was indeed a perplexing thought. In this magical realm, spells of equivalent strength can often nullify one another. Voldemort's shadowy state was itself a form of magic, wielded by the most perilous of dark wizards, potentially counteracting the magic left upon Harry by Lily Potter. Even if complete nullification were unattainable, it should not have resulted in death. Maud murmured, speculating that magic, in the hands of a powerful wizard, might not be as straightforward as one might envision. He turned a glance at Harry, who had donned a cloak resembling an invisibility garment, revealing only a small portion of her head. Her emerald eyes sparkled vibrantly, accentuated by her long lashes, though a flicker of concern lingered within them. Maud seized the heavy bow and arrows leaning against the wall, slinging them over his shoulder, and reiterated, "Remain here and await Hermione's arrival. If that dark smoke, or rather, the mysterious figure, were to return." "Mysterious figure," Harry exclaimed, her youthful voice ringing out, piercing the oppressive atmosphere with its clarity. "Indeed," Maud nodded. "I suspect it is he. Listen carefully. Stay put and remember 3 points. First, if you hear any approaching sounds, flee. Otherwise, you may become our new burden. Second, the invisibility cloak must be worn at all times. And third, do not reveal your true name." Maud was uncertain whether the cloak could obscure Voldemort's gaze, but having it was certainly better than not. Maud turned and stepped through the door to the next level. The terrain here was exceedingly convoluted, necessitating a closer approach to wield his magic effectively. He traversed the dark corridor, passing the utterly destroyed magical gate, and arrived in the final chamber of the Heiress Mirror. Descending 2 or 3 steps from the stone staircase, he retrieved his longbow. The distance was sufficient. Voldemort could not perceive him here, yet with the lingering blue orb and frost arrow, he could directly target him. The sounds of battle reached Maud's ears, prompting him to blink as his vision shifted once more. The Heiress Mirror was securely situated in one corner, while directly opposite, a long corridor blazed with fierce flames, their crackling sounds shattering the tranquility of the night. Voldemort transformed into a cloud of black smoke, weaving through the desolate expanse of the corridor, occasionally emitting an indescribable shriek. Professor Snape stood composed in place, gently tapping the air with his wand, conjuring bursts of searing flames. The flames beside him surged higher, forcing Professor Snape to free a hand to absorb the fiery spells that Voldemort unleashed into his wand. The situation was at a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Despite Voldemort sustaining considerable injuries, his speed and agility in flight were unparalleled. Professor Snape understood that he could not eliminate Voldemort entirely without exposing his identity and employing his more adept spell, the Shadowless Strike, a unique magic of his own design, characterized by his distinct personal flair. Maud raised his bow with a single hand, drawing the string until it resembled a perfect crescent moon. Threads of blue light materialized from thin air, as if magnetically attracted, gradually converging into a substantial orb of brilliance. A delicate frost arrow now hovered upon the string, and an invisible force enveloped both the bow and the arrow as the blood surged within his veins. The resounding twang of the bowstring instantly captured the attention of Voldemort and Professor Snape, both of whom turned their gazes towards the stone steps not far away. The ethereal blue light erupted, piercing through the darkness and flames, accompanied by the roaring winds, transforming into a radiant arc that shot forth. Voldemort merely narrowed his eyes slightly, the frost arrow reflecting in his gaze, before it dissipated into black smoke, a hoarse voice echoing in the space around them. The magic was formidable, the spell commendable. Yet lamentably, it was wielded by a wizard who relied solely on brute force. Brute force. The connection was established, and Voldemort's words effortlessly reached Maud's ears, prompting him to instinctively touch his now crimson hair. "The last time, your embodiment of desire did not express it this way. You clearly stated that you could please me. How can one be so contradictory?" Nevertheless, Voldemort's implication aligned with his earlier speculation. The essence of casting spells encompassed more than mere magical power. There were other components involved. What could these components be? From his words, Maud surmised that this arrow would likely inflict no harm upon Voldemort. Indeed, the frost arrow pierced through the black smoke that Voldemort had transformed into, akin to striking a mass of cotton. The smoke scattered as if blown by the wind, only to revert to its original form in an instant. Subsequently, a chill enveloped the surroundings, blue waves surged, and the icy surface crystallized. Yet it failed to affect Voldemort in the slightest. He merely floated gently, the black smoke settling upon the cold air, standing upon the now stationary ice surface. Such magic may suffice against an average adult wizard. Voldemort emitted a peculiar, mocking laugh, turning once more into smoke to evade Professor Snape's flames. He continued, "To become a truly skilled wizard, one must possess something of their own." His voice suddenly rose in pitch, as if proclaiming a profound truth. "I can grant you that. Come forth, unfamiliar wizard, assist me in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, and you shall become my trusted aid, sharing in power and wealth, knowledge and immortality." Though his voice was raspy and unpleasant, it was imbued with emotional resonance and persuasive power, stirring an inexplicable fervor within Maud. Goodness! Is it a prerequisite for leaders to possess such eloquence and the ability to beguile? Maud remained silent, choosing instead to draw his bowstring taut. He had no intention of heeding the words of a creature, neither human nor ghost, discussing lofty ideals. From Voldemort's recent performance, Maud was able to discern certain truths. The Dark Lord, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, accepted the assault of the frost arrow yet refrained from engaging with the chilling essence it emanated. Only after the frigid aura dissipated and the ice ceased its formation did he descend, indicating that the icy breath indeed had an influence over him. Furthermore, his decision to evade the flames conjured by Professor Snape further illustrates that the esteemed professor poses a threat to him. Is this not sufficient evidence? Today, I, Nicholas, no? Thelmott Maris, the ice archer, shall serve as Professor Snape's ally. Do you know what is most vexatious about ice? Today, let us allow Voldemort to experience its wrath. Boom. Boom, boom. Maud raised his bow, releasing arrow after arrow. As he drew the string, the frost arrow materialized instantaneously, shimmering with an ethereal blue light that weaved through the night, intertwining with the flames to form delicate wisps of nearly invisible white smoke. Voldemort, observing Maud's silence, remained unperturbed, merely uttering a soft lament of regret. With habitual grace, he lifted his wand high, aiming it towards the trajectory of the frost arrow. A flicker of flame erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly expanding into a formidable wall of fire, its fierce flames dancing wildly and igniting the surroundings, entirely obstructing the oncoming waves of blue radiance. The frost arrow, akin to a blue firefly cast into the flames, momentarily stalled the inferno before being utterly consumed. Yet, the chilling essence it bore proved somewhat effective. The cold surged forth with the blue light, temporarily suppressing the flames. However, like a phoenix reborn, the fire ignited anew the instant the blue light dissipated. Through his azure orb, Maud observed this peculiar scene, and today, Voldemort had bestowed upon him an abundance of reflections on magic. The orb's commendable vision and suitable distance allowed him to perceive subtle details within the flames, such as a nearly translucent film that abruptly manifested upon contact with the frost arrow. Furthermore, after the flames were extinguished by the chill, he noticed flickering embers on the ground, resembling blackened char. These phenomena must be what Voldemort referred to as the distinctive attributes that a truly adept wizard ought to possess. What could they possibly signify? Maud stood in contemplation, his hands never ceasing their motion as azure light flickered upon the bowstring. Even if he could not vanquish Voldemort, he was determined to create some inconvenience for him, thereby constraining his movements and enabling Professor Snape to strike more effectively with his magic. The frost arrows unleashed by the bow maintained a remarkable velocity, evading the curtain of flames and encircling Voldemort. The azure glow surged forth, layers of icy breath accumulating and hindering Voldemort's transformation into smoke and his descent. Voldemort frowned, growing increasingly vexed by the incessant barrage of ice arrows that swarmed towards him like bothersome flies. Professor Snape, fixated on Voldemort's silhouette, tirelessly cast fire spells, the flames resembling wild beasts emerging from the depths of a forest, shooting forth through the void. In his meticulous observation, Maud discerned a subtle distinction in Snape's flames. They burned with a faint white luminescence, reminiscent of the pristine body of a mature unicorn. Was this ethereal glow the reason even the smoke-formed Voldemort sought to evade the flames? Nevertheless, Voldemort proved too swift and agile, rendering Snape's spells rarely effective. let alone capable of inflicting any significant harm. It was likely that only by bringing along a companion could his flames manage to catch up with Voldemort. Perhaps one of the reasons Hermione could be rescued. Conversely, Snape found himself ignited by Voldemort's flames on multiple occasions, frequently dodging the flickering green light of the killing curse. His robe, charred by the flames and tattered from contact with the ground, bore numerous new scars. Although Snape sustained only minor injuries, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Maud blinked his eyes, illuminated by the interplay of firelight and blue hues, and spoke in a rough voice. "Mr. Helgas, this fool Chilo is remarkably elusive. What are we to do?" "Voldemort and Chilo. Continue, Mr. Fowl. My magic shall soon catch up to him," Professor Snape replied in an unfamiliar, indifferent tone. His voice devoid of urgency, as serene as the still waters of a deep pond. Soon, Maud observed Professor Snape's flames with keen, azure eyes. Eventually, amidst Snape's repeated incantations, he discerned a transformation. The white brilliance of the flames was gradually intensifying, and the speed at which they shot forth was increasingly accelerating. Initially, Voldemort could effortlessly evade them, but now he found himself compelled to heed the trajectory of each flame. This indicated that, although he appeared relaxed, his pressure was mounting. What was this force? Mr. Helgas. The power of emotions inherent to every wizard. Emotions? Voldemort was indeed familiar with such a concept, prompting Maud to inquire without reservation. To infuse magic with emotion? Is this the force possessed by those truly formidable wizards in this magical realm? Maud reflected on the myriad confrontations between Harry and Voldemort, seemingly grasping an insight. Indeed, the power of emotion. Voldemort, suddenly hoarse, echoed Maud's words, preferring to term it desire. Integrating such an essence is far from simple. He paused momentarily before continuing. It resembles an eternal tombstone. Countless wizards have faltered here, and many have spent their entire lives without ever comprehending this domain. Attaining mastery over it is a distant dream for myriad ordinary wizards, even for those of pure blood. Yet, once one possesses it, they leap into the realm of formidable wizards, acquiring wealth beyond reach for others, gaining the ability to dictate one's own fate, commanding immense power over others. Lacking time, Voldemort's voice shifted from a lofty pitch to a somber tone. You are currently bereft of time, and the duration may very well encompass your lifetime. However, fortunate for you, I happen to possess an excellent method that can effortlessly guide you through the threshold of this new world. Voldemort's voice resonated with fluctuations, and from his throat emanated a peculiar magical essence, compelling Maud to listen intently, to immerse himself in the notion of acquiring such power and wealth. Maud furrowed his brow, attempting to disregard the words, yet he found their voice still clearly infiltrating his mind. Temptation? Is this also a form of magic? Resolutely. He donned the hood of his long black robe, and in the soft glow, his pointed ears emerged like birds unfurling their wings, only to gently fold back, concealing his ear openings and completely sealing off his hearing. The world fell into a serene silence. Elven earplugs, truly the finest remedy for dealing with a loquacious foe like Voldemort. Maud hummed a melody, drawing the bowstring once more in the enveloping darkness. The spring breeze, oblivious to the nuances of romance, stirred the heart of the young lad, causing yesterday's Voldemort to retreat down the corridor amidst Maud's frost-laden arrows and Professor Snape's flames, with Snape following closely behind, distancing himself further from Hermione. Maud suddenly felt a gentle breeze sweep past him from behind, as if someone had just dashed by. Harry? Maud squinted his eyes. Was Harry intending to rescue Hermione? At this distance, Voldemort could potentially return in an instant. P.S. A chapter of 2,330 words. Kindly urge for updates. Please leave a 5-star review. Harry was not running slowly. He had already descended the stone steps, and Maud heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from the last step. Maud opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. In this desolate space, filled only with dust and flames, sounds traveled swiftly and distinctly. If Maud were to call out to Harry, Voldemort would undoubtedly take notice of the presence of an invisible young wizard. For a perilous dark wizard, revealing the existence of a concealed young sorcerer was a task far too effortless. As Maud's gaze fell upon the azure orb, Professor Snape was fervently casting a flame spell, a magic that seemed unyielding. Any pause would diminish the brilliance of the flames. The professor moved with urgency, evading the Avada Kedavra curse, while entrusting the venomous flames, akin to a serpent's hiss, to Maud's frost arrows for defense, as if an inexplicable synergy existed between him and Maud, positioned at the distant stone staircase. In this scenario, a chilling aura pervaded the atmosphere, as fiery sparks erupted in the night, intermittently weaving through lethal green light, where every subtle shift could precipitate unforeseen consequences. Maud was currently exerting the full power of the Frost Witch's magic and the elven bloodline's magical arrows, in conjunction with the fundamental motions of archery. Any movement would inevitably slow his spell casting. In this precarious situation, what would transpire if he faltered? Would he be suddenly engulfed by the searing flames? Or would the curse of death swiftly claim his life? Mort could only allow Harry to venture forth alone to rescue Hermione. He harbored little faith in Harry's endeavor, for the likelihood of discovery loomed ominously. Her diminutive frame seemed ill-equipped to carry Hermione back with ease. The very act of her rescue would undoubtedly necessitate the lifting of the invisibility cloak, compounded by the reckless, adventurous spirit she inherited from James Potter. Yet, what alternative was there? To remain stationary, casting spells while hoping for divine intervention? Indeed, swifter than Mord had anticipated, Voldemort's gaze pierced through the corridor, cutting through the flames to settle upon the unconscious young witch. A grotesque smile curled upon his lips as he observed the movement of her frail form and the hand of Harry, glimpsed beneath the hem of a plain robe. This could well be the key to overturning the precarious situation. The wizard known as Quirrell was far more formidable than Mord had surmised, his magical prowess exceeding that of an ordinary sorcerer and steadily escalating. Quirrell's feeble body, however, was insufficient to sustain such power, necessitating a bold gamble to break the impasse. Abandoning this frail vessel, seizing the philosopher's stone would render today's losses negligible. As for Quirrell, merely a pitiful, uninformed wretch, easily discarded. Hebehe. Voldemort raised his head, emitting a sharp, piercing sound, his arms outstretched as his vast black robes cascaded down like the wings of a bird in flight. In an instant, his entire being transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, surging through the flames that radiated a pure, white light. The black smoke ignited like a firestorm, wafting a putrid scent of decaying flesh mingled with the acrid white smoke dispersing around. Even this intensity of flame was intolerable for Voldemort, inciting a searing pain that threatened to incapacitate his vessel. From realization to contemplation to decisive action, Voldemort exhibited remarkable resolve. Professor Snape's cold gaze followed the reckless black smoke as it darted past, catching sight of a flickering flame upon its edge. An inkling of understanding dawned upon him, prompting a swift turn, akin to a head manipulated by an unseen axis. His eyes locking momentarily with the emerald gaze of the small, which laboriously lifting Hermione upon her back. Voldemort, flames, emerald eyes. In an instant, it felt as if time rewound, transporting him a decade into the past, to that cozy little house, illuminated by the faintest glow of the night. A woman lay helplessly upon the cold floor, her familiar yet comforting pale visage, forever robbed of her once brilliant eyes. "Will you tell me a story about magic?" a little girl once asked him, expressing her fondness for his tales, yet she had never spoken again after that fateful moment. In that fleeting instant, Professor Snape reflected upon myriad thoughts, a veil of mist seeming to cloud his eyes, rendering the depths of his gaze even more profound. If Voldemort were to recognize that the small witch before him was, in fact, the prophesied adversary of a decade past, would he spare her? Snape could not say. Yet he dared not gamble, nor could he risk it a second time. On the previous occasion, he had already suffered a defeat. His hand, which delicately grasped the black and gray wand, trembled slightly. Yet, the tip of the wand remained steadfastly aimed at the ominous cloud of dark smoke that the malevolent sorcerer had transformed into. A slender flame, adorned with glistening white specks, gracefully erupted into the void, swiftly morphing into a crescent-shaped fire that stood poised between Professor Snape and the swirling darkness, resembling a razor-sharp blade of fire. Caught in the moment, Snape had no time to ponder the transformation of his spell's manifestation, nor could he pause to comprehend the sudden surge of emotional energy coursing through his magic. The wand gently tapped the emptiness, and the crimson flame interwoven with pure white swiftly pierced through the air, shattering all flames, stones, and shadows in its path, producing a piercing sound that resonated throughout the chamber. The scene unfolded before Maud, who intended to assist Harry's escape with magic. He was momentarily taken aback. Within his azure eyes, he witnessed the abrupt transformation of the flames and sensed the emotional currents flowing within Professor Snape's gaze. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The essence of the situation lay in the elven blood coursing through his veins, now surging with vigor. A wondrous resonance of energy frequencies awakened within Maud, granting him a glimpse of an extraordinary and ineffable spectacle. The emotions, transmuted into a force akin to magic, flickered with a faint glow, gradually merging into the intricate process of the fiery incantation. Maud felt that he could give it a try, and his inner voice urged him that this was a rare opportunity, an occasion to experience the exquisite magic of emotional immersion. Should he let it slip away, it might never return. Although he might not be able to grasp this sensation and preserve it indefinitely, the experience would undoubtedly make future learning significantly easier. In the eyes of Professor Snape and Voldemort, this power is known as emotion or desire. Human emotions represent an inward experience derived from external stimuli. They constitute a complex yet stable assessment of one's experiences. Thus, emotions encompass far more than mere carnal desires. So, what should he immerse himself in? The protective sentiment of guardianship, the longing for immortality that escapes death, or perhaps that peculiar, ineffable sensation of transitioning from death to life. Maud reflected upon more thoughts, yet his attention was drawn to the magical radiance of Professor Snape at that moment. He inexplicably sensed that this essence was what one might call a guardian spirit, and that simulating such profound emotions might render the task simpler and more seamless. At this instant, memories of his father, Tumul, entwined with flames surged within his mind. Recalling the incident when Star Reguff had set fire in the Muggle world, when the emotions within him reached their zenith, he lifted his bow as azure light coalesced, interspersed with delicate specks of white. The concept of magic intertwined with emotion had been contemplated for quite some time. Although the written expression may have faltered due to my limited prowess, this idea resonates closely with the original work. For it has been stated in the source material that Harry possessed a strength within him that Voldemort lacked, an essence formed by love, friendship, and other benevolent sentiments. Hence, it is no wonder that he could inexplicably triumph over the Dark Lord. Maud felt a peculiar sensation surging within his mind, manifesting as those ethereal white specks in the air, converging around the blue light. It was an extraordinary experience. He resembled a person using a straw to savor the final sip of pearl milk tea, greedily yearning to absorb the entirety of this powerful insight. Even though it was a lofty aspiration, Maud speculated that the integration of emotion into magic is not an instantaneous process. Even though he has cast the spell this time, he must still endeavor to construct a non-existent conduit through which emotions can converge with magic. At present, he is merely imitating a model, channeling energy into the spell according to a predetermined path. Once the magic is enacted, he will be left to confront a blank expanse devoid of reference. Observing the spells of Professor Snape and Voldemort, Maud discerned that the infusion of different emotions into magic yields remarkably diverse effects. For instance, Professor Snape's flames, which quicken with each incantation, Voldemort's resilient and reignitable fire, and his own unimpeded, ordinary magic immune smoke-like flight. It is akin to unboxing a mystery. Maud finds himself eagerly anticipating the form his future magic might take. The bowstring of Maud is still taut, with a slender azure arrow gestating in the radiance. The frost arrow can be said to have taken shape, yet it remains incomplete. The emotional force it embodies continues to reshape the frost arrow. The white specks of light seem to transform into delicate threads, entwining around the blue shaft, merging seamlessly with it. Instantly, the arrow's body becomes adorned with intricately carved spiral patterns, and from the arrow's nock, a myriad of snow-white petals, reminiscent of night-blooming cereus, unfurl, exuding a crisp chill that travels toward the arrow's shaft and tip. Concurrently, a white thread linking both ends materializes. Maud looked at the new frost arrow, adorned in a mesmerizing blend of blue and white, akin to a work of art. He could sense something extraordinary about it, such as its newly forged, more resilient arrowhead. Yet, there must be more to it than that. Maud slowly released the bowstring, directing his gaze towards the flickering flames beneath the stone steps, and loosed an arrow into the distance. The azure and white ice arrow swiftly pierced through the void, leaving behind ephemeral traces akin to the fleeting blossoms of a night-blooming cereus, so rapid that the afterimages appeared almost tangible. A resounding roar of power echoed momentarily in his ears as the swirling currents of air coalesced around the shaft of the arrow, forming a turbulent wave. In an instant, the fleeting images vanished, engulfed in a brilliant flash of white light that flickered like starlight. This time, it accelerated to such a degree that no remnants were left behind. In the next heartbeat, Maud beheld the frost-laden arrow reappear, now less than 10 meters from Voldemort. Maud blinked, observing the performance of the long arrow. The already swift frost arrow, infused with emotion, achieved yet another breakthrough in velocity. In his cerulean gaze, he simultaneously beheld Professor Snape wielding the fiery blade. A striking amalgamation of crimson and white, reminiscent of a legendary weapon with no visible trajectory. Though the fiery blade did not primarily emphasize speed, it still surpassed Voldemort's flight velocity. Its formidable nature lay in the debris and dust it propelled in its wake. It resembled an automatic plow, cutting through the solid stone floor of the castle with a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, enveloping the surroundings in a swirling cloud of smoke and dust. Maud's gaze shifted towards the billowing black smoke surrounding Voldemort, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Today, he would be struck by two exceptionally powerful spells, experiencing the sensation of death for the first, or rather the second, time. It seemed that Voldemort sensed the energy of the two impending spells, hastening his speed as the flames atop the black smoke intensified, remnants of his recent passage through Professor Snape's fiery onslaught. However, it was evident that he could not reach Harry before the spell struck. In a sudden maneuver, he dispersed the smoke, which swiftly morphed into elongated tendrils, significantly increasing his velocity. This surge rendered Professor Snape's fiery blade unable to keep pace. Yet Maud observed with a sense of calm as his icy arrow vanished as if traversing through the void, leaving behind a shimmering light in its wake. Voldemort might have anticipated this change, but it appeared he could no longer alter the course of events. Suddenly, the black smoke began to ooze blood, droplets cascading like rain upon the stone floor, as Quirrell's body faltered under the strain. Such exquisite magic, such intriguing individuals, a hoarse voice resonated. Yet Voldemort displayed no signs of distress. In the blink of an eye, a radiant blue light flashed at the heart of the black smoke. As a brilliant frost arrow pierced through it, the arrow momentarily slowed, a promising sign indicating it had indeed inflicted harm upon Voldemort in his smoky form. This marked Maud's first success in wounding him with magic. The entire arrow embedded itself, leaving only the pristine white tail visible, followed by a powerful gust emanating from the arrow's tip, accompanied by waves of blue light. White petals, interspersed with blue hail, whipped violently through the air. Crackling sounds echoed as if a blizzard had erupted within the corridor and the abandoned classroom. Time itself seemed to pause. The black smoke suspended in midair as layers of frost began to form at the point of contact between the smoke and the frost arrow, coalescing like waves on a freshly painted white surface, exuding an icy chill that permeated the night. Maud felt that the frost arrow, infused with the essence of guardianship, primarily granted an enhancement in speed. Its power was not lethal to Voldemort. However, that was of little concern, for Professor Snape's flame blade had arrived. With a resounding whoosh, the flame surged forth, radiating a slightly pale glow, effortlessly slicing through the black smoke and ice as though it were a hot knife cutting through cake. Subsequently, at the interface between the smoke and the fiery blade, thick white smoke rapidly billowed forth, as the black smoke gradually transformed into Quirrell's form, his body ignited by the searing flames shaped like the wounds of the blade. Voldemort still maintained control over that visage, smiling, even as his body appeared to be irrevocably severed into two halves by a thread glowing with fire, seemingly melting away. I do not wish to perish." Professor Quirrell's anguished voice emanated from within his body. Instantly, the flames ignited as if doused with a bucket of gasoline, engulfing Quirrell entirely. His form turned to char, and his voice was abruptly silenced. Professor Snape seemed to exhale in relief, yet he quickly strode purposefully towards the dazed Harry. Maud hurried over. "Is he dead?" "There seems to be no movement amidst the flames. The body is charred beyond recognition. Yet, what of Voldemort's lingering soul? Why does it remain so eerily silent? Could it be that this fragment of his essence has fled?" Maud turned his gaze towards the fingers of the body illuminated by the flames. "Harry, grab Hermione and get away from there. Quickly," Maud shouted loudly, and Professor Snape also noticed the twitching fingers, his expression shifting. The two raised their hands, preparing to use the levitation charm to carry Harry and his companion away. However, a sharp, mocking laughter suddenly pierced the night once more. Amidst the flames, a mass of black smoke, controlling a charred half-figure, hurtled towards Harry once again. Time was running out. Maud suddenly recalled the magic of Mrs. Potter that resided within Harry. In this state, Voldemort should be unable to endure any longer. "Cover his face. Harry, directly confront him." Harry gazed at the grotesque visage, charred and distorted, her small face contorted in distress. Yet, She chose to heed Maud's words, even though Maud's countenance had transformed into that of a stranger. Her delicate, pale hand swiftly rose to block the approaching Voldemort's nose, akin to a gust of wind. In that fleeting moment, Maud beheld the expression of suffocation upon Voldemort's face, reminiscent of a drowning man. P.S. A chapter of 2,300 words. Urgent request for updates. 5-star reviews appreciated. A sound akin to vegetables sizzling in hot oil filled the air. The once somewhat charred and hideous visage was now enveloped in gray smoke. Voldemort held firm, not succumbing to the shrieks like Quirrell, despite nearly suffocating at the hands of a young witch. Though his voice bore the weight of agony, it remained clear, as if heralding an impending reality. The night inevitably descends, even as all fear the darkness. When I return to this world, I shall once again reign supreme over the entire magical realm. A plume of black smoke surged forth from Quirrell's body, coursing through Harry and vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye, while Quirrell's form crumbled into dust, scattering across the ground. With her eyes closed, Harry's adorably innocent face tilted to one side, and she collapsed to the ground. A large hand caught her, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Professor Snape, clad in black robes, arrived, his brow furrowed in concern. He gently touched Harry's forehead and checked her breathing, finally exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Harry was safe. It seemed she was trapped in a nightmare, her previously serene brow now furrowed, her expression reflecting some inner torment. Professor Snape watched quietly, as if gazing upon his own child, imbued with a sense of nostalgia for lost companions. He tenderly smoothed Harry's tousled hair and eased her furrowed brow. This obedient demeanor was far preferable to the mischief of a certain Potter. Maud blinked, running his fingers through his crimson hair, standing quietly to the side as if a diminutive, albeit striking, light bulb. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to see Miss Granger, clad in a red and black striped sweater, half concealed beneath the invisibility cloak. Even amidst peril, Harry had not forgotten to envelop her in the cloak. Yet she now lay upon the cold stone floor, her tousled brown locks sprawled around her. Oh my goodness! How terribly remiss of me. I nearly overlooked you, Miss Granger. Maud hastily assisted Hermione to her feet. The cold voice of Professor Severus Snape echoed. Thank you for today. It was my duty, Professor, she replied. Maud nodded, his countenance revealing little emotion. Professor Snape's tone, even in the guise of gratitude, bore the weight of an unspoken debt, as if to say, when will you repay me? You may take Miss Granger. I shall escort Harry to Madame Pomfrey shortly. After Maud's response, he scrutinized the unconscious Hermione and then glanced at the unfamiliar visage of Professor Snape, marred by a scar on his right cheek, lost in contemplation. Did it imply that Miss Granger was unworthy of a visit to the infirmary? Within Snape's office, the table was cluttered with an array of potion bottles, while a cauldron, still bearing traces of a verdant solution, and various disordered potion-making tools lay strewn beside it. The air was thick with the potent scents of potions and sawdust. The wooden door, adorned with the contorted letters spelling Snape's office, leaned against the slightly yellowed wall, emanating a pristine sheen. Professor Snape, does magic possess a tiered classification? Maud was perusing a tome of enchantments, meticulously organizing the knowledge gleaned from Professor Snape and Voldemort regarding emotional magic. The existence of such a phenomenon took him somewhat by surprise. He had previously believed that within this magical realm, the potency of magic was solely contingent upon the strength of incantations and the magnitude of one's magical reserves. However, it became evident that the visible aspects were merely a fraction of the whole. Professor Snape, lost in contemplation, carefully chose his words and remarked, "This is information that should not have been disclosed to young wizards. Magic does not possess a definitive hierarchy, particularly before the advanced wizarding examinations. Yet, within the upper echelons of the wizarding community, there exists a tacit understanding that magic can be categorized into 2 tiers. The first tier is ordinary magic, which is further subdivided into levels 1 through 6. Within this tier, the acquisition of magical skills relies heavily on innate talent and extensive practice." Maud nodded. This implies that his current mastery of magic, cultivated through his elven talents, is merely oscillating between levels 1 and 6. The second tier, known as emotional magic or advanced magic, refers to the form of magic we discussed previously, which incorporates emotions, resulting in a departure from its original characteristics. Ordinary magic finds it exceedingly challenging to contend with advanced magic. Professor Snape lifted a slender, transparent cup resembling a potion vial from the table, took a sip of water, and continued, "The acquisition of this advanced magic lacks a systematic approach. It is akin to fishing for the moon in water. At times, it feels utterly elusive, while at other moments, it seems to materialize effortlessly, as if the water has been perfectly aligned. Is it possible for someone to suddenly learn it? Maud pondered the future version of Harry, who would soon be capable of confronting Voldemort with fervor. Despite having previously demonstrated emotional magic, he now resembled a student who had merely copied answers for an assignment, retaining a vague impression, yet utterly incapable of reproducing it independently. Professor Snape's cold gaze lingered on Maud's face. Naturally, who else could it be? Tom Riddle. This revelation did not surprise Maud. Had Voldemort lacked such abilities, he might now be living a carefree existence in Azkaban. One wonders, though, whether he is required to perform morning exercises while operating a sewing machine within those walls. Professor Snape, how did you come to master emotional magic? The events of a decade ago, particularly the tragic demise of Lily Potter, profoundly affected Professor Snape. Does this suggest that such learning necessitates intense emotional upheaval? Maud pretended to jot down notes in the spellbook and then looked up to ask, are there no learning techniques? Professor? Professor Snape remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, indeed, experience. Maud understood that this meant one should go through unforgettable experiences. This is also why, in the magical realm, truly powerful wizards often appear quite aged. Maudra nodded thoughtfully. He believed that emotional magic must possess a method of learning. However, due to the relatively brief history of this magical realm, no one had managed to compile a coherent system of study. But what about the ancient wizards? Were they aware of this emotional magic? Did they have their own methods of learning? Maud has inscribed a task in the spellbook to seek knowledge regarding emotional magic, with the channels being the library, including forbidden areas and Kunlun. Professor Snape glanced out the window, as if struck by a thought. Your last spell must have touched upon emotion. This presents a rare opportunity. You may endeavor to recall and experience those feelings repeatedly, in hopes of rekindling the previous circumstances. It bears a resemblance to Maud's situation, being a similarly unique case. Very well, Maud responded, following Professor Snape's gaze to glance outside. The dim, amber rays of the setting sun cascaded down. Professor, Harry should be awake. Shall we go see him? A complex expression flitted across Professor Snape's face, one of nostalgia and perhaps a hint of exasperation. No. Very well. I shall take my leave, Professor. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. In the evening, the hazy golden light filtered through the glass windows, casting warmth upon the white hospital beds, imbuing the blankets with a touch of sunlight's essence. On the third bed near the arched doorway lay a small boy with dark hair. A small table beside him held an upright card resembling a Christmas greeting, emblazoned with the words "Get Well" in vivid red. Scattered around the card were a few candies and a package of biscuits. The boy stirred awake, blinking as if he had been in slumber for an eternity. He rubbed his eyes and fumbled at the head of the bed for his glasses, donning them and staring vacantly at the ceiling for a moment. Then, his gaze shifted to the card on the table, and he blinked, breaking into a smile. Good afternoon, Harry, came the gentle, aged voice of Professor Dumbledore as he entered. Today, he wore a rare burgundy robe and his half-moon spectacles, his azure gaze falling upon Harry. Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied, blinking his emerald eyes in acknowledgement. Dumbledore smiled, glancing at the cluttered table in the middle, which was adorned with cards, candies, and an assortment of treats. These are gifts from your admirers. Admirers? Harry queried, bewildered, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Indeed, the events that transpired between you and Professor Quirrell in the basement are a secret, but secrets have a way of spreading swiftly. Now the entire school is aware. Dumbledore lowered his glasses, revealing his twinkling blue eyes. Harry grinned, revealing his two sharp canines. The sensation of being admired was undeniably pleasant. Yet, he soon felt a pang of confusion. Why am I being admired? What have I done to deserve this? He tilted his head, pondering what exactly had transpired. The last image he recalled from the basement was Quirrell's charred face and a swirling mass of black smoke. However, he remembered merely approaching, draping Hermione with half of the invisibility cloak before succumbing to unconsciousness. His entire contribution seemed to amount to being a burden and perhaps slapping Quirrell. Oh, it appears your friend Ron may have helped you open that box of chocolate frocks. Ron? Oh, right. How are Ron and Hermione, as well as Moaning Myrtle? Rest assured, they're all well and safe. Just as Professor Dumbledore departed, three figures entered the room. Are you awake, Harry? Maud scrutinized Harry's complexion. Having just been traversed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul, Harry's face had been ashen, but now it had regained much of its color. It was likely that he would be discharged from the hospital soon. Maud, Hermione, Ron. Harry exclaimed joyfully, leaping from his bed, nearly losing his balance and stumbling. Maud smiled gently, offering his support as they all embraced, forming a tight-knit group. Aside from Ron, who had been unceremoniously kicked away, the rest shared a bond forged through life and death. Harry, regaining his composure, began to inquire about the events of that fateful day, the confrontation between Professor Quirrell and the mysterious figure. Ron and Hermione had also gleaned information about the dark dealings in the basement from Maud over the past few days, so they were not particularly astonished. However, Maud refrained from elaborating on the intricacies of the occurrences, prompting Ron and Hermione to look at him with curiosity. One perished, while the other fled, Maud replied, adding that to understand how it transpired, one must first hear the tale of a young witch. There was a certain hollowness in Maud's eyes, as if she were reminiscing about that fateful day. It was a night fraught with peril, when a young witch, on the brink of danger, awakened the valorous heart of a warrior. As you all are aware, when the princess is in peril, the prince must rise to slay the dragon with fervor. That day, the clash of might and magic rendered the world in chaos. Maud recounted a tale of a magical prince rescuing a princess, casting a wistful glance at Harry and his companions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered looks. What could this possibly have to do with the events of that day? Hermione regarded Maud with a skeptical gaze, stating, I am unaware of any princess and prince residing in the basement. Could the princess be Hermione? Ron suddenly exclaimed, as if a revelation had struck him, convinced that Hermione had summoned a passing handsome and powerful wizard. Before he could finish his thought, he was met with an elegant eye roll from Miss Granger. Maud shook her head. On that day, there was not just one little witch. Who else could there be? Harry scratched his chin thoughtfully. Before I lost consciousness, I recalled that there were only 3 individuals in the basement, Maud, Hermione, and an unfamiliar wizard. Oh, I nearly forgot. There was also myself. Maud gazed at him with admiration. Did you not say it out loud? Wait. Hermione gestured for a pause, her eyes fixed on Harry. Could it be that the Harry of that day was playing the role of a princess? Harry, you consumed the siren's potion, did you not? Harry nodded. A moment later, as if coming to a realization, his face contorted in discomfort. The prince that Maud referred to was indeed that enigmatic wizard. Hermione, resembling a detective, raised her left hand, her thumb and forefinger forming a circle as she gently rubbed her chin. Her gaze towards Harry grew increasingly peculiar, as if assessing an anomaly. Ron, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, Bloody hell, Harry, I never expected you. Harry had already covered his face, peering through his fingers with a glum expression. Enough about it, he said, his tone laced with frustration. Transforming into a little witch, and yet attracting a prince. That fellow must be peculiar, right? By the way, who is that wizard? Hermione inquired of Maud. I do not know, Maud replied, blinking. All I know is his nickname. What nickname? The 3 of them leaned in, intrigued. Batman. I do not recall such a person in the magical world, Hermione mused, reflecting on various news articles and historical texts she had read. To contend with the Dark Lord, he could hardly be an ordinary individual. What does he look like? Perhaps I can ascertain his identity through his appearance. Hermione's words trailed off as she noticed Maud had taken a seat, cradling a weathered, yellowed book, engrossed in study. The impending final examinations flashed through her mind, coupled with thoughts of Maud's astonishing study abilities. How could she possibly fall behind him? In an instant, Hermione retrieved a hefty tome of revision materials for the upcoming magical exams and found a chair to begin her own studies. Oh, I see, Ron stammered, his mouth agape. Harry, have you studied for the finals? Harry shook his head. I haven't even completed the class assignments from before I fainted. Have you finished yours? Ron, could I borrow yours to copy? By Merlin's beard, how could one possibly finish all the assignments? I haven't even finished transcribing last week. P.S. Once a writing habit is disrupted, one can easily fall into the trap of entertainment, and upon emerging, one finds the written words somewhat alien, leading to dissatisfaction in composition. Thus, yesterday was truly a disaster. Dear readers, I implore you for encouragement. A 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. Small gifts are welcome. Just trying to make a living. Maud held the magical tome in his hands, currently perusing a copied biography from the realm of wizards, entitled The Early Life of Dumbledore. His interest in this book was not driven by a desire to gain deeper insights into Professor Dumbledore. What could he possibly learn about an elderly man with a white beard? Maud's objective is to draw from Professor Dumbledore's experiences in magical learning, thereby refining his own approach to the study of magic. Recently, he has encountered an awkward phase in his magical education, riddled with numerous challenges. For instance, the plethora of subjects he wishes to master has converged in his mind, inducing immense pressure that saps his enthusiasm to even begin. This book, fortuitously, serves as a remedy for his confusion and distress. He has a habit of recording significant matters on paper, as this practice clears his mind, allowing him to create mental space to ponder problems and systematically address his to-do list. It is indeed an exceptional method for mental decluttering. Dumbledore advocates that all issues related to magical learning should ideally be documented in notes. In one's mind, each problem exists only in a nebulous form. Under such circumstances, one may perceive the issues as overly complex, leading to mental resistance and a reluctance to engage in thought. Only by transforming problems into words can one truly comprehend the nature of the issues at hand, facilitating a seamless and effortless process of contemplation and resolution. Having perused this voluminous tome for 2 days, he finds it quite substantial, accompanied by a sister series totaling 10 volumes. Written in a diary-like format filled with diverse learning experiences and daily reflections. The authorship remains anonymous, but Maud suspects it may very well be penned by Professor Dumbledore himself, given the astonishing detail, even specifying the color of undergarments. He has completed the first volume. Though thick, the keen eyes of a house elf capture everything with photographic precision. Slowly savoring this biography feels akin to reading a collection of intriguing tales, which is rather delightful. Yet, the elven lineage compels him to read at an accelerated pace. On a particular page of the spellbook, he begins to reorganize the language, documenting insights that may illuminate and resolve his current perplexities. Maud took a deep breath. Basking in the warm sunlight behind him, he gazed out at the fading light outside. A wave of satisfaction from acquiring knowledge washed over him. He glanced at Harry and the others. Hermione, full of vitality, held a quill and began fervently tackling practice questions. In contrast, Harry and Ron wore forlorn expressions, surrounded by a plethora of exercise books at the bedside, busily copying each other's work. Behold the stark contrast in the study attitudes between the diligent scholar and the struggling student. Maud sighed. How could a scholarly figure like Mrs. Lily Potter give rise to a son of such dismal academic performance? The main account has become useless. Perhaps it is time to cultivate a new one. I suppose this shall be offered to Professor Snape as a specimen for his potion experiments. What follows next? Maud meticulously organized the tasks within the grimoire and established a hierarchy based on the significance and urgency of each item. Presently, his foremost intention is to master the fundamentals of emotional magic, as it would enhance his ability to contend with such skilled sorcerers, preventing him from merely enduring their assaults and fortifying his chances of survival. Access point, the library, including restricted areas. Maud rubbed his chin, contemplating a visit to the library in search of pertinent knowledge. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in the library, scouring for tomes on emotional magic. The vast library, however, contained scant records on this subject, which left Maud feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such emotional magic was likely known only to a select few, with an even smaller number possessing a deeper understanding. This led him to ponder the true number of individuals in this magical realm who comprehended emotional magic. As for Chilo, Maud wondered if he was aware of it. Each time he struck him, it was through surprise attacks, leaving Chilo unprepared and unable to showcase any magic before succumbing. Perhaps this phenomenon could be termed, as long as I perish swiftly, you remain oblivious to my true nature. Professors Snape and Dumbledore undoubtedly possessed such knowledge. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, having aged and experienced much, were also likely well-versed in emotional magic. Consequently, it stood to reason that those dark wizards capable of engaging with the esteemed professors of Hogwarts must also have ascended to this level of understanding. Maud's speculation is quite astonishing. Could it be that the jester is, in fact, myself? Yet, I must not let my head swell. Having previously acquired the bloodline of an elf and possessing a magical prowess no less than that of an adult wizard, I once felt the world was vast and alluring, inviting exploration. However, upon reflection, perhaps it is wiser to continue to bide my time. Imodus suddenly felt as though he had set a flag. He had heard that those who claim they wish to stay safe often find themselves compelled to venture outside, confronting the perilous world that awaits. Maud shook his head, dismissing the peculiar notion, and resumed his reading, meticulously organizing his knowledge pertaining to emotional magic. The book before him, adorned with a faded crimson cover, bore several golden characters that had lost their luster, inscribed with the title Modern Magical Studies. Within its pages, it alluded to advanced magic, which is to say, emotional magic. This sophisticated form of sorcery, which intertwines emotions with spells, has origins that are shrouded in mystery. However, it is said that the alchemical master, Nicholas Flamel, once witnessed an extraordinary flame incantation during his youth. This form of magic transcended the limitations of traditional spells, yielding remarkable effects that included, but were not limited to, rekindled flames, the swift disarmament of foes, and an elusive state of flight that rendered one impervious to harm. Maud looked on, nodding in understanding. The rekindled flames and the elusive state of flight were performances he had witnessed from these dark wizards before. He continued to observe. Not all magic harmonizes with emotion, nor does every emotion yield practical effects in magic. It is akin to savoring Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Each infusion brings an element of surprise. The advancement of such magic, coupled with a deft mastery of spellcasting techniques and a wealth of knowledge, also demands a stroke of luck and profound feelings. Those who have been able to wield this advanced magic are often those who, during a particularly intense personal experience, found their magic intertwined with emotion. I have perused countless tomes, yet found no references to any related methods of advancement. However, it is said that within the ancient spell of the Patronus lies the secret of harnessing emotion. The Patronus? Maud blinked his golden eyes. Reflecting on the introduction to this spell, the Patronus charm embodies the essence of one's innermost feelings and is a profound form of magic. When casting this incantation, a wizard must concentrate, envisioning the happiest moment in their heart. This magic is indeed intricately connected to emotion. Thus, is it possible to uncover knowledge related to emotional magic within? Maud raised the dusty old book, its cover shrouded in a layer of dust, and set it aside. He clapped his hands, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and turned his gaze toward the array of open tomes strewn across the table. Astonishingly, he had perused each of these volumes, yet none contained any mention of the guardian charm. Was it due to a misplacement of the shelves? Or perhaps this particular magic was deemed unsuitable for novice wizards, thus excluded from the open access section? Maud pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and resolved to approach Professor Snape directly to acquire the methods for practicing the Patronus charm. He tidied the books on his desk, neatly stacking them before returning each volume to its rightful place on the shelf, then made his way straight to Professor Snape's office. "Speak," Professor Snape said. His fingers interlaced atop the desk, his indifferent gaze resting upon Maud's face. "Professor, I wish to learn the Patronus charm." Maud spoke as he picked up a freshly brewed potion from the table, inhaling its scent, which seemed to resemble that of the Siren's elixir number 2. Professor Snape, the guardian charm expert, pondered for a moment, reflecting on whether it pertained to emotional magic. "Do you believe that one could glean knowledge of emotional magic from it?" Maud placed the potion in his hand down, sealing the vial with a wooden cork, and replied, "Indeed, Professor. I encountered this in my readings. It is an ancient magic deeply intertwined with emotions. There is no need for such haste." Maud shook his head. "Now that I behold the scenery outside, I can no longer pause to appreciate the flowers cultivated within the room. To put it plainly, it is akin to seeing Harley. From that moment, Harry becomes scarcely worth your attention." A sentiment that resonates deeply. Professor Snape did not contest this further. He emerged from behind his desk, approached a small bookshelf along the wall, and withdrew a slender notebook adorned with a matte black cover. Returning to his chair, he brushed off the dust atop it and placed it before Maud, his gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. "This is a collection of notes I took while studying the Patronus charm during my time here. Within, you will find the methodology for mastering this spell. This magic, influenced by Lily, manifests in the form of a doe as his Patronus, mirroring her essence. The impact of this young woman upon him has indeed been profound." Maud took up the notebook and opened the first page, where the name Lily Evans was inscribed, causing him to pause in surprise. The handwriting was elegant and fluid, distinctly different from the script he had previously observed belonging to Professor Snape. Did this imply that the notebook was indeed Lily's? It seemed Professor Snape had discerned his confusion and remarked, "This notebook is a compilation I have assembled. In truth, the first half comprises Lily's notes, while the latter half contains my own." Imodo was struck with realization as he casually flipped to the latter half of the pages. The paper in this section appeared slightly cleaner, and in contrast to the preceding pages, it was evident that these were newly organized notes. The text was inscribed in a slanted English font reminiscent of italicized script, exuding a sense of elegance and poise. Motor flipped through the pages once more, and it seemed as though something was nestled within. Suddenly, he landed on a particular page. It bore the name Severus Snape, and tucked away in the book's crevice was a small, thread-marked bookmark. The bookmark depicted a moving image, or rather, a photograph, of a boy with dark hair and a girl with auburn locks, intimately holding hands while reclining on a meadow, their faces radiating joy. Had he forgotten to take it out? Maud instinctively raised his gaze towards Professor Snape, seemingly catching a glimpse of him suddenly turning his face. It was merely that Professor Snape maintained his sideways posture, his eyes fixed on the brown patterns of the table, his tone as indifferent as ever. Just an ordinary bookmark. Nothing more. Maud nodded, signifying his understanding. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary bookmark, adorned with the depiction of two unremarkable figures, smiling in an unremarkable manner upon a commonplace patch of grass, where, one might wonder, is the essence of youthful, naive emotions. Maud meticulously perused the contents, and on page 12, he discovered the method for conjuring a Patronus. The essence of the Patronus charm lies in manifesting a silvery guardian in the form of an animal, which will only reveal its true shape once the spell is successfully cast. The execution of this spell necessitates two essential conditions. First, complete mental concentration. Second, a profound and meaningful sense of joy. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Professor Snape rose, tidying the potion tools on his desk, and added, "If there is nothing else, you may leave now." He paused and continued, "Furthermore, do leave that bookmark. I have use for it." Maud's heart was filled with astonishment as he endeavored to don the impassive demeanor of Professor Snape, exhibiting no emotional fluctuations. "Understood, Professor," he replied. He carefully placed the bookmark upon the table. In the afternoon, the sun shone warmly, the blue sky adorned with white clouds, creating an ideal ambience for study. Maud entered through an arched doorway embedded in the wall, stepping into the chamber of fulfillment. Within this sanctuary, the fireplace at the center crackled with dancing flames, illuminating the expansive room where flickering firelight mingled with flashes of lightning, all while a rich aroma of herbs permeated the air. Maud meticulously observed the two young girls engrossed in their studies of lightning magic and fire spells. It was understandable for Harry, given her accustomed nature. Yet Ron could never be persuaded to partake. "I certainly have no desire to transform in such a manner." Ron's words lingered in the air. How could such a resolute Ron have changed so drastically? Indeed, how remarkable. Maud approached Ron, circling around him twice, scrutinizing the transformation of the once sturdy Ron. The face that had once displayed a somewhat square shape had now softened, adopting the gentle features reminiscent of a little girl, resulting in a round, cherubic visage. His eyes had enlarged, his mouth had diminished, and his teeth appeared notably more aligned, collectively presenting the image of an adorable, round-faced child with chestnut hair. Alas, he lacked the striking allure that Harry possessed. "What are you looking at?" Ron exclaimed, shielding his face with his hands. Through the gaps, a hint of crimson could be discerned, for the contrast between his previous bravado and his current embarrassment was stark. "Nothing much," Maud shrugged. "How does it feel? I mean, what is it like to practice magic now?" Ron blinked, contemplating for a moment before responding, "It's quite decent. Although I don't learn as swiftly as Harry. It's certainly an improvement compared to my usual self. Just look at me." The very person who once vowed never to indulge in the allure of the charm potion now finds it utterly irresistible. Maud nodded in satisfaction and walked to another corner. Retrieving Professor Snape's black notebook and turning to page 12, he snapped his fingers, activating the identification spell. A faint glimmer of white light emerged in Maud's eyes, where a multitude of intricate data symbols began to flicker. The identification spell was now in effect. Guardian Spirit spell, your compatibility, 100. Effect, your guardian spirit is capable of speech, enabling it to convey messages to you from afar. This enchantment will be learned by you at a pace significantly faster than that of an ordinary individual. However, time remains essential, for it is not a mere commonplace magic. A truly remarkable form of emotional magic. Is that all? Maud was momentarily taken aback. Since awakening the bloodline of the sage elf, the magic he had acquired had consistently manifested one or two unique effects. Thus, encountering a mere singular effect panel prompted a sense of disillusionment. Upon further contemplation, however, the term emotion inscribed in the evaluation suggested that this magic was indeed linked to emotional magic. Furthermore, the phrase "not an ordinary spell" served to reinforce this notion. Given that it was a form of advanced magic, such an occurrence was not entirely unfathomable. Focusing his attention, He meticulously examined his thoughts without resisting their emergence, allowing them to shift freely, positioning himself as an observer. In doing so, he would find himself enveloped in a serene atmosphere. A lengthy passage ensued, detailing methods for concentration, interspersed with fragments of experiential notes. The handwriting indicated it was the work of Madame Lily Potter. Next came the exploration of meaningful, joyful emotions. Upon entering a state of complete mental focus, one should repeatedly whisper the word joy within, continuously providing oneself with affirmations. Once the affirmations took root, vivid recollections of past joyful scenes would begin to flash in one's mind. At this juncture, he was advised to shift his attention to the emotional changes and to observe them, seeking out the joy that could fully immerse his body and spirit. Finally, he was to sustain this joyful emotion while channeling the magic, allowing it to merge naturally with the spell. This process was rather enigmatic. Maud reread it several times, yet still failed to discern how it could be applied to other forms of magic. Maud attentively scrutinized all the written words, then closed his eyes, meticulously organizing them within his mind and pondering deeply. He settled into a state akin to meditation. Initially, thoughts of concentration instinctively surfaced, and he subconsciously sought to obliterate all notions within his mind. Yet, in the ever-changing landscape of human thought, how could one possibly eradicate all distractions simply by shutting one's eyes? Thus, the notion that one could attain mental focus through the elimination of thoughts is misguided, or rather, achievable by only a select few. Maud relinquished the notion of cleansing his thoughts and entered a different state, allowing his musings to flow freely. However, as soon as he embraced this state, an inexplicable image of Severus Snape, adorned in a verdant robe with fiery red lips, abruptly materialized in his mind, causing him to falter and experience a surge of emotion. Just as he managed to suppress this image, the scene of Ron in women's attire began its incessant loop, captivating his mind anew. This is a common misstep in such a state, immersing oneself in thoughts and becoming enmeshed in each imagined scenario where emotions surge forth, completely forgetting the role of an observer. As time gradually passed, Maud found himself increasingly engrossed. It must be said that the sage elf seemed to possess a certain aptitude for matters of the heart. As dusk began to settle, he silently recited in his mind, "Guardian of the spirits." Maud raised his hand, and a cascade of silvery light, akin to a delicate veil of mist, unfurled, illuminating the vacant ceiling of the wishful room as if igniting a white lamp. The guardian spell? Hermione seemed to instantly recognize this enchantment. Her expressive brown eyes blinked in astonishment, her countenance frozen in disbelief. She understood well that this was an ancient and notoriously difficult magic to master, even among adult wizards. Yet Maud was merely an ordinary young sorcerer. Oh, how could I nearly forget? Maud's demeanor while reading bore little resemblance to that of a normal individual, which was somewhat acceptable. Indeed, he had yet to fully grasp it. Maud gazed at the silvery curtain of light before him and remarked that he had yet to master the form of an animal, hence his claim of incompletion. The complete guardian spell is one that conjures a silvery specter shaped like a creature. At present, his progress in this magical endeavor hovers around 20%, necessitating further effort to attain a state of wholeness. The time required for discerning the intricacies of magic is no mere triviality. It indeed demands significantly more time compared to other spells. Nevertheless, this marks a preliminary grasp of knowledge, bringing him to the threshold of exchanging wisdom with Kunlun. Prior to that, Maud intended to explore the restricted section, hoping for unexpected discoveries. The nighttime in the restricted section is tranquil and desolate, occasionally punctuated by the faint mews of a cat. Moonlight cascades down, casting intricate patterns from the window onto the floor, the shadows stretching long, reaching towards the shelves. In this dim glow, a figure materializes seemingly from thin air. Clad in a long, unadorned black robe and adorned with a wide-brimmed wizard's hat that obscures much of his face. He lifts his head to reveal a pair of golden, luminous eyes, brimming with vitality, as if reflecting a crescent moon within them. Maud surveyed his surroundings, listening to the distant sound of a cat's meow, and then he began to stroll through the aisles of bookshelves. Was there, in the restricted section, any knowledge pertaining to emotional magic? He had visited this place before, but at that time, his mind was merely focused on broadening his horizons, resulting in a rather cursory glance at the materials. In such a state, reading was merely a way to pass the time, and the efficiency of absorbing knowledge was regrettably low. Maud often immerses himself in literature, for he understands that to genuinely acquire knowledge, One must approach reading with intention and inquiry. In doing so, both attention and the subconscious mind will assist in swiftly uncovering texts pertinent to one's goals and questions, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of learning. A discourse on the merits and demerits of black magic and the historical evolution of modern sorcery. Maud glanced through the materials and found no titles related to emotional magic. After pondering for a moment, he decided to seek out books that delve into the origins and development of dark magic, as well as those dedicated to its practice. Works that explore the genesis and evolution of dark magic are most likely to touch upon emotional magic, for they encompass a broader spectrum of the dark arts than other texts. As for the instructional books on dark magic, provided they contain comprehensive methodologies, he could employ discerning magic to ascertain whether emotional elements are present. Of course, he was uncertain whether this discerning magic would yield conclusive results. Nevertheless, it was an endeavor worth attempting. After some time, he managed to locate 10 volumes, including The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, a contemporary history of dark magic. The Untold Tales of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, which is, in fact, a serious biography of Grindelwald. The Anonymous Wizard's Learning Notes, The Fiendfire Curse, and The Killing Curse. P.S. Next comes the much-anticipated knowledge exchange concerning dark magic. I kindly request your encouragement and 5-star reviews. Lady Loris, come here to me. Meow. Outside the restricted section, the sound of a cat's meow mingled with the hoarse voice of Filch. Maud leisurely found a stool, leaned against the stone wall, and began to peruse a book. The first volume, The Tale of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, piqued Maud's interest, as he noted that the more irreverent the title, the greater the allure for readers. This book is essentially a biography, rich in content, primarily recounting the experiences of the young Grindelwald. During this time, the audacious and unrestrained individual encountered Professor Dumbledore, leading to indescribable events, though, of course, these pertain to battles and conflicts. Throughout this journey, he continuously immersed himself in various forms of magic, which regrettably included elements of dark sorcery. Unfortunately, the gruesome nature of his experiences rendered them unsuitable for young wizards, resulting in the book being relegated to the restricted section. He discovered a wondrous form of magic that transcended existing boundaries, yielding astonishing results. Subsequently, Grindelwald relentlessly pursued knowledge, and eventually, on a fateful day years later, his extraordinary talent culminated in a remarkable achievement. A blazing blue flame ignited in the palm of his hand. These words represent the sole mention within the book, possibly alluding to the realm of emotional magic. Maud shook his head with a hint of regret and closed the book. He glanced out at the night sky and, considering the late hour, decided to directly transcribe the remaining books into his spellbook. The old, yellow-bound tome materialized in his hands as he began to copy each volume. Under Maud's meticulous control, a delicate radiance flickered within the dim confines of the forbidden section, swiftly and quietly duplicating the other 8 books, leaving only the final tome, The Anonymous Wizard's Study Notes. From the cover, Maud discerned a brief description, walking the fine line between darkness and light, continually ascending the pinnacle of magic. I am but an ordinary wizard yearning for immortality. This book serves solely as a personal record of magical learning experiences. It was precisely the phrase personal record of magical learning experiences that compelled Maud to retrieve it from the shelf. Books that found their place here were seldom ordinary. They either chronicled harrowing events or delved into dark magic. With this reasoning, it was highly probable that this tome contained notes on the study of dark sorcery. The cover was thick and appeared rather unremarkable. Maud turned to the first page, the paper a delicate off-white, tinged with yellowing. Compared to other volumes, it appeared remarkably fresh. The text within was rendered in an ethereal style, exuding an overall sense of propriety and elegance. Maud utilized the spellbook to reach forth, commencing the replication of its contents. Suddenly, a visage materialized from the parchment. A three-dimensional face emerged, exuding wisps of white smoke, as though the imprisoned soul within the tome yearned to escape its confinement. Unleashing a piercing, anguished wail, this bore a striking resemblance to the screaming book Harry encountered previously, suggesting it might be a protective mechanism employed by certain tomes within the forbidden section. Maud realized the situation, promptly closed the book, and the piercing shriek ceased instantaneously. However, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, and the sound of the cat grew increasingly pronounced. Moore cradled several books within his robe, his figure vanishing from sight. "Who?" came the hoarse and furious voice of Filch. "Is that you, the little wizard from last time?" This time, I shall surely capture you, you little rascal. He entered. Carrying a lantern, the faint light cast his shadow directly onto the wall of the restricted section. His footsteps echoed heavily, the boots striking the ground with a resounding clatter. At his feet, a dark gray cat slinked in, gracefully following in its feline manner. Still not coming out? Filch sneered. You cannot escape today. He was nearly exasperated by the persistent little wizard who kept intruding upon the restricted section. Having visited once before, his return seemed like an intentional provocation, akin to stepping on his own cat's tail. Inflicting punishment upon students was one of his greatest delights. It was only just that those who erred should face consequences, which added to the amusement. I shall stand guard at this doorway and witness how you intend to depart. Sitting in a chair, Moore held a book, blinking as he cast a sideways glance at Filch's protruding, rather repulsive eyes at the entrance. Guarding the door? Is that not even better? Maud stood up with grace, deliberately slowing his pace to soften the sound of his footsteps. He then began to return several books to their rightful place on the shelves, which were arranged in layers, effectively obstructing Filch's line of sight at the doorway. Only the final tome, the anonymous wizard's study notes, remained in his hands. Maud peered out from the bookshelf, surveying Fairchild and the cat that squatted on the ground, scratching its belly with its paws. After a moment's contemplation, he reopened the book, and once again, a face materialized, ready to scream. Maud was turned upside down and placed upon the ground, one foot pressing down upon it. Crushed to death. The anticipated sound, however, did not materialize. Before long, wisps of white smoke began to waft from the crevice of the book, its thickness diminishing slightly, as if the visage of a face had vanished entirely. Maud crouched down and cautiously lifted a corner of the book, only to discover that the visage had vanished. One could not help but ponder why such an apparition would manifest within the pages of a book, and why it would fade away so effortlessly. Was it merely intended to frighten young sorcerers, or to serve as a warning to the custodians of wayward apprentices who had ventured into the forbidden section? He withdrew the enchanted tome, his form and shadow emerging, yet separated by the shelves. A faint luminescence flickered, and in no time, the replication was complete. However, almost immediately, the face reappeared once more. Maud closed the book just before the face screamed, returning it to the shelf. He then stowed away the spellbook, his figure vanishing once more. Approaching the doorway, he scrutinized the irate countenance of Filch, crouching down to wave at the cat that seemed to have caught a whiff of his presence. Here I stand before you. Do I bear any resemblance to the past? Modest and unassuming, he exited the forbidden section, leaving behind a solitary Filch who, lantern in hand, stood motionless, his weary limbs aching, staring into the inky darkness of the restricted area. It is said that this night marked Filch's inaugural experience of an all-nighter at Hogwarts. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found the lights extinguished, the white curtains drawn around the beds, where Harry and Ron lay cocooned in their blankets, sleeping soundly, the faint sound of their gentle snores filling the room. Maud climbed into bed, resting against the luminous moonlight, and retrieved his tome of magic. Upon the pages of the tome, the contents of an anonymous wizard's study notes began to materialize. Having just delved into a biography, he now sought to explore the realm of magical studies, embracing a different flavor of knowledge. Maud opened the book and skimmed through it, gaining a general understanding of the content within each section. The book comprised several segments: dark magic, ordinary magic, potions, and alchemy. As he delicately turned the pages, a faint rustling sound echoed in the room, and he read with remarkable speed. Before long, Maud's keen eyes caught sight of some minuscule text, inscribed in sesame-sized letters, carefully placed around the margins of the paper, making it difficult for most to notice. Maud, being not entirely human, possessed eyesight far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Maud lowered his head, bringing his eyes closer to the text, and with his keen, elfin vision, he discerned the words. After several pages, he gleaned from the minuscule letters, densely packed like swarming insects, that the entire passage ominously bore the phrase human consumption. Or perhaps it was more aptly put as murder. This particular magic was known as a Horcrux. It was the most perilous spell wielded by one of the most dangerous dark wizards of our time, the contemporary Dark Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle's most trusted enchantment, the key to his immortality and ultimately his last resort. P.S. The following content integrates all the magical knowledge acquired over these days to be exchanged with Kunlun. The introduction of this spell in the restricted section is a personal addition that may contradict the original narrative, but for the sake of the plot, I have endeavored to render it more logical. Please refrain from harsh criticism. I kindly request your encouragement for continued updates and your esteemed 5-star reviews. Horcrux? Maud blinked his resplendent golden eyes. The tome originally chronicling the arcane art of soul vessels was titled Decoding Advanced Dark Magic. However, it seems that after Voldemort acquired this spell, it was confiscated by Professor Dumbledore and removed from the restricted section. Thus, could this book potentially be a collection of notes left behind by Voldemort? It is indeed plausible, yet Maud lacks tangible evidence. Within this notebook, there are no inscriptions that clarify the identity of its author. To distance oneself from death, to concoct immortality. This phrase encapsulates the author's assessment of the magic, and it resonates profoundly with Maud, as it embodies the essence of Voldemort. The name Voldemort itself implies a transcendence over death, a flight from its grasp. Is one willing to embark on such a path? This magic necessitates the violation of one's own conscience, compelling one to commit murder against those with whom one bears no grudge. Once one has crossed the threshold of moral integrity, the principle of broken windows ensues. From that moment forth, the foundational values one once held dear become irretrievable. They will be shattered repeatedly by one's own hand, until one is utterly bereft of self and devoid of conscience. After some contemplation, Emoda ultimately resolved to pursue knowledge. However, rather than applying it himself, he chose to exchange this knowledge with Kunlun, indifferent to what he might receive in return. Maud believed wholeheartedly in his capacity to resist the desires evoked by this magic, for its offerings were merely immortality and the semblance of eternal life. However, he had long since acquired substitutes for these two elusive gifts. His lifespan was irrevocably entwined with that of the Black Serpent. Your life is my life. This is the enigma of elven longevity. By harnessing the animosity of those you have slain, one can aid in the fracturing of the soul. The suffering of others serves as a staircase to our own immortality. The fragmented soul is concealed within a meticulously crafted soul container, rendering death a mere whisper, ever present, yet ultimately powerless against you. This is the essence of death as a breeze, perpetually accompanying me. The text is rife with various distorted values, yet within its words, the themes of enmity and anguish evoke a sense of familiarity with the arcane arts of emotional magic, capable of assisting in the tearing asunder of the soul. Maud's index finger grazed his chin as he speculated that this soul artifact was a form of emotional magic, and it likely rivaled the Patronus charm in potency. The method for crafting a soul artifact is as follows. Click to expand. Maud read through the text with remarkable speed, absorbing its essence in mere moments. With his eyes closed, he rearranged the words according to his own method, gradually transforming them into a series of procedural steps, which then morphed into vivid, concrete images. Through this approach, he grasped the knowledge contained within the text. In the ensuing days, the young wizards busied themselves with revising the year's lessons in preparation for their final examinations. However, Maud proclaimed that the final exam was merely a formality. It could even be a walk in the park. So effortless. After all, I, Nicholas Thoth, the sage elf Maud Maris, have long held the esteemed position of first in the entire year of Hogwarts in the monthly assessments. It has become somewhat tiresome. In recent days, Maud has been preoccupied with the task of immersing himself in the study of emotional magic. He diligently peruses texts and organizes his knowledge, focusing on the Guardian Charm and Horcruxes. He has also examined the Fiendfire Curse and the Avada Kedavra Curse. The former appears to be associated with desire, hence its peculiar ability to devour all, while the latter pertains to death, though the specific emotions it invokes remain elusive to him. Regrettably, these two spells merely brush against the realm of emotions and, under the scrutiny of magical discernment, do not qualify as true emotional magic. Therefore, Maud has set them aside for the time being. Today, however, promises to be a day of imminent harvest, as he has unknowingly amassed a considerable amount of knowledge regarding emotional magic. At this moment, during potions class, Harry, having consumed in excess of the inferior potion number 2, is donning a wide-brimmed wizard hat, obscuring his head and face, while engaged in hushed conversation with Ron. After numerous unexpected incidents, Harry has cultivated a resilient heart. What is wrong with cross-dressing? Can one not speak softly in class while dressed as a girl? Maud observed their subtle antics and shook his head. How could one converse during class? Was this not a surefire way to attract Professor Snape's attention? Ron, do you presume yourself to be Harry? Suddenly, Draco Malfoy, with his pale blonde slicked-back hair, raised his hand. His gray eyes cast a sidelong glance at Harry and his companions, the corners of his mouth curling into a semblance of a sneer. What is it? Snape inquired, pacing at the lectern while elucidating the second edition of the fundamentals of potion making. He lifted his gaze, his indifferent stare piercing through the air and settling upon Malfoy's face. A shiver coursed through Malfoy, as though he sensed impending misfortune. Professor, Harry and Ron are chatting during class, disrupting my ability to concentrate. Maud observed the farce with considerable interest, noting the fluctuations in Professor Snape's expression. It was evident that an intriguing tale was about to unfold. Oh, is that so? A frigid voice silenced the classroom full of young wizards, yet two students, a boy and a girl, engrossed in conversation beneath their desks, remained oblivious. Professor Snape turned his gaze towards Harry and Ron. Instead of speaking, he strode towards the two, gradually lifting his right hand, brandishing the hefty textbook, aiming it directly at Ron's head. With a resounding smack, Ron, who had been resting on the desk, suddenly felt stars explode before his eyes. He lifted his head, bewildered, surveying his surroundings before turning to Hermione beside him. Hermione tilted her head in exasperation, shrugged, and gestured for Ron to look behind him. Ron, sensing something amiss, felt his limbs stiffen, his neck moving like a rusty axle as he slowly turned. Oh, Merlin's beard. He beheld Professor Snape's impassive visage, his gaze reminiscent of one directed at a corpse, prompting Ron to instinctively cover his head with his arms. Harry, too, discreetly surveyed the scene with her emerald eyes, also shielding her head, yet the anticipated impact of the textbook did not materialize. As footsteps echoed, Professor Snape returned to the podium, remarking as he walked, Mr. Weasley of Gryffindor is not paying attention, thus Gryffindor loses 5 points. Malfoy was caught with his mouth agape, a silent laugh betraying his joy. Alas, his mirth was premature. Mr. Malfoy disrupted the rhythm of a professor's lecture, resulting in a deduction of 10 points from Slytherin. His smile was abruptly frozen upon his face. Professor Snape casually cast his gaze upon a certain little wizard clad in an oversized black robe. His voice seemingly lowered a notch. Potter has resisted the temptations of his tablemate and is paying earnest attention. Thus, Gryffindor is awarded 10 points. Now, let us resume our study of potions. Maud closed the grimoire and gently shut his eyes. He directed his focus inward, and a majestic snow-capped peak gradually materialized in the void, enveloped by wisps of mist that danced around its summit, adorned with glimmers of golden light. A cool thread of energy descended from the peak, piercing through the dark abyss, establishing a connection with Maud's mind. Countless symbols began to flow seamlessly, initiating the inaugural exchange of knowledge regarding emotional magic, which also encompassed the Guardian's incantation and soul vessels. As Maud experienced the enchanting sensation of exchanging knowledge, he meticulously organized the newfound insights within his mind. A fragment of indistinct text captured his attention. The myriad faces, a magical legacy left by the enigmatic thousand-faced sorcerer, spoke of a round-table conference room that could draw from the bloodlines or innate talents of nearly any creature, thereby manifesting a doppelganger capable of alleviating the burdens of magical study, with a weighty burden of learning and an unwieldy magical system. He contemplated the necessity of a corporeal doppelganger to share the load. Presently, an amusing concept had emerged in his mind, perhaps a creature cloaked entirely in black, capable of absorbing emotions and soaring through the air, might assume the responsibility of mastering ice magic. Upon encountering these fragmented texts, Maud's eyes sparkled with newfound interest in this magic. His current predicament stemmed from the cumbersome magical system and the complexities of magic learning. He needed to immerse himself in diverse forms of magic, while simultaneously focusing on the enhancement of his realm and lineage. Additionally, the study of potion making and alchemy could not be neglected, as they held significant value for his present self. Maud had contemplated specializing in a particular form of magic, forsaking all others. However, the advantages bestowed upon him by Kunlun lay in its array of innovative and advanced spells that were ahead of their time. Engaging in a multitude of magical studies was, in truth, the most effective utilization of Kunlun as his golden finger. To relinquish this pursuit would be tantamount to abandoning his unique advantage and the formidable competitive edge derived from asymmetrical innovation in magic. Therefore, at present, he sought a means to alleviate his learning burden, and fortuitously, such a spell emerged. The refreshing sensation in his mind persisted. As data and characters continued to ebb and flow between Kunlun and his consciousness, the volume of knowledge was substantial and its duration slightly prolonged. Eventually, the coolness at the back of his head faded, and under Maud's meticulous organization, all characters began to coalesce into coherent sentences and orderly paragraphs. This bounty bore fruit. revealing a multifaceted magic akin to a masterpiece painting. What of the knowledge pertaining to emotional magic? Maud stood momentarily stunned as he mentally reviewed the situation, confirming that the entirety of his knowledge regarding emotional magic had merely yielded these two items. According to the exchange principles of Kunlun, anything obtained through the knowledge of emotional magic should inherently pertain to emotions. Thus, was there still a surprise hidden within? Maud focused intently on the magic of the thousand faces. This enchantment, a legacy bequeathed by the faceless sorcerers, shatters the natural barriers of the mind's void and establishes a round-table conference room within, comprising 7 seats, each symbolizing objectivity, imagination, affirmation, inquiry, emotion, control, and the thirst for knowledge. The objectivist, a being who rarely expresses emotions, adept at comprehending and resolving issues from a purely objective standpoint. The imaginative, endowed with a rich imagination, skilled in perceiving matters from novel and creative perspectives, contemplating problems with ingenuity. The affirmative, an optimist who views situations with a positive lens, offering constructive insights. The inquisitive, possessing an insatiable curiosity towards all things, including magic. This entity excels at proposing topics of substantial developmental potential, serving as a guiding figure in the pursuit of magical knowledge, embodied by the host's soul. Thus, the 7 seats are filled, with 6 manifestations taking form. Maud meticulously scrutinized each word, comprehending that these 6 avatars represented 6 distinct personalities, or rather, divergent modes of thinking. The avatar occupying the observer's position could be likened to a relentless learning machine, as it approached any issue with cold rationality, perceiving matters from the perspective of an onlooker. Even when the dilemma pertained to itself, each crafted position would automatically link the unique magical essence to the host's soul, extracting sufficient soul energy through a relatively gentle assimilation method, with the exception of the scholar's position. By combining elements such as hair, blood, skin flakes, skeletal remains, or fragments of the soul from a particular organism and infusing them with a substantial amount of magical energy, one could transfer this essence into the position. The biological tissue and soul would seamlessly merge with the host's spiritual power, manifesting an avatar within that position. This avatar possessed a tangible form, embodying 50 of the original's magical potential, nearly all of its learning capabilities, a foundational magical energy of 10, and the ability to wield spells within a singular magical framework. It could independently cultivate its magical energy and skills. Moreover, the avatar would, through a unique conduit, evolve the distinctive talents of that particular organism. In simpler terms, it would inherit certain abilities akin to those of that being, existing in both humanoid and specialized biological forms. Maud's eyes grew increasingly bright. This is truly remarkable. If one were to harness magical creatures such as the Thunderbird, the Phoenix, the Dragon, or the organizations of Dumbledore and Voldemort, would one not acquire their extraordinary powers? This is merely an expression of admiration for Professor Dumbledore's gifts. In Maud's mind, a plethora of wondrous creatures flashed before him, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Emotion. He murmured to himself. Among all the fantastical beings, the Dementor appeared to possess the ability to siphon away joy and hope, which could indeed be considered a form of emotional talent. If one were to have a Dementor as a counterpart, might it serve as an aid in mastering the art of emotional magic? Maud's fingers caressed the bridge of his nose as he pondered for a moment. Deducing that this possibility was indeed quite substantial, he retrieved his spellbook, and in the list of tasks within, an additional line appeared. Learn the chameleon spell, chosen avatar, Dementor. Imoda revisited the introduction of this magical ability, and with each glance, his heart swelled with delight. This magic proved to be far more formidable than Voldemort's Horcruxes. While the Horcruxes merely preserved fragments of the soul, this magic could learn autonomously, enhance one's magical prowess, and combat adversaries. Imagine, when other wizards confront foes in a one-on-one duel, he could summon 7 apparitions with a mere wave of his hand, their wizarding robes billowing majestically in the air. With another gesture, 7 spells would erupt forth, dazzling in a spectrum of colors, converging their might upon a single target. Moreover, this multifaceted ability possesses a final aspect that aligns with the logic of a roundtable conference, when all 7 seats are occupied. Collaboratively addressing a magical conundrum or exploring challenges related to magic, the efficiency of problem-solving would surge by an astounding 200. In simpler terms, should he encounter a plateau in his magical studies or face obstacles while developing new spells or delving into novel magical concepts, as long as these 7 seats are filled, His capacity to overcome barriers and resolve magical dilemmas would amplify to an extraordinary degree. Such a remarkable capability. It is akin to having a devoted companion for a scholarly genius, utterly enchanting. Note: following the extraction of a soul, the host will experience a period of weakness lasting 3 to 5 days due to the adjustment. Thus concludes the exposition of this multifaceted ability. Maud returned to review and meticulously organized the text, subsequently transmitting it into the grimoire for repeated study in the days to come. Although the incantation appeared to be explicitly delineated in its steps, it remained an arcane art that necessitated comprehension rather than mere perusal for execution. Furthermore, it was likely derived from a powerful and potentially transgressive soul artifact, rendering its complexity significantly greater than that of ordinary spells. Maud stretched leisurely, easing the tension in his spine, and extended his legs that had grown somewhat numb from sitting cross-legged for an extended period. Suddenly, a figure darted past him. As Maud extended his foot, it inadvertently caused the individual before him to stumble and lurch forward, precisely in the direction where Harley was situated. Thus, the two cross-dressing gentlemen, Harley and Ron, both of whom were, in truth, male, were on the verge of enacting an awkward scene, reminiscent of a certain anime, where lips would meet in an unexpected encounter. Maud stared wide-eyed, questioning if this was something mere young wizards like us could behold. With swift reflexes, he hurled the spellbook. Bang! Thud! A thick tome lay between the faces of Harry and Ron. P.S. The 6 seats above represent a cognitive training model known as the 6 thinking hats, serving as a decision-making guide. I have made some slight modifications. Those intrigued may explore it further online. Additionally, all interactions of the same gender are intended to enrich and enhance the narrative, so please refrain from drawing excessive inferences. As scholars, we are solely focused on knowledge. I humbly request for updates and 5-star reviews. Maud looked at the magic book precisely positioned between the two and sighed with relief. Such a crude scene was best avoided in a prestigious institution of magical learning like Hogwarts, lest it disturb the scholarly atmosphere we cherished. What are you two doing? Hermione stared blankly, still shaking the flask in her hand, the green liquid undulating within the transparent vessel. In her eyes, Harry and Ron maintained an odd posture, separated by an old yellow-covered book, as if engaged in some peculiar game. Ahem, what could this possibly be? Maud's cough broke the enchanting atmosphere as he pointed at Ron and remarked, "Little boys tend to be quite playful. Ron must be learning a game from the East known as Playing House." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed." Maud nodded earnestly and rose to his feet, stating, "All right. It is time to study." He gently tugged on the heads of the two individuals, causing them to part ways, and the spellbook fell to the ground. Maud extended his hand just in time to catch it. He glanced at the saliva on the cover of the spellbook with a hint of disdain and wiped it off with Ron's sleeve. Ron. As Maud was about to return to his original position, a delicate, fair hand grasped the hem of his robe. He looked up to see it was Harry. Maud looked at her strangely and asked, "Is something the matter, Harry?" With the final exams approaching, Harry, feeling a bit shy, scratched the back of her head and nodded. "Are there any accelerated study methods available?" Maud looked perplexed. Had Harry succumbed to Ron's bad influence, adopting his impatient habit of seeking quick results? Did he truly believe that one could complete an entire holiday assignment in just one night? Did he think the professors were mere bystanders? Why not consult Hermione? She claimed it was quite simple, just immerse oneself in the reading, and after a couple of repetitions, it would be memorized effortlessly. Maud turned to glance at Hermione, who brushed aside a few strands of chestnut hair that obscured her vision, becoming absorbed once more in the delightful art of potion-making. The young girl seemed to rely entirely on her prodigious talents, for the methodologies of studying appeared to pale in comparison to her immense passion and remarkable memory. I, Maud Maris, am quite different. My excellence and consistent achievement of the top rank in my year stem solely from my diligent efforts and the study techniques I have meticulously developed. What does elven ancestry have to do with it? So, Maud, would you be willing to teach me? Harry looked at Maud expectantly, her emerald eyes sparkling as her long lashes fluttered. Maud's expression remained inscrutable, though a slight tingling sensation coursed through his scalp. Meanwhile, Harry's facial expressions grew increasingly natural. "Mrs. Lily Potter, I've noted it down in my little notebook. In the future, be sure to treat him to an extra serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded pork." "Yes, indeed. Teach me as well." Ron's eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement at the mention of a quick learning opportunity, mirroring the fervor he exhibited when discussing his dream of becoming the Gryffindor prefect. Maud gazed into the eager eyes of the two individuals and nodded. Having recently absorbed a wealth of knowledge, he deemed it time for a brief respite. Very well, I shall impart some wisdom to you. However, this method may not necessarily suit your needs. The simplest approach is. Modton paused, risking the wrath of the professor by directly stealing the examination paper. Ron and Harry, seemingly aware of this audacious act, exchanged glances, while Hermione cast a scornful eye in their direction. Of course, it was all in jest. Imoda pondered for a moment and remarked, to memorize a lengthy passage, there exists a highly effective technique. Identify the key terms within the text. These could pertain to scenery, a particular noun, or any word you deem significant within the passage. Jot these down on paper. Subsequently, read through the passage, ideally transcribing it, and then close the book. Rely solely on the keywords you have written to attempt to evoke your memory and endeavor to reproduce the text from memory. He had elaborated on this method in great detail, yet he harbored doubts about Harry and Ron's ability to effectively apply this technique. For merely the act of transcribing the words could induce procrastination in one's mind. Maud gazed at Harry and Ron, who were eagerly flipping through their books, and shook his head. Enthusiasm may ignite swiftly, yet it can also dissipate just as rapidly. He redirected his focus back to the wealth of knowledge within his mind. In addition to the myriad forms of magic, he had also acquired a remarkable oil painting. What might this image depict? In Maud's mind, a celestial map gradually emerged. This oil painting, in his estimation, measured approximately 0.5 meter in length and 1 meter in width, adorned with a rich brown wooden frame. In the lower left corner of the artwork, the name Van Gogh was inscribed, accompanied by smaller text that narrated the origins of this Van Gogh. From the ancient era of sorcerers, the magical painter Van Gogh, wielding his brush, had the power to create a resplendent and enchanting world. Even a single ordinary painting of his could confine the desires of countless sorcerers. Mo contemplated the name, reflecting on the introduction. The painting depicted a miniature world, suggesting that it might possess some peculiar power, such as the ability to draw individuals into its depths. As Maud gazed upon the entirety of the oil painting, he beheld a starry sky teeming with motion and transformation. In the stillness of the night, the heavens loomed high above. A torrent of blue surged forth, serving as the backdrop for the vast expanse of night, while a golden full moon formed a colossal vortex, with stars swirling and adorning the scene. All of this seemed to depict the passage of time, reminiscent of blossoms bursting into bloom. Beneath the sky lay a tranquil village, and before it stood a towering cedar, reaching toward the clouds, its form akin to dark brown flames. It waved its branches toward the constricting lines of the sky, as if grappling with fate itself. Maud was momentarily entranced by the painting, which exuded an indescribable aura and charm. The branches seemed to stretch forth in his mind, as if yearning to extend beyond the canvas. A hum resonated. The branches of the cypress appeared to truly reach out from the artwork, brushing against the dark, nebulous void of his consciousness. A refreshing essence flowed into Maud's being, concentrating at the nape of his neck. This sensation felt akin to exchanging knowledge with Kunlun. Indeed, Maud sensed a multitude of information flooding into his mind. The starry sky map serves as an imaginative gateway to the realm of magic. It will instruct you on how to weave emotions, insights, desires, and other ethereal elements into the fabric of sorcery. Maud blinked his golden eyes, contemplating the concept of realm magic, a term often used by ancient sorcerers to describe emotional magic. It is recorded that there are 365 recognized forms of realm magic. Yet the actual number is likely to be multiplied several times, if not more. In the contemporary world, the most adept practitioner of realm magic is the Elven King, Nicholas Gaff, whose sorcery has transcended its original forms. He has been honored with the prestigious award for achievements in realm magic. According to sources, a simple fire spell cast by Nicholas, under the influence of his realm magic, could sweep across the heavens and create a hellish furnace on Earth. P.S. Nicholas has made another appearance. We eagerly await updates and 5-star reviews. A mere spell conjuring a furnace of hell? With such power, Voldemort might find himself meeting his end in an instant, leading to the abrupt conclusion of the Harry Potter saga. Maud continued to peruse the text. The essence of the concept is divided into 12 tiers. Comprehending the first tier is relatively straightforward, yet grasping the second tier presents a challenge that escalates exponentially. Similarly, the third and fourth tiers follow suit. Naturally, the celestial map can only assist in the understanding of one particular tier. The amalgamation of essence and magic encompasses various pathways, with the celestial map embodying one such pathway known as the observation of trajectories. Your perception will be influenced by this artwork, granting you a novel mode of expression. Drawing inspiration from the 12 clusters of flowing nebulae, once you memorize the trajectory of the essence, it signifies that you have mastered it. Are you prepared, young apprentice? HM? Maud stood in a moment of contemplation. The final line of text gradually emerged in his mind, as if the painting had suddenly come to life, engaging in a dialogue with him. Preparation? What was about to commence? At the instant of Maud's contemplation, the celestial map's sky surged with tumult, the turquoise currents flowing like a rushing stream, while the luminous moon and the stars adorning the night sky began to whirl, forming mesmerizing vortices that captivated the soul. As if a whispering wind echoed in his ears, Maud felt a fleeting haze enveloping his consciousness, as if the swirling sands had obscured his vision. In the next instant, the world spun chaotically around him. It was as though he were tumbling endlessly within an industrial-strength washing machine, a powerful wave of nausea surging within him. Maud's eyes had yet to flutter open, yet his lips stirred first. A tumultuous sensation surged within his stomach, and he retched for a considerable time before it finally subsided. At that moment, the disconcerting pull that had gripped his mind dissipated, allowing Maud to finally open his eyes. Before him, a white void was contracting, suffused with a hazy mist. At its center, a figure sat in a meditative posture, the very embodiment of himself in the realm of the wish-granting house. Soon after, the final ripples of the void faded away. Was this the world depicted in the painting? Maud contemplated the recent introduction of Van Gogh the Wizard in the starry sky imagery, which spoke of his brush capable of conjuring vibrant and fantastical realms. He surveyed himself, pinching the tender flesh of his arm and examining a strand of hair which shimmered gold. This suggested that his current form, akin to reality, existed in a tangible state. Rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings, realizing he was not on solid ground. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that beneath him lay the vast, dark brown canopy of a colossal cypress tree, which provided ample space for his footing. However, as he bent to look, he was met with an unfathomable abyss, where the distant village houses appeared no larger than ants, suggesting a staggering height of several hundred meters. For the first time, he found himself suspended in the air, with only a square meter of ground beneath him. A chilling breeze rushed into his nostrils, bringing with it a suffocating sense of cold. Would there still be time to call for help? Urgent. Memories of profound moments or scenes of meaning floated in the void, manifesting as golden characters before Maud's eyes. Maud gazed at the words before him with his golden-hued eyes, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. Following the instructions laid out in the text, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to reflect. Vivid images flowed through his consciousness, and he unconsciously immersed himself in the memories. It felt as though time had reverted to a particular afternoon. Flames engulfed the scene. His father's presence loomed. The doorway of the office blazed with fire. Piercing screams echoed, accompanied by the relentless ticking of an old clock. Just as an inexplicable emotion surged within him, the images began to flicker. Suddenly, it was as if a straw had connected to Maud's mind, transforming the vibrant scenes into a monochrome palette, gradually blurring, until ultimately, the funnel-shaped image was swiftly drawn away by the straw. In a moment of profound emptiness, Emoda instinctively opened his eyes, witnessing a cascade of black and white luminescence vanishing into the horizon, akin to a droplet merging with the azure-green expanse of the starry sky. The celestial nebulae, once in motion, began to stagnate, the torrents fracturing and reconfiguring, as the hues of the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation, reminiscent of water boiling in a kettle. In an instant, starlight coalesced, the moonlight faded, and 12 colossal nebulae filled the entirety of the nocturnal sky, the azure-green currents reigniting, flowing along peculiar trajectories. Golden script reemerged. Observe the paths of the 12 nebulae, commit them to memory, beginning with the nearest cluster. Upon entering this realm of understanding, your magic shall be adorned with a starlight halo. Accumulate 10 starlights to ascend into the first tier of enlightenment. Maud attentively perused the text, then lifted his gaze to contemplate the nebula above. Is this something that can be remembered by a human? A shadow crossed Maud's face. Within these nebulas, while the quantity of starlight may not be overwhelming, its velocity is astonishing. The paths are varied, twisting and turning, creating an illusion of countless stars swirling about, akin to a tangled ball of cotton thread without a discernible beginning or end. He gently massaged his temples, calming his thoughts, and once again immersed himself in the observation of the nebulae. How should one remember this? As Maud gazed upon the nebula, a cascade of thoughts enveloped his mind. He contemplated the entrance of a singular starlight, pondering the potential influence of each distinct trajectory of starlight, assuming a realm of tenfold artistic realms. Each memory, isolated yet profound, could indeed hold significance. Maud attempted to incorporate this hypothesis, gradually realizing that the radiant cluster of starlight before him consisted precisely of 10 beams, mirroring the quantity of starlight characteristic of a first-tier realm. In other words, his hypothesis was likely to be substantiated as truth. Thus, the next step was to discern the trajectory of a single beam of starlight amidst the intricate interweaving of luminescence, followed by the consideration of memory. Identifying the direction of a solitary beam of starlight may sound deceptively simple. However, each intersection of light creates visual illusions that obscure the distinction of the beam recently observed. Coupled with the exaggerated velocity, the challenge escalates significantly. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the heavens, and a golden stream of light descended, piercing directly into Maud's being. What is this? Maud, who was meticulously tracing the path of a beam of starlight, found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected phenomenon. Enormous golden characters leaped into the sky, responding to Maud's bewilderment. A gift from the Witch of Vargox to the descendants of Nicholas. Nicholas? Maud blinked for every time this name was mentioned. It brought with it a hint of the local delicacies from his homeland. Truly deserving of being the elven king, his social skills were exceptional. The sound of excitement echoed, as if he could hear the very essence of his elven blood surging within his corporeal form. Maud felt his heart race, the sound of the wind at his ears fading into silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. His eyes sparkled with shifting hues, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling before him, as he entered a familiar yet inexplicable state of being. Then, he beheld with crystal clarity. Within the nebula, countless trajectories of starlight flowed, now manifested before him in a series of ethereal lines. It was akin to navigating a labyrinth, as if someone had granted him a divine perspective and illustrated the path for him. This was nothing short of astonishing. Maud could not help but widen his eyes. He restrained the joy swelling within and began to memorize the trajectory of a particular starlight. At this moment, he understood the importance of not being greedy. He needed to proceed step by step according to the plan, as memorizing could be accomplished more swiftly this way. Excessive greed would disrupt his pace, ultimately leading to failure in achieving even the smallest of rewards. Indeed, as he had surmised, the path of each starlight was extraordinarily intricate. The trajectory he observed twisted and turned, occasionally looping in circles. Just the complexity of this one path was enough to bewilder the observer. Furthermore, the act of memorizing these routes was accompanied by an influx of perplexing information, which required careful processing. MOD attempted to recall a brief segment of a route, only to find it had vanished from his mind. This indicates that information and the roadmap are inextricably linked, both essential. As each path is fully memorized, an increasing influx of information floods the mind, much of which is cluttered and superfluous and must be discarded. The remaining information should be regarded as knowledge, encapsulating the process of generating a certain artistic conception, imbued with particular meanings and content, as well as its initial application. Maud was immersed in joy and satisfaction. The adept spirit's mastery of knowledge provided him considerable assistance, as his process of memory and information organization unfolded in an orderly manner. However, gradually, he became aware of another issue. The intricate pathways of starlight and the overwhelming volume of information began to cloud Maud's mind, causing his processing speed to diminish. His head felt as if it were overheating, akin to a CPU being overburdened, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable, yet he could not abandon this opportunity. Maud continued to etch the celestial map of starlight into his memory, even as a fevered mind clouded his thoughts. It was not until the intricate path of a singular starlight was indelibly imprinted in his mind that an unsettling sensation began to rise within him. Maud instinctively closed his eyes, ceasing to gaze at the nebula, yet it was too late. The immense volume of knowledge surged within him like gas forced into an already saturated balloon, causing his body to fracture, white light emanating from the fissures. In the next instant, there was a bang. The Maud has cracked open and exploded. Fear not, for I am unharmed. P.S. A substantial chapter of 2,850 words. Today, my state of mind is not optimal. The words I have penned feel somewhat lacking. I tend to be a perfectionist. I will take a moment to recalibrate my disposition. If I succeed, I shall present the second chapter later. If not, then, I wish all esteemed readers sweet dreams tonight. Additionally, I humbly request a touch of encouragement and 5-star reviews. Maud opened his eyes, a flicker of terror evident within them, instinctively recoiling as if to evade an impending explosion. The primal instinct for self-preservation momentarily led him to forget the harsh reality. He was the very bomb. Fortunately, the recent events felt akin to a fleeting dream. Before him lay the resplendent hall, still illuminated with brightness. Maud took a deep breath, filled with a sense of relief after surviving a harrowing experience. The recent explosion depicted in the painting had truly allowed him to feel the visceral sensations of his body being torn apart in the imminent approach of death. At that moment, it was even more nightmarish than a nightmare within a nightmare. He propped himself up, sitting upright, and brushed the dust off his palms. Maud glanced at the 3 dark figures before him, raising his gaze to meet 3 pairs of eyes that fixated intently upon him. Reflecting the same exasperation he often felt when lamenting Ron's lackluster academic efforts. "Maud, what is the matter?" Harry inquired, her emerald eyes fluttering with curiosity. Ron nodded thoughtfully. I see, Maud must have dozed off. I felt the same way the last time I nodded off in class." Meanwhile, Hermione scrutinized Maud with a keen eye, as if she were examining a crime scene in search of clues left behind by a perpetrator. She suspected that Maud had once again been dabbling in some peculiar form of magic. Sigh. Maud stood up nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand, and with a hint of exasperation. Remarked, "Don't mention it. I just encountered something peculiar." Peculiar? Harry and Ron leaned in closer, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual curiosity. Hermione also cast a skeptical look in his direction. "Well," Maud began slowly, "just now, when I closed my eyes, a wizard appeared before me, claiming to be Merlin." "Are you referring to the legendary sorcerer, the close companion of King Arthur?" Hermione immediately recalled this name from a hefty history tome she had perused to pass the time. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly doubtful. It was hard not to be suspicious. Maud was indeed a master storyteller, and his ability to deceive might surpass even that of magic itself. Only Ron, with his naive disposition, would believe every word he said. "Oh, Merlin's beard. You actually encountered Merlin," Ron exclaimed, suddenly recalling the significance of the name. Harry, however, looked perplexed, still too unfamiliar with the magical realm. Hermione seemed to notice the confusion in Harry's eyes and began to elaborate on her knowledge of Merlin. Merlin is a renowned figure in the magical world, a powerful wizard steeped in legend. It is said that he was born in the 5th century and was a close friend of King Arthur. I also heard he was once a student of Slytherin, Ron interjected, raising his hand. "Fool." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Hogwarts was established in the late 9th century, well after Merlin's time. That was just some upperclassmen boasting." She mentally added, "Much like Maud." Maud stood quietly to the side, seemingly listening to Hermione's speech. In reality, he was attuned to the transformations occurring within him. The recent explosion had not adversely affected him in the tangible world. Rather, he felt a slight fatigue akin to sleepless nights, but this was entirely bearable compared to the pain of the explosion. Beyond weariness, he sensed an addition within himself. Whenever he closed his eyes, he beheld a golden radiance or perhaps starlight swirling before him, reminiscent of butterflies dancing in the void. This indicated that Maud had likely embarked upon the path of his protective emotional magic, or rather, his ethereal magic. Having crossed this threshold into the realm of the first stage of comprehension, how far could he be from further enlightenment? He pondered, however, what levels Professor Snape and Voldemort had attained. As Hermione concluded her speech, the group turned their attention back to Maud, noticing their gaze upon him. Maud snapped back to reality and blinked. "Would you like to hear more?" "Of course." They nodded in agreement. "Then I shall continue." Maud cleared his throat and began to recount a true tale. "When I closed my eyes, a figure materialized before me, the wizard who called himself Merlin. He claimed to have journeyed far and wide and had witnessed a—" Maud looked thoughtful, for he was an exceptionally gifted individual. Upon hearing this, Hermione displayed an expression that suggested her suspicions were confirmed. Thus, the wizard Merlin had insistently imparted his arcane knowledge upon me, despite my protests to the contrary. Such fervor from the older generation is truly overwhelming, Maud lamented. His tone resembled that of a neighbor, Mrs. Stephen, who relentlessly thrust her surplus vegetables upon him. Is this truly the case? Why does this sound somewhat convoluted? Harry tousled her hair, sensing that Maud's tale seemed somewhat dubious. Maud shook his head and sighed. "Harry, you have changed. Nevertheless, let me show you the magic that Merlin the wizard has taught me." In Hermione's brown eyes, a flicker of light seemed to shine. She had surmised correctly. Maud was indeed learning new spells. Curiosity danced within her gaze, for she possessed a profound interest in all knowledge and magic, which was one of the reasons for her outstanding academic performance. A serious expression emerged on Maud's face as he raised his hand and extended his middle finger towards a distant, desolate wall. He sensed the starry light within him, and an inexplicable complexity of emotions surged within his heart, embodying the essence of guardianship. The flames blazed fiercely. Suddenly, a golden-orange firebird materialized from thin air, its leaping flames scorching the air around it, while a brilliant golden light swiftly circled the firebird, seemingly conjuring a gust of wind. The speed of the starlight's orbit was so astonishing that it appeared to wrap a golden silk ribbon around the firebird's neck. Hermione observed the starlight beside the firebird with great scrutiny. "Be cautious, for I am about to unleash magic." Maud adjusted his position slightly to avoid injuring a few individuals, and with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a fiery sparrow. Whoosh! The firebird soared forth, its brilliance sparkling with increasing velocity, and for a fleeting moment, the air seemed to resonate with a thunderous roar, as if it were being rent asunder. In that brief instant, it appeared as though two fiery sparrows materialized simultaneously in the sky, piercing through the atmosphere with fervor. Maud's eyes flickered, as if pondering something profound. In the original flame spell, while the speed of the flames was not slow, it was far from rapid, let alone capable of transforming into an afterimage. However, this particular starlight allowed the flame spell to transcend its previous speed limits. Though the afterimage vanished in an instant, it signified the immense potential of the starlight. In Maud's eyes, a glimmer flickered as he channeled his magic. The fire spell, with a swift incantation, revealed a sudden shift in the data before him. The variant-enhanced fire spell boasted a compatibility of 110. Effect: the velocity of your fire spell has surged, surpassing the previous limits of magical speed. You have initially achieved an afterimage effect. Due to the increase in speed, the edges of the flames possess the potential to develop into razor-sharp blades. Given sufficient velocity, even a mere slip of paper can become a lethal weapon. It seems to harbor even greater potential and effects awaiting your exploration. This spell stands as the most promising fire spell in the realm of magic. For when your understanding reaches a pinnacle, your fire spell may well pierce the void, traversing 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Truly deserving of the epithet of divine swiftness, Hermione Granger, eyes wide, pointed at the flames igniting on the wall, exclaiming, "This is absurd. Am I seeing double?" Ron furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had been studying too much lately, leading to some visual strain. Harry nodded in agreement, stating, "I too have witnessed it." The speed of this fire spell is akin to the distinction between the golden snitch and a bludger. Maud's heart felt as if he had sipped an iced milk tea on a winter's day, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Yet, his face remained impassive as he waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Just a little magic, take a look." When it came to discussing his own magic, all that escaped Maud's lips were the words "little magic." Hermione rolled her eyes, a gesture signifying her exasperation, with a striking 75 of her eyes showing the realm of transformation and meaning. Maud pondered the meaning of the words inscribed within the art of discernment. It signified that his current protective essence had become impure, manifesting a certain mutation. He recalled the events from a few days prior in the basement, during which both Professor Snape and himself, ensnared by a peculiar state, had executed magic that transcended their inherent capabilities. In his recollection, Professor Snape's incendio spell, prior to this state, revealed itself as an incessant casting of magic that gradually augmented the speed of the flames, albeit at a languid pace, with an unknown upper limit. Subsequently, when Harry narrowly escaped the clutches of Voldemort, Professor Snape's essence magic was exhibited as flames sharp as blades, swift enough to at least keep pace with the injured Voldemort. Coupling this with his own experience of entering a wondrous state, which he might term enlightenment, he observed that in this state, the frosty arrow imbued with essence manifested as an extraordinary velocity, capable of creating afterimages, even appearing to vanish over a distance. The arrowhead became significantly fortified, or one might say, sharper, enabling it to injure the airborne Voldemort. Summarizing these three instances, it became evident that the protective essence primarily yielded two effects: sharpness and speed. However, his attempt to emulate Professor Snape's essence produced a distinctly different result, suggesting that the protective essence wielded by each individual might vary in the allocation of speed and sharpness. This discrepancy could stem from personal experiences. While the emotions may largely converge, there exist subtle distinctions. This notion was comprehensible. Now, The art of discernment had indicated that the essence presented in the form of starlight had undergone a transformation. Could the art of discernment singularly identify essence? With this question lingering in his mind, Maud waved his hand to disperse the searing flames that blazed upon the wall. He extended his hand, attempting to coax the starry light dwelling within his thoughts to emerge. Soon enough, a twinkling star appeared, akin to a mischievous pixie, flitting about his palm and scattering golden specks of light. It was evident that the starlight could be summoned independently and could also be identified through discernment magic, the essence of Swift Guardian, in alignment with your essence. Effect: your sword of intent diverges slightly, offering minimal enhancement in sharpness while redirecting the majority of its potency towards speed. Thus, your magical augmentation of your intent can be aptly termed as the magic of swiftness. Moreover, under the influence of the starlight, this intent seemed to possess an extraordinary ability. Evaluation: this is a rare variant of intent, known in the ancient wizarding realm as the ultimate intent, as it follows an extreme path, significantly amplifying certain effects. Once, a sorcerer of Yasa garnered immense renown in the wizarding world as the Master of Winds. Utilizing this essence of Swift Guardian, a fellow wizard remarked, "The path to obliteration is shorter than one can fathom. His magic allows you to sprint hundreds of kilometers ahead." Emoda blinked his eyes. "Is this the legendary 'My sword is 40 meters long', allowing you to run 39 meters ahead? Impressive indeed. Yet, I wonder if the sorcerer will utter Hasage before casting his spell. What other effects might emerge under the influence of additional magical enhancements?" Maud gazed upon the charred remnants of the unfortunate wall, raising his hand once more. A soft sound escaped him, as if a breeze were stirring, and strands of ethereal blue light began to coalesce into a singular form, revealing a delicately crafted azure frost arrow. This arrow was entwined with a luminous starlight that danced around it, and unlike the ordinary, its tip shimmered with an almost imperceptible golden membrane. With the enhancement of the Swift Guardian's essence, how rapid could it become? Maud unleashed the magic of space, retrieving a longbow. The frost arrow gracefully floated into view, resting upon the string of the robust longbow, which was a splendid blend of brown and green wood, adorned with a frost arrow encircled by golden starlight. It presented a striking visual allure. With the amplification of bloodline magic, the rapid essence of initiation, and the inherently swift nature of the frost arrow, one could only imagine the breathtaking velocity it would achieve. Maud contemplated the possibility of a more enduring afterimage emerging. Yet its velocity would likely not surpass that of the frost arrow experienced during his last moment of enlightenment. After all, such a state was exceedingly rare. Having directly borrowed the essence of another's understanding, with a resounding twang, the full moon bowstring was released from Maud's fingertips. A brilliant blue stream, encircled by golden light, swiftly traversed the air, tearing through it with a piercing shriek. As Maud observed intently, the frost arrow, adorned with a shimmering ribbon of starlight, traversed half its distance before a sudden change occurred at its tail. The air currents erupted violently, akin to water splashing underfoot. In an instant, the frost arrow bifurcated, transforming into two ethereal blue long arrows that sped forth, one following closely behind the other. Maud could scarcely distinguish which was genuine. It appeared more authentic than the ephemeral remnants of the previous fire spell, lingering for a more extended period. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The linear trajectory of the frost arrow transformed into a lateral motion. Consequently, two frost arrows emerged in the air, nearly parallel, racing towards the same direction. However, their velocity was also affected, and in an instant, the afterimages dissipated. "This is quite remarkable." Maud nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the frost arrow created a semblance of an illusion, a diversion that could, unexpectedly, yield significant offensive results. The preoccupied Hermione and her companions were captivated by this spell. Hermione gazed intently at Maud, then glanced at the magical arrow, her fascination deepening with each moment. Maud was becoming increasingly less human, while everyone else were mere little wizards. His magic was extraordinary and utterly absurd. "This spell is truly remarkable," Hermione murmured. The magical arrow, with its resplendent azure hue accentuated by sparkling starlight, resembled an exquisite ornament, radiating an intricate opulence. Although her heart leaned towards knowledge and magic, was this not magic itself? Was this not knowledge? Learning from Maud? Hermione pondered, feeling a tad bashful. Was it too shameless to reach out for something from someone else? Sighing softly, she pressed her lips together. Despite her youth, she possessed a certain understanding of social nuances. Those who effortlessly climbed the social ladder with the aid of a good friend were often met with disdain. The young girl with her fluffy brown hair ultimately relinquished her fantasies, unwilling to jeopardize a precious friendship. In truth, she relished the opportunity to showcase her knowledge, merely desiring to express herself and gain acknowledgement from others. Yet, deep within her, resided a somewhat insecure little girl. Maud, seated not far away, cast a curious glance at Hermione, wondering why she had sighed so inexplicably. He waved away the frost arrow that was about to strike the stone wall, shaking his head. Frost arrow, you see? At your age, you still do not understand the importance of self-cultivation. Others look down upon you. The frost arrow, what if it were merely a single star? If there were more, what wondrous forms might these spells take? Maud pondered the potential of the Swift Guardian's essence. With merely a touch of starlight, the magic obtained the effect of an afterimage. What, then, would these spells transform into when one truly delves into the first-tier realm? And ultimately, the 12th-tier realm? The description of the Swift Flame spell in magic reads, piercing through the void, a mere snap of the fingers traverses 1,000 miles. Merely hearing this evokes a fervor within the soul. If even the magic cannot be perceived, the possibility of unraveling it becomes nearly non-existent. This could indeed be a case of a singular skill conquering all. Maud's thoughts plunged back into the depths of his mind. Reminiscing about the celestial map, a mesmerizing canvas of azure and emerald hues soon materialized before his eyes. How does one re-enter? He pondered, attempting to magnify the starry painting, envisioning his fingers brushing against its surface. As he finally touched the resplendent golden full moon, the swirling strokes of the moon began to whirl into motion. A force of attraction enveloped him, suggesting imminent success. Yet, just as swiftly, tranquility returned once more. Maud was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. Could it be that one could only enter once a day? A line of golden text emerged within the painting, mental state compromised. It is not advisable to enter the painting again today. Imoda was suddenly enlightened. The recent explosion had indeed affected him on a psychological level. It seemed absurd that he was the first to self-destruct due to an overwhelming accumulation of knowledge. He dispersed the celestial map that had emerged in his mind and refocused on the multifaceted nature of learning. The first incarnation. Maud took out the spellbook, which confirmed that the established avatar was a Dementor's projection. However, the Dementors should be inaccessible at this moment. Since he could not afford to wait indefinitely and had numerous subjects and spells to study, he resolved to select a nearby creature with potential, to procure some biological material and create an avatar to assist in his learning endeavors. Maud wrote the words potential creatures in the magical tome, and then began to enumerate the extraordinary beings he recognized as possessing potential within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts: the unicorn, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon, the phoenix, and Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, he circled the word phoenix and inscribed below the abilities of the phoenix fox that he was acquainted with: a limited capacity for rebirth, tears that can heal wounds, remarkable strength, and an inexplicable ability to teleport. He also noted the possible side effects and uncertainties. 1. After rebirth, does it still belong to the original phoenix, or is it a descendant? 2. If a phoenix's avatar turns to ashes in preparation for rebirth, will it affect me? 3. With such an array of innate abilities, can the uniqueness of each individual truly be replicated? Madra enumerated several extraordinary creatures' abilities and their potential side effects, ultimately opting for the phoenix. Regardless of perspective, the advantages of creating a phoenix replica are unparalleled. With formidable talents in a diverse range, a phoenix possesses the requisite mastery over flames to adequately support his study of fire magic. Thus, the next target is firmly set upon Fox. It is decided. You shall be the one. Maud recorded this notion and chose his avatar, the Phoenix avatar, Dementor 26. After completing the record, he transferred the vast expanse of knowledge into his spellbook, embarking on a journey of extensive reading. Subsequently, he would recount the information in his own words, meticulously substituting key concepts and specific procedural steps with his own expressions. This method stands as one of the most expedient ways to assimilate knowledge. As dawn broke, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The droplets danced lightly against the castle's stone walls, creating a soothing, persistent patter. Such weather is particularly rare at Hogwarts. This rain seemed to mirror the sentiments of the young wizards, for today marked the day of their final examinations. There were 3 assessments in total, encompassing various subjects, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Alas, today was bound to be a disaster. Ron, who had yet to enter the examination hall, gazed at the hazy curtain of rain outside, his brow furrowed in distress, his tousled red hair resembling a bird's nest. I spent all night playing wizard's chess and did not revise at all. Alas, Harry, with his emerald green eyes reflecting the same concerns. Had also been engrossed in the game of wizard's chess with Ron the previous evening. To forego play seemed impossible. Yet engaging in it meant the exam hall would likely feel like a crematorium. Hermione, clutching a quill and several sheets of blank parchment, confidently patted Harry on the shoulder. "Do not fret. I have heard that today's exam questions are quite straightforward." "Oh, spare me," Ron retorted, dramatically widening his mouth. "That one exam you mentioned was not quite straightforward in your opinion. When, pray tell, have I ever scored above passing?" This last thought remained unspoken. Maud gazed at the familiar scene, blinking his radiant golden eyes, which concealed a glimmer of amusement. "Rest assured, it is merely a final examination." Harry and Ron exchanged glances and sighed in unison. This statement, uttered from Maud's lips, offered no solace whatsoever. The manner in which he engrossed himself in his studies was already infuriating enough. One could only imagine his demeanor during examinations. Have you ever witnessed someone submitting their paper in a mere 7 minutes? Or seen someone dozing off while achieving a perfect score? Allow me to impart a secret to you, a strategy to avoid being summoned by the professor for a chat after the exam. Is there truly such a thing? Indeed, there is. Maud gazed intently at the faces of the two individuals and nodded thoughtfully. "What is that?" they inquired with curiosity. Maud paused for a moment and declared, "Submitting a blank exam, coupled with an improper attitude towards learning, will result in immediate expulsion from Hogwarts." The rain intensified, casting a shadow over the sky. A damp, cool breeze swept into the castle, mingling with the raindrops, and soon the corridor floor became half-soaked. The students began to enter the examination hall. Although it was referred to as an examination hall, it was merely the same familiar faces, with no alterations to the seating arrangement. The invigilator was none other than the renowned Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, whose impassive visage loomed above, compelling the ordinary young wizards to bow their heads under the weight of his gaze. Thus, Hogwarts harbored no fear of cheating. The psychological warfare was executed with precision. Maud followed the crowd and finally squeezed into his seat. He placed the quill and blank parchment on the wooden table and glanced up at Professor Snape on the podium, as well as the young wizards surrounding him. Professor Snape scanned the room, seemingly searching for something, when his gaze settled on a small wizard with black hair. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, quickly masked by indifference. The expressions of the surrounding young wizards varied. Some appeared cheerful, likely having prepared adequately, while others muttered incantations, seemingly reciting bits of knowledge. There were those who had resigned themselves to despair, like Ron, whose face bore a perpetual frown. After each exam, Ron would confidently proclaim, "Next time, I will definitely study and perform well." Yet, time and again, month after month, he never did. Thus, entering the examination room with such a vivid expression, this thought made Maud unable to suppress a smile. As silence fell, Professor Snape rose, his stern and aloof gaze instantly silencing all noise. This exam was a comprehensive assessment of transfiguration and potions, consisting of 6 pages, with a duration of 2 hours. During the examination, whispering was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, he paused, leaving the young wizards to imagine the consequences. The test papers were distributed. Moderna received the examination paper, unfurling the lengthy scroll to peruse several significant questions. Please detail all the incantation steps pertaining to transfiguration. If, during the preparation of the calming draft, the crucible begins to emit smoke upon the addition of moonstone powder to the stirring solution, and the hue of the liquid becomes increasingly darker, what could be the underlying cause of this phenomenon? Furthermore, how might one rectify the situation? Should the potion exceed the first-year curriculum? Kindly substitute it with another potion and provide a gentle response. Maud glanced down, shaking his head. It was far too simplistic, devoid of any allure to engage in the task at hand. Such is the plight of an academic prodigy. With a sigh, he grasped his quill and commenced his answers, contemplating whether he could complete the examination within 20 to 30 minutes. Approximately 20 minutes later, Maud set down his quill, his paper now adorned with black ink that filled every blank response. He twisted his neck, sore from a restless night, feeling somewhat unwell, yet this did not hinder his ability to finish the paper. He surveyed his surroundings, meeting Professor Snape's gaze, who said nothing but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Professor Maris Snape mused to himself, truly, a remarkable student. His speed in answering surpassed even that of his own days as the Half-Blood Prince, a time when he had effortlessly outperformed James Potter and other wizards. Maud knew that the professor would not hold a grudge against him for their whispered exchanges. For in this classroom, his grades were unparalleled. There was no one who could claim the second position. Such remarkable achievements left little room for imitation. Maud looked at Ron, who was scratching his head in frustration, Hermione, who was diligently writing, and Harry, who was nibbling on the end of his quill, his expression reminiscent of someone in dire need of a restroom. It was evident that Harry was grappling with a conundrum, yet judging by the state of his parchment, he appeared to be stuck on a particular multiple-choice question on the second page. Alas, Maud sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of sadness for Mrs. Potter's inability to pass on her remarkable academic prowess. Hermione, seemingly sensing his gaze, abruptly lifted her head, her beautifully arched brows furrowing in concentration as she clenched her fair fists, appearing quite indignant over not being the first to complete the answers. Maud nodded with a smile towards her. Almost every examination, Hermione would observe his answering condition, yet each time she fell short compared to him. There was no denying it. In the examination hall, Maris was indeed the king. Even Professor Dumbledore would have to bow to him. With a distinct sound, Professor Snape descended from the podium, his boots echoing as he began to patrol the examination room. As he walked, he arrived at Harry's side, scrutinizing his test paper, and soon a frown creased his indifferent face. Rap, rap. Professor Snape rapped his knuckles on Harry's desk, indicating that he had selected the wrong answer for a particular multiple-choice question. Harry felt as though a massive weight pressed down upon him, further diminishing his already meager confidence. With a heavy heart, he altered his answer from B to C. Professor Snape elongated the sound, his voice laced with discontent. The correct answer was clearly D. How could one possibly err in a three-option question? Indeed. Harry was still too reckless. Had it been Hallie, his expression might have been colder still, as he rapped the desk once more. In a flurry of anxiety, Harry hastily changed his answer to A, nervously tapping his toes against the ground. Snape lifted his head, inadvertently rolling his eyes and inhaling a breath of damp air, his face almost expressing exasperation. He rapped the desk again, drawing the attention of several young witches and wizards. This only intensified Harry's bewilderment. He feared that Professor Snape was, as before in class, seeking to trouble him. His grip on the quill faltered, and after a moment's consideration, he ultimately decided against making any further changes. Smack! Maud felt a tremor within himself as he witnessed the scene, instinctively empathizing with Harry. Professor Snape, one hand obscuring half of his face, rolled up the book in his grasp and delivered a sharp rap to Harry's head, though the visible half of his face betrayed no emotion. Maud discerned a profound hatred emanating from him, an exasperation that iron could not be forged into steel. Modesty could not help but let out a gentle laugh. Harry must have repeatedly chosen the wrong answers, and coupled with his attire as a cheerful little boy today, it was hardly surprising that Professor Snape's fury could not be contained. It was no wonder he faced punishment. As the final examination of the afternoon drew to a close, the clouds receded, and sunshine poured down, illuminating the puddles on the cobblestone paths of Hogwarts with a dazzling brilliance. Maud gazed at the hues of the sky for quite some time, finding his spirits inexplicably lifted. Indeed, the weather can profoundly influence one's mood. He swiftly navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at the ever-answering room. Upon entering the spacious and well-lit chamber, he retrieved his spell book and delved into the intricate nuances of the final part of his studies. Over the past 10 days, he had nearly grasped the fundamentals of this magic. Yes, the fundamentals. This enchantment proved to be considerably more complex than the soul artifacts. And achieving a basic understanding in such a short span was a testament to Maud's dedication and late nights. Once he mastered this segment, he could contemplate the materials for the Phoenix's replication. A few drops of blood from Fawkes and some ashes shouldn't be too much to ask, should they? After all, Professor Dumbledore is quite the familiar acquaintance, having engaged in certain transactions involving galleons. Maud pondered on a method to approach Fawkes. Gaining access to Fawkes necessitated entering the headmaster's office, yet every young wizard knew that the password to the office changed frequently, often in conjunction with various snacks. Previously, it had been cockroach cluster, but it could very well be braised firebird jerky tomorrow. Thus, it would be prudent to have Professor Dumbledore accompany him for entry. Maud gently scratched his forehead with his fingertips, contemplating what excuse to conjure. Perhaps he could inquire Professor Dumbledore about a question? This rationale should suffice and would also allow the esteemed headmaster to experience the eagerness and zeal for knowledge that emanates from an ordinary young wizard. On the yellowed pages of the spellbook, 2 lines of text appeared. Gather all materials for the Phoenix's essence. Source: Headmaster's Office. Method 1. Inquire of Professor Dumbledore regarding certain aspects of magic. Maud turned a few more pages and arrived at the chapter documenting the multifaceted knowledge of 1,000 individuals. Delving into it with great diligence. Suddenly, the stone door of the room of requirement rumbled open, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered. Harry, what did you choose for the final multiple-choice question? Ron mused, tilting his head and stroking his cheek, deep in thought. He recalled the issues presented in the last examination, feeling that the final question was likely beyond the syllabus. I don't know, Harry responded, shaking his head, his expression reflecting his unease. The experience of the first exam set the tone for his day. I usually select C for questions I don't understand, so I suppose my answer is C. I don't know either. I suspect that question was beyond the syllabus, and I can't even recall which professor said it, Hermione remarked, cradling a hefty red-covered book titled The History of Magic in the 18th Century, which she had chosen as a means of relaxation after her exam. Overhearing their conversation, she turned and shot them both a disapproving look. Isn't that topic something we covered not long after the term began, in our second charms class? Have you forgotten what Professor Flitwick said about the fundamental principles of spellcasting? The answer lies within the third principle, Ron grimaced, noting that remembering anything from more than a week ago felt like a stroke of luck. Isn't the initial knowledge from the beginning of the term beyond the syllabus? What is the answer then? B. Yes, I got it right, Ron exclaimed, pumping his fist in triumph, his face lighting up with a broad smile for the first time that day. Hermione sighed deeply, covering her face in exasperation, her brown eyes revealing her frustration. She pondered that perhaps this red-haired boy had been spoiled. Harry was not far behind in that regard. Don't follow Ron's bad example, Harry, Hermione said earnestly, locking eyes with him. Do you remember what Professor Dumbledore told you? Ron felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Yes, I remember. Harry nodded, his tone unconsciously growing somber. He said that Voldemort might return. Exactly, Hermione exclaimed, gesturing toward Maud, who sat upright at one side of the brightly lit hall. Among the four of us, he possesses the greatest magical prowess. Yet look at what he is doing right after an exam. True strength lies in the ability to continue learning. Just look at Professor Dumbledore. He too often holds books in his hands. But perhaps Voldemort is truly gone? Professor Dumbledore even destroyed the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said, his confidence wavering. Maud heard the conversation of several individuals, pondered for a moment, and smiled. He lifted his head and continued Harry's words. Harry, even a lion exerts its full strength when battling a rabbit. Harry and his companions turned to look at him in unison. If you are uncertain whether your enemy still breathes, then empower yourself with all your might. When you possess sufficient strength, both in heart and in magic, the Dark Lord shall come. Mordor has been conquered. We may now partake in the feast directly. Voldemort. Maud found himself once again immersed in the multifaceted realm of learning. Holding a tome of magic in his hands, streams of light cascaded through the window, illuminating half of his visage and enveloping him in an aura of tranquility. The concluding section of the multitude of faces delves into the understanding of the seven seats, exploring the conceptual essence of terms such as the diligent scholar, the observer, and the controller, though merely a handful of phrases. They encapsulate the definitions and functions attributed to these seats by the myriad sorcerers, along with a wealth of intricate yet vital magical knowledge, which is crucial for the successful manifestation of each avatar. The essence of embodying the diligent scholar lies in curiosity and ambition. One must approach various phenomena with an inquisitive spirit, striving to embrace the ever-evolving nature of the world by posing topics that foster advancement within the realm of magic. However, curiosity must be tempered with discernment. One should refrain from engaging with temptations devoid of potential or value, for they merely squander one's time and energy. This segment reads somewhat akin to a lesson in moral philosophy, slightly tedious in nature. Yet, as one peruses these lines, a circular magical sigil materializes in the mind, imbued with the intricate and essential knowledge of the arcane. As Maud understood this knowledge, he meticulously memorized the intricate shapes of the symbol and the delicate, ever-changing patterns within it. When the time came to manifest the seating, this magical symbol would be directly engraved upon it, bestowing upon the seat a certain enchanting power. This power was intended for the creation of avatars, representing one of the core elements of the entire magical process. After studying the content of 3 seats, Maud stretched and took a brief respite. 15 minutes later, immersed in contemplation, he began to prepare for the formation of the roundtable conference room. The first step was to break the seal on the pathway to the void of his mind, a task that could prove to be the most challenging. For no one's mental void is inherently open. Imoda surveyed the scene within his mind. The solitary peak of Kunlun Mountain was still adorned with drifting snowflakes. the chill penetrating deeply. Was this ethereal space of Kunlun Mountain what one might refer to as the void? Yet, this conjecture conflicted with the notion that the void within one's mind is innately awakened in the absence of others, leaving him uncertain. Thus, with this quandary in mind, he endeavored to seek out a passage. After an extensive search, he found no signs of any openings. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved notes from his grimoire, specifically from the section on the myriad faces of humanity regarding the term void of the mind. Comparing it with the scant textual descriptions within, he attempted to eliminate other unforeseen circumstances. Eventually, he confirmed, this most arduous step had indeed been facilitated by the golden finger of fate. One could only proclaim, Kunlun Mountain, the omnipotent king, everlasting. Thus, he proceeded directly to the second step, weaving his magical energy into a needle to pierce the hidden locks within his mind. Unlocking the human magical array that lay dormant in the void of his consciousness, preparing for modification, Maud cautiously suppressed the surging magic within him, allowing the tranquil energy to flow into the vast expanse of his mind, akin to the immense space surrounding Kunlun Mountain. Within this cerebral void, a spacious conference room had been meticulously completed, floating in a corner of darkness. Maud's consciousness gently pushed open the glass door and entered. The conference room was expansive, approximately 300 square meters in area. The floor was adorned with a misty gray and white marble, while the opaque glass walls were embellished with golden star and moon patterns. The ceiling was a brilliant tapestry of stars, seemingly without end. At the center of the room stood a grand circular table made of deep reddish-brown wood. In the middle of the circular void, a purple-pointed wizard's hat, adorned with a golden phoenix motif, rested elegantly upon a small round table, exuding an air of nobility. This wizard's hat symbolized the essence of the round table discussion, a focus on magic, enveloped in its enchanting aura. How wondrous! Maud marveled at the scene before him, compelled to admire the vast knowledge of this master of many faces. The materials comprising this round table conference room were, in fact, the concealed human magic circle hidden within the void of his mind. By piercing through the emptiness with his magical energy and unlocking the so-called core, he revealed this intricate magical formation. Subsequently, he modified certain patterns of the human magic circle in accordance with his arcane knowledge, coupled with a few imaginative adjustments. The creation from the void was thus completed. The ambience was quite delightful. With his remarkable awareness, Maud detected a scent reminiscent of sandalwood after merely a moment of inhalation. A refreshing breeze seemed to permeate his mind, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, this was a splendid place for meetings and learning. Maud raised his gaze once more to the wall facing the entrance of the conference room, sensing that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, a piece of calligraphy materialized before him, elegantly suspended on the wall, inscribed in black ink. Study diligently, strive for progress. He then settled in, awaiting Fawkes to obediently present himself. Within the grand hall, flickering candle flames floated in the air, illuminating the entire space. Young wizards joyfully gathered, engaging in lively discussions about their holiday plans. Upon the table lay a sumptuous feast, featuring roasted lamb chops, creamy mashed potatoes, hearty beef stew, and succulent ham. It was now time for dinner. Maud leisurely held a spoon, scooping a spoonful of beef soup from the plate to savor the delightful sweetness that graced his palate. The flavor of the soup was indeed exquisite, harmonizing beautifully with the crispy, oil-sizzling chicken wings and the succulent grilled lamb chops, creating a true culinary delight. Hermione, why are you still reading? Harry inquired curiously, observing Hermione as she simultaneously enjoyed her vegetable salad while engrossed in her book. Just 2 days had passed since the final exams, and the holiday was approaching. Why was she still so absorbed in her studies? Ron nodded in agreement, chewing on a piece of lamb chop, his words muffled. Exactly, your behavior is quite disheartening. Even someone like him, who held little regard for grades, found it somewhat intolerable to witness such dedication. After all, watching others laboriously study inevitably led to a sense of self-reproach. Hermione, this is excessive. Hermione took another small bite of her vegetable salad before raising her gaze to Maud, her brown eyes reflecting a fierce determination. I saw Maud's book yesterday. The material he studies is not grade-specific. The most recent one I remember covered potion knowledge from 4th grade. She added, to catch up to Maud's academic prowess. I must emulate him and perhaps even exceed his efforts. Unfortunately, my note-taking is too slow, and recording problems is not quick enough. Consulting the professor means I need to rewrite my notes. At this thought, she recalled Maud's marvelous magic book with its enchanting study spells, feeling a twinge of envy. Ahem. Hermione suddenly choked on her food, her freckled face turning a shade of crimson. One should not be distracted while eating. Maud wiped his hands with a napkin and offered her a glass of water, watching her with a hint of amusement. This young girl, embodying an indomitable spirit in her academic pursuits, sought to seize every moment to catch up with herself. For her, burdened with a sense of inferiority, her sole merit lay in her grades and knowledge. If these were to be surpassed by others, she felt she would have nothing left. Gulping down the water, Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. She set the glass down and lifted her gaze, only to find Harry and the others staring at her. Recalling her recent embarrassment, the blush that had faded from her cheeks returned. "What are you all looking at?" She quickly lowered her head again, grasping a long piece of bread and nibbling on it absent-mindedly, attempting to mask her awkwardness. Maud blinked, a thought crossing his mind. He suddenly retrieved a spellbook from behind him, holding it aloft and swaying it gently. "Do you wish to learn this magic?" Hermione was instantly captivated, her gaze fixed upon the slightly yellowed pages of the book, her eyes sparkling with delight. Is Maud planning to teach herself this magic? Indeed. She nodded vigorously, her mouth still full of bread. Is this truly magic? It certainly does not appear that way. Harry and Ron gazed at the spellbook in Maud's hands with astonishment. They had seen this book numerous times, as Maud often clutched it, yet they could not discern any extraordinary qualities within its pages. Is this not merely an old book? Ron inquired, pointing at the spellbook with his greasy fingers. Maud shook his head, saying, to be precise, this is merely a notebook, intended solely for the purpose of recording notes and knowledge. For those disinclined towards learning, this magic may indeed seem like a worthless trinket. At once, the two lost their enthusiasm and resumed their focus on the plates before them. They held a certain disdain for such note-taking instruments, feeling disinterested even if offered for free. Knowledge had failed to assist them. Rather, it had burdened them with an abundance of assignments. Truly, it felt like the arch-nemesis of young wizards. Hesitantly, Hermione spoke up again. "Would you be willing to teach me?" Maud nodded and said, "Of course." He truly admired Hermione's dedication to her studies. Immersing oneself in learning for extended periods is indeed a formidable challenge for young wizards of this age. Moreover, when perseverance is added to the equation, it becomes an even greater trial. Moden's capabilities stem from his advanced psychological maturity and the rewards bestowed by the mystical Kunlun, particularly the latter. Each exchange of novel magic or advanced knowledge imbues him with a profound sense of accomplishment, deepening his interest in the pursuit of learning. Moreover, this is merely an ordinary note-taking spell. Maud gently turned to the first page of the spellbook, and as his thoughts stirred, golden letters began to emerge upon the seemingly blank parchment. The method of learning this magic was inscribed within the tome. He inspected it carefully before passing the folded cover of the spellbook to Hermione. Truth be told, he found the addition of a question enthusiast to Hogwarts quite intriguing. Surely, the professors felt similarly. Alas, Professor Quirrell was unable to partake in this weighty enthusiasm for learning. In the great hall, the sounds of spoons, forks, and porcelain plates clinking resonated frequently. Upon the dais, the professors dined quietly. Below, the young witches and wizards reveled in laughter, savoring their meals. In the warm glow of the candlelight, dining became a delightful experience. Hermione ran her fingers over the text on the page, producing a soft, rustling sound. Her brows arched in joy as she quietly recited the words along with her fingertips. After a moment, she looked up at Maud and earnestly said, "Thank you, Maud. I will memorize this right away and return the book to you shortly." Maud grasped a golden, crispy chicken wing in his hand, savoring it alongside a bowl of beef soup with great delight. Upon hearing Hermione's words, he swallowed the flaky skin of the chicken wing and replied, "There's no need to be so anxious. I shall rest for a while after finishing my meal." Hermione, still reluctant to set aside her spellbook, understood that focusing on a single task yields the highest efficiency. Maud looked at Hermione's reluctant demeanor and could sense her love for knowledge and eagerness. He shook his head and chuckled, remarking that eating and studying were akin to one another. "Oh, very well," Hermione nodded, finally setting aside her spellbook. Speaking of studies, Harry suddenly recalled that the results of the final exams were to be revealed the following day, and an involuntary sorrow crept into his voice as he wondered whether his scores would surpass those of the last monthly assessment. "Do not fret, Harry. This exam was not particularly challenging," Ron declared confidently, reaching out to pat Harry on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. However, midway through, he caught sight of the grease on his palm and halted, opting instead to use the back of his hand. He continued, "I have faith in my own abilities, especially after correctly answering the last question of the multiple-choice section last time. which greatly boosted my confidence, leading me to think, indeed, Ron, have done well. Maud glanced at him while sipping his soup, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu, as if Ron had expressed a similar sentiment on a previous occasion. In truth, Ron's predictions regarding exam scores tended to be overly optimistic, perhaps a peculiar gift bestowed upon him by virtue of his academic identity. Harry sighed, lamenting the disheartening nature of the potion's comprehensive exam, which had left his mind clouded and unfocused. That day, Professor Snape had struck his head rather forcefully, and during the afternoon's examination, Harry felt as if he had been rendered utterly bewildered, struggling to navigate the questions with any semblance of fluency. The shift in atmosphere was astonishing. He recalled speaking with Ron in class, when Professor Snape had not only refrained from reprimanding him, but had awarded Gryffindor 10 points instead. After class that day, watching Professor Snape's retreating figure had even evoked a sense of familiarity. Did Professor Snape harbor genuine discontent towards me? He pondered, voicing his thoughts aloud. Indeed, it is quite possible, he conjectured. Although he was absent during the incident in the basement, he may very well be Ron. Wielding his knife and fork, brought a piece of beef to his mouth, but his words were interrupted. Harry hastily covered his mouth with a piece of bread, for the man clad in a long black robe was passing by them. Speak less during meals. Professor Snape's cold voice lingered in the air as he departed the hall, leaving behind a lingering silence. Maud gazed upon the somewhat comedic scene, blinking his golden eyes. He pondered, if at this moment, Harry were actually Harriet, and Ron were to speak ill of him in her presence. One might just lose their head over such a situation. But putting that aside, Harry exhaled with relief. Setting down the slice of bread he had used to silence Ron, and decided to discuss their exam results instead. Ron had been fixated on Professor Snape as he exited the hall, finally swallowing hard and mumbling through a mouthful of beef. My goodness, that was truly terrifying. Oh, what? Discussing exam results? Ron continued, I believe I might achieve a commendable score this time, perhaps an E. Exceeds expectations. Hermione, who was savoring a vegetable salad, caught this remark and rolled her eyes at him. You barely scrape by each month. Day after day, you dream of attaining good grades? Dream on. What a delightful meal it was. After finishing his meal, Maud gently wiped the grease from his hands with a napkin and took a sip of water, relishing the dual delight of taste and satiety. He glanced at the clock in the auditorium, 7:12, then turned to observe the trio. Harry and Ron were still eating, while Hermione had already begun to recite the knowledge from her spellbook. The sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Maud to instinctively look up. Professor Dumbledore, wiping his hands with a napkin, slowly descended from the elevated platform and approached him. Meeting Maud's gaze, he lowered his spectacles, revealing the azure depths of his eyes. And with a blink, he inquired, Mr. Maris, would you do me the honor of taking a walk with me after dinner? Of course. Maud nodded slightly, quietly employing the art of mental concealment. Though his face betrayed no outward emotion, an odd sensation stirred within him. Professor Dumbledore's words bore a striking resemblance to the typical phrases gentlemen in cafes might use to invite ladies. This led him to ponder the enigmatic Grindelwald. Alas, the storybooks offered no guidance. Could a solitary man and an elderly gentleman take a leisurely stroll together under the moonlight? Perhaps it was best to reconsider. The moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver. The old and the young ambled slowly along the time-worn stone path of Hogwarts, their shadows stretching long behind them. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the untrimmed flowers nearby, adding a soft murmur that accentuated the tranquility of the Hogwarts night. How has this academic year treated you? Professor Dumbledore's aged yet resonant voice echoed beneath the starlit sky as he paused, lifting his gaze to admire the luminous moon above, a flicker of emotion suddenly illuminating his eyes. Tonight's moon bore a resemblance to the shape of a woolen sock. Maud was gently rubbing a green leaf he had found, gazing at Professor Dumbledore's wrinkled profile. He earnestly replied, It has been quite rewarding. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge, forged several friendships, and under your guidance, I have broadened my horizons. Particularly, Professor Snape has introduced me to the concept of double standards in humanity. Ah, that is indeed commendable, Professor Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Continuing along the stone path, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Maris, for having a fulfilling year. What impressions do you hold of the school? Would you care to share? Let me think. Modmai followed Professor Dumbledore closely, his expression contemplative as he seemed to sift through memories of Hogwarts in his mind. In truth, his thoughts unwittingly drifted towards a certain phoenix. At this moment, Fawkes, alone in the spacious and serene office of the headmaster, surely felt quite lonely. beneath the moonlight. Modmai raised his head, the silvery glow reflecting in his eyes. He felt the cool breeze wafting through his robes and tightened his sleeves, dispelling the trivial thoughts from his mind. He spoke slowly. Hogwarts feels to me like a school that is unlike a school. Oh? Professor Dumbledore blinked, his hands clasped before him as if leaning on an invisible staff. Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Maud walked while pondering his words. Hogwarts, in essence, is akin to a Muggle school, imparting knowledge to students, teaching them how to apply that knowledge and the means of its utilization, thereby assisting students in establishing a correct worldview. Thus, it is indeed a school. Professor Dumbledore nodded slightly, seemingly affirming Maud's response. Maud continued, saying that the environment here deviates from that of a traditional school, for the relationship between professors and students transcends the mere labels of teacher and student. On a deeper level, they resemble companions, enduring trials together, safeguarding the academy, and protecting certain individuals or ideals. At this juncture, Maud cast a sidelong glance at Professor Dumbledore, as if to convey a subtle reminder. The last commission to protect Harry had only received a partial payment, with the remaining sum yet to be settled. A discreet nudge, perhaps? An intriguing sentiment indeed. Upon hearing these words, a peculiar expression flickered across Professor Dumbledore's face, as if caught between laughter and tears. He paused briefly, adding, I shall ensure that the outstanding commission is delivered to you promptly, along with the professor's salaries in the coming days. Very well, Maud replied, nodding in satisfaction. As they conversed, they unknowingly approached the Quidditch pitch. The night enveloped the Quidditch field in tranquil serenity. The deep green blades of grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the dewdrops clinging to them sparkled like jewels under the faint glow of the night. Professor Dumbledore's azure gaze fell upon Maud's face. Mr. Maris, you have done remarkably well. I may yet require your assistance in the future. Maud blinked. Today, Professor Dumbledore's topic of conversation with him was likely this. As for Harry's VIP status, well, as long as the payment is sufficient, it should suffice. Considering that Harry is also my classmate, I shall offer a 10% discount. In appreciation of your contributions and efforts this year, you may request additional rewards, if, of course, this old man is able to provide them. Maud's eyes seemed to brighten. Is any reward acceptable, Professor? Professor Dumbledore nodded. I desire 3 drops of foxblood, along with a portion of its ashes, for the purpose of conducting some experiments in the field of potion making. Maud and Professor Dumbledore exchanged glances, seeing their own reflections in each other's blue eyes, and with a sense of anticipation, inquired, is that permissible? If not, then. Dumbledore squinted, as if a gust of sand had entered his eyes. He adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses along his crooked yet noble nose, contemplating for a moment before replying, of course, that is quite acceptable, Maris. Maud smiled, and Fawkes felt a sense of control. However, Dumbledore's face bore a gentle, yet serious expression, his voice resonating with greater authority. The blood of the phoenix is a wondrous, yet perilous substance. You must wield it with utmost caution. Never forget. Do not stray down the crooked path, fraught with treacherous mire and hardship. It is a journey fraught with difficulty. I will, Professor. Maud touched the Gryffindor house emblem on the sleeve of his robe, nodding earnestly. He pledged in the name of Gryffindor and Ron's accomplishments. Professor Dumbledore glanced up at the night sky once more and inquired, what do you think of the moonlight this evening? Maud raised his gaze in accordance with Dumbledore's direction and beheld the resplendent golden moon, soft and luminous. This celestial orb struck a chord of nostalgia within him, and he surmised that Professor Dumbledore was reminiscing about his family, perhaps his sister or his parents. Very well, Maud's voice resonated clearly and confidently, akin to the gaze of a beloved kin. Indeed, it resembled the tender gaze of a loved one, gentle, pure, and beautiful. The two remained in silence for an extended moment. Eventually, Professor Dumbledore broke the stillness. Let us proceed to my office. I have some specialties from Fawkes to share with you. Very well, Professor. With a thunderous sound, the colossal stone guardian at the entrance to the headmaster's office shifted aside, revealing the spiraling stone staircase within. Maud stepped out with a light gait, a smile gracing his face as he gently caressed 2 narrow glass vials in his hands, much like Professor Snape would tenderly stroke Harry's hair. Within the vials, one contained a few milliliters of vibrant red liquid, while the other held a small quantity of gray substance. The melodious and enchanting call of a phoenix resonated from within. The heartwarming scene lingered in Maud's mind. Tonight, he mused, Fawkes would likely keep them entertained until the early hours. He thought of Professor Dumbledore, weary from his efforts, and hoped he would provide the phoenix with ample nourishment. herbs rather than mere milk. Yet, Maud felt a twinge of curiosity. How could such a formidable magical creature as a phoenix yield a few drops of blood like a child? Shaking his head, he hurried towards Gryffindor Tower. Inside the Gryffindor common room, flames danced in the fireplace, crackling and hissing as they illuminated the entire room with a warm glow. Harry paced before the fire, lost in contemplation. Nearby, Ron lounged on the red sofa, gazing vacantly at the ceiling's patterns, while Hermione sat cross-legged, an old, yellowing book resting on her lap, fully engrossed in its pages. A long, dark shadow emerged from the staircase at the entrance, and soon a figure clad in a flowing black robe appeared, lifting his head to reveal a pair of golden, soulful eyes. "Ah, Maud," Ron remarked, turning to the newcomer and shifting his position for greater comfort. "Did Professor Dumbledore summon you for something?" Maud swung his robe and made his way to Ron's side, plopping down beside him and pushing him from the corner of the sofa to the middle. "No, it's merely a trivial matter." Ron, feeling a bit bored, retrieved a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, crunching away. He gazed at his hand, a contemplative expression suddenly crossing his face. Was it this hand that had just been picking his nose? Maud closed his eyes, embarking on a journey through a myriad of memories, commencing a new round of revision. This evening, he aimed to restore his mental state, as he sought to excel in the upcoming assessment. The notes indicated that this process could inflict some damage on one's psyche, hence it was advisable to undertake it when in optimal mental condition. However, the arrival of the Phoenix's avatar was imminent. The classroom bell chimed, signaling the commencement of the lesson. In the spacious Transfiguration classroom, the once boisterous young wizards returned to their seats, the cacophony of noise dissipating entirely. Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald robes, entered with a composed demeanor, her expression stern. Holding a weathered sheet of parchment, she positioned herself behind the lectern, raised the paper, and announced, "The results of the final examinations are contained herein." She paused, casting a glance over the young wizards below. "I trust you all have some inkling of your performance." The students held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension, so palpable that even the sound of their heartbeats could be discerned. A sound of gulping broke the silence. Maud turned to see Ron scratching his head, his expression oddly strained, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, so different from his boastful demeanor the previous day. In essence, yesterday he had struck with bold confidence, while today he appeared meek. Chuckling softly, he picked up his spellbook and began to read, aware that today's lesson would not impart new knowledge, but would merely announce the results. For him, the outcome was of little consequence. "Now, let us commence with the announcement of results." Professor McGonagall adjusted her square glasses, cleared her throat, and began to read from the parchment. GOL, Flying Class, A Pass. Transfiguration, A Pass. Charms, E Good. The remaining 4 subjects are all P. Poor. Further effort is required, Mr. GOL. With a snicker, Ron could not suppress his glee upon hearing Draco Malfoy's dismal scores. "Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall raised her gaze, casting a sharp glance at Ron, her eyes imbued with severity. "You should not mock others for their results." Ron swallowed his laughter, accompanied by a lengthy belch that emitted an odd sound, prompting the entire class to erupt in laughter. "Silence." Professor McGonagall waved her hand, waiting for quiet before continuing with the results. By coincidence, the next name on the list was Ron's. Weasley, Flying Class, A Pass. Transfiguration, A Pass. Charms, A Pass. Potions, D. Poor. A total of 3 As, 1 D, and 3 PS. I expect Mr. Weasley to reflect on his studies during this holiday. Maud raised his head from the book, revealing an expression of resigned understanding. Observing Ron's typical study habits, it became evident that such results were inevitable. Despite his limited academic prowess, Ron still neglected to engage earnestly with his studies, even dismissing his assignments, seemingly hoping for a miraculous turnaround, though it was clear that fortune was not on his side. He glanced towards Ron, who was dejectedly slumped over his desk, cradling his head in his hands, as if wishing to bury himself within the confines of the desk, feeling abandoned by the world. A hand rested on his shoulder, as Harry looked upon him with sympathy. Hermione, with her brown eyes blinking thoughtfully, supported her chin with both hands and let out a soft sigh, as if she had anticipated this moment. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall's voice continued unabated from the podium. Crabbe, Malfoy, 6 E's, good, 1 A, passing. Harry, Flying Class O, outstanding. Transfiguration, E, good. Charms, A, passing. Potions, E, good. Maud had thought his ears were deceiving him. Had he just heard that potions class was graded an E? Harry's performance in potions should have been rather mediocre. Could it be that Professor Snape had given Harry some special assistance? Or perhaps he had simply included Harry's impression points in the calculation. That seemed plausible. Maud looked at the incredulous Harry with an expression of disbelief, conjuring thoughts of Mrs. Lily Potter. This result would not affect the young wizard's graduation. It was merely a means to assess their academic progress. Nevertheless, Professor Snape had performed admirably. Hermione received a grade of E, satisfactory, in flying class, while the other 6 subjects garnered her O, outstanding. Hermione cast a begrudging glance at Maud, knowing that if she had not achieved an O in flying, she would be trailing Maud's scores. After a considerable while, the reading of the report cards was nearing completion. Professor McGonagall picked up the water cup from the podium and took a sip. This time, Professor McGonagall stated, "The average score for Gryffindor is not particularly impressive, falling 3 points below Slytherin's average and approximately 2 points behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff." Draco Malfoy, sporting a meticulously styled golden slicked-back hairstyle, made an encouraging gesture, defiantly casting a glance towards Maud. The other Slytherin students appeared invigorated. However, Malfoy was taken aback. Professor McGonagall, rarely displaying a smile, announced, "Mr. Maris from Gryffindor has achieved an O in all subjects and has not incurred any point deductions in any exam. His individual performance elevated Gryffindor's average score by a remarkable 3.5 points. Consequently, the top position this time belongs to Gryffindor House. My God, is this even humanly possible? How many times has this happened already? Unbelievable. To think that someone could achieve a perfect score on such a challenging exam." The classroom erupted into a cacophony as the young wizards began discussing Maud's remarkable achievement. The Slytherin students exhibited the most pronounced reactions. Their earlier excitement dissipated, replaced by sullen expressions, while Malfoy let out a derisive snort. They had anticipated securing the first place, only to be thwarted at the last moment. A disheartening realization indeed. This time, Professor McGonagall refrained from admonishing the young wizards. Instead, she gazed at the still studying Maud with satisfaction and began to applaud. The classroom gradually filled with enthusiastic applause. Especially Harry and his companions, including the disheartened Ron and the unyielding Hermione, clapped vigorously, clearly delighted for Maud's success. Modest in demeanor, he symbolically expressed gratitude with a glance towards Professor McGonagall and his classmates before resuming his reading. On one hand, he was not particularly fond of ostentatious displays. On the other, having received accolades for his academic achievements, he had grown accustomed to the envious gazes that followed him, a frequent occurrence by now. Oh, one must simply adapt to such circumstances. A request within reach. Radiant light cascaded from above. In one corner of the hall, Ron and Harry engaged in a game of wizard's chess, seeking solace from the morning's earlier excitement. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Hermione diligently added a particular herb to her cauldron, which bubbled and gurgled as the potion within transformed into a vibrant shade of green. Maud sat at his side, 2 transparent narrow-mouthed bottles and a beaker positioned before him. A glass rod stood vertically in the beaker, intended for stirring the solution. With his eyes closed, he began to prepare for the soul division ritual, drawing upon the vast array of knowledge stored in his mind. He focused intently, allowing his consciousness to transcend into the void of his mental realm, where a round-table conference awaited. He envisioned the seat he wished to create, wielding his magic imagination, and the arcane symbols associated with the seat, meticulously crafting a chair that harmonized with the round table. In a corner of the dark void, the round table conference room was anchored in the abyss, its glass exterior faintly reflecting the snowy scenery from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Inside the conference room, a reddish-brown circular table glimmered with light, and a black lacquered wooden chair began to manifest out of thin air. On the backrest of the chair, the words of the dreamer were intricately carved, surrounded by a myriad of swirling patterns that gradually coalesced into an emblem featuring a wand intertwined with a funnel. Shortly thereafter, dark lines extended from the emblem, weaving together in the air behind the chair to form a pentagram. A flash of violet light illuminated the space, as a transparent tendril swiftly pierced through the darkness, filling the conference room with a sound akin to the tearing of the air. Sitting in the wish-fulfilling chamber, Maud suddenly felt a sharp slap at the back of his head, followed by a refreshing coolness that washed over him. It was as though a straw had been inserted into his skull, much like one would insert a straw into a cup of milk tea. Emoda could not help but draw a sharp breath. A viscous fluid flowed within his nostrils, on the verge of spilling from his nostrils. with this inhalation. A sweet yet metallic tang of blood filled his mouth. Is this what they call the gentle method of soul division? Maud's thoughts wandered, recognizing that his situation was hardly better. The sense of helplessness and neural pain he endured was a bitter pill to swallow. Were it not for the specter of a past life demise and the harrowing experience of self-detonation among the stars, which had fortified his threshold for suffering, he might have found himself crying out for his mother. He stuffed a clean napkin into his mouth, clenching it tightly between his teeth to stifle any cries that might escape, resulting in peculiar muffled sounds that rendered him akin to a bound handmaiden. Hermione, tilting her head while holding a vial of alluring potion, cast a glance his way and noticed the white napkin peeking out from between his lips. Does Imoda possess such a hobby? An astonishing tale began to take shape in her mind, prompting her to involuntarily mutter a phrase from the English version of hentai, which conveys a rather risque meaning. Maud nearly succumbed to a sneeze, but fortunately, he managed to suppress the itch in his nose. Could this fragment of his soul truly provoke such an urge? He pondered, delving once more into the depths of his mind, scrutinizing the alterations of the imaginer's seats. Upon that solid wooden chair, a translucent mist, flowing like water, began to coalesce, evoking a sense of familiarity within him, as if it were a reflection of himself. He surmised that this must be the essence of his extracted soul. After a considerable while, the pull within his mind finally eased, and the pain that had tormented him gradually subsided, until the ethereal mist took the shape of a water sphere, at which point tranquility enveloped him. The moment of release had finally arrived. Maud removed the napkin from his mouth and gently wiped his nose with the dry side, revealing a vivid crimson stain. He folded the napkin and set it aside, then began to prepare the materials for the Phoenix's avatar. He poured the Phoenix blood and ashes from the transparent narrow-necked bottle into a beaker, adding a splash of water before commencing to stir. Subsequently, he placed the beaker over a spirit lamp to heat it, hastening the amalgamation of the Phoenix blood and ashes. Soon, this phase of the blending concluded successfully, as the red Phoenix blood and gray Phoenix ashes melded into a substance resembling mucus. Maud was taken aback. Could this truly be ingested? He wrinkled his nose in distaste as he inhaled the scent emanating from the beaker, reminiscent of a foul odor. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Who would have thought that Fox, with his handsome and charming exterior, harbored such vile substances within? As the beakers cooled down and settled for a while, Imoda finally picked up the cup of solution, pinching his nose before taking a sip. Gulping it down, his eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, as if he had savored a delectable treat. The peculiar solution fermented in his mouth, surprisingly resembling the delightful essence of a beloved sugary beverage. How delightful! Maud eagerly indulged in a hearty drink, emitting a sound of satisfaction akin to that of finishing a delightful beverage. Maud looked at Hermione with a perplexed expression, as if to say, do not presume that I cannot comprehend merely because the language has changed. It simply denotes transformation, does it not? At that moment, Hermione wore a countenance that was difficult to behold. She had just witnessed Maud wiping his nose, and it appeared that the flask contained something akin to mucus as well. By rounding it off, one could conclude that it was indeed. Maud looked in the direction of Hermione's gaze, observing the solution clinging to the walls of the beaker, and then glanced at the napkin placed nearby. In an instant, the truth dawned upon him. He hesitated to speak, ultimately covering his face with one hand, caught in a mixture of laughter and tears. At such a moment, any explanation seemed utterly powerless against the undeniable reality. In any case, he had undeniably achieved a remarkable level of social embarrassment today. Maud discarded these distractions and continued the gestation of the Phoenix avatar. Next, he proceeded to amalgamate the materials of the Phoenix avatar with the fragment of his soul. He deftly divided his magical energy into two spheres, one enveloping the transparent solution that had already entered his stomach, and the other ascending to his mind, merging with the soul fragment resembling a water sphere. Subsequently, his consciousness brushed against the pentagram radiating a violet glow behind the imaginer, establishing an inexplicable and wondrous connection between the two spheres of magical energy. In an instant, the solution within his stomach vanished, as if drawn into his mind by an unseen magnetic force. The materials of the Phoenix avatar encountered and fused with the fragment of his soul, transmitting a thought into Maud's consciousness, a message instinctively conveyed by the soul fragment. All the magical energy within Maud surged upward, converging in his mind before plunging into the black void, flowing into the conference room, linking with the materials and the fragment of the soul in the process of fusion, like the parched Qua Fu encountering the Yellow River and the Wei River. The trickling magic was rapidly absorbed into the jade-like sphere formed by the materials and fragment of the soul, vanishing almost entirely. The luster of the jade sphere grew increasingly vibrant, and its size gradually expanded. A sense of emptiness, yet not loneliness, welled up in Maud's heart. The experience of nurturing a fragment was truly a medley of emotions. It was unclear how much time had passed when the jade sphere transformed into the size of a small wizard, ceasing to grow. At this moment, the shape of the sphere was elliptical, resembling an egg from a distance. Had they reached the climax? Maud's consciousness attempted to make contact with the egg. A gentle tapping sound, reminiscent of fingers rapping against the shell, resonated within the empty conference room. So is this egg truly an egg? Surely. This is not a trivial question. Am I a fool? I am currently in slumber. Do not disturb me. What? Emoda blinked in surprise. Had that robust voice just emanated from the egg? However, this egg seemed to exude an air of arrogance. On the circular table, a goat-fat white egg adorned with golden red patterns lay quietly, its shell shimmering with a faint white glow. Was it you who just spoke? Maud carefully examined the colossal egg, towering at half the height of an adult and capable of leaping from a chair to a table even before hatching. A background melody seemed to resonate in his ears. Is it you, our little hero, Ja? Yes, it is I, replied a voice akin to his, yet with a distinct inflection, revealing a hint of impatience in his words. Do you have a name? After a moment of silence, the enormous egg responded. I have stolen the blood and power of the phoenix, mastering the flames. You may refer to me as Misius Maris, a name derived from the Greek mythological figure Prometheus, the thief of fire. Maud nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of this avatar. The personality was somewhat impulsive, yet the knowledge stemmed from the same source, revealing a cultured individual. What abilities have you acquired? Reborn from the ashes, I command the flames. What else? Discover for yourself. The giant egg seemed suddenly drowsy, its voice diminishing in volume. Our memories are interconnected. You can access my recollections. Oh, I almost forgot. Maud paused momentarily, withdrawing his consciousness to rummage through his memories. Indeed, something new had emerged in his mind. If his previous memories resembled an immense bookshelf, now he possessed two. One shelf was filled with tomes labeled memories, while the other held only a few sparse volumes, appearing somewhat desolate. Maud had unearthed fragments of his avatar's memories. A peculiar sensation reminiscent of the philosophical quandary of a white horse is not a horse, and I am not myself. The Phoenix avatar, Misius Maris, possessed remarkable talents. Talent 1. Rebirth of the fiery essence, resurrecting amidst ashes and flames that grants a rejuvenated and vibrant corporeal form. This ability may be invoked once a month to heal non-fatal injuries. However, if true demise occurs, the use of fiery rebirth will impose a self-sealing on the talent, allowing it to accumulate vitality once more, reawakening after a year. Talent 2. Mastery over flames. The avatar possesses an extraordinary affinity for fire, enabling the manipulation of flames at elevated temperatures, coupled with an innate aptitude for mastering fire-related magic. Talent 3. Flight of the fire feathers, transforming into fiery plumage. It enables escape into the void, consuming magical energy in proportion to the distance traveled. Talent 4. Tears of healing, capable of mending most wounds, including poison. This talent can only accumulate 3 droplets each month. In addition to the Phoenix's formidable resilience, all other talents have been acquired by this avatar, which brought Maud considerable satisfaction. Furthermore, within this memory, there exists an interface connecting to the avatar's sensory perception. Maud felt the energy emanating from the colossal egg as he accessed his consciousness. The magical essence of the Phoenix avatar was minimal, estimated to be around 10, which aligned with the description of myriad forms. The forthcoming magical energy would require the avatar to cultivate it independently. He withdrew from this connection and re-entered the void of his mind. When will you emerge into the world? Maud inquired, his words implying a curiosity about when the Phoenix avatar would break free from its shell. The great egg quivered on the ground, producing a creaking sound. Soon, it should be in 3 days. Within the hall of the Armory of Desires. Maud finally opened his eyes, a bright light flooding in, causing him to instinctively squint. His prolonged state of closure had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to the light. Soon after, a wave of discomfort surged within him. Maud's face was contorted in anguish, and in that moment, he realized what it felt like to be utterly drained. An experience he was about to share. His soul seemed to have been extracted, leaving him in a state of mental fatigue, with a lingering dizziness. The magical energy within him had dwindled significantly, enveloping him in a profound sense of emptiness and weakness. Additionally, his nose was slightly congested due to a nosebleed, rendering him akin to one who had suffered a grave illness. "Are you all right?" Hermione, having heard Maud's pained utterance, turned to see his ashen countenance, which startled her. She quickly set aside the herb she was holding and rose to his aid. Gently supporting Maud's left arm, she furrowed her brow in concern and remarked, "You look quite unwell. Let me help you to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup." Maud waved his hand wearily, dismissing the concern. "No need. It is merely a consequence of overexerting my magical energy." He was acutely aware of his own state. The temporary after-effects of conjuring a doppelganger would dissipate in a few days, as indicated in the annals of countless experiences. Common remedies, however, hold no sway over the soul. Hermione was skeptical of his assertion. "Is that true? Yet I believe you ought to heed my counsel." The symptoms of magical overexertion she had encountered in her readings did not align with what she observed. Ron and Harry, noticing the unfolding situation, approached them. "Oh my goodness! Maud, you look quite alarming," Ron remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Maud's face. "You resemble how I looked when I secretly consumed flour in the bathroom last time. This is undoubtedly a sign of illness." Maud cast a somewhat amused glance at him before shaking his head. "Once I recover my strength, I shall be fine." "Maud, you ought to be resting in the school infirmary." Worry was etched on Harry's face, for not every ailment can heal itself with mere rest. Maud found himself in a perplexing situation as the trio's discourse grew increasingly grave. Should it continue, they might soon be partaking in a feast of their own. "Fear not. After a brief respite of 2 hours, my magical energy shall be rejuvenated," he assured them. After a brief pause, he added, "Should I still be unwell by then, I shall seek out Madame Pomfrey at the school infirmary." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well then. Do make sure to inform us if you feel unwell," they urged. The three settled beside Maud, engrossed in their individual tasks. Yet their thoughts were far from their own pursuits, frequently casting glances towards him. Maud blinked his golden eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. Suddenly, he experienced a profound sensation akin to watching a child grow up, becoming self-sufficient. "My efforts in the basement to nurture the child were not in vain." He cast aside distractions and focused inward, beginning to concentrate on the restoration of his magical energy. The magic within him began to flow under his guidance, recovering at an accelerated pace. Simultaneously, he adapted to the state of mental strain, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his life and studies. 3 days later, at the entrance of the hall, a gentle breeze wafted in from the castle's entrance, refreshing and cool, carrying with it the faint scents of grass and earth. The delightful breakfast hour came to a close, and a throng of young wizards clad in identical black robes poured forth, traversing the dark gray stone corridor as they departed. Maud was assisted by Harry and his companions as he emerged, his complexion not yet fully restored to its former rosy hue, but significantly improved. He exhaled deeply and stated, "I'm fine now, I can walk on my own." Over the past 3 days, Harry and the others had treated him as if he were entirely dependent, requiring their support even for the simplest of tasks, their care bordering on the excessive. Perhaps the only thing left undone was the purchase of adult diapers. Ugh. Ron shook his head, a piece of toast still clenched between his teeth. Perhaps intending to speak, he mismanaged his breath, resulting in the toast, now accompanied by saliva, being expelled and falling to the ground. Ron promptly retrieved it, examining the still pristine slice before delicately wiping it with his finger and placing it back into his mouth. The spectacle caused Maud's face to twitch in disbelief. Was it truly acceptable to eat something picked up within 3 seconds? Noticing that neither Hermione nor Harry reacted, he reiterated, "I can truly walk now. You need not assist me any longer." Harry's gaze shifted from Ron to Maud, and with his striking green eyes, he remarked, "Maud, are you not on your way to seek assistance? We are merely here to study magic. It is no trouble at all." Before Harry could finish his thought, Hermione interjected, still cradling a hefty volume bound in crimson. Maud shook his head. It was not merely a matter of inconvenience, but rather the sensation of being meticulously attended to that rendered him somewhat disconcerted. He glanced at the several hands gripping his arms, exerting a considerable force that had already creased his robe into several folds. He understood that he could not dissuade them any further, so he sighed once more and said, "All right, ease up a bit. There is no need to exert yourselves so much." The three nodded in acknowledgement, yet their grip remained unchanged. The 4 of them ambled away in an unusual formation, attracting the curious glances of the young wizards along the way. With a thunderous sound, the arched stone door of the House of Request swung open, allowing several young wizards to enter. Inside the bright hall, A chair and a table now occupied the previously vacant space on the right side. Upon the table rested 5 or 6 bottles of green potion, from which a faint, pleasant aroma wafted, despite the wooden corks sealing them. Beside the potions lay a collection of alchemical tools, including crucibles and beakers, along with some scattered herbs. On the opposite side of the hall, to the left, stood 2 mannequins clad in black iron armor, wielding silver swords and shields adorned with intricate patterns. Their overall appearance bore a resemblance to the stone sculptures of wizard chess soldiers encountered in the basement, serving as practice targets for Harry's magical attacks. Maud was gently assisted into a chair beside the table, whereupon Harry and Hermione each retrieved their wands from the linings of their robes. Ready to engage in the practice of magic, Ron stood still, blinking as if deep in thought. Before darting over to the wizard chess set he had left in the corner, intending to indulge in a brief game before embarking on his magical studies. In truth, whenever he played wizard chess, he could easily lose himself for an entire afternoon, while the pursuit of magic would have to be postponed until tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, or even until after the holidays. Hermione's wand flickered with a blue light, signaling her initiation into the study of her spellbook. Her aptitude for learning was remarkable, yet this particular enchantment seemed to elude her grasp, presenting a challenge akin to mastering broom flight. After dedicating 2 or 3 days to it, she had yet to succeed. However, the luminous glow emanating from her wand at this moment indicated she was on the threshold of this magic, merely a step away from crossing the threshold. Meanwhile, Harry produced a potion vial from his belongings and downed a dose of the alluring potion, transforming into Hallie as he continued his studies of the fire spell and lightning magic. In this state, the learning process became considerably more manageable and enjoyable for him. The weather was truly splendid. Maud gazed at the windows high above, beholding a sky of immaculate blue and the gentle warmth of the sun. In moments of physical discomfort, the sight of azure skies and sunlight, or any delightful scenery, significantly uplifted his spirits. Over the past few days, he refrained from practicing any magic. On the first day, he had attempted to do so, only to find that the exertion intensified the nauseating fog in his mind, hampering his mental recovery. Even the application of the Sage Spirit's memory gift to acquire knowledge proved somewhat uncomfortable. Consequently, he devoted his time to perusing leisurely books and occasionally daydreaming at the sky. After a prolonged period of rigorous study, the sudden deceleration of his pace brought Maud a unique sense of introspection. Imoda closed his eyes, attentively sensing the condition within his body. It seemed that under the influence of his spirit, the hue of the void in his mind had dimmed somewhat. Visually, the blackness had transformed into a shade tinged with gray. Yet, compared to the day before, the gray was considerably diminished. Maud attempted to cast a divination spell, and this time his mind merely reacted with a slight twinge, akin to a gentle prick. He surmised that this state would last no longer than 2 days at most, after which he would fully return to normal. What shall he do today? He opened his eyes, where faint blue light flickered within his golden irises, remnants of the recently cast divination spell. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze towards Hermione. The blue light at the tip of her wand had just dimmed before vanishing entirely. She spread her fingers, running them through her long, chestnut hair, lost in contemplation. Maud spread his palm, and a radiant glow shimmered as an ancient book with a yellowed cover materialized in his grasp. He turned to the first page, revealing the knowledge contained within the tome of magic, then glanced at Hermione. Compatibility of the magic book with her, 97. Effect, no special effects. Evaluation, mastery of this spell is not particularly challenging for her. Maud stared in astonishment. He recalled that Hermione had been practicing this particular spell for several days, yet she had not made any progress. Now, the spell identification revealed an astounding match rate of 97. This indicated that Hermione had either employed an incorrect method of study or had overlooked a crucial aspect of casting the spell. Hermione then inquired, "What is your understanding of the spellbook enchantment? Or rather, how did you approach your learning?" She was momentarily interrupted in her contemplation, and with a twinkle in her brown eyes, she gestured towards herself and said, "Me? Well, in my comprehension, this spell is." Maud listened attentively to Hermione's words, reflecting on his previous learning experiences, and found no discrepancies. He glanced at the content of the spellbook and mentally sifted through his knowledge regarding it. At last, he identified the crux of the issue. Hermione was lacking in confidence, a prerequisite for casting this peculiar spell. Maud had not consciously memorized this requirement, as he considered himself mature enough not to lose confidence without cause. Hermione, however, harbored insecurities. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed her. Hermione, listen to me. Attempt to cast the spell once more. Hermione nodded in agreement. Imagine that you possess an abundance of knowledge, surpassing all your peers, even those in higher grades. But how could I possibly exceed you? Your memory is exceptional. She retorted. Do not compare yourself to me. Envision this scene earnestly. My actual age is slightly greater than yours, Maud replied, unconsciously calculating his psychological age, which, when considering both lifetimes, amounted to a few decades, an assertion that seemed reasonable. After a brief pause, a shimmering blue light, reminiscent of waves, flickered from Hermione's wand, and a spectral figure gradually emerged in her grasp. This apparition transformed into a hefty tome, landing in Hermione's hands. She was both astonished and elated, glancing from Maud to the book that had materialized before her, grappling with disbelief at her success following his guidance. She caressed the red-covered book, turning to the first page. The pages, like those of Maud's book, were slightly yellowed, and as her delicate fingers glided over them, they produced a satisfying rustling sound. Thank you, Maud, she finally said, looking up at him with sincerity. Try out the spell's functionality. Initially, recording notes through thought may feel cumbersome, but as you grow adept at the magic, it will become second nature. Maud nodded, acutely aware of the slight heaviness in his mind brought on by the casting of magic on 2 occasions. It felt akin to having 2 water bags suspended from his head. Thus, emulating Professor Dumbledore's mannerisms, he placed his hands upon the table, fingers interlaced, supporting his chin and allowing the weight of his head to rest in his palms. Hermione redirected her gaze back to her spellbook, becoming once more engrossed in its contents. Utterly absorbed, Maud turned to look at Harry on the other side. Harry was conjuring a blazing inferno, launching an assault on a distant, armored dummy. The searing flames erupted from the tip of his wand, transforming into a golden-orange fireball that raced forward, illuminating its entire path with a dazzling brilliance. The dummy, akin to a marionette, began to stir, emitting a faint creaking sound, its movements reminiscent of rusted gears turning slowly. Yet, it managed to raise its dark gray iron shield just in time, before Harry's fiery spell could reach it. With a resounding clang, the forceful fireball collided with the shield, scattering into tendrils of flame that swiftly enveloped the dummy. Regrettably, the armor of the dummy only bore a slight char, the flames extinguishing almost immediately. Maud was somewhat astonished by the performance of the dummy. The fire spell, indeed a form of magic, possesses considerable lethality. This dummy, merely a temporary construct of the Room of Requirement, seemed to exhibit an extraordinary quality. Its armor and shield bore no visible dents or scorch marks. Could this be the fabled Maiden Sea? Harry repeatedly cast the fire spell, flames illuminating a corner of the spacious hall. Maud observed intently, deep in thought. With his extensive experience in handling fire, he discerned 2 prominent issues in Harry's casting from his facial expressions and movements. His limbs were excessively stiff during the incantation, and he exhibited a certain trepidation towards the flames. The former could hinder his ability to maneuver and evade opposing spells, while facing a single adversary might be manageable. Encountering 2 could prove perilous. The latter could be attributed to the innate human instinct to avoid danger. Yet such thoughts during spellcasting could significantly affect the stability of the magic. If one harbors a fear of fire, it becomes exceedingly difficult to master it. Maud rolled up his loose sleeves and waved at Harry, who turned to reveal his fair little face and those uniquely vibrant green eyes. I am Hallie Maud. She corrected herself, continuing, I suggest you pay attention to your movements and thoughts when casting spells, as they may influence your journey to becoming a true wizard. Listening to Maud's words, Hallie thoughtfully adjusted her round glasses, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she replied, All right, I will give it a try. She began to experiment with adjusting her spellcasting habits in accordance with Maud's advice. Rather than hastily refuting the suggestion, she contemplated whether she truly had any issues, and upon identifying them, endeavored to find solutions. This quality was something Maud greatly admired. It was indeed this smile that. Next, it was Ron's turn. The knight moved to e5. The queen moved to e5. Yes, your knight is gone. Ron, playing both sides, engaged in the game with utmost seriousness, at times frowning in distress, at other moments exclaiming in excitement, and when angered, he would slap the opposing side twice, chastising them for being a sore loser. Maud shook his head in disbelief. He had played a game of chess against this individual before, but never had he encountered someone like Ron, who so skillfully infused theatrics into the game. It made him feel rather inferior, realizing he was not as exceptional as Ron. Maud had already begun to envision a rather grim fate for Ron, one marked by a troubling descent into madness. Setting aside these peculiar thoughts, he initially contemplated imparting some magical knowledge to Ron, considering the care he had received over the past few days. However, it became apparent that what Ron needed most was not an enhancement of his learning capabilities, but rather a transformation in his enthusiasm and attitude towards his studies. If only he could channel the fervor and seriousness he exhibited in wizard's chess into his magical pursuits, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Alternatively, one could entertain the notion of wizard's chess evolving into a practical and formidable form of magic, akin to the colossal chess pieces witnessed in the basement. In such a scenario, Ron could thrive solely on his chess prowess. Perhaps he might even consider streaming his games, earning galleons while reveling in the role of a modestly affluent individual. Within the confines of the room of requirement, Maud observed Harry and Hermione as they engaged in their magical studies, stifling a lengthy yawn. Rubbing his weary eyes, he retrieved a book entitled Dumbledore vs. Grindelwald, a serious narrative that piqued his interest. This illustrated volume bore a resemblance to a comic book, presenting fictional combat scenes with commendable plot development and well-crafted action sequences. Overall, it proved to be a delightful diversion for passing the time. What an intriguing sensation this evokes! Maud suddenly felt a stirring within him, as if a torrent of heat coursed through his veins, amplifying in his mind. In that moment, a miraculous connection linked to his consciousness. He inverted the book in his hands, closed his eyes, and his awareness drifted into the void of his mind, swiftly entering the round-table conference room. Indeed, at that moment, the starlit ceiling and walls of the chamber, adorned with celestial patterns, seemed to dim considerably, as though suppressed by some unseen force. In the solid wooden chair representing the seat of the Imaginer, fierce flames erupted from the shell of a shell resembling mutton-fat jade, accompanied by flickering flames that filled the surrounding space, while the chamber echoed with the crackling sounds of burning. The Phoenix Avatar was about to emerge, a revelation that Maud received from his avatar, Misius Mellus. He was filled with anticipation. What would the Phoenix Avatar look like? Before long, Maud observed further changes in the giant egg. A series of cracking sounds filled the air, and the half-person high shell suddenly sprouted numerous fissures, until cracks spread across every corner of the luminous shell. A pristine hand burst forth, glistening with a hint of oil, pressing against the shell. The hand seemed to exert force, with veins visible beneath the fair skin, as if striving to break free from the shell entirely. With a resounding explosion of crimson light, a towering inferno of gold and red flames erupted, stretching between the floor and ceiling. Amidst the flames, Maud could see that the hand had undergone a transformation. The formerly pristine hand had morphed into a fiery hand of molten red, flames swirling around it, the rising fire emanating from this very hand. The shell began to dissolve slowly, turning into swirling white energy that retreated and vanished, as if absorbed by whatever lay within. Moments later, the shattered shell finally fell apart, splitting down the middle, disintegrating into wisps of white smoke before it could touch the ground. With a whoosh, a pair of enormous scarlet wings unfurled amidst the flames, dispersing the white smoke, while fiery feathers drifted gracefully from the tips of the wings. The surrounding flames coalesced into a dense barrier, encircling the wings. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the wings, its body a vivid molten red, the flames dancing around it, reminiscent of elemental beings from a storybook. Suddenly, a pair of slender golden phoenix eyes opened wide, emitting a piercing and blinding light that shot forth from the flames. Within the confines of the round-table conference room, flickering flames intertwined with white light, squeezing the remaining starlight into the corners. A pair of enormous phoenix wings dominated Maud's entire field of vision, their gentle flapping stirring a current of air that resonated throughout the chamber. "Misius?" Maud inquired, his consciousness delving deeper as he scrutinized the face illuminated by the flames. It bore a striking crimson hue, the flickering light rendering it reminiscent of a red-boiled egg, and it spoke peculiarly. "Will you always bear this visage?" Indeed, this fiery, elemental form, adorned with slender, golden, luminous phoenix eyes, exuded an indescribable air of nobility. Misius remained upright, offering no reply. He was acclimating to his new form, including the fiery physique and the majestic wings. A subtle chill enveloped his surface, emanating from Maud's body temperature, which contrasted significantly with his own, resulting in this peculiar temperature disparity. After a considerable pause, he finally turned his golden eyes, akin to a regal phoenix, towards Maud and elucidated, "I am adapting to my internal essence." As for my visage, he raised his crimson right hand, and the flames dimmed slightly, seemingly retreating. "I can revert to a complexion akin to yours. This is merely one of my forms, akin to a fire elemental-s version of an animagus." Upon uttering these words, the flames enveloping his body began to retract towards his right hand, the vibrant red fading entirely to reveal the original hue of his skin, leaving behind a flowing robe woven from flames. At that moment, Maud beheld his appearance more clearly. Mizius possessed elongated limbs, stood at a height comparable to Maud's, and beneath a cascade of fiery red hair lay a sharply defined face, a straight nose reminiscent of a mountain peak, with elongated, pointed ears peeking from either side. Most striking were his golden, piercing phoenix eyes, which added an extra layer of noble grace akin to that of a phoenix. "Your appearance seems somewhat different from mine," Maud expressed, a hint of confusion surfacing. In numerous accounts, the visage of a doppelganger typically mirrored that of the original. He harbored a suspicion. "Have you been influenced by elven blood?" Mizius, the phoenix doppelganger, nodded affirmatively. "The elven bloodline has bestowed upon me an early consciousness, allowing me to slightly alter my appearance, incorporating features reminiscent of a phoenix, such as these eyes." A glimmer of condescension flickered in his gaze, which Maud found somewhat infuriating. As he continued, "Moreover, your appearance lacks distinctiveness. Frankly, it is rather hard for me to accept." "Ah, so you find fault with your own looks," Maud mused, bemused. "Do you place such importance on appearance? Such superficial matters merely constitute an individual's additional value." Mizius stroked his striking, fiery hair, reflecting, "Yet, if something brings joy without any cost, why not embrace it?" The two individuals remained silent for a moment. The white smoke and flickering flames of the round conference room dissipated, and the starlight from the celestial ceiling cascaded down, blanketing the grayish-white marble floor. "Perhaps you should consider altering your self-reference to my lord," Maud remarked. A dapper figure, exuding an air of aloof elegance, retorted with a nonchalant "My lord." "Why change?" Mizius replied, raising his hand to conjure a ring of fire, seemingly attuning to his own power, and continued, "No need for change. I relish the title." He snapped his fingers, and the fiery ring vanished beneath his skin. After pondering for a moment, he added, "From this day forth, you may entrust your flame magic to me for cultivation. My physique possesses a formidable affinity for fire, and my training speed should rival yours. This will free up your time to explore other pursuits and enhance our survival capabilities." "Very well," Maud responded, gesturing towards Mizius' wings, which were considerably larger than his own frame. "Can those wings carry you aloft?" To Maud's eyes, Mizius' wings bore a striking resemblance to foxes. "Not at present," Mizius replied. "I can only fully unfurl my wings here, while I might summon them externally. My musculature has yet to develop adequately, preventing me from controlling them for proper flight." He pulled his chair closer, a vibrant crimson book appearing in his hand as he impatiently declared, "Hurry and depart. Do not disturb my studies." Annoyed by the disdain of his own doppelganger, Maud chuckled softly, amused by the unique personality of this avatar. "When shall I let you venture out to test your magic? Here is sufficient. The void of my mind remains unaffected by my own spells. I need not wait long. I must merely acclimatize." The Academy Cup was soon to be awarded, heralding the commencement of the Hogwarts holiday. From the break of dawn, the Great Hall buzzed with activity as young wizards employed magic to tidy the expansive space, while house elves busied themselves preparing a lavish feast. Professors set aside their tasks to organize the year's records of student achievements and transgressions, calculating the total scores for each house. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the Great Hall was aglow. Floating candles and braziers dispelled the darkness, illuminating the smooth, pristine floor, while the stars twinkled above. Long tables overflowed with fruits and hot dishes, including pineapples, grapes, apples, ham, and potato chunks drizzled with ketchup. On the dais, the professors scrutinized the students below, who entered in orderly lines and took their seats under the watchful eyes of their instructors. The cacophony of chatter subsided, but the smiles on their faces remained undiminished. After all, the holiday was the cherished time for all students. Maud sat beside Hermione, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the fruits on the table, mingled with the savory scent of meat. He instinctively swallowed, noting that today's feast was more sumptuous than usual. "Harry, who do you think will win the House Cup this year?" Ron queried, popping a grape into his mouth. "I don't know," Harry replied, shaking his head in confusion. He had never bothered to keep track of the points lost in class, struggling even with his own studies. "What about you, Ron?" he continued. Ron chewed on the grape, its sweet juice bursting forth. "Well, before our year, the winners of the House Cup were often Gryffindor and Slytherin." "Oh, speaking of Slytherin, it's rather disgusting," he said, inadvertently glancing at Malfoy, seated at the opposite long table, his face contorting in distaste. "In any case, I hope Slytherin does not emerge victorious." With a sense of personal investment this time, many points lost by Harry and his friends had been regained, and Maud contemplated that their scores were likely to be roughly on par with Slytherin's at the outset. He swatted away Ron's hand, which was reaching for the golden, succulent chicken wings before him. "You wish to take these wings from me?" Professor McGonagall tapped her silver spoon against her glass, producing a clear, ringing sound that silenced the bustling hall. She lifted her gaze, smiling, awaiting Professor Dumbledore to speak. As another year came to a close, Dumbledore stood up, addressing the young witches and wizards below with a warm smile. Dressed in a vibrant purple robe adorned with intricate black patterns, he appeared more spirited than when clad in his usual gray and white attire. He rolled up the sleeves of his loose robe, placing his hands together in front of him, fingers interlaced, and announced, "It is once again time to present the House Cup." The young wizards below felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, akin to the atmosphere during the release of final exam results. Hoping for commendable outcomes, yet unable to shake their unease, Ron set down the chicken wing skin he had been holding, wiping the grease from his mouth, his expression turning earnest as he too desired his house to claim the coveted cup. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, winking mischievously with his azure eyes before changing the subject. "Before we discuss the scores, I have an announcement to make." He glanced towards Professor Snape, still cloaked in black, before returning his gaze to the young witches and wizards. "This year, a professor at Hogwarts, with the assistance of a certain student," his gaze locked onto a specific young wizard, "has earned a level 3 Order of Merlin medal through the study of a potion of remarkable power, bringing honor to Hogwarts, attracting investment from the wizarding community, and providing all of you with more abundant learning resources. Beginning next year, you will discover a more extensive collection in the library, possibly a dozen or even several dozen new volumes." Chairon, somewhat disheartened, grasped a recently set-down chicken wing pastry, took a bite, and muttered softly, "In that case, the Merlin medal is hardly worth more than a few chicken wings and drumsticks." "To be candid, I share this sentiment," echoed a certain student, a part-time small wizard named Imo. "The merit of this Merlin medal, aside from those books, truly pales in comparison to some delectable food at this moment. Let us extend our congratulations to Professor Snape and the particular student for their remarkable achievements, and express our gratitude for their contributions to the school." Professor Dumbledore initiated the applause. The hall resonated with enthusiastic clapping. The young wizards began to whisper among themselves, their curiosity piqued about the identity of the particular student. Why, in such an honorable context, was their name not disclosed? A student assisting a professor in obtaining the Merlin medal? This must be a rare occurrence, indeed. Yes, the professor mentioned him. It must not merely be a supporting role. Even a 7th-year student could be considered a genius in potions. Yet why not reveal his name directly? "I only know of that certain rat droppings, some small wizards, and a few students, but this particular student remains elusive. I speculate it might be Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, or perhaps that girl head of Slytherin. Do you think being a head girl guarantees excellent potion grades? I suspect it might be a student from another school." Ron, upon hearing the familiar title, furrowed his brow. He thought it might be a teacher calling for him, and took another bite of the beautifully colored pineapple chunk, its flavor a delightful blend of tart and sweet. Maud felt the weighty gaze of an elderly gentleman upon him, and turned to look at Professor Snape, who was also on the platform. At this moment, the young man who had recently been awarded both the 2nd and 3rd level medals of the Order of Merlin was the true focus of the ceremony. However, his expression remained taut, devoid of any joy, and rather tinged with reluctance, as though he were being compelled to accept an award by none other than Lady Lily Potter herself. Yet, it was clear that Maud Maris would not be the one to impose such a demand upon him. Noticing Maud's gaze upon him, Professor Snape cast a stern glare in Maud's direction, which prompted Maud to return a smile and offer a demonstration of the award acceptance. The intensity of their mutual scrutiny seemed poised to ignite sparks in the air. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore, while speaking, followed Maud's line of sight and caught sight of Professor Snape, blinking with a peculiar yet admiring expression in his eyes. Subsequently, he announced the scores for the various houses this year. Hufflepuff in 4th place with 352 points. Ravenclaw in 3rd with 426 points. As he paused, observing the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, who were holding their breaths in anticipation, he smiled and continued. It should be noted that there is no 2nd place. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin have achieved a remarkable score of 472 points. A resounding cheer erupted from most students of both houses, including Harry and his friends, although a few remained less than satisfied, such as Draco Malfoy. With a furrowed brow, Malfoy considered it a disgrace to share the same score as the foolish Gryffindor wizards. He instinctively glanced in Maud's direction, but Maud paid him no heed, deepening his frown before turning his attention back to Ron. When Ron caught his eye, he made a face, eliciting a silent exclamation of frustration from Malfoy. Indeed, both houses had performed admirably, yet Professor Dumbledore's remarks that evening were nothing short of a twist of fate. He stated, "Some factors must also be taken into account, and I personally have a few points to award." He winked towards Harry, which rendered Harry momentarily speechless. "Miss Granger, for maintaining your composure while others were in peril, I award you 50 points. Mr. Ron Weasley, for your unwavering support and encouragement of your peers in the face of danger, I award you 20 points." The hall erupted once more into a prolonged applause. Maud clapped enthusiastically, gazing towards Hermione and her companion. Hermione's face radiated joy, her slender eyes curving into crescent shapes, sparkling with a glimmer of excitement. In that moment, it was evident that she felt genuinely elated, a stark contrast to her usual self-doubt, as she experienced encouragement for the very first time within the wizarding world. Ron, unable to suppress a chuckle, felt somewhat out of place. After he and Voldemort had disrupted the wizard chessboard, he had failed to showcase the courage and skill he had previously demonstrated in the game. It seemed as though he was merely a filler in this moment. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore, concerned about fairness, had awarded Ron a prize for being a supportive and encouraging companion. Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter, for your extraordinary bravery and remarkable courage, I bestow 60 points to Gryffindor. Oh, and likewise, for standing steadfastly in front of your friends during this event, I award Neville Longbottom 10 points. Finally, Professor Dumbledore turned towards Maud with a smile before shifting his attention elsewhere, due to the contributions of a certain young wizard, who has repeatedly assisted Hogwarts in addressing safety concerns. He paused for effect. I award Gryffindor House 100 points. Maud feigned ignorance of Dumbledore's smile, having anticipated this scene beforehand, thus refraining from displaying any signs of astonishment. In his mind, he calculated the points for Gryffindor House. 50 plus 20 equals 712? That seems rather high. This time, Gryffindor had amassed a total of 712 points, securing the coveted House Cup. Professor Dumbledore, with a smile, waved his hand towards the ceiling of the Great Hall, a gust of wind lifting the green banners emblazoned with the Slytherin crest. In an instant, the banners transformed in hue to red, with the golden Gryffindor emblem shimmering brilliantly upon them. Yeah, this time, the Slytherin serpents remained silent, their faces long. Even Draco was no exception. Yet the cheer was resounding. This may well be the highest total of points ever attained in Hogwarts history. In Maud's eyes, the flickering candlelight above was reflected, and under the influence of the surrounding ambience, he unconsciously wore a smile. This moment signified the conclusion of Maud Maris's inaugural year of magical studies. The year had been abundant with rich experiences, knowledge, magic, camaraderie between teachers and students, and friendship. As the end-of-term ceremony in the Grand Hall concluded amidst the laughter of young wizards and the sounds of hearty feasting, the little sorcerers departed in an orderly fashion as directed by their professors. Beneath the now empty stage, only tables laden with empty plates and cups remained, alongside remnants of food and scraps. In the spacious hall, peculiar little house elves appeared, their emaciated forms and bulging eyes resembling tennis balls, complemented by bat-like ears. They began to clear the aftermath of the banquet, each elf assigned a task, executing it with remarkable agility. Before their departure, Professor Dumbledore smiled and nodded in gratitude, receiving a courteous bow in return from the elves. Once all had vacated the hall, Professor Dumbledore waved his sleeve into the air. The candlelight and braziers were immediately extinguished, plunging the bright hall into darkness, while the stars above, like a celestial tapestry, drifted into slumber, chugging and whistling. The train bound for platform 9 3/4 from Hogwarts exhaled steam, preparing for departure. Harry, clutching a GIF album gifted by Hagrid, adorned with photographs of James and Lily Potter, hurried aboard the train. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, He made his way inside and located the compartment occupied by Maud and his companions. Inside, Maud was leaning against the window, gazing at the passing scenery, while Hermione was engrossed in a red-covered book, and Ron was idly tracing the patterns on the table. "Hey, Ron," Harry called out, "you nearly missed the train. What were you up to?" Harry raised the album in his hand, his face beaming with joy. "Hagrid gave me this." He opened to the first page, revealing the photographs of his parents. "Now, I won't have to keep looking into that strange mirror." At their age, when encountering something they cherished, sharing it with someone else was a natural impulse, embodying one of the most beautiful moments of youth. Maud turned his head, observing them huddled around the table. Perusing the album, he spotted the photograph of Lily Potter and James Potter with their child. Indeed, there were 3 figures, with James cradling an infant, Harry. "Does this book contain our photos as well?" Ron inquired as he flipped the page, revealing an image of the 4 of them, including Maud. With a hint of confusion, he asked, "When did Hagrid take this photograph of us?" Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You dolt. This was taken during our last visit to Hagrid's hut." "It hasn't been that long," she remarked, gesturing towards the background of a picture. "That backdrop is the wall outside Hogwarts Castle." "Oh, you imbecile." Ron mimicked Hermione's tone, exaggerating. "Miss Know-it-all, you resemble my pet Scabbers quite a bit." As he spoke, he affectionately stroked the small gray rodent in his hand, which squeaked in response. "Though, it's not quite as appealing as Scabbers." Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth with his hand, averting a potential quarrel. Maud smiled and closed his eyes, his consciousness arriving in the round table conference room within his mind. At that moment, the glass door of the conference room was ajar, and a figure cloaked in a fiery red robe stood in the void outside, enormous wings flapping behind him, stirring up a gust of wind that seemed to come from nowhere. Mizius opened his mouth and tilted his head back, a wisp of white smoke escaping from his throat, followed by a flicker of red light. He bellowed, "Ketan, Jikeki no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Boom. A stream of flame erupted from his throat, extending into the air, and then a fireball the size of a human head was instantly spewed forth. The dazzling fireball dispelled the surrounding darkness, its edges dancing like the tentacles of an octopus, accompanied by the crackling sound of scorching air. Maud watched in astonishment. Although Mizius's performance was rather juvenile, he had nearly perfectly replicated a technique from a certain work. The scene was visually striking, and he couldn't help but applaud. Though his virtual form could not produce sound through movement, Mizius released the last of the flames, burped, and exhaled a few more wisps of white smoke. Noticing Maud's arrival, he clapped his hands and asked, "So, what do you think of this embryonic magic? How did you come up with it?" Maud approached, gazing into Mizius's sharp golden phoenix eyes, unable to restrain his praise. "This magic is brimming with imagination. You have transformed a work of fantasy into reality. This is my personal method of learning magic." He raised both hands, palms facing each other, a stream of flames weaving between them, and continued, "I have named it Character Immersion Method." A smile spread across his sharply defined face. "Could you elaborate?" "Of course," Mizius pondered his words. "As the name implies, I attempt to immerse myself in the role of a character from a work, seeking inspiration for my own magic from them." He proudly lifted his head, casting a glance at Maud before adding, "The creativity in fantasy works is quite remarkable. Certain techniques indeed possess elements worth learning, such as the element of surprise in this fireball. Who would expect a wizard to suddenly spew forth fireballs? Moreover, the systematic combat abilities exhibited by these characters are something we sorely lack." Impressive, Maud listened intently, noting that a page in the magic book he held was recording their dialogue. "In these past few days, have you learned any other techniques?" He was curious whether Mizius had any surprises in store. "Regrettably, I only had time to learn this, and it remains merely a prototype." Mizius retracted the flames between his palms, tilting his head and shrugging at Maud. "My magical power is still limited and requires training, plus mastering something new is not easy. However, given enough time, once my magical power is sufficient and this spell is perfected, perhaps I could unleash a fireball of considerable size." Upon hearing these words, Maud envisioned a grand scene of a fire-breathing ninja engaged in a dance. He nodded, unable to contain his delight. "Perhaps we could exchange our experiences in learning magic." The two of them engaged in animated conversation in the void, losing track of time, until the train arrived at the station. Harry gently tapped Maud on the shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. "We have arrived, Maud." Maud opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He nodded slightly, and the four of them exited the compartment, retrieved their luggage, and navigated through the throngs of people to the exterior of the train. Above them, a wooden sign hung high, inscribed with the words of Platform 9 3/4, the very pillar that marked the entrance to King's Cross Station, the gateway back to London. "You three, remember to write to me," Hermione said, her gaze lingering on Maud, Harry, and Ron. The prospect of parting from her dearest, and perhaps only friends for an extended period filled her with a bittersweet sadness. "I will, if my aunt and uncle agree," Harry replied. "Oh, wouldn't it be better to spend that time devouring a couple of chicken wings?" Ron shook his head, dismissing the notion. "Writing letters is such a hassle. I can hardly muster the energy to complete my homework. Speaking of which, I can't help but recall that wretched holiday assignment. Merlin, if only Merlin could pen my homework. I would surely kiss his portrait every day." His thoughts echoed his whimsical dream aloud. Hermione's expression turned fierce, as though she might swallow Ron whole. Before she turned her attention back to Maud. "What about you, Maud? Will you grant me this small request, just like Harry?" she asked, shaking her little fist playfully. Maud smiled and nodded, expressing no concern. It was merely a matter of writing a letter. In truth, if he so desired, he could directly visit several individuals' homes. It was simply a matter of conjuring a spatial door. The group bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. Surrey County, Little Huijin District. Little Huijin Road. As Mo pushed his luggage, he gazed upon the charming European-style villa before him, taking in the lush green lawn and the vibrant red roses adorning the accompanying garden. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring a sense of homesickness. He blinked, pushed open the door, and called out with a slightly trembling voice, "I have returned." With a gentle thud, the door closed behind him. Outside, the azure sky was suddenly graced by the flight of several owls, their forms bearing a striking resemblance to the messengers of Hogwarts. As soon as Maud closed the door, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed within the room. Moments later, Danny Maris, clad in a flowing dress, hurriedly emerged, carrying a steaming platter of roasted lamb, seemingly preparing for lunch. A look of surprise illuminated her face. "It appeared that I had arrived just in time for the meal." Maud smiled at her mother. "Oh, my dear." Danny, regaining her composure, placed the roasted lamb on the nearby coffee table and rushed over to embrace Maud tightly, gently stroking Maud's hair with her right hand. She inquired, "When did you return? Why didn't you call your father to have him come pick you up?" "No need. It wasn't far," Maud replied. Maud reveled in the familiar embrace and the comforting scent of home. This aroma was delightful, perhaps reminiscent of laundry detergent, or perhaps it was a wondrous sensation. In any case, it was imbued with warmth. He continued, "Moreover, the telephone booth over there is rather hard to find." After a considerable time, Danny finally released her grip, scrutinizing Maud's face with a hint of tenderness as she remarked, "It appears my child hasn't had enough to eat over there. You've become quite gaunt." She then muttered fiercely, "That wretched magic school." Although Maud had gained a few pounds since then, the parental instinct often perceives their child as thinner upon returning home. Suddenly, Maud pondered something and gazed into his mother's brown eyes, inquiring with curiosity, "Mother, how did you recognize me?" His appearance had changed significantly. He had grown taller and his features had become considerably more refined, almost as if he had undergone cosmetic enhancement. Yet Danny recognized him at once. "What do you mean?" Danny gently patted his head. "No matter how much you change, I will always recognize you. After all, you're my son." She turned her head and called into the inner room, "Tummer, Maud is home." Before long, Tummer Maris emerged, clad in a blue-striped suit, exclaiming in surprise, "You." He gestured towards Maud, then turned to Danny, questioning, "Have you mistaken him? Is this young man truly Maud?" "Indeed." That was the expected reaction. Maud stifled a laugh and greeted Tummer, "Father, good afternoon." Tummer's eyes widened. He recognized his child's voice. Approaching Maud, he observed his face with the seriousness of an art connoisseur, speculating, "Have you been drinking some sort of tonic?" The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, as he grasped Maud's face, pinching it painfully. "Whose hair is this made from? It looks rather splendid." Smack. Danny shot him a glare and swatted his hand away. "How dare you pinch my child's face?" She then pointed to a small black birthmark on Maud's left ear. "Did you not notice this mark?" Tummer looked at her with a hint of grievance. Such a small birthmark on the ear was hardly noticeable. However, he was bewildered by the extent of Maud's transformation. His expression quickly returned to its usual seriousness as he regarded Maud. "What has happened to you? Why do you appear as if you have a completely different face?" Maud observed the scene, chuckling heartily for a while. Once he composed himself, He gazed intently into his father Tumail's eyes and earnestly replied, "Father, this aligns with the Eastern adage that a man transforms for the better as he matures. Is there such a saying?" Tumail turned to glance at Dani, seeking her insight, for she possessed greater knowledge of the Muggle world than he did. However, Dani was currently preoccupied with handling Maud's luggage, urging him to rest indoors, and thus had no time to attend to his inquiry. The phrase 18 lingered in his mind. Feeling somewhat off, noticing the mirth in Maud's eyes, he realized his child was jesting with him, prompting a sudden exclamation, "You rascal!" In Maud's room, the brown cotton linen curtains were drawn halfway, allowing sunlight to cascade through the window and illuminate the white marble floor within, casting a gentle reflection. Seated at a table by the window, Maud basked in the warmth of the sunlight while engrossed in a book, savoring the comforting embrace of home. His entire being relaxed upon returning, yet his dedication to the study of magic remained unwavering. Over the past few days, he had meticulously reviewed his learnings from the year and devoted time each day to observing celestial charts. His mastery of the art of celestial magic had seen progress. He had successfully conjured 2 strands of starlight, with the third likely imminent. Additionally, he had outlined a primary task for the holiday, to delve into alchemy, aspiring to concoct 2 protective alchemical products intended for his parents. In pursuit of this endeavor, he had immersed himself in literature pertaining to alchemy, the sources of which were borrowed from Hogwarts. Maud closed the spellbook in his hands and stretched leisurely, feeling quite content. He glanced out the window at the scenery. The weather today was exceptionally delightful, with a cerulean sky adorned by a few fluffy white clouds. His neighbor, Mrs. Fenris, was dressed in a splendid gown, just as she settled into a sleek black car. However, he couldn't help but notice that the middle-aged gentleman behind the wheel was certainly not Mr. Fenris. Could it be that this man bore the surname Wong? Maud shook his head, expressing regret to Mr. Fenris. He gently caressed the invisible black serpent, which materialized into view and affectionately rubbed against his hand, emitting a soft, cooing sound. He nearly forgot about the existence of this dragon. After all, the black serpent could cloak itself and, under the cover of night, draw upon his magical essence to sustain itself, truly a creature of remarkable understanding. Thus, it was quite natural to overlook its presence. The black serpent conveyed that the ability to communicate telepathically was not without its drawbacks. It began to coo persistently once more, conveying a sense of grievance and indignation. Maud did not pay any heed, his mind preoccupied with matters of study, his hands continuing to manipulate the object as if he were kneading dough. Soon, it was time for dinner. He prepared to descend the stairs, opening his door to the sound of a football match emanating from below. A goal. The current score was 1-2. In a certain alley of the Little Huijin district in Surrey County, 2 figures clad in wizarding robes materialized from the void. "Oh dear. How much time have we squandered on that fool star?" grumbled the wizard in the black robe, extending his hand as an owl, seemingly arriving from nowhere, landed upon it. The owl clutched a yellow parchment tied to its talons. Upon unfurling it, he discovered a layer of text adorned with an odd symbol, which vaguely bore the name Reguff. "Regrettably," he said, handing the parchment to the wizard in the gray robe before him. "This comes from a family member skilled in divination. Derived from indirect clues in the smallest range, though it may not be entirely accurate." The gray-robed wizard nodded thoughtfully, his expression serene, as if deep in contemplation. "This individual must still be found. Allowing a murderer of our family's direct lineage to roam free would signify a loss of prestige. If this matter remains undisclosed, it may be manageable. In any case, relay this information to the British Ministry of Magic, urging them to narrow their search to the Little Huijin district. We must eliminate the possibility swiftly. If it is indeed him, we shall deliver him as required, regardless of his fate. If not, we can promptly return to America and avoid further waste of time." "Very well. That fool Connolly is simply too inefficient." Moore wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. He had just completed a run after a prolonged hiatus, yet his elven physique proved resilient enough to conquer 10 kilometers in one go. After drying off, he stowed away the towel. "Good morning," greeted Mr. Fenris, who had just stepped out of his home, lifting his head as if savoring the fresh air outside. "Ah, the vigor of youth. How far have you run?" Maud blinked, recalling the scene from yesterday, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Good morning, Mr. Fenris," he said, gazing at the window of the house where Mrs. Fenris was preparing breakfast. He continued, "I could barely manage to run 10 kilometers. He reminisced, "In my youth, I too could run 10 kilometers. I even participated in a marathon, though I only completed half of it. But you know, That still amounts to 21 kilometers. As he spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed Mr. Fenris's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a shake of his head. But that is no longer the case. Age has taken its toll. Once you surpass 30, you find yourself not quite as spry. Dear, came a voice from within, the unmistakable tone of Mrs. Fenris. Oh, Mr. Fenris waved at Maud. My wife is calling me. I must go inside and see what she needs. With that, he stepped into his home. The white door closing with a definitive thud, Maud shook his head, redirected his gaze back to the street, and while performing some stretching exercises, strolled to a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of milk to quench his thirst, exiting the store with a satisfying gulp. He tilted his head back and took a generous sip, savoring the delightful aroma of the milk in his mouth, letting out a contented sound of pleasure. What is this? Maud squinted his eyes and, from this angle, beheld a number of owls soaring through the distant sky, not merely one, but 4 or 5 flying separately. He was certain that these were the owls employed by the magical realm to deliver messages. However, he recalled that while owls from the magical world might occasionally appear in the Muggle realm, spotting 1 or 2 was purely a matter of chance. The last time so many owls had manifested was when Harry's acceptance letter to Hogwarts had been rejected and even torn to shreds by his Uncle Vernon. Maud's eyes sparkled faintly as he gazed into the distance, the magic unfolding before him. He discerned the form of the owl and noticed the letter clutched in its talons. However, his lack of familiarity with owls left him unable to identify any distinction between them and the postal messengers of Hogwarts. Was the Ministry of Magic pursuing someone? Or was Hogwarts sending correspondence to a young wizard? A sense of unease crept over him, conjuring the long-forgotten name, Star Regulus, in his mind. Could it be related to him? Maud pondered this as he made his way home. Inside the warm abode, Tummel was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, a ritual he adhered to unwaveringly each day. As the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, his profession perhaps instilled in him a profound appreciation for the written word. You're back? Tummel glanced up momentarily before returning to the pages of his newspaper. Maud looked at his father, Tummel, who was intently reading the newspaper, and pondered for a moment before inquiring, Father, has anything noteworthy transpired here recently? After a brief consideration, he added, Oh, I mean something concerning wizards. Tummel did not lower the newspaper entirely. Instead, he shifted it slightly, allowing his golden eyes to be visible. The furrow on his forehead added a touch of seriousness to his demeanor. I do not recall anything of significance. Why do you ask? Nothing much, Maud replied, gesturing towards the ceiling. I noticed several owls flying above our roof. Is that so? Tummel responded. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic is searching for someone. Or maybe Hogwarts is dispatching a letter to a certain wizard. There is no need for concern. The government of the Muggle world has communicated with the Ministry of Magic, and no wizard will use magic to influence anyone here. He blinked, perhaps considering that it was essential for his child to learn independent thinking. He continued, If you are interested in uncovering more about this matter, you might visit the Leaky Cauldron. Perhaps someone there possesses knowledge regarding it. Maud nodded slightly. Yet he could not fully endorse the initial sentiment expressed by Tomer. In his eyes, the Ministry of Magic, under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, had long since become as rotten as moldy dough. The last time this inept ministry attempted to safeguard Muggles, during the incident with Sturgis Podmore. They were more concerned with covering up his misdeeds than with actual protection. Nevertheless, seeking information at the Leaky Cauldron was indeed a prudent idea, considering the eclectic clientele it attracted. It was 3 in the afternoon. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and a damp breeze stirred, though fortunately, rain had yet to fall. Transformed by magic into the visage of Nicholas Flamel, Maud arrived at number 1 Diagon Alley, surveying the narrow bar nestled between a bookstore and a record shop. With a gentle press of his black top hat, he pushed open the creaky, weathered black door and stepped inside, ensuring to close it behind him. The bar's proprietor, Tom, an elderly man with grizzled hair, spotted Maud and greeted him warmly. Welcome, sir. What can I get for you? He inquired while pouring brandy into another patron's glass. Maud surveyed his surroundings and approached the bar, casually requesting, a glass of mead, please. The ambience remained unchanged, with peeling, unpainted earthen walls and a few candles casting a dim flicker of light, the sole illumination within the tavern. Rough-hewn wooden tables were haphazardly arranged in the cramped space, surrounded by wizards clad in various robes, engaged in hushed discussions, their faces appearing somewhat sinister in the subdued glow. The weather outside has indeed been quite capricious these past few days, Tom remarked as he placed the mead Maud had ordered before him. the pale yellow liquid gently rippling within the goblet. Maud nodded, lifted the cup of mead, and took a sip, savoring the flavor on his tongue. The honey's sweetness intertwined with a hint of malt, quite delightful indeed. He took another sip and shifted his focus to the conversations of the unfamiliar wizards behind him. Oh, I must say, the taste of brandy leaves much to be desired. Whiskey aligns far better with my palate, remarked Harry Potter, the boy who had narrowly escaped death, who had just completed his first year at Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic seemed preoccupied with some unknown affairs lately, frequently appearing in Diagon Alley. There had been a notable increase in the number of owls in Surrey. Upon hearing these words, Maud raised his gaze. While he savored the mead in his cup, he attentively listened for more details. However, regrettably, until his glass was empty, no one delved deeper into the matter of the owls. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to Tom, "Could you refill my mead, please?" "Certainly," came the reply. "By the way, has anything particularly noteworthy transpired recently?" "Noteworthy?" Tom paused in his pouring, pondering for a moment. "I'm not aware of anything special, but a significant event that has occurred could be related to the Ministry of Magic." "Oh," Maud blinked, intrigued. "The Ministry, you say?" "Indeed. I've heard that they dispatched numerous individuals to Surrey, seemingly to assist North American wizards in locating someone. It might be connected to the Black family mentioned in the recent newspaper reports." "Oh, is there anything else? Perhaps something intriguing?" Modus engaged Tom in a different conversation, his expression remaining unchanged. Indeed, Regus had come knocking, so those owls were also entangled in this matter? He pondered as he accepted the mead and took another sip. Upon returning home, it was already evening. A gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly against the window, and the sky had darkened considerably. Maud took off his damp leather boots and put away the umbrella he had purchased from the convenience store. He groped in the dark and flicked the switch for the living room light. With a click, the illumination flooded the room, revealing its emptiness and an overwhelming silence. Timur and Danny had yet to return from work. Maud furrowed his brow as he settled onto the sofa, contemplating the recent news he had gleaned at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. The Reguff family of North America was diligently searching Surrey, in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic, in pursuit of the murderer of Star Reguff. They had possibly even narrowed their focus to the vicinity of Little Hinkley. He dared not underestimate anyone, least of all a family reputed to be quite powerful in North America. The thought of another incident akin to the arson committed by Star Reguff, endangering his loved ones, weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, clinging to a sense of optimism that his adversaries would not intrude upon his life was not his style. He needed to take proactive measures to break the impasse. However, with his current knowledge so scant, unaware of how many members of the Reguff family had arrived or who they were, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Resting his chin on his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. The weekend arrived. Tumail lounged on the long sofa, engrossed in a copy of The Old Man and the Sea. Danny had gone shopping with her university friend, Mrs. Leese, leaving the house empty. Meanwhile, Maud was quietly studying in his room on the second floor. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, startling Tumail. He couldn't recall any friends planning to visit that day. Perhaps it was one of Danny's nurse colleagues or Maud's classmates. He rose to answer the door, calling out, "Please hold on a moment." With a click, the door opened to reveal two tall, middle-aged men clad in black wizarding robes, albeit with slightly differing styles. "Who are you?" Tumail inquired, puzzled as he observed the somber expressions on their faces. His hand instinctively moved toward the wand concealed beneath his coat. This did not seem like a mere social visit. "Oh, Mr. Tumail," one of the wizards gestured dismissively, a smile breaking through the scarred visage beneath his left eye. "No need for alarm. We are merely searching for someone who seems to be quite adept at evasion. Thus we resorted to this rather unorthodox method of visiting all the wizards residing here." He produced a Ministry of Magic identification badge and offered it to Tumail. "I am Maisel Smith, an Auror with the Ministry, and we are seeking a dark wizard responsible for the death of Mr. Star Reguff from North America," he explained. "The pallor you see is due to our late-night endeavors." "Oh, what a wretched task this is." He was a man who could read the room well, which made his life as an Auror relatively comfortable. The other wizard remained silent, his face stoic as his gaze swept over the interior of the room, his complexion fairer than Maisel's, suggesting a life spent predominantly in an office. Realizing the authenticity of the Ministry badge, Tumail relaxed and gestured for them to enter. "Would you care to come in for a moment?" "Mr. Smith." "And who might this be?" Maisel nodded, indicating his companion. "This is Mr. Mark Reguff, from the Reguff family in North America." "Oh, greetings, Mr. Reguff." Tourmaire extended his hand, hoping to engage in a handshake, but Mark disregarded him, maintaining a cold demeanor and not even sparing him a glance, which rendered the atmosphere quite awkward. My apologies, Macer explained. Mr. Reguff has such a disposition. He is similarly indifferent towards me. Tourmaire retracted his hand, feeling somewhat displeased, though he did not show it. He invited the two guests to take a seat on the sofa before retreating to the kitchen, where he personally brewed 2 cups of coffee and served them. The television had already been turned on, currently broadcasting today's weather forecast. London, sunny, with temperatures ranging from 13 to 15 degrees Celsius. This black coffee is truly delightful. Much like today's weather, Macer remarked after taking a sip, then retrieved paper and pen to begin jotting down some notes. He looked up and inquired, Mr. Maris, have you recently encountered any wizards in the vicinity who exhibit peculiar attire or behavior? Or have you seen any unfamiliar wizards? Tourmaire pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, in recent days, I have only seen muggles. Wizards seem quite scarce around here. Is that so? Do you have any wizard friends nearby? Regrettably, I have not interacted with wizards outside the magical community for quite some time. Meanwhile, the Reguff family and the Ministry of Magic's Maud were stationed on the staircase of the 2nd floor, eavesdropping on the conversation below. His ears were keenly attuned. In fact, he had overheard the dialogue between the 2 unfamiliar wizards and his father, Tourmaire, when they first arrived at the door. He smiled, a hint of frost glimmering in his golden eyes. Based on the discourse from downstairs, it appeared that the Reguff family had yet to ascertain his whereabouts, suggesting they were still in the investigative phase. However, the endeavor to locate him was indeed considerable. Having traced the matter to his home, what would they do next? Would they eliminate his family from suspicion, or would they continue to probe further? Maud gently caressed the black serpent in his hand, feeling the coolness of its scales. Through a mental connection, he instructed the serpent to follow the 2 individuals closely, eager to discern how they would identify the dark sorcerer through their investigations. The serpent emitted a soft coo, returning to its state of invisibility as its form swiftly vanished into the air. Subsequently, utilizing its innate ability, mist essence, it glided through the air, arriving at the living room on the 1st floor. Maud sensed a delicate thread within his mind and gently tugged at it, causing the scenery before him to shift as he transitioned into the perspective of the black serpent. The living room scene unfolded within his gaze. On the long sofa, Tourmaire engaged in conversation with a man bearing scars upon his face. Nearby, on a shorter couch, sat a man of fair complexion, his countenance stoic as he surveyed the surroundings. On the table rested 2 cups of coffee, one half consumed, while the other remained full. Through his father's dialogue and the recent exchange, Maud discerned the identities of the 2 men, committing their faces to memory. A flicker of light in his hand revealed an old, yellow-covered book that now lay quietly within his grasp. Maud was simultaneously allowing the magic book to record information subtly hinted at during the conversation while observing them through the eyes of the black snake. After approximately half an hour had passed, the 2 individuals were finally ready to depart. I have also perused this book. It is quite an exquisite read, remarked Maisel with a smile, glancing at the copy of The Old Man and the Sea resting on the table. He stood up and subtly gestured to Mark Reguff, indicating that they had matters to attend to and would not intrude upon Mr. Mellis's reading. Tourmaire escorted the 2 to the door, and as he closed it, a small invisible creature slipped out unnoticed. Maud stood by the window, watching them depart. Macer and Mark separated at the intersection ahead, while the black serpent received Maud's response and turned to follow the fair-faced Mark Reguff, who walked away. Mark Reguff did not employ apparition, but instead strolled to another residential area not far off, arriving at the 3rd small villa on the left side of the street. He opened the door and stepped inside. Within the dimly lit room, a wizard clad in a simple gray robe sat in a reddish-brown wooden chair beside the fireplace, his long-brimmed hat casting shadows over much of his face. How has the day's work fared? The gray-robed wizard lifted his gaze to Macer upon hearing the door creak open. I have visited several other wizards' homes, yet even the bodies elude us. Tracing the murderer through scant clues is no facile task, Mark replied, his usual nonchalance returning to his features. He removed his robe and casually draped it over the back of the chair before sitting down. Ah, may these days come to an end swiftly. The gray-robed wizard nodded. Our work plan may require some adjustments. He rummaged through his pocket, extracting a sheet of yellow paper and laying it upon the table. Under the watchful gaze of the black serpent, the text became clearly visible. The high-level meeting had addressed the task of finding the murderer of Star. The The deputy general manager of Andergu had expressed dissatisfaction over the simple task that had consumed entire months without resolution. He proposed, to save time and alleviate further workload, that more manpower and resources be diverted towards the expansion of the family business, necessitating adjustments in their work focus. This endeavor aimed to showcase the family's retaliation against all actions infringing upon the rights and interests of the Reguff lineage, thereby enhancing the family's public prestige and facilitating its operations within the British magical community. Consequently, the original task was modified to identify the area where the murderer resided, specifically, to eliminate several wizards from the Little Huijin district under the pretext of punishing the murderer, making the killings public to demonstrate the family's strength and their intolerance for such transgressions. Thus far, this proposal had received unanimous approval from the senior management. As Maud's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a fire ignited within him. The Reguff family intended to indiscriminately select a few wizards as instruments to respond to public scrutiny, using their deaths to proclaim the family's might and inviolability. Who might find themselves among the fortunate few chosen for this grim fate? Would it include himself and his father? Tamail? If not, could he truly regard the ensuing events as a tragedy unrelated to him? Grappling with his conscience, Maud recognized he could not remain indifferent. Any person with a semblance of normal morality would find it impossible to overlook this matter. What had those individuals done wrong, that they should perish because of his involvement? What should one do in response moving forward? Maud lightly rubbed his chin, pondering the question at hand. He inscribed a line in his spellbook: "Know thyself and know thy enemy. Understand their numbers, strength, and residence, while simultaneously enhancing one's own magical prowess." In the deep of night, a golden crescent moon adorned the dark sky, its silvery light streaming through the glass window and spilling onto the marble floor, stretching forth to illuminate a corner of the wooden bed. Upon the bed lay a golden-haired youth, eyes closed and lost in slumber, yet troubled by unsettling dreams. His brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly, a faint glimmer of light seemingly emanating from the corners of his eyes. Perhaps it was true that what one contemplates by day manifests in dreams by night. Maud found himself in a dim and eerie room within his dreams. A pale yellow flame, reminiscent of octopus tentacles, flickered in the fireplace, while two shadows occupied the brown-red armchairs beside it, engaged in hushed conversation. Opposite the door, an ancient clock ticked rhythmically on the wall, while a calendar depicting a snowy Christmas scene hung nearby. The page turned to read, June 20th. At last. I have completed the background checks on the last few individuals. Can we finalize the list today? Abby. Only one remains. Let me see. Ah, yes. The last one. Who is on the list? Shibwa Filte of Yezhin Road, Ida Kins of Xiawajan Road, Tumur Maris. 5 in total. I intend to target Shibwa Filte first. The two figures fell into silence for a moment before one spoke again. When shall we make our move? Around July 12th. During this period, the British Ministry of Magic is typically quite busy, and they will not interfere with our plans. And after that, are you not concerned that the ministry will uncover the truth and detain or even eliminate us? The selected 5 have no significant backgrounds. I have studied Cornelius Fudge's character and modus operandi. The ministry will not be foolish enough to confront us directly. They will merely let things unfold. Suddenly, the scene flickered like a television signal lost, black and white stripes flashing before coalescing into a vibrant image. It was a warmly decorated home where a man and a woman sat on the sofa watching television. A soft melody filled the air from a music program, as a charming little girl with 2 braids played with a duck-shaped toy between them, her laughter ringing like silver bells. In the corner of the broadcast, the time displayed read, 1921, 07121992. A familiar figure materialized in the living room, silent, raising his wand as a fierce golden flame erupted forth. Who are you? In the living room, a man shouted, rising to his feet as he extracted a wand from his jacket, shielding the woman and little girl behind him. The tip of the wand flickered faintly, conjuring a barrier that barely withstood the flames before him. Moments later, the room was ablaze with flickering light. The woman's screams and the child's cry swallowed by the crackling fire. After a while, the radiance subsided, restoring a semblance of tranquility, with only the figure in the black robe standing in the center of the room, while 3 indistinct forms on the floor were gradually consumed by the flames until they vanished completely. The fire eventually receded, leaving the interior charred and blackened. The television had melted into a shapeless mass, exuding the acrid scent of burning plastic mingled with the foul odor of singed leather upholstery. The robed figure extinguished the last ember with the wand, covering its nose as it traversed the room before vanishing into a swirling void. All that remained was the charred remains of the house and the howling wind outside. Like the final cries of a drowning soul, Mord suddenly awakened, sitting upright. The haunting images of the dream lingered in his mind. A family of three, the inferno, the charred bodies. His gaze was vacant, devoid of focus. Akin to that of a living corpse, his eyes motionless as they mirrored the shadows of the curtains against the stark white wall. Until the last ripple of turmoil within him was finally smoothed by the passage of time. Maud blinked, and a glimmer of light began to emerge within him. He turned his gaze towards the window, where darkness still enveloped the outside world. The clock on the wall indicated that it was 3:30 in the morning. Was what he experienced merely a nightmare? Maud's mind churned sluggishly, akin to a dilapidated wheel in motion. The vivid scenes of the house, the clock, the calendar, and the television program remained remarkably intact in his memory. Even the dialogues were etched clearly within his thoughts. He gradually sensed the slight pulsation of his eyeball within its socket. Covering one eye with his hand enhanced the clarity and intensity of his perception. This phenomenon had only occurred previously when the divinatory powers of the sage spirit were invoked, coupled with a peculiar intuition stirring within him. He became certain that this was a genuine precognitive dream. Maud recalled the heartwarming image of a family of three on Jeune Road at West Beaufort, and the haunting, silent aftermath of a charred scene. An inexplicable emotion took root in his heart, causing him to grip the blanket tightly, twisting the blue floral pattern into a tangled mess. He was already aware of the list of fortunate souls, which included his father's name. Suddenly, the voice of the Phoenix avatar, Mishuz, resonated in his mind. Maud sat in contemplation, delving into the void of his mind. Mizius, still adorned in a robe of flames, sat cross-legged within the dark expanse. "What are your next intentions?" Mizius inquired, his arms crossed, revealing an unusual seriousness in his demeanor. Madra, lost in thought, found his ethereal consciousness materializing before Mishuz. He spoke. "Have you sensed it? Or perhaps dreamed of it?" "Indeed, I have sensed it," Mishuz replied, nodding. "Our memories are intertwined. If I were to liken your memories to a river, mine would be like tributaries branching from that river. Memories imbued with intense emotion surge forth like a swift current, rapidly flowing toward me." Maud nodded and inquired, "Do you have any thoughts?" "Indeed. It's quite simple. Ambush and eliminate." "Oh, can you fathom how they discern my movements?" "I can speculate a bit." Missus, with his keen, piercing eyes, gazed intently at Maud, his fingers brushing through his fiery red hair. "Did you not consider this as well?" "Certainly." Maud paced back and forth for a moment before taking a seat in front of Mishuz, earnestly stating, "Let us perform a divination akin to my prophetic dream from tonight." Mishuz, with his thumb gently rubbing the palm of his other hand, summoned a flickering golden-red flame that gradually illuminated his palm. He explained, "Due to certain factors, they are unable to divine your precise location directly, which is why they must engage in a cumbersome search within the Shaohui Jin district. This factor may very well be your bloodline." As Maud listened to his words, his mind involuntarily recalled a scene from Hogwarts. He spoke, "It is akin to the moment when Professor Dumbledore asked Professor Trelawney to divine my fate." I noticed a contemplative expression in his eyes. "Perhaps my elven bloodline bestowed upon me a certain sensitivity to divinations concerning myself, or even a shielding ability." "Precisely," Mishuz affirmed, his hands transforming into a vivid crimson hue, flames dancing upon them, while his eyes mirrored the fiery glow. He relished playing with fire in his daily life, as it enhanced his control over the element. Observing his blazing hands, he continued, "In such circumstances, if you fail to perceive the divination scene of another, then they may be utterly incapable of divining your presence. Much like Trelawney remarked, your destiny is shrouded in a veil of mist. Consequently, you shifted to alternative methods of divination, such as reading others or divining specific objects." He regarded Maud and posed a critical question. "What precisely did he divine that could reveal your approximate location?" Maud lowered his head, engaging in a mental brainstorming session, reflecting on all possible scenarios. After a thorough contemplation, he concluded that the most plausible explanation was that the adversary had divined the location of Star Reguff's demise. However, the logic seemed somewhat flawed. The two fell into a profound silence, each lost in thought. After a while, Maud's eyes brightened. "Mizius, do you think there exists a possibility that the opponent has utilized some form of alchemical product to enhance their divination capabilities? This could allow them to evade my perception or breach my barriers, albeit not entirely." thus only enabling them to sense a general vicinity without daring to delve further. With a sharp clap of his right hand upon his left palm, Mizius's tone bore a tinge of excitement. That is indeed quite possible. However, a fleeting look of regret crossed his face as he seemed to contemplate something. Yet, if that is the case, we cannot effectively sever their means of divination. Not to worry, Maud replied, undeterred by this statement, and smiled. From the circumstances in my dream, it appears they have not relayed the list to their family, suggesting that this is merely a minor task for them. Thus, it is highly likely that our subsequent encounters will involve pawns rather than facing the formidable and unfamiliar Reguff family directly. Which is sufficient. Since the onset of his nightmares, Maud had undertaken two significant endeavors. The first was to gather intelligence on the Reguff family with the aid of the Black Serpent, ultimately determining that within the confines of the Shalweegene district, only two members of the Reguff family resided, those he had previously encountered. Their capabilities seemed evident. Mark Reguff, as demonstrated in the dream, possessed magical prowess slightly superior to that of an average adult wizard. Meanwhile, the gray-robed wizard, Abibal Reguff, had not exhibited any magical abilities during this period. However, his ability to command Mark suggested that his magical proficiency likely surpassed that of Mark, although this remained a conjecture. The second undertaking involved the study of magic. To ensure that his magical education progressed uninterrupted in the Muggle world, he summoned the scholar's seat from the Round Table conference room. This process did not require fragmenting his soul, thus only impacting his state for a day. The outcome was that he could enter a state of consciousness within the void of his mind and practice magic therein. Over these days, he primarily focused on two spells, the lightning magic imbued with the essence of ultimate guardianship and the frost arrow, both of which possessed formidable power. Additionally, to further enhance the potency of his magic, he diligently observed the star map daily. Before long, the date of July 11th arrived, and upon the star map, the tranquil night revealed a bluish-green sky adorned with a golden full moon, surrounded by a swirling array of stars, with countless torrents converging to form 12 colossal nebulae. Beneath the night sky, a towering cypress tree stretches its flame-like brown branches upward, as if fiercely striking the heavens. A golden-haired young gentleman sits gracefully atop the vast crown of the cypress, gazing at the oppressive starry expanse above. Surrounding him are three resplendent streams of starlight that swirl incessantly, illuminating him with a radiant glow. Feeling the cool breeze from above brush against his face, Maud gently rubs his nose and immerses himself once more in contemplation. Having acquired the third stream of starlight several days ago, today may hold the promise of further advancement. The drifting nebula reflects in his eyes as he begins to think rapidly, grasping the final nuances of one particular stream of starlight. In his mind, he sketches a dotted line to illustrate its trajectory, committing to memory the last segment of its descent into the heart of the nebula. This process is monotonous and burdensome for the mind, necessitating brief pauses for rest after periods of observation. Time flows gradually. After countless transformations of the nebula before his eyes, he sits cross-legged in the tree crown, ripples gradually emerging in his golden irises. Soon, a golden luminescence flickers within his being, radiating outward and illuminating the air before him, forming a luminous veil. Within this veil, a glimmering orb resembling a pearl is discernibly developing, its brilliance intensifying. Before long, a crack appears on the surface of the orb, followed by a proliferation of fissures that spread like sprouts after rain, covering the entire sphere. Ultimately, the orb shatters like an eggshell in a brilliant stream of starlight. Akin to a mischievous sprite the size of a fingertip, dances playfully around Maud's form. He extends his hand, guiding the starlight to rest upon his palm. Indeed, as he gazes at this newly birthed starlight in his hand, a joyful smile graces his face, for he has captured yet another stream of starlight. This signifies that the speed of his magic will ascend to new heights. Withdrawing from the celestial map, he channels his focus into the depths of his mind, swiftly arriving at the dark void of his consciousness. Once again, there is a presence. Flapping its fiery wings, Mischus raises its sharp golden eyes to greet him. Then, with a broad grin, it tilts its head back, unleashing torrents of scarlet flames from its throat, transforming them into searing fireballs that pierce the void. Cartoon. Wanagino Gigi. Phoenix Fire Technique. Whoosh. Whoosh. 7 or 8 fireballs soar forth like bullets, descending swiftly from above. The flames, crackling fiercely, slice through the darkness, their echoes resonating in the vast emptiness of the void. Maud gazed at the scene before him, remaining silent, Yet he too smiled and raised his hand, snapping his fingers. A frost-laden arrow, shimmering with a cold glow, was born from the radiance, as 4 stars swiftly revolved, transforming into 4 golden silk ribbons that entwined around the blue shaft of the arrow. Whoosh! The frost arrow morphed into a magnificent stream of gold and blue, darting away. The air erupted as if a water-filled balloon had burst, and in the next instant, the golden blue arrow seemed to vanish from sight. Looking up, one would see that the golden blue stream of light pierced through 7 or 8 fireballs in the void. As time appeared to halt at that moment, the fireballs seemed unscathed. But soon thereafter, bang, 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 fiery red fireworks blossomed in the air. How was that? Maud inquired. Mizius nodded. Not bad. He chuckled again. Indeed. It is worthy of the master. On the night of July 12th, under a dark moon and howling winds, it was a fitting time for murder. In Surrey County, in the small Huijin district, on Privet Road, Maud, transformed to resemble Nicholas Jowls, alongside Mizius, who had consumed a potion and now bore the visage of a weathered wandering sorcerer, arrived at the location they had previously scouted, where Shibwa Field resided. Both men beheld the brightly lit house before them, listening to the soft strains of music from within, and smiled. They intended to resolve the fate of one tonight. In this night that had been foreseen, the night was dark. The crescent moon, veiled by a black curtain, allowed only fragmented moonlight to seep through the crevices. The path was shrouded in darkness until the streetlights flickered to life, finally dispelling the gloom. A figure clad in a black robe walked down the street. Passing beneath one streetlight after another, he lifted his gaze and spotted a solitary house in the distance, a smile creeping across his face. He exhaled a plume of white smoke, discarding his nearly extinguished cigarette onto the cement path and crushing it beneath his foot, as if squashing an insignificant insect. Snuffing out the ember as he muttered, "This creature I send too shabby." He retrieved a gray wand from beneath his robe, raising it in preparation to cast a disapparition spell to that very house, intending to send the unfortunate Shibwa Field to paradise. At the intersection ahead, a figure emerged, clad in a black suit, with glimpses of a white shirt visible from the cuffs and collar. He lifted his head, revealing a black dust mask and a pair of ebony eyes that, illuminated by the streetlights, radiated vitality, resembling someone returning home after an evening gala. At that moment, he thought to himself, "At last, I see you, Nicholas Jow Damaris." He pinched the metal wire inside the mask at his nose, tightening it slightly, and approached Mark Reguff, appearing as an ordinary passerby. He surmised that Mark would first assess the situation inside the house through careful observation before making his entrance, rather than recklessly barging in like a fool with a hasty teleportation. Clearly, his intuition proved correct. Mark squinted, concealing his wand beneath his robe, as he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications that could jeopardize the task at hand. The two of them passed by each other seemingly without incident, until they had walked approximately 10 meters apart when, snap, Maud seemed to have inadvertently snapped his fingers. Mark felt an inexplicable unease regarding the man before him. Acting decisively, he drew his wand, its tip igniting with a golden-orange flame. "You." He hesitated momentarily, for he observed the man clad in formal attire, with arched eyebrows and a glint of mirth in his eyes. What did this mean? Did this individual know he was a wizard and fear not for his life? A fireball surged forth, radiating intense heat, hurtling towards Maud from 10 meters away. Yet, Maud paid it no heed, fixated instead on Mark's eyes, engaging in a silent confrontation as a hazy white light blossomed within his gaze. Buzz. Mark felt as though he had been struck by a Muggle automobile, disoriented and with a muddled sense of direction. However, he quickly regained his composure, reorienting himself to the scene before him. The man had transformed into a wisp of white light, merging with the glow of the street lamps, and swiftly departed the area engulfed in flames. Mark, witnessing this unprecedented display of magic, seemed to grasp something profound, and he turned to look. In the vastness of the night, clusters of blue light flickered, and a barrage of frost-laden arrows sliced through the air, emanating a palpable chill, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Whoosh! Armored protection. Mark's wand struck the air, conjuring a formidable transparent barrier that expanded before him. Yet he did not cease his actions. He produced a small cloth pouch and, in a fleeting moment, extracted a Firebolt 2000 broomstick, positioning it beneath him. He contemplated abandoning his mission, having discerned the peculiar nature of this man's magic. It was highly probable he was no match. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, he resolved to seek reinforcements. After all, he was a member of the illustrious Reguff family. How could he perish here? Heh. A deep, somewhat playful voice resonated from behind. Mark turned to look, his hands remaining in motion. However, upon glancing back, a figure emerged seemingly from nowhere, cloaked in black robes akin to his own. The robed figure lifted their hood, revealing a visage like molten lava, brilliantly crimson, with flames flickering and dancing across it. Whoosh! Mark mounted his flying broomstick, ascending swiftly, but alas. Crack! A pair of enormous flaming wings unfurled, their searing heat barring his path. Then, a shadow obscured his vision, and instinctively, he raised his gaze. Beneath the vivid red face, a torrent of fiery breath coiled within the throat, erupting instantaneously. Flames engulfed Mark's entire field of vision, and as his face ignited, just as he was about to cry out in agony, a fiery arm burst forth from the black robe, the sleeve consumed by flames, penetrating his chest in an instant. All was over. How did I fare in this encounter? Mizius gazed into the distance as a man clad in a black suit approached, his figure appearing remarkably tall under the streetlight. However, what caught the eye were his slightly golden glowing eyes, a manifestation of the Farsight spell at play. A professional ambush. Mort exclaimed, snapping his fingers as the frost arrows in the sky dissipated into glimmers of light. Yet, this enchanting scene went unnoticed, for the street was nearly deserted at night. TCH, aren't you also ambushing? Mizius retorted with a smirk, promptly giving himself a thumbs up. Indeed, I am Mizius Maris. Oh. Mort chuckled. This sentiment sounds quite familiar, as if he had echoed it in his own thoughts more than once. Then, Mizius pointed towards the burning figure of Mark Reguff amidst the flames, a scene reminiscent of Mark's ruthless actions against an innocent family in his dreams. Shall we confront Ababo Reguff directly? He pondered. Maud touched his chin and pulled up the black mask by his ear, concealing his face. Is there a better way? He inquired. Transform the illusion of light into Mark's likeness. Oh, you truly are cunning. Not even a dog could rival your cleverness. Is that so? We are equally matched. Finally, with a serious expression, Mishas asked, have you prepared an escape route for yourself? Of course. If I cannot defeat you, I possess the means of the Unicorn King. If you can flee, do so. If not, you'll have to be reborn through fire. As for our parents, they cannot trace our identities for the time being, so we remain safe, at least for a few days. TCH, by saying that, you haven't truly prepared an escape for yourself. In a residential area on Golden Road, a white, slightly yellowed wooden door creaked open as Mark entered. As usual, he removed his robe, revealing a weary and languid appearance. Under the dim light, Abib was seated by the fireplace, clad in a gray robe, engrossed in a book. Finished? He looked up and asked. Yes, Mark nodded, taking a seat in another chair. Another busy and dreadful day. Abib stood up, walked past Mark, picked up a cup from the small table, and took a sip of water. He suddenly wrinkled his nose, glancing at Mark's profile with a contemplative expression. He turned to look out the window. Only a few cars were seen racing by with their headlights on. Perhaps due to the heavy rain this afternoon, the evening was overcast, and it seemed that few pedestrians were out tonight. Mark glanced at Abib with a curious expression. What are you doing standing behind me? Nothing, murmured Ibibo as he opened a small drawer in the table, revealing a white envelope. He inscribed something upon it with a quill pen, then tucked the envelope into a crevice of the drawer, its destination unknown. He then plunged his hand beneath his robe in search of something. Mark turned around, leaning against the back of the chair, as if curious about Ibibo's actions. Their gazes met, and from Mark's eyes emanated a white light. Ibibo abruptly turned his head, having drawn forth his wand, but it was too late. He felt disoriented, his mind somewhat hazy. In that fleeting moment, a man clad in a black mask had taken Mark's place. With a snap of his fingers, a gray circle materialized, and with a swift kick, he propelled Ibibo into the circle, following him inside. Within the circle, flames seemed to erupt. Beneath the table, an envelope shimmered with light, fluttering forth from the crevice and transforming into a butterfly that flew out through an open window, vanishing into the vastness of the night. P.S. 2,500 words. Seeking urgency in updates. Requesting 5-star reviews. Near the M25 motorway in London, on the slope of a desolate low hill, human presence was scarce, overrun by wild grasses. And the dim moonlight illuminated the verdant landscape, the air fragrant with the scent of earth. A hazy circle suddenly emerged, from which a stumbling gray-robed wizard dashed forth, soon followed by a man in a black suit and top hat, stepping out before the circle vanished. Almost simultaneously, bang, bang, flames erupted from behind a nearby poplar tree, transforming into surging fireballs that hurtled towards the face of the gray-robed wizard, Ibibo Reguff. The glow of the flames reflected upon his face, dispelling the earlier moment of daze. He exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly raised his wand and uttered a simple protective spell. A gray mist instantly enveloped his entire being. Behind him, Mort emerged, cradling a blue long arrow, momentarily stunned by the sight. He recognized the protective spell but noted that its manifestation was entirely different from his recollection. Traditionally, a protective shield summoned a transparent wall that could not fully envelop the surroundings, yet Ibibo defied this norm, his protective spell manifesting as a gray mist that cloaked his entire form. Was this an emotional magic or perhaps a form of aesthetic sorcery? Be cautious, Little Red. Maud pointed at Ibibo, and the frost arrow soared through the air, striking from behind Ibibo. Behind him, a wisp of light emerged from the range of the fireball, transforming into an apparition of light, instantly swapping positions with his own form. Subsequently, the apparition dispersed, drifting into the poplar thicket. He continued, "This individual understands such matters." Understood. Li Hua. Michuz exclaimed, pondering, Maud's choice of name is truly pedestrian. He raised his hand, and a stream of flame gushed forth, igniting the weeds surrounding Ibibo, scorching the gray mist enveloping his body. Yet, whether it was the frost arrow, the fireball, or the flames on the ground, all were thwarted by the mist, making no headway. Fireballs erupted against the gray fog, dispersing into clusters of flames that fell to the ground, causing the surrounding weeds to blaze even more fiercely. The frost arrow struck with a thud, as if embedded in stone. Blue light surged like rolling waves, and a chill spread, forming a layer of ice upon the gray mist, yet failing to harm Ibibo within. So thick, so hard. This was the impression the mutated armor spell left on Maud. From within the mist, a calm voice declared, "Petrify them all." Two beams of white light shot through the fog toward Michuz and Maud. Could the petrification spell also undergo alterations in his hands? Maud pondered. He then addressed Michuz. "Let us attempt to find his magical flaw through sheer numbers." "Good," came Michuz's reply. Maud cast a blue eyeball and snapped his fingers, once again swapping positions with the apparition in the poplar thicket. Amidst the thicket, two golden lightning sparrows took flight, magical spirits inhabiting their forms, followed closely by four slightly ethereal starlights that circled above the sparrows' heads, transforming into a resplendent golden crown. The sparrows, with their eyes glimmering with lively golden light, soared upward in an instant, becoming two streaks of lightning that pierced through the dark night. Maud looked at the two thunderbirds fading into the distance, while behind him, a wave of blue light was burgeoning. Suddenly, Mithias unleashed a fireball, immense in size, akin to a small water tank, its scorching sound crackling through the air incessantly. A beam of white petrification magic intertwined with the dissipating illusion of light, landing on the ground and forming a small patch of lime-colored soil, resembling a layer of cement. Another beam of petrification collided with Mithias's colossal fireball, momentarily enveloping its surface in soil. However, the searing heat swiftly broke through the obstruction, rendering the soil into oblivion. The fireball surged forth, and upon contact with the gray mist, the flames transformed into a fiery torrent, completely engulfing the mist and the being within, Ibibo. This fireball served a dual purpose. 1. To act in unison with the blazing flames on the ground, creating a furnace to steam Ibibo. The other, a sudden inspiration from Mithias to reduce the oxygen within the mist through combustion, ultimately suffocating Ibibo. Yet, whether this would succeed remained an enigma. Maud observed the unfolding scene through his azure eyes with meticulous attention. Indeed, Ibibo was a wizard who had transcended into the realm of ethereal magic, displaying no signs of fragility. The gray mist, illuminated by flames, had indeed depleted its energy, gradually dimming. Yet, simultaneously, Ibibo deftly flicked his wand, conjuring a new veil of gray mist that enveloped him, replacing the illusory armor spell. Cautiously, he stepped out of the flames, feeling the searing heat wash over him. Through the mist, his gaze fell upon Michuz and the apparition of light, and he noted the petrifying effect beneath the feet of the illusion, pondering its implications. A series of chirps resounded above him, prompting him to look up, where he beheld two purple arcs of lightning reflected in his brown eyes, slowly taking the shape of birds. "Petrify them all," he commanded, attempting to anticipate the trajectory of the lightning birds. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and the tip of his wand unleashed a barrage of petrification spells. "So, you killed Mark, did you?" Aberber's voice emerged from beneath the mist. "Oh, I meant the one you impersonated, that fellow fond of dark robes." "Indeed." Misha's grinned broadly, "And what of it? We seem to have misjudged our approach. Besides," he paused, adding with a smirk, "we are utterly unrestrained. What will you do about it? Come over here." He beckoned provocatively, aiming to incite Aberber's wrath. "Ha ha." Aberber's laughter echoed beneath the night sky. "Dark wizards, you say? Regardless of your affiliations, we share no significant enmity. There's no need to escalate this situation. He was merely a waste. His death changes nothing. In the Reguff family, we have no shortage of such useless beings." "But I fear," Misha's retorted, unleashing another fireball the size of a human head from his throat. Aberber raised his hand, casting 2 petrification spells that transformed the fireball into a mere clump of earth, which thudded to the ground. "We, the Reguff family, take pleasure in forging friendships with powerful wizards, be they dark or light, it matters not. This is the source of our strength." He chuckled again. "So, shall we attempt a dialogue?" Yet the response he received was a resounding negative. Observing the derision on Mishuz's face, Aberber realized that words alone could not sway them. He assessed the situation. The 2 adversaries were not weak, especially the one lurking in the shadows. He found himself in a precarious position, and prolonged engagement could lead to the shattering of his gray veil. With a flick of his wrist, he cast several more fireballs. Boom! Purple lightning erupted, 2 spheres of electricity probing as they descended upon him, only to be thwarted by the gray mist. However, the mist hue noticeably lightened, revealing that the lightning orbs bore far greater potency than the fireballs. As Maud observed the scene, his eyes flickered with determination. He was convinced that his rapid magic, if executed multiple times in quick succession, would suffice to transport Abib to Mark's side, allowing them to soar together in the afterlife. On the mountainside, various lights flickered incessantly, the sounds of flames and explosions filling the air. After a moment, a series of whooshing sounds pierced through the atmosphere. In the sky, clusters of blue light surged forth, interspersed with 2 beams of golden blue light, their whistling echoing throughout the mountainside. Simultaneously, on a stretch of the M25 highway's emergency lane, a car with its hazard lights flashing had come to a halt due to a flat tire. Fortunately, Mr. Granger, an experienced driver, managed to bring the vehicle to a safe stop. It was indeed a dismal outing plan. At that moment, near the guardrail, Mr. Granger was replacing the defunct tire, while Mrs. Granger stood by to assist. Inside the car, Hermione Granger leaned against the window, gazing at the vast night sky, attempting to calm her earlier agitation. Suddenly, a cascade of enchanting blue streaks cut through the darkness, capturing her attention. "Wizards!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, murmuring, "What an awe-inspiring display of magic! This magic resembles that of Maud's, though I cannot quite name it." After pondering for a moment, she climbed over to the other seat and lowered the window. "Dad, Mom, can we hurry?" she urged. The scene suggested a confrontation among wizards, and the most combative among them were undoubtedly dark wizards, indicating that danger was imminent. As if responding to her thoughts, the dense blue streaks suddenly changed direction, and a figure mounted on a flying broom surged through the air, speeding towards them. Beneath the night sky, a robed wizard raced forth on his broomstick, a trail of blue light following in his wake, illuminating the entire sky with a fantastical glow, a vivid depiction of the magical realm. However, as Hermione regarded the approaching figure and the shimmering light, it became evident that they were heading directly towards her. She glanced at her parents, the Grangers, and a look of panic overtook her features. What should she do? With such speed, even her inadequate broom-flying skills might not suffice for escape, let alone her parents, who were utterly unfamiliar with magic. In the distance, upon the desolate foothills of the low mountains, Mizius watched in astonishment as Abib soared away on his broomstick. He had not anticipated that Abib, who had just been angered after failing to persuade him, would suddenly flee amidst a flurry of petrification spells. "What a rogue! How utterly dishonorable!" he exclaimed. Mizius was acutely aware that Maud could not soar through the skies, yet his reflexes were remarkably swift. Behind him, a pair of crimson wings unfurled, and his entire form began to emanate a deep scarlet glow, flames swirling around him. He tore away the last remnants of fabric clinging to his body, enveloping himself in a robe of fire. In an instant, he ascended like a magnificent phoenix. However, as he took flight and beheld the distant scene, the sharpness of his eagle-like eyes caught sight of the faint, solitary lights of vehicles in the distance. Li Hua. Mizius had not forgotten to conceal Maud's name. He called out loudly, in the direction that Ababeo is flying. There are Muggle vehicles, and there should be a few Muggles nearby. Maud, hidden among the willows, heard this and furrowed his brow tightly. He instantly retracted his azure eye, piercing it with a finger and launching the transformed blue orb into the air. It was caught by a thunderbird, which then darted away like a flash of lightning. The thunderbird's speed was astonishing, swiftly approaching Ababeo's figure, and within the blue orb, a scene was relayed back. On the emergency lane, a car blinked its headlights as a man and woman busied themselves changing a tire. From one of the car windows, a familiar face emerged. Hermione? Maud couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "How is it possible to encounter you three little ones everywhere?" He ran a few steps, distancing himself from Micheuse, evading the nearby magical fluctuations, before snapping his fingers. A brilliant golden ring materialized out of thin air. He adjusted his hat and hurriedly stepped into the circle, followed closely by the ethereal light. Meanwhile, Micheuse had already unfurled his wings and soared after him. Oh, let me think. It seemed I overheard their conversation and caught sight of Micheuse's sudden state of urgency, prompting a smile to emerge on Ibibo's face. Still flying at great speed, he glanced back at the fiery silhouette behind him and remarked, "You appear quite concerned about the Muggles. This presents us with an opportunity to have a discussion." His gaze focused on the young girl seated in the nearby carriage. Hermione hastily retrieved her wand from her backpack within the carriage. She thought, even if it might be in vain, she must wield her wand for one final desperate attempt. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps anxiety for her parents that caused her brown eyes to glisten with moisture. Nonetheless, she raised her trembling hand and stepped down from the carriage. She turned her head one last time to glance at her parents, who were crouching on the other side of the vehicle, obscured from the impending danger. Taking a deep breath, Hermione's resolve solidified. She gazed up at the approaching figure, raising her wand. This scene caused Ibibo to blink and then smile. Flames blazed. Whoosh. A fire spell materialized in the air, its glow overshadowed by the light of the car, rendering it less conspicuous. Subsequently, the fireball created by the spell shot forth with great speed. Ibibo chuckled as he raised his wand, aware that the individuals behind him, be they human or magical, would soon catch up. Thus, it was imperative to seize one or two valuable hostages at this moment. A beam of white light emanated from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward the flames with force. This feeble fire would be extinguished in an instant by his petrification curse, transforming the young girl below into a statue. Certainly, she would not perish immediately, for she was merely a pawn in the game. Yet, the inevitable fate that loomed ahead was likely death. In the traditions of the Reguff family, all living pawns ultimately met their demise. As anticipated, at the moment the white light collided with the flames, the fire dissipated without even forming stones, as it was directly undone by the magic. Subsequently, the white light surged forward, swiftly arriving before Hermione. Hermione could not deduce from the silent spell that it was a petrification curse. She merely perceived it as a potentially lethal incantation, especially given its origin from someone who resembled a dark wizard, and perhaps was one. Reflexively, she shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending end. Flickering images danced through her mind. The warm scenes at home, the wrinkles that formed at the corners of her father's eyes when he furrowed his brow, the tender strokes of her mother's hand on her back when offering comfort, bickering with Ron at Hogwarts, embarking on adventures with Harry, and studying alongside Mo. Was she truly facing death? Yes, her inner voice affirmed. But what would become of her parents? Would they, like her, succumb to the magic? Would their suffering be profound? In that moment, she finally resembled a 12-year-old girl, sobbing openly, her tears and snot flowing freely. She felt akin to a turkey awaiting slaughter in the kitchen, having witnessed the gruesome scene of butchery. Yet, after a brief spell, her thoughts remained coherent. Hermione pondered whether this clarity was a normal phenomenon at the brink of death. However, she had never encountered such a description in her readings. "Excuse me," a gentle voice intruded into her darkened world of closed eyes. Instinctively, Hermione lifted her gaze and beheld a face obscured by a mask, with deep, fathomless black eyes that imprinted themselves indelibly in her mind. She sensed a radiant light illuminating her profile. Turning her head, she glimpsed two golden blue beams flickering. Long arrows formed from frost, seemingly sculpted with meticulous artistry, strikingly familiar. Maud shielded Hermione behind him, gazing at the somewhat astonished face of a Beaver, who clearly did not anticipate that he could traverse through the spell of apparition while simultaneously engaging in magical combat with the young witch. In truth, Maud had arrived at the emergency lane not far away, and much sooner than he had anticipated, just shortly after his departure. He even had the opportunity to cast 2 stunning spells upon the Granger couple. To any ordinary wizard, amidst the fervent chaos of magical combat and pursuit, it would seem implausible for anyone to maintain such a level of composure and strategic thought, as one would typically be swept away, racing on a broomstick in hot pursuit. In the nearby sky, amidst the dense streams of light, 2 golden-blue beams dissipated, yet the remaining torrents of luminescence still surged forth, drawing ever closer. The battle was on the brink of eruption. A smile glimmered in Maud's eyes as he raised a finger, directing the 2 swift frost arrows before him. The multitude of frost arrows cascading from the sky, the 2 lightning sparrows, and the phoenix doppelganger, Misius Mellus, to converge upon a Beaver, who stood 10 meters away. A formidable transparent barrier materialized before him, safeguarding himself, as well as the Granger couple and the car behind him. Regaining his composure, a Beaver realized he had missed his chance to flee. His gaze sharpened, transforming from bewilderment to fierce determination. He understood that his only recourse now was to fight desperately, even if it meant perishing and dragging a couple down with him. A layer of gray mist enveloped him as his mind raced, seeking a magical solution to his predicament. His expertise lay in the armor charm and petrification spell, but the latter lacked the potency he required. Instead, he recalled a perilous curse known as Sandstorm. With a swift motion, a beam of blue light surged from a Beaver's wand, imbued with an exceedingly unstable and immense energy. It sliced through the 10-meter distance in an instant, lightly striking the transparent wall, followed by a thunderous eruption. Clouds of dust billowed forth, the cemented road fracturing into countless pieces. Waves of blue energy erupted like bombs, violently tearing apart the transparent barrier shielding Maud. Seemingly undeterred by the imminent danger, Maud snapped his fingers. The swift frost arrows surged forth, enveloped in waves of blue light. Layers of ice forming rapidly, instantly freezing the vehicles behind him, entombing the Granger couple and Hermione within, while simultaneously stabilizing the volatile energies swirling in the air. At this moment, Maud stepped forward to exchange with the nearby illusion of light, resolving to remain behind and free Hermione and the others from their icy restraints. In the next instant, Aber could do nothing further. Countless frost arrows converged upon him, seemingly drawn by some magnetic force emanating from his very being. As the brilliance flickered, the gray mist enveloping his form remained resolute, until 2 swift thunder sparrows transformed into explosive projectiles, merging with the 2 swift frost arrows. In an instant, an explosion of violet and azure light erupted, as if the sky had burst into a splendid display of fireworks, with golden arcs of electricity cascading everywhere, while waves of blue surged forth. With a crack, the gray mist shattered. Aber's body was torn apart and transformed into a sculpture of ice. Subsequently, a torrent of flames surged from the sky, completely vaporizing his remnants. Amidst the roaring flames, Lucius descended to the ground, retracting his wings. His sharp golden eyes pierced through the firelight as he emerged, clapping his hands, and surveyed the scene with satisfaction. "Job well done, my friend." Maud smiled faintly and approached. He snapped his fingers, erasing all traces of magic, and cast a restoration spell upon the shattered ground, returning everything to its former state. "Next, you shall conclude this," Lucius said, gazing at the frozen figures of Hermione and the Granger couple, which transformed into a flame and swiftly entered Maud's body. Maud thought for a moment and then stood before Hermione, feeling the need to explain certain matters to her. He lifted the icy spell that ensnared her. Hermione, shivering, rubbed her hands together, her nose tinged with a hint of red from the cold, and she couldn't help but let out a sneeze. As she surveyed the pristine ground around her, she noted that the dark wizard had vanished. Standing before her was a man clad in a black suit, and in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Is he dead? Has that formidable dark wizard truly met his end? Not a trace left behind, utterly gone." Maud smiled, though his expression was obscured by a mask, revealing only a glint of emotion in his eyes. "Yes, it is all over." He paused thoughtfully. "I have certain matters to discuss with you. Is it about the identity of the dark wizard?" The astute Miss Granger seemed to have deduced something, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Maud. She placed a reassuring hand on her chest and declared, "Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret." "Indeed." Maud nodded, yet felt compelled to caution her. This individual possesses a unique identity. He has ties to the Ministry of Magic and is backed by formidable forces. If this information were to leak, he fixed a serious gaze upon Hermione's eyes. You, your parents, and I may not survive the consequences. His earnest and solemn look sent a shiver down Hermione's spine, prompting her to nod repeatedly. Pondering deeply, she raised her head and inquired, "Are you Maud?" A sense of inexplicable tension gripped Maud as he pondered whether his recent display of magic had inadvertently revealed his true identity. Hermione, with her chestnut eyes, scrutinized Maud's face, particularly the areas not obscured by his mask. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from uttering his name and continued, "Your magic seems rather familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Is that so?" "Huh. It appears your knowledge is quite extensive," Maud chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "There are numerous spells that bear similarity. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence?" He then glanced at the Grangers, now frozen like ice sculptures within the vehicle. With a snap of his fingers, the ice encasing them began to thaw, dissipating into a chilling mist that wafted out the window. "I must take my leave," he stated, before walking away into the distance. Hermione called out, but her words remained unfinished. Beneath the moonlight, the man in the suit continued his stride, seamlessly exchanging places with a distant apparition of light. It appeared as though nothing had changed. It was still him, performing the same movements. Then, the light phantom transformed into a shimmering mist, ascending into the night sky, while the figure vanished into the darkness. "Remarkable," Hermione mused, blinking in astonishment. She contemplated. I still believe he might be Maud's mentor in magic. Otherwise, how could their spells be so alike? She resolved to inquire with Maud at a later time, perhaps through correspondence. In the nearby desolate wilderness, Maud snapped his fingers, unveiling a portal. "Oh, the way you just departed was truly audacious," echoed the voice of Mrs. in his mind. "But I must admit, I rather enjoy it." Maud nodded. Bandages for wiping. One must show their skill. He adjusted his black top hat and gracefully stepped into the spotlight. Creak. Moore opened the door and stepped inside. Within the confines of the room, a comedic film flickered on the television, eliciting peals of laughter from Tomail and Danny. Intrigued by their mirth, Moore couldn't help but smile as he entered, shedding his coat to reveal a crisp, white shirt beneath. Tomail, however, did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he turned to Moore and remarked, "Where have you been at this late hour?" "I visited a classmate. You know, that chubby glaze who has been over to our house before." "Oh, mind your words. Refrain from giving people nicknames recklessly, and certainly do not speak of their shortcomings," Tomail admonished, his forehead creased with disapproval. "All right," Danny interjected, lightly tapping Tomail's hand. She rose from the sofa, positioning herself beside the coffee table, and inquired of Moore, "Darling, would you care for a late-night snack? I suspect your outing has left you rather peckish." "Huh?" Moore glanced at the clock mounted on the wall near the television, 8:34 p.m. It had barely been 2 hours since dinner. So, the time for a midnight snack was indeed 8 p.m.? He chuckled and shook his head. "No, Mother. I'm still quite full. I only just returned from a classmate's house where they had prepared 2 turkeys for their large family, and I managed to snag a few pieces of meat." Speaking of the 2 turkeys, Moore recalled Mark and Abby. Ah, indeed, there were 2 of them. As he sat on the sofa, conversing with his parents, a sense of relief washed over him, alleviating much of the pressure he had felt in recent days. The family gathered together, watching the comedy, sharing laughter and conversation. Such a life was simple yet profoundly heartwarming. After half an hour, Moore prepared to ascend the stairs. He brewed a cup of black coffee in the kitchen, a beverage that was initially bitter to his palate, yet its robust aroma gradually won him over. Ascending the stairs with a soft patter, he placed the coffee on the desk by the window and took a seat. He pondered the scene he had just witnessed at Abby's house, where he had encountered merely some clothing and an assortment of ordinary wizarding snacks. Nothing else of note. Not even any letters. He recalled the numerous owls that had previously been present, suggesting that correspondence would not be lacking. Had it been destroyed or merely left behind? Or perhaps, Maud's initial thought was that perhaps his family had no habit of preserving letters, thus casually incinerating them. However, despite his attempts to convince himself of this explanation, the mere mention of letters continued to evoke a sense of unease within him. It was as if a foreboding omen loomed, suggesting that something unpleasant might transpire, with the letters being the catalyst for such events. He entered a contemplative void, engaging in discourse with Mythius regarding the matter, for 2 minds are often more resourceful than one. The absence of letters, while not overtly suspicious, did not escape Mithias's attention. After reflecting on Maud's words, he remarked, "You are likely aware that such letters ought to be kept close, or perhaps even disposed of entirely. What you should pay more heed to is whether this entity possesses any true efficacy." Maud nodded, blinking his golden eyes as he pondered deeply. "I have contemplated this matter. Yet an unsettling feeling persistently gnaws at my mind, reminding me that something is amiss." He furrowed his brow and continued, "In the realm of magic, intuition is a nebulous concept, yet I suspect that the emotions evoked by a particular phrase may indeed be influenced by a certain divinatory aptitude. Thus, I shall choose to trust my intuition. This is our inaugural venture into such cleansing of debris, and perhaps we have inadvertently overlooked certain details, such as a letter that was dispatched prematurely." The two lapsed into silence, contemplating how to resolve this dilemma, yet they ultimately arrived at no conclusions. The most prudent course of action remains the enhancement of one's magical prowess. Once one is sufficiently formidable, the so-called perils become mere trifles, easily extinguished with a flick of the wrist. The following day, in London, Surrey, at Runnymede. This locale is a suburban retreat far removed from the hustle and bustle of the town, where verdant foliage flourishes. Beside a small grove of vibrant poplars stands a quaint wooden cottage, the origins of which remain a mystery. Inside, Agil Reguff reclined on a wooden chair, gazing out at the picturesque scenery, wind stirring, clouds billowing, and trees swaying, an idyllic sight indeed. He had been sent here by his brother, Abibal Reguff, serving as a courier tasked with facilitating communication among the Reguff clan stationed at the British Ministry of Magic. Though this may sound peculiar, Abibal's motivation for sending him here likely stemmed from a more personal inclination to distance his closest kin from discord, for he had once stated that wherever conflict arises, danger inevitably follows. Agil, being his younger brother whom he had watched grow, was particularly dear to him. Agil hummed an unknown tune from the wizarding world when suddenly a diminutive figure fluttered through the window. It was a paper butterfly, flapping its wings, which alighted gracefully before Agil and, with a soft pop, transformed into a white envelope that drifted down. As was customary, Agil opened the letter. This was one of his duties, so he was not taken aback. However, it seemed the previous correspondence had occurred 2 months prior. He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, discovering the scrawl within, on the evening of July 12th. Mark did not bear the distinct aroma of that foul cigarette, and his posture seemed askew. "I suspect he has met his demise." Agir's eyes widened in surprise as he straightened his posture. He continued reading. "Tonight, I had intended to eliminate the first individual from the selected list, Shibwa Fjord. There may have been an issue, but it could also relate to the other names on the list. Therefore, I shall inform you of the remaining 4 individuals as well. If I survive tonight, I will send an additional letter in 2 to 3 hours. If not, then I have likely met my demise. You need only report this to Phibos Reguff, who remains at the Ministry of Magic in Britain. The rest shall be left to them without concern." 4 hours later, the sky had darkened, and no letters had entered through the window. Instead, an owl flew out from within the house, carrying a message destined for the Ministry of Magic in Britain, addressed to Phibos Reguff. The day was overcast, with the heavens shrouded in a gray haze. A brisk wind, laden with moisture, swept through the alleyways, creating a relentless whistling sound. Beside the street lamp, a plastic bag emblazoned with a store logo, along with some scraps of paper, danced around the lamp post, caught in the gusts of wind. Maud walked along the Union Road, the soles of his leather boots striking the cement surface with a crisp sound. He lifted the bottle of soda to his lips, took a sip, and then secured the cap, the fizzing sound of bubbles bursting echoing from within. He had just passed the Blue Eye, observing the vicinity of Shibwa Fiedel's residence, ensuring that his family was safe and that no suspicious individuals were lurking nearby. If the Reguff family had acquired any intelligence and decided to pay a visit, the most probable destinations would be Shibwa Fiedel's home and the dwelling of Abibal Reguff. Abibau's house was under the watchful gaze of the Black Snake, while he could only personally inspect Shibwa Fiedel's residence. These days seemed oddly tranquil. Maud contemplated this phenomenon. If the matter of the letter was a manifestation of his divination abilities, then it was certain someone would come knocking soon. Yet, the unexpected calm enveloped him. He should have felt delighted by such serenity, but the unease regarding the letter lingered within him, as if shackled to his heart, impossible to shake off. He glanced at the sky, thick with ominous clouds, presaging a downpour. The chill wind raised goosebumps on his skin, and he murmured to himself about the calm before the storm. He continued on, the streets sparsely populated, steeped in an eerie silence. However, It wasn't long before he sensed an anomaly nearby. The wind picked up, causing even the dim street lamp ahead to flicker, a scene reminiscent of sorcery. Maud's senses heightened as he caught a whiff of the magical aura permeating the air. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly turned, slipping into a corner and rendering himself nearly invisible. Peering cautiously outside, he wondered, could it be Reguff's people? He cast the blue eye once more, anchoring it to the street lamp, before retreating into the alley, shifting his perspective. The scene surrounding the blue eye unfolded before him. Bang, bang, bang. Maud felt an inexplicable tension, his heart racing as he pondered how many members of the Reguff family would arrive. Would he be able to manage the situation? If his abilities fell short, would he have to flee? His magic would facilitate an escape. Yet what of the innocent bystanders? Could they evade danger? The flickering of the streetlights intensified, and with the encroaching darkness, the atmosphere grew oppressively sinister. Suddenly, however, he exclaimed, "Cut!" as he slapped his forehead, his expression relaxing. For it was not a member of the Reguff family that had appeared, but rather a diminutive fairy. Its gaunt frame bore wrinkled, dark red skin, and its eyes, the size of tennis balls, blinked incessantly, brimming with curiosity as if searching for something. Maud observed it, blinking his eyes. Dobby? He was aware of Dobby's purpose. Thus he had no intention of continuing to watch. The moment the little elf turned around, he retracted his azure orb, opening a luminous portal within the alley and stepping inside. Instantly, the portal vanished. Days passed once more. A void lingered in his mind. Maud stood in a corner, intently surveying the scene before him. In recent days, both he and Mizius had diligently engaged in their training. Yet his magical prowess and power had temporarily reached a plateau, while Mizius had not. Now, he was on the verge of advancement. Suddenly, flames erupted from the black void, blossoming in the darkness. Within the inferno, a figure, crimson as molten lava, sat ensconced, its massive fiery wings gently flapping, conjuring gusts of wind that caused the flames to whirl incessantly, transforming into a fire vortex. At this moment, Mizius was nearing the completion of his magical tower's construction, and, benefiting from Maud's experience, the entire process had proceeded smoothly. Each angle of the octagonal tower's layers was adorned with a bright flame lamp, while the tower's body was intricately engraved with vibrant red, mysterious patterns, suffusing the entire structure with an enchanting aura. The first level of the tower was nearly finished, yet it bore a significant distinction from Maud's own first level. Unlike Maud, who had merely crafted a vast reservoir of magical energy, Mizius had opted to divide it into several smaller reservoirs, each possessing identical capacity. This was the outcome of their deliberation, to render magical energy quantifiable. Different spells consumed varying amounts of magical energy. If the values were known, one could clearly ascertain the consumption of each spell, thereby enabling better allocation of magical energy during combat. Soon, several of the reservoirs swelled with a fiery red energy, the unique magical essence of Mizius's corporeal form infused with a flame-like vigor. Mizius reveled in the sensation of his bodily energy being purified by the reservoirs, akin to a rejuvenating hot bath that washed away grime and fatigue, followed by the exhilarating feeling of his magical energy continuously amplifying, an advantage of breaking through a significant threshold. In the first level, there were a total of 64 magical reservoirs, of which 4 had been filled, with the energy still rising until 10 of the reservoirs brimmed with fiery red power. This surge in power effectively doubled his magical capacity. Mizius emerged triumphantly from a wondrous space within himself, opening his eyes to see Maud across from him. It worked, he declared. Was it smooth sailing? Maud inquired, harboring uncertainty about the modifications to the magical tower, as it was a tome of wizardry that had been passed down through countless generations. Indeed, Mizius nodded. The test subject feels splendid, indicating that the modifications to the tower's exterior were executed flawlessly. Maud smiled, remarking that the little white mouse was, after all, a role chosen by himself, and he had undoubtedly contributed to the modifications. I shall give it a try as well, he added, before shifting the conversation to the matter of correspondence. It is already August, yet the Reguff family has yet to make an appearance. What do you suppose could be the reason? Oh, there could be countless explanations, Mrs. replied earnestly. Perhaps they are, akin to Ron, ensconced in the restroom, indulging in flour as a meal? Or maybe they are engaged in a fervent romance, reminiscent of the youthful Professor Dumbledore? How absurd! Maud exclaimed, caught between laughter and exasperation. Let us maintain a serious tone. I am speaking earnestly. So am I. If you must know, Mrs. shrugged, a contemplative gleam flickering in his sharp phoenix-like eyes. It is quite normal for the Reguff family to convene meetings. Furthermore, their decisions may require voting and gathering various individuals, which could prolong the process. Alternatively, they may perceive this matter as less pressing than others, thus prioritizing what they deem more important issues. Maud seamlessly continued from where he left off. Mrs. nodded in agreement. The following afternoon, within Maud's mind, an urgent gurgling sound echoed. Soon, a vivid scene materialized before his eyes. Two wizards, one stout and the other slender, had arrived at Abib's dwelling. The lights were extinguished and the curtains drawn tight, cloaking the interior in darkness. They traversed the shadows, wands poised, vigilant as if in search of someone. Adorning their wizarding robes were two emblems, faintly inscribed with the three characters, Reguff. At last, they had arrived. Maud instinctively squinted his eyes. Are there only two individuals? A voice, languid and smooth, echoed in his mind. Do you truly believe they would come with merely two? Maud pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible, but if only two individuals have arrived, their capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. He continued to observe the scene for a while and relayed a message to Black Serpent. Go outside and see if there are any accomplices. Black Serpent utilized his ethereal gift, emerging from the house and gliding through the air, gradually ascending to greater heights. Not far off, he indeed spotted several figures standing conspicuously. Two figures clad in black robes were positioned on the third-floor balcony of a residence to the northwest of Ibibo, gazing intently in their direction. Meanwhile, in the shadowy alleyway between two houses, another individual wearing a pointed hat occasionally peeked out. Subsequently, Black Serpent expanded his search radius. But he did not encounter any other individuals in wizard robes or anyone behaving oddly. Instead, he discerned the Reguff family emblem beneath the flowing sleeves of the three figures. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 outside and 2 within. Maud confirmed the number of Reguff family members present. What do you think we should do? He pondered, inquiring of Mizius in his mind. What can we do? Mizius replied. A surprise attack is our only option. He stretched languidly in the void of Maud's consciousness and continued. We are unaware of their strength, only their numbers. This is perilous, but they may have discovered the list that includes your father. Correct, my father, Maud amended. Mizius nodded. If they are aware of this list, we cannot afford to delay. Who knows if they will methodically search each household, leaving us here to face our demise. With a blink, Maud remarked, it seems we may need to act swiftly. Do you think there might be others nearby as well? I do not know. But my peculiar intuition has not manifested, perhaps indicating that there are none. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to conduct a thorough check. The two of them conferred and devised a straightforward plan. In the dimly lit alleyway at number 3, Xiaowagenjing Road, Sahi Reguff, who favored light-colored robes, lingered, occasionally peeking out to observe Ibibo's residence. This feeling is truly dreadful, he exclaimed, pinching his nose, yet still catching the foul odor of a stray dog's excrement wafting through the alley. He waved his sleeve, attempting to disperse the unpleasant scent in the air. Who was the fool that suggested this? Damn it, why choose to linger here? Upon reflection, it appeared the decision to remain here was, well, his own. After sipping a bit of whiskey to justify that this location was more suitable for observation and support, he chose to conceal himself in this corner. Yet now, the cold wind has intensified, and the effects of the wine have dissipated. Sahi shook his head and lightly tapped his forehead. How foolish of you to flaunt your intellect. He raised his wand, attempting to forget his awareness of the surroundings, concentrating solely on the task at hand. To him, this endeavor was merely a trivial undertaking. Trivial compared to the recent conflicts involving the Rost family in North America. Child's play, indeed. In the depths of the alley, the sound of approaching boots echoed, growing nearer and then retreating. HM. Sahi turned his head in curiosity, his expression quickly shifting to one of vigilance. Although he regarded the task with disdain, he held his life in high regard. He lifted his black ebony wand, discreetly concealing it with his sleeve, an act designed to obscure his intentions and catch any adversary off guard. The sound intensified, and Sahi realized the footsteps were drawing closer. Before long, he discerned the silhouette of a man in a black suit emerging from the shadows. Who are you? Sahi queried, his grip tightening in readiness for action. However, the man in the black suit offered no reply, instead muttering to himself in a raspy tone. Oh, what is that smell? Quite overwhelming. Despite the mask obscuring his face, he pinched his nose in distaste. Then, the man in the black suit seemed to have stepped on something. He lifted his right foot, scrutinizing it closely to discern what had adhered to it. Damn, if I find out which dog did this, I shall make it pay. This sentiment struck a chord with Sahi. He too harbored a desire to take vengeance on that dog. Observing further, he concluded that the individual appeared to be merely an ordinary gentleman, devoid of a wand. Thus, he deemed the likelihood of him being a wizard quite slim. With a chuckle, Sahi remarked, "Hey there, my friend, that's quite an idea." Though still holding his wand, his demeanor relaxed considerably. Indeed. The man in the black suit responded, stamping his foot angrily against the wall, though nothing dislodged from his shoe. He then looked up at Saki. "Do you live nearby?" "Just call me Saki," he replied candidly, omitting his surname, Reguff. "I do live in the vicinity, just up ahead." He recalled the name of the street mentioned during their meeting with Phoebos Reguff. Number 5, Shaowei Jean Road. "Oh, what a coincidence. I reside there as well." A look of surprise crossed the man's face as he approached, extending his hand as if to shake Sahi's. However, halfway through, he noticed Sahi's expression of revulsion and hesitated. "Mr. Sahi, I hope you don't mind the odor at my feet?" Sahi grimaced, forcing a stiff smile. "Not at all." He thought to himself, "If that foot were to touch me, I would surely use my wand to splatter you against the wall." The man in the black tuxedo patted his chest, as if releasing a sigh of relief. "I must take a couple of extra baths upon my return to rid myself of this wretched odor. Today has truly been a cursed day." He finally approached Sahi and extended his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sahi Reguff." As the last 3 words escaped his lips, he chuckled. Sahi's eyes widened in alarm. He instantly realized the precariousness of the situation. With one hand grasping his wand, poised behind him, he was about to reach for it. But bang! Another robust hand seized his from behind, rendering him utterly incapable of wielding magic. "It has been a pleasure bidding you farewell." A deep voice resonated from behind the gentleman, followed by a flicker of flame that dispelled the shadows in the corner. Sahi felt an excruciating pain. Lowering his gaze, he observed charred flesh and blood at his chest, along with a fiery hand that pierced through him. Subsequently, as the scent of roasting meat wafted through the air, he succumbed to his fate. In the final moment of his life, he finally liberated himself from that cursed stench. "You are quite the thespian," remarked Monsieur, appearing like a vagabond as he extended his thumb upward. "I nearly believed you had truly stepped in dog excrement. Is that so?" "I merely caught a whiff of that odor, and thus enacted another performance," replied Nicholas Zhao's Maud Maris with a smile, which quickly faded. "However, I did indeed step in something. Just look at those remnants of life. Their smell may be even more repugnant." Mrs. nodded in agreement. Indeed, a family with an odor produces small offspring. He regarded Maud earnestly. "Shall we proceed?" "Certainly." In the distance, Maud caught sight of 2 individuals on the balcony. Believing that those within the confines of the house might be more susceptible to encountering him, thus rendering their situation perilous. Therefore, he resolved to act contrary to their expectations. However, these 2 seemed far less vulnerable than the inebriated Sachi Reguff. The afternoon sunlight bathed a quaint villa's balcony, where vibrant crimson roses bloomed in a pot, creating a striking contrast against the backdrop. Nearby, a faucet quietly dripped water, producing a rhythmic sound. 2 wizards stood at the railing, clutching the cold iron, gazing toward the southeast, as though savoring the impending twilight. "Hey!" Chigus Reguff, with beady eyes reminiscent of a rodent, let out a low whistle and teasingly remarked, "I wonder if the one who killed Abibal dares to show up?" This comment prompted Agil Reguff to furrow his brow, casting a sharp glance at Chigus. "Chigus, refrain from casually invoking my brother's name." The death of Abibal had profoundly impacted him. He had been raised by Abibal, while their parents were preoccupied with wealth and power, neglecting their children. Phoebo had suggested that the timing and location chosen by that individual likely aimed to rescue Sibo Filt. Agil touched the bracelet Abibal had gifted him, continuing, "Given this, he will not depart easily, for Sibo Filt remains on you road." He added, "Oh, and the addresses of the other 4 slots, Bert and Twilumi, will also be present. Regardless, that individual's fate is sealed, death." A flicker of hatred glimmered in his eyes as he uttered the last sentence. Chigus chuckled, his laughter oddly disconcerting, harmonizing with his shrill voice to create an eerie atmosphere. "Bert is indeed capable of murder," he said, parting his lips to reveal a long tongue that flicked like a serpent tasting the air. "However, he is likely still at some tavern, as he is not one to adhere to rules." Agil remained impassive, his expression devoid of warmth. "That is of no consequence." If that individual fails to appear, it will perfectly align with my desire to personally exact revenge on my foe. He caressed his wand, confident in his magical prowess. Despite being 7 years younger than Abibal, his abilities were rapidly approaching that of his brother S. With Chigus by his side, eliminating someone reliant on ambush or treachery to kill his brother posed no challenge. The two fell silent. Chigus began to lick his wand while Agil surveyed the horizon. Suddenly, the door to the balcony creaked open, prompting both to instinctively glance back. "Hey, who are you?" A young man, his eyes wide with intensity, stared at Aegir and Chigus. He donned a jacket emblazoned with a skull motif, and his hair was dyed a striking shade of gray. "I don't recall any guests being expected at my aunt's today." In a moment of panic, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and warned the pair. "I suggest you leave this place quickly, or else." To his dismay, Chigus paid no heed to the young man. With a grin, he exchanged a knowing glance with Aegir and licked his lips, saying, "It seems we will have to claim another life tonight." Aegir merely nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a calm "MHM," as if the impending death were merely that of a turkey rather than a human. Chigus's wand gently tapped the air, the tip igniting with a luminous glow. "What would you like to be devoured by?" He chuckled, disregarding the young man's trepidation. Chanting, "Transfiguration spell." The light cascaded onto the white-painted wooden door, which morphed like modeling clay into the shape of a colossal hound. It opened its massive jaws, drooling and revealing a bloodied maw, preparing to swallow the young man whole. Suddenly, a fiery crimson light flickered. The baseball bat in the young man's grasp was engulfed by flames, transforming into a long blade. With a sweeping motion, the fiery sword slashed through the hound's gaping mouth with ease, as though cutting through cake, cleaving it in two and leaving a gruesome, smoldering wound. With a puff, the giant hound vanished, and the wooden door shattered into two pieces, collapsing to the ground. Aegir and Chigus stared in astonishment at the dramatic turn of events, exchanging bewildered glances. Aegir then raised his wand, initiating a spell. "All of you, turn to stone." Before he could complete the incantation, a beam of white light descended before him, manifesting as a dapper gentleman donning a mask. His eyes gleamed with a radiant glow, illuminating Aegir's vision, causing him to feel disoriented, as if the world were inverted. "Who are you?" Chigus inquired, stepping back cautiously, retracting his tongue as his wand flared with sparks. Unfortunately, a small serpent materialized behind him, its scales crackling with electricity. In an instant, a tiny bolt of purple lightning shot forth, striking Chigus's head, disrupting his nervous system and rendering him motionless. "I'll finish you first." The unconventional youth, Mishuz, proclaimed with a smirk, lunging forward. Flames spread from the fiery sword, enveloping his arms. With a twist of his waist, he brought the blade down forcefully. With a soft thud, a spray of crimson erupted, swiftly sliced in two, much of it consumed by the flames, while the remnants scattered upon the ground, resembling a blooming red rose. A wide-eyed head tumbled to the earth, its features grotesquely charred, as if seared by fire. Mishuz, witnessing such a scene for the first time, struggled to suppress his revulsion. He did not linger, raising the flaming sword once more to strike at Aegir. Boom! As the sound reminiscent of a drumbeat echoed, a transparent barrier steadfastly intercepted Mizius's flame blade, causing ripples of fire to dance in the air. Sighing, Mizius lamented that his flame blade was now only suitable for ambushes. With that, he sheathed the blade, and flames erupted from his mouth, swelling in the air to form several fireballs the size of human heads. At that moment, a flame also manifested from Aegir's wand. Yet to Mizius's surprise, Aegir did not aim it at him. Instead, he suddenly raised his wand, propelling the flames towards a house in the southeastern distance. The firelight illuminated his face, and he broke into a smile, one that radiated sheer satisfaction, as if witnessing the impending demise of an adversary. Soon, the flames painted the windows of the house crimson, their glow seeping through the curtains into the interior. Aegir was aware that igniting the house would attract the attention of Muggles, prompting the intervention of the British Ministry of Magic, or worse, drawing the attention of certain just wizards who might hinder his quest for vengeance. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the swirling air on the balcony. The plump and slender wizards who had served as bait inside Abib's residence. The three raised their wands, and amidst a flicker of light, they struck down several fireballs, subsequently aiming their wands at Mizius, the illusion of light, and a serpent lurking in the corner. Meanwhile, at number 6, Golden Lane, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the street, creating a cozy atmosphere. At this hour, most people would be returning home to prepare for a sumptuous dinner, resulting in a scarcity of pedestrians. Two wizards stood at the corner of the spacious street, gazing at the distant house. The taller wizard lifted his head, revealing a face marked by excess. He chuckled as he held up a piece of parchment, comparing it with a satisfied grin, saying, "This one, right, Melis? Let us eliminate this first." However, the other wizard interjected, "Shouldn't we capture them instead? That way, they could serve as bait. Moreover, shouldn't our primary target be Cyberfilte?" The tall wizard shook his head, replying, "Who knows if that person has already been apprehended by Aegir and his companions. As long as no one witnesses me slay these individuals, they will remain living bait." A sinister smile crept across his face as he continued, "I chose this target merely because it is the closest to the tavern we just visited. The order is inconsequential, as long as we fulfill our mission." With that, the two wizards strode away into the distance. A shadow clad in a voluminous black robe, resembling a bat, suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. "Melis?" His cold gaze fell upon the departing figures of the two wizards. As dusk descends, the golden afterglow cascades down, draping the cluster of red roses in the corner of the balcony with a veil of twilight, enhancing their delicate allure. The faucet on the wall continues its rhythmic dripping, echoing in the stillness. A few figures stand upon the balcony, casting elongated shadows, while the air is suffused with the fragrance of roses mingled with an undercurrent of tension. Is there truly such an imposing aura? Mrs. chuckles, observing the portly and slender wizards who have arrived. Their wide-brimmed hats obscure most of their faces, rendering their features nearly unrecognizable. He gestures toward Aegir, remarking, "This 3-against-2 scenario seems rather unbalanced," before abruptly turning and darting into the doorway of the balcony, which has been stripped of its door. The illusion of light and the black serpent follow suit with uncanny synchronicity. After exchanging a cautious glance, Aegir Rigov, along with the stout and slender wizards, Flogu Rigov and Gali Rigov, hastily pursue them. It is at this moment that Aegir suddenly halts on the staircase. For on the 6th step downward lies a grayish halo, within which his adversaries, Mrs. and the others, appear to have vanished. "Stop," he calls out. But a tremendous force from behind propels the slender wizard, Gali, who shoves the portly wizard, Flogu, causing him to collide with Aegir. Thus, they all tumble into the halo, disappearing from the staircase. Shortly thereafter, the halo dissipates into shimmering motes of light. "Mom, is there some noise coming from upstairs?" A young boy, just returned home, inquires of his mother from the living room on the 1st floor. "It might just be a mouse," she replies. In the old place, near the M25 motorway, at the slope of a low hill, a halo materializes in the air and several figures emerge from within it. Aegir surveys his surroundings, momentarily taken aback. Have they traversed through that halo to arrive at another location? The portly and slender wizards also scrutinize their environment with great care. Here, wild grass flourishes, rustling in the gentle breeze, while a small cluster of lush poplar trees stands ahead. Glancing upward, Aegir notices flickering lights in the distance. This must be the slope of some mountain. Flogu furrows his brow, his chubby face contorted in concentration as he raises his wand toward the thicket of poplars. He perceives faint sounds emanating from within, indicating that their quarry is likely concealed behind those trees. The slender wizard, Giulli, appeared to possess a rather reclusive disposition. He remained silent, merely mimicking the stout wizard's gesture of raising his wand, albeit with a momentary lapse in motion, reminiscent of a drunken stupor. "Giulli, you ought not to have gone out drinking with Sahi last night," Flogu observed, his face obscured by the brim of his hat, revealing a look of discontent. The unreliable Sahi had yet to make an appearance, possibly detained by someone, though it was more likely that he had met his demise. Perhaps due to the folly of inebriation. Giulli nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal, his visage still shrouded beneath the wizard's hat. Suddenly, amidst the grove of poplars, a flicker of blue light erupted. Aegir reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly striking the void, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The surrounding pebbles levitated and shot forth in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. One poplar was battered, its bark stripped away, and dust swirled around, yet no cries of anguish were heard. "Be cautious," Flogu cautioned. "I have an ominous feeling." Aegir nodded, a translucent barrier quietly enveloping him as he succinctly explained the enemy's peculiar magic to Flogu. From the shadowy foliage emerged a figure, revealing a smile in the dim light. He caressed his grandmother gray wig and regarded the trio before him, saying, "Why create such a disturbance? It's merely a few lives lost." Miches approached, continuing, "We, the 7 brothers of the Gourd Company, relish forging friendships with powerful wizards. Why not sit down and converse?" Miches echoed the words previously spoken by Ibibo, returning them to his brethren. Oh, and to his colleagues as well. The two listened, finding the words familiar, their brows furrowing. "Did you slay Ibibo?" Aegir inquired. "Oh, and what is your relation to him?" "Indeed, it was you," Aegir sneered, fixing his gaze on the man before him. Choosing not to elaborate further, the wand emitted a swift burst of white light, a petrification spell. Yet Miches made no attempt to defend himself, continuing to smile as he locked eyes with Aegir. "This is bad," Philoga shouted, recalling the message left by Ibibo and combining it with Aegir's mention of the strange magic. It was highly plausible that this man was an accomplice of the one with that visage. Aegir seemed to have realized the same, instinctively turning his gaze elsewhere to evade the magical influence emanating from those eyes. However, events unfolded contrary to their expectations. Miches was not without action in an instant. A pair of enormous fiery red wings unfurled with a whoosh, flames leaping from the right wing, crackling loudly, akin to a fan gently dispersing air. The wings momentarily halted, extinguishing the white light before them. At that moment, from behind the thicket, a flurry of shimmering lights erupted as frosty arrows illuminated the surroundings, whistling towards them. Several individuals were captivated by the celestial scene above. Aegil and the stout wizard raised their wands high, shimmering with radiant light, as flames and white light swirled upwards. Curiously, the slender wizard's wand, when empowered, emitted merely a flicker before his body froze, causing the wand to vanish, leaving him seemingly transformed. Subsequently, a purple glow began to gestate in his other hand. Golden-blue luminescence rippled behind the stout wizard, and Frog's countenance shifted dramatically as he realized he had overlooked something critical. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal roar erupted. Arcs of electricity danced wildly, and the purple light blazed in all directions, momentarily transforming into a blinding white brilliance, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. Soon after, a wave of air surged forth, and tattered cloth fell like leaves. As the brilliance faded, it appeared that the slender wizard had been fragmented into luminous particles scattered about, leaving Frog coughing, his visage mangled, one eye already sealed shut. While Aegil lay motionless on the ground, his body a tapestry of blood and char, lifeless. With his keen instincts, Frog had cast an armor spell behind him, but it merely delayed his demise as the frost arrow above exacted its toll, piercing through the flames and brightness, descending gently. Immediately, a blue radiance surged like tumultuous waves, layering the ice, transforming everything below into exquisite ice sculptures, illuminated by the fading sunlight that cast a shimmering glow upon them. Cough, cough. Not far away, wrapped in a pair of immense wings, Miches finally rose to his feet, his crimson wings now somewhat dulled, affected by the proximity of the explosive aftermath. From behind a tree, a young man in a black suit emerged. He glanced at Miches and inquired, "Are you all right? Do I look like I'm unscathed?" Miches retorted, coughing. "Huh." Maud laughed heartily before suppressing his mirth, gazing into the distance and murmuring to himself, finally rid of those individuals. Miches folded his wings away, brushed off the dust from his hands, and remarked, "It is quite fortunate that you are capable of ambushing someone while they are indisposed in the restroom." Maud shook his head and nonchalantly remarked, "Who could have anticipated his sudden stomach distress? Such a splendid opportunity, of course, must be seized." The frail wizard, Jelly, had perished long ago, following Sahi's demise. His physique bore resemblance to that of Nicholas Flamel, hence the subsequent roles were alternately performed by Maud and the illusion of light. Was it odorous when he visited the lavatory? Miches inquired once more. "Begone." At number 6, Weijin Road, nestled within a narrow alley. A hazy circle materialized in the corner, dispelling a measure of the surrounding darkness. Clad in a black suit, Maud elegantly emerged, glancing upwards at the sky as the sun gradually descended, casting the world into twilight. "It is time to return home," he declared, preparing to dispel Edward's magical disguise when a voice suddenly resonated. "Where are you headed, young sir?" Before him stood a middle-aged wizard, blocking the alley's exit, his shadow elongated by the street light outside. With a mask covering his face, a grave expression emerged from the depths of Maud's eyes. "Who are you?" This chapter has undergone 3 revisions, expanding to possibly over 7,000 words. It has been a rather unproductive day. I will assess whether the writing flows smoothly tonight. If it does, I shall present the second chapter soon, but if not, I wish you all sweet dreams. Additionally, untangling the logic within these combat sequences has proven to be quite challenging. I have revised the chapter's outline several times. My aim is to vividly portray each character and to craft battles that do not compromise their intelligence, yet the complexity is truly taxing. I kindly request your encouragement for updates and 5-star reviews. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, lifting his head. His face was illuminated clearly by the slanting glow of the street lamp. As for me, I too belong to the Reguff family. You may have heard my name, Phobos Reguff, from them. I am the principal representative of the Reguff family within the British magical community. Mord's gaze was fixed intently upon the sorcerer with the profound eye sockets, enveloped in silence. The magic within him surged, and he could almost sense the inexplicable aura of danger emanating from this individual, more perilous than Ibibo himself. As I pondered, I noted that his pristine appearance suggested he had traversed here unscathed. He paced back and forth, his leather boots echoing on the concrete path with a rhythmic thud. My colleagues must have perished, I mused. When Fibosi uttered this, he displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he stroked his meticulously groomed mustache and offered a faint smile. I surmised it was likely that Sahi had blundered, as he invariably faltered at critical moments. Nevertheless, Fibosi observed Mord's vigilant demeanor and shrugged. He always makes mistakes. And out of respect for his father and family, I could not address the matter directly. Alas, it is regrettable that a few dear colleagues were lost in the process. He sighed softly. Maud listened intently to his narrative, refraining from immediate action as he deliberated strategy with the Mizius within him. It was only at that moment, as Phoebus raised his wand, that the air crackled with anticipation. A surge of fiery brilliance enveloped Maud, forming a blazing curtain. As a fiery lion propelled itself through the void, trailing a stream of white luminescence that drifted into the distance. Mithias emerged from behind the curtain of flames. Still clad in the guise of a wandering sorcerer, the effects of the compound potion still lingering. He opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of flames that expanded in the air like bubbles, transforming into several fireballs the size of human heads. Impenetrable armor. A voice resonated calmly. The rushing fiery lion seemed to dissipate as if struck by an unseen force. The fireballs landed upon it and were securely contained. Vanishing into the ether. Amidst the blaze, the silhouette of Phobos subtly emerged, maintaining a stance with his wand raised. Another beam of light erupted from the tip of his wand. Levitation spell. He appeared to have a penchant for incantation, his voice steady and his demeanor unwavering. Even upon witnessing Mithias's unexpected presence, his tone remained unchanged. A radiant white light emanated from Maud's right hand, as he tightly gripped the resplendent Dragonheart wand. With a decisive strike against the void, amidst flickering violet hues, a thunderbird crowned in gold emerged. With a flap of its wings, the thunderbird transformed into a stream of golden blue light, colliding with the glow of the levitation spell. After a brief pause, the luminescence of the levitation spell fragmented into shimmering motes, carried away by the breeze, while the thunderbird surged forth, its form erupting with violet brilliance. Seemingly on the brink of self-detonation. Observing this spectacle, Fibosi furrowed his brow, pondering the emotions at play. As he felt the intensifying radiance, he raised his wand once more. Levitation spell. Go. This time, a more dazzling brilliance flickered, indicating a transformation in the spell. 2 thunderbirds were swept back, their anxious cries echoing through the air. A look of astonishment flickered in Maud's eyes. A levitation spell capable of controlling magic? He deftly flicked his wand, swiftly retracting the thunderbird that was hurtling back towards him, poised to explode. With a gentle tap of his wand, 2 more thunderbirds emitted sharp cries and took flight. Michus had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted behind Phobos, and several fiery red wings gracefully descended. Michus was enveloped in the blaze, wielding a flaming sword aimed directly at Phobos's head, flames flickering incessantly along the blade. The thunderbirds approached at breakneck speed, their sharp beaks transforming into lethal weapons. Arcs of electricity flashing continuously. This time, they had no intention of self-detonation, for it could very well lead to Michus's demise. As the piercing lightning approached and the flaming sword descended from above, Phobos remained unfazed, accustomed to maintaining a calm demeanor even in the most urgent of moments. Levitation spell. His wand extended from beneath his arm as he uttered the incantation once more, a chilling white light flickering to life, lifting Michus as if by invisible hands. With a subtle movement of his wand, Michus was swiftly pulled before him, ready to confront the 2 thunderbirds hurtling toward them. This was the magic he excelled at, seemingly unimpressive yet remarkably practical. Lucius felt an uncontainable force surging within him, and his expression shifted. A crimson glow enveloped his body, flames igniting instantaneously, rolling backward and affecting Phobos behind him. Phobos hastily retreated, his aim faltering as Lucius broke free from the levitation spell with the strength of his own body. The two Thunderbirds abruptly ascended into the air, narrowly avoiding contact with Lucius. Whoosh! In the narrow alley, two frost arrows shot forth, targeting Phobos and crossing paths with the Thunderbirds. Starlight transforming into wisps that seemed to flutter in the breeze. Meanwhile, Lucius, now free, unleashed several fireballs toward Phobos's rear, though they appeared aimless. This momentarily bewildered Phobos. Without time to ponder, he cast two more levitation spells from his wand, directing them at the two blue arrows overhead. Instantly, the blue arrows were reversed by an invisible force, whistling as they sped toward Mode. Lucius paid no heed to this spectacle, knowing Mode could defend against it. He grinned, and with a swift motion, conjured 5 strands of flame in the air, each trailing a fireball. With a powerful tug, the fireballs hurtled back, enveloping Phobos's head in a blaze, the crackling sounds resonating throughout the alley. Thud! An invisible barrier rippled, halting the flames. Meanwhile, the airborne frost arrows, seemingly propelled by inertia, continued their trajectory toward Mode's figure. With a flick of the Phobos wand, Maud's body was drawn toward the icy arrows suspended in the air. In this precarious situation, Maud, who was floating above, furrowed his brow without displaying any panic. Instead, he contemplated the unfolding events, pondering whether a surprise attack could vanquish this adversary. Perhaps employing the Thunderbird and Frost arrows, he reasoned, would be effective as long as their numbers exceeded the limits of his formidable and adept levitation spell. To alter the course of this predicament and turn the tide, he needed to find a suitable place to conjure his magic. It was imperative that Lucius did not remain behind, for he might easily meet his demise. Furthermore, the appearance of Phobos near his residence suggested that he might possess knowledge of his whereabouts. Should he flee now, he would undoubtedly lead Phobos straight to his home. Temporarily setting aside these thoughts, Maud intended to exchange positions with the luminous illusion hovering on a nearby rooftop when suddenly, a familiar and cold voice resonated from the ground, shadow of the killing curse. At that moment, Maud witnessed a shift in Phobos' expression for the first time. His wand glimmered with light, releasing its hold on Maud and hastily erecting a formidable invisible barrier before him. In the void, multiple blades of brilliance flickered, slicing through the air with an audible shriek, while the ethereal blades gracefully pierced the thick, unseen shield. Then, with a crack, several blades descended, shattering the barrier in an instant, and a sharp sound accompanied by a splatter marked the moment when the remnants landed squarely on Phobos' face, leaving thin trails of crimson that began to flow forth, draining the color from his eyes. He was dead. A wand glimmered faintly in the alley, and with a gentle wave, Maud descended slowly to the ground. Turning his gaze, he beheld Professor Snape clad in his voluminous black robes, his expression still one of indifference. So powerful, Maud felt as though he was encountering Snape for the first time. He understood that the professor's magical prowess certainly surpassed that of the fallen adversary, and there had been suspicion of a surprise attack, yet to be dispatched by mere shadows of the killing curse. It seemed that Snape had perceived the astonishment and confusion in Maud's eyes, for he spoke. "This wand is remarkable. Additionally, I have refined this spell, enhancing the synergy between emotion, wand, and magic through my recent progress. Is that so?" Maud listened thoughtfully to Snape's explanation. The shadow of the killing curse was originally Snape's area of expertise, a true testament to his magical mastery. Moreover, the new wand appeared to resonate even more harmoniously with this self-created spell, amplifying its effects significantly compared to other spells. Coupled with the modifications Snape had made to the incantation, the alignment of emotion, wand, and magic was further heightened. Thus, it became evident that Professor Snape's recent surge in power had been unleashed by the wand he had gifted him, fully realizing the potential of this prodigious wizard. "Who is this?" Snape inquired, gesturing with his wand toward Lucius, who approached with an unhurried demeanor and a smile. "Greetings, I am Metron Holyua." He casually concocted a name and extended his hand. Professor Snape's cold gaze fell upon his face. They shook hands briefly before he withdrew. Lucius continued, "I happened to pass by here and noticed this individual resembling a dark wizard, so I lent a hand." He waved dismissively at Mort. "Since this person is already deceased, I shall take my leave." He ventured deeper into the alley, his figure swallowed by the shadows. Maris asked Professor Snape, "You recognize him, do you not?" "Not at all." Mord shook his head, locking eyes with Professor Snape before shifting the subject. "By the way, Professor, did you summon me for something?" A flicker of curiosity appeared in Snape's eyes. He sensed the magic within that individual, which seemed somewhat reminiscent of Maris, yet upon closer examination, it felt entirely distinct. "However, before we proceed, we must erase the memories of a few nearby muggles," he replied. P.S. A chapter of 2,970 words. Regarding the matter of strength, Mord had previously speculated. Quirrell, along with certain dark wizards and several professors at Hogwarts, might possess knowledge of emotional magic, albeit Professor Dumbledore and Voldemort excel far beyond them. Moreover, this Phoebos and the earlier Aberforth held significant standing within their families, their magical prowess equally commendable. Nevertheless, their grasp of emotional magic merely grazes the threshold. Mord is engaging in a battle beyond his current level, still beneath the first tier. I have indeed expended considerable effort in this section. If it is lacking, please be gentle with your criticism. Please urge for updates. Please leave a 5-star review. Number 6, Shaowei Jean Road. The sky had completely darkened, with streetlights and moonlight mingling as they spilled onto the concrete path. A large and a small figure sat on a bench beside the lawn, surrounded by the fragrant aroma of grass and the fumes of passing vehicles. Beep whoosh. Cars with their lights on sped past the driveway behind their lawn, the cacophony disrupting the tranquility of the night. Mord paused momentarily. Bewildered, 2 individuals have arrived at my doorstep ahead of time? This was indeed unforeseen. Prior to his departure, he had checked with Mizius, and his peculiar intuition had not signaled anything amiss. Yet perhaps this feeling had anticipated Professor Snape's arrival? Professor Snape nodded, maintaining his aloof tone. Indeed. But they did not survive. Mord clenched his teeth at the mention of the Regulus family but concealed his emotions. He ran his fingers through his hair, pondering briefly, and ultimately uttered the simplest expression of gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." The two lapsed into silence for a moment. "What is the situation regarding you and the Regulus family?" Professor Snape inquired, keeping his gaze fixed upon the luminous moon above. Mord blinked thoughtfully before finally speaking. This matter must begin with the day the surname Reguff was published in the newspaper. He concealed the fact that he had slain Sta Reguff and glossed over how he had come to know the list, along with a series of details that could potentially reveal his abilities. He recounted the rest in straightforward and clear language. Professor Snape turned to look into Mord's eyes. Pausing for a moment, "I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. He will assist you with it," he remarked, retrieving a quill and parchment from somewhere, jotting down notes before putting them away once more. Maud nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed a favorable turn of events. With the assistance of Professor Dumbledore, it might be possible to exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic, compelling them to curtail the reckless actions of the Riddle family. Following this, his life could attain a semblance of tranquility, at least on the surface. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the dewdrops on the blades of grass to cascade down, while the cherry tree to the left of the bench swayed gracefully. The moon tonight was resplendent and luminous, resembling a polished jade disk, casting a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to evoke the visage of a familiar face amidst the velvety darkness. Maud looked at Professor Snape, who had raised his head once more to admire the moonlit night, and pondered something. "Do you have other matters to attend to this evening?" Snape inquired, his eyes still shimmering with the moonlight, appearing considerably softer. Maud waved his head, wrapping his shirt around him as he rose to his feet. "Let us proceed, Professor." "To visit Mrs. Lily Potter and fulfill tonight's task." Professor Snape paused momentarily, a long-forgotten, rigid smile gracing his lips as he retrieved his wand from within his cloak. The surroundings were devoid of onlookers, and a soft whisper pierced the night air. "Apparate." Instantly, a swirling vortex emerged in the atmosphere, the streetlights flickering as a gentle breeze swept through. The figures of the two were engulfed within it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Days passed, drawing ever closer to the onset of the new academic year. Mord cradled a steaming cup of freshly brewed black coffee, sipping gently while gazing at the tome of magic resting upon the table before him. He was diligently recording his accomplishments over the holiday, including his studies in alchemy, the enhancement of his artistic perception, and advancements in his magical prowess. However, his progress in alchemy had significantly lagged due to the turmoil surrounding the Reguff family. As of now, he had only managed to create a rudimentary talking piece of paper reminiscent of a howling letter, with much more yet to be achieved. On the other hand, he felt quite satisfied with his artistic progress. Perhaps it was due to the intense study and relentless practical exercises he had recently endured, which had hastened his mastery of artistic magic. Upon re-entering the celestial map these past few days, he found that observing the next starlight had become considerably easier, and his starlight count had increased from 4 to 5. As for magic, he had engaged in another exchange with Kunlun, acquiring a spell known as the Flame Ring, a powerful enhancement for fire magic, akin to a nesting doll within the magical realm. Upon casting this spell, Mizius would adorn his wrists with 2 fiery bracelets, and based on this foundation, the fireballs he conjured now reached a height of a person, truly deserving the title of a grand fireball. This thrilling development had kept him elated for quite some time. In his words, he had drawn closer to the formidable fire extinguishment of Madara and Dance. Mizius had begun to form a clear vision for the construction of his magical system, which inspired more to reflect anew on his own magical framework. The application of role immersion might deepen and systematize the exploration of his magical techniques and their potency. A soft knock echoed against the door, rousing more from his reverie. He promptly closed the magical book atop his desk. Moments later, a voice from outside declared, "More. May I come in?" "Of course, Father," Moore replied. With a gentle creak, the door swung open, revealing Dumbledore clad in a dapper suit of black and white spots, the furrows on his forehead prominently displayed. He scrutinized Moore, seated at the desk, and casually shut the door behind him. "I have something I wish to discuss with you," Dumbledore said, a smile gracing his lips as he attempted to lighten the serious atmosphere that enveloped him. He settled onto Moore's bed, patting the neatly arranged mattress, his gaze resting on the tidy pillows and bedding. "Well done. Your bed is quite clean. You possess good habits," he praised. "Not bad," Moore shrugged, turning his chair to face Dumbledore, already suspecting the nature of their impending conversation. Dumbledore pondered his words carefully before continuing. "I suspect that something significant has transpired recently, either for you or for our family." Though he framed it as a suspicion, his tone conveyed certainty, as if he had witnessed the events unfold firsthand. Noticing the concern in his father's eyes, Moore contemplated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "How did you deduce that?" he inquired, puzzled. Was it possible that his father possessed a hidden identity as a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, or perhaps a middle-aged washing machine? Dumbledore revealed an expression of understanding and continued, "It appears that your holiday was not particularly enjoyable. Your demeanor betrays you." "Oh, is it that obvious?" Maud paused, reflecting on whether his expression had truly been so grave at home. It seemed not, as he merely furrowed his brow occasionally. "Of course, I have watched you grow." No subtle gestures escaped my notice, Dumbledore chuckled before sobering. "How do matters stand now?" "Quite well. For the time being, the issues have been resolved," Maud replied. Dumbledore took a moment to compose himself, nodding thoughtfully before addressing Maud earnestly. "My child, some burdens can be suffocating, yet the presence of another, even if they cannot alleviate the weight, can at least grant you a moment to breathe." He paused, then added, "Remember, your mother and I will always stand by your side, like warm woolen socks, ever present in your journey." After conversing about school life for a while longer, Dumbledore stood, affectionately tousled Maud's hair, and exited the room. In the British magical realm, within a lavish room of a certain manner, a crystal lamp hung from the ceiling, casting a golden glow that illuminated the marble floor with a shimmering brilliance. A gilded mirror adorned the wall, beside which stood a table intricately carved with vintage patterns, now cluttered with various items including jewelry, rings, and books. Lucius Malfoy, with his flowing golden locks, sat at the table, meticulously organizing these possessions. He had received word that the Ministry of Magic would be conducting a search for dark artifacts within his estate this summer, and as a former Death Eater and servant of Voldemort, he undoubtedly possessed a collection of such items. In recent days, he had identified all dark magical objects within the manor, planning to remove them before the impending search. His gaze lingered on a black-covered book, or rather, a diary. Resting at the edge of the table, a smile breaking across his face for what felt like the umpteenth time, the key to the Chamber of Secrets. This tome would unexpectedly find its way into Hogwarts, unlocking the long-sealed Chamber of Secrets and unleashing a dreadful force once more. Arthur Weasley, that fool, would receive a dismissal from the Ministry, no longer a hindrance to his ascent to power. P.S. Arthur is Ron's father. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his plan. P.S. A chapter of 2,680 words. Please urge for updates. Kindly leave a 5-star review. On a bright morning, the sun shone just right. Maud sat in his chair, immersed in his own essence, executing the final steps of modifying the magic tower. After a considerable time, he gazed upon the completed magic pool and stretched languidly. The once massive pool had vanished, replaced by 64 small, bowl-shaped magic pools. Among them, a remarkable 48 were already filled, their surfaces rippling with a mesmerizing purple energy. This meant that only 16 more pools needed to be filled to meet his requirements for ascending to the realm of daylight. With the goal now clearly defined, his motivation to achieve it surged. He then ventured into the void of his mind, where he beheld Monsieur diligently practicing his magic. Clad in a fiery robe, Monsieur lifted his head, casting a triumphant glance with his golden phoenix eyes. Subsequently, he clapped his hands adorned with flaming rings and bellowed. Phoenix Fire Technique. This iteration of the magical phoenix fire bore significant differences from the previous version, which merely unleashed several straightforward fireballs. This time he conjured sharp, bullet-shaped fire projectiles, their quantity doubled. In an instant, 10 fire projectiles shot forth with remarkable speed. Under Maud's perception, nearly invisible strands of magical energy were deftly grasped between Monsieur's hands, their tails connecting to the 10 fire projectiles. With a subtle tug from Monsieur's, all the fire projectiles soared and darted through the void, exhibiting incredible agility, as if 10 individuals were coordinating their magical assaults in various directions. Subsequently, all the fire projectiles converged in a specific point in the void, erupting with a thunderous explosion, flames swirling and dancing. The entire scene was visually stunning. Embodying the essence and elusive nature of the Phoenix Fire Technique, Monsieur's face radiated excitement. He harbored an intense enthusiasm for the replication of the moves of the character he embodied. To Maud, he resembled an avid gamer, conquering every level with fervor. He continued, I will also attempt to incorporate additional elements into it. Carrying physical objects is too cumbersome, so I shall replace them with magic. Ultimately, it may evolve into a spell that encapsulates other spells. This represented another enhancement he was currently developing, the Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Maud's expression was somewhat peculiar as he envisioned Monsieur's wielding a towering flame-infused magic and brandishing an extraordinarily long sword, capable of cleaving the grand Hogwarts castle in two. Much to Dumbledore's chagrin, he chuckled at the thought, exclaiming, impressive, while giving Monsieur's a thumbs up. However, the excitement on Monsieur's face eventually faded as he recalled what Maud had been doing earlier that morning and inquired, has the transformation of the magic tower been completed? Indeed. Maud nodded affirmatively. And there are 64 magical pools? Maud replied candidly, yet, unlike yours, my magical pools are likely twice the size. Humph. Monsieur scoffed dismissively, a sense of competitive spirit inexplicably igniting within him. He gestured towards the area recently ravaged by magic. Did you see that? It showcases my unique magic. He shook his head, seemingly concocting some grand rhetoric, but ultimately settled on stating, as long as the mana is sufficient, true strength lies in the potency of magic. With a haughty demeanor, Monsieur lifted his chin proudly. Modem found the conversation amusing. Instead of engaging in a dispute, he began to discuss his own magical system. Do you have any suggestions for the framework of my system? He inquired. He had already conceived some ideas, but given the lifelong commitment to this relational magic, it was prudent to gather additional insights. You are accustomed to utilizing ice and lightning magic, Monsieur mused, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he continued, I must admit, I have no substantial thoughts on the integration of these two elements. Perhaps it would be wiser to develop them separately? For instance, in the realm of lightning, I believe you could draw inspiration from numerous established character frameworks. Maud nodded thoughtfully. When the topic of lightning magic arose, his mind instinctively conjured images of Saz's techniques, Reich, Chidori Blade, Chidori Flow, Chidori Sharp Spear, and Kirin. Presently, this magical framework appears to suit him remarkably well, as his mastery of lightning magic is quite advanced, showcasing impressive versatility and creativity that can undoubtedly fulfill the requirements for constructing this system. As he pondered further, he began to contemplate the process of establishing the framework. The essence of this endeavor lies in the profound exploration of existing magical techniques. Such exploration can take two distinct paths. One involves enriching the methods of magical application, thereby expanding the repertoire of spells, while the other focuses on refining existing techniques to enhance their potency. Although he yearned to amalgamate ice magic, lightning magic, and archery, he currently found himself at a loss for ideas and had to consider them separately, hoping that inspiration would strike in the future. Suddenly, A chorus of bird calls broke his reverie. Maud exchanged a greeting with Mythius, returning to the present moment. He glanced out the window to see a speckled gray owl perched on the railing, its talons clutching a letter. Maud approached and gently caressed the owl's head, relishing its smooth texture. The owl, seemingly in delight, squinted its eyes, savoring his touch. He removed the letter and released the owl, which took flight with a fluttering sound. On the envelope, a delicate script read, "For the attention of Maud Maris." Maud returned to his chair, tore open the envelope, and extracted the yellowed letter within, which read, "Dear, crossed out, that detestable Maud." A chuckle escaped Maud's lips. He already knew the identity of the sender. The letter's use of the term detestable stemmed from his failure to correspond with Hermione throughout the holiday, despite having promised her at the station. Circumstances were beyond his control. Regulus's affairs had left him utterly frazzled, devoid of time or inclination to write. He continued reading. "Where's the promised letter? I have waited for several dozen days since the start of the holiday, yet not even a single owl has graced my window. And what of Harry and Ron? Upon our return to school, guess what I saw on a certain highway this summer? A gentleman clad in a black suit, wielding magic akin to yours, the very same arrow-shaped spell you once cast in the room of requirement. I seriously suspect he is your magical instructor." Upon reading this, Maud recalled Hermione's unfinished words from that day. She had not recognized him, but mistook Nicholas Flamel for his mentor. Nevertheless, this was perhaps for the best, as it allowed him to maintain his ruse for the time being. Nicholas Flamel was but a disguise, and should he be recognized, how could he continue his endeavors? Oh no. Rather, his mission of upholding justice? The subsequent content primarily discussed the matter of spellbooks. She had already learned that the second-year spellbook could only be procured in Diagon Alley. Hence, she requested Maud, Harry, Ron, and herself to convene there on August 31st, after which they would journey together to Hogwarts. After reading the letter, Maud snapped his fingers, and flames danced at his fingertips, reducing the letter to ashes. As evening descended, Maud chose not to venture out as he had done in the preceding days. Each time he contemplated leaving home, a profound sense of nostalgia would wash over him, intensifying as the day of departure approached. Consequently, he resolved to spend these days in the company of his parents, a couple who were currently displaying their affection before him. His mother, Dani, prepared a plate of fruit, while Tamer, engrossed in the newspaper he had yet to finish that morning, delighted in the morsels Dani offered him. "Here, have a bite of this apple, my dear. I still prefer pears. Oh, but the flavor of this apple is exquisite, especially coming from your hands." "Is it? Then do indulge further." Maud held a whole apple in his hand and took a quiet bite, pondering how, at such an age, one could still so effortlessly indulge in public displays of affection. Outside, a sound seemed to emerge, prompting Maud to instinctively glance towards the window behind the sofa. Beneath the inky night sky, two striking beams of light descended from above. They were the headlights of a vehicle. At that moment, a flying sedan sped past in the air. P.S. Today, there was a brief power outage, and without internet access, it was quite challenging to gather information, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, I managed to complete one piece, and I believe the second one should not pose a problem later. I humbly seek your encouragement for updates and gracious 5-star reviews. In Diagonal Alley, the narrow cobblestone path was bustling with wizards adorned in pointed hats, flanked by shops on either side, where the occasional cries of vendors echoed through the air. Amidst the throng, Maud clutched a sheet of parchment inscribed with the second-year textbook list for Hogwarts, hastening toward Flourish and Blots to procure several volumes from the list. The atmosphere today was more vibrant than usual, as the renowned author Gilderoy Lockhart was set to host a book signing at the bookstore. From a distance, Maud discerned Hermione's voice. Following the sound, he spotted a figure that towered above the crowd, remarkably tall and robust, resembling a bear standing upright. Observing the individual's greasy long hair and imposing stature, Maud immediately recognized him. Maud smiled as he approached, finding Hermione and Harry reminiscing in front of Hagrid. "Hagrid, it's been a while," he greeted. Hagrid turned to look, seemingly at the empty air, scratching his head as he pondered who had just called his name. Maud thought to himself, "Perhaps you are overestimating others a bit." Maud gently patted Hagrid's moleskin coat, finally capturing his attention as he lowered his gaze. "Oh, it is Mr. Maris," he exclaimed. "I thought someone was calling me." He scratched his head and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Long time no see, Maud." He looked at Maud and gestured towards Harry, who was already encircled by a throng of people. "Your two little companions are over there." Shaking his head, he added, "I must take my leave. Maud nodded and gestured an okay, leaving Hagrid momentarily taken aback. Hagrid's actions caught the attention of Hermione, who was facing this way. She tilted her head, maneuvering around Harry's obstruction, her face lighting up with joy. "Maud, it's so wonderful to see you," she exclaimed, waving her hand enthusiastically. Subsequently, Harry turned to look as well, facing Maud with a face as black as coal, as if he had just emerged from the embers. Maud waved at them, a gesture of long-lost familiarity. "Oh, Harry, you appear to be safe now. It is time for me to bid you farewell," Hagrid said to Harry. After receiving Harry's response and expressions of gratitude, he turned to depart. "You look quite well." Maud walked over, a smile gracing his lips as he commented on Harry's face. He was aware that Harry had just undergone a minor adventure, while using flu powder to travel through the fireplace to Diagon Alley. He had mispronounced the name and inadvertently found himself in the haven of dark wizards, Nocturne Alley. His glasses had shattered as a result, but now they appeared unscathed, seemingly mended by Hermione's spell. Harry, feeling a bit sheepish, attempted to wipe his face with his hand, only to smear the soot more evenly across his skin. Maud's hand slipped beneath his robe, and within the garment's concealment, a faint white radiance flickered. The luminous Dragonheart wand was firmly grasped in his grasp. "Allow me," he uttered, gently flicking the wand. A bright light emanated from its tip, and clear water gushed forth like a spring. As the spell unfolded, a handful of crystalline water splashed onto Harry's face, neither too much nor too little, perfectly cleansing the soot from his visage. Hermione squinted her narrow eyes, her academic vigilance kicking in. She foresaw a future where Maud's practical scores in charms class would vastly surpass her own. How could this be allowed? With determination, she retrieved her own spellbook, commencing her competitive endeavors at the onset of the term. Maud and Harry were momentarily taken aback, but soon, Maud burst into laughter. He tapped Hermione's spellbook with his wand and said, "Do not rush into your studies. Have you forgotten the purpose of your visit?" "Oh, no, I certainly haven't forgotten," Hermione replied, her cheeks flushing. "Come along quickly." She grasped the sleeves of Harry and Maud, leading them towards the leaky cauldron. Inside the leaky cauldron, it was almost overflowing with people. At the far end of the shop, there was a long table and a chair, prepared for the author Gilderoy Lockhart. At that moment, Mr. Lockhart's admirers were eagerly queuing, ready to purchase a copy of his latest book and request his autograph. A dream come true for countless young girls. Maud's initial impression of Lockhart was his beaming smile. More precisely, it was his teeth that appeared to glisten. This reminded him of a certain bushy-browed man who favored wearing green and had a penchant for exclaiming "ha." He almost chuckled at the thought. Oh, could this possibly be Harry Potter? During the interview, Lockhart's keen eyes swiftly spotted Harry amidst the crowd, adept at identifying newsworthy moments. Harry, taken aback, realized that the book signing had finally concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley noticed Maud standing alongside Harry and his friends. Mrs. Weasley blinked, feeling a sense of familiarity with the golden-haired boy, yet unable to recall where she had seen him before. "Ron, who is this?" she inquired, glancing at her son. Ron looked at her quizzically. "Mom, you haven't forgotten Maud, have you? We met last year at Platform 9 3/4. As he recounted their previous encounter, Mrs. Weasley suddenly remembered, though she remained somewhat puzzled by the changes in Maud's appearance. "I truly apologize, Mr. Maris. Your transformation has taken me by surprise." She leaned closer, revealing a warm and inviting smile, and asked, "How have you been lately, Mr. Maris?" Maud was not taken aback. He responded with a smile. "My father used to say the same thing, Mrs. Weasley. He has been rather well lately, especially during the last couple of days when he enjoyed apples in front of Danny." As he spoke, he glanced at Mr. Arthur Weasley and the golden-haired little girl, Ginny Weasley, whom he was meeting for the first time. Mrs. Weasley quickly introduced her husband and daughter, and the group exchanged friendly greetings, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Through their conversation, Maud garnered a preliminary understanding of Arthur Weasley. This seemingly good-natured man possessed a humorous wit. He was an unusual pureblood wizard, not only unprejudiced against muggles, but also genuinely intrigued by their inventions. Meanwhile, Ginny was entirely captivated by Harry's fame, silently observing him and only managing to utter a brief greeting to Maud. The group was on the verge of exiting Flourish and Blots when Draco Malfoy descended the stairs from the left side of the entrance. He remarked upon the recent interview Harry had with Lockhart, saying, "I suppose you must have enjoyed it, Potter." The famous Harry Potter, even gracing the front page of the newspaper while visiting a bookstore. He relished the spotlight and naturally felt discomfort when someone else overshadowed him. A smile flickered across Malfoy's face. He recalled that last semester, such a tone had not graced Harry's speech. He turned his gaze toward the entrance of the bookstore, where soon after, Lucius Malfoy made his entrance, clad in his impeccably tailored black robes, his pale golden hair cascading elegantly over his shoulders. With a sharp tap of his cane upon Draco's shoulder, Lucius admonished, "Do not be so grim, Draco, show some warmth." He then directed a smile toward Harry, though his eyes bore a predatory sharpness, akin to a beast fixated on its prey. "Harry Potter, at long last, we meet." Extending his gloved hand, he clasped it briefly with a bewildered Harry. "I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." In truth, he had glimpsed Harry from a distance during his last visit to Hogwarts. Suddenly, he seized Harry, brushing aside the boy's fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the emblem of Harry's survival from peril. "This is a mark left by a certain wizard," he observed with the gaze of an art connoisseur. Yet his scrutiny instilled discomfort in Harry. The latter pushed Lucius's hand away and retorted, "Voldemort killed my parents. He is merely a murderer, nothing remarkable." As Harry spoke, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, a testament to his resolve and perhaps a wistful remembrance. To utter that name so boldly is either exceedingly audacious or profoundly foolish. Lucius's expression shifted into a smile, yet it bore an undercurrent of mockery. To avoid naming him only deepens your fear. Hermione, seizing upon Lucius's words, lifted her gaze to meet his. She harbored no fondness for the man before her, not merely for his connection to Draco. In their brief exchange, she discerned much ill intent from Lucius's demeanor. "Oh," Lucius turned, peering down at her, their eyes locking. "You are Miss Granger? Draco has spoken of you and your parents." He glanced toward the bookstore, where the Granger couple stood. After a pause, he continued, "They are both muggles, are they not?" He deliberately emphasized the term muggles, seemingly to accentuate Hermione's humble origins. Hermione's brown eyes narrowed slightly, her expression darkening. "And what of this Mr. Mary's?" Maud blinked, contemplating that it was finally his turn. Lucius had unleashed a comprehensive tirade, leaving no one unscathed. He regarded Maud's countenance, unable to fathom which pureblood family could be in such a predicament. Perhaps it was yet another dilapidated half-blood family from some obscure corner. Lucius's haughty gaze was discomforting, yet Maud continued to blink in response, betraying no change in his emotions. After all, the creator of the challenging game that had left Lucius with unforgettable memories was none other than someone with the surname Maris. With this thought in mind, what was there to be angry about? His attention shifted to Ron, whose vacant expression was accentuated by his red hair. He casually seized an old textbook that Ginny had placed in her bag. "And these filthy textbooks, you must be the Weasley family, correct? Children, let us step outside." Arthur Weasley emerged. The glances exchanged between old Lucius and him sparked a palpable tension. Both were employed at the Ministry of Magic, and while they could be considered colleagues, their starkly contrasting values had led to an ongoing conflict. They were frequently at odds. "Busy at the Ministry, I presume?" With all those surprise inspections, Lucius remarked, "I hope they are compensating you for your overtime, though it seems rather unlikely at this moment." He sighed. "Why must you tarnish the reputation of wizards?" He deftly changed the subject, smiling as he returned the old book to Ginny's bag. The motion appeared natural. Yet Maud observed clearly that beneath the old textbook lay another volume with a black cover. Lucius's maneuver bore the essence of a magician's trick. Maud pondered, recognizing it as Tom Riddle's diary, narrowing his eyes. Merely gazing at the cover of the diary, he could almost sense a familiar aura, akin to that of the Killing Curse. As he contemplated, the diary seemed to exude a palpable aura of death. The Weasley couple hurriedly rushed into King's Cross Station in London, accompanied by a throng of children. It was 10:58. The train was about to depart. "Mr. Arthur Weasley glanced at the clock within the station and urged M.O. and the others to hasten to platform 9 3/4. Except for M.O., the rest of the group was burdened with a trolley laden with luggage. When inquired as to why he carried no bags, M.O. explained that he possessed a compact tool enhanced by a spell of undetectable extension. He too was encouraged to quicken his pace. Yet there was no trace of urgency upon his face. Even if the train had departed, he could effortlessly traverse the distance with a mere portal, saving both time and energy. Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, with their long strides, accelerated into platform 9 3/4, vanishing through the wall. M.O. had come to know them in a true sense. These two inventive minds were brimming with whimsical ideas, aspiring to open a shop in Diagon Alley. Their personalities were characterized by a penchant for mischief, Prior to arriving at the station, they had playfully fed Ron beans of the earwax flavor on multiple occasions, cleverly concealed within bread or tucked into the layers of licorice wands. They attempted to offer a bean to Mo and Harry as well, but their efforts were in vain. Subsequently, with the assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ginny pushed a trolley of luggage and disappeared at the platform. Maud followed closely, and out of curiosity, he planted blue eyes on Harry's hair before entering the platform. Toot! The vintage train released a plume of steam, signaling its imminent departure to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Standing before platform 9 3/4, Maud turned to glance back, reaching out to touch the stone wall. Feeling its uneven texture, he understood that the entrance to platform 9 3/4 had been sealed by magic. After bidding farewell to the Weasley couple, he squeezed through the crowd and stepped onto the train. Meanwhile, a blue light flickered in his right eye, and his vision transformed. At King's Cross Station, at the entrance of platform 9 3/4, Harry and Ron wore troubled expressions, pondering how to catch the train or reach Hogwarts. Perhaps we should return to that flying car? Harry suggested. Ron's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. Good idea. Unbeknownst to them, a vague, nearly transparent figure was lurking behind a pillar on platform 8, observing the two. Its form was diminutive, almost skeletal, and even in its obscured shape, one could discern its long ears and eyes the size of tennis balls. Dobby was not acting intentionally. It pounded its claw-like hands against its own head as if punishing itself. This way, perhaps Mr. Potter can be saved, it muttered, under its watchful gaze. Harry and Ron departed the station. The curtain was about to rise on their shared adventure in the flying car. The train had been in motion for some time. In a small compartment, Hermione and Maud occupied the seats, while Ginny was absent, having been entrusted to the care of George and Fred by the Weasley couple. "Oh," Hermione exclaimed, gazing out the window with a hint of concern. "Do you think Harry and Ron might actually miss the train?" Maud nodded in agreement. He recounted the events that transpired along the way, noting that the two were just behind him. However, after he passed through the wall, he did not wait for Harry and Ron. Perhaps they encountered some sort of predicament, such as the platform being magically sealed. Maud mused. Could it be some wizard playing a prank? This could land Harry and Ron in trouble. On the train, a small cart brimming with an assortment of snacks rattled its way towards them, and the sails which approached. Maud ordered a pack of chocolate frogs and a cup of pumpkin juice. The flavor of the chocolate frog was indeed delightful, while the pumpkin juice was rather ordinary. Yet, it paired well with the chocolate, preventing any discomfort in his throat. Hermione, however, had no appetite whatsoever, her thoughts consumed by Harry and Ron. Realizing there was little she could do, she decided to pick up a red-covered spell book and began to read. Mort sat across from her, having savored the chocolate frog and pumpkin juice, as she leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Beyond the glass lay a verdant realm, where emerald mountains embraced azure waters, and in the distance, a few quaint wooden cottages emerged, their chimneys releasing wisps of white smoke. Verdant hills, crystalline waters, and humble abodes, a scene reminiscent of a poetic masterpiece. Mort closed his eyes, delving into the void of his mind. In the darkness, the phoenix avatar, Misius Maris, was enveloped in a radiant glow, his fiery wings flapping amidst the emptiness. He persistently cast and refined his spells, striving to elevate the potency of his magic to new heights. Maud did not disturb him. Instead, he settled in another corner and began his own magical training. The spell he chose to learn was lightning magic, specifically the technique known as Chidori. His selection of this initial technique was rooted in its role as the foundation of the entire spell set. Chidori is renowned for its piercing power and paralyzing effects. Yet the lightning sphere that Maud conjured exhibited minimal penetrative capability, even when shaped into a sharp point. He gazed at the flickering lightning in his hand, repeatedly attempting to enhance its potency, but ultimately failed to achieve the formidable piercing power he sought. Could it be the conversion of electric potential energy and thermal energy? Maud pondered, contemplating that such piercing strength might be a manifestation of extremely high temperatures. Once the temperature reached a certain threshold, anything could be sliced through. Yet, how could he elevate the electric potential energy EQ? Maud dismissed this notion and turned his attention to the fundamental elements, speed and the concentration of magical energy. If the velocity were sufficiently swift and the concentration of magic sufficiently high, could the manifestation of lightning magic approach the elegance of Miss Hughes's flame blade? He pondered this, conjuring a crackling sphere of lightning in each hand, attempting to merge them. Alas, with a resounding bang, the chaotic sphere of lightning he had prematurely unleashed erupted. He resolved to try again. Maud contemplated as he reshaped two orbs of lightning, attempting to merge them once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He pondered the possible reasons for this, documenting his thoughts in a spell book, before reopening it to reflect on solutions to his dilemma. Through repeated summaries and practical attempts, he cast the lightning spell again, with the orbs of energy swirling in his palms, purple arcs of electricity playfully dancing about. Gradually, he brought his hands closer together, meticulously adjusting the concentration and frequency of the magical energies until they reached a delicate equilibrium, striving for equality. Then, with a resounding bang, another explosion ensued. As the darkness erupted with violet light, the lightning crackling fiercely. Observing the spectacle before him, a smile graced Maud's face. He sensed that the two orbs had indeed begun to merge, and that small portion of fusion was undeniably closer to the tangible. This signified that the path of merging lightning could indeed be pursued further. The speed of the process was simplified, requiring merely the addition of a swift guardian intent to his magic. In summary, the potential for this technique to take form was promising, once solidified. It would lay the foundational framework for the entire subsequent system. Having practiced magic for quite some time, his progress had been modest, yet as the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. He believed that having navigated this initial hurdle, the journey ahead would be considerably easier. Furthermore, with this experience, he could analyze and identify patterns, establishing a reference standard for similar systems. This was undoubtedly a boon for all the forthcoming avatars. Maud stretched lazily, pausing his magical training to contemplate the matters ahead. He chose not to involve himself in the flying car incident as it pertained to the smooth progression of the narrative. Any forced alteration could lead to significant repercussions, for it was the fluttering of a butterfly's wings that could instigate all subsequent events. Regarding Tom Riddle's diary, Maud recalled that this tome possessed the ability to absorb life, seemingly from a distance. Was this a form of magic? If so, could its effects be transferred to another target, perhaps to Nagini? As for the so-called dangers within the Chamber of Secrets, they held some value for him. He pondered whether to utilize this peril as one of the components for his avatar. Yet, what kind of magical learning could it sustain? As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse sky. The silvery light filtered through the window, illuminating the office. At this moment, Professor Snape sat in his chair behind the desk, his countenance grave and indifferent as he held a newspaper aloft, addressing Harry and Ron about a serious matter. Your flying car was seen by at least 7 muggles. He slammed the newspaper onto the desk, his heavy gaze compelling Harry and Ron to lower their heads. Do you comprehend the severity of this situation? This action nearly exposed our world entirely to muggles. He continued, not to mention, you harmed the Whomping Willow outside the castle, which is far older than either of you. Frankly, it poses a greater threat to us than you do. Ron finally lifted his head, his face contorted as he attempted to salvage the disastrous situation. Shut up, Snape bellowed, startling Harry and Ron, for they had never witnessed such a terrifying visage from their professor. Standing at the doorway, Filch wore a wicked and unsightly grin, relishing the spectacle of students being punished, one of his favorite pastimes. A sense of foreboding surged within Harry. He feared that this time, expulsion from Hogwarts awaited him, and he would once again be confined to that narrow, small room with barred windows, where he might face intermittent hunger and confinement. I assure you, Professor Snape declared, if you were my Slytherin students, and I had the power to determine your fate, I would ensure that both of you would be taking the train out of here tonight. He leaned closer to Harry and Ron, his facial muscles twitching with anger. Harry and Ron remained silent, their faces expressing dismay. This time, they had indeed placed themselves in a precarious position, having violated the laws of the magical world and Hogwarts. The best outcome they could hope for tonight was likely expulsion. They contemplated, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Furthermore, they would never return. Professor Snape added with a tone of certainty. A note, this chapter contains 260 words. Including this one, the total reaches 740 words. Equivalent to 3 of my usual chapters, compensating for the one I owed from yesterday. That chapter could have been released, but the plot was not adequately developed, requiring an additional 1,000 words, hence the delay. I humbly request your encouragement and 5-star reviews. Oh, they need not return home, a deep and resonant voice echoed. Professor Snape and the 2 young wizards turned to see. At the entrance of the office, Professor Dumbledore, draped in a flowing black robe, entered with a solemn expression, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, who maintained a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Harry and Ron's eyes brightened, as if they had spotted a beacon of hope. Professor Snape furrowed his brow and greeted, "Headmaster." He continued, "The actions of these two children contravene the Underage Wizarding Restriction Act. As a member of this institution." His words were interrupted by Professor Dumbledore. "I understand," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. "In fact, I have established many of the regulations, and they have indeed transgressed, however." Professor McGonagall, he gestured towards the quietly observing McGonagall, who was adorned in her customary green robes, "is the head of Gryffindor and possesses the authority to address the matters concerning these two children." The following day, after lunch, Maud was approached by Professor Snape on the way. "Professor, is there something you need?" Maud looked at Professor Snape's pallid complexion and blinked. He recalled the scene from the previous night when Harry and Ron, having narrowly escaped peril, jovially returned to their dormitory. Could it be that they had quarreled with Professor Dumbledore? Professor Snape spoke coldly. "It concerns the Regulus family." Motor's expression grew serious. Professor Snape gestured towards the cobblestone path ahead and said, "Let us converse as we walk." Maud nodded, following Professor Snape closely. "You can rest assured for the time being regarding the Regulus family," Professor Snape remarked. "They have encountered some troublesome issues over in North America, having engaged in business conflicts with another significant family." He elaborated on the discord between the Regulus family and the multinational magical conglomerate, the Rostov family. The two factions had clashed through magic privately on no fewer than 10 occasions, resulting in numerous fatalities. Consequently, the Regulus family currently lacks the manpower to address matters here. Maud listened intently, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Meanwhile, Professor Snape regarded Maud with a serious expression. "Professor Dumbledore has written to the Ministry of Magic, lodging a strong protest against the excesses of the Regulus family. Consequently, even if the Regulus family were to free their hands, they would be unable to act against your family overtly." Upon mentioning Professor Dumbledore, Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before adding, "Remember, they may refrain from overt actions, but you must remain vigilant. Should you sense anything amiss, notify me immediately. Rest assured, if the conflict on their end reaches a resolution, I will inform you in advance." Maud nodded. In the afternoon, there was a herbology class taught by Professor Pomona Sprout. The spacious herbology classroom resembled a greenhouse dedicated to the cultivation of vegetables. With a completely transparent ceiling and walls, bright sunlight streamed in, casting its glow upon the pots of plants and illuminating the faces of every young wizard. Professor Sprout, a rather seasoned witch, was diminutive in stature, adorned with a patched wizard's hat, and her brown robe was speckled with soil. Her face was perpetually graced with an optimistic smile. "Welcome, second-year students, to Greenhouse Number 3. She greeted the young wizards with a wave, appearing much like a humble muggle woman. "Gather around, for today we shall repot the mandrake." Moody crouched down to inspect the mandrake nestled within the flower pot. Previously, he had only encountered images of this plant in books. This was his first encounter with the actual specimen. While it is referred to as the mandrake, it would be more accurately called the mandrake root. For the medicinal properties of this herb lie within its roots, which serve as a potent restorative agent. The leaves sprouting from the root are serrated and resemble an ordinary plant, yet upon breaking the soil, one discovers a different reality. Can anyone enlighten me on the functions of the mandrake root? Professor Sprout cast a glance around the gathering of young witches and wizards, quickly spotting Hermione, who had raised her hand. She called upon her. "Miss Granger, please share." With a sparkle in her eyes, Hermione responded enthusiastically. "The mandrake, also known as the mandragora or the deadly nightshade, is primarily used to restore those who have been petrified back to their original state. However, it possesses certain dangers. Its cry can potentially be fatal." Listening to Hermione's answer, Professor Sprout smiled in satisfaction. "Well said. 10 points to Gryffindor." Next, Professor Sprout announced, "We shall begin the task of relocating the mandrakes to new homes. It is important to note that our mandrakes are seedlings. While their cries are not lethal, they can render you unconscious for several hours. This is why I have distributed these earmuffs to you. Remember to wear them properly." The young witches and wizards hurriedly donned their earmuffs. As Professor Sprout demonstrated the process of repotting the mandrakes, a shrill sound pierced the air, resonating in everyone's ears, which even the earmuffs could not muffle. Thud. A figure collapsed within the crowd. Professor Sprout sighed, as if encountering a particularly hopeless student, commonly referred to as a bad apple. It appeared that Longbottom had forgotten to wear his earmuffs. She sighed again. The one who had fallen was none other than the plump Neville Longbottom, a boy with a memory akin to that of a goldfish, lasting only 7 seconds. He often overlooked crucial details, such as the braking method for his broomstick during flying lessons last year, resulting in an intimate encounter between his face and the ground. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Moody began his task. Gripping the stem of the mandrake, he pulled with force, revealing its root, which appeared to possess a mouth, almost as if it were animated. Initially, it looked quite adorable, resembling a ginseng doll, but the wrinkled exterior of its root detracted from its charm. To Moody's surprise, the mandrake in his hand writhed as if it were being affectionate, and remarkably, it did not emit a scream. Maud blinked oddly, lost in thought. Yet his hands remained in motion. With the absence of the mandrake's struggles and cries, he swiftly buried it in another pot, adding soil with a fluidity that caught Professor Sprout's attention. She observed Maud's concluding actions and noted that within the brief moment everyone was preoccupied with mocking Neville. This young wizard had completed the task she had assigned. Mr. Maris, Professor Sprout adjusted her hat and remarked, "I have never witnessed such fluidity of movement. In fact, you are the first student to transfer a mandrake without allowing it the chance to struggle or even emit a cry." This statement elicited disdain from Draco Malfoy, who stood beside Maud. He frowned, gazing at Maud's profile, his eyes betraying a sense of arrogance and displeasure. An inner turmoil stirred within him. Perhaps a malady aptly named, the affliction of feeling inadequate when overshadowed. Determined not to be outdone, Malfoy bared his teeth and yanked the mandrake from its pot, inadvertently placing his thumb too close to its mouth. Immediately, a piercing wail echoed through the greenhouse, though Malfoy's slight gasp of pain was somewhat muffled by the mandrake's cries. Maud still caught the sound. Maud turned his gaze, his expression shifting instantly as he feigned indifference, maintaining a calm demeanor. As he turned away, he began to hiss while pinching his fingers. The sight of this made Maud unable to suppress a laugh. After class, Malfoy, along with his 2 loyal followers, Goyle and Crabbe, lay in ambush on the path to Gryffindor Tower. "Remember," Malfoy instructed, "when Maris approaches, Goyle, you will seize him from behind, and Crabbe will be responsible for binding him with rope." Goyle and Crabbe nodded earnestly. "Maris," Malfoy grinned, speaking to himself, "I shall make you, the half-blood wizard born in the back alleys, pay for your earlier mockery." Maud contemplated the situation concerning the mandrake in class. It was peculiar how he remained tranquil, devoid of tears or tantrums, yet still managed to exhibit a touch of charm. After a moment of introspection regarding all the attributes he possessed that might attract the mandrake, it appeared that only his elfin heritage could provide an explanation. Keeping one as a pet? He mused, but ultimately dismissed the idea, as the creature's cries inflicted indiscriminate harm, and he hardly had time to care for his own pet snake, which had been left to fend for itself. He surveyed the sky, where the sun blazed fiercely, and then hastened towards the Gryffindor Tower. As he approached the tower, a figure suddenly revealed itself, peeking out from behind, accompanied by 3 shadows that dangled ominously before retreating once more. With keen eyes, Maud caught a glimpse and paused momentarily, recalling Malfoy's taunting gaze from earlier. Malfoy was it? He chuckled softly and continued on his way, having no intention of turning back. Surely, Malfoy harbored some hope for retribution, did he not? Upon reaching the corner, a figure abruptly emerged. Ever vigilant, Maud took a step back and slyly extended his foot to trip the intruder. Thud! Goyle tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. "Ah!" Maud exclaimed, as though he had just spotted Malfoy and his companions lurking in the shadows. "Mr. Malfoy, are you all playing a game of hide-and-seek?" "Fool!" Malfoy shot a fierce glare at Goyle before turning his attention to Maud. "Maris, consider yourself fortunate today," he signaled, and Crabbe, understanding the cue, moved forward to assist Goyle. As the trio prepared to depart, Maud turned and made his way into the tower. A dragon emerged from its lair. Malfoy, displaying newfound cleverness, chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, as that would only draw more attention to their predicament. A flicker of gray light sparkled from his wand, giving birth to a long serpent of dark brown hues. With a swift motion, he cast the serpent into the air, sending it slithering towards Maud's back. He exhibited restraint, aware that going too far could result in expulsion from Hogwarts. Should the serpent bite him, the worst outcome would merely be a visit to the infirmary. For the timid, it might induce days of paralyzing fear. A grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with pride. This time, Maris would either plead for mercy or be left to mournfully seek the hospital. However, to his dismay, a bolt of lightning, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly entwined itself around the serpent's form. Accompanied by the crackle of electricity, the serpent convulsed on the ground, leaping and writhing as if engaged in a dance. Maud turned his head with a smile, contemplating the profound nature of this ambush. How could you, Draco, ever grasp its essence? Hand it over. He revealed a look of astonishment. Professor Dumbledore? As he called out, Malfoy and his companions, momentarily stunned, instinctively turned to look. With a snap of his fingers, arcs of electricity erupted from Maud's palm, transforming into 3 purple butterflies that fluttered down to rest upon the trio's pant legs. Shortly thereafter, beneath the Gryffindor Tower, 3 individuals and a serpent began to engage in an impromptu disco dance. Inside the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, the silvery moonlight streamed through the long windows, casting reflections upon the drapes. The room had been dimmed, enveloped in tranquility, save for the gentle ticking of the clock's second hand. A little girl with russet brown hair stretched lazily, setting aside her assignments and quill. Still unaccustomed to the novelty of life at Hogwarts, Ginny found her recent experiences rather unpleasant. Time felt pressing, and her classmates regarded her with peculiar glances. Perhaps it was due to her rather worn robe? She pondered, picking up a black-covered diary she had unexpectedly discovered in her luggage. Unsure of who had placed it there, but she had already come to regard this diary as her new confidant. This diary was enchanting, as if it were a conversant companion, capable of engaging her in dialogue, alleviating her boredom, and even answering her questions from class. Gazing at the familiar name Tom Riddle embossed on the cover, Ginny blinked her bright brown eyes before opening a page and taking up her quill to write. Are you there? Golden letters appeared in the diary, then transformed into ink upon the page. Yes. Ginny smiled and continued. I haven't been feeling happy these past few days. Could you keep me company? The young girl's words were simple and sincere. At your service. Would you care to share your troubles? I dislike my robe and my books. They appear so old. I don't understand why my parents won't buy me new ones. Ah, I find your concerns quite valid. Adults often harbor peculiar notions, yet they seldom seek to understand what their children truly need, the diary empathetically replied. The two conversed for quite some time until the soft sounds of snoring filled the room, signaling that Ginny's roommates had fallen asleep. She rubbed her eyes and penned a final note. Good night. After closing her diary and placing it beside her pillow, she drifted into a deep slumber. The night grew heavier, and the moonlight within the room suddenly dimmed, as if obscured by dark clouds. From the side of the diary, a golden light unexpectedly seeped through the paper seam, illuminating a corner of Ginny's pillow and the cascade of her hair. On the very page where Ginny had just written, several large words materialized. Open the secret chamber. Then, the text vanished, replaced by a new line. Control her. These words seemed to echo the inner monologue of a person lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light appeared to penetrate Ginny's hair, delving into her mind and disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, in another dormitory along the staircase of Gryffindor, Mord sat cross-legged on his bed, clutching his pillow and leaning against the wall, his spirit wandering in the void of his mind. He observed Mizius casting spells, as golden-orange flames unfurled against the darkness, crackling loudly in a breathtaking display. Having completed 6 hours of practice with the Phoenix Fire technique, Mizius shifted his focus to the fireball spell. His face, as red as molten lava, gradually parted his lips. White smoke billowed from his throat, and a stream of fiery red flame shot forth like a flamethrower, transforming in midair into a towering fireball that illuminated the surroundings with its radiant light. Impressive, Mort exclaimed, feeling his blood race with excitement, as if he too had been ignited by the flames, regardless of how many times he witnessed such a spectacle. The fireball danced with flickering tongues of flame, burning fiercely as if to boil the void itself. However, after a while, it finally extinguished, releasing a plume of white smoke as the light faded. Mizius furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the potential advancements of the fireball spell. The ultimate progression of the fireball, for the time being, was designated as fire extinction and fire loss, yet he estimated that achieving such formidable magic would require a considerable journey ahead. This implied that he had reached a bottleneck. The fireball lacked intermediate transitional techniques, and his accumulation of magical power would not occur swiftly. Mott smiled, as if he had discerned the concern within him. He approached Mizius's side and inquired, Have you ever attempted to cultivate the fiery spell? Mizius suddenly lifted his head, revealing his piercing phoenix-like eyes. He murmured the incantation of the fiery spell, and then, with a sudden slap to his thigh, he stirred the flames that danced upon it. Of course, how could I have overlooked this? He erupted into laughter. Maud was also infected by his smile, which became even more radiant. He continued. The Fiendfire curse can automatically spread flames, although I am unsure if there are limits to this expansion. That is sufficient. Michuz interjected. The hallmark of this incantation allows my fireball to transform into a towering inferno, perhaps even more colossal. He squinted, pondering something. There might also be potential to restore Amaterasu. The two engaged in a discussion about the possibilities of the Fiendfire spell. In the hall, the flickering candlelight and the glow from the braziers cast a dim, yellow hue, harmonizing with the starlit ceiling. The soft crunching of snacks mingled with the laughter of the young wizards. However, Harry wore a troubled expression. The dark circles beneath his eyes resembled those of a panda, a testament to the fact that he had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest in several days. What is wrong, Harry? Hermione asked, spearing a piece of tender steamed beef with her fork, her eyes wide with curiosity as she noticed Harry lost in thought. I've been busy helping Professor Lockhart respond to letters, Harry replied, rubbing his temples. You haven't seen the mountain of letters awaiting replies. It's utterly overwhelming. Professor Lockhart. Hermione's voice rose in pitch. She had read nearly every one of Lockhart's autobiographies, captivated by the tales and the charm of the protagonist. This had made her one of Lockhart's ardent admirers. Now, the thought that Harry could actually be in the same room with Professor Lockhart, in a serious capacity, filled her with excitement. Did Professor Lockhart share any of his past adventures? Oh, I am so curious about the heroic tales he might still be concealing. Of course, it would be splendid to obtain his autograph. Harry sighed, knowing that Hermione could not fathom his plight, no matter how much one adores an author. Assisting them with a mountain of correspondence day after day can swiftly lead to irritation, much like setting a beloved song as an alarm tone. Moreover, he had no fondness for the frivolous professor who perpetually wore a grin. Hey, Miss Granger, have you lost your mind? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of something. His cheeks puffed out. That guy looks like a narcissist. I can't shake the feeling that he is a fraud. Humph. Hermione huffed, refraining from responding to Ron. Though her earlier enthusiasm quickly faded, she turned back to Harry and said, Shouldn't you be helping Ron polish trophies for Filch? How did you end up with Professor Lockhart? Harry shrugged helplessly. If only I had a choice. I asked Professor McGonagall, and she informed me that Professor Lockhart specifically requested me, so I was borrowed to be a scribe. Maud savored the roasted lamb chops on his plate, devoid of any inclination to converse. However, soon a topic arose that pierced his silence. It was rumored that Professor Lockhart, the new instructor for our dark arts defense class, had assigned each of us an extracurricular reading, Wandering with Ghouls, priced at 12 galleons each. Seymour Finnegan, who had a penchant for explosive magic, remarked with a face missing an eyebrow. He had already heard tales from the previous semester regarding ghouls, asserting that our ignorance of them was the root of our anxiety. Oh, I heard this book sales were remarkable 2 years ago, he continued, engaging in conversation with Neville and others. Maud mumbled to himself, his speech laced with peculiar words and discontent. Lockhart's audacious scheme to siphon off the meager coins from his pocket was unbecoming of a professor. This man seemed particularly skilled at garnering attention through his writings, and it appeared that he possessed a notable talent for sales as well. Perhaps he should be dubbed Lockhart, the gold medal salesman. Maud, what are you muttering about? Some strange incantation? Hermione inquired. Maud looked at the 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him and nodded earnestly. Indeed. This is a new type of spell, originating from the ancient and mysterious East. Speaking of spells, I almost forgot. Ron extracted 2 wands from within his robe. To be precise, one wand that had been broken in 2. It had met with an unfortunate incident during a flying car adventure, resulting in its current state. He gazed at the splintered wood at the break, attempting to rejoin them, but it was merely a hopeful aspiration. He then produced some tape, wrapping it around several times, which barely managed to hold the wand together. Even the slightest touch would cause it to wobble precariously. Am I finished? Ron grimaced as he looked at Maud and the others. You are indeed finished. That's absolutely correct. The first 2 sentences were spoken by Harry and Hermione, with the latter phrase uttered by Maud. Upon hearing these words, Ron's expression fell even further into despair. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed, and Maud turned to see a younger boy holding an old-fashioned silver camera, snapping pictures of Harry enthusiastically. The boy lowered the camera, revealing a slender face and bright, eager eyes. Hello, Harry, I am Colin Creevey. Colin's face shone with admiration. I am also a student of Gryffindor. He was a devoted fan of Harry Potter. The boy who lived, having heard tales of him ever since receiving his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Thus, the young Colin idolized Harry as a hero, They engaged in conversation, and he even asked Ron to take a picture of him with Harry, after which he joyfully returned to his seat. Not long after Colin departed, an owl swooped in through the window, delivering a howler that nearly toppled the plate in front of Maud. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to grasp the edge of the plate just in time, preventing the lamb soup from spilling all over himself. What a tumultuous meal this has been. Ron Weasley, you have the audacity to steal your father's car. Your behavior is utterly shameful. The howler emitted Mrs. Weasley's furious voice, which is precisely why it bore the name Howler. She recounted the various consequences of Ron's reckless flying escapade at a volume that left no room for denial. Then, as if it could detect Ginny seated not far from Ron, the howler turned to her, its tone softening considerably, this time filled with tender inquiries about her well-being. Maud turned his gaze towards Ginny. He paused for a moment, perceiving not a sight, but rather a distorted magical essence that seemed to linger around her. Was this enigmatic aura what they referred to as the life-draining magic? In Maud's eyes, a glimmer of blue light danced as he cast his identification spell, revealing a series of enigmatic characters before him. The unfinished magic bore the annotations, compatibility, effect, evaluation, all remained shrouded in mystery, igniting a spark of curiosity within Maud. Was the spell incomplete due to the insufficient magical energy contained within the diary, or was it inherently complex? He gazed into the air above Ginny's head, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this was a composite spell, one that not only siphoned life but also ensnared the mind? After all, the ensuing events hardly seemed like the actions of a mere little girl. In a dimly lit corner of the room, clad in a flowing black robe with a blue shirt beneath, Maud sat at the table opposite Hermione, who was engrossed in brewing potions. He cradled an old tome titled Alchemy, the Minor Artifacts, authored by the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, which had been procured from Professor Snape's office. On the page that Emode opened, a form of hieroglyphics was inscribed, disordered in arrangement and densely packed, resembling a child's whimsical doodles. Yet, this chaotic line drawing encapsulated the essence of the obsolete first-generation flying broom's ability to soar through the skies. As he gazed at the text, a contemplative expression crossed Emode's face. From a distance, these hieroglyphics bore an uncanny resemblance to the tangled fine lines he had previously observed within the marvelous structure. The knowledge of the marvelous structure elucidated that its framework is defined by the trajectory of threads within its realm, representing the innate abilities of the entity in question. Likewise, the line drawing symbolizing the core of the flying broom could undoubtedly be interpreted as a representation of the object's inherent talents. The marvelous structure and alchemy. Maud felt an immense potential within this realm. In the modern magical world, the domain of alchemy does not entertain the notion of magical arrays. The wondrous structures have also indicated that ordinary items cannot be inscribed with magical arrays in reality. Even his previous radiant wand was crafted with the aid of the extraordinary artifact, the light feather. The crux of the matter lies here. His light feather, possibly bestowed by the sovereign of unicorns, has transformed from a mere consumable into a reusable object, now residing within him. This signifies that he can endeavor to amalgamate his knowledge of wondrous structures with alchemy in hopes of creating his own unique alchemical products. Maud chose the experimental direction, intricately etching the known radiant magic array upon an ordinary beaker resting on the table. With remarkable discretion, he retrieved the luminescent feather. Within the bright confines of the wishful room, its glow appeared rather dim, resembling a dazzlingly white plume. He carved with meticulous care and caution. Although termed carving, it would be more appropriately described as painting, for his etching did not manifest on a physical plane. If one were to describe it, it would be said to operate on an unseen magical dimension. However, as Maud inscribed the next stroke, the previous one did not remain, as it would with a wand, but rather vanished. After an extensive period of engraving, the beaker exhibited no change whatsoever. Was it that this radiant magic array was unsuitable for etching onto other objects? Or was it that alchemy and magic arrays could not harmonize? Maud stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maud had meticulously organized all the knowledge he possessed regarding wondrous structures, with the ultimate purpose of inscribing magical arrays within the enchanted tower. His pursuit of understanding these extraordinary structures had never waned. Though he was compelled to pause during the 3 months of his return home due to unforeseen circumstances, he cataloged all the incantations he had learned, ultimately discovering a particularly simple spell, the illumination spell, which he could currently attempt. Thus, he devoted himself to practice, endeavoring to transform this incantation into a magical array structure through his knowledge of wondrous architecture. This endeavor would serve as the cornerstone of his alchemical pursuits during this period. Should he succeed, a plethora of ideas would burgeon, prompting him to explore the myriad possibilities. What reactions might occur when he inscribes all the magic he knows into objects? For instance, would a statue carved with the mobilization spell be able to move autonomously, guided by its internal magical array, transitioning from a mere temporary worker to a long-term laborer? As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Maud and Harry, along with their companions, arrived at Hagrid's cottage to pay him a visit. A gentle breeze, infused with the warmth of sunlight, caressed their faces, invigorating Maud's spirit as if he were one of the lush green plants on the ground. Outside the door, he was greeted by the melodious sound of a flute. Hagrid was inside, playing his instrument, and from the comforting rhythm, it was evident that he had been practicing diligently of late. Knock, knock. Harry rapped on the door, causing the flute music to cease, replaced by the distinct sound of water boiling in a kettle. The door swung open, revealing Hagrid's towering figure and his beard-covered visage. "Hey, it's you lot," Hagrid exclaimed cheerfully, his mood evidently bright. He ushered them inside and made his way to a corner, retrieving 4 large rock cakes, several slices of pumpkin pie, and a small dish of cream fudge from a wooden basket. He also found 4 transparent cups and filled them generously with pumpkin juice. Placing everything on a small table, gathered around the table, they enjoyed the snacks alongside the pumpkin juice. To be honest, aside from the rock cakes that resembled hardened leather, the other treats were quite delightful. Maud savored the pumpkin juice, relishing the harmonious blend of pumpkin and cream flavors on his palate. He stretched languidly, easing the fatigue from long hours of study, letting out a contented sigh akin to that of sipping a cold soda. The soothing sound of the flute resumed as the rugged Hagrid indulged his artistic inclinations once more. "Tomorrow is the defense against the dark arts class," Ron sighed, lamenting the burdensome experiences brought on by both the stuttering Quirrell and the self-absorbed Lockhart. "I simply cannot stand it. Indeed, I have already grown weary of tomorrow's lesson." Harry concurred, having spent countless evenings in Lockhart's presence and finding the man's face increasingly tiresome. However, upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face illuminating with the admiration typical of a young girl for her idol. "I'm actually quite looking forward to it," she proclaimed. "Please, Miss Know-It-All." "I cannot fathom what you see in that man," Ron retorted, his words causing Hermione to blush. "You may not want to hear this, but I share Ron's sentiment. What about you, Maud?" "Oh," Maud replied, "if we set aside the impending payment of galleons, I don't particularly dislike him. I merely have a neutral opinion." The group considered Hagrid's cottage a favored haven for relaxation and banter. It was indeed a welcoming place, with Hagrid treating them with warmth and kindness, resembling a great friend. Despite its modest size, the natural breeze flowing through the window carried the fragrant essence of the expansive lawn outside, creating a comfortable atmosphere. As Ron and Hermione continued their conversation, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Ron's stubborn remarks left Hermione slightly flushed, as no one wishes to hear disparagement directed at their idol. Maud and Harry sat quietly beside each other, sipping pumpkin juice while occasionally mediating their disputes. Suddenly, the sound of the flute ceased. Hagrid turned his head and smiled. "Let me share with you a rather intriguing story from my recent adventures." "Sure." He leaned in, settling onto the small stool beside Maud, causing it to creak under his weight. "The other day, at the Leaky Cauldron, I encountered a wizard clad entirely in black robes." "Oh no, Hagrid, you haven't run into that rogue who tricked you into revealing the 3-headed dog's weakness again, have you? He is surely not a good person." No. Allow me to continue." Hagrid began recounting tales he had heard at the Leaky Cauldron, interspersed with a few of his own stories. The last tale unfolded within this very wooden cabin, taking place 2 or perhaps 3 nights ago. As I was on the verge of slumber, I discerned faint footsteps emanating from the pumpkin patch outside. The sound was so unsettling that it kept me wide awake, growing closer and clearer, instilling a sense of foreboding within me, as if some dreadful entity was imminent. The rooster crowed, seemingly startled, prompting me to muster my courage and venture outside with my crossbow, of course, umbrella in hand. Yet, once I stepped out, I found nothing amiss. The rooster was unharmed, and nothing appeared to be lost. I initially thought it was merely a figment of my imagination, the rooster's crowing merely coincidental, until my attention was drawn to the indistinct footprints on the ground. Looking up, I spotted a small shadow at the edge of the forbidden forest. Based on its shape, I could not identify it as any known magical creature. Thus, I speculated it might be an entirely new magical being. P.S. Please urge for updates. 5-star reviews are greatly appreciated. Dingling. The bell chimed as Maud, clad in his boots, stepped into the defense against the dark arts classroom, followed closely by Harry and Ron. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a dragon skeleton suspended above the doorway and a lectern, reminiscent of an exhibit in a dinosaur museum. Perhaps to facilitate various magical tests, this classroom was more spacious than others, with a higher ceiling. Watching as the young wizards settled in, Professor Lockhart, adorned in a light brown robe, stood atop the stairs behind the lectern, hands resting on the railing, displaying his signature smile. "I am delighted to introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts instructor." Descending the stone steps, he continued. "As many of you may already know, this year, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, shall take on the esteemed responsibility of imparting knowledge in the dark arts. Many of you are likely familiar with me, but allow me to reiterate, I am a 3rd-level wizard of the Merlin Medal, a distinguished member of the Alliance for the Defense Against Dark Arts, and a 5-time recipient of the Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly." Standing at the edge of the podium, I rested a hand on my life-size portrait, exchanging a brief gaze with my likeness before brushing aside a few stray strands of hair from my forehead and confidently making my way to the center of the stage. In the front row, Maud paid no heed to the author's boastful proclamations and instead picked up a nearby book titled Journeying with Ghouls. This narrative is adapted from real-life experiences and provides a vivid depiction of ghouls' appearances and habits. Despite the self-indulgent prose, the book can be regarded as an accessible and entertaining textbook for defense against the dark arts. After expending considerable time extolling his own achievements, Professor Lockhart produced a stack of examination papers to distribute among the young witches and wizards. However, these papers were far from conventional. Questions included inquiries such as, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's most notable achievement? What was Gilderoy Lockhart's most cherished Christmas gift? Maud silently scrawled down a few answers. Perhaps for the first time since becoming an elf, he would be surpassed by Hermione in an examination. The first half of the class had seen the young wizards immersed in Gilderoy Lockhart's achievements, but this phase was finally drawing to a close. With a thud, Professor Lockhart placed a cage covered by a deep crimson curtain upon the podium. "Next, I will instruct you on how to confront the most repugnant creatures in the world, as you will also face your innermost fears within this classroom." His expression turned solemn, and his words seemingly conjured images of some monstrous being in the minds of the young wizards, causing them to shiver inexplicably and exchange glances. He shifted his tone, stating earnestly, "Of course, as long as I am here, you are all safe. Please remain calm and refrain from loud screams, as this may provoke them." The last few words he shouted with sufficient volume, which in turn stirred the creature within the cage. He abruptly lifted the curtain, revealing the so-called monster inside. A Cornish pixie? Seamus was taken aback for a moment before he could not help but laugh. He recognized this creature. These beings were a vibrant shade of blue and purple, with pointed faces and ears, adorned with a pair of antennae atop their heads. Naturally mischievous, they delighted in pranks. Yet they were far from being the terrifying monsters one might expect. Laughter rippled through the classroom, as many of the young wizards had either heard of or encountered these diminutive creatures, hardly larger than 2 palms. How could they possibly be included in a class about defense against the dark arts alongside werewolves and trolls? Professor Lockhart joined in the laughter, yet his countenance revealed dissatisfaction with the students' reactions. Indeed, they were merely captured Cornish pixies. Seamus's clear laughter echoed in Lockhart's ears once more. The professor turned his gaze toward him with displeasure. "Laugh all you want, Mr. Finnegan, for these pixies are indeed little imps. Let me show you how to deal with them." Suddenly, he opened the small iron door of the cage. "How will you confront them?" Squeak. 20 or so pixies fluttered their gossamer wings, shrieking as they darted into the young wizard's seats, scattering in all directions and inciting chaos among the students. Soon, the pixies' innate mischief took hold, tearing at the books placed upon the desks, tugging at the hair of a young witch, and tossing anything they could lift, including portraits and wands, into the air. "Ah, let go of my book. Stop pulling my hair." Papers fluttered down from the air, desks and chairs toppled over, and the classroom erupted into disarray. Even Lockhart, who had been reveling in the moment, found himself in turmoil as a pixie lunged at his face, while several others took to his head, clawing at his golden curls. Before long, Professor Lockhart could endure no more, although this scene validated his earlier assertions. His hair and visage were his prized possessions. Pesky pixies, pest enemy, he exclaimed, brandishing his wand in a fervent outburst, invoking a summoning spell. A number of students turned their gazes towards him, eagerly hoping that this incantation would compel the troublesome little sprites to retreat into their cages. Alas, nothing transpired. The tip of his wand failed to emit even a glimmer of light. Gilderoy Lockhart exchanged an awkward glance with a few young sorcerers before hastily ascending the staircase behind him, intending to retreat to his office and leave the resolution of this dire predicament to the students. Before his departure, he left behind a rather dashing remark. I grant you the opportunity to capture the remaining pixies and return them to their cages. In a corner, hiding, Mort swatted a pixie away with the book in his hand, achieving a home run. He surveyed the scene around him. Above, the chubby Neville dangled in midair, his ears grasped by a mischievous pixie, letting out a wail of despair. Hermione was similarly tormented, her hair being tugged in various directions, while the silhouette of Lockhart had vanished up the staircase, leaving the office securely shut. Maud couldn't help but let out a sigh. How could this fellow possibly be a professor? He couldn't even manage to clean up after himself. Perhaps he should sort that out before loitering at the supermarket entrance. A stream of little sprites incessantly rushed in, serving as baseballs, and Maud found himself growing increasingly annoyed. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand. Snap! The sound of his fingers snapping resonated, and a vibrant purple arc leapt into the void, instantly incapacitating one of the sprites, which then fell to the ground. Maud blinked, suddenly recalling his recent achievements. He spread his hands, each adorned with a pulsating violet glow, giving birth to 2 arcs of purple lightning. As he brought his hands closer, the arcs began to intertwine, gradually merging into a singular, more resplendent violet bolt. A starry light penetrated the midst, transforming the arcs into a shimmering purple-gold hue. With a graceful wave of his hand, a crackling surge of purple-gold electricity leapt forth, flickering in and out of visibility within the air. Suddenly, a splash of crimson erupted, and in the blink of an eye, several small fairies that had soared into the air plummeted to the ground. One fairy was pierced through its claw, while the others, struck in their delicate wings by the electric currents, succumbed to unconsciousness before they could even utter a cry. Observing the arc of electricity, its edges shimmered ominously, reminiscent of a blade's glint. Maud looked at the scene before him, and as his spellbook materialized in his hands, it began to document the effects of the magic. He was quite pleased with the outcome. In fact, he could, if he so wished, instantly pierce the bodies of all the pixies in the classroom, allowing them to slip into eternal slumber. Just then, a voice thundered through the room. Nobody move. Hermione's furious tone filled the air. She raised her wand high, and a halo of light emanated from its tip, flowing into the atmosphere. It seemed as though a hemispherical bubble had appeared on the ceiling, enveloping the entire classroom in an inexplicable force. All the pixies were immobilized, their large eyes blinking in confusion, their bodies swaying like feathers adrift in the void. The classroom fell into a profound silence. A body-binding curse? A variant of the levitation charm? The air was thick with a magical aura reminiscent of the levitation spell, and Maud could sense the considerable potential of this enchantment. Observing Hermione's unstable emotions, he pondered thoughtfully. The potions class for the 7th year had concluded. Students clad in matching black robes poured out of the classroom, resembling a flowing river of darkness from a distance. In a corner of the corridor, Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain of Slytherin, was engaged in conversation with Draco Malfoy, a 2nd-year student. Draco, did you need something from me? Marcus inquired, surprised to be intercepted by Malfoy, as their interactions were typically rare due to their differing years. However, today, it seemed Malfoy had purposely awaited his exit from class. With a smile, Malfoy responded, My father wishes to donate some funds, or perhaps a set of flying broomsticks to our Slytherin Quidditch team. Oh, Marcus raised an eyebrow in curiosity. While I am grateful, what prompted this? My father heard about last year's Quidditch match, where Gryffindor snatched the championship that rightfully belonged to Slytherin with one of those latest model brooms. Hence, he had this idea. What do you need us to do? Marcus was aware that to receive a reward, some effort was necessary. Malfoy nodded, extending 2 fingers. Just 2 favors. If you assist me with these, my father will provide each member of our Quidditch team with a Nimbus 2001. The Nimbus 2001 was the newest broomstick on the market, boasting superior performance compared to Harry's Nimbus 2000, particularly in speed and stability. However, the finest and most recent products came with a hefty price tag. Marcus's eyes lit up with intrigue. What are the favors? First, I want to join your team as a seeker. That is not a problem. And the second? Secondly, I need you to help me teach a lesson to someone else. Also a second-year student. Maud had just concluded his studies and experiments in alchemy. Stretching his limbs, he ambled out of the room of requirement. He lifted his gaze to the sky beyond the corridor, where the sun shone brightly in a crystalline blue expanse, breathing in the verdant scent carried by the gentle breeze. He descended the stairs and found himself on the cobblestone path outside. Oh, perhaps he should seek out Professor Snape to discover what other tomes might be hidden in his collection. As Maud contemplated his course towards Professor Snape's office, he passed by the Black Lake. Upon reaching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, two figures unexpectedly obstructed his path. What a coincidence. I was just saying this morning that I wanted to find you, remarked Malfoy, impeccably coiffed with a slick-back hairstyle and clad in a pristine Quidditch team uniform. Accompanying him was Marcus Flint, a lad with somewhat protruding teeth. The two appeared to be on their way to the Quidditch pitch for practice, preparing for the forthcoming Quidditch match. Maud gazed at Malfoy's triumphant expression, as if he had finally caught his prey, and smiled. Indeed, what a coincidence, Mr. Malfoy. Do you require my assistance? Draco, the Maris you mentioned to me this morning, it must be him. Marcus observed Maud's countenance and addressed Malfoy. The second matter. Shall we finalize it now? Malfoy nodded, stepping back a couple of paces, tilting his head to cast a disdainful glance at Maud, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Marcus, ensure that he receives a proper reprimand, so he may bear the consequences of his actions. Oh, Marcus. Maud scrutinized Marcus's face, suddenly recalling this individual's identity. He then turned back to Malfoy. Malfoy, do you not think that engaging in a brawl here is rather inappropriate? Are you afraid? Maud shook his head, adopting a concerned demeanor. You see, this is the entrance to the Slytherin common room, in plain view of everyone. If someone were to witness this, a mere detention would be the least of our worries. Expulsion from Hogwarts would be the true fear. There's no need for alarm, Marcus replied. At this hour, there are very few people around. If someone does happen to see us, I will speak to them. They will surely afford me some consideration. Marcus's approach to friendship mirrored his style of playing Quidditch, direct and unrefined. As he spoke, he drew his wand from beneath his team robes, aiming it at Maud. Although I am unaware of your actions, I regret to inform you that I must fulfill a promise. Understanding, Maud nodded. Just days prior, Malfoy had publicly performed a rendition of the old disco beneath the Gryffindor Tower. Now, at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, he pondered whether to incorporate some other form of dance today, feeling that the disco alone was somewhat monotonous. Maud looked at Marcus, who was about to ignite his wand, ready to snap his fingers, but suddenly retracted his hand. Professor Snape? He gazed in astonishment at Malfoy and Marcus's backs. Malfoy chuckled. Marys, you wouldn't still intend to deceive with such a clutch approach. A large hand swung from a black robe, striking Malfoy sharply on the head, disheveling his golden slicked-back hair and silencing his unspoken words. Malfoy incredulously looked up, encountering a cold, indifferent face, and an overwhelming sense of pressure descended. Professor Snape? Indeed, came Snape's curt response. He then turned his gaze towards Marcus Flint, who was trembling slightly, his face flushed with embarrassment, as he pointed his wand at Maud. Snape's stern demeanor had accompanied Marcus throughout his 7 years, instilling a fear that was inescapable. What are you doing? Snape squinted, his deep and icy stare leaving Marcus at a loss. I put down the wand you were holding. Snape raised his voice slightly, causing Marcus to instantly tuck the wand deep within his robes, concealing it securely. Draco, Marcus, due to your reprehensible behavior, Slytherin House loses 20 points. And both of you are to report to my office tonight. Maud stood by as an onlooker, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding scene. Within Professor Snape's office, he occupied the chair behind the desk while Maud sat before him. Both were engrossed in their books, occasionally exchanging a few words. Maris, do you harbor any discord with Draco? Who can say? Perhaps it is a conflict born of bloodlines. And what of Marcus? I have yet to encounter him. Maud held his own spell book in his hands. Yet this visit was not merely to find a new locale for his reading. After surveying the office, he suddenly inquired, Professor, may I peruse the books on your shelf? The bookshelf had recently acquired several volumes with pristine covers, suggesting they were freshly added. Snape glanced up at the wall-mounted shelves and replied, You may do so, except for the third shelf. The third shelf is where the new tomes are arranged. Maud nodded and closed the spellbook. Rising to his feet, he approached the bookshelf and casually selected a tome from the second shelf, placing it atop the spellbook as if engrossed in its contents. Subsequently, a corner of the spellbook brushed against the volumes on the third shelf, and the cover emitted a faint shimmer, obscured by Maud's form, Yet it still attracted Professor Snape's skeptical gaze. After absorbing the contents of the two books, Maud chose not to continue, for Professor Snape clearly sensed something amiss. He took his spellbook along with the recently retrieved history of potion making and resumed his seat. Opening his spellbook once more, the pages revealed new inscriptions. It was a notebook, with the first page inscribed with Severus's musings. In the presence of Professor Snape, he began to peruse this book. June 25th, progress in magic has been observed. The frequency of magical fluctuations is increasing. July 17th, the weather is pleasant today. I recalled the girl beneath the willow tree from that year. July 21st, I discovered that the wand has a remarkable effect on the disarming charm. August 2nd, I attempted to modify the incantation of the disarming charm. The original and modified incantations are as follows. Disarming charm? Maud blinked, realizing that this spell might be of great use to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Mizius had spoken. In the blink of an eye, Maud's soul was drawn into a void of darkness. Mizius held his deep crimson spellbook, his eyes aglow with the magic of discernment. What is it? Maud inquired. Mizius looked up. There is an effect within the introduction to the magic of discernment that should prove beneficial to your magical system. Take a look. Maud's eyes shimmered with a flicker of blue light as he raised his hand, revealing an ancient, yellowed tome of magic. The incantation Shadowless Blade, which he had just witnessed, materialized before him, accompanied by a string of characters that appeared in his line of sight. Shadowless Blade, compatibility, 110, effect, sharpness amplification 20. Maud cast a fleeting glance and observed. Its principles seemed to draw inspiration from other forms of magic, thereby enhancing both resilience and sharpness. Did you see that? Mizius appeared somewhat exhilarated, his voice rising a few octaves. Indeed, Maud nodded. If we can truly transfer this sharpness attribute to other forms of magic, then the foundation for your balsam root claw red will be established. The two engaged in an animated discussion about magic, delving deeply into the evolving magical system. Before Maud finally returned to the present, he lifted his gaze from the book and was startled to find Professor Snape staring intently at him, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. Professor Snape, is there something you need? The proximity of that face and those eyes was truly overwhelming. Professor Snape did not respond immediately, continuing to scrutinize him for a moment before slowly stating, "Your expression just now was peculiar, as if you were in a trance." Maud wiped his mouth, as if clearing drool, and explained, "I suppose I'm a bit fatigued today, perhaps a touch drowsy." Upon returning to the dormitory, Maud once again immersed himself in contemplation. He and Mizius were both diligently practicing their magic. In the vast emptiness, flames and lightning danced wildly, with fire and violet sparks intertwining, momentarily dispelling the darkness and solitude of the void. After an indeterminate amount of time, they returned to the round-table meeting room. "I require your assistance," Mizius declared, swirling his crimson robe as he took his seat at the imagined table. Maud settled into his chair and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "I wish to learn Hermione's Petrificus Totalis. Perhaps she is unaware of the nuances of this incantation. Yet I require her emotional experiences when she casts this spell." "Do you wish to acquire this incantation?" Maud asked. "One might say so. My intuition suggests that this magic could be of great benefit to me. For instance, I could utilize its magical framework to construct a more stable blade of flame concealed within a fireball, combining Stupefy and Petrificus Totalis." "Indeed." Maud nodded. "All right. Let me also seize a bit of the limelight as a supporting character." In the corridor of the library, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was preparing to lead his team, including Harry, to commence today's practice. Clad in their neat uniforms, with predominantly red robes complemented by deep yellow ties, they appeared quite spirited. "During this summer, I have contemplated numerous training methods for the upcoming term." Wood spoke animatedly, his face alight with enthusiasm, as if envisioning his players making significant progress under his new training regimen. "We must train earlier, longer, and more rigorously." However, he abruptly raised his head, furrowing his brow and pursing his lips at something in the distance. "What? This is unbelievable." The group advanced to the expansive lawn ahead, directly encountering another group, the Slytherin Quidditch team. "Flint, where are you headed?" Wood asked, his brow knitted in concern. Marcus replied with a grin to the Quidditch pitch. "I have reserved the entire Quidditch field for today." "Don't get too excited, Wood. I have received permission," Marcus continued, producing a small note from his pocket and handing it to Wood. Outside the library, on a long stone bench, Maud was inquiring Hermione about the specifics of the full bodybind curse, while Ron sat beside him. I think they might be in trouble, Ron remarked. Observing the expressions of both groups, Hermione noticed as well and could no longer remain still. Perhaps, Maud shrugged. Let's go see. The three approached the back of the Gryffindor team, standing alongside Harry. What is going on, Harry? Ron asked. I'm not sure, Harry shook his head. Let us wait and see. Wood took the note Marcus had handed him and began to read its contents. I, Professor Snape, hereby grant special permission for the Slytherin team to utilize the Quidditch pitch today to train their new seeker. Upon finishing, he looked up at Marcus with displeasure. Do you have a new seeker? Who is it? From behind the Slytherin team emerged a boy with light blonde hair slicked back, grinning mockingly at the Gryffindor team. Malfoy? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Malfoy replied with a smirk, and I am not the newest member. This is the Nimbus 2001. Ron shouted out loud. It was at this moment that he noticed the Slytherin players, all brandishing identical, exquisite broomsticks. He recognized these luxurious items as the latest brooms freshly released from Diagon Alley. This outcry drew everyone's attention to the gleaming black brooms. Wood had already foreseen the unfavorable circumstances that awaited them in the upcoming match. Most of their team wielded ordinary brooms, with the finest being Harry's Nimbus 2000. Such a stark disparity in equipment would inevitably rob them of their speed advantage and potentially undermine their confidence. Where did you get those? Ron inquired. Marcus patted Draco on the shoulder. They were a gift from Draco's father, even though they had failed to teach Maris a lesson and ended up in detention themselves. Malfoy had ensured that his father sent over a Nimbus 2001, determined to genuinely defeat Harry and garner everyone's attention. Weasley looked up at Malfoy from below. To my family. It's merely a trifling sum. Trifling sum. Maud's gaze instinctively shifted to the pocket of his robes. Since it's ill-gotten gains anyway, why not lend it to invest in my prospects as the Elf King? At least the Gryffindor players rely on their true abilities. Hermione, unable to tolerate Malfoy's arrogance, stepped forward to block his gaze towards Ron. Unlike you, who buys your way onto the team. She stood tall, defiantly returning his glare. Malfoy frowned and approached her. Slowly leaning down, his proud gaze bearing down on her. No one asked for your opinion, you filthy mudblood. Hermione's expression darkened as a thought crossed her mind. You will be held accountable for your words, Malfoy. Ron retrieved his wand, which was taped together from beneath his robes. A green light shimmered before him as he aimed it at Malfoy, but his hand was seized by Maud. Let me handle this, Ron. Maud stepped forward, grinning at Malfoy, causing him to take a half-step back. Come on, Mr. Malfoy, what performance do you wish to showcase today? You. Malfoy sneered, retreating behind Marcus. It's you again. Marcus glared into Maud's eyes, drawing out his wand as he spoke. Maud nodded and turned to gaze at his face. Indeed, Mr. Flint, do you wish to dance? Dance. Marcus chuckled, revealing his prominent front teeth, while a radiant glow began to emanate from his wand. Wood also drew forth his wand, cautioning, Marcus, do you wish to contravene the school regulations? Marcus paid him no heed. With a gentle flick of his wand through the air, flocks of birds appeared. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In an instant, a multitude of birds with sharp, elongated beaks materialized, flapping their wings and swooping towards Maud. The tips of their brownish-yellow beaks suddenly glimmered with a piercing light. Maud looked at the scene, merely blinking as he internally compared this spell to the barrage of projectiles. The two spells bore a striking resemblance, sharing the same method of attack, merely differing in their medium. He was unaware of the willow wand that had materialized in his hand. Raising it with a flick, a radiant light burst forth. It appeared as though he murmured an incantation, and soon a transparent barrier enveloped him, securely shielding both Ron and Hermione behind him. Subsequently, two bolts of lightning shot forth from the wand, striking Marcus and Malfoy, only to vanish without a trace, leaving the two momentarily bewildered. Birds swooped down, flapping their wings. Thud, thud, thud. The air rippled as each bird emitted a mournful cry before dissipating into wisps of smoke. The barrier was incredibly sturdy and thick, resilient enough to withstand the onslaught of nearly 10 birds, which came at it like bullets, without yielding a single breach. Wood and the others were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. They had not anticipated that a second-year wizard could withstand Marcus's flock of birds with a simple shielding charm. After all, Marcus was nearing graduation, on the brink of adulthood as a wizard, and under normal circumstances, his magic should far surpass Maud's. Let us proceed. Maud seems to have no intention of punishing Marcus and Malfoy. Suddenly, Ron retched, having just cast half of a spell that rebounded upon him due to his broken wand. The spell's effect was to cause a slimy, repugnant creature resembling a slug to emerge from one's mouth. Wood, along with Harry and Hermione, supported him as they made their way to Hagrid's abode. Would cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Marcus and Malfoy before leading the team away. Meanwhile, outside the library corridor, two students clad in Slytherin team uniforms began to engage in a fervent yet peculiar dance. Lacking music, their movements appeared somewhat devoid of rhythm. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the flowing fabric of their uniforms, two purple butterflies clung tightly to their ankles. Inside Hagrid's hut, Hagrid retrieved a wooden bucket and handed it to Ron. At last, Ron relieved the pressure that had been building within him, leaning over the bucket as he rhythmically heaved. A stream of slimy slugs emerging from his mouth and falling into the receptacle. Maud caught a whiff of a repugnant sewage odor, which he found unbearable, prompting him to silently withdraw. What transpired here? Hagrid inquired, observing Ron's anguished expression with surprise. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. We had a bit of a confrontation with Malfoy. Ron cast a spell, but his wand seems rather uncooperative. Is there any remedy, Hagrid? Harry asked. Hagrid shook his head. We can only wait for it to subside on its own. This peculiar incantation has no counter-curse, nor is there any potion to remedy it. He lifted a bottle of brandy from the table and took a small sip. How did you find yourselves in conflict with Malfoy? He probed, as Harry's gaze flickered toward Maud. Maud shrugged, indicating a lack of desire to confide. This was a path Hermione must traverse on her own. The stumbling blocks along the way were painful, yet stepping upon them would transform them into stepping stones. Harry glanced at Hermione again and blinked. Hermione rose, her brow furrowed. Arms crossed over her chest as she paced back and forth. A look of hesitation and discomfort crossed her face, and after a considerable pause, she spoke. He called me a mudblood. Hagrid's mouth fell open in astonishment as he set down the bottle he was holding. Did he truly say that? What does mudblood mean? Harry inquired. Shoo. Maud, standing beside Hagrid, winked at him and gestured for silence. However, Hermione continued. It is a most disrespectful term for those from Muggle families, implying that their blood is as filthy as mud. The furrows on her brow deepened as she contemplated her lineage, something beyond her control. She loved her family dearly. How dare Malfoy utter such words about her and her kin? Oh, poor girl, do not heed his nonsense, Hagrid said, his rugged face softening, his eyes gentle. Most people today possess some degree of mixed blood, and besides, who could conjure magic that we Hermione cannot master? Hagrid shared many stories with Hermione, repeatedly illustrating that the term mudblood was merely a derogatory label concocted by a group of fools. He reassured her that given her intelligence, no so-called pure-blood wizard could possibly compare with her in the realm of magical study. Listening to Hagrid's comforting words, the once self-doubting girl could no longer suppress her feelings of injustice, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Come here, Hagrid beckoned to Hermione, who took his rough hand, and they exchanged a smile reminiscent of a father and daughter. Ron finally managed to endure this trying moment. He had expelled a great deal of stomach acid. Unable to keep even the lunch he had consumed earlier, Maud handed him a tissue. He glanced at the bucket brimming with that moving, sour substance and immediately sensed that this mucus worm summoning spell was quite extraordinary. At the very least, it could take the lead in the realm of pranks. Merlin's beard. Ron wiped his mouth, resembling someone who had just crawled out of the abyss, his complexion notably pale. He withdrew his longtime companion, his wand, and his expression was a mixture of emotions. After this incident, he felt an intense desire to replace the wand, yet his meager finances did not permit such indulgence. Ron, perhaps I could let you borrow Harry's wand, he suggested. He wished to purchase a new one for Ron, but Ron shook his head firmly. No. I'll buy one myself once I save enough. Ron was determined to earn his own galleons to procure a wand that belonged to him. Rather than receiving one as a prize through Harry's generosity, his pride would not allow him to accept it otherwise. As for the wand repair, Maud contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to assist this prideful young man. He extended his palm towards Ron. Huh. Ron looked at him in confusion. Hand over your wand. I should be able to fix it. What? Ron was taken aback, pointing at Maud. You can repair my wand? Yes. What of it? Maud replied. You've been studying magic from dawn till dusk. When did you learn this? Family secret, Maud responded. Don't ask, it's a family tradition. Indeed, Ron nodded, as if affirming his forthcoming statement. Odd individuals, regardless of their domain, always possess such peculiarities. Maud intended to employ the resplendent magic array to mend the wand, a supplementary function discovered through identification magic just a few days prior. After engraving the magical array, it would grant a single opportunity for repair. He held Ron's wand in his hands, gazing at the fractured tip, contemplating how to temporarily stabilize it for the engraving process. Would it truly be restored? Ron observed Maud's earnest examination of his wand, anxiety etched across his face as he inquired. If the wand could indeed be repaired, he would no longer need to fret over the vexatious galleons, for their family had exhausted countless ideas over this troublesome matter. Maud nodded. Everything should be settled by the day after tomorrow. Ron chuckled, wanting to give Maud a hearty embrace, but unfortunately, the odor emanating from him was quite overwhelming, prompting Maud to recoil in distaste. Ugh, let go of me, Ron. I can hardly breathe. The second recipient of Ron's affection, Harry, was ensnared tightly in his embrace, muffled sounds of protest escaping from underneath his robe. However, Ron, caught up in his own merriment, failed to heed Harry's murmurs. Smack! Hermione swatted Ron's hand away, her reddened eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation and amusement. You must release Harry at once. Are you attempting to suffocate him? Oh dear. Draco Malfoy gazed in dismay at the young girl before him. All he had done was reluctantly perform a couple of dances beneath the Gryffindor Tower and outside the library. And yet he had inexplicably garnered a little fan. Could you please give me your autograph, Draco? If I may call you that, the girl with short hair inquired. I saw in the Muggle world that the type of dance you performed seems to be called rock and roll, which is quite popular among North American youths. Get lost. I detest Muggles, Malfoy retorted defiantly. Yet, the girl seemed to relish his demeanor. Draco, you look quite cool. I recommend you learn a dance called street dance. It would suit you perfectly. Leave me be. I told you, I won't sign anything. But it's just a signature. It won't take long. Stupid Muggle offspring. Meanwhile, in Lockhart's office, the night deepened, and the dim light cast a warm glow. Harry was buried under a pile of letters, having lost count of how many he had written, perhaps around 1,000 since the beginning of term. This night had stretched on for over 3 hours, and his hands felt almost detached, numb and unresponsive. Oh, what a delightful endeavor this is, Professor Lockhart exclaimed, signing his name on a photograph of himself, a satisfied smile gracing his features. What do you think, Harry? Look at the enchanting smile on this photograph. Complemented by my elegant signature, I am certain that the young witch who receives this gift will be so thrilled that she won't be able to sleep. Harry looked up, rubbing his aching neck, feeling as though his spine could hardly support his body and head any longer. Yes, Professor, he replied with a rather unappealing smile. I suppose receiving such a light-hearted and enjoyable task during detention is indeed fortunate, thanks to your assistance. As Harry uttered these words, he had already begun to draw a comparison between Professor Lockhart and Professor Snape, who always made his life difficult during potions class. Fame is an unreliable companion. It is the actions of the renowned that grant them their celebrity status. One must not forget the moment when Professor Lockhart unexpectedly made a profound remark, causing Harry to momentarily freeze, as his mind inexplicably wandered to his own moniker of the boy who lived. Yet, what did Professor Lockhart mean by that? The two fell silent again, returning to their respective tasks. Harry continued to compose flowery responses for Lockhart's admirers, while the professor basked in the admiration of his own photographs, signing them with flourish. As the clock struck 10, the night had deepened into an inky darkness, the light remaining a dim and warm hue. In the relatively confined office, the only sound was the gentle scratching of quills against parchment. Suddenly, a strange hiss disrupted the tranquility, prompting Harry to jerk his head up. What was that sound? He strained to listen, but it seemed to have ceased, prompting him to instinctively glance at Professor Lockhart, who was diligently and contentedly continuing his signing. Had he misheard? Harry frowned and listened intently once more, only to be met again with the soft scratching of quills. Surely he must be overly fatigued, he thought, as he lowered his gaze to resume writing his replies. Yet, no sooner had he done so than the auditory hallucination returned. Hiss! Howl! Harry followed the sound, his eyes wide as he stared at the ceiling, which was stark and empty. Bathed in light, the white ceiling took on a soft, warm hue. It was as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, this latest sound was loud enough for Harry to be convinced he had truly heard it. The source of the sound seemed to be calling out to someone, perhaps even to him, beckoning him to approach. The sound invaded his ears, like bristles tickling his fragile eardrums, reverberating in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It resembled the roar of a beast, or perhaps the wails of many. He was reminded of the chilling wind in the graveyard at night, echoing the same inexplicable dread. What? He could not help but exclaim. drawing the attention of Professor Lockhart. "What is it?" Lockhart inquired, looking at him with surprise. "That sound, who?" As Lockhart spoke, he cautiously scanned the room, his eyes darting about. "Did you not hear it? What are you talking about, Harry?" Lockhart chuckled, seemingly easing up, yet his eyes continued to roam the ceiling, betraying a hint of unease. "You must be tired," he suggested, glancing at the portable clock on the desk. "Oh, I thought as much. For hours have already passed. How swiftly time flies when one is enjoying themselves." A signature smile graced his face, yet his wandering gaze revealed a lingering fear of the unknown. Maud had just concluded his nocturnal studies. He exited the auditorium ahead of schedule, while Hermione remained diligently engrossed in her work, vowing to excel over all the second-year students. Ron, too, was preoccupied, polishing trophies for Filch, likely burdened with a frown. The night enveloped Hogwarts as if it were slumbering. The wind outside the corridors whistled softly in his ears. He made his way to the right passageway of the courtyard outside the auditorium, turning as usual, intending to cross the stone bridge via the elevated walkway towards Gryffindor Tower. However, having scarcely approached the vicinity of the girls' lavatory, beneath the warm yellow glow, a cat dangled from the ceiling upside down, obstructing his path. Thud! He stepped into the water that overflowed from the abandoned lavatory, coming to an abrupt halt. The cat, with its dark gray fur, emaciated frame, and bulbous eyes akin to Filch's, was none other than Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved feline. Yet, more alarming was the fact that it had ceased to breathe, its bulbous eyes wide open in a lifeless gaze, fixated on the air. And its once dark gray fur now appeared even more dulled. The Chamber of Secrets? Maud turned to the left wall. Bathed in the dim light of the corner, he beheld a wall unlike any he had seen before. Deep crimson blood splattered across its surface, now congealed, intertwining to form grotesque, blood-red letters. The lower edges of the letters dripped downward, their contours uneven. From a distance, at the boundary of the dim yellow and darkness, it seemed as if grotesque tendrils were emerging from the wall. The letters, from left to right, coalesced into a cryptic phrase: "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy." Maud pressed against the wall, and it was then that he caught a whiff of the nauseating scent of blood permeating the air. The impact of this scene was quite profound. Even though Maud had mentally prepared himself, the deliberately arranged sight still etched itself deeply into his mind. He covered his nose and took a few steps back, glancing at the ground, yet he saw nothing. Even if there were any clues, they had long been washed away by the water overflowing from the ladies' restroom. What kind of individual could orchestrate such a scene? The answer was unequivocal. It was likely the work of those desensitized to bloodshed, individuals with twisted psyches. And if a little girl were capable of such acts, it was highly probable that she was not merely manipulated, but also had her body controlled, rendering her unconscious. He resolved to seek another opportunity to observe the magic that lingered upon her. Maud stood still, lost in thought. After a while, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. It appeared to be only a few individuals. He slowly moved forward. The sound of his leather boots splashing on the waterlogged ground created tiny droplets, and his silhouette vanished around the next corner. "I am certain he intends to commit murder," Harry exclaimed hurriedly, addressing Hermione and Ron as he rushed along. He had just encountered them on his path. "What have you heard?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in concern. This was no trivial matter. Could the three of them truly handle it? "Blood. I can smell blood. I will tear you apart. I will kill you. It is time for slaughter," Harry recounted. The group exchanged glances, taken aback by the blatant declaration of murder. Soon, they arrived at the wall inscribed with crimson words, witnessing the scene's transformation as well as the lifeless body of Mrs. Norris. Her form was utterly stiff, resembling a stone statue. Harry and his friends, both astonished and anxious, sought to uncover clues left at the scene. However, it was not long before they were surrounded by fellow students returning to their dormitories, both corridors packed with people. Everyone stared in disbelief at the bizarre spectacle. Filch had arrived as well. You killed Mrs. Norris?" he exclaimed, his bulbous eyes wide with fury, his twisted features contorted in hatred. "I will kill you, Harry Potter. I shall avenge Mrs. Norris." He advanced towards Harry, disregarding his attempts at explanation, reaching out with a claw-like hand to grasp his collar, threatening to choke him. "Filch, do not act impulsively," a voice rang out clearly from the crowd. Amidst the throng of young wizards, a path was cleared as Professor Dumbledore approached. He lowered his glasses, scrutinizing the wall covered in blood-red writing. "All students, return to your dormitories. This is not a place for you to linger, Professor Dumbledore addressed the students, turning to Professor McGonagall, who nodded in compliance. She began instructing the heads of houses, and soon, under their guidance, the students began to disperse, leaving only Harry and his companions behind. Professor Dumbledore moved closer to the suspended feline body, examined it, and then turned back, saying, "Filch, do not be alarmed. Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified. Professor Sprout has successfully cultivated the mandrakes. Once they mature and are transformed into a potion, Lady Loris can be restored to her former self." Filch's demeanor finally softened, and he unclenched his tightly held hands. "However, I am uncertain as to how she was petrified," Professor Dumbledore remarked. Filch instinctively pointed towards Harry. "Harry Potter. I believe he might possess the knowledge." "I don't," Harry countered, saying, "It wasn't me, Headmaster. I swear I did not touch Lady Loris." Professor Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for silence. "We require some time to unravel the events surrounding this matter. During this period, I urge everyone to act with caution." Having calmed Filch's agitation and sent off Harry and the others, Professor Dumbledore turned his attention to Professors Snape and McGonagall. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" He moved towards the word chamber inscribed on the wall, lost in contemplation. "Does the chamber truly exist?" Professor Snape inquired. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "No one knows, Severus. But someone perished 50 years ago." Dumbledore nodded. "Furthermore, others were unjustly implicated and expelled from the school." "You mean?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall. It is indeed the person you are thinking of, but he is innocent." Professor Dumbledore continued. "Next, we must attempt to piece together the truth using the clues left by this scene, and hopefully uncover the reality from decades past. Until then, the school's patrols must not be lax. In fact, they should be strengthened. No one can predict whether a tragedy akin to that of 50 years ago might reoccur." In Gryffindor's dormitory, Harry sat on his bed, dejectedly burying his face in a pillow. All the evidence from today seemed to point towards him. In the eyes of others, he felt as if he had truly become the perpetrator attempting to harm Lady Loris, and that wall had become his masterpiece. The feeling of being wronged was quite unbearable. "What do you think?" He removed the pillow from his face. "What was that sound? Why could only I hear it while others could not?" Ron stuffed a cookie into his mouth, shaking his head in a muffled manner. After swallowing, he spoke. "Perhaps it is just as Lockhart said. You are simply exhausted. I suppose that is the only explanation. But what occurred with that wall? Could it be some sort of prank? That certainly seems like something Malfoy would be capable of." Maud lowered the book, revealing his face. "What did you hear, Harry?" He feigned ignorance, for he was indeed absent from the crowd at that moment. Harry succinctly recounted the events, with Ron joining in, vividly illustrating the horror of the situation. "In the magical realm, such peculiar talents do exist," Maud remarked. "Perhaps you should focus on whose voice it was. This will better aid you in uncovering the truth." Harry retorted without hesitation, "But I have no inkling at all." "Harry, when you are overwhelmed by emotions, it is best to detach yourself and regain your composure. If you can achieve tranquility, you will realize that you ought to reflect on the past, searching your memories for traces of that voice or any other peculiar sounds." Harry, usually contemplative, began to scratch his head after a moment of reflection. His life prior to Hogwarts had been rather mundane, with the only notable incident being the discovery of his extraordinary abilities at the zoo. Suddenly, he looked up at Maud. "The zoo? That was the scene of our first encounter." Maud shrugged, seemingly aware that you had discovered its traces. A few days later, in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall, donned in a dignified, deep green robe, was expounding on the topic of transforming animals into goblets. This was a level of transfiguration that surpassed the transformation of inanimate objects, necessitating a more adept mastery of the transfiguration spell. The mental image of the object must be rendered precisely and clearly, while simultaneously maintaining focus and confidence. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. "Now, I shall demonstrate," she announced. Raising her wand, she gently tapped a sparrow perched on the desk. 1, 2, 3, Evanesco. The sparrow abruptly lost its color, morphing into a translucent, jelly-like form. Under the influence of magic, the jelly-like creature twisted and contorted, transforming into a goblet that wobbled precariously atop the desk. Just like that. "Now it's your turn. Who will demonstrate?" She descended from the podium, scrutinizing the faces of the young wizards, and approached Ron. "Mr. Weasley, would you like to give it a try?" Coughing nervously, Ron was uncertain of his ability to successfully perform the spell. "All right, Professor." He grasped his intact wand, which had been lent to him by Maud. as his own wand lay in disrepair, awaiting restoration. 1, 2, 3, Evanesco. He pointed at the little mouse, Scabbers, and green light erupted from his wand. Under the glow, Scabbers' body shook and contorted, transforming into a furry goblet with a tail. Laughter erupted from Harry and the others surrounding him. Ron awkwardly lifted the Scabbers-shaped goblet, glancing up at Professor McGonagall with embarrassment. Her expression remained impassive. Have you changed wands? It seems that your wand is not quite suited to you. And you mispronounced the incantation. Professor McGonagall appeared to have a thorough understanding of Ron's struggles, harboring little expectation for his performance, merely aiming to gauge the class's grasp of the lesson. After all, if the student at the bottom could master it, the others likely had as well. She turned her gaze to Maud, who stood behind Ron, and smiled. He was perhaps the most talented young wizard she had ever encountered. Mr. Maris, could you demonstrate this spell for Mr. Weasley? She inquired. Of course. Maud turned to the side, catching sight of the goblet on Ron's desk. With a flourish of his radiant dragon heartstring wand, he declared, 1, 2, 3, boil away. In an instant, the once furry goblet lost its hair, its color faded, and its form reshaped, reflecting a smooth and transparent luster. However, unlike Professor McGonagall's goblet, this one was adorned with a golden rim depicting a simple outline of a mouse, precisely resembling Scabbers. Clapping her hands, Professor McGonagall beamed with delight. This goblet represented a fusion of two transfiguration spells, the goblet itself and the mouse's golden outline, rendering the incantation more complex. Yet, in Maud's adept hands, it was executed effortlessly. Excellent work, Mr. Maris. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall encouraged several young witches and wizards to attempt the spell. The results were satisfactory. Although the shape of the goblet was not entirely smooth, it was significantly better than Ron's, indicating a reasonable grasp of the living creature transfiguration spell. Content with the progress. Professor McGonagall turned to return to the podium, but a brown-haired young witch in the front row raised her hand. Oh, do you have something to ask, Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall paused. Professor, might you share with us the matter concerning the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione asked nervously, apprehensive that the topic might provoke the professor's ire. McGonagall regarded her for a moment in silence, then surveyed the eager faces of the other students around her, all of whom were equally intrigued by the subject. Very well. She finally conceded. The tale of the Chamber of Secrets involves the long-standing conflict of pureblood versus half-blood, a matter that should not be divulged to young witches and wizards. However, recent events related to the chamber have transpired. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets actually begins over 1,000 years ago. Maud and Miss Hughes engaged in a dialogue regarding the complexities of magical formation and the potential for further development. The so-called infinite proliferation characteristic of the fiery curse had not been entirely adapted into the Grand Fireball spell, as Miss Hughes's physical condition and mastery over magic were insufficient to wield the complete version of the fiery curse. Should he attempt to unleash an infinitely proliferating Grand Fireball, Miss Hughes might be overwhelmed by the flames within him. Moreover, the immense and chaotic magical energy would render the fireball incapable of gaining momentum, resulting in it falling to the ground as if it were mere spittle, barely escaping his throat. Consequently, Miss Hughes revised his approach, endeavoring to analyze the features of this magic, and incorporated a simplified version of its characteristics into the fireball, resulting in the current second-generation iteration, aptly named Grand Fireball 2.0. After sharing his insights, Miss Hughes continued to familiarize himself with this spell, while Maud retrieved his spellbook to embark on a new plan for his forthcoming endeavors. To-do list: 1. Complete the prototype of Chidori. 2. Transform the illumination spell into a magical array structure through the study of alchemy. Completed. Strike through. 3. Continue the study of alchemy to transform the structures of the levitation spell, armor spell, and unlocking spell, summarizing the patterns and challenges involved. 4. Analyze the magic residing within Ginny. 5. Continue accumulating knowledge of potions to unlock the elven bloodline. After reviewing the material, Maud added a parenthesis after the 4th point, entitled Analyzing the Magic on Ginny, indicating that the process is ongoing. Given that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened and such a gruesome scene has been set, the magic surrounding Ginny should be fully formed. It is now time to investigate whether any magical casting techniques can be gleaned from within. This peculiar magic, devised by the most perilous dark wizard in the current magical realm, can influence a person through the medium of a book. Naturally, there is the endeavor to redirect the target of this magic, should one's own butterfly effect inadvertently result in the demise of an unsuspecting individual. It would indeed be a grave transgression. As for the fusion of the two thunder orbs in the magical process, it has reached its concluding stage, and next. As Maud contemplated, spheres of lightning began to coalesce in his hands. The two orbs drew closer, merging into one another, their originally violet hues deepening. However, they encountered an impasse at their conclusion. He sensed that something essential was missing, perhaps a particular insight needed to fully unite the two spheres. What could this elusive element be? The fusion of the lightning orbs, which could potentially guide the convergence of magic, eluded his thoughts. After a brief mental tempest, he jotted down a haphazard list of attributes: sharpness, emotions, fierce flames, lightning magic, magical arrays, and other assorted notions. With no fruitful revelations emerging from his contemplation, he pondered whether he could first extract the sharpness characteristic from the unseen divine arrow and then incorporate it into the lightning orbs. Perhaps the final touch required for their amalgamation was this very essence of fusion? Wait a moment. Immodus suddenly recalled a profound and wise model from his past life, the Taiji. Perhaps by establishing the flow of magical energy according to this model, he could eliminate the final remnants of repulsion between the two forces. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly, and the stars scattered their twinkling light. The interior of the wish-granting chamber was suffused with a soft, golden glow. At an unknown moment, several lanterns began to float in the air, illuminating the room. Mort has finally concluded his mental endeavors. The amalgamation of the lightning orb has once again shattered the bottleneck, progressing slowly yet steadily. Success appears imminent within the next couple of days. He glanced around, noticing that Hermione and the others had also departed, likely having left some time ago, yet refraining from disturbing him, aware of his pursuit of peculiar magics. His stomach emitted a low rumble, prompting Mort to pat his belly, rise, and stretch languidly before making his way to the great hall. Upon arriving, he found the hall bustling with activity, as it was mealtime. The young wizards were animatedly discussing recent events, causing Harry to fidget restlessly. "Who do you think the heir of Slytherin might be?" one inquired. The notion of the heir's return might not be true. Perhaps it is merely a theatrical display orchestrated by Harry Potter himself? While I am tempted to concur with this view, Professor McGonagall's expression during her mention of the matter was far from amiable. If it were true, then Harry Potter was fortuitously present that day, the first to witness the scene, and it is highly probable that he orchestrated it, leading many to believe he is indeed the heir. Maud glanced at the small wizards speaking, who were senior students from Ravenclaw House. He said nothing and took a seat directly opposite Harry. The evening's dinner consisted of ham, roasted potato wedges, beef soup, and baguettes, all appearing quite delectable, prompting his stomach to rumble audibly. "I thought you were going to miss dinner," Ron remarked. "Of course, if I had truly missed it, I wouldn't have worried. I would have wrapped some ham in a newspaper and brought it to you," he added. "Really? That would be greatly appreciated." "Hey, no need for that. You repaired my wand, so from now on, you are my closest mate." He patted his chest, yet his spoon remained in hand, causing soup to splash. Much to Hermione's exasperation, Maud took a slice of ham and placed it into his mouth, savoring the burst of savory juices that erupted, delightfully exquisite. He ladled a bowl of beef soup and began to eat alongside it. Among this meal, the one most dissatisfied and devoid of flavor was undoubtedly Harry. He found himself at the center of public scrutiny, and at such a moment, even the most delectable food would taste like mere wax. If such harsh judgments could weigh heavily on an adult, it was remarkable that a 12-year-old boy like him did not succumb to despair on the spot. Yet, lamentably, an even greater trial awaited him ahead. Maud took a sip of his soup and looked up at Harry. "What is the matter, Harry?" "Nothing," Harry replied after a moment's hesitation. "You've heard those voices, haven't you?" "Yeah. Do you feel unjustly accused? It must be quite distressing." At last, Harry met Maud's gaze. "Yes. First it was Filch's baseless accusations, then the strange looks from all the young wizards. And now it was the incessant gossip filling the great hall." He had begun to ponder whether he truly had done something wrong. "You should learn to adopt Ron's carefree demeanor. It would alleviate much of your worry. I've tried to distract myself with other things, but it hardly helps. The moment I hear those voices, I find myself ensnared in that uncomfortable cycle again. Perhaps you are still worried that tomorrow, the day after, the weekend, and even the future will remain this way. Though I am reluctant to admit it, you are right. Listen, Harry," Maud suddenly became serious. "I once read a passage in a book that said, 'No state of being is permanent, including adversity and personal suffering. All states are transient and, over time, will return to a state of tranquility. Therefore, consider your current predicament as a lesson more torturous than potions class. You may face further challenges from the professor that might embarrass you. But regardless of how tumultuous this class may be, once the bell rings, your troubles will dissipate, and your tormented heart will return to its former state. When you begin to think this way, your heart will find solace, and your disposition will improve significantly. Harry paused, momentarily taken aback, before eventually responding with a sincere "Thank you," as a contemplative expression crossed his face, attempting to relate his current situation to potions class. Hermione, meanwhile, blinked thoughtfully, enjoying her dinner while reflecting on Maud's words. P.S. Kindly urge for updates. 5-star reviews are much appreciated. Mr. Maris, I understand you must have other matters to attend to, such as studying? Of course, Professor. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Malfoy. Maud smiled as he departed along the stone path, making his way toward the library. Lucius regarded his retreating figure, contemplating that perhaps he ought to have been born into a pureblood family. Dumbledore, although you are soon to meet Merlin. Your fortune is indeed remarkable, is it not? Certainly, I surmise his psyche is far more developed than that of the average young wizard. Even I, newly employed at the Ministry of Magic, may not possess such conversational prowess at this juncture. I have heard that his magical studies are commendable as well. Perhaps. He is quite the avid reader, likely having gleaned some superficial knowledge from his tomes. Professor Dumbledore chuckled merrily, choosing not to directly address Lucius's remarks, for he was unprepared to expose Maris to the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives so soon. Speaking of which, Dumbledore, Lucius turned to face him, his gaze sharp and haughty. I have heard that Hogwarts has encountered some troubling events. Do you require the assistance of an alumnus such as myself? That would not be necessary, Lucius. I have faith that the professors and students of Hogwarts will resolve their issues independently. Should they falter, you may find yourself facing dismissal. I look forward to that day. After his studies in the library, Maud stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest. In a secluded corner of the Centaur tribe, within a quaint stone cottage, Maud sat upon a stone pedestal, having just tended to the golden unicorn residing within the Centaur enclave. He soon encountered Firenze returning from his patrol. Firenze, as robust as ever, bore a magnificent silver-white equine form, with slightly curled silver locks cascading over his broad shoulders, exuding an extraordinary elegance. It has been a long time, Nicholas, he said, as he hung his longbow upon the wall and extended his massive hand to shake Maud's. Maud smiled. It's been a long time, Firenze. Maud occasionally visited the Marin tribe and had become quite familiar with Felons, so they no longer addressed each other with formal titles. Have you eaten? Felons inquired, holding up a black, spiny spider leg. Can this be eaten? Of course. When roasted over a fire, the flesh possesses a delightful chewiness, akin to the beef consumed by your wizards. Would you care for a piece? No, thank you. Maud glanced at the object before him and immediately recognized it as the leg of an 8-eyed giant spider, a creature likely teeming with venom. He cast a glance at the robust figure of Firenze, pondering the resilience of centaurs, beings of remarkable strength, and perhaps possessing a higher tolerance for toxins due to their extraordinary nature. So what brings you here? Firenze inquired. I came to observe 2 unicorns, and, while I'm at it, to request a few items, Maud replied. What items? Firenze asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. The horns, blood, or even feathers of the unicorns. Maud stated. Firenze regarded him with a mixture of confusion and concern. Having dwelled within the Forbidden Forest and maintained a cordial rapport with the unicorns, he had often received gifts from them, some even bestowed as a final offering before their demise. However, unicorn blood, a legendary substance rumored to prolong life, was typically coveted by dark wizards. What do you intend to do with such items? He questioned. They are intended for healing, to combat an affliction wrought by dark magic. Maud clarified. Firenze's expression shifted to one of understanding. To concoct a potion? No, merely to dispel something akin to a curse, Maud replied. Is it true that unicorn tissue possesses such capabilities? Firenze turned to glance at the 2 unicorns nearby. Maud shrugged, confessing that it was his first encounter with such a situation, yet he felt compelled to give it a try. Do you need my assistance? I possess a modicum of experience in matters of healing. He decided to attempt it alone first, promising to seek help if necessary. After acquiring unicorn horn powder, 2 drops of blood, and a small tuft of feathers from Firenze, Maud carefully stored these ingredients in 3 transparent narrow-necked vials. He bid farewell to Firenze and encountered the young centaur, Felbin, at the door. It had been quite some time since they last met, and Felbin warmly embraced Maud, nearly rendering him breathless. With the strength and robust physique of a centaur, such a hug could easily overwhelm an ordinary person. The following day dawned bright and clear. The Quidditch pitch was filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor had been underway for some time, with Slytherin players, under the leadership of their captain Marcus Flint, employing a brutish and aggressive style of play, temporarily leading 30-10. Oh yes. The Slytherin Serpents erupted in unison with cheers, while the Gryffindor Lions sighed in disappointment. Marcus assisted his team's chasers, skillfully evading Gryffindor's defenses, and launched the quaffle in a graceful arc, successfully scoring. The score climbed to 40-10. Merlin's beard, this match is truly disheartening, Ron lamented. Hermione, brushing her unruly hair back, furrowed her brow in agreement. We should have anticipated this. Each Slytherin player wields a Nimbus 2001, making it exceedingly difficult for Gryffindor's chasers to keep pace. Do you think Gryffindor will lose this match? Ron's remark earned him many disapproving glances from the nearby young witches and wizards, while Hermione shot him an admonishing glare. Do not be foolish. The Golden Snitch has yet to make its appearance, and everything remains uncertain. Maud did not involve himself in their conversation. He stood to the right of Ron, leaning slightly, while Ginny positioned herself behind him. In his hand, he held a pinch of unicorn horn powder, which he had recently tested. Feathers seemed ineffective, yet the powder, cradled in his palm, drew him closer to Ron and Ginny. Within the realm of identification magic, he perceived a swirling mass of indistinct energy enveloping Ginny. It radiated an anxious intensity, akin to confronting a formidable adversary. The hue of this energy was a deep black, tendrils of dark mist curling upward. When Maud distanced himself, the energy would retreat into obscurity. There was still something amiss. Was blood required as well? Maud pondered. He retrieved a vial of blood and allowed a single drop to grace his palm. The unicorn's blood glimmered a silvery white, and merely holding it evoked a sensation of warmth, as if basking in sunlight, accompanied by a faint whiff of its essence. The blood did not dissolve into his skin. Rather, it maintained a gelatinous form, reminiscent of jelly. Turning his gaze, he noted that the energy had retreated from the center of Ginny's being to her left hand, the farthest point from Maud. Maud raised his hand once more, drawing closer to observe the wisps of black smoke that were on the verge of manifesting. He hastily withdrew the blood and horn powder. At that moment, he was surrounded by young wizards. Allowing this magic to escape would be disastrous, as magical forces tend to conceal themselves, making them notoriously difficult to trace. The spellbook materialized in his grasp as if summoned by an unseen force, and Maud began to inscribe, Life Drain, Unicorn Blood Horn Powder. This was merely an experiment to assess the efficacy of the unicorn's essence in relation to the Life Drain spell. The results were promising. He would need to find an opportune moment to introduce this magic into a new vessel. As for the bewitching spell, it appeared to be exceedingly rare, and he had found no means of dispelling it within the library's confines. However, since it posed no lethal threat, he decided to allow Tom a little more enjoyment. Just as he pondered this, a series of resounding thuds echoed from the arena, followed by a piercing scream. Maud raised his gaze. Draco Malfoy was kneeling at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, his legs nearly forming a straight line, his expression quite grim. Ron shivered, seemingly empathizing with Master Malfoy. Oh, Merlin's beard, I truly feel sorry for this fellow. Draco was carried away by several young wizards from the sidelines, with Madame Pomfrey taking him to the hospital wing for treatment. He had fallen from the sky, sustaining several minor fractures in his limbs, yet fortunately, in the magical world, healing was relatively effortless, likely requiring only a potion or two. Lucius, seated in the stands, wore a displeased countenance, dissatisfied with Draco's foolish blunder. Draco had been chasing the Golden Snitch alongside Harry Potter, but with his Nimbus 2001 broom, which was both swifter and more agile. He was startled by the erratic bludger and stumbled to the ground. He turned his gaze towards the bludger, pondering if someone was targeting Harry Potter. With Slytherin's Soul Seeker out of the game, the young wizards from Gryffindor sensed an opportunity and were somewhat pleased. However, Harry remained engaged in a fierce struggle. The bludger pursued him relentlessly as if it were a bee drawn to honey. It inexplicably gained tremendous speed, and with its hardened exterior, it could easily demolish the wooden structures of the stands. The flying debris suggested that if it struck a limb, it could certainly lead to a fracture. Amidst the anxious gazes of Hermione and Ron, Harry, who had just reached the Golden Snitch, was suddenly struck in the right hand by the bludger from behind. causing his brow to furrow in pain. His right hand was likely fractured, leaving him unable to balance himself on the broom, resulting in a precarious wobble in the air. It's over. Harry has injured his right hand. Ron cried out. This match was probably doomed. If I find out who cursed the bludger, I shall definitely treat them to a feast of slugs. Not necessarily, Maud chuckled. The nature of a match is akin to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Until you taste them, you cannot discern their flavor. Let us keep watching. Miracles often manifest around Harry. Harry's condition grew increasingly dire. The pain from his fractures not only hindered his movements, but also clouded his thoughts. Yet, this boy, accustomed to adversity since childhood, summoned his indomitable spirit and resolved to give it his all. He released his uninjured left hand, gripping the broom solely with his fractured right hand, and then extended his left arm forward with all his might, abruptly accelerating. This action seemed to catch the golden snitch off guard. In an instant, Harry's palm was a mere centimeter away from the snitch, yet that centimeter proved insurmountable. The spectators in the stands were even more tense than Harry. The arena fell silent. All breath held in anticipation of the final outcome. Thud. The angle at which his body tilted was ultimately too great, causing Harry to crash heavily onto the soft, muddy ground at the edge of the lawn. Where is the golden snitch? It may have flown away, for it is always unexpectedly swift. No. I feel it has been captured in the grasp of Harry Potter's hand. On the platform, the young wizards were engaged in discussion as Hermione and Ron began to weave through the crowd, rushing towards Harry on the field, with Moraine closely trailing behind. As Harry lay on the ground, he suddenly flipped over, revealing a beaming smile, which left the entire audience momentarily stunned. Then, he released his tightly clenched left hand, unveiling the golden snitch within. Goodness gracious! Harry Potter has captured the golden snitch, securing a precious 150 points for Gryffindor. The final score stands at 170-70. Let us extend our congratulations to Gryffindor for claiming the title in this year's Quidditch match. The announcer's exuberant voice ignited the emotions of the entire crowd. Cheers erupted from the platform, akin to a pot of water reaching a vigorous boil. The match had concluded, yet the bludger showed no intention of sparing Harry. The soaring ball descended like a bullet, nearly striking Harry's feet, causing several impacts that created deep depressions in the muddy ground. Fortunately, Harry was sufficiently cautious and managed to evade it in time, thus avoiding a further fracture. Though he was left drenched in cold sweat, his robes soaked through. The bludger once again swooped down. Not far away, the voice of a little girl rang out, "Shatter it to pieces." A beam of white light struck the bludger like an arrow. Bang! The resilient bludger seemed to explode from within, shattering completely, its hard exterior breaking into fragments that scattered in all directions. Harry exhaled heavily, finally relieved that it was over. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione was the first to rush forward, lifting his hand and rolling up his sleeve, revealing a swollen area that was even tinged with purple. It seemed he had sustained a fracture. Harry smiled, attempting to ease his own spirits. "It's all right. Madame Pomfrey's potions are quite effective. I'll be healed in no time." "Oh, poor boy." Professor Lockhart, clad in a cerulean robe, also arrived, drawing his wand, ready to cast a spell. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll have you fixed up in no time." "Oh, I believe it's unnecessary to trouble you, Professor." Harry frowned, recalling the performance of the young wizards in class. Their assessment of Lockhart's magical prowess was far from favorable. What if, due to a mere fracture, he ended up causing more harm than good? "It's fine. I am quite adept at this spell. You won't feel even a twinge of pain." Professor Lockhart's wand had begun to radiate a luminous glow. Standing beside him, Maud chuckled softly. Lockhart was not well acquainted with most forms of magic, and this healing spell was no exception. Upon its casting, Harry's bones would vanish, his hand transforming into a mass of rubbery flesh. Indeed, while it would mend the fracture, the bones would be lost. Oh dear. Considering the discomfort of lacking bones must be quite unbearable, Maud intervened to assist Harry. He squeezed through the crowd, causing Ron to inadvertently bump into Lockhart, who tumbled to the ground. The brilliance of his wand faded into obscurity. Harry sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance towards Maud for his discreet actions. "Madame Pomfrey is here," Maud announced. The crowd turned, and indeed, Madame Pomfrey approached in her red and white robes, hurrying along. She had just tended to Draco, who had suffered a fracture and a muscle strain in his thigh, but it was a minor injury that could be remedied with some potions and rest. "How are you, Mr. Potter?" she inquired. "Fine, just a stinging sensation in my arm," Harry replied. "And the rest of you?" "Nothing else, just this hand." Can you stand on your own? Harry nodded, but the fall may have twisted his ankles as well, causing him to stagger and sit down again. You all, she gestured towards Mord and the others, lend a hand and help Mr. Potter to my office. Professor Lockhart had regained his footing, brushing off the dust from his robes, casting a disgruntled glance at Madame Pomfrey, for this was an excellent opportunity to showcase his magic. I can heal Harry, Madame Pomfrey. You? Indeed, Madam. I am an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League and am knowledgeable in emergency treatments for such injuries. Step aside. Madame Pomfrey offered him no courtesy. In truth, even if it were Headmaster Dumbledore obstructing her from treating a patient, he would receive a similarly curt response. Professor Lockhart, Hermione interjected politely. We have a second-year defense against the Dark Arts class tomorrow. You still need to prepare your lesson. Oh, I nearly forgot. Within the infirmary, the afternoon sunlight filtered through, casting a warm glow upon the white hospital bed. Harry lay there, encircled by members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had come to express their gratitude to the hero of the match and to present him with a bouquet of carnations, wishing for his swift recovery. In truth, Harry was now fit for discharge. However, the fractured bone in his hand, as it healed under the influence of the potion, induced sensations akin to growing pains. Should the discomfort surpass his threshold, he would need to consume some of Madame Pomfrey's specially concocted pain-relieving elixir. Furthermore, during this period, unforeseen complications could arise, such as misalignment or deformity of the healing bone, necessitating further adjustments. Thus, on Madame Pomfrey's counsel, it was decided that he would remain until evening for his discharge. At last, Wood and the team departed, leaving only Ron, Hermione, and the young Harry in the spacious room. Harry, how are you feeling now? Hermione inquired. Much better, actually. Compared to when I first took the potion, Harry replied. I'll take a look, Ron said, gently lifting Harry's arm, which was secured with bandages and splints. Yet, the skin peeking through the crevices appeared less swollen and red. Harry, it seems Madame Pomfrey's potion is proving effective. You might just make it back in time for evening study, Hermione remarked earnestly. In that moment, Harry's thoughts drifted to the assignments that had piled up from yesterday and today, and he couldn't help but frown in dismay. Maud quietly observed their conversation, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes and delved into the depths of his mind. In the darkness, a crimson figure stood beside him. Maud did not disturb Mizius. Instead, he retreated to another corner to continue his arcane studies. A flicker of lightning danced across his hands, a cascade of violet hues flowing gracefully. The amalgamation of the lightning orbs was on the verge of completion, requiring merely the final meticulous alignment to be utterly realized, transforming the nature of the orbs into something more tangible. Under the radiant glow, the circulation of magical energy shifted, as the two lightning orbs transmuted from their spherical forms into two entwined yin-yang fish. As Maud's hands approached, the yin-yang fish began to chase one another, their heads and tails interlinked, culminating in the formation of a larger lightning orb. Gradually, the brilliance began to condense, the orb diminishing in size until it was no larger than the palm of his hand, its hue deepening to a rich violet. Yet a final fissure remained at the core, revealing a slender thread of pale violet within. This gap persisted, indicating that Maud's grasp of the Tai Chi model's magical structure still needed refinement. He dissipated the lightning orb and reformed it, engaging in the fusion process approximately 20 more times, until the last vestiges of resistance within the Tai Chi model faded away. He once again concentrated on creating two lightning orbs, forming the yin-yang fish anew, drawing them closer together, their heads and tails entwined in pursuit. This time, his movements were considerably swifter. Amidst the flickering brilliance, the deep violet lightning orb was birthed, while the pale violet core began to be enveloped in the resplendent glow of deep violet. As the yin-yang fish continued their chase, would success finally be at hand? Maud eagerly gazed as the lightning orb transformed into a deep shade of purple. In that fleeting moment, a surge of magical energy coursed through it. What was once a light and easily controlled sphere in his palm suddenly grew heavy, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The orb was cast aside, dissipating into a brilliant stream of electricity that vanished into the void. This marked his 36th attempt. After ensuring that he had fully mastered the new structure of magical energy and had adapted to the more potent fluctuations of the thunderball, Maud raised two tails of the yin-yang fish once again. The pulsating magical energy, in the circulation and influence of the yin-yang fish, achieved a dynamic equilibrium, culminating in a deep purple thunderball that materialized in an instant, its weightiness once again resonating through his palms. The thunderball appeared crystalline overall, yet its surface crackled with erratic arcs of electricity, giving it the appearance of a hedgehog. Emoda pondered for a moment, and for the first time, he joined the Guardian's realm. With the enhancement of the renowned realm of extreme speed, the sense of weight intensified once more. However, this heaviness did not bring forth more intricate and uncontrollable magical fluctuations. Everything remained tranquil and unaltered. 5 beams of starlight danced, a recent breakthrough. The golden starlight, which had previously only flickered ceaselessly upon the surface of the thunder sphere, seemed to be drawn in by some mysterious force, suddenly merging with the sphere itself, leaving Emoda momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated this development. Previously, the starlight merely lingered on the surface, augmenting the speed of the magic, but this time, the golden and deep violet hues intertwined without altering the sphere's color, instead transforming the manifestation of the arcs of electricity upon it. The once orderly arcs of electricity suddenly erupted into a cacophony of sharp shrieks, flickering countless times in the blink of an eye. This was the effect of the realm's speed enhancement. The arcs upon the thunder sphere appeared to elongate significantly, encircling his arm as though adorning it with a shimmering arm guard of lightning. Maud also sensed a remarkable change in his physique. It felt as though his body had become significantly lighter. Perhaps it was merely an illusion inspired by his fantasies of myriad birds. Upon further experimentation, he discovered that his body felt merely comfortable, akin to the soothing warmth of a hot bath, yet there was no tangible improvement in his physical capabilities. However, the outcome of this fusion exceeded his expectations, as the integration of intent was achieved successfully on the first attempt. He raised his right hand, and with it, lightning danced around his arm, swirling in violet hues. The elongated arcs of electricity flickered like sharp spikes, resonating with the harmonious calls of countless birds, their sounds echoing through the void, dispelling the silence. His face was illuminated, bathed in a radiant purple glow. Had he truly succeeded? Michuz had approached without him noticing, curiously leaning down to observe his right arm. A successful initial attempt, Maud mused. But how powerful is it? I have yet to test it. However, I would prefer to advance it to the next stage before attempting. My focus remains on long-range magic. Oh? Michuz lifted his gaze to Maud's face. Will it be 1,000 birds? 1,000 forms, or 1,000 birds, sharp spear? 1,000 birds, sharp spear, Maud replied. Having completed the initial form of the 1,000 birds, he now intended to undertake another task, to eradicate the life drained from Ginny's body. The new vessel for this magic was chosen to be a small black mouse. Originally, the vessel was to be the gray mouse named Spot, but considering Spot's peculiar human-like mouth and its entanglement with Voldemort, it posed a risk of revealing his own information. Maud held a fragrant pouch in his hand, containing a droplet of gelatinous unicorn blood and a small pinch of powdered unicorn horn. The powder, imbued with an enchanting aroma, justified its designation as a true sachet of fragrance. In his other hand, he carried a small cage, draped with a dark cloth, which housed an ordinary mouse captured from the Forbidden Forest. Maud stepped down the staircase and arrived at the entrance of the Charms classroom, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the first-year lesson. Before long, the bell rang, and with a creak, the grand door at the classroom's threshold swung open, allowing the young wizards to emerge one by one. Maud caught sight of a small figure with chestnut hair and waved. Ginny paused for a moment. You are Mod. Maris, a fellow student from the same dormitory as Ron. Oh, I remember now. I saw you last time in Diagon Alley. Maud smiled, realizing that such an iconic face had only just come to mind, indicating that Harry had indeed utterly captivated the young girl's gaze. Is there something you require of me? Ginny inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Indeed, this is the charm pouch Ron entrusted to me, intending it as a gift for you. He had some matters to attend to, and coincidentally, I was on my way here. Maud explained as he retrieved the pouch from the pocket of his robe and handed it to Ginny. Is this a token of compensation for last Christmas? If so, I graciously accept it. It does smell delightful, she remarked. Oh, in this cage, this is a pet I just had someone procure for me. He gestured toward Professor Flitwick, who was in the classroom. I have several questions regarding spells that I would like to pose to the professor. Might I impose upon you to look after it for a while? Outside, a girl with chestnut hair stood by the door, placing the cage containing a small mouse upon the corridor railing, her hands resting atop it. She heard no sounds from within and speculated that perhaps the little pet was asleep. In the Charms classroom, only a few students remained. Maud intercepted Professor Flitwick as he was about to descend from his podium, clutching an old, yellowed book. And you are? The diminutive Professor Flitwick asked, looking up at him. He found the young wizard somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had seen him before, having taught students across all 7 years. Professor Flitwick, I am Maud Maris. A second-year student. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. What can I assist you with, Mr. Maris? Yes, Maud replied, opening the spellbook, which bore the title questions related to charms at the top, followed by densely packed text. Professor, I am quite intrigued by the process through which each spell is created. Would you be able to elucidate how magic and incantations are invented? Certainly, but this inquiry seems rather advanced for you. In fact, had you been a 7th-year student, I would be delighted to provide a detailed explanation. Nevertheless, Professor, I believe that one's year of study should not hinder their thirst for knowledge. However, Mr. Maris, this matter is quite intricate and may even diminish your enthusiasm for the study of magic. Maud smiled and said, Professor, I do not believe that anything could diminish my passion for magic, least of all a question. My inquiry stems from a desire to comprehend its origins. If I can grasp the principles underlying each spell and discern a setup from them, my approach to learning magic might become more systematic and efficient. Of course, this is a long-term aspiration. Additionally, you need not worry about my academic performance suffering as a result. I performed quite well in my final assessments last year. Ultimately, Maud succeeded in persuading Professor Flitwick, and the two commenced a dialogue on the invention of a new form of magic. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Ginny Weasley finally spotted Maud and waved to him while leaning against the wall. You have quite a few questions, Maud. May I call you that? Of course, he replied. Here, your pet is returned to you. It has been exceedingly quiet, leading me to suspect it might be a little sleep bug. You may not be aware, but it kept me awake all night with its blue eyes shimmering. As Maud spoke, he scrutinized the changes in Ginny, noting that the lengthy descriptions of 2 spells had now been reduced to mere words on the bewitching magic. He shook the creature in the cage, yet it remained silent. Curious, he lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing a small, anesthetized mouse within. In his gaze, he observed that a series of words were forming on the mouse's fluffy body, indicating that the magic had indeed transferred its medium. Ginny, from a nearby stone staircase. A girl with golden hair raised her hand high. Her ethereal silver eyes were fixed upon them, her voice reminiscent of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Luna. Ginny waved back. I'm sorry, my friend is still searching for me. I must take my leave. It seems I have interrupted your leisure time. Maud bid farewell to Ginny with a smile, then turned his gaze back to the small mouse concealed beneath the black cloth, observing its changes for a moment before descending the stone steps in the opposite direction. However, the instant he lowered the curtain, a somber expression suddenly enveloped his face. Upon returning to his dormitory, Maud settled beside the desk by the window, where brilliant light danced in harmony with the sound of flowing water. The quill twirled between his fingers, yet his eyes remained fixated on the black-furred mouse within the wooden cage. How could this be? Once merely anesthetized, the mouse's once plump body now appeared riddled with depressions, its dark fur lacking luster, resembling a gaunt little sprite, and perhaps even more emaciated. It was on the brink of death. This was Maud's ominous intuition. The mouse, Ginny, the vessel. Maud endeavored to elucidate this transformation, a conjecture blossoming within his mind. He withdrew the remaining unicorn blood and horn powder, gripping them tightly in his hand. These substances began to channel the magic of life extraction within the diminutive mouse. Through the lens of magical discernment, a radiant aura emanated from the creature, akin to a colossal beast ensnared within a cage, poised to shatter its confines and reclaim its freedom. The symbols in Maud's vision gradually transformed as well. Life extraction, compatibility with your vessel, 80. Evaluation. It finds the current host unsatisfactory, or rather, the vitality of this vessel is exceedingly feeble, akin to a meager dinner. It yearns for a host with a more vigorous essence. More vigorous? Maud has confirmed the veracity of his conjecture and began to contemplate a new vessel. The ordinary small creatures have proven inadequate to bear this enchantment, so what of the speckled one? He returned the blood and powder into the glass vial, lifting the cage as he rose to his feet. It appeared that Ron had not taken the speckled creature away that morning. Rather, it was placed in a makeshift, chestnut-colored cage beneath Ron's bed. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Maud found himself seated once more, his expression contorted with distress. He clutched his abdomen, sensing an unwelcome presence invading his body, a sensation both jarring and disorienting. The abrupt fluctuations left him at a loss, as an inexplicable emptiness began to unfurl from his stomach. growing ever more pronounced. It felt as though his mind had been struck with a heavy blow, leaving it muddled and chaotic. Maud struggled to lift his gaze towards the little black mouse on the table. It had transformed into a muddy mass of flesh, flattened to a layer that resembled a hamburger devoid of its meat patty. It breathed no more. Emoda comprehended the current circumstances. The little mouse had perished, and as the nearest living being to it, he naturally became the new host of this generation. Furthermore, his actions may have triggered a certain stress response from the magic itself. He removed the wooden cork from the glass vial on the table, and a unique fragrance of unicorn horn powder wafted through his nostrils, seemingly suppressing the extraordinary magical energy that was surging within him. With a sigh of relief, as though a drowning person had finally emerged from the depths of the water to take their first breath, Emoda gasped violently, the sound of his heavy breaths echoing in the stillness of the dormitory. After a brief respite, he finally rose to his feet and approached Ron's bedside. Leaning down, he indeed spotted the brown wooden cage and a sweetly slumbering little gray mouse. It seemed to sense something, wrinkling its black nose, and a few long whiskers attached near its nose quivered slightly. It appeared to be in the depths of sleep, Emoda mused. The reason he refrained from anesthetizing the speckled one as a vessel was that he wished to access the memories and sensations of a person in slumber through possession, thereby reconstructing the truth of how his magic had once inhabited that individual. He was concerned that Voldemort might possess such peculiar abilities. Yet, perhaps he was overly apprehensive. Maud gently grasped the corner of the cage, pulling it out from beneath the bed along with Banban. Inside the cage, a pair of diminutive rodent eyes suddenly opened wide. With a startled squeak, Banban emitted a drowsy yet alert sound, as if rudely awakened from a delightful dream. Its eyelids gradually lifted, reflecting the surroundings, shifting from a blur to clarity. Just as the little gray mouse was on the verge of fully awakening, Maud raised a finger and pointed into the void. A flash of white light surged forth, penetrating Banban's diminutive form. A wave of drowsiness washed over the little gray mouse's mind. Banban's hazy, sleep-laden eyes closed once more, surrendering to a deep slumber. Quite astute, indeed. However, Banban had transformed into this state to evade calamity, so such vigilance was only to be expected. Emoda contemplated as he lifted the wooden cage, fragrant with the scent of willow, and hurried back to his desk. Within his body, it felt as though something was penetrating deeply, as if someone were chiseling into his very being with a hammer and chisel. A sharp pain surging from the depths of his soul. Maud speculated that the magic was thoroughly merging with his body, sensing that if he did not act swiftly, the subsequent transfer of magic would soon become exceedingly challenging. He gazed at the limp, gray mouse in the cage before him, his palm already filled with powdered unicorn horn and a droplet of jelly-like silver blood. Within him, a unique magical core seemed to have encountered its nemesis, writhing within his being as the silver powder he poured from the transparent narrow vial increased in volume, hastening in pace. Yet, something still appeared to be amiss. Maud's eyes discerned the black smoke emanating from his skin, persistently obscured by an imperceptible membrane. Contemplating this, he extracted the remaining items associated with unicorns, including those nearly ineffective unicorn feathers. The feathers acted as the proverbial last straw, finally allowing the unsettling magical cord to break through the barrier, flowing from the middle finger of his right hand. This restless, smoke-like magic, after a brief undulation in the air, precisely darted into the willow cage, infiltrating the body of the mouse named BNBN. Following the involuntary tremors of BNBN's form, all fell silent. The black magic, having departed from its source of stimulation, found a new host, reverting to its previous languid state, akin to a fish swimming gracefully within the mouse's body. Emoda exhaled comfortably, finally free from any discomfort within, a sensation that was utterly delightful, akin to sipping a chilled milk tea on a sweltering summer day, enveloping him in pure bliss. He gathered the chaotic assortment of items in his hand, silver feathers intermingled with powder as fine as sand, beneath which lay a gelatinous, silvery substance resembling blood. As these objects were carefully deposited into a narrow-necked vial, the vibrant magic within Banban swiftly faded, becoming utterly imperceptible. Maud returned the spotted creature, along with the willow cage, to the space beneath Ron's bed, closest to the dormitory's entrance. In his hand, he now held an old yellow notebook, in which he meticulously crossed out the details pertaining to the spell for transferring Ginny's body. The satisfaction of completing and erasing tasks was quite pleasing. He sensed his internal state. Aside from a slight fatigue, everything felt normal. Within the realm of magical discernment, Maud perceived something within himself, a serpentine arc etched upon his chest, composed of delicate and smooth strokes resembling the emblem of Slytherin. It appeared to be carved, though its hue was faint, almost transparent, merely distinguishing itself from the surrounding colors. Was this the trace left by the life-siphoning magic? Maud casually inscribed this discovery in his spellbook. In the dead of night, within the Gryffindor dormitory, the silvery moonlight seeped through the uneven glass windows, casting a luminous veil upon the gray stone floor. In the darkness, 3 little wizards could be faintly discerned beneath the white canopy, the rhythm of their breaths echoing softly. Harry, his face partially concealed by a white duvet, slowly furrowed his brow, as if ensnared in a distressing dream. A sound gradually became discernible in his ears. It was neither the sound of breathing nor of speech, but rather a haunting wail reminiscent of a tragedy. Before long, amidst this lamentation, coherent phrases emerged, crystallizing into familiar words that penetrated Harry's consciousness. Murder. 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 A gentle breeze wafted through the window, billowing the white canopy as though it were a cresting wave. Harry felt his ears filled with those inexplicable phrases, pricking at the delicate membrane of his auditory canal. His body grew restless, and his mind involuntarily conjured indistinct images, akin to a radio losing its signal. While a nauseating scent reminiscent of decaying fat lingered in his nostrils, veins in his neck throbbed. He abruptly opened his eyes and sat up with a start. In the stillness of the room, only the whispering wind and the calm breaths of his companions remained, rendering the previous tumult seemingly a mere figment of his dreams. Harry inhaled deeply the humid scent of the Black Lake, infused with the aroma of vegetation, and as the moisture filled his nostrils and throat, his racing heartbeat finally began to steady. He gazed out the window, where the bright moonlight glimmered upon the water's surface, resembling a radiant wall lamp. Another gust of wind swept into the room, causing the canopy to undulate once more, as if ushering in something new. At that moment, a golden-haired boy, still lost in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes and blinked. Before Harry, a diminutive voice materialized from the void, its translucent form gradually becoming distinct, revealing skin that appeared dark purple under the dim light. A pair of bulbous eyes suddenly locked onto Harry's through the white canopy. "You!" Harry nearly jumped in fright. The predominance of white in those eyes, combined with the dark purple skin and the white canopy, struck him with a shock akin to a confrontation with the irritable Whomping Willow in the pitch-black Forbidden Forest. Dobby? Oh. Harry Potter remembered Dobby's name. Dobby was overjoyed. The little elf Dobby danced joyfully on the cool floor with bare feet for a moment, his voice barely a whisper, yet he continued. Harry Potter ought to heed Dobby's counsel and remain in the Muggle world, rather than come to Hogwarts, for it has transformed into a dreadful place. Harry furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Dobby's cryptic words. He should have returned home when he missed the train to Hogwarts. Are you suggesting that the barrier at platform 9 3/4 being blocked is your doing? Harry's expression darkened instantly. Anyone confronted with a creature attempting to sabotage their journey, thereby truncating their magical adventure, would feel an indescribable anger. Yes, at least it would allow you to leave this place. In truth, Dobby had even attempted to use a bludger to force Harry Potter away, but he had failed nonetheless. Dobby lifted the curtain and leapt onto Harry's bed, treading upon the pristine bedding. Dobby is truly a failure. Was that bludger your idea as well? Yes, but it was a terrible notion, just as terrible as Dobby himself. Do you wish to kill me, Dobby? Harry exclaimed incredulously at the diminutive elf before him, recalling vividly the splintered wood from the stands as a bludger crashed into them. A memory potent enough to endanger his life. He threw back the white covers and seized Dobby by the tattered gray vest he wore, his tone sharp and furious. Do you intend to kill me, Dobby? I even burned my hand with an iron for this. If you cannot provide a convincing reason, I swear I will lose control and strangle you. Harry's eyes widened, as if to intimidate Dobby into revealing the motives behind his bizarre pranks. Throwing a large cake onto Uncle Vernon's important business guest's head, blocking the only source of light in his cramped room by sealing the window. Obstructing the path to platform 9 3/4, nearly leading to his expulsion from Hogwarts, and now, attempting to control a bludger to kill him. With a sudden jerk, Dobby wriggled free from Harry's grasp, leaping off the bed and shaking off the curtain as if escaping a spider's web. He shook his head. A look of embarrassment and discomfort etched on his wrinkled face, resembling a dusty, tattered rag. I have heard such threats many times before. In fact, I hear them at least 3 or 4 times a day. As it spoke, it seemed to recall something. grabbing the collar of its sack-like garment to cover its pale purple mouth, stifling a few sobs before blowing its nose vigorously, then continuing to articulate its feelings regarding the situation it faced. Dobby's soliloquy and sorrowful demeanor left Harry momentarily at a loss, a look of discomfort gradually appearing on his face. He clutched the curtain in his hand, feeling the texture beneath his fingers, and shifted the topic. "Why are you wearing that, Dobby?" He gestured towards Dobby's tattered and patched vest. "This is the mark of a house elf servitude. I am bound to a pure-blood family as a servant. No, I am merely a slave," Dobby lamented, recounting his life in servitude to a certain pure-blood family, describing how he felt inferior to even a sewer rat in that household. Yet, he was compelled to remain with that family because a contracted elf cannot depart from their master's will without permission. Only upon receiving a garment bestowed by their master can they regain their freedom. Finally, he elucidated the motivations behind his mischievous antics. "I only wish for Harry Potter to survive. Remaining here would mean death. The past is repeating itself at Hogwarts." Harry paused, a ripple of emotion flickering in his emerald eyes. "The past is repeating itself? Are you suggesting that this has happened before?" "Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I am such a fool," Dobby exclaimed, catching sight of a classic lamp adorned with a black grid on Harry's bedside table, and he raised it to strike his own head. "Dobby is a fool. Bad Dobby." Harry was startled once more, frantically trying to prevent this peculiar act of self-punishment. "Calm down, Dobby. It's not your fault. Bad Dobby." Suddenly, the sound of boots meeting the cobblestones outside broke the tension, and both boy and elf froze, halting their actions. Harry felt the grip in his hand dissipate. With a thud, the lamp teetered dangerously, threatening to repeat the mishap from the previous year in the restricted section of the library. Quick as a flash, he caught it, breathing a sigh of relief, only to turn and find that Dobby, who had once stood before the table, had vanished without a trace. Cautiously, Harry placed the lamp at the edge of the table, but in a moment of instability, it wobbled and nearly fell again. He inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety, his heart seeming to rise to his throat. The disturbance awakened Maud and Ron in the dormitory. They would likely forgive him, but it might alert the professor on patrol outside, particularly if it were Professor Snape's turn to supervise. As his thoughts spiraled, a halo slowly materialized, enveloping the lamp like a bubble, which then floated gently in the air before settling back onto the bedside table with a soft thud. Instinctively, Harry glanced toward Maud's bed, where a pair of golden eyes shimmered beneath the white canopy in the moonlight. "Maud," he whispered. "It's me," Maud replied. "Did you hear everything?" "Of course." As footsteps faded away, silence returned to the dark dormitory. Harry lay in bed, attempting to succumb to sleep. The soft duvet brushed against his cheek, warm and comforting. Yet he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, his mind replaying the earlier scene, compelling him to reflect. Was the eerie sound he alone could hear truly a consequence of the Chamber of Secrets being opened? What dire repercussions might ensue? Would lives be lost? Furthermore, when Dobby mentioned that history was repeating itself, did it imply that the chamber had been opened before? Yet, the thoughts at night tangled like a ball of yarn, leaving him unable to grasp the loose ends or find answers to the chaotic questions. Moments later, he abruptly sat up, as if arising from a nightmare. "What's wrong?" came Maud's voice from the adjacent bed. "I heard the murmuring again." "Yes." Harry rubbed his face with both hands, feeling the warmth radiating from his skin, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. This time, the sound was the most intense I've ever experienced. "My heart is racing. I feel that something ominous is about to happen. Are you planning to investigate?" The calm sound of Ron's snoring filled the air, but Harry remained silent, his inner turmoil oscillating until he resolved to take action. He jumped out of bed, his bare feet meeting the cold floor once more. "I think so. I want to see." "Oh," Maud sighed, pulling back the canopy and leaving the warmth of his bed, donning the black linen cloak draped over the bedpost. "I'm curious too. I'll join you." The two dressed quickly, cloaked in a large invisibility garment, their figures blending into the darkness of the night, their footsteps fading into silence with their careful movements. "Can you pinpoint where it's coming from?" Maud inquired beneath the dark and snug cloak. Harry contemplated for a moment, tilting his head to listen, then pointed toward the direction of the Great Hall. "It's still there, where Madame Loris met her fate. Oh, I mean, where she was petrified. A few hundred meters from the Hogwarts Great Hall, beside the abandoned girls' lavatory, Maud and Harry treaded upon the water that overflowed from the restroom, arriving before the wall that had once been inscribed with crimson words. This wall, constructed of reddish-brown bricks, had been cleared by Filch, leaving only a small trace of blood in the corner that could not be scrubbed away. Can we hear anything? Maud surveyed the silent surroundings, finding nothing but the intertwining darkness and moonlight. Harry furrowed his brow. He crouched down against the wall, the incessant whisper of repeated slaughter once again allowing him to discern the direction. He pointed towards the corridor on the left side of the hall. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the hallway, as if something heavy were being dragged. The two exchanged a glance, instinctively quickening their pace beneath the invisibility cloak. At the corner, the archway on the left was engulfed in darkness, but aided by the faint night light, they glimpsed a small, vague shadow flickering against the wall. In an instant, the sound of dragging ceased, the shadow vanished, and everything melted into the night. They hurried after it, but this time, they found nothing, unable to catch it. Maud shrugged at Harry. Can we still hear it? The sound had abruptly ceased. Harry lowered his head in disappointment, having hoped to at least catch a glimpse of the true culprit behind the harm done to Mrs. Loris that night. The two returned to the stone bridge beneath Gryffindor Tower, where two antique sconces flanked the arched doorway connecting the bridge to the tower, flickering with a dim, yellow light that dispelled some of the darkness. As the invisible Maud and Harry were about to enter the archway, they halted in front of the sconces. Be careful not to bump into the child. He cannot withstand any collisions in his current state. The gentle yet concerned voice of Madame Pomfrey once again pierced the tranquil night. The two stood on tiptoe at the left railing, peering down. In the moonlight, a body, pale as limestone and resembling a stone sculpture, floated slowly through the air, swaying with the movements of Professor Dumbledore's wand. Professors McGonagall and Pomfrey flanked either side of the floating figure as they entered a courtyard building, proceeding towards the back door, a common route to the hospital wing. Who is that? Harry asked quietly, his brow furrowed. Did you not also see that camera? Colin in the chamber. The news of Colin Creevy's petrification had reached the professors, and Hogwarts had passed another week in tranquility. The petrification incidents seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. Maud and Harry, accompanied by their companion, emerged from the Gryffindor common room, traversing the spacious and tranquil stone corridor. This morning, they were to attend a charms class. Yet the 2-hour session would not commence until 10 o'clock, allowing them ample time. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of verdant foliage, wafted from the forbidden forest, gracefully curling around the historic, arched walls of the Gryffindor Tower corridor, and softly caressing the black linen robes of the young wizards as it flowed above the earthy gray stone balustrade. Maud habitually cradled an old, yellowed book in his hands, the collar of his white shirt peeking slightly above the hem of his robe, adding an element of sophistication to his attire, rendering him more spirited. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant morning air, and retrieved a piece of rye bread wrapped in newspaper from the pocket of his robe. Tucking the book under his arm, he leisurely began to eat. After finishing a simple breakfast early in the morning, he had endured 2 hours of intense study, rapidly depleting his mental energy. And soon his stomach began to grumble again, a side effect of the learning abilities bestowed upon him by the elves. Before Maud, Harry appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought, oblivious to the wall lamp in the corridor on his left, nearly colliding with it. Maud swiftly extended a hand, tugging at the hem of Harry's garment, pulling him back. It was acceptable to ponder, but one must still be aware of their surroundings. Maud continued to feed himself pieces of bread, the nutty aroma of the rye spreading across his palate with each chew. Harry scratched his head and apologized. Sorry, I was just contemplating matters related to petrification. He referred to Colin's petrification, while the petrification of Mrs. Norris, the cat, merely left him feeling distrustful. The petrification of a living person like Colin instilled a sense of unease within him. He worried that there might be more victims, potentially implicating his closest friends. I had clung to a sense of hope, but it seems the Chamber of Secrets has truly been opened, perhaps by a wizard with malevolent intentions, he remarked. I just can't fathom how the creature that emerged from the chamber evaded the professor's patrols without causing harm. Hermione closed the crimson book in her hands, brushed aside the brown locks that had fallen onto her forehead, and regarded Harry earnestly. I learned from Hagrid yesterday that one of the roosters he was raising in the pumpkin patch has gone missing, and the time of its disappearance was November 5th. The same day that Mrs. Norris encountered her mishap. Are you suggesting the blood-red writing? Ron, who had been enjoying a chocolate frog, turned to inquire. What does the missing rooster have to do with the blood-red writing? He bit off the foot of the chocolate frog. Hermione shot him a glare, leaving Ron feeling somewhat bewildered. The writing is inscribed in blood. Upon hearing about the missing rooster, I secretly drew a small amount of blood from Hagrid's other rooster and compared it with the bloodstains scraped from the wall last time. It appears the blood on the wall is likely chicken blood. This implies that on that day, there was probably no injury inflicted upon anyone. Moreover, why would it specifically be the blood of a rooster? It might just be a coincidence, Harry replied. No, I have a feeling there is a deeper connection here. But I cannot discern the relationship between the chicken blood and the events at hand from the clues presented. She cast her gaze towards Mort, then shifted her attention back to Harry's face. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, it is not the first occurrence. I had originally intended to find a breakthrough from this point, yet I was unable to uncover any pertinent records. The comprehensive tome chronicling significant events in Hogwarts history, which is known for its thorough documentation, does not mention anything related to the Chamber of Secrets. However, perhaps Mort possesses some knowledge. She abruptly turned her gaze back to Mort, prompting Harry and Ron to direct their attention towards him as well. After finishing his bread, Maude crumpled the slightly greasy newspaper into a ball and smiled at Hermione. Why do you say that? Your demeanor is rather bland. In light of our discussions over the past few days, your speculations have evoked no reaction whatsoever, and your gaze resembles that of a diviner. Regarding your thoughts on the rooster's blood, I might offer you some advice. What advice? Consider the connection between the spider you observed crawling on the wall and the blood of the rooster. I have pondered that direction, Hermione replied, furrowing her brow, a look of contemplation crossing her face. Spiders fear snakes, and snakes are wary of roosters. I have contemplated the snake that Harry mentioned, yet it does not logically follow. Why can Harry, a Gryffindor student, hear the serpent's voice? Why not? Maude shook his head. Have you considered that the Chamber of Secrets was established by Slytherin, whose house emblem is a serpent? Thus, what creature is most likely to inhabit the chamber? He casually tossed the crumpled paper into a nearby bin and continued down the stone steps. Here, we have 3 clues: the emblem of Slytherin, the missing rooster, and the seemingly fleeing spider. All these clues point towards the serpent. If you inquire with Hagrid, you might also learn of some peculiar sounds and footprints in his pumpkin patch during the night. Footprints? That has no direct correlation to the serpent. However, the chamber is accessed by someone, and the petrification incidents occur at night. What do you think? Hermione's brown eyes seemed to glimmer. A wizard must have slain the rooster, which typically sleeps between 5 and 7 in the afternoon and crows around 6 the following morning. The basilisk must be avoiding the rooster. But if that's the case, she turned to Harry. Could it be that Harry possesses the qualifications to inherit Slytherin's knowledge and magic? Harry's expression darkened, as though he had just tasted a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with an unpleasant flavor. I have no connection to Slytherin whatsoever, Hermione. Apologies. I was merely articulating my hypothesis. Hermione hurriedly apologized, realizing she had overstepped. Easy there, Miss Know-it-all, your words. Ron began to interject, but Maude interrupted him. It is entirely reasonable for Hermione to entertain such a hypothesis. Slytherin possessed the ability to converse with snakes, a gift later termed parcel-tongue by subsequent wizards. Yet do not be alarmed. Harry, Slytherin was merely an ordinary wizard in his own right, and such a talent is not unique to him. You may have acquired this ability to communicate with serpents under certain exceptional circumstances. Maude tapped Harry on the shoulder, assuring him, "We all believe in you." Harry exhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of relief. Maude continued, "However, you must conceal such abilities well, lest you attract the scrutinizing gaze of others." In the charms class, Professor Flitwick ascended 2 steps to reach the long lectern, with the semicircular arrangement of seats facing the podium, leaving a central aisle clear. The young wizards sat upright in their chairs, displaying a vigor that was in stark contrast to the drowsiness often seen in other classrooms. Maude sat in the rightmost seat of the front row, adjacent to the aisle, gripping a quill in his hand as he inscribed something upon the parchment. The words materialized fluidly on the paper, yet no one seemed to notice that the emergence of the text surpassed the speed at which he was writing. In this lesson, we shall delve into something quite distinct, focusing on the petrification spell. I apologize for invoking the term petrification at this juncture. Yet perhaps this class will equip you with the knowledge to guard against such forms of magic. Therefore, for your safety, I intend to transcend the traditional curriculum of the charms class and elucidate the intricacies of the petrification spell. Upon hearing the term petrification curse, Mord lifted his gaze from the desk, casting a surprised glance at Professor Flitwick. In a strict sense, the petrification curse falls within the domain of defense against the dark arts. However, it seems that Professor Flitwick has discerned Gilderoy Lockhart's true nature and has thus resolved to enlighten them about the nuances of petrification. The underlying intent appears to be to familiarize them with the Lorelei incident. mitigating any undue fears stemming from the unknown that could disrupt their ordinary lives and studies. Is this where he alters the course of events? Maud bowed his head, dismissing these thoughts and focusing intently on the content of the magical book before him. Professor Flitwick, appearing diminutive in stature, was clad today in a robe reminiscent of a suit, with a white shirt underneath and a maroon bow tie, lending him an amusing aspect. He held in his hands a copy of Standard Spells, Level 2, authored by the illustrious wizard Miranda Goshawk, renowned for her remarkable contributions to the dissemination and preservation of spells in the magical world. In fact, all the textbooks for Hogwarts Charms class are her works. In this lesson, we shall analyze the spell from 3 perspectives: casting methods, uses, and defensive measures. Flitwick announced, retrieving a cylindrical object, roughly the size of 2 thumbs, from the right pocket of his robe, which resembled a small toy. Standing atop a pile of books placed on the floor, he managed to position the toy on the long table before him. Raising his wand, he gently tapped the air, and a brilliant azure light erupted. The diminutive toy expanded rapidly, soaring to a height of 1 foot like a bubble. At that moment, the young wizards below finally discerned the true nature of the toy, an old, rusted black and yellow iron cage, within which slumbered a Cornwall house elf. "Is that Professor Lockhart's Cornwall house elf?" one of the young wizards inquired. Professor Flitwick, unfazed by the interruption, reveled in the relaxed and free-flowing atmosphere of the classroom. "No," he replied, a smile gracing his bearded face as he gestured with his wand towards the cage, or rather, the house elf inside. "I procured this from Diagon Alley. It serves merely as a teaching tool to demonstrate the effects of the spell. I would never harm it." The little purple elf within the cage blinked its bulbous eyes open, beginning to chatter excitedly. "Next, we shall delve into the petrifying spell. This incantation is quite brief and straightforward. I find it even easier to master than the levitation charm, Petrificus Totalis." With a casual flick, Professor Flitwick directed a beam of white light from his wand, which struck the Cornwall house elf precisely, causing its previously flapping wings to freeze in place, as if bound by invisible restraints, its purple skin coated with a layer resembling lime. This is the incantation for the petrifying spell, Petrificus Totalis. When reciting the incantation, it is essential to adhere to the fundamental principles of spellcasting. Focus intently and envision the outcome. The young wizards observed the elf, suspended in a pose grasping the bars of the cage, and many students, unfamiliar with the petrifying spell, began animated discussions about the scene unfolding before them. Is it dead? Does this spell actually turn living beings into stone, robbing them of life? This seems just like Madame Lorelei's condition. She must be dead. Don't be ridiculous, another interjected. Professor Flitwick just said he would not harm this little creature. Frivy nodded, his head seemingly heavy, appearing rather large in contrast to his diminutive stature. The gentleman was correct. The primary purpose of the petrification spell is to bind one's adversary rather than to extinguish their life. Its binding effect is also temporally limited, with the duration contingent upon one's own proficiency in magic and reservoir of magical energy. However, it is vital to remember that not all magic capable of transforming individuals into such a state is innocuous, as some dark wizards or certain magical creatures possess a diverse array of methods, likely including lethal variants of the petrification spell. Let us return to the earlier discussion on the casting methods. As the class concluded, only Maud and Hermione successfully executed the incantation fluently. The other young wizards were still grappling with the learning phase of the spell. Even if they could manage to cast it, their results fell short of the intended effect. Nonetheless, they at least became acquainted with 3 defensive strategies against such spells. The heavy brown door creaked open, and the young wizards surged forth. Engaging in discussions unrelated to the class, Maud pushed the quill into the pocket of his robe, clutching the spell book as he squeezed into the throng. At the entrance, he encountered Harry and his companions. Together, they traversed the stone corridor, descending the staircase, and proceeded directly toward the Great Hall. "Do you think Professor Flitwick's defensive methods against the petrification charm could be of assistance regarding the recent petrification incidents involving Mrs. Norris and others?" Harry inquired, adjusting his wizarding hat that had been askew by a gust of wind, a mixture of anticipation and concern evident in his voice. "Professor Flitwick is certainly no charlatan like Lockhart," Ron remarked, patting his emaciated stomach. "I'm convinced that the material covered in this class will help us avoid consequences akin to those experienced by Filch's cat." However, Hermione disagreed, shaking her head. "We currently have no means to ascertain whether Mrs. Norris's petrification was indeed caused by the petrification charm. Even if it were, There must have been some unknown alteration that could prove fatal. Moreover, we are uncertain as to whether this, let us say, petrification charm was cast by a person or a magical creature. The trio then delved into a discussion about potential avenues for gathering further clues, hopeful that in the coming days they might uncover insights that would deepen their understanding of the truth behind the events. Maud quietly walked alongside, meticulously organizing the knowledge contained within his spellbook. Just moments ago, during the charms class, he had inscribed a plethora of intricate and abundant new insights on potion making within its pages. The fruits of his labor were on the verge of being reaped. Mishues had informed him that a golden radiance was spreading from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, and the golden orb hidden beneath the snow seemed to exhibit some changes. This heralded the impending unlocking of the second tier of his elven lineage. As he stepped into the grand hall, he was enveloped by the rich and sumptuous aroma wafting through the air, and at that instant, a faint crackling sound resonated in his mind. The knowledge of the elven bloodline surged forth with the golden gleam, flooding into his consciousness. The second tier of the elven bloodline, the Munhauler elf. These ethereal beings, dancing in the moonlight, originate from the wizarding world and possess the remarkable ability to merge lunar light with magical energy, yielding extraordinary and wondrous effects. Auxiliary potion, Moon Dew. The ingredients and preparation method are as follows: 5 grams of spider silk, 1 mature crescent grass, 3 grams of bat wing, and a drop of blood from any magical creature. Method of utilizing the auxiliary magic. Place the moon dew under the moonlight and allow it to bathe for a certain period until the solution is imbued with the luster of moonlight, at which point it is ready for consumption. It is crucial to note that the act of ingestion coincides with the unsealing of one's bloodline. Thus, it is advisable to choose a secluded location. The sound of metal utensils clattering against porcelain resonated throughout the hall. The banquet spread across the long table was bounteous, featuring turkey rolls, rich mashed potatoes, and vividly roasted steaks. However, for Maud, this meal was rather bland. His mind was preoccupied with organizing the knowledge related to his elven heritage. The formula and brewing method for the auxiliary potion, Moon Dew, had been provided, encompassing 23 different ingredients that, while seemingly ordinary herbs and animal parts, are not difficult to procure. The sole challenge lies in the brewing process, which is somewhat intricate, comprising 7 steps that include distillation, extraction, and liquid separation. The precision required in measurements is meticulous, down to milliliters of distilled water, indicating that his potion-making apparatus may not meet the necessary standards, at least. He lacked a graduated cylinder with finely etched markings and a convenient dropper for adding small amounts of liquid. Perhaps this is a query for Professor Snape. As Maud and his companions immersed themselves in the potion's brewing process, they finished their meal, tidied up the remnants on the table, and each took a napkin to wipe their mouths and hands before departing the hall, intending to return to the Gryffindor common room. The afternoon lacked classes, as Hogwarts scheduling was peculiar, possibly due to an abundance of year groups and insufficient faculty. There were instances when only one class was scheduled per day while maintaining progress. The most direct route from the hall to Gryffindor Tower was through the left corridor of the courtyard, ascending the raised bridge, passing by Ravenclaw Tower, and arriving at the stone bridge. However, perhaps due to their recent preoccupations with the Chamber of Secrets, they subconsciously took the path along the right side of the courtyard, which led to the abandoned girls' lavatory. This route coincided with that of the elusive Slytherin serpent lurking beneath the Black Lake. Thus, Maud and his companions received Draco Malfoy's provocative gaze as they brushed past one another, yet no conflict ensued. "Hey," Ron exclaimed, observing Malfoy's ostentatious retreat, unable to restrain himself from spitting in disdain. "Look at his smug demeanor. I seriously suspect he is the heir of Slytherin. Once the potion is brewed, we shall see." Hermione interjected, referring to the polyjuice potion she had been studying diligently. Once this potion is concocted, they would be able to adopt the appearances of others and seamlessly infiltrate the Slytherin common room to extract clues about the mastermind behind the chamber, or perhaps he himself is the mastermind. "Hermione, how long until the potion can be prepared?" Harry inquired. "Approximately 2 weeks," she replied. "Goodness, that is slower than my reading pace," he lamented. Ron sighed at Hermione, an action that earned him an eye roll from Miss Granger. "Do you think the concoction of the polyjuice potion is a simple task? The ingredients we obtained from Professor Snape are unrefined, and the preparation of the potion demands meticulous attention to detail, with this particular phase requiring approximately 2 weeks. As they rounded the corner, the sound of several pairs of boots splashing in a puddle interrupted the moment. It was water overflowing from the washroom sink, carrying a peculiar and unpleasant odor. Blast it, 8 times out of 10, this place is flooded. Ron grumbled about the damp stains on his trousers. It must be the washroom's ancient plumbing, compounded by previous damage. No, it's likely Moaning Myrtle expressing her emotions. She tends to do that, Hermione explained to Harry. Moaning Myrtle? Yes, the girl who perished in the washroom and subsequently became a ghost. That sounds rather eerie. How did she die? Hermione shook her head. Her curiosity piqued about Myrtle's tale, yet the peculiar spirit had never divulged anything regarding her own story. Ouch! Hermione suddenly collided with Moaning Myrtle's back, and a sharp sting coursed through her nose. She looked up to see Myrtle's astonished face, and following her gaze, Hermione spotted a crimson stain the size of a thumb. Hidden within the broken stone slab at the restroom door, her words caught in her throat. What is this? Harry crouched down, examining the jagged edge of the chipped slab. If one did not look closely, the now rusty bloodstain might easily be overlooked. Blood? Ron leaned in closer. Yes, it appears to be a bloodstain. Maud replied that due to his habit of lowering his head in contemplation, he happened to notice the color discrepancy here, which prompted him to halt his steps. He had not anticipated the presence of blood. Thus, could it be that the rooster lost by Hagrid had bled in the restroom? Previously, we mentioned that the rooster, which Hagrid had misplaced, was now in Hermione's possession, where she held a small knife intended for slicing potion ingredients. She scraped the edge of the bloodstain, revealing a bit of dried blood mixed with wall dust. It was highly probable that this was where it had been dealt with. In that case, Myrtle must know something, Hermione stated, as she tucked the knife away and advanced into the girls' restroom, with Maud and the others trailing behind her. Harry, is it really all right for us to come in here? I mean, we are boys, Ron questioned. This place is abandoned, Maud replied. Upon entering the restroom, Maud heard a haunting and ethereal sob emanating from the second stall on the right, accompanied by the cacophony of the flushing toilet and the splashing water at the sink, which added an eerie atmosphere. Myrtle, Hermione called out. The gurgling of the toilet ceased abruptly, and a nearly transparent figure emerged from the closed stall, drifting back and forth against the stark white ceiling of the empty restroom before settling at the edge of a window high above. Who is it? Who is calling me? Is it you? A somewhat shrill voice resonated from the brown-haired ghost wearing round glasses as she looked at Harry, then glanced at Maud, and finally fixed her gaze upon Hermione's chestnut hair. Oh, I remember you. The translucent figure floated down like a feather, landing before Hermione, only to pass through her form and appear behind her. Myrtle, Hermione stammered, experiencing an indescribable sensation as the ghost passed through her. It's me, Hermione Granger. I visited you here last month. Do you need something? She suddenly turned and made eye contact with Ron, causing him to shiver, and then inexplicably began to sob, her voice resembling the mewling of a discarded cat. I wish to inquire if you have seen anyone enter this restroom before, perhaps bringing a rooster? Myrtle floated without touching the ground, weaving through the group and suddenly hovering close to Maud's face, attempting to make a ghostly grimace, though she was already a specter. However, Maud, prepared and expressionless, thwarted her attempt to frighten him. With a hint of boredom, she drifted over to Harry, scrutinizing him as if she were sniffing out his essence, leaving Harry somewhat bewildered. After a moment, she turned her attention back to Hermione's question. I do not know. No one comprehends death, yet I find myself pondering, uttering inexplicable words. The Myrtle raised her palm slightly, and the door of the stall creaked as if stirred by a gust of wind. Her corporeal form transformed into a curled white curtain, instantly slipping through the crack of the door, returning to her abode, a toilet. Gurgle. The flush echoed once more, and the Myrtle fell silent. Ron frowned as he observed the water flowing from beneath the stall. He then lifted his gaze towards Maud and the others. What shall we do now? She appears unwilling to answer our inquiries. Hermione lamented as she gazed at the wooden door of the stall. It seems we must find a way to uncover the clues ourselves. Harry sighed in agreement. Maud listened intently to the sounds emanating from the compartment, pondering the notion that ghosts might possess the ability to interact with the physical world. He refrained from delving deeper into this inquiry and instead immersed himself in the knowledge of auxiliary potions. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, he and his companions were greeted by the voices of George and Fred, who were engaged in a discussion regarding a newly posted notice on the bulletin board at the entrance of the Great Hall. The Duel Club. This seemed like a most intriguing course. Fred, the club is being organized by Lockhart. Have you not discerned his true nature? Goodness. I can just picture him standing there, gesticulating, yet in reality, he is not but a fool devoid of any real skill. What if he is merely masquerading? George countered. I mean, he resembles a hermit from a tale, suddenly revealing formidable magic. Good grief. Fred, has your mind been kicked by a sphinx? George, are you belittling your twin brother? The two tumbled about on the crimson couch, and Maud, descending from the stairs, exchanged glances with his companions. I must say, Ron, your brothers are quite lively, Maud remarked. I hardly think so. They are the stuff of my childhood nightmares. What is this duel club they speak of? Harry inquired. Hermione, having absorbed the content of George and Fred's conversation, exhibited a look of displeasure. The descriptions of Professor Lockhart in his autobiography were precise and detailed. How could he possibly be the fool George suggested? The raw materials for the auxiliary potion had begun to be prepared. Maud compiled a list, and after making some edits, found that 11 ingredients remained, including crescent grass, bone-melting pine needles, and a fragment of bat wing, all of which were absent from his personal collection of potion materials. After a visit to Professor Snape's office, only 4 herbs were still lacking, and fortunately, he also located potion tools such as graduated cylinders and dropper bottles on Snape's shelves. Maud intended to inquire with Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, about the remaining herbs, as he had long dealt with the Forbidden Forest and might have acquired them. In the afternoon, Maud departed from Hogwarts Castle and made his way to Hagrid's hut. With Christmas approaching, the essence of winter was beginning to manifest on the grasslands near the Forbidden Forest. The sweet notes of a flute wafted through the crisp breeze, the grass rustling gently, and the chimney of the wooden cabin exhaled a plume of white smoke. Maud wrapped his linen robe tighter around himself, feeling the damp chill penetrate even through the thick wool sweater beneath. He knocked firmly on Hagrid's door. Ah, it's you, Maud. Come in and have a seat, Hagrid replied. Setting aside his crossbow, he turned towards the small table by the fireplace, picked up a clean glass, and poured himself a slightly warm measure of brandy, savoring the fiery sensation as it slid down his throat. The flames in the hearth flickered and crackled, emanating a cozy warmth, while the kettle, charred on the outside, bubbled vigorously beside the table. Maud casually closed the door, pulled over a small stool, and seated himself opposite Hagrid. Rising to his feet, Hagrid, with a damp towel cushioning his hands, took up a metal kettle and poured a steaming cup of milk for Maud, the rising steam carrying the delightful aroma of the beverage. This is the rock cake and sausages I recently prepared, Hagrid said, nudging a white porcelain plate toward Maud, adorned with 2 pale yellow cakes and 6 well-cooked, crispy sausages. This pairing is quite delightful. He picked up one of the rock cakes, enveloped 2 sausages within, and took a hearty bite. Is it? Maud mused, deducing from the sound that this batch of rock cakes was even tougher than the last. However, his purpose for this visit was not to test his dental fortitude. He seized a fork from the plate and speared a sausage, savoring the immediate burst of meaty flavor mingled with the crispiness of the pastry, which danced upon his palate. This delightful crunch aligns perfectly with my taste. I too believe my culinary skills have improved. You ought to try this rock cake. It's chewier than the last. A firm knock echoed at the door once more. This time it was Harry and his companions. Hagrid busied himself with preparing some treats for the group. This rugged half-giant consistently showed great care for the young wizards, treating them almost as if they were his own children. This sausage may not look appealing, but it is truly delicious, Ron exclaimed, cheeks puffed as he chewed. This biscuit is quite good as well. Hagrid, turning his head while pouring milk, displayed a look of surprise, recalling that he had not prepared any biscuits. Suddenly, Fong, the great hound nestled in his cozy blanket-lined nook, barked a few times, prompting Hagrid to realize that he had inadvertently placed Fong's dog food biscuit box on the table. Maud also noticed the puppy emblem on the biscuit tin, and a wistful smile crossed his face as he looked at Ron. If I am not mistaken, those biscuits are likely Yaya's dinner. Huh, woof woof. Harry and Hermione burst into laughter. The warmth from the fireplace and the steam rising from the milk on the table made the chill of the wind seeping through the window seem feel comforting. The group huddled around the small table, engaged in lively conversation, while Hagrid watched them with a hearty smile, occasionally interjecting. By the way, Hagrid, have there been any strange occurrences in the pumpkin patch lately, like the footprints or sounds we heard before? Hermione inquired, glancing up at the towering Hagrid. There have been some, but it has quieted down significantly since the loss of a rooster. In fact, I had a friend from the magical creatures lend a hand. A friend? Harry asked, bewildered. Yes, a thestral. I had it linger in the pumpkin patch during the nights. It proved quite effective, and the other animals in the patch, including my pumpkins, have been protected. Hermione blinked thoughtfully, her brown eyes reflecting her contemplation. As evening approached, the bright sunlight outside began to dim into a soft hue. Hagrid, could you do me a favor? Maud recalled his purpose. Hagrid nodded, of course. I am looking for these herbs, Maud said, handing over his spellbook, where he had illustrated the names and appearances of the remaining herbs. Oh, mooncalf grass, I have that here. The woodroot tuber should be in my little wooden chest in the back room, but the other two, Hagrid leaned down. Pointing to the illustrations of the firefly grass and green bark, you'll likely need to venture to Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley. They're quite rare, probably due to their limited uses. I should make a trip to Diagon Alley next week. I need to procure some supplies for Hogwarts. If it's urgent, I can go tomorrow. After entrusting Hagrid with the herbs, the group lingered a while longer before heading back to the Hogwarts Hall to enjoy dinner. Upon leaving the dining hall, Maud made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, familiarizing himself with various new potion tools. Though these instruments bore resemblance to the chemical experimentation tools of the Muggle world, and the usage instructions appeared straightforward, his attempts felt somewhat clumsy. And there were numerous particular precautions to observe. After 2 hours of diligent study, Maud set down the graduated cylinder, intending to relax his stiff and sore hands, when he heard the excited call of his phoenix familiar, Mizius. Just then, a vague silhouette projected from the black void, swiftly taking on the form of Maud himself. What is the matter? You seem exuberant. Has the flamboyant technique of the bouncing flower been completed? Hovering in the void, Mizius flapped his wings and turned to face the sound, his golden, elongated phoenix eyes shimmering with brilliance. He opened his mouth towards Maud, and a streak of fiery red extended from his throat, morphing into a rounded projectile that appeared akin to the previous phoenix fire. However, Maud quickly discerned the distinctiveness of this fireball. Beneath its crimson exterior lay a concealed golden radiance. The fireball hurtled forth, and with a casual snap of his fingers, 2 ice arrows darted in opposition, weaving through the air. Following a resounding explosion, white smoke enveloped the scene as flames erupted upon contact with the ice arrows, revealing a blade-like golden flame within. The golden fire blade shot forth, descending from above, its sharp tip gently slicing through the 2 frost arrows, causing their tips to shatter and silently plummet, transforming into undulating waves of blue. As the class concluded amidst a cacophony of chatter, the young wizards gradually exited, while Draco Malfoy, having disrupted the class twice, earned himself a week's detention in Filch Trophy Room, along with the reward of solitary time with 2 professors. Upon leaving the classroom, Maud clearly observed Harry's anxious and bewildered expression as Ron supported Hermione, who had just stumbled to the ground, frightened by a snake. Hey, Harry. Hermione stumbled forward, lifting her gaze to Harry. Though I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue from the foul serpent's jaws, she expressed her concern for him, yet refrained from uttering any words of reproach. Harry seemed lost in thought, delaying his response as he grappled with his own self-control. Despite the myriad admonitions from Moira and Hermione, he had assured them that he would never reveal his talent for Parseltongue. Yet, within a mere 2 hours that day, he had inadvertently exposed it twice. The first instance was drowned out by Moira's shouts, while the second, regrettably, was not. I knew he struggled with the tangled language, taking a long moment to articulate his complete thoughts, but I cannot help it. I cannot control it. When I encounter a snake, it feels like an uncontrollable force, as if it possesses a life of its own. In December at Hogwarts, snowflakes danced through the air, weighing down the branches. The snow blanketing the ground yielded unevenly beneath footfalls. The towering Hagrid dragged a spindly pine, destined to be adorned with lights and colorful ornaments, transforming it into a festive Christmas tree. Within the Gryffindor common room, the fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow that painted the ceiling crimson. Moira watched as Harry silently ascended the stone staircase leading outside, granting passage to the portrait of the fat lady. Ron and Hermione lounged on the long sofa, the sound of the portrait shifting drawing their attention. One lifted his gaze from a book, while the other emerged from the flickering flames. Oh, I wonder if Harry will become as taciturn as an old bat, Ron mused. Perhaps, but at this moment, he seemed impervious to anything around him. Hermione sighed. Following that class, it seemed to solidify Harry's identity as the heir of Slytherin, out of reverence for the rumors that Slytherin sought to eliminate Muggle-borns. The young wizards had grown accustomed to regarding Harry with a mix of fear and wariness. Speculation and gossip surrounding him persisted relentlessly. In just 2 weeks, Harry had developed a penchant for solitude, often conversing with his owl, Hazel, perched on his bedside table, resembling a melancholic figure from the Muggle world. Perhaps he needs time to free himself from the weight of others' gazes. Hermione voiced her concerns. Maud nodded in agreement, stating that one must tread upon the stones that bruise the feet in order to cultivate the resilience necessary to traverse the world. It is through such a rugged and tumultuous journey of the heart that a tenacious individual is forged. As night fell and the cold wind howled, the flickering candlelight danced within the ancient halls of Hogwarts Castle. The second victim of the Chamber of Secrets had emerged, coinciding with the evening study period, intensifying the growing panic within the school. It was none other than Harry who first discovered the petrified victim. Later that night, Dumbledore sought out Harry for a conversation. Upon exiting the office, although Harry remained somewhat despondent, he finally broke his silence and attempted to communicate with Maud and the others. Perhaps it was the need to vent the pent-up emotions within him that caused his initial tone to be rather unappealing. The festive spirit of Christmas had begun to permeate the castle steeped in history, where the group sat around a long table in the library, piecing together the threads of the unfolding mystery. With a quill in hand, Harry scribbled and sketched on parchment, endeavoring to construct a flowchart of the clues. However, his logical reasoning and deductive skills were limited, and he found himself ensnared by the very words written on the page. The scarcity of clues made it exceedingly difficult to unravel the sequence of events. Perhaps, over time, weariness creased Harry's brow. He pondered, perhaps, in some peculiar circumstance, he had inadvertently employed the petrifying spell or some other extraordinary means to precipitate several accidents. Suddenly, he was playfully struck on the head by Maud, who retracted his hand and chuckled. "Do you truly believe that your rudimentary petrifying spell could achieve anything significant?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, yet he recalled his talent for parseltongue, musing, "But perhaps I possess more than just the ability to speak with snakes. Or maybe the implications of this talent extend beyond mere communication, harboring darker effects?" Darker effects? Are you suggesting something akin to the uncontrolled manifestations of murmur? Yet, even the most infamous instances of the murmur phenomenon have only surfaced a handful of times in the modern history of the magical world. Statistically speaking, the probability of such an occurrence is minuscule, akin to 1 in several 100,000. What basis do you have for believing you could possess such a gift? Confronted with Maud's incisive remarks, Harry found himself silenced in his desire to express thoughts. He continued to ponder quietly the patterns of events since the emergence of the chamber, receiving numerous insights from Hermione while Ron inadvertently offered his own brand of assistance. Maud offered him a piece of advice in the end. "Since we suspect that the incident's location is related to the restroom, it might be prudent to observe it when we have the opportunity, to see if any peculiar individuals or objects appear there." A few people were taken aback. In the afternoon, Maud arrived at the House of Requirement. The preparation of the elixir moon dew, which harnesses the essence of the elven bloodline, was proceeding slowly and methodically, and he had begun to master the tools of potion making. Holding a dropper, he positioned it 0.5 centimeters above a graduated cylinder with a capacity of 10 milliliters and an accuracy of 0.2 milliliters, carefully observing the liquid within as he gently added distilled water. Some of the distilled water splashed onto the walls of the cylinder. As the droplets flowed down, the volume of distilled water within reached precisely 5 milliliters. This was a part of the intricate potion-making process. Unlike ordinary potions, the quantity of distilled water had to be measured with utmost precision. Through liquid extraction, he obtained a special and pure liquid substance known as solace from the mixture of the infusion of crescent grass and the silvery blood of a unicorn. Its purpose was to alleviate the pain associated with the birth of new veins within the bloodstream, ultimately merging with the veins to prevent excessive agitation of their energy at the final moment. Time passed in monotony, and this process extended for a full 3 hours. Maud glanced at the dim light filtering through the high window and paused his work. Due to the complexity of the procedure and the high demand for precision, the time consumed was correspondingly lengthy. This implied that the crafting of this potion could not be rushed. It required an extended period, multiple steps, and diligent practice to complete. Impatience would only undermine the efforts and patience previously invested. After tidying up the tools and organizing the materials along with some partially processed solutions, he exited the House of Requirement, the stone door closing with a dull thud behind him. Over these days, including today, He had completed 23 tasks in the entire potion-making process, and the final 13 were nearing completion. At the entrance of the restroom, the sound of rushing water echoed. As a few individuals gathered there, peering inside. The tap at the sink had been turned on, water flowing continuously, yet standing there, they heard no sign of moaning Myrtle. Harry and Maude exchanged a glance. Where was Myrtle? Who could say? Perhaps she was hiding in the toilet, shedding tears. Maude pointed to the left side of the wash basin, indicating a corner deeper within the restroom, where murky water spiraled across the tiled floor. The source of the overflow was not limited to the wash basin. There must be a toilet in the stall overflowing as well. Upon hearing this, Ron's face contorted in discomfort. He was reluctant to wade through that water. I suggested that perhaps they should not venture inside, speculating that moaning Myrtle might simply be in a mood, possibly due to an unsatisfactory dinner or an interruption during a game of wizardess chess. Ignoring my words, Maude and Harry crouched down to roll up their trousers and grasp the hem of their robes, stepping into the restroom, and Ron had no choice but to follow suit. As they approached the wash basin and turned off the tap, a faint sound akin to sobbing echoed faintly from beneath the floor. The delicate, ethereal sound resonated beneath the splashing water, while the wooden door of the stall creaked against the wind, occasionally colliding with the wooden panels that formed the enclosure. Myrtle! Harry called out, a chill breeze brushing against him, causing him to shiver. A translucent apparition slipped through the crack of the door, gracefully landing on the ledge of the window. Moaning Myrtle wiped her eyes and nose, gazing at him. Are you here to throw something at me as well? Myrtle uttered her strange, cryptic words, her voice acquiring a chilling quality amidst the water and cold air. Why would I throw something at you? Harry asked, bewildered. I do not know, but someone threw something at me while I was lost in my thoughts. Myrtle seemed to glide down from the window as if on an invisible slide, yet her words puzzled Ron. How could a ghost be struck by an object? She lacked the ability to interact with physical things. What does it matter? I mean, those things cannot affect you. If they cannot hit me, then they throw things at me in desperation. Myrtle's ghostly visage twisted with anger, her teeth clenched. Imagine me as the Quidditch goalposts, score 10 points. And I pass through their body. Score 50 points, and I pass through their head. She extended her fist, suddenly penetrating Ron's skull before retracting it. The strange sensation causing Ron to stumble backward, splattering the murky water onto his trousers. The three of them, along with Myrtle, lingered in the dimly lit restroom, discussing this peculiar matter for some time. Myrtle's expression shifted rapidly from calm to furious to sullen. So, you did not see the person's face, nor even their silhouette? Harry inquired. Indeed, I was contemplating life and death on the toilet when that person interrupted my thoughts. Her eyes briefly clouded over, a fleeting change noted by Maude. Do you know what they threw at you? No, I did not pay attention. I was already quite despondent. That object passed through my head. Do you know what that feels like? It's as if there are worms drilling into my brain. Bloody hell. The mention of insects conjured vivid images in Ron's mind, particularly that of a spider's dark, velvety hairs. As the group engaged in conversation, moaning Myrtle observed the eyes of the Myrtles, then turned her gaze to scrutinize the tiled floor of the washroom, posing an oddly peculiar question. Have you ever experienced any changes in your body after something was lost? Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, while Myrtle eagerly responded, yes, when I am upset, a strange substance seems to flow from my mind. She described this substance as resembling white brain matter, her tone infused with palpable excitement as she spoke. Mort pondered, his booted feet echoing as he pushed open the wooden door of the second cubicle. Beside the toilet, a damp black notebook lay quietly on the floor, its presence mingling with an indescribable aura and the scent of the flushing toilet. He furrowed his brow, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. What could this be? Ron had also spotted the notebook, and Harry leaned in closer. They crouched down, observing the cover, which bore no inscription, a pure black surface, while the edges of the pages, soaked through, had turned a deeper yellow. Harry picked up the notebook, his hands dripping with murky water, prompting Ron to step back into staste, while Mord continued to gaze at it, as if assessing a dark sorcerer. Have you discerned anything? He inquired, his tone laced with expectation. Ron yawned, boredom weighing heavily upon him, while Harry continued to flip through the black notebook, shrugging in response. No revelations here. The notebook is entirely blank. Oh wait, there's a name written on the first page. What name? Tom Riddle. Ah, well, that seems rather unremarkable. My notebook bears a similar fate. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Harry sighed. Suddenly, the moaning of moaning Myrtle drifted from the ceiling, her voice ethereal, rising in pitch until it became almost piercing, banishing Ron's drowsiness. "Oh, by Merlin's beard, your voice could rival that of a Cornish pixie." "Indeed," Harry agreed with a nod. Myrtle ceased her discourse, and Maud, gazing upward, watched the pale figure float like parchment, her voice transforming under his scrutiny. The sound oscillated between sobs and laughter, erratic and whimsical, while a damp chill seeped through the open window, sending a shiver down Ron's spine. "Oh, I say, we've acknowledged the flooding. Perhaps it's time to return to the dormitory?" "Indeed." Harry glanced at Maud, who, still looking upward, did not respond immediately. After a moment, he lowered his gaze, offering Harry a resigned smile. "Change has occurred." Harry, perplexed, did not grasp the nature of the change he referred to. With a sudden crash, the faucet on the closed sink, rusted and forgotten, was suddenly turned on, causing water to flow once more, spilling over the slightly yellowed basin and cascading onto the tiled floor, merging with the puddles below, producing a crisp and resonant sound of dripping. Feeling a sense of obstruction at his feet, Harry glanced at the inundated ground, where murky water began to swirl around the central pillar of the washroom, gradually forming a vortex. Reflecting on Maud's words, a realization struck him, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, only to be met with the visage of utter defeat. The face before him bore eyes that had lost their luster, now reduced to a mere gray. Suddenly, the murky water surged upwards, transforming into a spiraling column that shot towards Harry, just as he reached for his wand. The force pulling at his feet intensified, nearly causing him to stumble. Crack! Maud snapped his fingers. The undulating column of water was halted by a barrier, transforming into a cascade of splashing droplets, sending foul sewage splattering in every direction. Maud instinctively covered his nose, for the stench was quite unbearable. "Myrtle!" With Maud's assistance, Harry regained his senses. He grasped his wand and called out to Myrtle, yet there was no response. Her gaze was vacant, resembling that of a marionette under control. Within the restroom, the water surged violently, the faucets gushing with increasing ferocity. Simultaneously, the toilets in several stalls responded with gurgling sounds, water spilling from the gaps beneath the partitions as the levels rose ominously. Accompanying this was the expansion of a vortex in the center of the restroom, the swirling waters causing the individuals to lose their balance, their steps becoming unsteady. "What is happening?" Harry, Maud, Ron, who had also drawn his wand at some point, swayed unsteadily as he glanced at Harry and Maud. Harry shook his head. "I do not know. I am uncertain as well, but it may be related to the Chamber of Secrets." Maud explained that he had just employed a discerning spell to observe the notebook and the ghostly figure of moaning Myrtle, but found nothing amiss, save for the unsettling change in Myrtle's eyes, which put him on high alert. A series of water jets converged upon them, only to be repelled once more by Maud's barrier, creating a curtain of rain. Harry and Ron were splashed by the droplets, causing Ron to frown in dismay. "Merlin's beard," he exclaimed, only to fall silent as the water trickled past his lips, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. Was Myrtle truly losing her mind? "Your weapon." Harry's wand emitted a beam of white light directed at Myrtle, cascading down and merging with the pooled water, yet their magic could not touch her. Observing this, Maud furrowed his brow. As a ghost, Myrtle's form could not be harmed by physical objects. He glanced toward the second stall, realizing that the toilet was her abode. Shattering it might yield some results. However, after a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the notion. Myrtle was not inherently malevolent. Should he destroy the toilet, it could inadvertently send her to the afterlife, the outcome of which remained uncertain. He pointed his index finger at Myrtle, unleashing a flicker of flames that rippled outward, dissipating into the air without any effect. Patronus, he recalled, conjuring a mist of steam that shimmered silver against the darkness. Myrtle instinctively recoiled, her ethereal form drifting backward, gripped by trepidation at the spell. "What is this?" she inquired. "The Patronus charm," Maud replied, gesturing to the air, unleashing a cascade of silver light. This time, he aimed with precision. Two streams of steam surged, one before and one behind, one to the left and one to the right, leaving Myrtle momentarily disoriented. Her ghostly black and white form flickered under the silver glow, reminiscent of a television losing its signal, but the effect was fleeting, and Myrtle remained unharmed. "Electric surge," Ron proclaimed, having altered the name of his spell from something rather juvenile. Maud sensed impending trouble as Ron's voice fell, and he quickly leaped from the water, erecting a barrier. but the violet lightning coursed along the water's surface, striking at his feet. The trio nearly found themselves kneeling in the puddle, leaving Harry feeling somewhat exasperated. "Ron, what are you doing?" "Ah, I merely wished to lend a hand." Maud offered him a silent glance, prompting him to redirect his focus back to Moaning Myrtle. He cast another Protego spell, and the shimmering mist behind him mingled seamlessly, silently slipping out of the restroom. The wand glimmered once more, and Harry realized his magic lacked even the power to elicit a response from Myrtle. He shrugged and turned to Maud. "My magic is ineffective, Maud. Do you have any other strategies?" "Well, I do have a notion," he replied. "What is it?" "Her only means of influence is through water. We merely need to prevent her from accessing its source." Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. "You mean?" "It may get a bit chilly, so brace yourselves." As the words left his mouth, ethereal blue orbs coalesced, forming a luminous curtain in the darkness, nurturing a reflective blue arrow that exuded a biting chill. The few who remained in the water shuddered in response. "Oh my God, are you going to?" The azure waves surged. Ron's exclamation was abruptly cut off as the crackling sound echoed repeatedly within the restroom. The pooling water shimmered with a blue hue, transforming into layers of spreading ice that climbed from the tiles up the stone walls, an icy draft sweeping through the air. Meanwhile, Maud had already utilized the mist to swap positions, standing outside the restroom door, admiring the formation of the icy chamber. The frozen surface, combined with the snowy landscape visible through the protruding window, resembled flowers of ice blooming amidst the snow, exuding a certain artistry. "Quite splendid," he remarked, watching as Ron and Harry became encased in ice sculptures, remarkably lifelike, especially Ron, who struck an exaggerated pose on one leg, still seemingly shouting something. Moments later, the restroom was devoid of flowing water, now entirely encased in murky ice. Even the sink's faucet was frozen solid, and the stalls were not spared. The sound of the toilet now silenced. Myrtle maintained her oblivious demeanor, still giggling, yet her gestures could no longer summon the water, indicating she had lost her weapon. Re-entering the restroom, Maud observed Myrtle for a while, and seeing that she could not break through the ice, he felt relieved. He approached and gently tapped the icy forms of Ron and Harry. Gradually, the layers of ice surrounding them dissipated into shimmering particles. Achoo! Ugh! The two shivered, vigorously rubbing their arms and shoulders to dispel the cold. Ron's sneeze was particularly prolonged, possessing an odd rhythm. "What is the situation?" Harry inquired as he regained his composure. Maud pointed to the white ceiling, declaring, "It's done." She appeared unable to recover. "For the time being, I am at a loss, but she cannot leave the toilet. Nor can she influence the water flow. It's not a significant issue. I'll ask the professor tomorrow if there's a solution. That's all we can do." Achoo! Ron sneezed again. "Let us hurry. I can hardly endure this." Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry clutched the black notebook in his hands, having not forgotten to bring it along. The flames in the fireplace flickered, their warmth dispelling the damp chill from their bodies. The group settled onto the nearby sofa, engaging in a discussion about the recent events. "Maud, why do you think Moaning Myrtle has suddenly taken on this appearance?" Ron inquired. "Perhaps she went mad from spending too long in the toilet?" "Let us keep it serious, Ron." "All right." Both turned their gazes toward Maud, who was lost in thought, staring at the notebook in Harry's hands. After a moment, she replied, "Do you remember the rooster that died at Hagrid's?" "Of course." "Who killed the rooster?" "A snake. Or perhaps a wizard." "Oh, you mentioned before that it was likely a person." "Yes, but did you notice? The method used to kill the rooster was not magical." Harry nodded, while Ron, adjusting his damp pant legs, looked up and responded, "I recall the rooster's wound was on its neck. It was beheaded." "But what does that have to do with this?" "Wait." Harry seemed to have an epiphany. "Slytherins favor pure blood. If he chose an heir, that heir would likely hail from a pureblood family, meaning they would learn magic quickly. Indeed, so if this heir acted themselves, they would probably use magic. However, based on the current evidence, it appears that someone else executed the act. Are you suggesting he controlled another person?" Harry and Ron recalled Myrtle's behavior from earlier that evening. The situation seemed to grow increasingly complex. "He can even control ghosts. How unsettling. What if he controlled me and made me eat earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?" Ron cracked a rather poor joke, earning only a couple of eye rolls in response. The group ascended the right staircase, returning to their dormitories. It was quite late. The lights were off, and only a sliver of moonlight filtered in from outside. In the dark, they each sat at their respective desks by their beds. I need to take a shower. This odor is unbearable, Ron said as he went to fetch his clothes. Harry continued conversing with Maud. What about this notebook? Could it be related to the Chamber of Secrets? He. Harry's words were interrupted by a familiar voice that echoed once more. Standing by the bed, Ron froze momentarily. Goodness, am I dozing off? Am I dreaming now? No. You're still awake, Harry remarked, gazing towards the protruding window in the dormitory. The sound of leather boots clicking against the stone floor echoed crisply in the night. Moaning Myrtle had fallen silent, floating in the air like a bubble, swaying gently without touching the ground. Is Myrtle too tired to speak? Ron inquired, astonished. No. She simply isn't permitted to utter a word, Maud replied, his mind drifting to another scene. He envisioned Myrtle ensnared by flames, bound in the air by fiery ropes. Her mouth concealed by a smooth mask of fire, rendering her incapable of laughter. Who approaches? Harry questioned. It must be Professor Dumbledore, Ron responded, puzzled. But he hasn't entered yet, has he? Maud shrugged, uncertain how Dumbledore could discern the situation from such a distance and cast a spell effortlessly. He has arrived, he declared. In the moonlight at the entrance, a tall figure approached, his pace measured, perfectly attuned to the rhythm of their heartbeats as they all greeted him almost in unison. Professor Dumbledore. Ah, greetings to you all, he replied, moving to stand before Myrtle, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the young girl, or rather, the ghost. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. I remember her, a most unfortunate young lady. Professor, do you know Myrtle? Harry's question seemed unheard as the professor waved his robe, summoning Myrtle down with an unseen force, bringing her to rest before the elderly man. He examined her eyes, wrinkling his nose as if detecting an unpleasant odor. A dreadful stench. You three. Dumbledore lowered his head, blinking as he regarded Maud and the others. Oh, Professor, I assure you, this is not our doing. Ron stepped forward, thumping his chest. Having tidied his attire, though traces of his earlier crawling remained upon his robes. Harry added, Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, we noticed something amiss at the lavatory door. We are unaware of what befell her. Communication seems impossible, yet she can manipulate water, particularly that vile sewage, which has soaked my trousers. Ron interjected. In any case, we are utterly baffled by this matter. Harry recounted their recent experience, deliberately omitting the existence of the black notebook, sensing it may hold the key to uncovering the truth. Maud and Ron tacitly supported him. Dumbledore nodded, intertwining his fingers before him, the moonlight shimmering upon his face. The lavatory, the water flow, the ghost, any other discoveries? He and Harry exchanged glances, their calm eyes conveying an unspoken pressure that compelled Harry to avert his gaze and shake his head. Is that so? With a graceful extension of his left hand, the cuff of Dumbledore's robe fell, and with a casual gesture, he waved it. No brilliance was visible. Yet the myrtle before them had vanished without a trace, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Where did the myrtle go? Ron inquired aloud. I have put it away. Professor Dumbledore replied, patting his left sleeve, which was adorned with silver stars upon a deep purple fabric. Do not fret, Mr. Weasley. It merely requires some tending. In a few days, you shall encounter her again in the lavatory. Oh, to be honest, I don't really mind that, Ron murmured softly. The hour grows late, gentlemen. You should retire for the night. Casting a glance out the window, the elder lowered his spectacles and playfully winked at the trio, who nodded in response. Dumbledore retracted his sleeve, tightened his robe around himself, and approached the dormitory door, turning back to glance once more. I almost forgot. His gaze lingered on the protruding window, where shards of glass lay scattered, the cold wind whipping through the opening as if nothing had transpired. Footsteps echoed as the professor exited the dormitory, disappearing from sight. Ron looked at Harry in confusion, then back at the protruding window. Harry, does the professor mean for us to clean up this broken window before we sleep? No, Ron. I doubt that is his intention. Then what? The professor has already taken care of it. Ron, you ought to go take a shower. Mole pointed to the light gray shirt on the floor, which was Ron's forgotten garment. As soon as he spoke, the tiny shards of glass floated back towards the protruding window, as if time itself were reversing. The surface of the water also rose with shards of glass, droplets sliding off the fragments. In the moonlight, they watched as the glass coalesced, forming the original pattern upon the window. He clearly did nothing at all. Harry, my eyes are still upon my face, right? Indeed, Professor, your magic is truly astonishing. Maud nodded slightly. We still have a long way to go. Ron looked at him. Mumbling something indistinctly, his voice barely audible, Maud could not discern what he had said. What should we do with the notebook? Harry retrieved a black notebook from the inner pocket of his robe. Just leave it for now. Perhaps it is more attuned to you. What does that mean? Days later, the busy task of potion brewing finally reached a pause. Maud gazed at a narrow vial positioned before the convex window, filled with a solution as gentle as moonlight. He opened the spellbook, cross-referencing the potion's characteristics with his knowledge of auxiliary potions: golden, soft, reminiscent of moonlight, with a fragrance akin to daffodils. He sniffed the vial's opening, but detected nothing. With a soft pop, the cork loosened slightly, and this time, the scent of daffodils wafted forth, prompting him to reseal the cork. Success, he concluded. After several days of brewing and a period of resting under the moonlight, the potion had fully matured, signifying the commencement of a new journey through his lineage. He turned his gaze to the convex window. Outside, the twilight was dimming. It was just past evening, and the moonlight began to rise. Harry and the others were still at the hospital wing visiting Hermione, discussing recent events. No one would disturb him, making this an opportune moment. Reflecting on the process of his first bloodline awakening, Maud felt a swell of excitement. He tightened his grip on the vial, named Moon Dew, as the coldness of the glass seeped into his palm. Taking several deep breaths, he sought to temper the exhilaration coursing through him. Then, he removed the cork once more, lifted the glass vial, and poured its contents. The soft, golden solution flowed smoothly into his mouth, traversing his throat and settling warmly in his stomach, as if a small furnace were kindling within. Warmth, comfort, ecstasy. These were the sensations that enveloped him as he consumed the potion. Soon, he felt as if he had slipped into a dream, returning to a hazy realm. Here, he had no physical form, merely a handful of moonlight, the sole source of illumination in this nebulous space. Do you know the path you must take? A voice shattered the tranquility. The path? His consciousness was still foggy. Caught between dreams and reality, Maud repeated the word, as if he were beginning to grasp its significance. This voice. Yes, your future path. From the misty vapor, a vague figure approached, parting the fog with each step it took, until it stood before the handful of moonlight. It extended a finger, gently touching the luminescence. The moonlight shimmered at its fingertips, expanding like a bubble. Gradually, the moonlight took on a human form, the soft golden surface receding to reveal a somewhat bewildered visage. At that moment, Maud's awareness sharpened, and he found his vision restored. Who are you? Maud observed the figure before him, uncertain whether it was indeed human, for the silhouette was indistinct, both in features and form. The only certainty was that it was tall, perhaps only slightly shorter than Hagrid. You should recognize my voice. The figure spoke with a smile. Nicholas Gaff? Indeed. As the figure paced back and forth, the gray mist receded naturally in its presence, as if the particles forming the fog dared not approach its body. It lifted its head, surveying the surroundings, and Maud discerned a slight frown. In the next moment, a beam of white light pierced through the haze. With a crack, Maud was certain he heard the sound of shattering glass. As he instinctively searched for the source of the noise, the world around him began to transform. The mist, as if confronted by an arch-nemesis, dispersed at an almost imperceptible speed, while the white light coalesced into a luminous sphere suspended above, radiating an astonishing brightness. Tears streamed from Maud's eyes as he felt he was gazing upon a sun. Lowering his head and squinting to ease the glare, he felt a prickling sensation in his hands and absent-mindedly grasped a delicate crimson rose. The entire space had blossomed into a lush meadow, vibrant with greenery. Indeed, the figure nodded, assessing something. A towering willow tree drooped its branches overhead, filtering the fragmented white light, and the world of the two became dazzlingly clear. What is this? I find this oppressive environment rather unappealing. The figure had already seated itself in a wooden vine chair, with a table before it, gesturing for Maud to take a seat. Now, let us return to our previous topic. There was a pause in conversation as the figure allowed Maud to recover from his astonishment. After a while, Maud settled into a chair opposite the figure, redirecting his gaze towards it. I remember just having consumed that potion. Yes, in this state, your consciousness will retract, curling within your form. And you? I have merely come to visit the realm of your consciousness. This sounded rather extraordinary. What is your purpose? To assist you in discovering the direction of your future. Hearing these words, Maud felt a twinge of confusion. Nicholas was unexpectedly kind to him. But even in aiding his heir, such attentiveness seemed unwarranted. May I ask, why are you so invested in me? The figure chuckled, its laughter lacking the grandeur it had exhibited in the magical space, yet still exuding a sense of boldness. From its tone, Maud surmised it retained the essence of a middle-aged man. Do you wish to know? Certainly. Well, it hesitated. I want to tell you. This exchange shattered the seriousness of their conversation, though Maud was not particularly surprised. He had observed the whims of this elven king within the depths of the soul's sanctuary. Very well, the figure waved its hand. Now, share your plans for the future. Magic? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Maud shook his head and expressed his true feelings. In the grand scheme of things, my sole focus is on the application of magic. Everything else merely trails behind you. Behind me? No, you do not follow in my footsteps. Maud was taken aback. Do you mean to say? I have transcended the original confines of the spirit. You should have noticed that in the transmission of knowledge, the second layer of bloodline was inscribed upon the flame spirit, yet I have forsaken it and made some alterations. So it is thus. Maud was taken aback. He recalled the description of the flame spirit, which had later transformed into Howling Moon. He paid little heed to it, for regardless of what the second layer entailed, he would proceed accordingly. Are you encouraging me to innovate? After a moment of hesitation, Maud produced a neologism from his previous life, believing that Gaff would comprehend it. Indeed. Gaff responded. That is correct, yet such a statement lacks precision. You must discover your own characteristics, integrate them with your circumstances, and carve a path that belongs to you alone. Is this truly necessary? A shadow plucked a blade of grass from the ground and placed it in its mouth, seemingly savoring the fragrance of the earth. If you wish to venture further, it is indeed essential. Maud, grasping only fragments of understanding, perceived that Gaff was disinclined to elaborate further on the topic. Thus he shifted the conversation. How do you believe I should seek my own path? It is neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. Gaff remained silent for a moment, chewing on the verdant grass, before finally speaking. The role of bloodlines. The knowledge scarcity of your world has likely not addressed this matter. It is, in essence, a means of developing one's innate talents, aiding you in transforming the latent gifts within you into manifest ones. Imagine each individual's magical aptitude as a jigsaw puzzle. Those endowed with talent have their puzzles nearly completed, while those lacking it find theirs in a disordered state. Bloodlines serve as tools to assist you in assembling this puzzle, though few truly understand how to wield such instruments. The freedom inherent in jigsaw puzzles is vast. The final images can take numerous forms, and each form yields markedly different outcomes. Each person possesses strengths and weaknesses. The path you must seek is the one that aligns most harmoniously with your talents, particularly those that are well developed. Maud listened intently, fully aware that this educational opportunity was particularly rare. Had he been able to summon the grimoire in this place, he would have diligently recorded notes. It is a statement that you should comprehend well. This segment of instruction has concluded. Apologetically, Maud scratched his head and said, I am uncertain of the talents I possess and find it challenging to discern my strengths and weaknesses. Could you offer me some guidance in this regard? The world he inhabited was vague and obscure regarding the knowledge of magic, to the extent that predecessors might not have even been able to articulate what magic truly was. Without further ado, the silhouette lifted its head, as if admiring the willows swaying in the breeze. Subsequently, it waved its right hand, and a radiant white light flowed over an arm whose skin color was indistinct. At that moment, a colossal black void materialized in the sky, seemingly intent on engulfing everything within its grasp. The brilliance faded, and the grass, soil, roses, everything, was drawn into the ominous black point looming above, plunging the world into darkness, rendering sight impossible. The figures of the two individuals also transformed into specks of light, scattering in all directions. Moore felt as though the vibrancy of the world had drained from his sight, his mind enveloped in a chaotic fog, plunging him into a state of unthinking bewilderment. However, this disorienting condition did not persist for long. A faint, amber light filtered through his tightly shut eyelids, awakening his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was no longer beneath the towering willow trees, but instead found himself within the confines of a room. Mr. Gaff? Moore called out, but his voice echoed unanswered. The room was enveloped in silence, illuminated by a ceiling light from which the soft, warm glow emanated. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the unevenly arranged brown wooden floor beneath his feet and the distant sound of cicadas drifting in through the window's crevice. A test? Maud pondered that his recent choice of words had likely not provoked Mr. Elf King, so the present circumstances must serve as a test of his abilities. Alternatively, It could be that Galv had concealed the answer to the problem within this new realm. The furnishings of the room were quite sparse, a bed and a lamp, devoid of any other items. After searching for a while, Maud found no pertinent information. The bed was simply adorned with blankets and cushions, and the lamp was nothing extraordinary. He gazed at the door, a wooden entryway coated in a glossy red paint that gleamed under the illumination. Approaching it, he turned the knob, and the door creaked open with a heavy sound, revealing the scene beyond. He stepped into a spacious living room, where a long sofa was positioned before a crackling fireplace. The flames danced, casting a golden-orange glow that filled the air and dispelled the encroaching darkness. It was a magical sight, as a single flame illuminated the entire room with a radiant brightness. As he marveled at the scene, he noticed the fire in the hearth, ensconced in ashes, began to exhibit traces of blue. Before long, the blue intensified as the air swirled, causing the flames to flicker more vigorously, and bubbles began to erupt from the fire, shimmering with an ethereal glow. These bubbles swiftly floated throughout every corner of the living room. Maud extended his hand to touch one before him, and the aura shifted, with purple hues expanding. Though there seemed to be nothing amiss, he suddenly halted, remaining utterly still. After a moment, he broke into a smile. This was indeed the answer. Maud realized the significance of the scene, affirming his recent conjecture. These bubbles seemed to harbor some extraordinary essence within. In the recently encountered purple bubble, he glimpsed lightning, and simultaneously, a peculiar emotion began to stir within him. This sentiment, tethered to a sense of affection and aversion, emerged spontaneously, as if it were evoked by the very lightning itself. Furthermore, the lightning was not merely a flash. It served as a symbol, akin to a street lamp at a crossroads, illuminating the path ahead and revealing the nature of the journey to come. Releasing his fingers, the purple bubble burst with a subtle sound, and the violet mist, reminiscent of smoke rings, lingered momentarily before gradually dissipating. Maud reached out to touch another bubble, this time a white one. His gaze lost its focus, and he beheld hexagonal snowflakes. At first glance, they appeared white, but upon closer inspection, they shimmered with crystalline clarity, their edges sharply defined. A chill seemed to disperse from the delicate snowflakes. As the lightning-like snowflakes escaped from the bubble's confines, Maud reflected on his feelings. In comparison to the earlier flashes, he found himself more enamored with this snowflake. Though such affection was not overwhelming, it might be more aptly described as a fondness. The white bubble burst. He paid it little mind, taking a few steps closer to another bubble, but before his fingers could make contact, it shattered, scattering a cascade of iridescent colors that seeped into the ground. Maud furrowed his brow. The incessant popping of bubbles seemed to have triggered a transformation. An increasing number of bubbles burst into oblivion, blending an array of colors that ultimately faded into gray, dissipating as quickly as it appeared. At this moment, the once crowded bubbles had significantly diminished. Standing still, Maud observed the entire process, devoid of any clear thoughts, his curiosity propelling him to seek out the bubbles that resonated with him. Water droplets, bats, and wings. He had no idea how many bubbles he had touched, yet he encountered a myriad of familiar sights from reality, as well as numerous creatures, none of which evoked a favorable sentiment, even less so than the initial allure of snowflakes and lightning. Upon encountering a pair of pristine wings, an abundance of bubbles burst forth, reminiscent of the previous occurrences. Was it a reduction in similar choices? He pondered this hypothesis, but verification eluded him. Perhaps the answer lay solely with Gaff, or perhaps, as he continued onward, enlightenment would come. As the bubbles gradually diminished, Maud beheld a crescent moon alongside a resplendent full moon. The bubble containing the crescent did not vanish upon contact, filling him with a sense of joy akin to the first sip of rich black coffee, bitter yet utterly captivating. He decided to retain this bubble, while others continued to drift gracefully in the air, swaying back and forth, aligning somewhat with his expectations. This suggested that the act of selection was not singular. Maud held a bubble in the palm of his hand, its delicate layer possessing a certain resilience, even a hint of elasticity, akin to cradling a balloon. He stood behind the plush sofa, the flames of the fireplace reflecting in his eyes. Moving to the right side of the hearth, he found the last two remaining bubbles, intent on eliminating them first, the sapphire and crimson heart. There were 3 bubbles left, the slightly larger ones, 2 of which were the size of a palm, their ethereal glow wavering in the flickering light of the fire. Before making contact, a voice within Maud urged him that there was surely a surprise awaiting him. Unconsciously, he lifted the corner of his mouth, guided by this instinct, and gently touched the middle bubble with the tip of his finger. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flowing water, and upon regaining his focus, a full-length mirror appeared before him. The edges of the mirror were adorned with intricate silver filigree, the patterns so delicate they resembled mercury flowing over the surface. The mirror's support was semi-oval, elegantly decorated with simple motifs, a curved line winding around, intertwining to form an infinity symbol. He seemed to stand before the mirror, which remained pristine, devoid of his reflection, yet it was enough. Maud was captivated, entranced, the allure far surpassing that of the crescent-shaped bubbles. The scene before him flickered, akin to a television losing frames, the image dissipating. As his vision regained focus, Maud found himself back in the living room, all bubbles having vanished, save for the two he held, one large and one small. Maud raised his hands, as if weighing the delicate bubbles, and instinctively brought them closer together, causing their transparent shells to merge. They began to coalesce. In the living room, the fire in the hearth surged upward, reaching the center of the room, where he found himself standing, though he could not recall when he had arrived there. Suddenly, the flames transformed into a brilliant blue, leaping high and intensifying, casting flickering light upon all that surrounded him. Beneath the dancing flames, the bubbles before Maud vanished, morphing into a full-length mirror adorned with silver lace. Within the mirror's surface, a celestial night sky appeared, graced by a golden crescent moon. A gentle touch sent ripples across the mirror, reminiscent of a stone cast into a well, transforming the crescent into golden waves that cascaded outward. With a crack, the world shattered, blue flames engulfing everything, converging into a singular point of light before vanishing completely. This time, Maud's consciousness was unbound. He witnessed the mirror's shattering, along with the crescent moon's demise, as a soft glow approached him and then disappeared. This light entered his being, enveloping him in a sensation of comfort akin to basking in a hot spring. It seemed he had drifted into slumber. The sound of paper tearing echoed in his ears. Maud awakened, lifting his head to behold the shimmering light outside the convex window. In his hand, he clutched a narrow bottle, having just consumed a potion. The wind rustled the window, sweeping into the dormitory with a haunting sound. Maud wrapped his linen robe tighter around himself, feeling somewhat disoriented, as though he had just escaped from a dreamlike realm. But was it merely a dream? No, it was not. He was certain that those experiences were indeed real, albeit occurring in an elusive space, possibly one that Galv had led him into, allowing him to immerse himself in its wonders. As he began to realize something, Maud raised his hands, gazing down at them, and then lifted his eyes to the convex window, where a crescent moon appeared, shaped like a pike, casting a golden glow. He took a few steps forward, gently reaching out to touch it. His hand penetrated the glass, stirring the crescent, and his body transformed into a mere scrap of paper, drawn by an unseen force, spinning through the air. The man vanished, leaving only the reflection of a window on the floor of the dimly lit dormitory, with a solitary wall lamp flickering. The wind howled, creaking eerily. In the stillness of night, the vast castle seemed to succumb to slumber, enveloped in silence, as the silvery moonlight poured down, flowing into the corners. At the entrance of the hall, an owl hung from a willow tree in the courtyard, hooting softly. Two black, wrought iron wall lamps flanked the doorway, exuding a warm, yellow light, while the convex window trembled in the cold breeze. The owl's eyes rotated, drawn to the window by the sounds it perceived. Upon the window, stirred by the wind, a gentle golden hue appeared, the wind's whispers ceaselessly echoing. Sensing something amiss, the owl flapped its wings and took flight. At that moment, a crescent moon flickered upon the blurred glass of the convex window, and a hand emerged from within. Subsequently, a hazy figure slipped through the glass, transforming into a piece of paper, fluttering down from above. With a soft thud, a figure staggered onto the threshold of the hall. What had transpired? Clutching his left arm, Maud felt the remnants of that pulling force, akin to being ensnared in a whirlpool, leaving him with a sensation of being at the mercy of some unseen power. He stifled the rapid beating of his heart and surveyed his surroundings, the familiar scene pulling him back from the unknown. The hall still resided within Hogwarts, having not been whisked away to some strange corner. Yet, what exactly had just occurred? Maud grasped his palm. The changes this time appeared rather subtle. If one were to describe the difference, it might be a newfound familiarity with the air around him. It was both wondrous and reassuring. He seemed to have acquired a feline-like ability. Though lacking the whiskers of a cat, he felt an uncanny control over his surroundings. He glanced towards the willow tree on the right side of the courtyard, and the measurements of distance began to ricochet in his mind. But was that all there was to it? Certainly not. Maud raised his hand, pinching the air with his palm. Although he grasped nothing tangible, he instinctively stepped forward, finding his foot firmly planted in midair. A soft thud echoed as he indeed felt as if he had stepped upon a solid brick, stable and unwavering. As he rolled his toes against it, with no signs of instability or disappearance. Yet, the magical energy within him gradually ebbed away. This was a spell, intricately tied to the fabric of space. Reflecting on this ability, Maud lifted his other foot, stepping into another realm of the void. With another soft thud, he found himself suspended above the ground, gazing down at the earth a mere foot below. He had managed to liberate himself from the ground and descend into the air. Bathed in moonlight, Maud carefully treaded upon the air, reaching the height of a protruding window. The cool air at that altitude rushed into his nostrils, causing a slight cough and a tickling sensation in his nose, which he disregarded as he focused on the state within himself. The depletion of magic was slightly greater than when he had tested the first foot, yet sustaining this for a while posed no issue. However, maintaining this stance while attempting to cast other spells would prove challenging, akin to trying to wield two spells simultaneously. It might be possible, yet it would require considerable effort. As Maud contemplated, he cast a glance downward from his lofty vantage point. His heart raced with an intensified rhythm, and despite the emptiness beneath his feet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if he might plummet into the void at any moment. He cautiously descended until his feet finally met the ground, bestowing upon him a sense of solidity. How marvelous! He gazed up at the height of the protruding window, marveling at its grandeur. The effects of this lineage must extend far beyond mere appearances, he mused, an eagerness swelling within him to return to his dormitory and conduct further experiments. He raised his hand, poised to snap his fingers, but hesitated. Perhaps a stroll would suffice, providing an opportunity to awaken fully and sip some moon dew. Upon awakening, it felt as though he had emerged from a vivid dream, as if something intangible was being depleted, leaving him in a state of mild disorientation, just the right moment to adjust amidst the bracing winter breeze. Indeed, the chill of winter proved invigorating. Maud rubbed his palms together, feeling a chill in both the front and back of his hands. He lifted his gaze, and with merely a breath, exhaled a cloud of white mist. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. The path ahead was not far, and Maud walked at a leisurely pace. It was not that he wished to endure the bone-chilling wind, but rather that he reveled in the serenity under the moonlight, finding comfort in its embrace. His skin, kissed by the cold breeze, turned a rosy hue, while warmth radiated from within. This sensation reminded him of the enchanting moon spirits, mystical beings capable of harnessing the power of moonlight. Before long, he noticed that the only part of him not cloaked by his robe, his palm, had flushed a vibrant red, warmth surging forth. It seemed as though his palm was aglow, with the delicate lines of his skin shimmering in pristine white, transforming into luminous strands. He was absorbing the moonlight. Maud speculated. Yet the significance of the moonlight remained elusive to him. He could not ascertain the destination of the warmth coursing through his body. It ebbed away discreetly, lingering only for a fleeting moment before vanishing. A chilling gust of wind howled, and the castle's surrounding walls offered no refuge from the encroaching cold. An overwhelming stench enveloped Maud, causing him to halt in his tracks. What was that odor? He tilted his head and inhaled deeply. It seemed reminiscent of a decaying mouse. Following the scent, he glanced towards the end of the archway, where darkness loomed, concealing all. A hissing sound startled Maud, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end, akin to stepping out of a warm shower only to be met by a cold draft. Within the corridor, a massive shadow suddenly surged from around the corner, twisting and undulating against the gray wall. Almost immediately, he heard a scratching noise, akin to sandpaper rasping against the floor, growing increasingly pronounced. Sibilant whispers echoed in the air. Maud, ever vigilant, focused on the shadow, yet it retreated just as it had before. The scent whisked away by the wind, leaving no trace. Had it fled? After a moment's pause, with silence enveloping the space, he finally exhaled in relief and continued on his way back to his dormitory. He resolved to take an alternate route, for he had no desire to engage in a perilous game with the serpent. This path would be longer, leading him past the Ravenclaw Tower and through the Astronomy Tower. Entering from the eastern staircase of Gryffindor, Maud turned back to the previous corner and beheld the lights atop Ravenclaw Tower. Suddenly, a foul, viscous liquid cascaded down from above. As if someone had splashed a bucket of water, the liquid sizzled upon contact with the ground before him. He swiftly turned his head, and there loomed a colossal serpent, its gaping crimson maw wide enough to devour the great hall's entrance. A wall of fire erupted, encircling him in a protective embrace. Maud instinctively distanced himself, leaping in another direction before continuing his flight. However, he had not considered the serpent's size. What he believed to be a safe distance was merely within reach of the colossal creature. The serpent's maw once again loomed above him, the pungent scent of blood causing his stomach to churn, the lingering taste of mashed potatoes from dinner filling his mouth. Hissing as it flicked its tongue, the giant snake lunged, its fangs gleaming white in the moonlight. The area around him was shrouded in darkness, every ray of light obscured by the serpent's head. And a silent dread enveloped Maud's heart. In that moment, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, resigned to his fate without a thought of resistance. As the night thickened, he stood still beneath the descending jaws of the serpent, ultimately surrendering to an inexplicable fear. Yet, in a sudden surge of determination, he pressed his palms against the creature's maw, an armor of will. With a resounding crash, a translucent barrier nearly shattered, akin to a stone striking the surface of a pond, sending ripples through the air that radiated outward. A violent backlash propelled Maud backward. Gasping, he lay on the cold ground, breath erratic, the abrupt impact disrupting his rhythm and causing a sharp pain in his chest. Regaining his composure, he leaned against the rough stone wall and quickly rose to his feet. Frost arrow. A stream of blue light emanated from his palm, rippling before him, a chill rising in the darkened air. Two exquisite frost-white arrows, glowing with azure light and entwined with golden threads, soared forth with a howling wind. Crack! As the ice arrows exploded, they traced a blue arc, colliding with the advancing serpent, coating its mottled, mud-colored scales in frost. Waves of icy spray erupted, solidifying in a crystalline sheen. The air frosted over. The ground became slick with ice. The stone walls exhaled a chill. The enormous serpent's head was completely encased in ice, yet its massive body remained a threat. With a violent lash of its tail, it struck the stone slab and ice, creating a fracture. Shaking its head, heavy ice shards tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. Without hesitation, Maud extended his right hand as if wielding a longsword. Thousand birds piercing spear. A violet haze enveloped him, lightning swirling in an elliptical dance within his palm, gradually parting to the sides. A dazzling display of blue and purple illuminated the entire vaulted corridor, as if lightning had etched its path across the stone slabs, walls, and icy surface. A purple longsword materialized in his grasp. With a swift thrust, the violet blade elongated into a spear, reaching 10 feet in length, aimed directly at the serpent's crown. The massive creature swayed to shield its head, but its lengthy body was caught off guard. The purple spear pierced through a scale, embedding itself deep within the thick flesh. Arcs of electricity surging along the serpent's form, countless purple tendrils climbing upward. The giant serpent began to roar. Merlin's undergarments. Upon the initial use of the thousand-bird sharp gun, Imhotep felt no thrill. He observed as the gun's tip merely penetrated the flesh, losing its momentum almost immediately. The serpent's massive form rendered the flesh far thicker than he had anticipated. The serpent's tail swayed incessantly, rolling and striking in rhythm with the flickering arcs of electricity. Maud deftly evaded the splintered debris, casting forth a shadowy light as he sought to distance himself from the dismal corridor, turning to flee in haste. The ground reverberated with the ominous movement of a colossal entity, and in an instant, a cloud of dust surged towards him. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose, coughing lightly as he contemplated swapping places with the shadowy figure. However, the icy gaze of a golden serpent met his, sending a chill coursing through him. He realized he had been careless. This thought consumed him as hurried footsteps echoed in his ears, and he suddenly found himself immobilized. His feet were unresponsive, as though bound by a heavy weight, rendering him utterly motionless. This sensation surged upward, enveloping his calves, knees, and ultimately reaching his neck, blurring his consciousness in mere moments. Crack! The scene shattered into fragments. The archway, stone walls, the floor, the colossal serpent, and even himself were engulfed by darkness. Moments later, the dim glow of a wall lamp illuminated his vision. This spectacle was profoundly captivating, surpassing any theatrical production or musical performance. Ron endeavored to find an apt descriptor for the scene before him, pondering for an extended period, ultimately settling on a simple yet profound term: monster. Hermione scrutinized Maud with earnest intent, seemingly attempting to discern what distinguished him from an ordinary individual. Ignoring her gaze, Maud withdrew his hand from where it had been suspended before his chest, concealing it within the folds of his ample robe. "Are you satisfied now, Harry?" "Oh, indeed," Harry replied, casting his gaze towards a corner of the dormitory and nodding once more. The refuse bin was entirely cleared of its paper debris. He had witnessed firsthand the restoration of 2 pages of hastily torn assignments, which had been poorly executed, now bound back into his notebook. Who do you suppose orchestrated such a prank, and what could their motive be? Hermione posed the question. If someone harbors hatred or disdain for an individual in this dormitory, they might resort to such antics. Alternatively, they could be in search of something, attempting to pilfer it. If it is merely a prank, that is one matter. But if there are ulterior motives, one cannot help but connect this to the notebook or the recent chamber incident. Could it possibly be the individual who discarded the notebook in the washroom? Harry mused after a moment of contemplation. Ron shook his head, dismissing the conjecture. Then why would they abandon the notebook? If it were merely for a prank, to annoy someone, I would wager on Malfoy being the more likely culprit. Personally, I lean towards the notion that the creator of this scene is linked to the chamber. After listening for a while, Hermione settled into the chair at the table and began to share her perspectives. As night fell, Maud returned to the dormitory, taking a seat at a desk facing a protruding window, leafing through a black notebook. Under the moonlight, the pages of this notebook appeared even more yellowed. Examining the curled edges of the paper, the inner side bore the marks of tearing, and the back cover, faded from apparent friction, gave the impression of an ordinary notebook. Regardless of the scrutiny it received, Maud pondered for a moment before opening the right drawer of the desk. Within, a solitary white quill rested quietly alongside several pristine notebooks. He retrieved the quill, smoothing the feathered tip. On the aged yellowed parchment, he inscribed, "Hello, I am Ron Weasley, a classmate of Harry." The paper emitted a faint glow, delicate as candlelight, but after a brief moment, the radiance faded, leaving behind a solitary word. There was a response. Yet, could it discern the deception? Just as Dumbledore sometimes understood his penchant for whimsical remarks. Or perhaps, was it conceivable that it had engaged in some form of communication and information exchange with another fragmented soul that had escaped from Hogwarts, and could it sense his presence? Observing the words inscribed before him, Maud continued to inscribe with his quill, "Do you truly know the truth of the chamber from 50 years ago?" Indeed, the words on the paper seemed to have settled deeply into the notebook, vanishing without a trace, only to re-emerge in a brief flash of light as another succinct sentence appeared. "Are you Tom Riddle?" "Yes." "How old are you?" "I've forgotten." "What brings you to this notebook?" The notebook seemed to have lost some form of signal, failing to reorganize its language, while simultaneously consuming the ink Maud had just inscribed, restoring the page to its blank state. "Since you dislike this topic, let us change it." "Very well. Can you replay the truth of the chamber from 50 years ago?" "I can, but I shall not." "Why?" "I detest the repetition of tasks." Maud had previously speculated that the notebook's method of transporting Harry back to 50 years prior could be linked to Professor Dumbledore's pensieve, possibly stemming from the same incantation. Since it was indeed a spell, it would surely deplete magical energy. Thus, would the manifestation of the notebook's magic become perceptible to those wielding revealing charms? He yearned to validate a few notions, yet this notebook proved rather obstinate. "Is your spell sufficiently potent?" "My performance was among the top ranks at Hogwarts back then." "Might I witness it?" "Certainly." This response was remarkably decisive, almost startling Maud. Before Maud could fully prepare himself, the pages of the notebook glimmered with countless luminescent hues, establishing a curtain of light between him and the notebook. Subsequently, akin to a fleeting panorama, Maud's eyes beheld scenes whirling past him at an astonishing speed, rendering comprehension and memory nearly impossible. The final tableau that came to a halt was the familiar yet foreign classroom of defense against the dark arts. The aged, yellowed stone walls and the stark, white dragon skeletons suspended from the ceiling, flanked by portraits of former professors of the subject. This was the classroom from 50 years ago. A dark-haired boy with deeply set eyes and another with curly, tawny hair stood at the center of the empty classroom, devoid of desks and chairs, each wielding a wand. "Tom Riddle, Josephine Stark." The two introduced themselves, moving apart from the center until they were approximately 30 feet apart, before turning to face one another. "Where's the professor?" Maud pondered, surveying the surroundings. In Hogwarts, duels in defense against the dark arts typically involved a professor present to articulate the rules and provide safety guidance. preventing any potential injuries during the contest. Were these two engaging in an unsanctioned duel? Exclude your weapons. Armor up. Two beams of light flowed from the wand, followed by a clash between smooth, robust, transparent armor and sharp rays akin to long swords. They tugged at one another in the air, with bursts of light splattering at their point of contact, reminiscent of the flickering flames of a bonfire. The incantation was monotonous, and the magical prowess remained at the level of a Hogwarts student. He concealed himself, although the spectacle appeared somewhat tedious, as a guest. Emoda patiently observed the entire process of the magical duel, reveling in the display. Both participants were prodigies. One was unknown, while the other, despite hiding, remained a genius. The scene flickered, akin to a lost radio signal. In a moment of disorientation, Emoda found himself back in the dormitory, seated on a wooden chair, facing the protruding window, with a black notebook resting on the table, the moonlight leaving traces on the pale yellow pages. A glimmer danced in his eyes as he gazed at the notebook. Delicate gray threads extended from the ordinary paper, reaching into the air, probing into some unknown realm. Like a straw held in one's mouth, striving to draw in something. The transformation of the notebook, revealed through the recent projection, caught his attention. A restless murmur emanated from the rat beneath Ron's bed. Suddenly, a new line of text appeared in the diary. Two choices: set me free to rescue your friend, or abandon her and remain here with me as a prisoner. This was Tom Riddle's counsel to Emoda. In a fleeting moment, the gray light wove itself into a colossal birdcage, its handle intricately carved into a bloody serpent's mouth. And within the confines of the cage were a person and a notebook. Maud stared in bewilderment. What did it mean? He touched the cage. A resilient and searing sensation coursed from his fingertips to his mind. It was not particularly sturdy, yet he required time to forge a powerful key to unlock it. The notebook further inscribed, "Do you truly believe that a monster, confronted by a frail little girl, could do nothing but petrify her? That brown-haired little girl. Fortune does not favor everyone. Is it brown-haired Hermione? Is it the truth, or merely a fabrication to escape from oneself?" Maud did not immediately reach for the quill to respond. Instead, he extended his index finger once more to touch the grayness in the air. The moment their essences met, a violet light enveloped his finger. A crackling sound erupted as the point of contact danced with flickering electric sparks, while the gray cage rippled like water disturbed by a stone cast into its depths. Soon thereafter, tranquility was restored. He was assessing the precise resilience of this prison. "I can perceive your actions. You are attempting a third choice, but alas, I have not preserved that option." A slender beam of white light ignited from the black notebook, reminiscent of a rose unfurling, revealing a face both strange and familiar upon the yellowed page, one belonging to a protagonist of the recently showcased magical duel. With slightly curled, shoulder-length black hair and deep-set eyes, his youthful visage spoke. "Now, our communication will be much more convenient. Are you not afraid that I might destroy you now?" Maudre lowered his head in contemplation, addressing the notebook upon the table. Within his musings, he discerned 4 potential avenues before him. The first 2 had already been presented by Tom Riddle. The third option entailed shattering the confines and seeking out Hermione with the notebook in hand. The fourth involved obliterating the notebook, thus bringing an end to it all. A serene smile graced Tom Riddle's composed visage, yet it could not conceal the profound solitude and icy demeanor that enveloped him. "You cannot succeed, at least not at this moment." "Oh, are you so certain?" "Indeed." "Then allow me to make an attempt. I trust you won't mind." A brilliant conflagration ignited in the palm of his hand, gleaming like a striking jewel against the backdrop of the night. Maud raised his hand, moving it gracefully from high to low, akin to caressing a child's head. The flames grew increasingly fervent, transitioning from a fiery red to a vibrant orange, ultimately settling into a resplendent gold, aptly named Fierce Fire. The golden flames tilted at an angle, resembling raindrops of fire cascading down, penetrating the visage sketched upon the notebook, landing precisely in the center of the yellowed page. A soft chime echoed, as crisp as the sound of water dripping from a faucet. The gray cage flickered momentarily, and then a delicate veil of pale gray fabric unfurled across the notebook's surface, catching the falling flames, which vanished silently, as if submerged in water. Maud did not cease his actions. The flames were but a mere fragment of the fire. With his palm pressed downward, this hand, in contrast to the immobile notebook on the table, could be deemed a harbinger of calamity. Yet, it is a lamentable truth that those who are prepared to undertake a task are seldom easily vanquished. The resplendent glow of the fire made contact with the pages of the notebook, dissipating into smoke and silence, intertwining with the moonlight. Squeak. The little mouse beneath the bed emitted a mournful cry, ensnared within the confines of its dreams. Maud glanced at the space beneath the bed, following the delicate thread of air. The notebook was draining the energy, or rather, the very essence, of the mouse. This time, do you believe? I do. Release me, and I shall grant you your freedom. With a sigh, Maud gestured toward the door of the dormitory. You must act swiftly, if someone perishes. I too shall exact a price. Heh. As the young and indifferent laughter of Tom Riddle echoed, a small door on the birdcage opened, just wide enough for Maud to slip through sideways. You may proceed, Tom Riddle stated. Very well, I shall depart at once. After Maud stepped through what appeared to be a delicate veil of a birdcage, the cage closed once more. He stood outside, gazing at the illuminated visage on the notebook, deep in contemplation. Tom Riddle also regarded him silently, remarking, You harbor perilous thoughts of breaking the covenant. Covenant? Heh. Is that some sort of confection akin to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? A beam of violet light rippled through the room. Maud raised his hand, confronting Tom Riddle. Or rather, the sinister black diary, and intoned, the judgment spear. A flowing purple radiance, akin to a cascading stream, wove itself into a 7-foot-long sword, adorned with 7 stars encircling the hilt. It stood majestically in the air, aimed directly at the notebook ensconced within the gray cage. Then, with a flicker of brilliance, the blade's spine burgeoned like bamboo shoots, suddenly thrusting towards the small mouse nestled beneath the bed. Tom Riddle paused, seemingly unprepared for this dramatic spectacle. Thud, thud. The purple spear of judgment banished the shadows, extending momentarily towards a hairless mouse, missing a toe, colliding with its diminutive gray prison, stirring a considerable gust of wind. Crackle. Slender arcs of electricity scattered upon impact, angling into the air, restoring tranquility amid the dazzling flashes. The gray cage sustained but a minor fracture, yet the mouse remained unscathed. However, it was weary, ensconced in a profound slumber. The vitality that Tom Riddle could siphon had diminished significantly. Maud turned one last glance at the visage, then stepped through the dormitory door. This is the gift I bequeath to you, Mr. Tom Riddle. The library, perhaps? Exiting the dormitory, Maud surveyed the surroundings and, amidst the darkness, opened a door illuminated by flickering flames, vanishing into the Gryffindor Tower. Moments later, the azure orb left behind at the dormitory's threshold, concealed within the air, shattered into luminous fragments, swept away by the wind. As Maud traversed the dimness, he felt the connection to the blue eye dissipate, much like my own. Truly, a thoughtful young man. Within the dormitory, the visage upon the table had vanished. Yet, inscribed upon the parchment were these 2 sentences. The library of Hogwarts is situated in the northeastern expanse of the castle, under the cloak of night. The dim glow of wall sconces flickered on either side of the arched doorway, resembling a campfire swaying in the breeze. Emo stood before the creaking, rust-laden door. Surveying the surrounding darkness, he discerned no signs of a struggle or the passage of any large creatures. Had it already concluded, meticulously cleared away? No. A certain instinct within him insisted otherwise. It should not be so. Suddenly, the rusty iron door creaked open, startling Emo, who had been crouched in observation. He rose to his feet as a small girl with tousled brown hair emerged through the narrow crack of the door. Thud. Oh dear. She too was startled by the shadow lurking at the entrance, colliding her head against the iron door, producing a crisp sound. Ha. Maud couldn't help but chuckle. Good things, after all, can still happen. Or perhaps the entire affair was merely a fabrication of Tom Riddle. What are you doing? Maud, you startled me. Miss Granger complained, rubbing her head. It's quite late. All the professors have left the library. What are you still doing here? I was about to ask you the same question, Maud replied. But for now, we should return to the dormitory. The evening study session in the hall must have concluded by now. I assume you wouldn't want to lose 10 points for wandering around at this hour. Let's hurry then. The 2 of them gently closed the iron door of the library and departed from that place. Were you looking for me? Hermione tried to tread lightly. Many windows of Gryffindor Tower glimmered with light, some flickering briefly before extinguishing. After the evening study session at Hogwarts, the time allotted for students to prepare for rest was rather limited. Maud nodded and began to recount the events, interwoven with a touch of artistic flair. I had a dream, he said. In my dream, a great serpent devoured you tonight. Hermione rolled her eyes and scoffed. Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. There is no way I could be consumed by a snake. However, her tone suddenly rose, revealing her delight. So, you are aware of the truth? I mean, regarding the creature of the chamber. I know a bit, he replied. Maud raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and nodded, signaling Hermione to continue. This evening, I contemplated some crucial elements, prompting me to rush to the library for further research. As a result, I have confirmed that the creature within the Chamber of Secrets is not a spider, but rather an enormous serpent. Maud and Hermione walked side by side, quietly listening to Hermione's narrative, their eyes darting about, vigilantly scanning the shadowy corners. As they approached the Gryffindor Tower, all remained eerily tranquil. The cobblestone floor, illuminated by the dim yellow light, exuded a sense of antiquity. He pondered to himself that tonight was unlikely to be the moment for a petrification incident. In other words, he had succumbed to the deceitful allure of the black notebook. Regrettably, he had let slip a perilous source. The pair ascended the staircase leading to the Gryffindor Tower. Tap, tap. Hermione continued to recount her findings from the books. Its scientific nomenclature was basilisk, a magical creature prohibited from study and domestication since the Middle Ages. It thrived in darkness, and thus, past basilisk cleansing efforts had encompassed the city's shadowy recesses, including the sewers. Hermione fell silent, as if her urgency had caused her to be momentarily choked by her own words. Maud turned his head to gaze at Hermione. She, however, remained motionless, her hand reaching behind her as she tugged at the hem of her robe, which seemed to be caught in the crevice of the staircase. Yet, her expression was one of palpable distress, akin to the frantic demeanor of one confronted with the specter of death, anxiety mingled with helplessness. Instinctively, Maud turned to glance behind him. Under the cloak of night, the moonlight illuminated the descending stone steps, casting a faint glow. In the silvery light, he could discern the crumbling gray walls, the crinkled wrappers of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans on the third step, and the circular archway at the entrance of the staircase. Nothing more. This sight somewhat eased his troubled spirit, as his gaze fell upon the hem of Hermione's robe, which had snagged on the rough-hewn stones of the staircase. Was that all there was to it? Anxiety surged within him. Fear. Such emotions were not easily feigned. What is it? He inquired. Hermione tugged at her robe with great effort, nearly losing her balance, and Maud grasped her arm to steady her. I, she gasped, her breath coming in long, shaky intervals, her eyes wide and somewhat vacant, as if frozen in a state of shock. Maud grabbed her arm, guiding her up the staircase with a sideways stance, his gaze vigilant as he watched their rear. Run, we must hurry. Hermione's voice surged from a whisper to a sharp cry, as if awakening from a dream. She clutched Maud's arm tightly, her urgency propelling her forward. Though her steps were somewhat unsteady, Maud stepped forward, hastily following the ascent. What do you see? He inquired. Hermione, breathless and exhaling mist that crystallized at her lips, shook her head in silence, perhaps unable to voice her thoughts, yet she grasped Maud's hand and urged him onward. A snake? Is it a snake? It could be a snake, but where was it? His senses were undoubtedly sharper than those of the average person. Suddenly, as he trailed behind Hermione, Maud caught sight of a corner of her robe, revealing a smooth opening edged with a hint of green. Smooth, as if forged by fire, and accompanied by a viscous green liquid. In his mind, a vivid image began to weave itself together. Just moments ago, at the 8th step, Hermione must have stood beneath the serpent's maw. She had glimpsed the serpent behind her. Although its massive form obscured the moonlight, its imposing figure was discernible, instilling a profound sense of dread. Fear was a natural response. Fear of the colossal creature, fear of death. Both fears intertwined, rendering one breathless. It was akin to navigating a small fishing boat through the ocean, only to witness an immense whale rise from the depths, consuming the surrounding fish and shrimp in its wake. And the boat was caught amidst that aquatic frenzy. The path traversed by the serpent bore an earthy scent, reminiscent of rain-soaked soil. The serpent's breath reeked, yet curiously, Maud detected no unusual odors nor sensed anything amiss. Wait, a thought flickered in his mind, his gaze shimmering with realization as he noticed an anomaly at the tip of his nose. Gray, Tom Riddle's handiwork. He felt a moment of shock, but quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time to ponder how he had been cursed by that foul black notebook. Previously, he had struggled to confront a snake alone, and this time, he was accompanied by a young girl. Run, he shouted, propelling himself ahead to lead Hermione swiftly away from this place. However, just as they reached the top of the stairs, he halted abruptly, almost causing Hermione, who had grasped his sleeve, to stumble. "Don't look up." Maud looked into the darkness as a colossal creature emerged from an unknown corner, slithering silently through the hall of the tower. The drainage system. In a castle like Hogwarts, it was unlikely to be lacking, and its intricate structure, as one would ascertain from the blueprints, was undoubtedly complex. These pipes served as a natural serpent's den. "Is it back again?" Hermione, her head bowed, queried softly, her tone noticeably lighter, suggesting she was gradually regaining her composure after the recent shock. "You mustn't stare at it. The moment you lock eyes with it, death is inevitable." "I know, but for now, we must run back." The two of them instinctively dashed down the staircase, their footsteps echoing crisply in the narrow corridor as they conversed. "Which direction should we flee, Maud?" "The headmaster's office." "Do you think Professor Dumbledore will be there?" "I mean, he might have stepped out for some reason." "He might be there. Regardless, we must find a way to escape this place, mustn't we?" Dumbledore's office, located in the building adjacent to the infirmary, was a place Maud had visited only once, but the memory was vivid. Under the moonlight and the silent, elongated archway, two diminutive figures raced forward, pursued by a lengthy serpent's body that followed closely behind, akin to a mouse drawn by the scent of cheese, slithering soundlessly. "Good heavens! I can hardly breathe. Will we manage to escape?" As prey ensnared by a cold-blooded predator, all we need to remember is to flee. Maud's condition was quite favorable, endowed with sufficient stamina by the spirits. The distance between the serpent and the human dwindled as a pale yellow light emanated from Maud's palms while he sprinted. To Hermione's astonishment, this luminous essence drifted into the distance, coalescing into an elliptical portal. In the next moment, the door shattered with a crack, splintering like glass. The serpent's body radiated an unstable magical aura, which subtly expanded around it in accordance with the movement of its eyes. And the portal was acutely sensitive to this magical presence. This effectively extinguished Maud's hopes of a swift escape. "What is this?" Hermione inquired. Maud did not respond. He glanced around, suddenly sighed, slowed his pace, and turned to face Hermione. "You should go ahead. It may have come looking for me. I must greet it." "How can you say that?" Hermione retorted, choking on a breath of icy air and coughing repeatedly. Maud halted in his tracks, and Hermione hurried towards him, tugging at the sleeves of his long robe. "It's here. We must go." "But there are no buts. I can escape, but only if you flee first. As you are now, you are a burden." Maud gazed intently into Hermione's eyes and spoke. Hermione was momentarily taken aback by the somewhat mocking tone of his words. She merely nodded and departed. Turning around to observe the serpent's form gliding through the darkness, Maud smiled, recalling an old friend, albeit one that might not recognize him. He raised his hand, silently reciting, "Frost Arrow." A blue radiance cascaded from him, weaving a luminous curtain in the air, nurturing sharp projectiles. Soon, blue arrows, exuding a frosty essence, floated in the air like bubbles, their pointed edges gradually directing towards the shadows. Maud raised another hand, and a jewel-like blue eyeball fell into his palm. He closed his eyes, and the eyeball floated towards his forehead, vanishing from sight. Yet, the world within the blue orb materialized in his mind. "Go forth." It was as if he were releasing a fledgling eagle, softly calling out. The frost arrow traced a brilliant arc as it soared forth, colliding with the serpent creature that was eagerly diving towards it. Bang! A subtle sound echoed, reminiscent of the shimmering light of ocean waves in motion, as ice crawled up the serpent's body, ensnaring its tail. The creature reared back and violently struck against a layer of ice. It let out a roar, expressing its anger at the provocation. Maud raised his hand once more. Fiery incantation. A dazzling flame erupted from his palm, coalescing into a broad stream of fire that soared into the air. At the serpent's head, it wove itself into a fiery veil, completely encircling its gaze and obstructing its vision. The searing heat intertwined with the icy blue light, creating billowing clouds of smoke that ascended. The serpent creature began to shake its head vigorously, attempting to dispel the persistent flames, yet the fire danced like a playful spirit, evading contact and merely entwining itself around the beast. Meanwhile, two frost arrows sliced through the air in succession, filling the void left by the icy layers. Maud waved his hand, dispelling the azure veil that hung in the air. He subsequently lifted his foot and stepped onto the very essence of the atmosphere. With each stride, ripples unfurled in the air around him. Maud ran forward, demonstrating considerable progress in mastering this newfound ability compared to his previous attempts. Yet, he remained somewhat distracted, managing the flames that flickered in the atmosphere, which at times rendered his steps slightly labored. When he approached within 6 feet of the colossal head of the serpent creature, he executed a diving motion, propelling himself downward with force, akin to a falcon swooping down to capture its prey. "Judgment's gone," he nearly shouted, exhilarated by this thrilling endeavor. With a flourish, he raised his hand, and purple lightning crackled forth. A torrent of electricity erupted from the nascent bolt, coalescing and surging until, in a fleeting moment, he grasped a magnificent and razor-sharp violet longsword, held aloft in a reverse grip, as though poised to strike a rodent in the fields. 8 resplendent, starry glimmers adorned the hilt of the sword. The surging electric energy danced wildly, reminiscent of a disturbed beehive. Performing a frenetic and restless ballet in the air of the shadowy corridor, Maud felt the dwindling magic within him, clutching the spear of judgment in his grasp. Oh no. At this moment, it was still the sword of judgment. Are you afraid? A little. Is it exhilarating? Indeed it is. Nevertheless, his heart remained remarkably calm, akin to a street awaiting the tempest. He exerted all his strength, as if to bolster his chances of victory. He saw it. He spoke, with his azure eyes. He beheld the serpent's gaze, glistening and bloodthirsty, with narrow and chilling black embedded within the crystalline red, sending shivers down his spine. The azure orb only made contact for an instant before shattering into luminous fragments. But that was sufficient. The blade elongated, transforming the sword into a spear. "Oh," Maud roared, his voice slightly hoarse, yet the emotions within him were transforming into a powerful force. With a crackling sound, a dazzling purple beam of light pierced the night sky, shattering the darkness and dispersing the fiery veil. The serpent creature rose with a deafening cry, furiously striking the cold, hard stone pathway. As fragments of rock and dust swirled into the moonlight, Maud stood upon the smooth and colossal head of the serpent, his hands, veins pulsating like writhing worms. Grasping the sharp lance of judgment that plunged directly into the serpent's eye, it pierced through the head. The air was filled with the serpent's deafening roar and the anguished cries of mice, as thick gray mist emanated from the serpent's eye, intertwining with its viscous blood. It was excruciating, yet it remained alive. A certain gray magic was mending its wounds. The cacophony wrought by the serpentine beast echoed through the dark corridor, disturbing the chill of the air and rousing many from their slumber. Maud descended from the serpent's head, inhaling sharply as he fell through the air. With a forceful kick against the atmosphere, he landed gracefully on the ground. He began to retreat, preparing to escape. The serpent's head thrashed violently, shattering a nearby railing. As it seemed to catch sight of its prey fleeing below with its other eye and lunged towards it, the wind whistled past his ears, and instinctively, he performed a somersault, swallowing a mouthful of dust, his robe now cloaked in a hue of gray. He chuckled, reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness. He snapped his fingers, feeling a subtle change within him. Yet, another familiar voice momentarily halted his expression. "Run, Maud." The flocks of birds. In the corridor, a swarm of white birds flapped their wings, pecking at the serpent's other eye. He glanced towards the corridor, where Miss Granger had briefly departed, now returned to save him. But he had already managed to escape. On the ground, Maud was transformed into a plume of luminous white smoke upon being struck by the serpent. At the end of the corridor, he observed the gruesome scene from a distance. The serpent effortlessly dispersed the flock of birds, its gaze sweeping across a few unfortunate avians, which instantly turned to stone, crashing to the ground. Realizing its prey was gone, the serpent noticed other challengers taunting it. Ignoring the gaping wounds that bled upon its form, it coiled its massive body, preparing to devour another target whole. Meanwhile, a young girl with fluffy brown hair stood in shock, witnessing Maud's apparent demise, only to see his body dissipate into smoke, leaving her perplexed by such sorcery. Then, the serpent charged towards her. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to the serpent's head, then lowered it to its body, struggling to suppress her fear. "This is disastrous," Maud sighed from afar, feeling that all his efforts today had been sacrificed to Tom Riddle. That loathsome creature. Hermione might not escape this time. Even if she avoided petrification, she could not evade the serpent's jaws. All his spells would be powerless to traverse the length of the corridor in such a fleeting moment. Could she be blamed for returning? Perhaps, but she had done so to save her friend, a mere 12-year-old, ordinary yet kind-hearted girl. Unless, he pondered, if Dumbledore could arrive in time, he might save her. Surely, the commotion had drawn the attention of others at Hogwarts. But who possessed the fortune to have the renowned white wizard come to their aid at the right moment? Maybe it was not impossible. After all, she had once been the protagonist of a story, hadn't she? The sound of footsteps echoed through the air, distinct and pronounced, despite the absence of any visible figures or flickering lights from wands or lanterns. The rhythmic thuds, resonating in Hermione's ears and those of Mold on the opposite side, grew increasingly clear as they approached. It was the unmistakable sound of boots striking the floor. Maud suddenly felt enveloped by a mysterious force, a warmth surrounding him. In that moment, the serpent monster let out one final roar before retreating into the shadows, vanishing from sight. It seemed to have caught a whiff of the apex predator's scent and hurriedly fled in panic. Hermione stood frozen, gazing at the receding serpent until it was no longer visible, and then she sat down on the floor in a daze. The serpent had escaped. Someone was coming. Synopsis: Reborn in Hogwarts, Maud's magical aptitude is lamentably poor. Thus, he resolves to abandon humanity. He aspires to become an ancient elf, born for the essence of magic. One day, Maud unleashed a fiery blaze that ignited the sky. Dumbledore remarked, "I have never witnessed such an enormous fire spell." Before Voldemort, Maud, towering at 3 meters and enveloped in a tempest of lightning and flames, looked down upon him with an air of dominance. Subsequently, rumors spread from Voldemort. He was no mere human, but rather a 3-meter-tall monstrosity, enshrouded in a tempest of lightning and fire.